Transported to the realm of sorcery, David never anticipated that he would be deemed a failure, utterly incapable of awakening the Frostwolf bloodline coursing through his veins. Just as he was preparing to wed and procreate, the system unexpectedly awakened by simply engaging in continuous dialogue with his wife. He could amplify his strength. Release that which allow me to take command. Thus, David discovered a new method of cultivation, marrying the witch and establishing a wizarding empire in pursuit of truth. Chapter 1. Resigned to marriage. Master David, please hasten to sire an heir to inherit the glory of the Frostwolf family, allowing the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf to continue its legacy in the north. In the study of the castle, the Grey Wolf Knight knelt on one knee, beseeching him. David sat at his desk, releasing a deep sigh. The Frostwolf family, once the kings of the north, was the mightiest clan at the northernmost reaches of the Silvermoon Kingdom, inheriting the legendary bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf. However, every powerful lineage faces the specter of decline. In David's generation, the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline remained dormant within him. Following the mysterious disappearance of his father, David had decisively relinquished the northern fortress and all the wealth and glory belonging to the Frostwolf family, hastily leading the family's remaining knights back to their ancestral home, Frostwolf Ridge, to preserve what little remained. As the king of the Silvermoon Kingdom aged and fell ill, a fierce struggle for the throne erupted among the princes, plunging the north into chaos. Presently, David found himself merely a duke in title, with his territory reduced to Frostwolf Ridge, a rank that bore no resemblance to his actual prowess. I understand, he said, letting out another sigh. He had once felt fortunate to be born into a ducal family, but the aristocratic system of this world was entirely dissimilar to the Western aristocracy he had envisioned. This was a realm of extraordinary might without the protection of bloodline knights. Even the strongest families were destined to decline. Indeed, David was a transmigrate. In his past life, he had been a high school language teacher, but a fortuitous accident led to a car crash, thrusting him into this extraordinary world reminiscent of medieval Europe. Yet, he had not reaped any of the benefits typically afforded to transmigrators despite the abundant resources of his family to aid in his cultivation. He remained a failure, unable to awaken the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline or practice the Frostwolf breathing technique. It was time to accept reality. The notion that a youthful body could assist in cultivation was of no consequence. Since he was fated never to become a powerful, extraordinary being, he would strive to produce offspring possessing the Frostwolf bloodline with this body. Send her to my chamber, David instructed before rising, his expression a complex blend of emotions as he exited the study. The Grey Wolf Knight's face lit up with excitement as he replied, "As you command, my lord." In the castle's bedroom, David entered to find a young maiden quietly seated at the table. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with fair and delicate skin, a high nose, and soft, luscious lips, exuding a charm that invited closeness. David's gaze fell upon the girl's gray hair, the hallmark of the Frostwolf family, which he too possessed. This indicated that she bore the Frostwolf bloodline, enhancing the likelihood of producing an heir with the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. The effort to find someone among the common folk who might possess the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline underscored the Frostwolf family's dedication to their lineage. Upon hearing the door open, Leah's body tensed immediately, and she could not help but nibble on her lip. Although she had been briefed on the necessary precautions, the daunting task ahead still filled her with anxiety and uncertainty. "Do not worry, I shall treat you well," David said calmly as he approached the young girl and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Leah looked up in surprise, her body relaxing slightly as she closed her eyes. Time passed, and the room fell silent again. David released a sigh of relief, watching as the young woman succumbed to sleep from her exhaustion. "Well done," he murmured, gently brushing his fingers through her gray hair. "You have completed a session of cultivation, awakening the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline." Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, level 1, 1100. Just as he prepared to rise, a momentary daze enveloped him, and a stream of information materialized, transforming into a data panel that floated before his eyes. David rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming the persistence of the data panel, he realized he was not merely suffering from post-exertion hallucinations. "Is this my golden finger?" he exclaimed, his eyes suddenly brightening. Upon closing his eyes, he distinctly felt a surge of crimson energy at his heart's location, the very essence of the awakened Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. The overwhelming vitality coursing through him confirmed that it was not an illusion. His gaze shifted to the system panel from the prompts. It was evident that his awakening of the bloodline power was entirely thanks to Leah. Glancing back at the peacefully slumbering Leah, David donned his coat and exited the room, making his way to the castle's back garden to commence his training in the Frostwolf breathing technique. The Frostwolf breathing technique, an ancestral 70-year breathing method of the Frostwolf family, could elevate knights to the rank of Sky Knight, rendering it both powerful and rare. As he began his practice, he assumed various poses, synchronizing them with the appropriate breathing rhythms. Each inhale and exhale stirred the recently awakened Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, allowing pure energy to flow forth. Every posture and corresponding rhythm of the breathing technique harnessed the power of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, invigorating his entire being as energy surged within him. Once the power of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline coursed throughout his body, all energy ultimately converged within the heart, where the bloodline resided. David expelled a breath of stale air, which faintly transformed into a wisp of white mist. This represented the frost energy contained within the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. As the bloodline grew stronger, so too would the frost power. Ultimately, the bearer of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline would master the chilling might of the Frost Giant Wolf, propelling their strength into the realm of the extraordinary. Ha ha! David erupted in laughter. With the awakening of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, my power has finally ascended into the ranks of a true knight. Initially, he had believed that any hope of attaining the status of a true knight had slipped away, yet the surprise had arrived so unexpectedly. One session of cultivation had allowed him to successfully awaken the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline and elevate himself from a knight squire to a full-fledged knight. I wonder if I can continue to gain rewards through further cultivation with Leah. David's eyes gleamed with fervor. He returned to the room, eager to experiment anew. You have completed a session of cultivation, Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 1. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline, Level 1 2100. Chapter 2, A Promise of Responsibility. It truly works. Each session of mutual cultivation grants a slight enhancement to the bloodline strength. If so, with 100 sessions, my bloodline strength could ascend to Level 2. David's face radiated with astonished delight. Bloodline strength is typically innate, yet he discovered he could enhance his bloodline continuously through this method, thus elevating his potential. Moreover, the stronger the bloodline, the more effective the cultivation of the bloodline breathing technique, accelerating the pace of his power enhancement. It seems I must dedicate time each day to communicate with Leah, David thought, gazing tenderly at the girl nestled in his arms, lost in a deep slumber. This girl had transformed him into a true man and aided him in awakening his bloodline no matter the circumstances. He vowed to treat her well. I just wonder how many individuals can be bound to this system, and what factors determine the efficacy of my training. Is the reward fixed, or can it be enhanced further? David pondered, realizing that the system had only recently awakened and required further exploration. The following day, Leah resembled a frightened rabbit, curled up in the corner of the bed. Observing the trembling form of the girl before him, David felt a twinge of remorse. His excitement over the awakening of his abilities had overshadowed his consideration for her feelings, leaving her unsettled. I apologize for my behavior yesterday. I lost control, he said gently. Startled by David's apology, Leah was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a gesture from the Lord. Master David, may I assist you in rising? She mustered the courage to propose. She understood her role, burdened with the responsibility of aiding the Frostwolf family in bearing heirs, yet fundamentally, she was merely a maid serving the young master. Coming from a humble background, she knew she must remain within her bounds. There's no need. You worked hard yesterday, and it must have been uncomfortable for you. I can manage this myself, David replied, his tone soft. Master David, Leah stammered, a mix of shyness and gratitude washing over her. She had not anticipated such tenderness from him beyond apologizing for the previous day's events. He was also concerned for her well-being. After dressing, David stepped outside and summoned the maidservants to assist Leah. With a hint of anxiety in her demeanor, Leah watched as he instructed the maidservants to help her wash and dress. From now on, you two will exclusively attend to the lady, he added. The two maidservants quickly complied, casting envious glances at Leah. Master David, she felt a pang of sorrow. She had never dared to hope for such luxuries. Yet now, hearing David's thoughtful arrangement for her care, her heart swelled with warmth. Once Leah was ready, David took her hand, leading the still bashful girl to the dining hall for breakfast. This is Butler Kevin, David introduced. Hello, Miss Leah. Butler Kevin greeted her amiably as they proceeded to the dining table. David took his seat at the head of the table and glanced at the seat to his right. Butler Kevin appeared momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise, before pulling out the chair at the lower right position for Leah. Though Leah was unaware of the significance of this seat, she could sense the increased respect in Butler Kevin's demeanor, prompting a swell of gratitude within her. She understood that all of this stemmed from the Lord's attitude, solidifying her determination to bear an heir for him swiftly. After breakfast, David instructed the maidservants to escort Leah back to rest while he made his way to the castle's training grounds, intent on continuing his practice of the Frostwolf breathing technique. Though the golden touch could enhance his bloodline, he recognized that elevating his knightly prowess would ultimately depend on his own efforts. Shortly after, the Grey Wolf Knight arrived at the training grounds. Observing David practicing the breathing technique, his blood surging with energy, astonishment flickered in the knight's eyes, swiftly transforming into shock. The Frostwolf breathing technique. This is the true Frostwolf breathing technique, he exclaimed. How is it possible? Why can Master David practice the Frostwolf breathing technique? Suddenly, an improbable thought struck the Grey Wolf Knight. Could it be that Master David has awakened the Frostwolf bloodline? Yet, how has he managed to break through after 10 years of stagnation? As David completed a round of the breathing technique, the Grey Wolf Knight eagerly approached him, his voice laced with inquiry. Master David. Uncle Leo, I have successfully awakened the Frostwolf bloodline, David replied with a smile, choosing not to conceal the truth, for he intended to journey further down this path. Moreover, as the sole knight of Frostwolf Ridge, the Grey Wolf Knight was someone he could trust completely. Thus, he saw no reason to hide this matter. Wonderful. The bloodline of the Frostwolf family has re-emerged in this world, the knight expressed with genuine joy. If only the Lord were still here, he would surely be delighted. I must thank Uncle Leo for bringing me this girl, David added. While it may not solely be due to her that I awakened my bloodline, I am nonetheless grateful to her. Hearing David's words, the Grey Wolf Knight smiled, reassured that his efforts had not been in vain. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he ventured, Master David, should I seek out a few more young ladies to attend to you? Please keep an eye out for me, David replied, feeling no aversion to the suggestion. He remained uncertain about the precise capabilities of his golden touch. If it could indeed bind multiple individuals unconditionally and enhance his bloodline through dual cultivation, he would certainly need to find several wives. Of course, he would not accept just any woman. The existence of his golden touch destined him to engage in dual cultivation with his wives. He required partners who were gentle and understanding. Only then could he ensure a stable foundation to focus on his training and confront formidable foes. Very well, the Grey Wolf Knight nodded. Although Master David had awakened the Frostwolf bloodline, it was imperative to produce heirs swiftly to ensure the lineage of the Frostwolf family endured. Have there been any significant events occurring in the territories nearby? David inquired, feeling somewhat awkward discussing such matters with the knight. Winter is approaching, the Grey Wolf Knight began. Aside from the threats posed by the northern nobles, we must be particularly vigilant regarding the migrants from the north. It is likely that wandering knights will infiltrate their ranks, launching surprise attacks on Frostwolf Ridge. Each year, the Ice Kingdom to the far north experiences harsh cold waves, and reports indicate that this year's chill may be particularly severe, resulting in a surge of migrants and immense source of uncertainty. Furthermore, there are grounds to suspect that the northern nobles might hire wandering knights or mercenaries to blend in with the migrants and assault Frostwolf Ridge. Following the death of the old duke and the decline of the Frostwolf family, numerous factions had begun to stir, notably the Ice Bear family, which had long sought to supplant the Frostwolf family. David furrowed his brow, recognizing the dire state of the Frostwolf family. They were teetering on the brink of survival, especially with the old king's illness and the Silvermoon Kingdom on the verge of internal conflict. The Frostwolf family could easily become a casualty of war. Thus, it was imperative for him to find a way to grow stronger quickly and confront the enemy's machinations heeded to protect Frostwolf Ridge and ensure his safety. Fortunately, it was still early autumn, and winter was not yet upon them. Uncle Leo, I shall endeavor to diligently cultivate the Frostwolf breathing technique, for I require the formulation of more Frostwolf elixirs. The practice of breathing techniques primarily relies on one's own bloodline strength. However, the assistance of elixirs can significantly enhance the efficiency of this cultivation, allowing one to grow stronger at a swifter pace. This is also a principal reason why commoners struggle to rise in this world. Only the nobility can afford to nurture knights, as the resources required for such cultivation are exorbitant. Merely for the first tier of the Frostwolf breathing technique, the main ingredient is a herb known as wolf blood grass, which absorbs the blood of extraordinary wolves. Even if the quality of the wolf blood grass is not a concern, its demanding growth conditions inevitably render it costly. A minor lord's monthly tax revenue might only suffice to procure a single stalk, and even the Frostwolf family finds it challenging to gather enough at present. Rest assured, The Frostwolf family has not ceased its collection of materials for the Frostwolf elixir, spoke the Grey Wolf Knight in a grave tone. Yet now, with the decline of the Frostwolf family and the deliberate targeting by the Ice Bear family, many avenues have been cut off, making the endeavor significantly more arduous. David was well aware of this, and he clenched his fist in determination. In any world, the principle that the laggard must endure punishment holds true. After the Grey Wolf Knight took his leave, David practiced the Frostwolf breathing technique once more before making his way to the castle. He felt an urgent sense of purpose. He must swiftly ascertain the precise effects of his golden finger and grow stronger without delay. After sweating profusely from practicing the Frostwolf breathing technique, David instructed a servant to fetch water, intending to take a refreshing bath and relax before planning his next course of action. Splashing water, David poured it over himself with a ladle. Suddenly, he paused and called out, "Who is there? Step forward." As his words echoed, a young maid emerged, clad in thin garments that seemed ill-suited for the autumn chill, her face flushed. "Master, I am here to assist you with your bath." It was evident the maid was somewhat nervous, yet she bravely entered. David fell into a moment of contemplation. He had long sensed that this maid, named Jessie, had been deliberately attempting to entice him, and now she had come directly to his door. He felt indifferent towards such a scheming woman, but the thought of his golden fingers stirred something within him, and he said, "Come in." Jessie's heart soared with joy as she hurried over to help him wash his back. "Do you wish to serve me?" David inquired directly. Jessie, well aware of what the master implied, nodded without hesitation. In the next moment, David stepped out of the bath, lifting the maid and heading toward the grand bed, eager to test the effects of his golden finger. Before long, he completed a session of cultivation. However, his expression turned grave upon receiving the system's notification of completion, for no benefits had been bestowed upon him. Thus, the targets for cultivation must meet certain criteria. Because Leah possesses a trace of the Frostwolf bloodline within her, she can assist in awakening and enhancing my bloodline strength. But Jessie is merely an ordinary person, hence, even if the cultivation is undertaken, it cannot yield any enhancement for me, he deduced internally. "Master," Jessie spoke, her face imbued with a spring-like glow. David nodded gently. After further exchange, the system still granted him no enhancements, solidifying his earlier conjecture. Exhausted, Jessie lay upon the bed, secretly delighted, for she had anticipated that the master would harbor such thoughts. Indeed, she had offered herself willingly, and the master had accepted her. Now, her task was to win his favor and strive to bear his offspring, thereby securing her place within the Frostwolf family. "Go and rest now," David said as he rose, his tone calm. "Thank you, master." Once Jessie departed, David sought out Leah. "There is a maid named Jessie in the castle. Please have the steward arrange for her to reside in the Frostwolf family's ancestral home." David instructed Leah. It was customary for personal maids to be assigned to live in the ancestral home once their master reached adulthood, a tradition that held true. Jessie, originally just an ordinary maid, would now be arranged as a personal attendant. David felt this was sufficient. Leah stood frozen in place, suddenly at a loss for words. These indeed were matters that the castle's lady should manage, signifying that Master David truly regarded her as the lady of the castle. "Is there a problem?" David continued. No, it's fine." Leah took a deep breath, her expression serious. "Yes, and I shall take this opportunity to admonish the other maids." David intended to use this situation to address those maids with ulterior motives, for he understood the paramount importance of a stable foundation. Chapter 4. The Saintess and the Witch. In the study. Thus, should I consider seeking a wife with extraordinary talents? David was currently exploring the potential of his golden finger. If he were to engage in dual cultivation with a wife possessing other bloodline powers, could he awaken and enhance those powers as well? This was a hypothesis he formulated based on the system's effects. The activation of his golden finger, along with the awakening of the frost giant wolf bloodline, might be connected to Leah's possession of that very bloodline. Regrettably, women with bloodline powers were scarce. Otherwise, he would have indeed wished to experiment with this. If he could truly awaken other bloodlines, it would mean he could engage in dual cultivation, or even multiple cultivations of various breathing techniques, thereby accelerating his strength exponentially. Beyond those with unique bloodlines, this world was also home to other extraordinary powers, such as the Saintess of the Holy Light Church, who wields the power of the Holy Light, and the witches, regarded as the claws of demons by the Holy Light Church, along with the rare non-human beings. Could he also, through the system, acquire the powers of the Saintess and the Witch? Of course, These were merely speculations that required practical exploration to ascertain. For now, I shall primarily focus on enhancing the strength of the frost giant wolf bloodline. David made his decision and proceeded towards the master bedroom, intending to engage in dual cultivation with Leah once more, for his most pressing desire was for formidable power. To his surprise, Leah was particularly proactive that day. "Master David." Leah's cheeks flushed as she shyly turned her face away. Reflecting on the Lord's kindness towards her, she had resolutely committed to bearing his offspring. David smiled slightly, sensing her eagerness alleviated any lingering burdens in his heart. This night felt exceptionally prolonged. "You have completed a session of cultivation, Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 10. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline, Tier 1 12,100. David embraced the slumbering Leah and opened the system panel to review his progress. Upon seeing the experience bar for the Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline, his eyes widened in astonishment as he rubbed them in disbelief. 10. This session of dual cultivation had increased the strength of the Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline by a staggering 10 points. But why? The previous session had only yielded a 1-point increase, yet this time had multiplied tenfold. David closed his eyes in reflection. Within the span of a single day, it seemed nothing particularly significant had transpired. Section 3. Wait a moment. This time, it seems that Leah is taking the initiative. After spending a day together, he can distinctly sense the shift in Leah's mindset. This has rendered their communication more fluid. Is it due to the depth of their exchanges? The more effective their interactions, the richer the rewards he might reap. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. During this period, the bond between David and Leah has grown increasingly intimate. As he had anticipated, with the enhancement in their communication, the experience points gained have also increased. This has allowed his Frost Giant Wolf bloodline to successfully ascend to the second tier, accelerating his cultivation speed. Although the system primarily strengthened his bloodline's potency, the transition from the first to the second tier was indeed a transformative experience. Coupled with the assistance of the Frost Wolf elixir, his knightly prowess now approaches the pinnacle of a first-tier knight. With his strength on the rise, his stamina has also improved significantly. In recent days, he has increased the frequency of their dual cultivation from once a day to twice. Once in the morning and once in the evening. Were it not for the concern that Leah might not be able to endure, he would have no qualms about engaging 3 or 4 times daily. "Master David, why not invite a few more sisters to join us?" Leah softly suggested, reclining in David's embrace. During this time, the Grey Wolf Knight had indeed approached her with similar intentions, to which Leah had readily acquiesced. However, she was taken aback when Master David rejected the proposal, which both touched her and stirred a sense of worry within her, fearing she might not adequately serve him. "If I truly find someone I like, I would welcome them," David gently reassured her. To him, acquiring ordinary women held little significance. If he were to encounter someone he genuinely admired, even if they were of common status, he would consider accepting them. Yet winning David's affection was evidently no simple task. Rather than seeking additional companions, you would be better off focusing on your own improvement, David chuckled. Indeed, Leah possessed the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, indicating her inherent knightly talent. Although she could not activate the bloodline to ascend to the formal knight level, with sufficient resources, reaching the caliber of a high-tier knight attendant was certainly within reach. If Leah could develop the physical attributes of a high-tier knight attendant, she would be able to withstand his full force in battle. And the speed of enhancing her Frost Giant Wolf bloodline would not lag behind the pursuit of additional partners. "Yes, I shall diligently practice the breathing techniques," Leah declared, resting her head on David's chest, her heart swelling with emotion. The resources for knightly cultivation are exceedingly precious, and the fact that the Lord is willing to invest them in her makes her feel valued. With this thought in mind, she bit her lip and boldly pressed herself against him. And so a new day dawned. After David had breakfast, he led Leah to the secluded garden, a space he had ordered to be kept off limits to anyone else, leaving only the two of them. The Frostwolf Ridge was currently fraught with danger, surrounded by enemies. Thus, David intended to conceal the awakening of his Frost Giant Wolf bloodline and develop discreetly for a while. The attire fitted Leah perfectly as David circled around her, nodding in satisfaction. Leah's current outfit was a modified training suit derived from a maid's uniform. The upper garment was crafted from a dark cotton linen blend, retaining the high collar and long sleeves of the maid's attire. At the neckline, a small opening was elegantly fastened with a distinctive wooden button, while a subtle, shaped cutout at the chest was secured with slender straps, forming a graceful bow. The lower half was transformed from a maid's skirt into billowing harem pants, flaring out from a thigh to create a loose, lantern-like silhouette. Young Master David, Leah shyly turned her head away, unable to meet the gaze of her lord. Although she had been married for some time, her modesty remained, and each time David attempted to try something new, he had to coax her for quite a while. Chapter 5. Secret Training in the Garden. Let us begin. David had brought Leah to the garden for serious practice. He personally guided Leah in the cultivation of the frost wolf breathing technique, helping her take her first step towards becoming a knight. In the garden, Leah's figure danced gracefully like a butterfly. Though engaged in knightly training, her lithe form, clad in a modified training suit, exuded a unique beauty. To David's surprise, Leah's talent for knighthood was quite remarkable. After only a few sessions of practicing the frost wolf breathing technique, she was able to make significant progress. As she executed the breathing technique, the blood energy surged within her, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her attire gradually becoming soaked. After 3 rounds of the breathing exercise, Leah slowly exhaled, her tumultuous blood energy calming, her breathing becoming steady. Let's take a break. David draped his coat over Leah's shoulders, took her hand, and led her to a chair to rest while he gently massaged her. The two spent the entire day in the garden, sweating profusely from their training, and eventually took a shower together. You have completed a training session, Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 20, Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline. Level 2, 209500. This training session went exceptionally well, yielding an increase in experience to the extent of 20 points, signifying a deepening bond between them. Young Master David, just as he intended to embrace Leah for another wash. Leah suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "I think I have activated my bloodline." Upon hearing the news, David was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he pressed his hand against Leah's heart, and, to his astonishment, the Frostwolf bloodline within him responded. Leah had indeed activated the Frostwolf bloodline. But how could this be? Everything was so sudden that it was almost unimaginable. Wait, could it be the effect of the system? A thought struck David. The system's effect was akin to the dual cultivation found in immortal novels. The benefits of dual cultivation should enhance both parties. And perhaps Leah had awakened her bloodline due to the system's influence. As realization dawned on him, a smile broke across his face. Although the system's enhancement for Leah was not as pronounced as it was for him, any positive outcome was indeed a cause for celebration. This signified that Leah's strength could grow during their training exchanges, thereby reciprocally amplifying the effects and duration of their cultivation. A virtuous cycle. Congratulations, Leah, David sincerely expressed. Young Master David, Leah replied, overflowing with excitement. She had never imagined that one day she would engage in knightly training, let alone awaken the Frostwolf bloodline. All of this was thanks to young Master David. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to express her gratitude, and the only thought that crossed her mind was to completely devote herself to him. You have completed a training session. Frostwolf Bloodline 30. Frostwolf Bloodline. Second tier, 239500. The intervals between the two training sessions were brief, yet the results had significantly improved. Clearly, with Leah's awakening of the Frostwolf bloodline, the training effects had greatly enhanced. This also confirmed another of David's hypotheses. The quality of training outcomes was not only related to their exchanges, but also connected to Leah's strength. Thus, he was even more determined to help Leah grow stronger. This is the Frostwolf Elixir. It will aid you in practicing the Frostwolf breathing technique, enabling you to swiftly elevate your prowess to the official knight level, David stated. Leah was momentarily stunned as she gazed at the Frostwolf elixir before her, scarcely able to believe her eyes. The Lord had entrusted her with such a precious potion. She might not fully comprehend the elixir's value, but the mere mention of elixir was sufficient to deepen her gratitude towards the Lord. David smiled as he observed Leah's bewildered expression. The Frostwolf elixir was indeed rare. Yet if it could enable Leah to break through to the official knight level, it would be well worth it. At that point, The enhancement of his own Frostwolf bloodline strength would also accelerate, and the cultivation speed at higher tiers of the Frostwolf bloodline should not lag behind. Furthermore, each breakthrough in bloodline level would confer additional transformative effects. Drink it quickly. Although our Frostwolf family has fallen into decline, we can still muster enough elixirs for one more person, David encouraged with a smile. Only then did Leah nod, her blue-violet eyes reflecting a mixture of caution and hope. After consuming the Frostwolf elixir, Leah promptly resumed her practice of the Frostwolf breathing technique, her ethereal gray hair dancing in the garden breeze. David sat in a chair, propping his chin upon his hand, suddenly struck by a sense of character development. Thus, for the ensuing hours, David diligently practiced alongside Leah in the back garden, engaging in their dual cultivation at morning, noon, and night. As Leah's prowess grew, the efficacy of their dual cultivation subtly improved with each session. You have completed a session of cultivation, Frostwolf Bloodline 35. Frostwolf Bloodline, Tier 3, 25,000. After 3 days of relentless effort, David's Frostwolf Bloodline finally succeeded in breaking through to Tier 3. With the transformative effects of this breakthrough, his knightly strength also ascended, surpassing the pinnacle of Tier 1 and achieving the esteemed rank of Tier 2 Knight. It had only been a month since he awakened his Frostwolf bloodline and transitioned to a formal knight, a pace that could hardly be described as anything less than astonishing. If the Grey Wolf Knights were to discover this, they would surely be left astounded. Currently renowned as the Silver Moon Star, Prince Reynolds took nearly half a year to elevate his strength from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Chapter 6. The Witch's Tidings. At present, the paramount concern remains the enhancement of strength. However, the ascent from Tier 3 to Tier 4 of the Frostwolf bloodline astonishingly demands 5,000 experience points. David squinted at the experience bar on his attribute panel. Clearly, Tier 3 and Tier 4 represent entirely different echelons. Tier 3 magical beasts are mere low-level creatures, while Tier 4 beasts are classified as mid-level. This distinction is also reflected in the bloodline strength, necessitating a far greater accumulation of experience to elevate from Tier 3 to Tier 4. To expedite progress, the quality and frequency of their dual cultivation must be further enhanced. Fortunately, Leah benefits significantly from their shared practice, and with the aid of the Frostwolf elixir, the breakthrough to becoming a formal knight should be within reach. In the time that followed, both devoted themselves to their training with renewed vigor. Thankfully, the administrative affairs of the territory were managed by the loyal retainers left behind by the Grey Wolf Knights and the Frostwolf family. Everyone understood that the foremost duty of Duke Frostwolf was to sire an heir, ensuring that no one disturbed him and Leah. However, periodically, the Grey Wolf Knights would deliver meticulously organized reports on Frostwolf Ridge to the castle. In the past, David had dedicated all his focus to training, paying little heed to the affairs of the territory. It was only after his father's disappearance and the subsequent division of the North by rival nobles, coupled with the Frostwolf family's crisis and the bleak prospects for awakening his bloodline, that he began to grasp the situation of his domain. Now, whether for the resources required for his knightly training or the stable environment needed for the cultivation methods of his unique abilities, he must diligently manage his territory. Had even trade been severed? Observing the financial information of the territory, David furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Although the Ice Bear family had not yet made a direct move against the Frost Wolf family, subtle and covert maneuvers had already been put in place. Without the support of trade, Frost Wolf Ridge would inevitably decline in a remarkably short time, ultimately collapsing under its own weight without any intervention from the Ice Bear family. Moreover, the absence of trade would sever the avenues for gathering cultivation resources, presenting a significant dilemma for David, who was eager to elevate his own strength. The expression of the Grey Wolf Knight was equally grave, but he reassured David. With the composting method gleaned from ancient texts, the Frost Wolf Ridge could anticipate a bountiful harvest this season, thus weathering the winter with relative ease. Upon hearing this, David's demeanor softened somewhat. He had long imparted the composting techniques and some of his past experiences to the Grey Wolf Knight. Regrettably, his mental repository was limited. He lacked knowledge regarding firearms, machinery, and civil engineering. Fortunately, he now possessed a system that served as a golden key to his endeavors. With this thought, he glanced around and whispered, "Uncle Leo, have you uncovered any news regarding the wizard I asked you to look into?" The Grey Wolf Knight shook his head. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, "Master David, do you truly intend to seek the wizard's assistance?" David was aware of the knight's concerns. Wizards were regarded as the devil's minions by the church. If the church discovered that Frost Wolf Ridge was harboring a wizard, it would undoubtedly face their wrath. Currently, Frost Wolf Ridge was in no position to stand against the Ice Bear family. Even without the wizard's aid, the Ice Bear family would eventually meet their downfall. Thus, it seemed prudent to take a gamble. With the wizard's assistance, they might stand a chance against the Ice Bear family and safeguard their existence. David's expression was earnest. This was indeed one of the objectives he sought to achieve. Another motivation was to find a witch and explore whether her teachings could bestow upon him any extraordinary powers. Although the church relentlessly proclaimed that wizards were agents of evil, the nobility, including the Frost Wolf family, understood this to be merely a pretext for hunting wizards and maintaining their dominion. Therefore, their primary concern lay with the looming threat from the church, rather than any genuine apprehension regarding the wizards themselves. The Grey Wolf Knight recognized that this was indeed the sole strategy for the Frost Wolf family to navigate the precarious situation in the north, and his countenance grew serious. "I will deploy additional resources to trace the wizard's whereabouts." Once the Grey Wolf Knight departed, David returned to the back garden. At that moment, Leah had just completed a round of cultivation and was engrossed in savoring cream pastries while draped in a light coat, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. For nights, each session of cultivation necessitated the consumption of substantial amounts of food to replenish their vitality, which was a primary reason why most territories struggled to support a large number of knights. As David approached, Leah sprang to her feet and hurried over, her cheeks flushed. "Young Master David, why haven't you taken a bath after your training? You might catch a cold." David noticed how Leah's training attire clung to her due to perspiration, and he gently brushed his fingers through her gray hair. "I wanted to wait for you, my lord," Leah responded, her expression slightly uneasy. "Then what were we waiting for? Life is so splendid." Unbeknownst to them, yet another month had slipped by. David had solidified his prowess as a second-tier knight, while Leah, with the aid of dual cultivation and potions, had ascended to a high-ranking knight attendant, preparing for her formal promotion to knighthood. With a bloodline of the Frost Wolf, she could condense the seed of life, making the breakthrough to knighthood relatively manageable. The key now lay in accumulation. As winter drew nearer, news regarding the witch finally arrived from the Grey Wolf Knights. Just a day prior, a witch had been discovered in Linkstown in the Northern Territories, and she was to be transported to the Church of the Holy Light in Ice City for judgment the following day. "Young Master David, are we truly going to rescue this witch?" The Grey Wolf Knight hesitated. Baron Lynx was merely a first-tier knight, and dealing with him would be simple enough. However, should their actions be exposed, they would surely face the church's pursuit, rendering the risk considerably high. "Not we, but I," David replied with a faint smile. "I can handle this mission alone." Upon hearing this, the Grey Wolf Knight's expression changed drastically. "Young master, that is far too perilous. Allow me to rescue the witch instead. Uncle Oli can rest assured. I possess the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf, along with the Frost Wolf breathing technique and my family swordsmanship. Baron Lynx will undoubtedly be no match for me," David declared, confidence radiating from his countenance. Now, he was a genuine second-tier knight, capable of harnessing his bloodline's power and sword skills to even contend with some weaker third-tier knights. Chapter 7. The Rescue of the Witch Uncle Oli. "I shall secretly take a look. If I cannot save the witch, I will not take any risks," David assured repeatedly, demonstrating a hint of his strength. Only then did the Grey Wolf Knight relent, albeit with repeated admonitions to proceed with caution. "Uncle Oli, after I depart, you should make a conspicuous appearance at Frost Wolf Ridge. No one will suspect that another formal knight resides there." The two discussed a few more details, and the Grey Wolf Knight provided David with information from their spies in Linkstown, instructing him to contact the castle spies if anything arose. Although the Frost Wolf family had fallen from grace, they had left behind numerous contingencies. Remnants of the once dominant frost wolf family still had spies in various locales. David diligently memorized this information and then informed Leah to cover for him before quietly leaving Frost Wolf Ridge to journey to Linkstown. The town was not far from the ridge, and as darkness fell, David arrived on a black steed, stealthily concealing himself within the forest. Originally, the Lynx family was merely a vassal of the Frostwolf clan. However, as the Icebear family ascended and the Frostwolf clan fell into decline, they chose to betray the Frostwolves and became vassals of the Icebear clan. Thus, this time, not only did the Baron of Lynx come to rescue the witch, but he also intended to slay her, aiding the Frostwolf clan in eliminating this traitor and potential threat. At midnight, he stealthily entered Linkstown. The estate of the Baron of Lynx was easily identifiable. The dilapidated manor had no guards, and with his current strength, he effortlessly infiltrated the premises. Subsequently, he made his way to the Baron's bedroom. Just at that moment, the Baron, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes. "Who is it?" The Baron swiftly rose, grasping the knight's sword by his bedside. David would not entertain any inquiries. With a swift motion, he unleashed the full force of his second-tier speed, channeling the power of the Frostwolf bloodline into his sword, and struck decisively. Clang! The swords clashed. In the next instant, the Baron felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, sending him flying. His eyes widened in horror as disbelief washed over his face, his voice trembling. A second-tier knight. He never anticipated that in such a remote place as Linkstown, a second-tier knight would exist, and that he would come to assassinate him. Death! David struck again. The Baron, now gravely injured, lacked any capacity for resistance. He could only watch helplessly as the knight's sword glided across his neck, plunging him into darkness. It was even simpler than I had imagined. After swiftly dispatching the Baron, David maintained a calm demeanor. This was not his first kill, but it was indeed his first slaying of an official knight. He then began to search the Baroness' bedroom. The Frostwolf Ridge was in dire financial straits, desperately in need of funds. Although the Baroness' strength was not formidable, he was nonetheless an official knight and a lord of a territory, which meant he must possess some wealth. After thoroughly rummaging through the bedroom, he discovered a treasure chest containing approximately 100 gold coins, a considerable fortune. He stowed all the coins into his satchel and proceeded to search the study and other areas. Once he had thoroughly plundered the castle, he ignited the Baron's bedroom along with his corpse and swiftly departed the castle. A towering blaze erupted behind him. Some knights, alerted by the flames, called out and rushed toward the castle. Seizing the opportunity, David made his way towards the dungeon where the witch was imprisoned. Linkstown boasted only one dungeon, comprising 4 levels, its walls constructed of solid granite, with the witch confined in the lowest tier. David, wearing a mask to conceal his identity, awaited the change of guard outside the dungeon, and when the moment was right, he slipped inside with a flash. Subsequently, he drew forth a dagger, swiftly silencing the jailer with a slash to the throat before dragging the lifeless body into the corner of the dungeon. He then proceeded deeper into the bowels of the prison. The bloodline of the Frostwolf granted him the formidable night vision of the Wolfkin. Even within the oppressive darkness of the dungeon, the surroundings remained vividly clear to his eyes, with the might of a second-tier knight coursing through him. His strides surpassed those of the ordinary guards, dispatching each one he encountered with ruthless efficiency. At last, he approached the 4th level of the dungeon, where a solitary cell awaited him. There, bound to a cross, was the rumored Ice Witch, now in the depths of autumn. The chill of the dungeon was so severe that one could see their breath, yet the witch was clad in but a single garment. The very essence of her identity as the ice, which was epitomized by her complete lack of discomfort in such frigid conditions. The sudden appearance of a figure caused her to lift her gaze, meeting the calmness of a pair of azure eyes, serene as the sky before a tempest. David's gaze locked with hers, devoid of superfluous words. He unsheathed his knightly sword and severed the shackles of her confinement. In that moment, a spark ignited in the Ice Witch's eyes, and she beheld the masked knight stepping forward to free her from the cross. His deep voice resonated with assurance. "I have come to rescue you." Everything transpired with greater ease than David had anticipated, primarily due to his prowess. Even the high-ranking nightly attendants, caught unawares by his ambush, cloaked in shadow, fell before him without a chance to react. Chapter 8. A Proposal to the Witch Frostwolf Ridge. David stealthily returned to the castle of his domain with the ice witch at his side. Young Master David. The Grey Wolf Knight exhaled in relief upon witnessing David's safe return. David nodded slightly, recounting the demise of Baron Lynx. Is he truly dead? That is indeed a fitting end for him. The Grey Wolf Knight scoffed, having once considered Baron Lynx a friend. However, the betrayal of the Lynx family had turned them into foes. Yet, upon hearing that David had slain him, a sense of satisfaction crossed his features. This is the fate that befalls those who betray the Frostwolf family. The other traitorous families will undoubtedly pay the price as well. The Grey Wolf Knight did not disguise his elation, though he lamented that David's venture to Lynx Town was primarily to rescue the witch. Otherwise, he would have wished to celebrate heartily. These are the treasures I retrieved from Baron Lynx's castle. Please see to their distribution. It should alleviate some of the financial burdens of our territory, David stated. The Grey Wolf Knight's spirits lifted at this news, and he readily accepted the task. After delegating the ensuing matters to the Grey Wolf Knight, David returned to the castle, eager to meet the ice which he had so painstakingly rescued. In the attic of the castle's third floor, David pushed open the door to find the witch lost in thought at the window. At this moment, the witch had completed her cleansing ritual and donned a pristine white gown belonging to Leah, her silvery hair adorned with a snowflake-shaped hairpin. Upon hearing the sound of the door, her figure suddenly trembled, and she instinctively concealed herself behind the curtains. This was a protective instinct. After all, as a witch, she was perpetually threatened by the church. David observed this, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. According to the information he had received, the ice which named Amy had revealed herself to fend off the pack of wolves encroaching upon the village. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly timid girl would bravely step forward in the face of danger. This illustrated just how ludicrous the church's portrayal of witches as the minions of the devil truly was. Even more absurd was the fact that those saved by the witch bore no gratitude, reporting her existence to the authorities at the first opportunity. At that moment, Amy recognized a newcomer as the knight who had rescued her, quietly stepping out from behind the curtain. How did you rest yesterday? David inquired. I rested quite well. Thank you, my lord, Amy replied politely, bowing with a look of gratitude. When she had been imprisoned in the dungeon, she had thought her cursed life was soon to be liberated. Yet, she could hardly have imagined that a knight would risk being hunted by the church to rescue her and bring her back to the castle. Although she was uncertain of the knight's intentions, her gratitude was palpable. With this thought, she softly asked, My lord, why did you save me? Why did I save you? And why did you save those villagers? David countered with a smile. The witch lowered her head, her expression complex. They're truly good people. Before they knew I was a witch, the villagers treated me very well. I never anticipated that upon discovering my identity, they would come to fear me so. She lamented, I have never committed any wrongdoing. I merely possess the accidental ability to control ice and snow. Are the descendants of witches inherently evil? Now it is my turn to answer your question. I saved you because I seek your assistance, David stated candidly. Frostwolf Ridge is currently threatened by the northern nobles, and I require the help of a witch. Surprised by his words, Amy looked up. Aren't you afraid of witches? Afraid? Are you referring to the devil's minions, as described by the church? David chuckled and shook his head. These are merely lies propagated by the church, whether witches or deities. They are simply powerful beings wielding formidable abilities. In that moment, a unique light sparkled in Amy's eyes. This was the first time she had ever heard such sentiments from another. Indeed, she was just an ordinary person who had never done anything wrong. However, thinking of the witch organization, she shook her head apologetically and said, I have also been searching for the traces of witches. Apologies, my lord. I fear I cannot be of assistance to you. David furrowed his brow upon hearing this, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the lack of definitive news from the wizarding organization. However, his motives for rescuing the snow, which extended beyond merely seeking contact with the wizards. Taking a deep breath, he gazed intently at the enchanting witch before him and said earnestly, "Miss Amy, I have another favor to ask of you." "Please, my lord, speak." "I shall certainly assist you in any way I can," she replied. David felt a stir of hope at her words and directly stated, "I wish to ask Miss Amy to become my wife." Although Amy had resolved to accept all reasonable requests from the Lord, this particular proposal left her momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson. "My lord, please do not jest with me," the young witch stammered, for despite being 20, the thought of marriage had never crossed her mind. "Miss Amy, I assure you, I am not jesting. To gain access to the wizarding organization, I require an appropriate identity, and the status of a wizard's husband would grant me swift trust from them. Furthermore, Miss Amy, you are indeed a beautiful witch, and I must confess that I have developed feelings for you. Should you agree to marry me, I swear in the name of the Frostwolf family that I will uphold my responsibilities as a husband, even in the face of the church. I shall protect you with my life." Clearly, this was the first time the young witch had encountered such a situation, and she found herself at a loss. Nevertheless, David's words resonated deeply within her heart. For a witch hunted by the church, living in constant fear, nothing could be more compelling than a knight who had risked everything to save her and was willing to protect her fiercely against all odds. Thus, even though they had just met and she knew little of his true intentions, the innocent witch, blushing fiercely, nodded and softly replied with utmost sincerity, I am willing." Chapter 9. The ice elemental talent within the castle's attic. David, Leah, and Amy sat together at the dining table. Although Amy had agreed to marry David and had become a part of the Frostwolf family, her identity as a witch remained exceedingly sensitive, necessitating careful concealment. Consequently, David designated the entire third floor of the castle as a forbidden zone, prohibiting anyone from entering. Following the earlier punishment of the maid Jessie, no one in Frostwolf Castle dared to defy the Lord's commands. At the dining table, Amy appeared somewhat restless, clearly ill at ease with the complexities of interpersonal relationships. Observing this, Leah gently reassured her, "Dear sister Amy, there is no need to feel constrained. We shall be a family from now on, and you too are the mistress of this home." As Leah began to speak, David smiled and nodded, saying, "Leah is absolutely right, Amy. You are now a member of the Frostwolf family. Although I cannot yet publicly announce your status as the Duchess of Frostwolf, you are indeed the true mistress of Frostwolf Castle." Amy shyly nodded, her worries dissipating, and she visibly relaxed, beginning to savor the exquisite dishes laid before her that she had never tasted before. After lunch, David proceeded to the garden for his nightly training, while Leah chose to stay behind with Amy to strengthen their sisterly bond. She had discerned that Amy was as innocent as a blank canvas, likely unaware of the responsibilities that came with being a wife. A heartfelt conversation was in order. The Lord's demands were exceedingly vigorous. As his strength continued to grow, so too would his needs, and Leah felt somewhat overwhelmed. She would need her dear sister to help share the burden. In the evening, David returned to the castle and ascended to the third floor, entering the room amidst Amy's bashful demeanor and Leah's relieved expression. "My lord, allow me to assist you with your bath," Leah offered, taking his arm and leading him to the adjoining bathroom. "Goodness, what are they doing?" Amy pondered, somewhat daunted. Was this truly the duty of a wife? Before long, the two emerged from the bathroom, refreshed and invigorated. Leah's cheeks retained a rosy glow of joy, and upon spotting Amy, she quickly approached her, leaning in to share a secret. David leaned against the doorframe, observing the tender scene unfold, his lips curving into a smile. Initially, he had been concerned about potential discord between the two, but with Leah acting as a mediator, he felt reassured. During dinner, the trio enjoyed their meal in the small attic, unaccompanied by a butler or servants. David found this arrangement surprisingly liberating. After dinner, the night had fully descended. In this alternate world, nightlife was virtually non-existent, with families retreating into their homes, leaving procreation as the sole pastime for the common folk. David, under normal circumstances, would have been embracing Leah in training, engaging in their intimate rituals several times before surrendering to slumber. "Amy, do not keep your sister waiting too long," Leah reminded. "Ever consider it." Today marked Amy's first experience, and it was essential to allow her ample time. David felt a surge of gratitude and kissed Leah's forehead, personally escorting her back to the master bedroom on the second floor before returning to the attic. Gently, he pushed open Amy's door, finding her cowering under the covers like a startled rabbit. "Amy, may I come in?" David approached the bedside, softly inquiring. Amy nodded shyly, summoning her courage to lift a corner of the blanket. Now that she had become his wife, she was determined to fulfill her wifely duties. In the next moment, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of excruciating pain. Upon completing a session of cultivation, David received a notification from the system. Ice element affinity, low level 11,000. Just as he had surmised, the system could bestow upon him the unique talents possessed by his wife through dual cultivation. Laya, with the bloodline of the frost giant wolf coursing through her veins, was capable of awakening and enhancing his ice attributes. Meanwhile, Amy, a naturally gifted snow witch, possessed an innate mastery of ice magic, enabling her to assist him in acquiring the ice element affinity. Although his ice element affinity was merely of the weakest low level, preventing him from wielding ice powers like Amy. The very essence of elemental affinity was paramount in a wizard's path of cultivation. It is worth noting that individuals with such talents among humans are exceedingly rare. The system's prompt indicated that even a knight like David, who bore the frost wolf bloodline, lacked the ice element affinity. Yet, through dual cultivation with Amy, he had now secured this ability, while it remained a nascent low level. Continuous engagement in dual cultivation could elevate his ice element affinity to intermediate, advanced, or even higher tiers. Taking a deep breath, David suppressed his excitement and glanced at the trembling which beside him, drawing her closer. Despite being a sorceress, Amy's physical resilience was not markedly superior to that of an ordinary person, and she could not endure further combat. Gazing at the sweet and charming visage of the young witch, he spoke softly. "Amy, one day, I shall ensure that wizards can live in this world just like everyone else." Chapter 6. This is my promise to you. Amy lifted her head from David's embrace, her eyes sparkling with hope as she nodded vigorously. "I believe in you." This brief exchange seemed to draw them closer together. That night, they held each other tightly, discussing matters of wizardry, and spent a sleepless night entwined in conversation. Upon waking the next morning, David carried the young witch into the bathroom for their morning routine. After dressing, Amy's cheeks still bore a rosy hue. Shortly thereafter, Laya, dressed in her training attire, knocked on the door, bringing breakfast. Since David forbade anyone from ascending to the third floor of the castle, Laya had to personally deliver their morning meal. The trio joyfully shared breakfast together. David advised the inexperienced young witch to rest well while he took Laya to their secret garden. Chapter 10. The Power of Wizards in the Castle's Rear Garden. David resumed his practice of the frost wolf breathing technique, as was his custom. Although he had successfully acquired the ice element affinity through his training with Amy, he intended to prioritize his nightly cultivation, aiming to swiftly break through to the third tier. Winter was approaching, and the calamity of the wandering populace was drawing near. Even if Frostwolf Ridge can successfully weather the plight of the refugees, it must still contend with the predatory Ice Bear clan. He must rapidly elevate his prowess to the rank of a Fourth Order Knight, specifically that of an Earth Knight, to safeguard his family and territory amidst the impending crisis. As he commenced the practice of the Frostwolf breathing technique, he struck various postures, synchronizing them with the corresponding rhythmic breaths. With each inhalation and exhalation, the recently awakened bloodline of the frost giant wolf surged within him, releasing pure bloodline energy. Every posture and its corresponding breath in the technique utilized the frost giant wolf bloodline to fortify his entire body, causing his vital essence to surge continuously. Once the power of the frost giant wolf bloodline coursed through his being, all the energy ultimately converged into the frost wolf bloodline situated at the heart. However, this time, as he concluded his training in the frost wolf breathing technique, a sudden chill enveloped his body. David, shrouded in this cold aura, gently closed his eyes and, relying on his innate affinity for ice elements, sensed the gathering ice elements around him. Frostwolf Ice Armor. A spark ignited in his mind as he instinctively activated the secret technique embedded within the Frostwolf breathing method. Subsequently, the chill began to cling to his skin, transforming into crystalline armor that enveloped his form. The astonishment on David's face was unmistakable as he beheld the emergence of the Frostwolf ice armor. This armor could typically only be manifested after breaking through to the 4th Order Knight rank, harnessing the icy power contained within the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. Yet now, with the aid of his low-tier ice affinity, he was able to wield the chilling power of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline and manifest the Frostwolf ice armor ahead of schedule. With the assistance of the Frostwolf ice armor, even though his current knightly prowess was merely at the 2nd Order, he could indeed contend against and even vanquish 3rd Order Knights. Truly, this was the power of sorcery. A sense of reflection crossed David's visage as he finally comprehended why the Church sought to suppress sorcerers. Should an abundance of sorcerers arise in this world, it would undoubtedly threaten the established Church and noble hierarchy. Yet, he pondered the reasons behind this. It appeared that this world had entered a state reminiscent of a post-magical era. In this land, 6th Order Knights represented the pinnacle of combat strength, while those above 7th Order were deemed legendary, nearly extinct. The formidable sorcerers had also departed from this realm, leaving only witches who awakened their powers independently and the feeble apprentice sorcerers. Though a sorceress system persisted in this world, fragments of information suggested that the so-called sorcerers were merely apprentices within a true sorceress hierarchy. "Sorcerer," David murmured softly, resolute in his determination to embark on the path of sorcery. Taking a deep breath, he dispelled the Frostwolf ice armor and strode purposefully towards the castle. Training. He must dedicate himself even more fervently to his practice. Before he knew it, another month had swiftly passed. Amy gradually acclimated to life within the castle. Although she could not leave the attic, the vast collection of tomes belonging to the Frostwolf family kept her boredom at bay. Books in this era were exceedingly precious to anyone. Even for someone like Amy, a descendant of witches, her exposure to literature had been scarce. The Frostwolf family, as the original royals of the North, had amassed a library that filled the entire room, much to Amy's delight. This shared interest further deepened the bond between the two. "You and your wife have practiced together, gaining an ice element affinity of 23. Ice element affinity. Low, 8861000. Initially, a single session of practice would only yield an increase of around 10 points in her ice element affinity. However, after a month's time, this increment had stabilized at over 20 points per session. After yet another practice, David embraced the shy little witch, resting his head against hers. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Amy closed her eyes, enveloped in a sense of security. This period marked the most relaxed time since she had become a witch. With the protection of her lord, she no longer feared sudden dangers, and she was surrounded by delectable treats and an abundance of books. She had once dreamed of such a life, yet now it had all become her reality. Lost in thought, she absent-mindedly began to caress, entirely unaware that she had once again provoked the Lord's ire. "You must be tired. Allow me to assist you," David exclaimed as he lifted the little witch to sit up, tightly wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Ultimately, it was only after the little witch's pleas for mercy that their exchange came to a close, and they nestled together to sleep. However, David remained somewhat restless, causing the little witch's cheeks to flush crimson. He withdrew his hand, gently stroking Amy's hair. Feeling a pang of guilt, Amy murmured softly, sensing that she had not fulfilled her duties as a wife. After a moment, she shyly ventured, "My lord, perhaps you could invite Sister Leah to join us." Upon uttering these words, her face burned as if it might bleed. At her core, Amy was still a conservative girl, and the suggestion to include another was indeed a challenge for her. "Really?" David's eyes sparkled with excitement. During this time, he had typically spent his nights alone. Though he had fantasized about a life of shared embraces, he understood Amy's delicate nature. Initially, he had pondered how to broach the subject, but her unexpected proposition allowed him to once more appreciate the little witch's kindness and understanding. "Yes," Amy replied with unwavering seriousness. She felt the weight of her husband's regard for her, and that was enough. For a witch who had never contemplated marriage or motherhood, This period had brought her an abundance of joy she had never before experienced. Thus, she did not wish for the Lord to endure in silence due to her inability to conform, as this would evoke feelings of guilt in the young witch. It would be far better to take the initiative to effect change. Sister Leah was indeed a remarkable person, making her feel that serving the Lord alongside Sister Leah was not an unbearable prospect. "Amy, I promise to treat you twice as well in the future." David tenderly kissed the young witch, his heart swelling with emotion. That night, he did nothing but quietly hold Amy, who had fallen into a deep slumber, her face adorned with a serene smile. Chapter 11. The Bicolor Lotus. The following morning, David accompanied his wife for breakfast before proceeding to the back garden for his nightly training. After completing his exercises, he returned to the castle. But instead of heading to the third-floor attic, he made his way to the study. In the study, the Grey Wolf Knight awaited him. The desk was cluttered with parchment scrolls and tomes, primarily administrative orders awaiting his signature. As winter approached, refugees began to emerge from the icy northern lands of the Silver Moon Kingdom, raising the alertness of Frostwolf Ridge. "Young Master David, the harvest month has passed, and all the grain has been stored in the granary," reported the Grey Wolf Knight, clutching a stack of parchment detailing the recent grain yield. With the trade from Frostwolf Ridge covertly severed by the Ice Bear family, the only notable produce available was the high-quality wheat irrigated with organic fertilizer. For the territory facing the impending winter, an ample food supply was crucial for enduring the harsh season. "I trust Uncle Lowell with the affairs of the territory." After signing all the documents, David set down his quill and inquired, "Have there been any updates regarding the sorceress?" "None," replied the Grey Wolf Knight, shaking his head. Currently, the Lord's castle housed a solitary witch, and he had entirely abandoned his council, having resolved to seek a sorceress to confront the northern nobility. He naturally began his earnest search for one. Unfortunately, there was still no news. Even in Linkstown, where witches had once roamed, no information had emerged. David nodded, a look of resignation crossing his face. Although Amy was indeed a witch, her powers stemmed from her inherent talents. Her formidable ice elemental affinity enabled her to directly wield the power of frost, yet this was distinct from the spells of a true sorceress. To master the powers of sorceress, one must possess a sorceress legacy. "By the way, I have gathered information on several remarkable young women," the Grey Wolf Knight interjected, clearly invested in David's quest for offspring. David paused in silence, nodding as he accepted a scroll of parchment. Upon reading the descriptions of the first two girls, he was taken aback, a flicker of intrigue crossing his visage. "A bicolor lotus?" The Grey Wolf Knight nodded, noticing David's interest, and whispered, "Shall I bring them over for you to see? Even if you're not interested in them, they could serve as maids within the castle." "Very well," David readily agreed. He indeed intended to find an additional personal maid to care for Amy. Both girls had been trained by slave traders and were fully capable of fulfilling the role of maids. After instructing that they be brought over the next day, he dismissed the Grey Wolf Knight. Subsequently, David left his study on the second floor and ascended to the attic on the third floor. Earlier that morning, he had informed Leah about their plan to share a bed starting tonight, and Leah had already moved some of her belongings over. Upon entering the room and observing Leah and Amy tidying up, David felt an increasing necessity to cultivate a few trustworthy mates. That night, David, Leah, and Amy commenced their training. Initially, Amy appeared somewhat reserved, but with Leah's proactive cooperation, Amy gradually began to accept and engage in their mutual efforts. "You have completed a training session, Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 40. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline, Tier 3, 48, 525, 000. You have completed a training session. Gained Ice Element Affinity 25. Ice Element Affinity. Low Tier 9, 511, 000. David exhaled in satisfaction and accessed his virtual panel. After more than a month of diligent effort, both his Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline and Ice Element Affinity were on the verge of a breakthrough. Alas, his stamina had reached its limit. It seemed he needed to continue enhancing his physical endurance to establish a positive cycle that would augment his training efficiency. The following day, Leah and Amy rose early to begin tidying up. At present, no one dared to venture to the third floor, leaving the task solely to them. Although Leah and Amy said nothing, David promptly sought out the Grey Wolf Knight, eager to meet the new maids. In the castle's reception hall, the two girls stood together in their maid outfits. Upon entering the reception area, David was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The two girls possessed strikingly similar, exquisite faces. One had blue hair, while the other had red. Blue and red. These colors embodied a classic dichotomy akin to water and fire. He had not anticipated such a pairing to manifest in a pair of sisters. Indeed, he decided on the spot to keep them. Such a rare duality of colors was uncommon. Deep down, he sensed that the sisters might harbor some secret. Upon hearing that David had decided to take the two girls, a smile spread across the Grey Wolf Knight's face. Through this period of acquaintance, he felt he had begun to grasp some of the Lord's particular interests. As the Grey Wolf Knight left with a smile, David turned his attention to the two girls. From now on, you shall be known as Fire Dance and Water Lotus. Indeed, the two sisters spoke in unison. Their tone was one of respect, yet their eyes lacked any sparkle. David observed the vacant expressions of the two young ladies and recognized the result of their training. Had it not been for the unique dual lotus, potentially concealing some extraordinary lineage or talent, he would have hesitated to accept such girls into his service. I require nothing but your unwavering loyalty. Beyond that, you may lead lives akin to ordinary individuals, David declared solemnly. However, his words seemed to bear little weight, as the two maids remained expressionless. A slight headache began to form as David furrowed his brow. In such circumstances, even if he were to engage in cultivation with the twin lotuses, the outcome would undoubtedly be suboptimal. Of course, at this moment, David had no immediate intentions in that regard. He resolved to observe the sisters further, curious to uncover what unique bloodline or talent the dual lotus might possess. Subsequently, David guided the two sisters to the third floor of the castle, which they would be responsible for overseeing henceforth. My lord, this is. Leah's gaze scrutinized the sisters with profound significance. David understood her implications and clarified, they will be in charge of attending to your daily needs. Only then did Leah reassess the two maids, her expression revealing surprise as she recognized them as identical twins. David introduced the sisters. The elder, Fire Dance, would attend to Leah, while the younger, Water Lotus, would care for Amy. With the roles of the castle's mistresses assigned, the maids officially commenced their duties. It was evident that the sisters were meticulously trained, their maid uniforms adorning them as they diligently attended to their tasks with precision. Chapter 12. A breakthrough once more in the ensuing days. David's routine remained unchanged, spending time with his wife, engaging in nightly training, and managing territorial affairs. You have completed a session of cultivation, acquiring Ice Element Talent 28. Ice Element Talent. Low, 1023 1000. You have completed a session of cultivation. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 42. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline. Tier 3, 5069 5000. Through relentless effort over the past few days, his Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline and Ice Element Talent reached the threshold for a breakthrough. In the training room on the second floor, David sat cross-legged. With a focused thought, his Ice Element Talent surged forward. Closing his eyes in the void of existence, countless ice elements sparkled like stars suspended in the air. Whereas previously, with a low-tier Ice Element Talent, he could merely sense the presence of ice elements. Now, with a medium-tier talent, he felt as though he could almost touch them. As he concentrated, the ice element energies, akin to stars in the night sky, swiftly converged around him. Suddenly opening his eyes, David sensed a dramatic drop in temperature within the study as the ice element energy coalesced. However, his mastery over the ice element was still limited. He could not yet manifest it into physical form as Amy could, transforming it into the power of frost. Next came the breakthrough of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, and a serious expression adorned David's face. During this period, aided by his ice element talent, his Frost Wolf breathing technique had progressed remarkably. He sensed that his ice element aptitude could further stimulate the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, awakening the latent power of ice within it. This was the primary reason he chose to first elevate his ice element talent to an intermediate level before advancing his Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. He began, taking a deep breath and silently invoking his breakthrough. The seed of the frost giant wolf bloodline in his chest radiated powerful energy waves. As a surge of blood energy from the system flowed into the frost giant wolf bloodline, it began to ascend. A howl escaped David's lips involuntarily, as a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body. In the next moment, his consciousness blurred, and within the void, a frost giant wolf surrounded by swirling snow appeared, howling towards the heavens. Suddenly, frost began to manifest around David. Initially, it enveloped the surface of his body before expanding outward. Ultimately, the power of frost blanketed the entire training room, transforming it into a realm of ice and snow, where the howling winds echoed perpetually. Amidst this icy landscape, David's body underwent a profound metamorphosis. The seed of the frost giant wolf bloodline lay dormant within his heart, gathering the chilling power. Morphing into a frost giant wolf, cloaked in frost, he succeeded. The fourth-tier frost giant wolf bloodline, with the strength of a third-tier knight. David opened his eyes, feeling the formidable power coursing through him, a smile of joy gracing his features. Initially, he had been some distance from achieving third-tier knight status. Yet with the transformation of the frost giant wolf bloodline, he had successfully crossed the threshold into the third tier. Furthermore, he could sense the immense frost power contained within the frost giant wolf bloodline. This was evidently not solely the domain of a fourth-tier frost giant wolf bloodline. Rather, his intermediate ice element talent had absorbed the ice elemental forces from the surrounding world. Raising his hand, he summoned the chilling power of the frost giant wolf bloodline, causing the storm within the room to coalesce into a swirling vortex of blizzard in his palm. Although his ice element talent remained at an intermediate level, he could wield the power of ice and snow akin to Amy. Additionally, a surge of potent blood energy erupted within him, and a stream of silver fighting spirit suddenly burst forth from his fingertips. Should any third-tier knights witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be astonished. This was a fighting spirit that only a fourth-tier Earth Knight could command, yet David, a mere third-tier knight, had attained it ahead of schedule. The fourth-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, combined with a moderate aptitude for ice elements, enabled David to successfully wield powers typically reserved for fourth-tier Earth Knights. This substantial enhancement of strength filled David with exhilaration. Though he remained a mere third-tier knight, his true combat prowess could effortlessly overwhelm any third-tier knight, achieving an unparalleled dominance within his rank. Moreover, even against a fourth-tier Earth Knight, he possessed the capability to contend, and should he find himself outmatched, he would likely have the opportunity to retreat unscathed. This newfound strength granted him the leverage to engage with the northern nobility on equal footing, no longer relying solely on the support of the Grey Wolf Knights and the whims of more powerful aristocrats. Yet, he mused, this was not my ultimate limit. If granted a bit more time, I shall elevate my knightly prowess to the fourth tier. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, David opened the system panel to assess his progress. Ice element aptitude. Moderate 2, 310,000. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline. Fourth tier 6, 910,000. With a breakthrough in levels. The experience points required for both powers had also escalated to an astonishing 10,000. Glancing at the experience needed for further advancement, David rose, determined to seek out Leah and Amy for training, eager to expedite the enhancement of his bloodline and aptitude. On the third floor of the castle, in the attic, another round of training concluded, leaving Leah and Amy utterly exhausted. Yet, David remained invigorated, appearing as if he could engage in 300 more rounds. Gritting her teeth, Leah approached him once more. However, with David's ascension to the third-tier knight, even their combined efforts were no match for him. Moments later, after yet another fierce bout, Leah found herself too fatigued to even lift a finger. Perhaps you should consider summoning Fire Dance and Water Lotus as well, Leah suggested earnestly. Amy nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the overwhelming demands of their lord, she felt that she and her sister could not possibly meet them alone. Fire Dance and Water Lotus. The thought of the two sisters ignited a fervor within David. Given their unwavering loyalty towards him, he was certain they would comply with any request he made. However, he was not yet prepared to manage their needs. especially since they had not yet demonstrated any notable bloodline or aptitude. He had no intention of taking them on without careful consideration. If it were merely to satiate his desires, he could summon numerous maids within the castle, all eager to fulfill his every whim. Yet, such pursuits held little significance for him. As he pondered, the flames of his earlier frustrations gradually subsided. He affectionately patted Leah and Amy on their heads, a sly smile gracing his lips. I seek not only your bodies, but also your hearts. Chapter 13. The arrival of winter, another night of revelry passed. The following morning, David rose early. Fire Dance and Water Lotus had already prepared breakfast on the third floor. David sat at the head of the table, with Shui Lian attending to him, while Huowu had already entered the room to tidy up the disarray on the bed, replacing it with fresh linens. Leah had long since grown accustomed to this routine, while Amy remained blushing, her face adorned with shyness. "Sister, allow me to assist you," Shui Lian ventured. "There is no need," Huowu replied tersely, carrying the soiled bedding away for cleaning. Observing this scene, David's eyes narrowed slightly. Through his observations over time, he discerned that Huowu had been subtly assigning the more arduous tasks to herself. This indicated that beneath Huowu's seemingly emotionless exterior, she had been caring for her sister all along, revealing that she was not devoid of feelings. As long as there were emotions, David felt a sense of ease wash over him. After finishing breakfast, he led Leah and Amy to the secret garden. Amy, as usual, settled into a wicker chair with a book, while David and Leah engaged in the frost wolf breathing technique, continuing to enhance their knightly prowess. Leah's figure danced like an ethereal sprite, her silvery hair billowing in the breeze, her vitality surging. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, a look of astonishment illuminating her face. "Have I broken through?" David inquired, his gaze filled with surprise. Leah had been a high-level knight attendant for some time, and with the system's recent enhancements to her frost wolf bloodline, a breakthrough indeed seemed imminent. "Yes," Leah affirmed enthusiastically. She had never imagined that a day would come when she could become a full-fledged knight. Now, this dream had materialized into reality. Overwhelmed with emotion, she leaped into David's embrace, her eyes ablaze with fervor. "My lord, I desire." David, naturally, would not refuse her. Lifting Leah and heading toward a nearby grove, where she, typically resistant, surprisingly offered no objections. "You have completed a training session. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 68. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline. Tier 4, 265100000, as Leah's strength ascended to the level of a full knight. The experience points gained from each dual cultivation session surged to an impressive 68 points. Moreover, with her breakthrough to a full knight, her stamina would significantly increase, allowing for more frequent training sessions each day. Although the experience required to elevate the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline from Tier 4 to Tier 5 reached 10,000 points. The acceleration in gaining experience from each training would not lag much compared to before. After a considerable time, the two emerged, fully dressed. Amy remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired in the wilderness, which were entirely unfathomable and unacceptable to the innocent young witch. Even if David had the intent, she would never agree to it. Of course, David was not one to relinquish his pursuits. Previously, Leah had been resolutely opposed, yet now she had yielded. At noon, the three of them, along with the two maids, enjoyed a meal in the garden's pavilion. Subsequently, they practiced their breathing techniques until evening, after which they returned to the castle together. The night was reserved for mutual cultivation, and their days were exceedingly fulfilling. As the month of harsh winter arrived in November, it heralded the onset of a frigid season, with temperatures plummeting. This signified the impending calamity of refugees, as foreseen. In the study, David surveyed the recent conditions of the territory, his countenance grave. This was information gathered post-census. The Grey Wolf Knight presented him with a stack of parchment, meticulously inscribed with the demographic details of Frostwolf Ridge, specifying age, residence, and familial ties. This was a task David had previously assigned to the territorial officials, and each piece of parchment resembled a household register from a past life, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of his subjects. His uncle Leo had toiled hard for this. With winter approaching, David resolved to sever all routes leading from Frostwolf Ridge to the outside world. He issued an administrative order he had long contemplated. The most troublesome aspect of the refugee crisis was the potential infiltration of ill-intentioned individuals into the territory, given its vastness. It was nearly impossible to detect a few covert agents among the populace. This also implied that mercenaries and wandering knights might exploit this opportunity to stealthily enter Frostwolf Ridge, assassinate its officials, and incite chaos. However, once the pathways to the outside were severed, combined with patrolling militia and census records, it would become significantly more challenging for outsiders to infiltrate Frostwolf Ridge. Of course, it would be difficult to completely prevent the influx of numerous refugees. Thus, David delineated an area on the outskirts of Frostwolf Ridge to establish a temporary gathering place for these displaced individuals, assuring that there would be sufficient provisions to sustain them through the winter. As long as they could endure the harsh winter, these refugees would remain in Frostwolf Ridge. With organic fertilizers to enhance crop yields, he harbored no concerns about being unable to support them. Rather, he anticipated that their presence would bolster the overall strength of Frostwolf Ridge. "Very well, I shall convey the orders shortly," he stated. The Grey Wolf Knight nodded, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Although the new Duke of Frostwolf was not as formidable as his predecessor, his ability to manage the affairs of the territory with such diligence marked him as a competent lord. Yet, it was unfortunate that the Duke had yet to bequeath an heir. As this thought crossed his mind, the Grey Wolf Knight organized the documents in his hands, then suddenly handed a piece of parchment to David. Upon examination, David discovered that it contained the details of all the young women in Frostwolf Ridge, the implications of which were unmistakable. The Lord held dominion over all within his territory, including the right of the first night, should David so decree. The first night of all young women would belong to him. However, David felt no inclination towards this matter. After a brief glance, he returned the parchment with a serious tone, stating, "I shall endeavor to produce an heir promptly." In truth, he too was perplexed, despite his diligent efforts. Why did Leah and Amy remain unresponsive? Nonetheless, it was a known fact that bloodline knights faced difficulties in siring offspring. The stronger they became, the more challenging it was to conceive, leaving him to await the passage of time. As the Grey Wolf Knight departed, David returned to the third floor of the castle to resume his nightly training and dual cultivation, steadily enhancing his strength. The time had come for the month of ice and frost, December, a winter far colder than those of previous years. The far northern lands were besieged by a chilling wave, compelling numerous civilians to migrate southward. These displaced individuals wandered between cities and towns, yet most lands struggled to sustain the burgeoning population. The nobility, who only knew how to extract the sweat and blood from the land and serfs, relentlessly drove away, plundered, and even killed these refugees, pushing them closer to Frostwolf Ridge. Among these wanderers were many vagrant knights and mercenaries with ulterior motives, their singular aim being to seize Frostwolf Ridge. Chapter 14. The Crystal Song Princess in the Early Morning. A sudden blast of a horn pierced the air, a genuine signal emanating from the north of Frostwolf Ridge. Instantly, much of David's fervor dissipated, and he furrowed his brow, gazing toward the northern horizon. "Master David, what has transpired?" Lyra inquired, her expression laced with confusion. "It seems something has gone awry." David stood, donned a cloak, and proceeded to open the door. Outside, Fire Dance stood expressionless, cradling fresh bedding, while Water Lily busied herself setting the dining table. "Kindly attend to the lady." "I shall manage on my own," David replied, urgency propelling him forward. Without waiting for the two sisters to assist him in dressing, he hastily donned his garments and descended the stairs, making his way to the castle's reception hall. Indeed, the Grey Wolf Knight awaited him there. "What has happened?" David inquired directly. "Refugees have appeared." Upon hearing the knight's words, a sense of resolve filled David's heart. He swiftly commanded that someone be dispatched to guide these displaced individuals to a temporary gathering site, and instructed that a clerk be sent to record their information. "There is always someone stationed at the temporary gathering site," the Grey Wolf Knight assured him, as David and the Grey Wolf Knight conversed while making their way outside. The calamity of the refugee crisis loomed as a significant threat to Frostwolf Ridge. He knew he must address this matter diligently to cultivate a favorable environment for the upcoming dual cultivation. Should he lose Frostwolf Ridge, he would indeed be forced to endure the wilderness with his wife. The settlement at Frostwolf Ridge, though termed as such, was merely a rudimentary camp situated amidst the rugged wilderness, comprising a few dilapidated tents and scattered stones huddled against the windward side of a rocky cliff, providing scant respite from the frigid northern gales. Yet for these refugees, it represented a rare sanctuary, shielding them from the harsh wilderness and its biting cold. They also noted heaps of thatch gathered nearby. Should they be able to utilize this resource, it would afford them warmth even amid snowfall. Witnessing the scene before them, tears streamed down the faces of the many refugees who had been relentlessly expelled by the nobles of various territories. Only the Lord before them had not turned them away, instead providing a temporary encampment and delivering a substantial supply of thatch. Everyone, please be honest. Step forward to register, and upon completion, you shall receive a loaf of black bread. The clerk announced loudly, his breath visible in the frigid air, though winter had only just begun. The snow could not be far behind. Initially, the refugees lined up obediently, and upon hearing of the promised black bread, many began to consciously maintain order, fearful of losing this precious source of sustenance. When David and the Grey Wolf Knight arrived at the settlement, a long queue had already formed. After registering, the refugees would receive food and thatch, allowing them to find a place to stay in the temporary encampment. If there are any eligible young maidens, you may form a separate line. The Grey Wolf Knight suddenly spoke, revealing that the castle intended to recruit a batch of maids. Those chosen by the Lord would have an opportunity to rise to great heights. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred, and soon a grimy young girl stepped forward, eager to seize this chance. With her leading the way, several other maidens followed suit to join the queue. The clerk, following the Grey Wolf Knight's orders, instructed the girls to wash their faces, then began recording their information meticulously, making David feel as though he had wandered into a grand matrimonial market. He understood the knight's intentions. The Grey Wolf Knight was genuinely concerned about ensuring the Frostwolf clan would soon have heirs. Unfortunately, the plight of ordinary people did not aid his efforts. After gathering the maidens' information separately, David and the Grey Wolf Knight turned their focus to their true purpose, recruiting refugees to form a militia. The camp needed to enlist militia members to maintain order. Those who wish to join the militia may sign up, David declared solemnly. At his words, the young men among the refugees brightened. Becoming part of the camp's militia would guarantee them food. The Grey Wolf Knight personally oversaw the recruitment, selecting those refugees who appeared healthy and capable of combat. Although some among them were likely wandering knights and mercenaries with ulterior motives, there would undoubtedly be genuine wandering knights as well. By allowing the refugees to form a militia, they could monitor one another, bringing order to the camp. Once the refugee crisis passed, those who proved themselves could seamlessly integrate into the Frostwolf militia, a truly avantageuse proposition. Meanwhile, within the camp, hushed conversations were taking place. Your Highness, must we truly remain here? A wandering knight whispered to the grimy-faced girl beside him, his expression betraying his mounting concern. Since the Duke of Icecrown's rebellion, he had been evading capture alongside the young princess of the Crystal Song Kingdom. Though they had barely escaped to the Kingdom of Silver Moon, the relentless pursuit by Duke of Icecrown continued unabated, leaving them uncertain of their safety. Thus far, this locale represented their most secure refuge. The Frostwolf clan, once the rulers of the North, though now in decline, surely retained some vestiges of their former grandeur. Perhaps able to offer us sanctuary, remarked Princess Crystal Song. Her gaze then turned towards the line of young women awaiting their turn. With her beauty, surely she could secure a position as a maid. Your Highness, you are the princess of the Crystal Song Kingdom, exclaimed the wandering knight, his expression shifting dramatically. Even though the Crystal Song Kingdom had fallen into the hands of the Duke of Icecrown, it could not alter the noble identity of the princess, who, possessing the bloodline of the snow spirits, was acknowledged by all polar clans as a ruler capable of commanding the entire ice tribe. Rest assured, I have no desire to become a maid. I merely wish to ascertain how I might gain the assistance of Duke Frostwolf, the princess said, her brow furrowed. At present, her own strength was insufficient. To evade the Duke of Icecrown's assassination attempts, she needed to seek allies. Furthermore, she must find a way to return to the Crystal Song Kingdom and reclaim it from the grasp of the Duke of Icecrown. Chapter 15. The Benevolent Lord. After an entire half-day's endeavor, David finally arranged matters concerning the refugee encampment. With shelter and provisions secured, the displaced individuals settled down, remarkably compliant. Having endured numerous expulsions and hunts, they were loath to lose the rare opportunity of finding a merciful Lord. In a brief span, David garnered the goodwill of all the refugees, and the title of the Benevolent Lord spread throughout the camp. Should anyone dare to disturb them, the multitude of refugees would undoubtedly rise in unison against the perpetrator. Thus, not only was their militia composed of refugees, but ordinary displaced individuals also kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings, instilling a sense of trepidation in the wandering knights and mercenaries. Initially, they had intended to gather the refugees at Frostwolf Ridge and incite them to attack the stronghold, seizing the ensuing chaos to accomplish their assassination. However, circumstances had unfolded quite differently. As it stood, they found it nearly impossible to infiltrate Frostwolf Ridge amidst the turmoil, and even departing the refugee encampment proved exceedingly challenging. Contemplating this, the mercenaries exchanged knowing glances, deciding to act sooner than planned. The Duke of Frostwolf had inexplicably come to the wilderness alongside the knightly order. If they could eliminate him here, they would achieve their objective ahead of schedule. David was acutely aware of this. In fact, he found himself somewhat eager for these wandering knights and mercenaries to act swiftly. Should they dare to strike, he would show no mercy, ensuring their complete annihilation. "Do not let me down," he thought. After overseeing the arrangements for the refugee encampment, he departed with the Grey Wolf Knight and 10 squire knights. "Master David, please exercise caution moving forward," the Grey Wolf Knight remarked solemnly. He was already aware that Master David had recently achieved a breakthrough to the second-tier knight and had previously displayed remarkable prowess during the rescue of the witch. However, using himself as bait to lure out the wandering knights and mercenaries remained an exceedingly perilous endeavor. "Fear not, unless a 4th-tier Earth Knight comes personally to eliminate me. There will be no danger," David remarked, a confident smile gracing his face. Unspoken, however, was the truth that even if a 4th-tier Earth Knight did arrive, he would not be without the strength to fight back. Of course, such a notion was rather astonishing for the Grey Wolf Knight, and he preferred to keep his true combat capabilities concealed from the masses. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Shortly after David's departure, several wandering knights and mercenaries stealthily vacated the refugee gathering place. Their actions had commenced. Princess Crystal wore a look of concern throughout their journey. She had noticed the quiet assembly of wandering knights, not anticipating that their target would be Duke Frostwolf. With a grave expression, Princess Crystal addressed Roman, "Find a way to intercept these wandering knights." Roman, taken aback, immediately declined. "Your Highness, such an action is far too dangerous. If I intervene, it may reveal our location. Moreover, this Duke Frostwolf is not to be trusted. If he cannot handle these wandering knights and mercenaries, we may need to consider vacating this place." Hearing this, Princess Crystal shook her head. "I do not believe the Lord of Frostwolf is oblivious to this situation." Her tone was resolute as she spoke. After all, the series of actions taken by the Lord of Frostwolf to accommodate the refugees had already revealed his strategic mind to her. She could firmly ascertain that the Duke's intention was to use himself as bait, deliberately aiming to draw out the wandering knights and mercenaries. In such circumstances, the wandering knights and mercenaries were left with but 2 choices: either wait within the camp for the Duke to root them out one by one, or take the risk of assassination. Since the arrival of the Duke, the fate of these wandering knights and mercenaries had slipped beyond their control. As these thoughts crossed her mind, even Princess Crystal could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, feeling somewhat helpless. Not only were these wandering knights and mercenaries ensnared in the web woven by Duke Frostwolf. But she herself had also long since fallen into the same trap, finding it no longer simple to escape. Under these circumstances, she could only strive to demonstrate that she was different from the wandering knights and mercenaries. Assisting Duke Frostwolf in eliminating those with ulterior motives among the wandering knights and mercenaries was now their sole course of action. "I understand," Roman responded, shaken by the princess's analysis. He held no doubts regarding her words, for Princess Crystal had always been astute. Were it not for the unexpected intervention of Duke Icecrown, she would undoubtedly have become the new Snow Queen of the Crystal Kingdom. David and the Grey Wolf Knight rode swiftly towards the town of Frostwolf Ridge. However, as they drew near, an instinctive alertness prompted them to halt. This road lay adjacent to the Frostwolf Forest, a prime location for mercenaries to set an ambush. "Come fort," the Grey Wolf Knight commanded, stepping forward with an air of authority. When no one emerged, he let out a cold chuckle, knocking an arrow to his bow and releasing it with precision. The arrow whistled through the air, piercing straight into the forest. "Moments latte." A rustle echoed from within the foliage, and soon, over a dozen figures emerged, clad in the garb of adventurers. These mercenaries bore the emblem of the Blood Moon, renowned throughout the North as the infamous Blood Moon mercenary group. Upon recognizing them, the Grey Wolf Knight's expression darkened. The leader of the Blood Moon mercenaries was a third-tier knight who had personally come to confront them. "Surprised to see you here," the Grey Wolf Knight remarked solemnly. The leader of the Blood Moon mercenaries wasted no time in idle chatter, charging forward with his men. While he understood he could not match the Grey Wolf Knight, he believed that if he could just hold him off, two formal knights could easily dispatch the Duke of Frostwolf. "Protect our lord." 10 knightly attendants rushed to shield David. Trained since childhood by the Frostwolf family, they stood resolute, fully aware of the peril, yet unwilling to retreat. Just as the attendants drew their swords, a figure darted past them with astonishing speed, appearing before one of the formal knights. David, wielding his knight's sword, delivered a swift, decisive strike. Despite the simplicity of his movement, the force of a third-tier knight surged forth, and in an instant, a head flew from its shoulders, blood splattering across the scene. A sudden silence enveloped the battlefield as the advancing mercenaries stood in disbelief at the spectacle before them. The vice leader, who had attained the rank of formal knight, had been effortlessly slain by the Duke of Frostwolf without the slightest chance of resistance. What was happening? The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. David, however, paid no heed to their astonishment. He surged into the ranks of the mercenaries, dispatching one adversary after another, none able to withstand his onslaught. Even without invoking the Frostwolf bloodline or sword techniques, his innate prowess as a third-tier knight was insurmountable for any formal knight. He's a formal knight, and not merely of one tier. The Blood Moon leader stood aghast at the unfolding scene. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying realization dawned upon him. The Duke of Frostwolf had activated the Frostwolf bloodline and had progressed to the second tier. The Duke was concealing his true power. The Crimson Commander had long abandoned the thought of continuing the battle upon realizing the grim possibility. He needed to hasten and relay this news to the Ice Bear Marquis. Possessing the bloodline of the Bloodbat and practicing the corresponding speed-breathing technique, he swiftly evaded the attack of the Grey Wolf Knight. Yet, just as he intended to flee, an icy chill enveloped him, rendering his muscles rigid and unresponsive. When he finally reacted and looked up in horror, he beheld a flash of silver. The Frostwolf Duke had appeared before him, his knight's sword thrusting towards his chest. The Frostwolf sword technique. The Crimson Commander's face contorted in fear as he barely managed to move, just evading this lethal strike, though the long sword grazed his heart as it penetrated. A sudden, searing pain coursed through him, causing him to spew forth blood, yet the frigid sensation did not wane, compelling him to lift his head with great effort. "You!" The Crimson Commander coughed up blood, his eyes dimming with despair. "Commander!" The few remaining members of the Crimson Mercenary Corps could not help but exclaim in shock. None of them could have anticipated that the famed Crimson Commander of the North would meet his demise at the hands of the Frostwolf Duke, and in such a swift manner. Not only the members of the Crimson Mercenary Corps, But even the Grey Wolf Knights were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, entirely unprepared for the true extent of their lord's power. A third-tier knight who could not withstand even a single blow from young Master David. Others might have thought that young Master David was merely concealing his strength, yet only he understood the gravity of this revelation. It was noteworthy that 2 months ago, young Master David had not yet awakened the Frost Wolf bloodline, yet now he possessed the capability to slay a third-tier knight. The rapidity of such strength enhancement was unparalleled across the continent. Even the most esteemed third prince of the Silver Moon Kingdom paled in comparison to young Master David's rate of growth. A genius. Young Master David was undoubtedly a prodigy. Suddenly, doubts crept into his mind regarding the correctness of his actions. With young Master David's extraordinary talent, to squander time on progeny seemed a tremendous waste. Given sufficient time, he could undoubtedly achieve the rank of a fourth-tier Earth Knight. Capture and interrogate all mercenaries. At this moment, all the knight attendants wore expressions of exhilaration. Nothing could instill a greater sense of honor in them than the overwhelming strength of their loyal lord. Upon hearing their lord's command, they immediately complied, capturing the mercenaries still in a state of shock, and soon after, David commenced the interrogation of all the mercenaries. Alas, these ordinary mercenaries possessed little knowledge. However, it was enough for David to ascertain that the Crimson Mercenary Corps had indeed received backing, and he could virtually confirm that this support came from the Ice Bear family. This debt shall be repaid in due time. David let out a cold snort and executed those mercenaries on the spot. Bring all the corpses. We shall return to the camp. Subsequently, he returned with the Grey Wolf Knights and their squire. However, not long after they set out, David's nose twitched. The powerful sense of smell bestowed by his Frost Wolf lineage alerted him to the scent of blood. As they pressed forward, they encountered more than a dozen individuals dressed as refugees lying in the wilderness, each wielding various weapons. These were the wandering knights and mercenaries from the camp. The Grey Wolf Knights approached and discovered that one of them was the mercenary who had previously sent the warning. But who could have ambushed these wandering knights and mercenaries along the way? It seemed there were formidable experts hidden among the refugees, David remarked calmly. The Grey Wolf Knight nodded, inquiring about their next course of action. Unbeknownst to them, the Grey Wolf Knight's attitude towards David had transformed into one of genuine respect. Pay them no mind. Their decision to strike against these wandering knights and mercenaries at this moment indicates they harbor no ill will, David replied nonchalantly. He instructed the squire to collect the bodies of the wandering knights and mercenaries before they returned to the camp. Upon witnessing the return of the Frost Wolf Lord, the refugees were initially perplexed, but their expressions quickly shifted to one of horror upon seeing the corpses they dragged back. Some among the refugees recognized these individuals as one of their own, their faces paling to a ghastly hue. The Lord had provided them shelter and sustenance, yet they had attempted to assassinate him, inciting the ire of those present. Without needing David to inquire, a refugee soon identified the companions of the deceased. The remaining wandering knights and mercenaries, still mingling among the crowd, were swiftly brought forth, with those attempting to resist being apprehended by the Grey Wolf Knights on the spot. Following this, David ordered the capture of all surviving wandering knights and mercenaries, instructing the militia to witness the shedding of blood. As they watched the living bound to wooden planks and subsequently executed by armed militia, many refugees turned pale in shock. They had believed the Frost Wolf Lord to be merciful, yet they were now confronted with his terrifying wrath. Once all were slain, David commanded that the corpses, including that of the bloodied captain, be propped upright along the road leading to Frost Wolf Ridge. He intended to see if any wandering knights or mercenaries would dare to covet Frost Wolf Ridge again. After arranging all matters, David once more led the Grey Wolf Knights and soldiers back to Frost Wolf Ridge, their figures vanishing in the twilight's glow. Upon witnessing David's departure, Princess Crystal Song exhaled in relief. Among the mercenaries were those previously slain by Roman. Since the Frost Wolf Lord had said nothing, it seemed he tacitly accepted their presence. At that moment, Knight Roman's gaze was fixed on the corpse of the bloody captain, his expression grave. He recognized the formidable third-tier knight who led the bloodied mercenary corps. Yet he had never anticipated that the captain would meet his end here. Princess Crystal Song's gaze also fell upon the bloodied captain. Yet in the next moment, her gaze suddenly sharpened, a faint silver light flickering in her eyes, swiftly transforming into shock. From the blood-soaked commander, she sensed the lingering, formidable power of ice. Could it be the Frost Wolf Lord's doing? Chapter 17. The Transformation of Fire Dance. That night, within the castle, upon seeing the Lord's return, Leah hurriedly approached him. "What is it? Did you miss me after just one day?" Upon seeing his wife, David finally relaxed completely, teasingly responding. To his surprise, Leah boldly affirmed his jest. Witnessing the Lord's playful mood, Leah understood that all was well, her spirits lifting. Before she could utter another word, she suddenly felt her body suspended in midair. Leah gasped. They were still on the first floor of the castle, with so many eyes upon them. David, however, paid no heed to such matters, carrying her directly to the third floor, intent on doubling his training to make up for the time wasted that day. Although the issue of the refugees had been temporarily resolved and the blood mercenary group had been successfully defeated, the threat remained unvanquished, perhaps even hastening the actions of the Ice Bear clan. This time, they had encountered a third-tier knight. Next time, it could very well be a fourth-tier Earth Knight. He must elevate his strength to the level of a fourth-tier Earth Knight before the harsh winter passed, a task that was evidently no easy feat thus. He could only rely on sheer determination and willpower. In the attic, Amy was engrossed in her book. Upon seeing the Lord's return, she too breathed a heavy sigh of relief. David gently placed Leah on the bed and then carried Amy over as well. "You have completed a training session. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 63. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline. 4th tier 365810000. You have completed a training session. Ice Elemental Talent 29. Ice Elemental Talent. Medium 62310000. Young Master David." Leah said, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Observing this scene, David smiled as he affectionately ruffled Leah's hair, embracing both of them with mirthful reassurance. The following day, David rose early as usual. He opened the door to find his sisters, Fire Dance and Water Lotus, waiting outside. "Water Lotus, would you assist me in changing today?" David inquired. Hearing this, Fire Dance visibly froze, a struggle evident in her eyes. Although young Master David was indeed a good master, treating them with great kindness, his demands in certain aspects were undeniably overwhelming. She had a premonition that one day, her sister and she would not escape their fate. Yet, until that day arrived, she wished to protect her sister as best as she could. If she could satisfy the Lord, perhaps her sister would remain unharmed. "Young Master David, let it be me," Fire Dance said. Though she understood she could not defy her master's orders, her subconscious desire to protect her sister overpowering her rationality. Her tone slightly unnatural. Originally, she believed that Master David would be incensed, yet a gentle and somewhat grateful voice reached her ears. "All right then, I shall trouble you." The two entered the changing room, one after the other. "Are you worried about your sister?" David suddenly inquired. Huwu appeared visibly flustered. Shortly thereafter, she heard the Lord say, "I feel quite well." David approached Huwu earnestly, stating, "I have mentioned before that you may live like ordinary people, and I sincerely wish for you to experience life as they do." At that moment, Huwu was genuinely taken aback. She could discern that Master David's words were not a jest. However, what does an ordinary life entail? Her memories of it were somewhat hazy, feeling rather distant. "Smile more. I believe you would look lovely when you do," David said, gently ruffling Huwu's hair as he swiftly donned his attire. Once Huwu regained her composure, albeit still flustered, David waved his hand dismissively, suggesting, "When you have time, let Amy teach you to read, and do explore more books." After imparting some guidance to Huwu, David instructed Shui Lian to assist him with breakfast before heading to the back garden to continue his practice of the knight's breathing technique. At present, his Frostwolf bloodline had reached the 4th tier, and his ice element affinity was moderate. The interplay of these two factors was awakening the icy powers within the Frostwolf bloodline, bringing it ever closer to its primordial form. Thus, even though he was still merely a third-tier knight. He had already condensed frost energy and could commence training in the fourth phase of the Frostwolf breathing technique ahead of schedule. As he breathed deeply, exhaling frosty air, the surrounding atmosphere began to freeze in response. After a while, David concluded his practice of the Frostwolf breathing technique. Remarkably, this brief session proved more effective than consuming the Frostwolf elixir, indicating that the current grade of the elixir was lagging behind. He realized he would need to gather new materials for the Frostwolf elixir. David reflected, knowing that the existing elixirs were remnants from before, and crafting a new batch would undoubtedly incur significant costs. Given the current trade blockade surrounding Frostwolf Ridge, he would need to reopen trade routes, a task made challenging by the predatory gaze of the Ice Bear clan. Nonetheless, he refused to relent in his quest for strength. Beyond fertilizers, his memory could yield other valuable insights. He resolved to revisit the knowledge he had acquired to discern what might be applicable. Additionally, there were the sorceress training methods. According to family tomes, sorcerers possessed specific meditation techniques to complement their training. David recalled the pertinent information regarding sorcery, knowing that upon reaching the 7th tier, his power would surpass that of a Sky Knight. This was the true ambition he pursued. During lunchtime, David dined with Leah and Amy, relishing the culinary delights. After lunch came the time for a brief respite, which continued to be a period for training. The afternoon unfolded accordingly. Amy was, as always, engrossed in her reading. However, this time, Huo unexpectedly approached her to inquire about her literary pursuits. For someone who had always seemed like a marionette, this was indeed a remarkable development, signifying a genuine transformation in Huo. Amy was delighted by Huo's curiosity. Within the castle, apart from the Lord, even Sister Leah could barely recognize a few characters. And now, at last, another individual who shared her passion for books had emerged. Chapter 18. The Shadow Witch in the Castle's Back Garden. David diligently practiced the Frostwolf breathing technique. With the dual cultivation over this period, his Frostwolf bloodline had significantly advanced. Just moments ago, he sensed that he was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of a third-tier knight, tantalizingly close to breaking through to the fourth-tier Earth Knight. Of course, this was merely his impression. In reality, countless formal knights had brushed against this threshold, yet only a select few geniuses could achieve a breakthrough. Typically, even if one reached the peak of a third-tier knight, aided by elixirs, the time required for a breakthrough was measured in years. Throughout the continent, achieving a breakthrough to a fourth-tier Earth Knight before the age of 30 was a source of great pride. It seemed he would need to rely on the transformative evolution of his bloodline, David mused. If his Frostwolf bloodline could ascend to the 5th tier, it would likely assist him in surpassing this barrier. Glancing at the sky, he noted that winter nights descended particularly early, though it was barely past 5 o'clock. Darkness enveloped the heavens. Thoughts of his 2 beloved wives filled his mind as he concluded his practice and made his way toward the castle, intending to enjoy dinner before delving into further training, striving for an early breakthrough. However, as he approached the castle, his steps suddenly faltered. He twitched his nose, detecting an unfamiliar scent wafting through the air, his gaze sharpening. Who goes there? Step forward. David swiftly drew his knight's sword, channeling the power of his Frostwolf bloodline. In that instant, a figure darted from the shadows at astonishing speed. With a quick reflex, David thrust his sword forward. The figure brandished a dagger, blocking the attack with remarkable agility. Yet, the explosive might of David's third-tier pinnacle knight physique sent the assailant hurtling backward. It was only then that David clearly discerned the figure. Clad in a sleek black outfit, her face obscured by a veil and hood. Long black hair spilled forth from beneath her headgear. A female assassin? David instinctively assessed. Just as he absorbed this revelation, the assassin pivoted, attempting to flee. Frostwolf breath. David unleashed his attack simultaneously. The icy power embedded within his 4th-tier Frostwolf bloodline erupted forth. The assassin felt a chilling wave envelop her, rendering her body rigid and immobile. She could only watch in horror as the blade of his sword descended toward her neck, the bone-chilling cold already washing over her. At the critical moment, The shadow behind the female assassin suddenly writhed and transformed into numerous dark tendrils that obstructed her path. The knight's sword swung, severing the tendrils. Yet more of these sinister appendages emerged, continuing to ensnare David. He swiftly retreated, astonished. A sorceress. He had not anticipated encountering the very sorceress he had been seeking. The shadow which revealed herself, intoning an incantation of unknown origin, as dark tendrils coiled towards David from all directions. Though he swung his knight's sword, severing the tendrils, the dark energy writhed and reformed into more tendrils. Conventional physical attacks proved futile against these dark manifestations. David's gaze sharpened as he summoned the energy within him. With a single surge of power, all the dark tendrils dissipated into a thick cloud of smoke. A fourth-tier Earth Knight. This time, it was the shadow which displayed a look of horror. The energy he wielded was a formidable force known only to fourth-tier Earth Knights. Initially, the Frostwolf Duke had already activated the Frostwolf bloodline, possessing strength rivaling that of a third-tier knight, which had left her astounded. Upon witnessing the energy emanating from him, she realized how far from the truth the rumors had been. The Frostwolf Duke was no mere weakling, but a monster more fearsome than the Silver Moon Star. A fourth-tier Earth Knight under 20 years of age was truly astounding. Even legendary knights had only achieved such prowess at a much older age, hadn't they? In that moment, the shadow which yearned only to flee death. Yet David, now fully unleashed, could not allow her to escape. With an explosive outburst of energy, he unleashed another wave of sword energy. This time, faced with his formidable power, all the dark tendrils were cleaved apart. The knight's sword aimed directly at the shadow witch's visage. All defenses crumbled under the weight of his energy, and she could feel the impending sword energy, sending shivers through her entire being. Fortunately, at that crucial instant, the shadow which melded into the shadows, the sword energy grazing her skin and severing her veil. Beneath the veil lay a face of unparalleled beauty. Even David could not conceal his surprise, yet he remained resolute, gripping his sword tightly as he gathered his energy to deliver a fatal blow. However, in that fleeting moment, the shadow, which had already vanished into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Was it a form of shadow evasion? David gasped, swinging his knight's sword towards the shadows. Yet, the shadow, which had long since utilized the power of darkness to elude him. The sorceress's abilities were indeed uncanny, even with his near fourth-tier knight's strength unleashed. He had failed to eliminate this mistress of shadowy power. David approached the recently severed black veil with a solemn expression, the visage of the enchanting female assassin vividly resurfacing in his mind. He lifted the veil and drew it close, inhaling deeply. Closing his eyes, he relied on the formidable olfactory senses bestowed by the frost wolf lineage to perceive the surrounding atmosphere, confirming that the shadow which had indeed departed. Should our paths cross again, I shall not let you escape, he uttered with a cold snort. Though he was unaware of her intentions, there was no doubt that her clandestine actions were suspect. He would not allow those who posed a threat to him to go unpunished, even if she were a witch. He harbored no intentions of showing mercy. After carefully stowing away the veil, David donned his Frostwolf armor once more and surveyed the vicinity before retracting the armor and proceeding towards the castle. This night, Frostwolf Ridge was destined for unrest. David cast aside his usual gentility, waging a fierce campaign upon the battlefield. Chapter 19. The pursuit of the sorceress's wealth. The following day, David entered his study, where the Grey Wolf Knight awaited him. Having heard of the Shadow Witch's incursion the previous night, the knight was drenched in perspiration. The castle had always been under the protection of the Frostwolf Knights. The fact that an assassin could breach its defenses was alarming. Fortunately, the current Lord David was not lacking in strength. Had it been the former David, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to such an assassination attempt. A master of dark forces, the assassin was akin to a leopard concealed in the shadows, poised to launch a stealthy attack, leaving one defenseless. Lord David, we were unable to locate her, the Grey Wolf Knight intoned solemnly. David nodded in acknowledgement. This was within his expectations. Although the shadow, which had fled, The assault from the icy powers would undoubtedly have taken its toll on her. "Let's remain vigilant," David replied, moving to his writing desk to take up a quill and parchment. Despite the passage of a night, the witch's visage remained etched vividly in his memory. With deft strokes of the quill, he began to sketch, soon capturing the likeness of the shadow, which before handing the drawing to the Grey Wolf Knight for dissemination. This which wielded shadow powers, which would certainly be constrained during daylight hours. Should she dare linger within Frost Wolf Ridge, the vigilant Grey Wolf Knights and the instituted population registry would leave her with no means of concealment. "Is this the witch?" the Grey Wolf Knight inquired, gazing intently at the illustration, a flicker of recognition stirring within him. Indeed, David's artistic skills were commendable. The figure in the drawing bore a striking resemblance to the witch, her breathtaking beauty subtly discernible. Once the knight dispatched a scribe to post the image, David resumed his examination of the regional documents. As winter enveloped the land, most activities within the territory ceased, with common folk retreating to their homes, the only concern being the encampments of the displaced. As the days pass, the number of refugees congregating in the encampment continues to swell, causing concern among the Grey Wolf Knights. Despite the bountiful harvest brought about by the presence of organic fertilizers on Frost Wolf Ridge, food supplies remain limited and cannot meet the burgeoning needs of the refugees. With snow imminent, the roads will soon be impassable, preventing any further influx of refugees. David, maintaining a calm demeanor, possesses a formidable affinity for ice elements, enabling him to accurately predict temperature drops and snowfall. Given the current population of the refugee camp, blending bark and bran to create dark bread will suffice to sustain them through the winter. His primary concern now lies in how to accommodate these refugees thereafter. Transforming the entirety of the refugees into farmers presents a viable option. With organic fertilizers, even the previously barren lands can be cultivated anew. Additionally, the mining operations require laborers, as Frostwolf Ridge boasts numerous mines. To expedite the development of his territory and amass wealth, accelerating the mining process is essential. Furthermore, he possesses some knowledge of rudimentary technologies akin to cement in the real world, which he might explore in an attempt to produce them. After all, pursuing nightly training necessitates financial resources. Several more days have elapsed, and the shadow which has yet to reappear, a development that brings relief to David. During this time, he has diligently sought information pertaining to sorcerers, uncovering a detail that piques his interest. His father, the late Duke, once dismantled several sorcerer organizations and acquired their amassed wealth. Perhaps this is the very reason the shadow which is fixated on him. Regrettably, the Duke left no record of the whereabouts of those sorcerous riches. They may have been hidden or destroyed, leaving him with a sense of loss. Should he manage to obtain these sorcerous treasures, he might engage in genuine sorceress training, thereby gaining unparalleled extraordinary power. The might of sorcerers, regardless of the Church's portrayal of their malevolence, cannot obscure their inherent strength. Indeed, fragments of knowledge he has gleaned suggest that sorcerers once established a formidable empire. Those legendary sorcerers were said to rival deities, rendering knights mere subservience in their presence. David is indifferent to the moral implications surrounding sorcery. His sole interest lies in the formidable, extraordinary powers wielded by sorcerers, a pursuit he has long yearned to follow. Frustration swells within him. He cannot relent. Even if it means turning Frostwolf Ridge upside down, he is determined to uncover the sorceress wealth. David remains resolute, urging the Grey Wolf Knights to continue their search. The current situation is tense. During this time, David has refrained from visiting the back garden, choosing instead to refine his skills within the castle. Presently, Frostwolf Castle is fortified, with knights stationed for patrol both inside and out. Unless one possesses extraordinary powers akin to those of the shadow, which entry is barred to all. It is now afternoon. In the attic, the melodious voice of Amy resonated. Surrounding her, Fire Dance and Water Lotus listened intently, their lips unconsciously curling into gentle smiles, akin to buds on the verge of blooming. In a designated training room, Liao leaned against the wall, engaging in the enhancement of the Frostwolf bloodline alongside her lord. Recently, Sir David encountered a bottleneck in his nightly training. stalling at the pinnacle of the third tier. In pursuit of a swifter breakthrough, he devoted all his training hours to dual cultivation with Leah. You have completed one training session, Frostwolf Bloodline 71, Frostwolf Bloodline, 4th tier, 6756100000. Unbeknownst to them, the experience required for the advancement of the Frostwolf Bloodline had surpassed the halfway mark. Given his training pace, it wouldn't be long before he achieved a breakthrough. Sir David. Leah gasped, breathless. David withdrew his focus from the system, gently grasping her earlobe. Leah, I cherish you deeply. Leah's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she bravely reciprocated the Lord's affections, initiating yet another round of training. Chapter 20. The uprising of the refugees. Princess Crystal Song had, for a rare half-month, enjoyed a semblance of tranquility. Although the conditions in the refugee camp were dire, fraught with hunger and cold, for a princess who had been on the run for over half a year, merely having a safe haven was sufficient. Initially, she believed she could endure the winter in this manner. However, 3 days prior, she acutely sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the refugee camp. It had grown increasingly tense. More and more refugees flocked from all directions, unsettling those who had previously found stability, leading to a rise in discord among them. While ordinary people might dismiss this as mere conflict among refugees, Princess Crystal Song discerned something unusual. These refugees were evidently being driven towards Frostwolf Ridge with intent. Coupling this with the earlier incident of rogue knights and mercenaries attempting to assassinate Duke Frostwolf amidst the crowd, she realized that a certain force was likely targeting Frostwolf Ridge. Among the incoming refugees, there were undoubtedly ill-intentioned individuals. As the influx of refugees continued unabated, it was inevitable that this discord would soon erupt. It appears that the situation in the north is hardly better than that of the Crystal Kingdom. Princess Crystal Song mused, her expression fraught with complexity. The north had once belonged to the Frostwolf clan, but now, with the clan's decline, even the last bastion of Frostwolf Ridge faced imminent threat. Although Knight Roman lacked the keen observational skills of Princess Crystal Song, he too sensed a palpable tension among the refugees. One night, as Princess Crystal Song lay down to rest, a cacophony suddenly erupted within the camp. "Roman, what is happening?" she inquired, sitting up. The gaze of Knight Roman was fixed upon the distance, where flames soared into the sky. Through the formidable perception of a third-tier knight, he discerned that a battle was unfolding there. Wandering knights were mercilessly slaughtering the refugees. Roman asserted with conviction. Among them were several formal knights, indicating a premeditated massacre. Slaughtering refugees? Princess Jinga recalled her earlier suspicions, her expression darkening. These mercenaries were undoubtedly targeting Frostwolf Ridge, and in their eyes, the refugees were mere pawns to stir the waters, allowing them to exploit the chaos. Should these mercenaries succeed, regardless of Frostwolf Ridge's fate, the refugees would assuredly not survive the winter. "Roman, we must take action," Princess Jinga declared. A hint of hesitation crossed Roman's face. If he acted openly before everyone, it would undoubtedly expose Princess Jinga's location. To strike down the mercenaries or to flee amidst the turmoil was a dilemma. Let's act. Now is the time for retribution. Many of these refugees are also my subjects, Princess Jinga stated resolutely. Having concealed herself for so long, she had finally found a refuge, and she was unwilling to hide any longer. Roman nodded, his figure flickering and vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to him, a dagger had materialized in his hand, glinting with a cold light. Meanwhile, within the refugee camp, the mercenaries were mercilessly slaying the surrounding refugees, driving them towards Frostwolf Ridge in an attempt to breach the defenses. How despicable! We shall fight these fiends. Our Lord has provided us shelter and sustenance. We cannot let him down by allowing these scoundrels to drive us out. The militia shouted. Immediately, a contingent of militia members organized a counterattack, clashing with the mercenaries who had infiltrated their ranks. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. The militia surged forward, only to collapse into pools of blood, yet none retreated. When Roman arrived, he beheld this grim scene. Despite knowing that advancing would lead to certain death, the militia pressed on with unwavering resolve. If we lose the protection of Frostwolf Ridge, we will inevitably perish. Thus, why not fight back against these mercenaries? Indeed, I would rather die fighting for our Lord than starve. Fighting for a chance at survival for my family. The militia cried out, charging recklessly. Humph, is it so easy to seek death? A mercenary captain scoffed. Swinging his knightly sword, his prowess had reached the level of a formal knight. These ordinary militia members stood no chance, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Yet, as he swung his sword, something unexpectedly intercepted it. A powerful force surged forth, wrenching the knightly sword from his grasp, causing him to stagger backward. How is this possible? Your strength exceeds that of a first-tier knight. The mercenary captain's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have imagined that among these refugees lay a knight of exceeding rank. Once he realized this, his immediate instinct was to flee. Although both were formal knights and their strengths were not drastically different, he was unwilling to take any risks. However, as he made his move, Roman had already closed in, and the two engaged in a swift confrontation, with the mercenary captain swiftly finding himself at a disadvantage. Observing this, Roman furrowed his brow. Ordinarily, eliminating a knight of the first rank would not be exceedingly challenging for him. But during this period, he had not been eating well, surviving solely on stale bread, which severely diminished his combat prowess. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity, he plunged his dagger into the mercenary's throat, causing him to collapse into a pool of blood, devoid of life. At that moment, the other two mercenary captains also reacted, charging towards him. Facing two opponents, while he managed to hold his ground, he found it impossible to spare a hand to thwart those mercenaries targeting the refugees, his heart filled with urgency. The battle did not last long before the sound of galloping hooves echoed. The Grey Wolf Knight, riding at the forefront, arrived at the battlefield and leapt from his steed, swiftly joining the fray. David followed closely behind, but instead of rushing into the melee, he took a moment to assess the situation, his gaze fixated on Knight Roman. In the next instant, he flashed to the side of a mercenary captain, his knightly sword slicing through the air, swiftly severing the opponent's head. The events unfolded in a startling manner, and as another mercenary processed this, a crimson line appeared on his neck, Roman having sealed his fate with a swift strike. Yet, before David could catch his breath, several figures lunged towards him, each emanating an overwhelming aura. Clearly, all the actions of the mercenaries were aimed at assassinating the Duke of the Frostwolves, and now that the Duke had revealed himself, all the assassins were no longer in hiding. Chapter 21. A Candid Encounter. Frost Wolf Armor. David stepped forward, an icy aura radiating around him, transforming into the Frost Wolf Armor. In the next moment, a barrage of hidden weapons from the assassins struck, yet the Frost Wolf Armor completely withstood the onslaught, not yielding an inch. Witnessing this, the assassins were momentarily taken aback. Some who recognized the Frost Wolf Armor displayed expressions of disbelief. The Frost Wolf Armor. This was the signature power of the Great Knight of the Frostwolves. But why? Was not the current Duke of the Frostwolves a mere wastrel who had not even awakened his bloodline? How could the Duke manifest the Frost Wolf Armor? They had been deceived. The Duke of the Frostwolves had concealed his true strength far too well. This thought flashed through their minds. Yet, it was too late to retreat now. Exchanging glances, the assassins surged forward once more, intent on uniting to slay the Duke of the Frostwolves. Frost Wolf Breath. David advanced rather than retreating, and with a single swing of his knight's sword, he summoned the surrounding ice elemental forces. A chilling aura engulfed the blade, sweeping towards the assassins before him, with his moderate ice elemental affinity and the frigid power emanating from the Frostwolf. The might of the Frost Breath rivaled that of ordinary ice magic. The three assassins facing this icy breath suddenly felt their bodies stiffen, as the terrifying cold penetrated their very bones, seemingly solidifying their blood and rendering them unable to resist with just a single encounter. How could this be possible? At that moment, their only functioning faculty was their minds, filled with shock and disbelief. In the next instant, their consciousness plunged into darkness. With a single stroke, David's knight's sword dispatched three assassins, each possessing formal knightly prowess, as effortlessly as one would slay a mere chicken. After eliminating these three, he turned to confront another assassin lurking behind him, raising his sword once more to cleave both man and weapon in twain, staining the ground with blood. Retreat. This man is far too powerful. In mere moments, the assassins realized they were no match for him. Duke Frostwolf's strength undoubtedly reached the third tier, if not beyond. At that moment, their courage crumbled completely. Yet, it was not a time for escape. The Grey Wolf Knights had slain the mercenaries and surrounded the remaining three assassins. Speak. Who sent you? David inquired nonchalantly. The three assassins exchanged glances, contemplating a desperate fight. David stepped forward, offering them no chance to resist, as he swiftly dispatched each one in turn. "Let's not prolong this," he said, his demeanor calm. He knew without needing further words that these were all from the Ice Bear clan. Only the Ice Bear clan in the north possessed the financial means to employ such a number of formally ranked knightly assassins. Regrettably, it was not the time to sever ties with the Ice Bear clan, so he saw no need for these assassins to divulge their affiliation, maintaining an air of cordiality. Young Master David, the Grey Wolf Knight, approached, his expression complex. Although it was not the first time witnessing his lord in action. This time he faced 7 assassins of formal knightly caliber, and yet young Master David had managed to eliminate 4 in an instant, demonstrating overwhelming power. In such a brief span, he felt David had grown significantly stronger. But how was this achieved? Even the most gifted Flame Dragon Knight on the continent should have limitations. "Shouldn't he? Let us take care of the aftermath," David remarked coolly. Upon speaking, his gaze swept over the militia, their faces alight with admiration. As their lord looked their way, they knelt in unison, paying their respects. Finally, his gaze settled on the remaining Knight Roman, still standing. At this moment, the Knight Roman was filled with astonishment. Although he was confident that, had he not been injured, he could have dealt with these assassins. He knew that it would not be so easily accomplished. At the pinnacle of the third tier, he was but a step away from becoming a 4th-tier Earth Knight. The strength of this young Duke of Frostwolf was truly terrifying, possessing nearly the prowess of a 4th-tier Earth Knight at merely 20 years of age. Such talent could be deemed extraordinary across the entire continent, perhaps even surpassing that of their own Princess Ginge. "It seems we need to have a conversation," David said coolly. He then suddenly stepped toward the thatched hut where Princess Ginge resided. Knight Roman followed closely behind, his expression shifting noticeably. Inside the hut, Princess Ginge was breathing slightly heavily, her mind occupied with the scene she had just witnessed while mingling among the crowd. The Duke of Frostwolf's capabilities far exceeded her expectations, stirring various thoughts within her. If only the Duke of Frostwolf could assist her. As she pondered, David had already entered the thatched hut. He had previously discerned that among the refugees, there was a formal knight hidden within their midst. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized it was a young girl. A 3rd-tier Knight's Guard, combined with the inherent strength of the girl herself as a formal knight, caused David to narrow his eyes and inquire, "Who are you?" Knight Roman had already positioned himself protectively in front of Princess Ginge, his demeanor grave. Observing this, Princess Ginge shook her head at her knight, stepping forward to face David, and took a deep breath. "Duke Frostwolf, I am Princess Reina of the Ginge Kingdom. You are the 3rd princess of the Ginge Kingdom. What brings you here? Disguised as a refugee?" David furrowed his brow. He was well aware that the Ginge Kingdom bordered the northern lands. However, it seemed that something beyond the recent cold wave had transpired, forcing even the royal princess to masquerade as a commoner. Under normal circumstances, had the princess revealed her identity, the northern nobility, wary of the Ginge Kingdom, would have ensured her safe return. So, who is pursuing you? What could compel the Ginge Kingdom to be unable to protect its own princess? Observing the silence between the two, David spoke plainly. The situation in Frostwolf Ridge was dire. He had no time to waste. Princess Ginge regarded David and sighed inwardly. This Duke of Frostwolf was indeed astute, having deduced the situation with mere conjecture, rendering her premeditated words utterly useless. "It is Duke Icecrown," Princess Ginge finally disclosed. "He has rebelled?" David's expression reflected the gravity of the revelation. Indeed, Princess Ginge lamented, having no choice but to recount the entire tale. Following this, David fell into a contemplative silence, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as he stole glances at the disheveled third princess, weighing the risks and rewards in his mind. Under normal circumstances, offering refuge to Princess Ginge was indeed a perilous endeavor, placing him in opposition to the formidable adversary that was Duke Icecrown. Chapter 22. The Bloodline of the Snow Demon Among the Destitute. There resided a princess, relentlessly pursued. David had never anticipated encountering such a predicament. Were it not for the princess's repeated, reckless interventions, risking exposure to assist him, he would have promptly discarded this perilous burden. However, her willingness to act, despite the inherent risk, revealed her intentions and signified that she regarded him as more than merely a shield. Consequently, he resolved to grant Princess Ginga an opportunity to weigh the potential benefits. Princess Ginga observed the frost wolf Duke lost in contemplation, her heart racing. Yet she felt a flicker of hope. It seemed the frost wolf Duke was inclined to offer her a chance. Thus, she needed to devise a means to persuade him to offer her protection. Yet, what could she present as enticing enough to captivate his interest? Both harbored their own thoughts, and a profound silence enveloped the space. Ultimately, it was David who broke the stillness, inquiring about the current power dynamics within the Ginga Kingdom. Officially, my father reigns. Yet in the shadows, Duke Bingwan has seized control of the legions and the majority of the nobility. The third princess replied with a composed demeanor. What rank do you hold in the line of succession? Princess Ginga hesitated momentarily, then, with an air of resignation, responded, among the descendants of the Ginga lineage. I am the only one to have awakened the bloodline of the Snow Demon. In Bloodline Knight families, there are no distinctions of legitimacy or seniority. As long as one can awaken the bloodline, they are deemed an heir. Princess Ginga had fully grasped that the Frostwolf Duke was weighing the risks against the potential rewards. What could she offer him to make the dangers seem negligible? It was a daunting challenge. You have awakened the Snow Demon bloodline? David inquired, taken aback, then recalled the records he had perused. The possessors of the Ginga Snow Demon bloodline wielded control over ice powers that rivaled that of ice sorcerers. Moreover, the Ginga royal family's Snow Demon breathing technique not only enhanced physical strength, but also sharpened mental acuity, its effects comparable to meditation. Indeed, I am now a fully fledged knight, and my talents are commendable. I have the potential to advance to a fourth-tier Earth Knight, Princess Ginga declared with unwavering confidence. This was, apart from her royal title, her sole asset of merit. Should the Frostwolf family choose to invest resources in her, she was certain she could ascend to the rank of a fourth-tier Earth Knight, thereby reclaiming the Ginga Kingdom. Indeed, I find your bloodline quite intriguing, David remarked, narrowing his eyes. If he could acquire the Snow Demon bloodline and the Snow Demon breathing technique from Princess Ginga, it might expedite his mastery of ice sorcery. Furthermore, as the primary heir of the Ginga Kingdom, her presence represented both a challenge and an opportunity to seize the kingdom. But before he could finish, Princess Ginga's eyes widened in shock. In the mind of Princess Ginga, this translated into a desire to bear offspring possessing the bloodline of the Snow Demon. The bloodlines of the Frost Giant Wolf and the Ginga Snow Demon could indeed yield descendants of even greater strength. However, the notion of exchanging her own body for the protection of Duke Frostwolf lingered ominously. She could not help but recall a previous scene, where Duke Frostwolf's talents far surpassed her own. At merely 20 years of age, he was already on the brink of becoming a fourth-tier Earth Knight. Moreover, his benevolence towards the commoners attested to his qualities as a commendable lord. It appeared that Duke Frostwolf was also unmarried. Upon this realization, her cheeks flushed suddenly, and her heart stirred with ripples of emotion. If Duke Frostwolf were to propose to her under normal circumstances, she would undoubtedly respond with delight. Yet, the current situation felt more like a transaction. Nevertheless, if she wished to remain in Frostwolf Ridge, seeking the Duke's protection against the threats posed by Duke Icecrown seemed to be her only recourse. Do you wish to forge a union with the Ginga family? Her voice trembled slightly, laced with anticipation. David raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the astute princess. I cannot offer you promises at this moment, he declared, but I swear by the name of the Frostwolf family that I shall ensure your safety. It was indeed merely a transaction. Disappointment washed over Princess Jinga as she closed her eyes, her countenance turning pale. "You may take your time to consider," David stated as he rose, recognizing the necessity of allowing her space for contemplation. Meanwhile, at the refugee camp, the battle was drawing to a close. Although these mercenaries had come prepared, after the elimination of all the formal knights, they posed little threat. David had chosen this location for the refugee camp not only for its shelter from the wind, but also for its valley-like terrain. Surrounded by mountains on either side, as long as the remaining two entrances were secured, it would be exceedingly difficult for the refugees to escape into Frostwolf Ridge. Chapter 14. The Grey Wolf Knight, this third-tier knight, accompanied by nearly 20 knight attendants and a multitude of militia formed from the refugees, had completely encircled the camp, ensuring that no mercenary would escape. "Young Master David, all are present here," reported the Grey Wolf Knight. David nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. He had displayed formidable strength before everyone, yet he was not ready for the news to spread. Although he possessed combat prowess on par with a fourth-tier Earth Knight, providing him with the means to establish himself in the north, should the Ice Bear family completely sever ties and unleash their own fourth-tier Earth Knight-led cavalry upon them, Frostwolf Ridge would still find it challenging to withstand such an assault. With the system at his disposal, he could continue to grow stronger in a short period. Thus buying himself some time. "Interrogate them, then execute them all," David instructed coolly. "Understood," the Grey Wolf Knight replied. The mercenaries, upon hearing these words, widened their eyes in terror. Some mercenaries immediately began to plead for mercy, swearing allegiance to Frostwolf Ridge, yet David did not even lift his eyelids. Having chosen the path of invasion, they must naturally face the consequences. It was too late for regrets now. Ignoring the cries of these mercenaries, the Grey Wolf Knight commanded his squire knights to drag all the mercenaries away. Soon, the Forest of the Dead would be adorned with even more stakes. David remained expressionless in the face of the mercenaries, but when he turned to look at the militia of refugees, a smile graced his face. He generously praised these militia members and provided them with additional rations. This tumultuous uprising of refugees could also be seen as a test. Those who took up arms to fight the mercenaries amidst the chaos had proven their loyalty. Once this disaster concluded, these militia members could all be integrated into the Frostwolf Knight Order for training, thereby strengthening the power of Frostwolf Ridge. David could already envision that once the refugee crisis was over, it would be the Ice Bear clan that would strike to preserve Frostwolf Ridge. It was evident that his strength alone would not suffice. Chapter 23. Sheltering the princess still too weak, both I and Frostwolf Ridge. David took a deep breath. Both his personal cultivation and the development of his territory needed to progress. "Young Master David," the Grey Wolf Knight approached, inquiring softly. "Yes, I have broken through to the third tier," David nodded, not concealing the truth. He would require the Grey Wolf Knight's assistance in gathering materials for the fourth-tier Frostwolf potion. However, he refrained from mentioning that he had already condensed his fighting spirit. Even so, this revelation left the Grey Wolf Knight astounded, his face a mask of disbelief. Although he had previously speculated, hearing this conjecture from the Lord's own lips felt surreal. The third tier. In just 3 short months, you've reached the rank of third-tier knight? An average of 1 tier per month. Young Master David's advancement in knightly prowess is beyond mere speed. He began to suspect that David might have awakened his bloodline and become a knight long ago, only now allowing it to gradually surface. Regardless, this development was a boon for both the Frostwolf family and Frostwolf Ridge. Once young Master David breaks through to the 4th-tier Earth Knight level, Frostwolf Ridge could firmly establish itself in the northern lands and begin to flourish anew. Contemplating this, the Grey Wolf Knight could not help but shed tears of joy. Since the passing of the old lord, the Frostwolf family had been in decline, but now he finally saw a glimmer of hope. As long as young Master David achieved the 4th-tier Earth Knight status and sired an heir for the family, he could face the late Duke with a smile. Having resolved all matters, it was already the following dawn. David glanced at the rising sun and made his way toward Princess Crystal's thatched cottage. After all this time, it was time to make a choice. Upon the arrival of David, Princess Jinga maintained an unruffled demeanor. "I can acquiesce to your request," she stated, "but you must promise me that if I bear a child with the bloodline of the Jinga snow demon, you will assist him in reclaiming the Jinga kingdom." David regarded the resolute countenance of the third princess, recognizing that she had indeed framed this as a transaction. However, he found himself unable to make such a commitment. A marriage alliance would signify the acknowledgement of her status as a legitimate wife, yet in this realm reminiscent of medieval Europe, even a king could possess only one spouse. Given the nature of his own circumstances, he was destined to have more than one wife, leaving him incapable of promising any individual such a commitment. Although he could not offer them solemn vows, he assured her that he would treat each one with the reverence accorded to a wife. He nodded. "I shall agree to your terms. Now, let us return to the castle." With that, he made his way towards the door. "Your Highness." Sir Roman's expression was one of complexity. Watching David's retreating figure, Princess Jinga sorrowfully shook her head at Sir Roman, realizing she had no other alternatives. She had to survive, preserving the bloodline of the Jinga snow demon, so that the Jinga family might endure and ultimately reclaim their kingdom. At Frostwolf Castle, Leah and Amy awaited their lord's return. The previous night, the horns of Frostwolf Ridge had sounded unexpectedly. Their lord had departed and had yet to return by dawn. As they grew increasingly anxious during their vigil, their lord arrived, accompanied by a figure who appeared to be a refugee, making his way toward Frostwolf Castle. "Master David," Leah greeted him warmly. David nodded in acknowledgement, gently patting her head in a gesture of comfort, then addressed Huwu, "Please take Miss Reyna to freshen up." "At once, my lord," Huwu responded calmly, making a gesture of invitation. "Master David, who is she?" Leah inquired, despite having her suspicions. "Have you not always desired sisters?" David replied with a beaming smile. He then recounted Reyna's situation, feeling it necessary to explain to Leah, as she was his first wife, as a mark of respect. Previously, Leah had navigated the complexities of her relationship with Amy exceptionally well, and with her mediating, Reyna would soon find her place within their household. "I know what to do." Leah felt a surge of emotion, sensing David's regard for her. David leaned down to bestow a kiss. "I shall still require your assistance." Before long, Reyna emerged after her cleansing, her skin akin to fine white jade, translucent and radiant. Her snow-white hair cascaded down, brushing against her delicate shoulders and back. Her eyes resembled deep lake waters, sparkling with the brilliance of stars. As a gentle breeze swept through, it stirred her silken locks, causing them to dance gracefully in the air. Though she wore but a simple white gown, it could not conceal the innate grace that defined a princess. David found himself momentarily entranced by the crystalline princess before him. "Where's my room?" Reyna inquired, her expression lacking warmth as she stood before him. David pressed his lips together, aware of the princess's reluctance. For one of her stature, to sacrifice her betrothal in exchange for protection was indeed a cruel fate. She could have wed a man of her choosing, embrace the status she rightfully deserved, and reveled in the undivided affection of a husband. Instead, she was compelled to offer her most cherished possession in a manner that bordered on humiliation. Had it not been for dire circumstances, the proud crystalline princess would never have made such a choice, sacrificing herself for the sake of her kingdom and family. This was a transaction for the crystalline princess. It was a mere exchange. "Follow me," David instructed. He said no more, understanding that this was his sole opportunity to acquire the bloodline of the snow demon. Though he felt remorse for the princess, he was willing to make amends in the future. If the crystalline princess could not accept him, he would honor his promise to help her reclaim the kingdom of crystalline and return her home. Thus, he could only apologize for the situation. The two ascended to the second floor, arriving at the chamber that once belonged to the Duke of Frostwolf. The crystalline princess approached the bed, shedding her garments, and lay still, eyes closed. "I will protect you and aid you in reclaiming the kingdom of crystalline," David murmured as he stood by her side. The princess opened her eyes, a glimmer of life igniting within, and gently nodded before closing them once more. In the next moment, a soft hum escaped her lips, her brow furrowing as she endured the pain, a single crystalline tear escaping the corner of her eye. "You have completed a cultivation. Activating the soul of the snow demon. Soul of the snow demon. Level 1, 1100. As David relaxed, the system's notification resonated in his ears. Simultaneously, he faintly heard a wolf's howl, and within his consciousness, the silhouette of a snow demon emerged, gradually becoming ethereal before transforming into the spectral form of a frost giant wolf. Chapter 24. Becoming an ice and snow sorcerer, the soul of the snow demon? David stared at the system's prompt, momentarily taken aback. While he understood the uniqueness of the snow demon bloodline, he had not anticipated that it would manifest as a form of spiritual power rather than a mere bloodline strength. Moreover, it seemed that the snow demon soul he had awakened was not that of the crystalline lineage, but rather an amalgamation of the soul power of the frost giant wolf, culminating in the frost wolf snow demon soul. The snow demon, inherently formless, existed as a spiritual entity, seemingly transforming into various spiritual forms based on the soul of the awakener. Realizing this, he exhaled softly, relieved. He had previously worried about potential conflicts between bloodlines, but this turn of events was fortuitous. The bloodline of the frost giant wolf, coupled with a moderate affinity for ice elements and the frost wolf snow demon soul, three powers converging within him, made him curious about the extraordinary abilities that would emerge. "May I come out now?" Reyna inquired, her brow furrowed. "Oh, certainly," David replied, finally regaining his composure and offering an apologetic smile. "I need to rest. Can you step outside?" Reyna turned away. "All right, do take care of yourself," David thought to himself, sighing inwardly as he recognized that Reyna was still unable to accept him. In contrast to the compliant Leah and the innocent Amy, Reyna embodied the essence of a proud princess. Winning her acceptance would require more than mere sweet words. It was a challenge that would unfold over time. David held no illusions about Reyna's ability to embrace him in the short term. As the door clicked shut, Princess Jinga finally relaxed, feeling the pain radiating from her body. Tears began to well in her eyes as she quietly wept. David stepped out of the room, hesitating for a moment before heading towards the training chamber. Although the hour was still early enough to seek out Leah and Amy, today marked Reyna's first night. And despite being dismissed, he did not wish to add to her burden. Moreover, he was undeniably intrigued by the essence of the Frostwolf snow spirit. Upon entering the training room, David settled onto the meditation mat, which felt so alien in this world, and began to attune himself to the Frostwolf snow spirit. With a mere thought, the icy power within the snow spirit surged forth, causing the elemental ice energies to coalesce around him. As he delved deeper into the essence of the snow spirit, he suddenly realized he could wield this icy elemental power with ease. With a crackling sound, the icy force began to concentrate in his palm, forming a sharp ice spike. "Go," he silently commanded, and the ice spike shot forth with incredible speed. The sound of shattering echoed as it struck the wall, disintegrating into a flurry of crystalline fragments. The snow spirit, indeed, was a true darling of frost and snow. Remarkably, even as he had only just awakened the snow spirit, it had already assisted him in mastering the powers of ice and snow. With his fourth-tier frost giant wolf bloodline, moderate ice elemental affinity, and first-tier snow spirit, he had become a born ice sorcerer. Beyond that, as the snow spirit coalesced further, he sensed the vital essence of a sorcerer's mental power. This mental force, enveloped within the snow spirit, resembled the life force contained within a knight's being. Moreover, the Jinga clan's snow spirit breathing technique not only enhanced a knight's physique, but also exercised mental prowess, akin to a form of meditation. With this realization, David's gaze ignited with fervor. The following day, he personally knocked on the door. Reyna opened it, looking weary, clearly having had little sleep the night prior. "Let's go have breakfast," he said, saying nothing more as he took her hand. Reyna offered no resistance, allowing him to lead her up to the third floor, where Water Lily was already setting the table, while Fire Dance was tidying up the second floor. Upon seeing Reyna, Leah and Amy also rose to their feet. Leah approached with enthusiasm, unfazed by the indifference displayed by Reyna. David had already briefed her on the situation yesterday. She understood that Reyna, as a fallen princess, was still grappling with her circumstances. David merely observed with a smile, choosing not to intervene further. After breakfast, he accompanied Reyna back to her room. "Do you still want to?" Reyna inquired calmly, urging him to hasten. Taken aback by her words, David felt a twinge of awkwardness. "No, I came to discuss the night breathing technique with you," he clarified, sensing Reyna's reluctance. Under such circumstances, the efficacy of their dual cultivation would undoubtedly be diminished. Having already acquired the soul of the snow demon, continuing their shared practice seemed futile, so he decided to proceed slowly. "The night breathing technique?" Reyna asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. David nodded and, upon entering the room with her, produced the Frostwolf breathing technique he had prepared. "This is the breathing method of our Frostwolf family. I wish to exchange it for the snow demon breathing technique of the Crystal Song family," he explained his intent. "Are you seeking to enhance the breathing technique?" A flicker of intrigue appeared in Reyna's eyes. The breathing techniques held by bloodline families had been inherited from ancient times. Although history bore witness to a few remarkable knights who had successfully improved their breathing methods, such instances were exceedingly rare. The young Duke of Frostwolf, possessing nearly the strength of a fourth-tier Earth Knight, could indeed be deemed a prodigy, yet the challenge of refining a breathing technique remained formidable. Nevertheless, she felt no need to voice her reservations. Since the Duke of Frostwolf sought to learn from the snow demon breathing technique, she had little that she could not impart. After all, without the corresponding bloodline power, even acquiring the appropriate breathing technique would prove futile. Moreover, regardless of her reluctance, she was already aligned with the Duke of Frostwolf. In the future, they would bear offspring with both the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline and the Snow Demon bloodline. Should the Duke of Frostwolf succeed in deriving a new breathing technique from the Snow Demon method, it would undoubtedly benefit their progeny immensely. Seeing David's acceptance, Reyna's icy demeanor softened slightly. Once inside the room, they began to exchange their respective breathing techniques and share their insights. "I see," David remarked, his eyes narrowing as he examined the Snow Demon breathing technique that Reyna had sketched. He quickly recognized its rarity. When combined with the soul of the Snow Demon, it could indeed yield effects akin to meditation. What materials are required to concoct the corresponding Snow Demon elixirs? David continued his inquiry. "You wish to prepare Snow Demon elixirs?" Reyna paused, her expression betraying uncertainty. She was acutely aware of the vast resources necessary for a true knight's cultivation, and she doubted that the current Frostwolf Ridge would be willing to allocate resources to an outsider like herself. "What? Do you doubt me?" "To reclaim the Crystal Song Kingdom, we must undoubtedly work together. Alone, I find myself at an impasse." David regarded Reyna, whose expressions had shifted, and smiled gently. Whether it was to assist her in reclaiming the Crystal Song Kingdom, to enhance her capabilities for the mutual cultivation, or merely to seek her acknowledgement and make amends, he was determined to aid her in honing the essence of the Snow Spirit. Chapter 25. Cultivating the Snow Spirit Breathing Technique. "Very well," Reyna replied, her gaze flickering momentarily. She harbored suspicions that Duke Frostwolf was gathering potions for the benefit of their offspring, a notion she bore no objections to. According to their earlier agreement, if their progeny possessed the blood of the Snow Spirit, they would return to the Crystal Song Kingdom as its new sovereign. Since entering into this pact, her fate had been entwined with that of the Frostwolf family, destined to bear their heirs. She did not believe that Duke Frostwolf would genuinely assist her in her knightly training. David perused the list Reyna had provided. The core ingredients for the Snow Spirit Potion included the scales or feathers of an ice-type magical beast, combined with the frost grass that only flourished in frigid environments. Infused with the power of ice crystals and a unique frost-laden water, all of which posed significant challenges to procure, as they could only be found in the most frigid of locales. The endeavor to concoct a single Snow Spirit Potion was far from trivial. "I shall assist you in sourcing these materials," David declared, rising to his feet. He then summoned the Grey Wolf Knight, instructing him to seek intelligence on the whereabouts of these components. Should they manage to acquire them, it would be most fortuitous. "Young Master David." The Grey Wolf Knight hesitated while examining the list. Currently, Frostwolf Ridge was indeed impoverished, and gathering the materials required for a fourth-tier Frostwolf potion would deplete nearly all of their resources. Under such circumstances, Aiding Princess Crystal Song in her nightly training seemed an overwhelming task, and he felt there was little necessity for it. Let's keep an eye on the situation. The territory will surely improve, David reassured him. Ultimately, it was a matter of scarcity. Solutions must be sought. Once the gray wolf night departed, David returned to the training room to continue his cultivation. Presently, his frostwolf breathing technique had reached a bottleneck, allowing only incremental progress or breakthroughs through the transformative vigor bestowed by the bloodline of the frost giant wolf, which he had set aside for the time being. By chance, he had successfully awakened the essence of the snow spirit and acquired the snow spirit breathing technique, making it an opportune moment for training to ascertain any potential gains. Unlike the frostwolf breathing technique, which necessitated various wolf-like movements, the snow spirit breathing technique bore a resemblance to the internal cultivation of martial arts. He settled into a meditative posture, initiating the snow spirit breathing technique to channel the essence of the snow spirit. As he harmonized his breathing, the energy contained within the essence began to circulate around his body, utilizing the embedded icy power to fortify his physical form. With each inhalation and exhalation, David suddenly exhaled a chilling mist. Around his body, the elements of ice began to coalesce, subsequently entering his being through the snow fairy breathing technique, ultimately converging towards the essence of the snow fairy, harnessing the natural energies of the cosmos to cultivate his mental fortitude. This was the power inherent in the wizard's meditative practice, and now the snow fairy breathing technique exhibited a similar effect. Moreover, the aptitude for ice elements at a moderate level appeared to enhance this training effect, allowing for an increased accumulation of ice elements, which were then absorbed. The essence of the snow fairy swirled into the phantom of a frost giant wolf. At that moment, it also awakened the bloodline of the frost giant wolf within him. A howl escaped David's lips involuntarily. Simultaneously, the bloodline of the frost giant wolf was stirred, surging with vitality. As a portion of the ice elemental energy absorbed into his body also found its way into the frost giant wolf bloodline, activating the latent icy powers within. The formidable energies of blood and ice jointly augmented the strength of the frost giant wolf bloodline, propelling it towards a more powerful evolutionary stage. Although the frost giant wolf remained at the fourth tier, the bloodline power it exuded was far superior to that of an ordinary fourth-tier frost giant wolf. When David opened his eyes, a silver glimmer danced within them, having completed a session of the snow fairy breathing technique. Both the essence of the snow fairy and the icy powers were enhanced, along with his own mental capacity. This newfound strength of mind allowed him greater mastery over the icy powers. Truly, it was no surprise that such a royal bloodline could dominate the kingdom of Crystal Song for countless years. A look of contemplation graced David's face. Indeed, the snow fairy essence and the snow fairy breathing technique were formidable. Presently, his snow fairy essence was still at the first tier, should it ascend to a higher level. His icy powers would surely rival those of a wizard of the same rank. Alas, the path remained long and arduous if he wished to gain Reyna's approval, making her willingly join the Frostwolf family. Thus, several days passed. Chapter 16. Aside from that one night, David had not engaged with Reyna again. Subsequently, he returned to the third floor, resuming his former life. You have completed a training session. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 65. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline. 4th tier 8108100000. In the training room, Liao leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Although her strength had improved during this time, it was evident that she still could not keep pace with David, especially as his power grew stronger once more, rendering it increasingly challenging for her. Young Master David, is Sister Reyna still unwilling? Liao turned to embrace the Lord, pressing her body against him while inquiring. She understood that David was a principled individual. He would never act recklessly without their consent. Fire Dance and Water Lotus were prime examples of this. Initially, she had hoped that with Reyna's involvement, some burden could be shared. Yet, this proud princess seemed yet to accept all of it. She indeed attempted to persuade others. But not everyone possesses the same innocence as Amy, who reciprocates kindness with unwavering loyalty. Patience is key. Today, your presence suffices for me. David chuckled softly as he lifted Leah pressing her back against the wall. Another round of training ensued. With the system emitting another notification, he exhaled contentedly. Leah, too, felt a wave of relief wash over her, her face beaming with sweetness. As time progressed, Lena gradually began to relax. Although her smile remained elusive, she was no longer as indifferent as before. During this time, Sir Roman arrived at the castle. This third-tier knight was primarily responsible for the castle's security, which afforded him the opportunity to remain close to Princess Crystal. Despite the presence of Duke Frostwolf, a formidable figure nearing the strength of a fourth-tier Earth Knight, Sir Roman remained vigilant, concerned that Duke Icecrown might send an assassin. "Your Highness, are you well?" Roman inquired anxiously. "I am well. Duke Frostwolf has been quite kind to me," Lena replied, managing a faint smile only in Roman's presence. In truth, her time spent within the castle had been the most relaxing period for her. Duke Frostwolf treated her with utmost care, never placing her in difficult situations. Apart from the initial arrangement being a transaction and Duke Frostwolf having two other lovers, he truly regarded her as a lady of the house. In essence, the three of them were all mistresses of the household. Chapter 26. It snowed thus, several days passed. In the attic on the third floor, Amy was engrossed in reading aloud, while Fire Dance and Water Lily listened intently. Suddenly, Amy lifted her head, sensing something. Outside the window, a chilling wind accompanied by delicate snowflakes swept into the room. She extended her hand, capturing a crystalline snowflake, a cool sensation coursing through her fingers. "It is snowing," she thought, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. It was on a morning just like this that she became an ice which amidst the falling snow. From that moment on, she had concealed herself in darkness, her heart adrift with the winds and snow, uncertain of where her true home lay. It was only during this winter that she encountered the Lord, who anchored her wandering spirit. Reflecting on this, she felt an overwhelming desire to see the Lord. At that moment, David returned to the castle after attending to matters of the realm, possessing a powerful affinity for ice elements. He could accurately predict snowy weather and had made preparations in advance. As he stepped into the castle, he was greeted by Amy, clad in a white cotton jacket, who flew into his embrace like a moth drawn to a flame. "Amy, what is wrong?" David asked, brushing the snowflakes from her hair. "Nothing. I just miss you very much," Amy replied, a hint of shyness in her voice, yet her grip around him remained steadfast. Gazing at her, David felt his heart melt, and he wrapped his arms around her as they walked toward the castle. At the windows on the second floor, Raina silently observed until the figures of the two vanished, a complex expression gracing her face. She could not fathom why Laia and Amy were so reliant on the Frostwolf Lord, their affection for him laid bare in their eyes. David embraced Amy as they returned to the study, where he indeed had some documents to review. To his surprise, Amy did not release her hold on him throughout their journey. Typically, she was quite shy, rarely displaying such intimacy in front of others. "Did you miss me?" David inquired. Amy replied, her cheeks flushed, yet she answered without reservation. Upon hearing this, David felt a rush of warmth within him, and his hands began to wander. Amy, still blushing, made no attempt to resist. He lifted her effortlessly and placed her upon the desk, gazing at her with fervent eyes. Is this permissible? In the past, Amy would never consent to his requests outside the confines of the bed. Yet this time, she did not refuse. Seizing the opportunity, David pressed forward. Amy softly murmured, closing her eyes to savor the warmth within her. Since the arrival of the Lord, she felt no longer fearful of the snow. Her heart had finally found a home. You have completed a training session, gaining 51 points in Ice Elemental Affinity. Ice Elemental Affinity. Intermediate 253010000. This time, Amy was particularly proactive, even complying with actions that would have previously made her blush. The effectiveness of their training was remarkably pronounced, with her Ice Elemental Affinity gaining a substantial 51 experience points, nearly double the usual amount, signifying a new breakthrough in their relationship and promising a significant acceleration in their future training. In the refugee settlement, as the thick snow fell, the displaced people huddled within their thatched huts. Fortunately, Frostwolf Ridge boasted ample forests, ensuring a steady supply of timber. About a dozen individuals crammed into one such hut, supplemented by meager fire and some black bread. Though conditions were harsh, survival was the greatest happiness for the refugees, deepening their gratitude towards the Frostwolf Lord. The snowfall intensified, enveloping Frostwolf Ridge in a blanket of ice and snow, completely severing the pathways to the outside world. Ordinarily, everything would have passed in silence. Yet, on this day, a colossal snow wolf appeared at the periphery of Frostwolf Ridge. The wolf stood as tall as a man, its coat a brilliant white, unaffected by the howling winds and snow. On the wolf's back sat a figure, a snow dove perched upon his shoulder, his gaze fixed upon the distant, undulating mountains, sharp and cold. "Let us proceed." At his command, the snow wolf surged forward. Despite the snow-laden ground, the wolf moved with the grace of a shadow, darting through the forest towards Frostwolf Ridge. After traversing a distance, the snow wolf arrived at the refugee camp. Here, a displaced person has long awaited, evidently a spy placed among the refugees by Duke Icecrown, tasked with the mission of locating Princess Crystal Song. "Lord Hobbs." The spy stepped forward and bowed. "Let us proceed to retrieve her." Hobbs nodded, urging the snow wolf to continue towards Frostwolf Castle. If the Duke of Frostwolf were wise enough to surrender Princess Crystal Song, all would be well. Should he prove obstinate, Hobbs harbored no qualms about annihilating the Frostwolf lineage. Confident in his prowess. "Who are you?" At that moment, some militia spotted the newcomers. Hobbs cast a casual glance, and the spy sprang into action. The militia barely had time to react before they fell one after another, each silenced by a swift strike to the throat, swiftly dispatched. After eliminating all the militia, Hobbs mounted his snow wolf and advanced towards Frostwolf Ridge, leaving behind the corpses gradually engulfed by the descending snow. Meanwhile, within the castle, David continued to diligently practice the snow demon breathing technique. The snowfall intensified the elemental ice in the atmosphere, enhancing the effectiveness of his training. In his consciousness, the Frostwolf spirit roared, growing increasingly solidified through the cultivation of the technique, while his mental energy coalesced into a shimmering silver sphere. Yet, as he immersed himself in his practice, a sudden, urgent blast of horns pierced the air, jolting David from his trance, his expression shifting with concern. Each horn blast and rhythm conveyed different meanings, and the one now resounding indicated that the castle was under siege. An invasion? Could it be the Marquis of Icebear? David thought immediately. Without hesitation, he concluded his practice and exited the training room. Outside the castle, Knight Roman stared in terror at the looming snow wolf and the figure upon it, his grip on the knight's sword turning pale. "The Ice Wolf Grand Knight, Hobbs." He uttered each word slowly. The title of Grand Knight denoted a fourth-tier Earth Knight, signifying that the man before him had condensed his fighting spirit and ascended into a new echelon of knighthood. While he was aware that Duke Icecrown was hunting for Princess Crystal Song, he could scarcely fathom that the Duke would dispatch a fourth-tier Earth Knight. Although the overall strength of Frostwolf Ridge was commendable, it was utterly incapable of contending with a fourth-tier Earth Knight. Even the extraordinary Snow Wolf, capable of standing against a peak third-tier knight, was not a match for an ordinary knight. Chapter 27. Confrontation with the Earth Knight. A howl from the Snow Wolf echoed through the castle and beyond, coupled with the sound of the castle's invasion horns. All present wore grave expressions. "Is there a wolf pack invading?" The castle steward instructed the servants to take cover, his brow furrowed. Frostwolf Ridge, abundant in forests, was home to numerous wolf packs. In the days of the late Duke, he once kept a considerable number of gray wolves, all of which were taken to the battlefield, never to return alongside him. Both Leah and Amy heard the haunting howls of the wolves, their gazes drawn towards the source of the sound, their expressions tranquil, as they believed their lord would undoubtedly resolve the matter. In contrast, Rhaena's countenance betrayed her distress. The essence of the snow spirit endowed her with formidable perception, particularly attuned to the forces of frost, enabling her to immediately sense the presence of the Roman knight, who radiated the bloodline aura of the Snow Eagle, along with an even more potent icy power. Was it the Ice Wolf Grand Knight, Hobbs? After a careful assessment, Rhaena's eyes widened in horror and disbelief, her body trembling with despair. A fourth-rank Earth Knight. The Ice-Crowned Duke had actually dispatched a fourth-rank Earth Knight. Such a being was a true powerhouse upon this land. Even the Frostwolf Ridge could not withstand the onslaught of a fourth-rank Earth Knight. With this thought, she painfully shut her eyes. Just as her life had begun to stabilize, she had endeavored to embrace change. Yet, why had the Ice Wolf Grand Knight arrived at this moment, robbing her of the chance to discreetly bear an heir for the Crystal Song family? Although the Frostwolf Duke had promised to protect her, she understood that such protection was not merely a matter of will. Even if the Frostwolf Duke possessed strength nearing that of a fourth-rank Earth Knight, the chasm between him and a true fourth-rank Earth Knight remained insurmountable. It was over. Everything was over. Princess Crystal Song closed her eyes, and then a resolute determination illuminated her gaze. Since evasion was no longer an option, she would shoulder the weight of it all. Her eyes turned towards the distance, and with a leap, she propelled herself through the window, swiftly making her way to the battlefield, intent on confronting the chaos herself. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield was alive with the sounds of combat. The Roman knight, wielding a brand-new cross-sword, utilized the speed bestowed by the Snow Eagle bloodline to launch relentless assaults against the Ice Wolf Grand Knight. Yet, his strength paled in comparison to that of a fourth-rank Earth Knight. Hobbs required no exertion of his fighting spirit to subdue the Roman knight effortlessly. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed as the Roman knight was sent flying once more. This was not the first time he had fallen, yet he still managed to rise unsteadily, adhering to his knightly code to protect the princess. Enough. Truly enough. Reyna arrived at the battlefield, calling out to the Roman knight. Her eyes brimmed with tears, unwilling to witness her guardian knight fall. Your Highness. Roman supported himself with his knightly sword, a bitter expression etched upon his face. Meanwhile, Hobbs regarded the Crystal Song princess before him, offering a slight smile as he said, Your Highness, you have been outside long enough. Come back with me. Reyna gazed at the fourth-tier Earth Knight, her teeth clenched. Just as she was about to acquiesce, a deep voice resonated, declaring, Reyna is already mine. No one shall take her away. David, clad in Frostwolf armor and wielding a knight's sword, approached from a distance. Reyna was taken aback, and as she turned abruptly, disbelief washed over her at the sight of the advancing figure. She had not anticipated that the Duke of Frostwolf would intervene. The Duke of Frostwolf. Hobbs regarded David with a cold smirk. Do you wish to be my enemy? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, pressing down upon David. A howl erupted from the gray wolf beside him, echoing the menacing atmosphere. In the face of this pressure, David's expression grew grave, yet his steps remained resolute. He positioned himself before Reyna and spoke in a low voice, I promise to protect you. Reyna, startled, replied urgently, but he is a fourth-tier Earth Knight. And what a fourth-tier Earth Knight? Having pledged to safeguard you. I shall ensure your safety, David asserted, shielding Reyna behind him as he summoned the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf. Reyna stared in awe at the figure before her. Did those earlier words hold genuine weight? She found herself murmuring in disbelief. With a crackling sound, the power of ice coalesced around David, forming the Frostwolf armor that enveloped him entirely. The opponent before him was indeed a true fourth-tier Earth Knight, and even if David believed himself to possess the combat prowess of one, he would not hold back in the slightest. The mention of Frostwolf armor caused Hobbs's expression to shift towards seriousness. Their family possessed the bloodline of the Polar Ice Wolf, a lineage closely related to that of the Frost Giant Wolf. Thus, they were well acquainted with its powers. According to the tomes of the Ice Wolf family, the Frostwolf armor was a capability that manifested only after mastering the Frostwolf breath technique to the fourth tier. Yet, the Duke of Frostwolf, merely a third-tier knight, had already grasped this power, indicating that he truly possessed the strength to contend with a fourth-tier Earth Knight. Duke of Frostwolf, are you certain you wish to impede my return of Princess Crystal Song? Hobbs withdrew his ancestral ice wolf fong, his voice icy. Your words are tiresome. David, gripping his sword with both hands, dashed forward in a flash. Frostwolf breath. The chilling power inherent in the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf erupted in full force. With a crackling sound, he unleashed his full might activating his moderate ice elemental affinity. Commanding the powers of ice and snow, the surrounding blizzard coiled around his sword. Surging toward the Ice Wolf Knight. Faced with the onslaught of the Frost Wolf sword technique, Hobbs sensed a hint of threat. Without hesitation, he unleashed his fighting spirit and slashed forth with his sword. Chapter 28. A successful breakthrough. With a crack, the sword's energy swept through, cleaving the wind and snow asunder. In the next moment, Hobbs surged forward, his Ice Wolf Fang clashing against the knight's sword in David's grasp, followed by an even denser flurry of strikes. As Hobbs propelled his battle aura, David found himself continuously forced to retreat. Witnessing this scene, everyone's hearts raced with concern. Young Master David, the Grey Wolf Knight, had also arrived on the battlefield. Observing the clash before him, he yearned to intervene, yet the menacing Snow Wolf barred any movement, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. Rena, too, felt a rising urgency. As she watched Duke Frostwolf falter, helplessness and regret filled her eyes. This crisis was entirely of her making. She had never anticipated that Duke Frostwolf would truly honor his promise, stepping forth to fight on her behalf despite knowing he faced a 4th-level Earth Knight. Rest assured, young Master David will surely prevail, reassured Leah, who had also arrived on the battlefield, her tone light and soothing. Amy nodded, her latent icy powers brimming within her. Should their lord face peril, she would unleash her icy might, transforming into the ice which to join the fray. Battle aura is not solely yours to wield, David roared, similarly igniting his own battle aura. Boom! The two forces collided violently, then dissipated into the air. The onlookers were momentarily struck with astonishment. Clearly, no one had anticipated that David had successfully condensed his battle aura. You are also an Earth Knight? No, wait. You have merely condensed your battle aura. You have yet to ascend. Hobbs, after a brief moment of surprise, discerned the truth, his expression growing increasingly grave. To have condensed battle aura without breaking through to an Earth Knight was astonishing. He realized that Duke Frostwolf's talent was beyond mere genius. He had to eliminate him here, lest he become a monumental threat once he matured. Hobbs roared internally, abruptly raising his sword. Instantly, formidable battle aura surged into the blade, and the spectral form of a polar ice wolf could be seen roaring ominously. With a fierce shout, he swung the Ice Wolf Fang. Boom! The icy power that David had gathered was completely cleaved apart. In the next moment, the battle aura struck Duke Frostwolf's ice armor, shattering it and sending David's figure hurtling through the air. Young Master David, gasps of shock erupted among the crowd. Hobbs would not let this opportunity slip by. He surged forward once more, but just then, a dense energy of ice elements coalesced around David, transforming into a terrifying blizzard that froze everything in its path. What formidable icy power! Hobbs gasped in shock. In the next instant, he conjured a battle aura shield to face the oncoming storm. Crack! Crack! The blizzard swept through, encasing the earth in ice. Even Hobbs's battle aura shield, forged by a 4th-level Earth Knight, was engulfed by the chilling frost, slowly spreading and threatening to encase him entirely. We succeeded. Joy erupted among the onlookers. But suddenly, a sound of shattering broke the silence as Hobbs emerged from the shadows. Although the aura of battle around him had diminished, he appeared unharmed. Such is the formidable strength of a 4th-tier Earth Knight, capable of both offense and defense. Hobbs wore a grave expression. The Frostwolf Duke's icy power had exceeded his expectations. As he gazed ahead, he beheld the Duke enveloped in frost, emanating a chilling aura that even caused him to tremble. At this moment, David had fully unleashed the power of his bloodline, exhaling frigid air. The icy force within the frost giant wolf surged forth, encasing his sword in frost, as his bloodline power fused seamlessly with his battle aura. Suddenly, David felt a shackle within him shatter. 4th-tier Earth Knight. The long-standing bottleneck that had confined him was breached in that instant. Boom! The elevation of his battle aura. What was once a feeble energy now rapidly expanded, undergoing a qualitative leap in both essence and quantity in the blink of an eye. At this moment, David felt the strength of the 4th-tier frost giant wolf bloodline continuously fortifying his physique. As the bloodline coursed through him, he sensed a profound transformation occurring, stepping into an entirely new realm. Frostwolf breath. In an instant, he struck. Icy energy and battle aura erupted simultaneously. The terrifying cold power coalesced within his battle aura as he swung his sword. Hobbs met him with a strike of his own. Boom! The clash of battle auras resounded. Yet in mere moments, Hobbs' aura was utterly shattered. The battle aura David possessed, after undergoing yet another metamorphosis, completely suppressed the energy Hobbs had cultivated over many years. Chapter 29. The Homecoming of Reyna. This is impossible. The Ice Wolf Knight roared, exerting all his strength to invoke the Arctic Ice Wolf bloodline. Subtly, icy remnants began to manifest around Hobbs, the cold power inherent in the Arctic Ice Wolf bloodline now awakened. In terms of bloodline rank, the Arctic Ice Wolf was no lesser than the Frost Giant Wolf, and in sheer mastery over icy forces, the Arctic Ice Wolf excelled even further. Ice Wolf Spike. Focusing the icy power of the Arctic Ice Wolf into the fangs of the Ice Wolf, Hobbs lunged forth, resembling a swift ice wolf. Frost Wolf Armor. Boom! The two forces collided violently. Hobbs' Ice Wolf Fang struck against the Frost Wolf armor. In an instant, they were locked in a standoff, the Ice Wolf Fang pressing against the armor, gradually attempting to breach the defenses, while David summoned every ounce of his bloodline power. Battle auras clashed repeatedly, each wearing down the other. Crack! Crack! With the might of the formidable Ice Wolf Fang, the armor began to fracture bit by bit. Upon witnessing this, a chill flickered in David's eyes. Within his consciousness, the spirit of the Frost Wolf roamed, its faint psychic energy enveloping him. With a crack, the Frost Wolf's icy armor was finally breached. The icy fangs suddenly pierced David's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, David extended his hands to grasp Hobbs, simultaneously channeling the full power of the Frost Wolf spirit, summoning his body and the surrounding ice elements. His moderate ice element affinity, the fourth-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, and the power of the Frost Wolf's spirit erupted in an instant, gathering the ice elements around him at an astonishing pace. Silently and imperceptibly, Frost began to envelop the Ice Wolf Knight. Crystals of ice crawled across his entire body, the chill penetrating deep within. Under David's psychic control, the potent ice elements transformed into glacial frost, encasing the knight before him. The mastery over the power of ice. How could the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline wield such influence? Hobbs felt his body stiffening, gradually losing sensation and control, his face a mask of horror. This command over the icy force was something he had only sensed in the great knights of the Crystal Song family. Yet, the Snow Demon itself was the sovereign of the icy realm, possessing the power to command frost. Why could the Frost Wolf Giant bloodline achieve a similar effect? Was it possible that the Duke of Frost Wolves was, after all, an ice sorcerer? This thought involuntarily flashed through his mind, but clearly, no one would provide him with the answer. The frost enveloped Hobbs entirely, first covering his head, then his internal organs and blood, until even his consciousness gradually slipped into darkness. Under the might of the chilling frost, this Earth Knight, infused with the bloodline of the polar ice wolf, was transformed into an ice sculpture, utterly devoid of life. David exhaled a breath of cold air, feeling a profound sense of relief. Victory was his. Roman, supported by his knightly sword, collapsed heavily to the ground. His gaze turned skyward, still bearing an expression of disbelief. The Duke of Frost Wolves had successfully surpassed the Earth Knight and slain the renowned Ice Wolf Knight. This all felt surreal. It is essential to understand that defeating an Earth Knight and slaying one are entirely different concepts. Achieving the Earth Knight level entails possessing fighting spirit and certain secret techniques, making escape not an insurmountable task. Even a 5th-tier knight would find it challenging to outright slay a 4th-tier knight. Yet now, the Ice Wolf Knight had been completely encased in frost and killed in a single blow, with no chance to flee. What manner of creature was the Duke of Frost Wolves? However, as realization dawned, his expression shifted to one of relief from the brink of disaster. Regardless of the circumstances, They had survived. Moreover, the fact that the Duke of Frostwolves was willing to take risks for the princess filled him with immense joy. The Duke of Frostwolves had indeed honored his promise. With such a valiant Earth Knight as his guardian, he could finally relinquish his worries about the princess's safety. The Frostwolf clan has produced yet another Earth Knight. The Grey Wolf Knight forced the Snow Wolf back, and as he gazed upon the lifeless form of the Ice Wolf Knight, a triumphant smile graced his face. Although he found it utterly astonishing that young Master David had once again ascended to the rank of Earth Knight. He had grown accustomed to such remarkable feats after witnessing David awaken his bloodline and achieve breakthroughs in rapid succession. What did it matter? At this moment, he wished to concern himself with nothing else. He knew that young Master David was undeniably a prodigy. Should he suddenly rise to the status of Sky Knight one day, he would not be the least bit surprised. The Frostwolf clan, now endowed with an Earth Knight, would once again capture the attention of the northern aristocracy and reclaim its status as a formidable ruling family of the North. Boom! Suddenly, the Grey Wolf Knight summoned an unexpected surge of power, toppling the Snow Wolf to the ground. With the Snow Wolf's fall, the crisis came to an end. David exhaled deeply, only to be abruptly struck by a wave of dizziness, as if he had not closed his eyes for days on end. Clearly, this was the aftermath of excessive mental strain. Simultaneously, the pain from his pierced shoulder surged, and the depletion of his energy left him utterly fatigued. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Once everything settled, he relaxed completely and drifted off to sleep, faintly recalling being caught in an embrace, his head resting upon something soft. In the castle's master bedroom, Leah, Amy, and Rena gathered at the bedside, their faces etched with concern. Although the bleeding from their lord's shoulder had ceased, the gaping wound remained rather unsettling. "Fear not. Young Master David is an Earth Knight. His recovery will be swift," Leah reassured them. The naive Amy nodded, convinced that their lord would awaken soon. "May I keep him company alone?" Rena suddenly inquired. Leah and Amy were taken aback. Ultimately, Leah tugged at Amy, and they both left the room, glancing back hesitantly. Once everyone had departed, Rena breathed a sigh of relief. She then scrutinized the man before her with newfound seriousness. As she reflected on the events of the past few days, her expression gradually softened. She leaned down, resting her head upon his broad chest. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, an overwhelming sense of reassurance enveloped her. She had never imagined that this man would go to such lengths to protect her. This feeling of being safeguarded finally granted her heart a sense of home. Chapter 30. The Soul of the Second Order Snow Demon Rena. David drowsily opened his eyes, greeted by a cascade of snow-white hair. "Duke David, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" Rena shyly lifted her head, her concerned expression softening her voice as she gently inquired. "Oh, it's nothing serious, just a bit of pain." David was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such tenderness from Rena, leaving him momentarily speechless. Had he successfully won her over? "I'll go fetch everyone." Rena hastily stood up. Before long, Leah and the red-eyed Amy entered, surrounding him with expressions of worry. "Do not fret. I intentionally took that blow. It did not injure any vital areas," David reassured them. "I merely grew tired and took a short nap." Upon hearing this, they all sighed in relief. Having been frightened when David was struck, David continued to comfort them with a smile, explaining that in that dire situation, defeating the Ice Wolf Knight had required an element of surprise. Otherwise, the Earth Knight would have been intent on fleeing, making it far more troublesome to deal with later. Only after David's earnest explanation did they fully relax. Just then, Shui Lian entered with a bowl of meat porridge, serving it to David. Hu brought him a fresh set of clothes, and Leah and Amy helped him change, while Rena appeared somewhat uneasy, yet did not shy away. Thus 2 days passed. Section 19. David, true to his title as the Earth Knight, had healed remarkably in such a short span. "I truly am fine now," he declared, reclining in a chair, his expression tinged with exasperation. Lying there for too long had stirred his thoughts, and having wasted so many days of training made him quite anxious. However, Leah and Amy remained concerned that any sudden movements might aggravate his wounds, resolutely keeping him from exerting himself, despite his attempts to coax them. Another day passed. and David felt no discomfort whatsoever. He unwrapped the bandage from his shoulder, revealing that the original wound had faded to a mere faint mark. Only then did Leah finally nod in agreement, but cautioned him against any vigorous activity. David nodded repeatedly. He had been stifled from training for too long. As his hand reached for Leah's waist, it was gently brushed aside. Leah shot David a disapproving glance and pulled the blushing Amy out of the room, leaving only Rena behind. Her intent was unmistakable. Hearing the door close behind her, Rena's heart raced. Instantly, her face flushed with color. Though this was not her first experience, her feelings this time were markedly different. David turned his gaze toward Rena, his eyes questioning as he hesitated. "Rena, may I?" She nodded, her cheeks rosy as she approached the bedside. Then, the inexperienced young princess lay down, closing her eyes. Compared to her previous indifference, Rena now displayed a bashful demeanor, showing no signs of reluctance. David approached the bedside, gazing at the scene that felt eerily familiar. A smile broke across his face as he said, "Allow me to protect you and help you reclaim the kingdom of crystal song." The words echoed once more, yet this time, Lena harbored no doubts. "I believe in you," she declared, her face awash with emotion as she reached out to entwine her arms around David's neck. David felt the warmth of Lena's trust and, in response, leaned in for a kiss. The bed creaked rhythmically, embracing the moment. "You have completed a training session. Acquiring the soul of the snow spirit. 35. Soul of the snow spirit. Level 1, 36, 100. To his astonishment, the results of this training session were remarkably fruitful, yielding a direct increase of 35 points. With Lena's physical prowess as a formal knight, she could elevate the soul of the snow spirit to level 2 within a day, and her subsequent training speed would be equally impressive. "I want more," she murmured shyly, not refusing his advances. Thus, half a day swiftly passed. "You have completed a training session, acquiring the soul of the snow spirit. 34. Soul of the snow spirit. Level 2, 91,000. David emerged from the room, invigorated, while Lena appeared as bashful as a newlywed, and together they stepped out, heading towards the attic. "Lena, dear sister," Leah greeted them with a smile. Since their last battle, the bond between them had flourished. Observing the harmonious scene before him, David couldn't help but smile. It seemed Lena had truly become part of this family. With the three of them together, even if he ascended to the rank of a Grand Earth Knight, he would find fulfillment. After their meal, David made his way to the castle to practice the snow spirit breathing technique. Following the morning's training, his soul of the snow spirit had ascended to level 2, and he was eager to explore the transformations that accompanied this breakthrough. As he began his practice, the surrounding ice elements began to converge, flowing into his body, fortifying both his physique and mental acuity. The Crystal Song family's snow spirit breathing technique consists of 2 components, physical and mental training. Under normal circumstances, the first 3 levels of the technique could only enhance the body, which was why Lena had yet to master the power of ice and snow. However, now endowed with the bloodline of a level 4 frost giant wolf and a moderate affinity for ice elements, he could effortlessly practice the level 4 snow spirit breathing technique. This advanced technique offered a significantly greater enhancement to mental power. Suddenly, an inspiration struck David, and he noticed a faint silver glow in his eyes. In an instant, a fierce blizzard swirled around him, and as the essence of the frost wolf surged within his consciousness, it transformed into the visage of a frost wolf. Level 2 mental power, he realized, sensing the shift within. Through relentless practice of the snow spirit breathing technique, his innate mental power had already proven commendable. When he successfully ascended to the rank of Grand Earth Knight, his mental acuity had also benefited from substantial enhancement. With the breakthrough of the Snow Demon-S soul to the 2nd tier, a remarkable surge of mental energy coursed through him, leading to his own mental prowess ascending to the same level. Although the Snow Demon-S soul also fortified his physical form, David's body had already reached the stature of an Earth Knight, rendering the enhancement rather negligible. As he attuned himself to this newfound 2nd tier mental energy, he discovered a heightened mastery over the ice element. Furthermore, The frost wolf soul within his consciousness could be materialized through his mental energy, transforming into a tempestuous snow wolf upon merging with the ice element. He sensed that the frost wolf soul could also be wielded to launch mental assaults against adversaries. With the bloodline of the 4th-tier frost giant wolf, a medium aptitude for ice elements, and the 2nd-tier frost wolf soul alongside his 2nd-tier mental energy, he was increasingly resembling a true ice sorcerer. This was also laying the groundwork for his forthcoming journey as a sorcerer. Once he obtained the inheritance of the ice sorcerer, he would swiftly learn the meditation techniques and sorceries intrinsic to their craft. Chapter 31. Subduing the snow wolf in the ensuing days. David devoted himself to honing his mental energy, temporarily designating the snow demon breathing technique as his primary cultivation method. Although the frost wolf breathing technique had shed its previous limitations with his ascendance to a 4th-tier knight, the absence of the 4th-tier frost wolf potion hindered its efficacy. He resolved to continue his training only after either breaking through to the 5th tier of the frost giant wolf bloodline or acquiring the materials required for the 4th-tier potion. Thus, time gradually passed. One afternoon, the Grey Wolf Knight arrived at the castle. Although the Earth Knight who had invaded their territory was slain, numerous matters still required resolution, such as the collection of spoils and the management of information. It was imperative to conceal the news of Hobbs' demise at Frostwolf Ridge. Additionally, the identity of which Amy must also remain undisclosed. Master David, the Grey Wolf Knight, exclaimed, visibly thrilled to see the Lord in perfect health. He had been in a state of exhilaration over the past few days, as the Frost Wolf family had produced yet another Earth Knight. Uncle Leo, David greeted with a smile, and together they made their way toward the castle. Upon returning to the study, the Grey Wolf Knight had laid out the recent administrative orders for the territory on the desk, awaiting his signature. He also reported on the relevant circumstances of the domain. Regarding information suppression, the Grey Wolf Knight was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and had taken immediate precautions. Fortunately, apart from Leah, the Grey Wolf Knight, and Knight Roman, only 10 knight attendants were present at the scene. These attendants were members of the Frost Wolf Knight Order, ensuring a degree of loyalty. But prudent preparations were still necessary. Master David, this is the Ice Wolf Fong Sword, the Grey Wolf Knight said, presenting a wooden box. David felt a surge of interest as he opened the box, revealing a long sword crafted in the shape of a fong, reminiscent of a samurai sword. He gripped the Ice Wolf Fong Sword tightly in his hand, instantly sensing the chilling power it contained. A splendid weapon, David couldn't help but exclaim. This ancestral sword of the Ice Wolf clan was said to be forged from the fangs of a 7th-tier polar ice wolf, a true divine instrument of war. He felt that wielding this Ice Wolf Fong, coupled with the power of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Setting aside the favor he gained from Princess Reina by protecting her, this Ice Wolf Fong alone was worth its weight in gold. Indeed, it was an exceptional sword, likely rivaling the Frost Wolf Sword, as the Grey Wolf Knight remarked. The Frost Wolf Sword was the family heirloom carried by the head of the Frost Wolf clan. Regrettably, it vanished alongside the old Duke's corpse after his demise in battle. Had David possessed the Frost Wolf Sword back then, even without breaking through to Earth Knight, he would have been able to contend with the Ice Wolf Grand Knight. This illustrates the formidable foundation David currently possessed. Even before his ascension to Earth Knight, he could challenge one, and now he had the capability to suppress and ambush an Earth Knight with lethal force. One day, I will find my father and reclaim the Frost Wolf armor and the Frost Wolf sword, David vowed. The Grey Wolf Knight nodded, filled with confidence in his lord. Besides the Ice Wolf Fong sword, there was also the matter of Hobbs' corpse and the Snow Wolf that needed attention. Upon hearing about the Snow Wolf, David's heart stirred. That Snow Wolf, standing as tall as a man, was indeed an excellent candidate for a mount. If he could tame this creature, his stature would undoubtedly rise. And perhaps he could even win a princess as his bride. Let us freeze Hobbs' corpse for now. First, take me to see that Snow Wolf. I shall attempt to tame it, David said, walking alongside the Grey Wolf Knight towards the castle's exterior. As David approached the prison, a series of wolf howls echoed through the air. It was the Snow Wolf ridden by Hobbs, its strength on par with a 3rd-tier knight, its voice emanating a palpable aura of intimidation. The ordinary warhorses trembled in response, paralyzed by fear. "My lord." The knight attendants on guard greeted David with respect upon his arrival, though the snow wolf's limbs were shackled by thick iron chains. The average knight attendant was still no match for such a formidable beast. Getting close would mean certain death or severe injury from its bite. "I shall see if I can tame it," David said with a slight smile, advancing towards the snow wolf. As he neared, the snow wolf's growl intensified. Despite being a creature imbued with extraordinary bloodlines, its intelligence remained limited, and wolves are known for their loyalty. Once they recognize a master, betrayal is rare. Under normal circumstances, taming a snow wolf would be nearly impossible. Frost giant wolf bloodline. David took another step forward, channeling the latent power of his bloodline. The fourth-tier frost giant wolf bloodline surged towards the snow wolf. He intended to assert dominance over the snow wolf with a superior lineage, thereby positioning himself as its leader and commanding its obedience. A howl escaped the snow wolf, momentarily faltering. Instinctively, it sensed a pressure emanating from the frost giant wolf bloodline. Yet once it regained its composure, it resumed its ferocity. It was indeed not so simple. David smiled slightly, suddenly advancing to unlock the shackles on the snow wolf's paw. With a fierce howl, the snow wolf lunged at David. However, he was thoroughly prepared. The power of the Earth Knight erupted, and the gathered energy in his fist sent the snow wolf flying. Once it regained its footing, the snow wolf attempted to leap at him again. But David stepped forward, exerting formidable strength to pin the wolf's head down, firmly suppressing it as the fourth-tier frost giant wolf bloodline radiated around him. "How loyal," David remarked coldly, as icy energy coalesced in his hand. Layers of frost began to encase the snow wolf, which, despite its strong resistance to ice, felt an overwhelming chill that seemed to suppress its very blood. Yet, even in the face of this, the snow wolf showed no signs of submission. Its inherent pride would not allow it to yield to an enemy out of fear of death. David exuded an aura of coldness, his gaze sharp. While a silvery glow emerged in his eyes, the spirit of the frost wolf howling within his mental realm. Mental impact. A surge of psychic energy erupted from David and penetrated the snow wolf's consciousness. This was his first attempt to wield his mental power offensively. If the snow wolf refused to submit, he deemed it acceptable to obliterate its consciousness entirely. Boom! The snow wolf, struck by the psychic assault, felt its body weaken. Just as it instinctively sought to struggle, a wolf's howl resonated, and an image of a frost giant wolf materialized within its mind. Confronted by this spectral giant, the snow wolf's awareness felt as fragile as a lone boat upon a tempestuous sea, vulnerable and helpless. Chapter 32. The frost wolf packed. The snow wolf's eyes widened in terror. It realized that no matter how fiercely it fought, it could not escape the grasp of the frost giant wolf's apparition within its consciousness, rendering its will subservient. Ultimately, the snow wolf emitted a soft whimper, slowly lowering its head. Faced with the frost giant wolf, it relinquished its resistance and chose to submit. Was this mental domination? David paused momentarily. He had merely aimed to utilize the spirit of the frost wolf to weaken the snow wolf's consciousness, preparing it for the forthcoming taming. Initially, he had prepared himself for a prolonged battle against the snow wolf. Yet the spirit of the frost wolf seemed to exert an extraordinary dominance over the lesser wolf clan. He could sense that the spirit of the frost wolf had left a mental imprint within the snow wolf's realm of consciousness. With a mere thought, he could suppress the snow wolf's awareness. Moreover, he had an inkling that, were the frost wolf's spirit even stronger, it could possess the snow wolf, thereby completely controlling its actions. This sensation was akin to a form of mental manipulation. It was said that wizards could tame magical beasts through a mental contract, and his situation seemed to parallel that notion. He decided to name this ability the Frost Wolf Pact. David contemplated that this power was not documented in the techniques of the snow demon's breathing method. It likely stemmed from a mutation of the Frost Wolf spirit, an ability effective against the Wolf clan. For him, this quasi-spell-like ability was indeed an unexpected boon. The snow wolf had now fully submitted. As David reached out to stroke its head, it displayed no signs of discontent, merely lying obediently and wagging its tail in submission. "My lord David, have you truly tamed the snow wolf?" The gray wolf knight stood by, dumbfounded, his face a mask of astonishment. Just moments ago, the snow wolf had exhibited formidable aggression, yet it had swiftly succumbed, leaving him in awe of the Lord's prowess. "Indeed, it has been tamed," David affirmed. The snow wolf was now akin to his magical companion, more reliable than the taming methods of the ice wolf family, with virtually no possibility of betrayal. Subsequently, David, under the watchful eyes of the other knights and attendants, led the snow wolf outside the prison and mounted its back. "Let us depart," he commanded. With a resounding howl, the snow wolf sprang into action, its speed remarkable. Even on snow, it moved as if traversing solid ground, an impeccable land steed. Ultimately, David rode the snow wolf back to the castle, nearly startling the patrolling knight Roman. Once he discerned that it was the Duke of Frost Wolves, Roman exhaled in relief, though he gazed in astonishment at the tamed snow wolf. The ice wolf family's taming techniques were renowned throughout the kingdom of Crystal Song, particularly the crucial requirement of training from a young age, ensuring unwavering loyalty once tamed. Yet now, the Duke of Frost Wolves had successfully tamed the snow wolf steed that belonged to the esteemed Knight Hobbs, leaving Roman utterly astounded. Could it be that the Frost Wolf family possessed their own taming techniques, far surpassing those of the Ice Wolf family? "Roman, how is your recovery progressing?" David inquired with a smile. He held a great respect for the Snow Eagle Knight who had risked his life to save Princess Crystal Song, and he was more than willing to accommodate any request the knight might have. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I'm quite well now," Roman responded with utmost respect. He is a vassal of the Crystal Song family, although Duke Frostwolf has yet to wed Her Highness the Princess. He regards her as the consort of the Crystal Song family nonetheless. Moreover, the Duke's prowess as a land knight commands a level of respect that is befitting of a strong leader. "The safety of the castle is entrusted to you," he said, to which David responded with a smile and a nod. Subsequently, he rode back to the castle on his snow wolf, settling the creature in a grove within the estate's rear mountains, instructing the steward to ensure it was well fed with good meat daily. In the castle's back garden, Amy was quietly engrossed in her book, as usual. Fire Dance and Water Lotus busied themselves with arranging tea and snacks. Meanwhile, Leah was practicing the Frost Wolf breathing technique, her figure dancing like a butterfly across the snow, each pose radiating a unique beauty. This was Reyna's first experience attending such a gathering of women. Yet, she understood that having chosen to accept the Duke, she must embrace all that comes with it, including the companionship of these two sisters who served him. Her gaze first fell upon Leah, who was diligently practicing the Frostwolf breathing technique. During the previous battle, she had been astonished to learn that Leah was also an awakened knight of the Frostwolf bloodline. She recognized the immense difficulty of such an achievement, especially after hearing from a castle maid that Leah had been a commoner before encountering Duke Frostwolf. It was only due to her signature silver hair, indicative of the Frostwolf lineage, that she had been brought to the castle, with hopes of bearing a child of that noble blood. In this context, transitioning from an ordinary individual to an awakened member of the Frostwolf bloodline, and subsequently rising through the ranks to become a full-fledged knight. Leah's talent seemed to surpass even that of the Crystal Song Princess herself, upon witnessing Leah utilizing a Frostwolf potion to aid her training. A spark of admiration ignited in her eyes as she recalled the Duke's prior promise. Indeed, the Duke had pledged to assist her in sourcing materials for concocting the Snow Fairy potion, as well as aiding her in mastering the Snow Fairy breathing technique. How amusing it was! She had initially doubted him, scoffing at the notion that the Duke would make such promises merely to win her over. Now, however, her doubts had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She firmly believed the Duke would undoubtedly help her procure the necessary materials, and she would surely grow stronger. Retracting her gaze, she turned her attention to Amy, finding it hard to fathom that this was a witch wielding the power of ice. The Duke's willingness to marry a witch, defying the Church's threats, was astonishing. Suddenly, she began to understand why the seemingly exceptional Leah and Amy were so willing to stand by Duke Frostwolf's side, even without any formal recognition, desiring to bear his offspring. Perhaps this was also the reason the Duke was reluctant to form an alliance with her. It seemed that reality was not as she had once imagined. Reflecting on the kindness bestowed upon her by Duke Frostwolf, Rhaena's face illuminated with a sense of relief. The long-standing knot in her heart had finally unraveled. She inhaled deeply and suddenly whispered, "You have won." Chapter 33. Farming without a wizard. The winter snow fell incessantly. Within a few days, a thick layer of snow had accumulated. David stood by the window of his study, gazing outside with a slight furrow in his brow. This winter was indeed much colder than usual, and the plight of the refugees was likely to be severe. However, he had done all that he could. From here on, it was up to the refugees to endure. Regrettably, no healers were available. He muttered to himself, in this world, endowed with extraordinary powers, such abilities constituted the most formidable form of advanced technology, far surpassing the innovations of his previous life. If only a healer were present, they could assume the majority of a doctor's responsibilities. Should a plant-based wizard be found, they would stand as the finest agriculturalist, significantly advancing agricultural development. Moreover, wizards possessed a myriad of wondrous spells, all of which could foster the progress of the world. He recalled a saying he had heard before, in the realm of reality, technology is the primary productive force. Yet, in this extraordinary world, wizards were the true primary productive force. Alas, aside from Amy and the Shadow, which had appeared previously, no other traces of wizards had been discovered. My Lord Duke, are you still concerned about the refugees? Rhaena's gentle voice broke the silence, her eyes shimmering with a hint of intrigue. Their relationship had flourished in recent times, with Duke Frostwolf often discussing matters of the territory with her. Indeed, David nodded. Frostwolf Ridge requires more hands for its development. Hearing this, Rhaena sighed softly. You have already done enough. From now on, it is up to them. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, she suggested as she approached David from behind, her delicate fingers gently pressing against his temples. David turned around and seized Rhaena's hand, smiling slightly as he remarked, "Are you inviting me?" Rhaena's face instantly flushed crimson. David did not await her response. He lifted her onto the table. He had indeed done all he could. His next course of action was to continue enhancing his own strength, providing greater protection for Frostwolf Ridge. As for the battle wizards, their extraordinary powers had already surpassed the vast majority of firearms from his previous life. You have completed a training session, gaining the Soul of the Snow Spirit. 45. Soul of the Snow Spirit. Second tier, 551-1000. After several days of relentless effort, David was nearing the completion of the experience bar for the second tier of the Soul of the Snow Spirit. Once he transcended to the third tier, his mental fortitude would significantly enhance through spiritual feedback. Ice Element Talent. Medium, 3230100000. Frostwolf Bloodline. Fourth tier, 9508100000. The Frostwolf Bloodline and Ice Element Talent are steadily advancing, with the Frostwolf Bloodline nearing its fifth tier breakthrough. With the addition of Rhaena, David's dual cultivation schedule is now nearly full. Unfortunately, the proud little princess remains too cautious, necessitating a staggered schedule for their sessions, indicating that further effort is required. In the year 658 of the Silver Moon calendar, only 5 days remain in the month of winter. The incessant snowfall has finally ceased, and the long-awaited sunlight once again graces the earth. Upon witnessing this, David breathes a sigh of relief. After compiling recent statistics, only 20 refugees perished during this winter. Most of the deceased were the elderly, the weak, and the ill. Thus, for Frostwolf Ridge, this is indeed the best possible outcome. Now, they merely need to endure the winter, and when spring arrives, those refugees will have survived this cold wave. Originally, David anticipated that the coming days would pass in tranquility. However, shortly after the snow ceased, the resonant sound of a horn echoed through Frostwolf Ridge under the night sky. This alarm, a call for all to assemble, is only sounded when enemies threaten the safety of Frostwolf Ridge. At that moment, David was in bed with Rhaena. Upon hearing the horn, both opened their eyes simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, quickly rising, as Rhaena hurriedly assisted him in donning his garments. I shall investigate, "Wait for my return," David said, leaning down to kiss her before hastily exiting the castle, making his way toward the back mountain. A howl erupted as the snow wolf sensed its master's approach, lowering its head in a growl. By the time David arrived at the manor on his snow wolf, the Grey Wolf Knights had already assembled with the Frost Wolf Knight order. "Master David, it is a wolf pack," the Grey Wolf Knight stated gravely. Surrounding Frostwolf Ridge are dense forests, where thousands of gray wolves reside in the depths of the Black Forest. Under normal circumstances, these wolves would never approach Frostwolf Ridge. Yet they have now taken the initiative to invade. Is this yet another scheme from the northern nobility? David narrowed his eyes. The Black Forest is home to numerous territories, and in the past, the Frostwolf family had maintained dominance over the region. The cunning wolf clans, driven by instinct, would never prioritize Frostwolf Ridge as a prime target for their attacks. However, the Grey Wolf Pack could not possibly be aware of the Frostwolf family's decline. This suggests that some hidden force is orchestrating events, compelling the Grey Wolf Pack to encroach upon Frostwolf Ridge, much like the refugees before them. "Master David?" the Grey Wolf Knight inquired, his concern evident. David snorted coldly. "Let us go and tame those gray wolves." Previously, they would have had to engage the wolf pack in combat. Given the original strength of Frostwolf Ridge, even if they managed to repel the wolves, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. However, now he possesses the Frostwolf Pact, a spell-like ability, which presents a perfect opportunity to test whether it can be employed to tame ordinary gray wolves. At this moment, within the refugee camp, the militia has already taken their positions. Each holds a sharpened wooden spear, standing resolutely behind the wooden palisade, confronting the pack of wolves that gradually emerges into view. Their tension is palpable, yet none dare to retreat. After enduring the harsh winter, how could they possibly succumb to these mongrels? The refugee Mark growls softly, his gaze unwavering. Upon hearing his words, the other militia members grip their wooden spears more tightly. The knightly squire, tasked with maintaining order in the fray, casts an appreciative glance at this commoner and encourages loudly. "Winter is nearing its end. This is your final test. As long as you survive this battle, the gates of Frostwolf Ridge shall open for you, and you will become part of Frostwolf Ridge." Hearing this, the eyes of the refugee militia gleam with renewed hope. Over time, they have developed a sense of belonging to Frostwolf Ridge. They yearn to remain, to join Frostwolf Ridge and become subjects of the Frostwolf Duke. Thus, invigorated by the squire's encouragement, these refugees tighten their grips on their spears, resolutely preparing for a fierce battle against the wolves. Mark takes a deep breath and glances back at his wife and children. For their safety and future, he cannot retreat. Chapter 34. Taming the Wolf Pack when David arrives. The militia has already engaged the wolves. Although the camp is surrounded by wooden palisades, and the militia is armed with wooden spears, there have already been numerous casualties. Stab! The thunderous voice of the knightly squire resounds. The militia instinctively thrust their spears forward. However, these militia members are merely hastily assembled recruits, and their coordination is severely lacking. Some individuals, upon seeing a gray wolf leap, thrust their spears prematurely, while others remain unresponsive to the command. As a result, only one gray wolf is repelled, while several others leap through the gaps in the spear formation, attacking the refugees directly. The knightly squires, witnessing this, rush to intervene. Yet, these gray wolves possess strength comparable to that of the knightly squires, resulting in a stalemate between the two sides. Among the refugees, there are still a few knightly squires and hunters, their experience evidently surpassing that of the ordinary refugees. As the gray wolves charge into the crowd, these hunters, wielding daggers, leap forward, their sharp blades slicing into the soft underbellies of the wolves, disemboweling them. Moreover, several archers among the hunters draw their bows. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoes as one arrow pierces the eye socket of a gray wolf, killing it instantly. This threat from the wolf pack unites the refugees, prompting many previously cautious knightly squires and hunters to reveal themselves. Just as they gain this crucial time, David and the knightly order finally arrive. The snow wolf emitted a fierce roar, while the gray wolves, mere ordinary beasts, were comparable to knightly squires. In stark contrast, the snow wolf was a low-tier magical creature capable of contending with true knights, emanating an aura befitting the upper echelon of wolfkind, which stirred unrest among the pack. Seizing the opportunity, the knightly squires felled several gray wolves. The snow wolf darted among the commoners, advancing to the forefront of the battlefield, confronting the pack directly. "My lord, it is indeed our lord." Initially startled by the howling of the wolves, the commoners were soon awash with expressions of astonishment upon witnessing the imposing figure atop the colossal white wolf. Their surprise at the lord's arrival on such a magnificent beast was minimal. They felt that only this snow wolf was worthy of their benevolent lord. However, the commoners from the Crystal Song Kingdom found their pupils constricting in sudden recognition. They recalled that the Ice Wolf Grand Knight possessed a nearly identical snow wolf. The scout who had previously delivered the message turned pale upon seeing the snow wolf, disbelief etched across his face. He was well aware that Lord Hobbs had arrived at Frostwolf Ridge, but after entering, he had seemingly vanished. Now, upon witnessing this snow wolf, the scout immediately grasped that something must have befallen Lord Hobbs, perhaps even leading to the snow wolf being tamed by Duke Frostwolf. But how could this be possible? Lord Hobbs was a formidable Earth Knight, and there should be no knightly strength at Frostwolf Ridge capable of vanquishing him. Yet, regardless of his incredulity, the very presence of the snow wolf served as a grim reminder that all of this might indeed be true. Earth Knight Lord Hobbs had perished here. At that moment, the gray wolves continued their cacophony of howls. Suddenly, the pack parted, revealing a massive gray wolf, larger than the others yet slightly smaller than the snow wolf. This was evidently the leader of the gray wolves, a gray wolf king, possessing the might of a true knight and the authority to command the pack. "It is you, Gray Wolf King," David squinted, narrowing his gaze. In the next heartbeat, under his command, the snow wolf charged into the fray, while David brandished his knightly sword. Awakening the bloodline of the frost giant wolf, the snow wolf surged through the pack with unrelenting ferocity. The ordinary gray wolves were woefully outmatched in size. Any that faced the snow wolf head-on were sent sprawling, utterly incapable of resisting its charge. However, the sheer number of gray wolves was overwhelming, with hundreds present, and as the snow wolf plunged deeper into the throng, it became ensnared, unable to advance. The Gray Wolf King stood not far from the pack, emitting a low, ominous howl. Yet in the following moment, a gleam of silver flickered in its eyes, and its expression momentarily froze before the light in its gaze abruptly vanished, leaving it rigid and immobile. In the realm of his spirit, the silhouette of a colossal frost wolf emerged, unleashing a roar that sent a terrifying pressure bearing down upon the Gray Wolf King. The Frost Wolf packed. At that moment, a silvery glimmer sparkled in David's eyes as he murmured incantations. As the silver light gradually faded, the soul of the Frost Wolf had etched a spiritual mark within the Gray Wolf King's mental domain, successfully sealing the pact. With the Frost Wolf pact, David was undeniably the most formidable wolf tamer, capable of commanding both snow wolves and the Gray Wolf King. None could withstand the influence of the Frost Wolf pact. Without hesitation, David urged the snow wolf to plunge into the pack, having spotted the Gray Wolf King advancing towards the front, laid bare before his sight. As long as he could close the distance sufficiently, he could invoke the Frost Wolf pact upon the Gray Wolf King. Awoo! The Gray Wolf King gradually regained consciousness, then suddenly emitted a wolf howl. Following this howl, the movements of the Gray Wolves abruptly halted, ceasing their attacks. Observing this scene, David bellowed with commanding authority, instructing the knight attendants and militia to retreat. Before long, a vacuum formed upon the battlefield, with both Gray Wolves and knights withdrawing, leaving only the Gray Wolf King and David mounted upon his snow wolf at the center. Success! David exhaled in relief. Then, under the astonished gazes of all, dismounted from the snow wolf and approached the Gray Wolf King. "Master David," the Gray Wolf Knight was taken aback momentarily. Yet, suddenly recalling David's process of taming the snow wolf, he suppressed the impulse to intervene, remaining on high alert. In the tense eyes of all the refugees, David stood before the Gray Wolf King. In the next instant, All the refugees widened their eyes in disbelief, witnessing the noble Grey Wolf King bow its head before their lord. "Has our lord tamed the Grey Wolf King?" murmured one of the knight attendants. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed the scene unfolding before him. Their lord had not even lifted a finger, and yet the Grey Wolf King had been subdued. This was the bloodline of the frost giant wolf, possessing the power to command all wolves. Some knight attendants began to fantasize, their gazes towards David brimming with adoration. As the other refugees absorbed the moment, they felt a fervor bubbling within, ultimately erupting into a chorus of cheers. Long live our Lord. Long live the Frost Wolf clan. Chapter 35. The plan to reclaim the territory. Master David. The total number of Grey Wolves is 132. In the refugee camp, the Grey Wolf Knight reported the counted numbers of Grey Wolves. Although David had tamed the Grey Wolf King, the dilemma of how to manage these Grey Wolves persisted. They were already famished, and even with the Grey Wolf King's authority, if pushed to the brink of hunger, it would be challenging for the Grey Wolf King to maintain control over the pack. If one wishes to nurture these Grey Wolves, the amount of sustenance required is staggering, and the current Frostwolf Ridge is simply incapable of supporting such a demand. Fear not, for I have devised a plan. Although Frostwolf Ridge lacks sufficient provisions, my dominion extends beyond its confines. A knowing smile suddenly graced David's face. The Grey Wolf Knight paused, then his eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, the Duke of Frostwolf's territory encompasses far more than merely Frostwolf Ridge. In truth, the majority of the northern lands once belonged to the Duke of Frostwolf. However, due to the decline of the Frostwolf lineage, the nobles who were once vassals have gradually distanced themselves from the family's grasp. Over a century, the Frostwolf family has lost its hold over the northern lands. Yet, during the elder Duke's reign, the Frostwolf family retained control over the entirety of Frostwolf Forest and its adjacent territories. Moreover, although these nobles chose to sever ties with the Frostwolf family, they have not received recognition from the Kingdom of Silvermoon. Therefore, David, at present, remains the nominal lord of Frostwolf Forest and its surrounding lands, acknowledged by the Kingdom of Silvermoon. Previously, David's weakness rendered him unable to contest the noble's defection. However, now, with the strength of a land knight, reclaiming these territories should pose little difficulty. Uncle Eli, please have a municipal hall compile the taxes owed by each territory. They have delayed for far too long. It is time they repay me with both principal and interest, David remarked with a subtle smile. He found himself in need of funds, and such money would serve perfectly to establish Frostwolf Ridge. Yes, my lord, the Grey Wolf Knight eagerly responded. Once the knight departed, David instructed the Grey Wolf King to return the wolves to the forest and ensure their proper settlement before heading back to the castle. At Frostwolf Castle, the number of awaiting individuals had increased from 2 to 3. Upon the lord's return, the trio sighed in relief and approached him together. Rest assured, I am unharmed, David replied with a smile. In addition to Leah, Amy, and Lena, the Grey Wolf Knight and the territorial officials were also present. During this time, the officials had already learned of their lord's recent ascension to Land Knight, and they were all in a state of exhilaration. Thus, when David cast his gaze upon them, he noted their buoyant spirits. David reassured the 3 ladies and led the officials to the conference hall on the first floor. Lena, you should join us as well, David said as he paused before the door to the hall. Lena was taken aback. Upon realizing the significance of the gathering, comprised of the core powers of Frostwolf Ridge, her heart quickened. She understood that a matter of great importance was to be discussed. In such circumstances, the Duke's invitation for her to enter the study, even if merely to serve tea, was a gesture of trust and an affirmation of her significance. The other officials of Frostwolf Ridge now turned their gazes towards Reyna. They were all aware that the Lord had welcomed several beautiful women into the castle in hopes of hastening the birth of an heir. However, they were taken aback to discover that one of these women had gained access to the very core of power within Frostwolf Ridge, which in itself was a significant statement. Observing Reyna's lack of movement, David stepped forward and took her hand, leading her into the council chamber. Once inside, he seated himself at the head of the table and instructed the attendant, Fire Dance, to bring a chair for Reyna beside him. Although the officials were curious, they maintained a calm demeanor. All of these officials were loyal retainers of David's father, having served the Frostwolf family for generations, and they exhibited a commendable level of decorum. As Rhaena settled into her seat, her gaze inadvertently fell upon David's profile. When David turned to look at her, their eyes met briefly, prompting Rhaena to awkwardly avert her gaze. Soon, the meeting commenced. The Grey Wolf Knight outlined the agenda, and upon hearing that the new Duke of Frostwolf intended to reclaim his rightful territory, the officials' eyes lit up with anticipation. They had once served the late Duke and felt a deep sense of guilt for their failure to protect the lands. With news of their lord's ascension to Earth Knight, they had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Now, with the prospect of reclaiming their territory, the officials could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly awaiting their lord's command. David had already devised a plan during his journey, instructing the officials to report on the conditions of the surrounding territories. At present, winter reigned, and the heavy snowfall had effectively isolated all lands. Typically, during winter, the northern regions rarely saw conflict. Even in times of war, there was often a temporary ceasefire. Under normal circumstances, Frostwolf Ridge would not initiate hostilities in winter. However, with nearly 100 gray wolves at his disposal, David knew that the snow would not hinder their advance. Instead, it would serve as an advantage, isolating other territories and leaving them vulnerable. Nevertheless, winter was drawing to a close, and time was of the essence. Even with a pack of gray wolves, David could not hope to conquer all territories in such a short span. Thus, he planned to target the strongest and most antagonistic territory first, one that posed the greatest threat to Frostwolf Ridge, setting an example for the others. "What are your thoughts?" David inquired, surveying the officials present. In matters of counsel, listening to the opinions of his subordinates was paramount, for David had always been one to heed counsel. "My lord, are those gray wolves reliable?" One official hesitantly questioned. Indeed, nearly 100 gray wolves represented a formidable force, comparable to a knightly order. However, if these gray wolves cannot be controlled, it would be exceedingly perilous for the lord to venture into other territories. David nodded with a smile, reassuringly stating that the Frostwolf family possesses specialized wolf-taming techniques. He then turned his gaze toward the others. Upon hearing this, the others felt a measure of relief, and they began to deliberate on the selection of the territory for their impending assault. Ultimately, they settled on their target, Iglooing Fortress. The Lord of Iglooing Fortress is a third-tier knight with ties to the Ice Bear family, posing the greatest threat, as even this recent calamity of refugees involved Iglooing Fortress. Moreover, the Lord's notorious brutality is well known, and this opportunity could be seized to dismantle the ticking time bomb surrounding the Frostwolf Forest. Chapter 36, Awakening Innate Abilities. In the council chamber, after finalizing the specific arrangements, the officials gradually departed, with a Lord of Earth Knight caliber leading the charge, alongside 100 gray wolves. Confidence surged among them. Their immediate task was to prepare for the operation and subsequent management. Conquering a territory is not as simple as it seems. The governance that follows poses significant challenges. Furthermore, many territories, although having distanced themselves from the Frostwolf family's control, have not formally severed ties. Consequently, different territories require distinct approaches for handling. Of course, David remained unconcerned with these matters. His primary objective regarding the territories was merely to enhance resource accumulation. For him, the utmost priority was the enhancement of his own strength. Wasting time on territorial construction would be a misallocation of resources. Once all the territorial officials had departed, David turned his attention to Rhaena, who was still seated in contemplation. He had long since noticed her keen interest in territorial management. In casual conversation, he would often broach topics related to the territory to pique her interest, seizing opportunities to make somewhat excessive requests. This was primarily why he had invited Rhaena to the meeting. Should she be willing, he would consider entrusting the affairs of the territory to her directly. "Your Grace," Rhaena snapped back to reality, only to find David gazing intently at her. With a grin, David approached and lifted Rhaena, striding toward the council chamber's exit, then ascending to the second floor. Upon reaching the corner of the second floor, he paused momentarily and, with a sudden thought, inquired, "Reyna, would you care to visit the third floor?" Indeed, this was yet another rather audacious request. David was testing the waters, hopeful that it might just succeed. Reyna froze, her face flushing crimson, fully aware of the implications behind the Duke's words. Under normal circumstances, she would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. However, recalling how Leah and Amy had once awaited similar opportunities, coupled with the trust she had just felt from the Duke, she hesitated for a moment and unexpectedly nodded in agreement. David was instantly elated, not granting Reyna a moment to reconsider, and he strode purposefully toward the third floor. In the attic, Amy was absorbed in her reading. In section 23, Leah indulged in some snacks nearby, though both she and Amy appeared somewhat distracted. Frequently glancing toward the door, Huowu and Shui Lian busied themselves with tidying the room, knowing that the Lord would ascend to the third floor to rest that evening. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source. Young Master David tapped on the door before gently pushing it open, leading in a blushing Reyna by the hand. "Young Master David, my lord," both Leah and Amy exclaimed in delight. They then turned their attention to the somewhat shy Reyna standing beside David. Noticing this, Leah rose with a smile and took Reyna's hand, encouraging her to enter. "Come in, dear sister." Huowu and Shui Lian, seeing this, approached with friendly greetings before tactfully retreating, closing the door behind them. As time passed, the smiles on the faces of the two young maids grew ever brighter. David diverted his gaze, focusing on the three women in the room, unable to resist moistening his parched lips. "Ladies, it is time to rest. This session of training has been rather prolonged." Even as an Earth Knight, David felt a hint of fatigue. However, the results were indeed monumental. Following this training, both the Frost Wolf bloodline and the Snow Spirit had accrued sufficient experience for advancement. Frost Wolf bloodline, level 4 100 291 0000. Snow Spirit, level 2 1007 1000. Ice elemental affinity, moderate 4230 1000. Suppressing his excitement, David continued to embrace the weary trio, closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Leah and Amy appeared as usual, while Reyna's cheeks still bore a rosy hue. When the door swung open, Huowu entered to restore order to the disheveled room. Yet unnoticed by David, Huowu's ears were slightly flushed, reminiscent of ripe apples. In the castle's training chamber, David sat cross-legged in solitude. Once he had adjusted his state, he summoned the system panel. With a mere thought, the Snow Spirit ascended to the third level. Instantly, the Frost Wolf Spirit within David's mental realm let out a roar, its aura intensifying further. Soon after, the mental feedback from the Snow Spirit's elevation bolstered his mental strength, propelling him toward the pinnacle of the second level. Having successfully achieved the Snow Spirit's breakthrough, David assessed his mental prowess and mastery over the ice element. Compared to before, his icy powers had undergone significant enhancement. He even felt a burgeoning confidence. Should he encounter an Ice Wolf Knight again, he could contend with them relying solely on his ice powers. The extraordinary force was indeed formidable. There was reason behind the legends that wizards of equal rank could overwhelm knights. It was not without merit. Upon successfully completing the breakthrough of the soul of the Snow Demon, David did not hasten to advance the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf. Instead, he commenced his training in the Snow Demon breathing technique. Instantly, the surrounding ice elemental forces began to converge, flowing into his body. A portion of this energy was absorbed by his physique, another part merged with the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf, and the final segment integrated into the soul of the Frost Wolf. Once he familiarized himself with his newfound powers, he proceeded to the breakthrough of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. As the bloodline ascended to the 5th tier, a formidable aura enveloped his body. This time, thanks to his mental prowess and innate affinity for ice elements, he could perceive the frigid might contained within the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. With a surge of determination, he directed the ice elemental energy into his being, allowing it to continuously meld with the bloodline, awakening the icy powers within. Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, Tier 5, 2, 950. 000. Acquired racial ability, Frost breath. Suddenly, a distinctly different notification resonated, causing David to pause in surprise. Upon regaining his composure, a look of delight illuminated his face. This breakthrough of the frost giant wolf bloodline had granted him a racial ability of the frost giant wolf. Clearly, as the bloodline was increasingly fortified, combined with his moderate ice elemental talent in unlocking the latent powers within the frost giant wolf, he had initially activated the bloodline. As the frost giant wolf bloodline continued to be enhanced and explored, his lineage would progressively transform toward the legendary frost giant wolf, thereby mastering more powers intrinsic to this creature. Chapter 37. Iglooing Fortress and the Fox Maiden on the castle's rear mountain. David eagerly sought to test his newfound ability, Frost Breath, as he harnessed the icy power contained within the frost giant wolf bloodline. A torrent of energy rapidly coalesced in his mouth. Hissing, a stream of frigid air began to escape from his lips. When he opened his mouth, a blast of cold surged forth like a raging blizzard. Wherever the chill passed, everything was instantly encased in ice, extending 100 meters into the distance. The snow wolves, witnessing this spectacle, recoiled in astonishment, instinctively sensing the terrifying nature of this frost. They knew that should they be struck by this icy onslaught, they would be instantaneously frozen. David exhaled, equally astonished by the scene before him. Initially, he had been able to wield the power of ice through his control over it. However, this was vastly inferior to the potency of frost breath. Had he possessed the ability of frost breath from the outset, he would not have needed to use himself as bait to ambush with the icy force. A single breath of frost breath aimed directly at the ice wolf knight would undoubtedly result in the same freezing effect, rivaling the effectiveness of a stealth attack. This ability could truly be likened to genuine sorcery, David mused. Even Amy, born as a master of ice and snow, would not surpass his current command over the frost. Moreover, he could sense the formidable power of the frost breath, which would grow stronger in tandem with the enhancement of his frost giant wolf bloodline, representing a talent that could evolve. However, the consumption involved in unleashing frost breath was indeed considerable. With the current reservoir of icy energy within his frost giant wolf bloodline, he could only manage to execute the frost breath twice. David quietly reflected on the capabilities of frost breath, subsequently stretching his body. In addition to awakening a racial talent, the transformative effects brought about by the elevation of his bloodline had significantly enhanced his physique. This bestowed a new surge of strength to his knightly prowess, which had been progressing slowly due to the lack of the 4th-tier Frost Wolf elixir. Relying on his 5th-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, he should be able to engage in training even without the 4th-tier elixir. However, upon observing that breaking through to the 6th tier of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline required an arduous 50,000 experience points, he fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that he needed to further enhance his training alongside Leah. 3 days later, David departed from the castle, accompanied by 10 knight attendants and 2 territorial officials. At the castle gates, Leah, Amy, and Lena watched their lord leave, closing their eyes in silent prayer. "Fear not, for I shall return soon," David waved, swiftly vanishing from their sight. This departure would inevitably consume a considerable amount of training time, and he naturally hoped to return promptly. In truth, he could have brought Leah or Lena along, but after some contemplation, he chose to forego this option. The impending battle posed certain risks, and he did not wish to expose his beloved women to danger. The snow wolves were swift, carrying David directly into the forest, where they located the pack of gray wolves that had been settled there. During this period, the gray wolves had been well fed by Frost Wolf Ridge, rendering them remarkably docile. When David led these gray wolves before the 10 knight attendants and 2 territorial officials, they collectively exhaled in relief, given that they were traversing snow-covered terrain towards another territory. It was evident that horses were impractical. They could only ride the gray wolves to their destination. On this occasion, David did not ride a snow wolf, but rather the gray wolf king. The 10 knight attendants and 2 territorial officials each mounted a gray wolf, commencing their journey towards Eagle Wing Fortress. Eagle Wing Fortress was situated on a small plain to the east of Frost Wolf Ridge. The imposing and ancient castle bore numerous scars from past conflicts. Originally, Eagle Wing Fortress served as the frontline bastion for Frost Wolf Ridge, having thwarted countless enemy incursions. The original Eagle Wing family was the most dependable vassal of the Frost Wolf family. However, the elder Earl of Eagle Wing perished alongside the old Duke on the battlefield, and the newly appointed Earl of Eagle Wing chose to assert independence. At this moment, within the council chamber of Eagle Wing Fortress, the Earl was strategizing the forthcoming campaign to seize Frost Wolf Ridge. Not long ago, they devised a means to drive away the Grey Wolves, expelling them into the territory of Frost Wolf Ridge. Although the current state of Frost Wolf Ridge remains uncertain, facing 100 Grey Wolves, even with the protection of third-tier knights, casualties are inevitable. Their immediate task is to assemble the knightly order, and once the snow melts, they shall launch an assault on Frost Wolf Ridge, obliterating the once loyal family of Iglooing Fortress. Following this battle, Iglooing Fortress will be reborn, claiming dominion over the Frostwolf Forest. After the meeting, the Earl of Iglooing returned to the castle and descended into the dungeons. The Iglooing family is renowned for their falconry, and subjugating the prisoners within the dungeons into obedient servants is a favored pastime of the Earl. Upon entering the dungeon, he made his way directly to the innermost chamber. The ordinary slaves no longer sufficed for him. Fortuitously, he had recently acquired a new target for taming. As the oil lamp in the chamber flickered to life, it revealed a young girl huddled in the corner. She possessed chestnut-colored hair and a pair of fox ears atop her head. Upon noticing the Earl, she trembled, instinctively attempting to flee, but the chain binding her right leg tripped her, sending her to the ground and exposing a bushy foxtail behind her. The Earl seized the whip hanging on the wall and struck at the girl with the fox ears and tail, a crimson mark appearing instantaneously. The fox girl shrank back, curling into a ball as she endured the relentless lashings. "What's this? Are you still unwilling to submit?" The Earl scoffed, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He reveled in the thrill of taming. To transform a witch with the ability to beastify into a falcon was a source of unparalleled satisfaction for him. Yet, just as he reached for the whip once more, an urgent blast of horns suddenly echoed, signaling an enemy's incursion into Iglooing Fortress. The Earl halted his actions, a look of fury crossing his features, yet he swiftly donned his cloak and exited the chamber, intent on assessing the situation. An attack, an invasion. Within the castle, the knights began to rally. What adversaries could possibly threaten us in this harsh winter? The Earl pondered, perplexed. But at that moment, the chilling howls of wolves resonated throughout the castle. Everyone's expression shifted. A pack of wolves. How could there be wolves within Iglooing Fortress? However, there was no time for contemplation. The Earl and the commander of the knights hastily led their forces outside the castle to confront the encroaching wolves. Chapter 38. Breach of Iglooing Fortress. David, accompanied by the wolf pack, approached Iglooing Fortress and stealthily infiltrated the outer city. Perhaps due to the winter's chill, the defenses of Iglooing Fortress were lacking, and he encountered no obstacles during his infiltration. Upon ascending the city walls, he swiftly dealt with the guards and opened the gates, allowing the pack of wolves to surge into the city, heading directly towards the Iglooing castle. As the wolves approached the castle's exterior, the Earl of Iglooing had already summoned his knightly retinue and was making his way to the outer city, where their paths fortuitously crossed. Fortunately, the wolves, upon entering the Iglooing Fortress, refrained from slaughtering the civilians in the outer city and instead made their way towards the inner city, granting him precious time to mount a defense. At the moment the Earl of Iglooing had gathered his knights, David had also arrived in the inner city, riding atop the formidable Grey Wolf King, and they exchanged glances. "You are David?" The Earl of Iglooing paused upon seeing David. He recognized the Duke of Frostwolf. Yet the sight of him clad in knightly armor, wielding a knight's sword, and mounted on the towering Grey Wolf King struck him as unfamiliar. It was no secret among the northern aristocracy that the current Duke of Frostwolf had yet to awaken his Frostwolf bloodline even into adulthood, and it was unlikely he would ever do so. However, the presence of this Duke, astride a wolf towering at 2 meters and exuding an aura that instilled a sense of pressure, was indeed unexpected. Moreover, it seemed that he possessed the ability to command the pack of wolves behind him, which numbered in the hundreds, each standing half a man tall, further amplifying the sense of intimidation. The knights and attendants behind the earl displayed expressions of grave concern. "Is it not customary to bow before your lord, Earl Iglooing?" David remarked coolly. As a vassal of the Frostwolf family, the Earl of Iglooing, being a noble of the Frostwolf lineage, was obliged to show deference. Yet, the Earl had no intention of submitting easily. He had long been scheming to seize Frostwolf Ridge and usurp control of the Frostwolf Forest. This encounter was fortuitous for him. With a steely resolve, the Earl commanded his knights to charge. Seeing this, David urged the Grey Wolf King forward, with his pack following suit. In terms of numbers, the Iglooing knights were at a disadvantage with only 50 warriors, significantly outnumbered by the wolves. Nevertheless, the Earl was acutely aware that if he could eliminate this Duke of Frostwolf, the remaining wolves would pose little threat to Iglooing Fortress. Coincidentally, David harbored the same intent. As he observed the Earl hastening on horseback, he too steered the Grey Wolf King to meet the charge. A fierce glint flashed in the Earl's eyes as he suddenly dismounted. He understood that a frontal assault against the Grey Wolf King would not favor him. He needed to rely on his speed to strike swiftly. The Iglooing bloodline bestowed upon him unparalleled swiftness. However, the Earl was taken aback when David also leapt from the Grey Wolf King, poised with his knightly sword and awaiting the confrontation. This young Frostwolf knight, it seemed, was resolutely determined to engage him in direct combat, oblivious to the peril that lay ahead. Although I am unaware of when you awakened the Frostwolf bloodline, you remain too youthful, lacking the accumulation of time. How could you possibly be my adversary? The Viscount of Iglooing let out a cold snort, reversing the dagger in his hand, already pronouncing the Duke of Frostwolf's death sentence. In the next moment, he summoned forth the wind eagle bloodline within him, enveloped by a gust of air that propelled his speed to new heights. To the knights and attendants watching, the figure of the Viscount of Iglooing suddenly vanished, only to reappear several dozen meters away. Truly, he is worthy of the title of Viscount. What astonishing speed! A glimmer of admiration flickered in the eyes of the commander of the Iglooing Knights. Though he too possessed the wind eagle bloodline and was a formal knight, he fell woefully short in comparison to the Viscount. "Kill him!" The other knight attendants shouted in exhilaration. In the next instant, the Viscount's figure flickered, arriving behind David, his dagger thrusting forward. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. A sinister grin spread across the Viscount's face. His fully unleashed wind eagle strike was not something even a fellow third-tier knight could hope to withstand. Yet, just as he thrust the dagger, he suddenly felt an immense resistance. His dagger was thwarted by an unseen force. As confusion flashed through his mind, a terrifying chill rapidly spread. The Viscount instinctively sensed danger and sought to retreat. However, the power of that chill was swifter, completely enveloping him and rendering his form rigid. Frostwolf sword technique, Frostwolf brise. David spun around and struck with his sword, imbued with a dreadful, icy power. This Frostwolf breath technique was born from the frost breath ability wielded by the colossal Frostwolf. Now, having truly mastered the essence of frost breath, David significantly amplified the might of Frostwolf breath. The Viscount of Iglooing naturally recognized this sword technique, terror gripping his heart, but he had never anticipated its power would be so formidable. In a moment of crisis, the Viscount summoned every ounce of his bloodline strength, retreating rapidly. Yet even so, his chest was still pierced. How could this be possible? The Viscount stared at the wound on his chest, disbelief etched across his face. His decisive ambush had been effortlessly countered, resulting in his own injury. Moreover, that Frostwolf sword technique had nearly obliterated him in an instant, a level of power that left him utterly astounded. A third-tier knight, or perhaps even stronger than a third-tier knight, potentially only a step away from becoming a land knight. Contemplating this, the Viscount began to regret his actions. This young Duke of Frostwolf had concealed his true capabilities far too well. The adversary was not a mere waste incapable of activating his bloodline, but rather a prodigy whose talent surpassed even that of the old duke. Regret is now futile. The Viscount of Iglooing cast a glance at the Duke of Frostwolf across from him, and in a fleeting motion, he vanished from his position. Yet, rather than opting for an assault, he chose to flee. Possessing the bloodline of the Wind Eagle, he held an undeniable advantage in speed. However, barely had he escaped a short distance when the sound of slicing air resonated. David, channeling the fifth-tier bloodline of the Frostwolf, swiftly closed the gap and struck with a single sword. Though the Viscount's speed was remarkable, the chilling effects of ice magic had reduced him to the capabilities of an ordinary third-tier knight. Boom! Instinctively, the Viscount turned to defend himself. The moment their weapons clashed, he felt an irresistible force surge forth, propelling him away. Chapter 39. First encounter with the beast-eared girl. Thud, thud, thud. After sending the Viscount flying, David approached steadily. Yet for the Viscount, each step felt like the tolling of death's bell, forcing him to retreat incessantly. In that brief skirmish, he realized he was no match for the Duke of Frostwolf. "My lord." At that moment, the Knights of the Iglooing Order finally reacted. 4 Knights of the Iglooing family rushed forward, intent on attacking David. Clang, 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 clang. The resounding clash of steel echoed as David faced each of them in turn. Instantly, all 4 were sent reeling back, their faces etched with disbelief. No one expected the Duke of Frostwolf to be so formidable, capable of repelling all 4 knights simultaneously. "Together, let us slay him," roared the Viscount in fury. But scarcely had he uttered these words when a flash of sword light crossed his vision, freezing his expression in place. "Is that combat aura?" The Viscount's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that this Duke of Frostwolf was indeed an Earth Knight. An Earth Knight at merely 18 years of age? Surely, this could not be an illusion. Yet, no one was there to answer his questions. All that awaited him was boundless regret, followed by descent into darkness. The other 4 knights now stared wide-eyed. The sudden emergence of combat aura made them acutely aware that this individual was beyond their capacity to confront. Flee! This singular thought dominated their minds. However, as they made their move, an overwhelming chill enveloped their bodies. David advanced 4 steps, dispatching 1 knight with each stride, effortlessly eliminating them in the blink of an eye. The Squire Knights of the Iglooing Order, witnessing this scene, instantly lost all will to fight. An Earth Knight, the Duke of Frostwolf, was indeed an Earth Knight. Such knights represent the pinnacle of combat prowess on this continent, utterly insurmountable by the Iglooing fortress. It is over. The Iglooing family is finished. Grey Wolf King. "Command all Grey Wolves to cease," David ordered. Through the Frostwolf Pact, the Grey Wolf King comprehended his master's commands, and with a single wolf's howl, the Grey Wolves halted their skirmish. Although David had already slain 5 official knights, including the Earl of Iglooing, only a brief period had transpired. The Iglooing Knights and the pack of Grey Wolves had only just encountered one another, and before a full-fledged battle could erupt, the conflict had already reached its conclusion. Upon witnessing the retreat of the Grey Wolves, the Knight Squires of the Iglooing Knights breathed a sigh of relief, laying down their weapons in surrender. With the Earl of Iglooing deceased, they harbored no thoughts of resistance against a formidable Earth Knight. Moreover, many of these squires were subjects of the Frostwolf lineage and surrendered without any psychological burden. Before long, 10 squires and 2 officials from Frostwolf Ridge arrived. Upon seeing the lifeless Earl of Iglooing and the fallen knights, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Though they had faith that their lord would reclaim Iglooing Castle, they had not anticipated the process to be so straightforward, with even the Iglooing Knights being taken over. "Gather all members of the Iglooing family," David commanded with an air of indifference. The 10 squires dutifully set forth, each accompanied by 10 Grey Wolves, to apprehend individuals within Iglooing Castle. As for the members of the Iglooing family among the knights, they had already been forcibly revealed by some squires. "Eliminate them all. You may proceed," David coldly instructed, casting a glance at the squires of the Iglooing Knights. For a bloodline family, the strength of its lineage was crucial for maintaining dominion. To utterly annihilate a bloodline family, the most effective method was to eradicate all descendants. Though ruthless, David felt no remorse. Had the Earl of Iglooing conquered Frostwolf Ridge, he would undoubtedly have chosen to obliterate all descendants of the Frostwolf family. The squires of the Iglooing knights were momentarily taken aback until one stepped forward and, with a single stroke, dispatched a foe, prompting the others to act. Observing the Iglooing knights spring into action, David nodded, assigning a Frostwolf knight to supervise these squires while he made his way toward the castle. Inside, the battle raged on, but with the formal knights of the Iglooing family utterly vanquished, the advance of the Grey Wolves could not be impeded. Upon his arrival, the tide of combat decisively turned, and he swiftly secured complete control over the castle. On this day, Iglooing Castle was destined to be drenched in blood. Anyone associated with the Iglooing family, even distant relatives, was to be mercilessly slain by David. Originally, Iglooing Castle belonged to the Frostwolf family. Given the Earl of Iglooing's extreme brutality, reclaiming Iglooing Castle should not pose a significant challenge. After delegating all matters to the squires and officials of the territory, David entered the castle. His visit to Iglooing Fortress was not merely an opportunistic strike to eliminate the Iglooing family during the closure of the Frostwinter territory, serving as a grim spectacle for others, but also a quest for the family's wealth. At that moment, the castle's treasury had been breached, with officials diligently tallying the riches, intending to transport them back to Frostwolf Ridge once the snow had melted. David, however, found himself in the study of the Earl of Iglooing. His gaze swept across a multitude of books, eliciting a faint smile. In this world, books were exceedingly precious. Such a collection would surely provide Amy with ample reading material. Alongside these tomes were various antiques and scrolls, which he had no particular interest in but planned to take nonetheless. Suddenly, David halted before a bookshelf, his focus sharpening as he exuded a faint mental energy. To his surprise, he discovered that the space behind the shelf was empty. After searching for a switch without success, he decided to remove all the books and, with a single forceful strike, dismantled the shelf. Behind it, a hidden passage emerged. Without hesitation, David enveloped himself in Frostwolf ice armor and ventured into the passage. Descending through the corridor, he arrived at a secret chamber, where his eyes fell upon a cornered, battered fox maiden. Was this a beast folk? The thought flashed through his mind. Despite the existence of extraordinary powers and various magical entities in this world, the peculiar race of beast folk seemed absent, with only humanoid creatures existing. Moreover, how did this fox maiden come to be here? His gaze shifted to her scarred body. Recalling that the Earl of Iglooing had lost his virility due to an unfortunate incident, making him a deeply disturbed individual. David cursed inwardly before approaching to assess the fox maiden's condition. Upon sensing his presence, the fox maiden trembled more violently, her tawny tail wrapping tightly around her curled form. Chapter 40. Come with me, he said softly, halting his steps. Do not fear, I bear no ill will. The Earl of Iglooing has been slain. You are free now. At his words, the fox maiden quivered, gradually moving her tail away. Soon, a youthful face emerged, glistening with tears and marked by anxiety. Realizing that her visitor was not the Earl, the little fox maiden appeared somewhat reassured, hugging her knees and silently weeping. David found himself at a loss for words. He drew his sword and severed the chains binding the fox maiden, then draped his cloak over her shoulders and offered her some provisions. As time passed, the little fox maiden gradually calmed, regarding David with a cautious demeanor, yet her hostility had diminished. She sensed the kindness emanating from him. Thank you, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Upon hearing the voice of the little fox maiden, David was taken aback. He had long pondered whether she was human or a creature of magic. Now that she was capable of speech, he leaned towards the belief that she was indeed human. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Are you human?" The little fox maiden, upon hearing this, displayed a fleeting moment of confusion, shaking her head as she replied, "I am not certain if I am still human." Still, David seized upon this pivotal word, his gaze flickering with interest. "Were you once human?" The fox maiden nodded. "Yes, I was merely an ordinary person until not long ago, when I suddenly developed fox-like features." A shadow of memory crossed her eyes, and a hint of anguish appeared on her face. after transforming into a beast. She had been discovered and apprehended as a witch. However, the Earl of Iglooing had not turned her over to the church, but had imprisoned her in this hidden chamber until David's arrival. Her voice was low, laced with fear. Witches were deemed cursed by demons, regarded as harbingers of misfortune. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the Frostwolf Lord's eyes suddenly gleamed with intrigue. David had been in search of traces of witches, and he was astonished to encounter one here in Frostwolf Ridge. Although she was merely a witch who had awakened her powers rather than one who possessed the true heritage of witchcraft, it nonetheless offered him a glimpse into the enigmatic world of witches. "What are your plans from here?" David asked. Upon hearing this, the little fox maiden's expression turned bewildered. She too was uncertain of her next steps. In this vast world, there was no refuge for witches, and if discovered by the church, death awaited her. Yet sometimes, death can indeed be a form of liberation. "If you have nowhere to go, then come with me," David proposed. The little fox maiden looked up suddenly, her gaze fixed on the young lord before her. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in her eyes: relief, confusion, skepticism. Did this young lord not fear the church's retribution? Perhaps, like the Earl of Iglooing, he intended to confine her as well. Just as she wrestled with her doubts, she felt the temperature in the chamber plummet, and an ice spike materialized in the young lord's hand. "You're also a witch," the little fox maiden exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. In her understanding, such mastery over ice could only belong to a witch. "Ah, I suppose one could say that," David replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Hope began to glimmer in the little fox maiden's eyes, rekindling her will to survive. She nodded vigorously, declaring, "I will go with you." Previously, she had contemplated that if life became unbearable, she would end her nightmarish existence through death. She felt little to fear. Yet, gazing at the Lord before her, she sensed that even a witch could live as an ordinary person, perhaps even enjoy the freedom akin to that of a lord. David nodded, and after leaving the chamber, he procured a hat and loose-fitting garments for her, allowing the little fox maiden to conceal her fox ears and tail. After an indeterminate span of time, the little fox girl once again beheld the sunlight outside. She had resolved to relinquish her life. What remnants of sentiment could one who had chosen to abandon existence possibly harbor for the world? Yet, the moment she encountered the sun's rays, tears involuntarily streamed from her eyes, revealing that this world still contained fragments of beauty worthy of remembrance. She cast a glance at the person who had restored her connection to the light and resolutely stepped forward to quietly follow in his wake. As they walked in tandem, the sunlight cast their shadows in overlapping silhouettes. Before long, she found herself in a familiar square, encircled by a multitude of people, many of whom bore faces she recognized. Her body tensed instinctively. She feared recognition, reminiscent of the time she had been dragged to the Lord's castle, treated like a monster. Fortunately, her hat concealed her face securely, providing a modicum of solace. Yet, the greater comfort stemmed from the imposing figure before her. As long as she followed his lead, she reassured herself in silence. "Once the judgment concludes, we shall return to Frostwolf Ridge," David suddenly announced. "Judgment?" A flicker of confusion crossed the little fox girl's mind. But soon enough, she spotted a figure bound to a stake in the square. The Earl of Iglooing. To her astonishment, she beheld the deceased Earl of Iglooing. Moreover, every member of the Iglooing family was securely tied to the pyre. In that instant, she stood frozen in disbelief. "Let us depart," David urged, observing her stupor. He then made his way toward the grand stone seat in the square and took a seat. The little fox girl followed quietly, standing beside the stone throne, her gaze fixed intently on the lifeless Earl of Iglooing. "My lord, all the principal members of the Iglooing family are present. Additionally, several collateral relatives bearing the Iglooing bloodline are attempting to flee. Gray wolves have already been dispatched in pursuit, and they will undoubtedly not escape Iglooing Castle. Furthermore, those officials loyal to the Iglooing family have been imprisoned as well," reported an official named Mohan with meticulous precision. "Thank you for your efforts. Let the judgment commence." David nodded. As the judgment began, the transgressions of the Iglooing family were unveiled. The most severe charge, of course, was betrayal of the Lord. A single accusation potent enough to ensure the family's annihilation. However, the iglooing family bore numerous other charges, many involving commoners. This would further diminish their standing within iglooing castle, facilitating a smoother transition for Frostwolf Ridge to assume control. Ultimately, amidst the roars and pleas for mercy from the iglooing family members, purifying flames erupted fervently, consuming all associated with the iglooing lineage. The little fox girl watched in silence as a tear cascaded down her cheek. It was over. Let the flames reduce all her nightmares to ashes. Chapter 41. The arrangement of the little fox girl. In a brief span of time, Frostwolf Ridge successfully took control of Iglooing Fortress. After eliminating the iglooing family and their loyal officials, David exerted little effort to gain the allegiance of the remaining knightly attendants and officials. The Earth Knight, Duke of Frostwolf, instilled no thoughts of rebellion among them. They could already envision the resurgence of the Frostwolf lineage. Apart from Iglooing Fortress, the reclamation of all lost territories by Frostwolf Ridge seemed inevitable. Given the Duke's age and talent, even the complete retaking of the northern lands was not out of reach. At such a juncture, it was prudent to align oneself early, seizing the opportunity to gain more from the forthcoming expansion of Frostwolf Ridge. Moreover, the common folk were remarkably cooperative, clearly demonstrating that the iglooing family had lost the favor of the people. The takeover of Iglooing Fortress by Frostwolf Ridge was indeed the will of the masses. David took nearly 3 days to establish his rule over Iglooing Fortress. Fortuitously, during the harsh winter, when territorial matters were relatively few. Once winter passed, Frostwolf Ridge would surely dispatch more officials to further govern Iglooing Fortress, transforming it into a frontline stronghold. David, filled with anticipation, returned to Frostwolf Ridge with the remaining pack of gray wolves after arranging everything. On their journey, the gray wolves had borne 10 knightly attendants and 2 officials. On the return, they were laden with abundant supplies of grain. Iglooing Fortress was undeniably prosperous, especially with a small plain that ensured a rich yield of food, sufficient to alleviate Frostwolf Ridge's food crisis, even accommodating double the number of refugees. Additionally, David had transported back the gold coins from the Iglooing family treasury, allowing Frostwolf Ridge to resume trade once winter concluded. After traversing mountains and rivers, David returned to Frostwolf Ridge by night. Upon delivering the provisions to the Grey Wolf Knights, he led the pack and the little fox girl back to the castle, directing them to the rear mountain of the fortress. Fortunately, the rear mountain was part of the Frostwolf Forest, making it feasible to house 100 gray wolves without issue. Through careful observation during this time, he confirmed the pack's loyalty and could safely settle them within the estate. With the protection of the gray wolves, the castle's defenses were significantly enhanced. The snow wolf sensed its master's presence and came forth. David approached, stroking the soft, snowy fur of the snow wolf, the sheen of its coat indicating it had been well cared for during this period. Grey Wolf King, from now on, you shall heed the snow wolf. David conveyed his thoughts through the Frostwolf mark, utilizing his mental prowess. The Grey Wolf King nodded in acquiescence, offering no resistance. Although he was the leader of the Grey Wolf clan, he still felt the weight of his lineage pressing down upon him in the presence of the lesser magical beings, the snow wolves, and willingly submitted to their dominance. Cynthia, are you sure you do not wish to return to the castle with me? David inquired. Just moments ago, Cynthia had expressed her desire to reside in this secluded mountain area, where a wooden cabin conveniently awaited her as a dwelling. Yes, I find this place quite appealing. Cynthia replied earnestly with a nod. However, she had no intention of living within the castle walls, for her fox-like traits were too pronounced, and, being discovered, could lead to numerous complications. If she were to venture to the castle, she would undoubtedly need to exercise constant caution, transforming the castle into yet another shackle. In contrast, life in the mountains promised her a sense of liberation. Freedom, that was her resolute goal since she had emerged from her cage. For the remainder of her days, she would strive for freedom, banishing darkness and embracing the light. Very well, if you are content, that suffices, David nodded in agreement. The mountains were home to a pack of gray wolves, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. The little fox girl would indeed enjoy greater freedom here, while also assisting him in keeping watch over the gray wolves to prevent them from straying into Frostwolf Ridge. Subsequently, David escorted the little fox girl to the wooden cabin. He had previously prepared this cabin for the snow wolves, intending to occasionally stay there, and it was perfectly suited for the little fox girl without requiring further arrangements. "This shall be your new home," David remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the little fox girl felt a surge of emotion and nodded vigorously. Once she was settled, David made his way back to the castle. Seeing David return safely, Leah, Amy, and Raina all breathed sighs of relief. The brief separation had only intensified their bond, and tonight was destined to be sleepless, as he intended to make up for the time lost in his cultivation. After their short parting, they were all in harmony. "Young Master David, shall I assist you with your bath?" "Yes, let's wash and practice simultaneously." A night of joy ensued. "Good morning, Huowu," David greeted as he opened the door to find Huowu standing just behind it. "My lord." Huowu bowed respectfully before entering the room, her ears slightly flushed as she began to tidy the mess. "Young Master David." Upon seeing David and the three ladies approaching the dining table, Shui Lian bowed in greeting. David's gaze swept over the two sisters, and he smiled, gesturing for Leah, Amy, and Raina to take their seats. Leah sat to his right, while Amy occupied his left, and Raina took her place just below Leah, perfectly arranged according to their order of entry. Previously, Raina had always sat at the far end of the table alone, but their evolving relationships had led her to sit beside Leah. David savored his meat porridge in small sips, relishing the rare moments of tranquility in his life. His eyes wandered over the three ladies before settling on the two sisters in their maid outfits, one clad in red and the other in blue. A delightful sight to behold. After a delightful meal, David, accompanied by Leah, Amy, and Raina, made their way to the back mountain, intending to introduce them to the newly arrived fox girl. At that moment, the fox girl was savoring a simple bowl of vegetable porridge she had prepared herself. Despite the simplicity of her meal, she felt a profound sense of contentment, relishing the freedom of the moment. Suddenly, her ears perked up, her keen hearing alerting her to the approach of someone nearby. It was only when she recognized Lord David that she exhaled in relief. Chapter 42. Fifth-rank bloodline. David entered the room with Leah, Amy, and Raina, their gazes immediately falling upon the tightly wrapped fox girl. Amy, astonished, looked at the fox girl's ears and tail, exclaiming, "I didn't realize you were also a witch." The fox girl turned her gaze towards Amy. "You are a witch too?" Amy nodded enthusiastically. After her time with David, she had come to embrace her identity as a witch, no longer viewing it as something malevolent. "I am an ice witch," she declared, demonstrating her icy powers to affirm her identity. The fox girl felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her heart had been unsettled during the journey back with Lord David, but now she felt much more at ease. If Amy, as a witch, could thrive here, then surely she could too. "Cynthia, can you control your witch powers?" Leah inquired. "Logically, it is your power, so you should be able to control it." The fox girl shook her head. "I have only just become a witch, and I haven't had the opportunity to practice controlling this power. I've been trying, however," she added, glancing at David. "Yes, I refer to Cynthia's ability as beast transformation," David explained. Throughout their journey, he had been assisting the fox girl in mastering her powers. Cynthia's witch powers, which he had temporarily named beast transformation, were akin to abilities often found in urban supernatural novels. They enhanced one's physical attributes and granted some abilities of the transformed beast. In terms of witchcraft, it likely belonged to a life-based school of magic. Although this power was related to life energy, a witch's strength stemmed from mental prowess. It was clear that for the fox girl to master her magical abilities, she would need to focus on her mental strength to control the powers of transformation. "Let's strive together," Amy said vibrantly. Since their last battle, she had been diligently practicing her icy powers, determined to be more effective the next time an enemy approached. Frostwolf Ridge had become her home, and she would not allow anyone to threaten it or its inhabitants. Subsequently, Amy engaged Cynthia in sharing experiences, while Leah and Raina, both knights, offered advice on physical training. After her transformation into a half-beast, Cynthia's physical attributes were already comparable to those of a formal knight, making her well-suited to enhance her strength through knightly training. In the ensuing days, David led the four companions to a secluded area in the back mountains, where they commenced their respective training. He, along with Leah and Rena, engaged in the knight's breathing technique, while Amy and Cynthia focused on honing their sorceress powers, with the vigilant presence of a pack of gray wolves surrounding them. Even the shadow, which would find it impossible to infiltrate this sanctuary, ensuring their training remained utterly secure. During this period, David also took Leah on an adventurous exploration through the wilds, where they garnered experience points from the Frost Wolf lineage, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Rena, sensing something amiss, shot a disapproving glance at David, incredulous that the gentle Leah would tolerate such behavior from him. Such impertinent demands. Regardless of how earnestly the Duke of Frost Wolves might plead, she would never acquiesce to. By midday, David had caught several wild rabbits in the forest and prepared a sumptuous roasted rabbit feast in the wooden cabin, earning unanimous acclaim. Although the food within the castle was exquisite, the occasional picnic in the wild offered them an entirely different experience, one worth savoring. Thus, David's life returned to a tranquil state. Through relentless training, David's strength continued to ascend, with the progress of his Frost Wolf lineage, Ice Elemental Affinity, and Soul of the Snow Demon steadily advancing. Additionally, under David's diligent guidance, Leah successfully fortified her Frost Wolf lineage, making the leap to the second tier and achieving a remarkable transformation. Initially, Leah's prowess, augmented by the Frost Wolf potion, had already reached the pinnacle of the first-tier knight, yet the path to becoming a second-tier knight had seemed distant. However, during a recent outdoor expedition with Master David, she unexpectedly realized she had achieved this breakthrough and transformed into a second-tier knight. Master David, I believe I have broken through? Leah inquired hesitantly. Congratulations are in order. David replied with a faint smile, not at all surprised. During their dual cultivation, both partners were able to reap certain benefits. Presently, David's Frost Wolf lineage had reached the 5th tier, while Leah had only just elevated hers to the 2nd tier, a pace that could be deemed rather slow. Of course, this was in comparison to David, who possessed a system. For ordinary individuals, such a rapid advancement would astonish even the most gifted talents. Shall we celebrate this occasion? David chuckled, urging Leah to turn and support herself against a grand tree. Leah did not refuse. Aware that her ascent to the 2nd-tier knight was entirely due to Master David's influence, which further fueled her enthusiastic response. Section 27. You have completed a training session. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 101. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline. Tier 5. 1035500. David's spirits surged with renewed vigor. The initial requirement of 50,000 points had weighed heavily upon him. Yet now, with Leah's breakthrough, a glimmer of hope emerged. Moreover, after Lily's advancement to a 2nd-tier knight, her stamina experienced a significant enhancement, allowing for an increase in training sessions, thereby providing a greater wealth of experience. He surmised that his own breakthrough to the 6th tier would not require a year and a half. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, David seized the opportunity to practice alongside Lily twice more, during which he successfully coaxed her into unlocking 2 new postures. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lily's face was still flushed, while David radiated an air of triumph, akin to a victorious general returning from battle. Sister Lily, you have broken through to the 2nd tier? Upon their return, Rena expressed her astonishment upon receiving the news. Both she and Lily were originally at the pinnacle of 1st-tier knights. In fact, the proud little princess had been secretly competing with Lily to see who would achieve the 2nd-tier breakthrough first. Now that she had nearly grasped the threshold of the 2nd tier, she was taken aback to discover that Lily had surpassed her. Indeed, Lily replied, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the process of her advancement. This elicited a look of skepticism from Rena. What exactly had Duke Frostwolf and Lily been up to in the mountains? Was it not what she imagined, but rather some clandestine training? Rena, would you like to give it a try? David squinted playfully. Rena's cheeks turned crimson as she haughtily huffed. Absolutely not. In the ensuing days, while Rena said little, She dedicated herself to rigorous training, intent on breaking through in a short period to keep pace with Lily. Aside from Lily and Reyna, Amy could also sense her own power steadily rising, gaining a more adept control over her ice abilities. With Amy's assistance, the little fox girl gradually acclimated to a portion of her wizarding powers. Chapter 43. The legal lowly within the wooden cabin, the little fox girl closed her eyes, attuning herself to her power. In the next moment, her mental realm surged with psychic energy. As her thoughts focused, her ears vanished and her fox tail slowly retracted, transforming her back into a human girl. The maiden possessed chestnut-colored hair, standing at merely 1.5 meters tall, exuding an air of delicate youthfulness. Were it not for the knowledge that Cynthia was already of age, one might easily mistake her for a child. Legal lowly, the term inexplicably surfaced in David's mind, only to be forcefully dismissed. "Congratulations, Cynthia," Amy joyfully approached her. As a fellow witch, she genuinely rejoiced at Cynthia's mastery over her wizarding powers. Now that she could revert to human form, Cynthia would no longer need to hide so diligently. "How does it feel?" David inquired with a smile. Cynthia took a moment to reflect before responding. "I feel as though I can freely control this power and transform between human and beast forms." With a mere thought, fox ears and a tail sprouted once more from her form. Simultaneously, the strength she had lost upon reverting to human form rapidly returned, and she sensed that, in addition to her power, she had acquired other abilities as well. Awu, the snow wolf, observing the transformation in Cynthia, was filled with curiosity. Yet in the next moment, it suddenly realized that the human before it was gazing its way, and a voice resonated in its mind, comprehensible to its ears. Awu, the snow wolf, was astonished and communicated with Cynthia in a simplistic manner through the language of wolves. It seemed that I could converse with animals. Cynthia understood the wolf's words, her eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. David and the others, upon hearing this, also displayed expressions of surprise. It appeared that the ability to communicate with beasts was an additional gift of the beast transformation wizard, enabling a dialogue with the animal kingdom. The power of beast transformation and the ability to converse with wild creatures. David's gaze shifted to the little fox girl. Apart from being an enchanting figure, the wizard's power was undeniably practical, and he found himself intrigued, wishing to engage in earnest training with her. However, considering the little fox girl had recently endured emotional trauma, she would likely be highly sensitive regarding such matters. Although she might agree to some of his requests out of gratitude, it would not stem from genuine feelings, potentially causing misunderstandings in their future interactions. Until he could ascertain the true intentions of the little fox girl and receive her sincere response, David would refrain from taking action, adhering to his principles. "From now on, you shall command these gray wolves," he said, suppressing the heat rising within him, smiling. Although he could currently communicate with the Frost Wolf through the Frost Wolf Pact and the Grey Wolf King, it was undoubtedly less convenient than with Cynthia. With Cynthia managing the Wolf Pack, David felt a significant sense of relief and could continue to capture new wolves. "Thank you, my lord," the little fox girl exclaimed joyfully. With her ability to transform and communicate with beasts, she felt entirely capable of thriving in the wild. Moreover, with the assistance of these gray wolves, she believed her strength would suffice to ensure her survival in the perilous Frost Wolf Forest. "Sister Reyna, let us engage in another battle," Cynthia proposed eagerly. Reyna, upon hearing this, did not refuse, and the two ventured to the open ground outside to commence their duel. Reyna's snow demon breathing technique excelled in speed, and Cynthia's fox transformation equally emphasized agility. The two figures clashed continuously in the arena, shifting positions with remarkable fluidity. Although Reyna, with her extensive combat experience, held the upper hand, it was evident how significantly Cynthia had progressed during this period. From a mere ordinary individual lacking combat skills, she had transformed into a half-beast warrior, learning swiftly due to her innate combat talent. It seemed imperative to assist Reyna in gathering the materials needed to concoct the snow demon elixir. David pondered this in his mind. Currently, Reyna was trapped at the peak of the first level. Obtaining the snow demon elixir would facilitate her subsequent breakthroughs. As the harsh winter recedes, life begins to flourish anew, and the once closed trade routes will reopen. With the wealth brought back from iglooing fortress, gathering the necessary materials should prove to be a manageable task. However, as the pathways between territories are re-established, Frostwolf Ridge will once more be laid bare before its adversaries. The Ice Bear clan and Duke of the Ice Crown are sure to seize the opportunity to act, even with the formidable strength of the Earth Knights at his disposal. He must remain vigilant. Beyond Rena, he must also devise ways to further enhance the capabilities of Leah and Amy. Only through such efforts can he amplify the effects of his dual cultivation, allowing his own strength to burgeon more swiftly. Time passes steadily in the throes of training, and before long, winter has dissipated. In the refugee camp, the displaced individuals gaze upon the melting snow, feeling the warmth of the rising temperatures. Their eyes brimming with tears of joy, they have survived. Subsequently, Frostwolf Ridge begins to welcome these refugees. Those who have proven themselves through trial are absorbed into the militia of Frostwolf Ridge, while even the ordinary refugees are allocated parcels of barren land. David issues a decree waiving rent for these refugees. All that is required of them is to pay half of their harvest as tax when the time comes. This policy is astonishingly generous. They had prepared themselves to become serfs, willing to accept any role as long as they could remain in Frostwolf Ridge, even as miners or farmers. Yet, the benevolent Lord of Frostwolf has not only granted them the status of free citizens, but has also bestowed upon them land. Even if this land is barren, it can still yield a modest harvest. With these crops, even half would suffice for their survival. This ignites a renewed vigor among the refugees, prompting them to settle in the designated area of Frostwolf Ridge and begin cultivating the land. The municipal hall seizes this opportunity to educate the refugees on the use of organic fertilizers, imparting David's composting techniques to them. The previous year's bountiful harvest, bolstered by organic fertilizers, had profoundly impressed the officials of Frostwolf Ridge. By autumn, they had already amassed a considerable collection of leaves buried underground for composting, resulting in a substantial accumulation of organic fertilizer. Moreover, the efficacy of wood ash has proven remarkable. These practices can be disseminated to enhance the soil's fertility. Even the most barren lands, under the influence of organic fertilizers, should yield commendable crops. This enables the refugees to firmly establish themselves in Frostwolf Ridge, becoming integral members of the community and contributing to its development. Naturally, in the short term, substantial gains are difficult to achieve. To amass wealth and foster growth swiftly, the reclamation of territories and the collection of taxes from each domain is imperative. Chapter 44. Coercive Taxation. As winter concludes, the envoys of Frostwolf Ridge set forth, embarking towards various territories. However, swifter than the envoys is the news that Duke of Frostwolf, accompanied by his pack, has launched an assault on iglooing fortress, slaying the Viscount and seizing control of the stronghold. The Earth Knights. The revelation that Duke Frostwolf is, in fact, an Earth Knight has truly upended the perceptions of many. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly ineffectual Duke, who had failed to awaken the Frostwolf bloodline, would emerge as a formidable Earth Knight. The depths of his concealment are astonishing. It is hard to believe that merely 6 months ago, Duke Frostwolf was merely a knightly squire, which naturally led many to assume that he had been deliberately masking his true strength. This realization sent shivers down the spines of the nobles, as they began to grasp the terrifying potential of Duke Frostwolf. The Duke had silently observed the treachery of the vassal families of the Frostwolf clan, witnessing the disintegration of territories belonging to Frostwolf Ridge without taking action. Yet, after ascending to the rank of Earth Knight, he swiftly annihilated the most powerful vassal family, the iglooing clan, along with all its members, leaving no survivors. This ferocity struck fear into the hearts of many nobles, who dreaded that Duke Frostwolf's next target might very well be themselves, leading to the annihilation of their entire lineage. Thus, when the emissaries from Frostwolf Ridge arrived, these lords greeted them with fervent enthusiasm. Despite knowing that the exorbitant taxes listed by Frostwolf Ridge were untenable, they dared not voice any dissent. They understood that this was a test from Frostwolf Ridge. For now, only emissaries had come. Should they express any objections, the next arrival would undoubtedly be Duke Frostwolf himself, accompanied by his formidable pack of wolves. If they complied with the tax demands, it would signify their acknowledgement of Frostwolf Ridge's dominion over their lands and their status as vassals of the Frostwolf clan. The excess taxes could be construed as both punishment and penalty. Therefore, even at great personal cost, these lords managed to gather the requisite taxes and personally delivered them to Frostwolf Ridge, intent on meeting the new Duke Frostwolf and pledging their fealty to this Earth Knight. 5 lords came to pledge their loyalty. In light of the taxes they brought, David graciously received these nobles and accepted their oaths of allegiance. Meanwhile, in Silver Fox Town, Baron Silver Fox had already received word. His expression fluctuated between doubt and contemplation. Although the iglooing fortress had indeed fallen, he remained skeptical about Duke Frostwolf's ascension to an Earth Knight, leaning towards the belief that it was a fabrication. Judging by the resources available to the Frostwolf clan, he surmised that they could only sustain the training of a 3rd-tier knight. To break through to an Earth Knight, one would require the assistance of a 4th-tier Frostwolf elixir, a requirement that the Frostwolf clan would likely struggle to meet. After all, their trade routes had long been severed, and the high-quality wolf bloodgrass, crucial for concocting 4th-tier elixirs, was monopolized by families like his. Yet, Baron Silver Fox was inherently cautious. He did not rush to reject the emissaries from Frostwolf Ridge, nor did he respond directly. Instead, he opted to bide his time. Even if the Frostwolf Duke has indeed ascended to the status of an Earth Knight, the Icebear clan would certainly not remain passive. The Silver Fox clan has always maintained a stance of neutrality. In such circumstances, they would be unlikely to hastily choose sides, instead opting to navigate the crevices of survival in order to maximize their interests. However, this time, the Silver Fox Baron has evidently miscalculated. David set a deadline of 3 days for the Silver Fox clan, and when the time elapsed, he arrived at Silver Fox Town, accompanied by the Frostwolf Knights and the Grey Wolves. Without uttering a word, he stormed in, slaying all knights who dared to obstruct his path beneath the blades of the Frostwolf Knights. Section 28. Silver Fox Town is also a territory of Frostwolf Ridge. Do you wish to impede your true lord? With bloodied sword in hand, David severed the head of a formal knight from the Silver Fox clan. Witnessing this scene, the knights and squires of the Silver Fox Knights were utterly paralyzed with fear, and none dared to impede David further. By the time the Silver Fox Baron emerged upon receiving the news, David and his Grey Wolves had already reached the castle gates and slain the knights guarding it. The Frostwolf Duke, the Silver Fox Baron's eyelids twitched. David cast a subtle glance at this cunning old man, declaring that not a single member of the Silver Fox clan would be spared. Upon hearing his words, the Frostwolf Knights surged with fervor. Those who dared to provoke the Frostwolf clan would inevitably face retribution. This was the true, uncrowned king of the North. What do you intend to do, Frostwolf Duke? The Silver Fox Baron's countenance shifted dramatically as he spoke in a somber tone. No need for further words. The 3 days have elapsed. Since you have made your choice, you may rest easy in death. David replied coldly, swinging his knightly sword, unleashing a surge of battle aura directed at the Silver Fox Baron, a 3rd-tier knight. Battle aura. The Silver Fox Baron was aghast. He had not anticipated that the Frostwolf Duke was indeed an Earth Knight, and so unpredictably aggressive, merely failing to respond within 3 days. And this Frostwolf Duke was intent on obliterating the Silver Fox clan. Frostwolf Duke, you've misunderstood. I have been gathering taxes recently, just waiting to deliver them to Frostwolf Ridge. Pressured by the situation, the Silver Fox Baron promptly capitulated, for the Silver Fox clan had always been a vassal of the Frostwolf clan. Misunderstanding? You might as well explain that to my deceased father. David made it clear that he intended to settle both old and new debts, and in an instant, he appeared beside the Silver Fox Baron. As the bloodline of the Frostwolf surged forth, a terrifying icy power began to spread. The Silver Fox Baron's expression shifted drastically. He had never imagined that this Frostwolf Duke would be so formidable and unorthodox. Yet, it was evidently too late for any words now. He could only channel the bloodline of the Silver Fox within him, accelerating his speed in a desperate attempt to flee. Although he was a 3rd-tier knight, he could never be a match for a land knight, The disparity between the two was insurmountable, akin to a vast chasm. As David made his move, the Knights of the Silver Fox Order also charged forward, seeking to buy time for their lord's escape. With a single stroke of his sword, an overwhelming chill emanated from David, encasing the advancing knight in ice. As he moved, the ice shattered, and in the blink of an eye, a significant number of the attacking knights lay dead. Ultimately, Baron Silver Fox met his demise at the hands of David, consumed by endless regret. One ought not to harbor such cunning. David let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed upon the majestic castle before him, pondering whether the Silver Fox family's treasury contained any treasures of worth. Chapter 45. The Nine-Tailed Fox Breathing Technique. In a mere moment, Frostwolf Ridge had claimed Silver Fox Town. This was due to the Silver Fox family's utter lack of preparedness for the assault. However, the most critical factor was the stark difference in strength. Led by a land knight, alongside the Frostwolf Order and the Grey Wolf Pack, they utterly overwhelmed a baron's territory. Naturally, David had come well prepared. The Silver Fox family excelled in commerce and was undoubtedly affluent. Now that they had voluntarily offered their necks, it would be remiss of him not to seize the opportunity. After entrusting the task of taking over Silver Fox Town to the territorial officials from Frostwolf Ridge, David proceeded directly to the castle to inspect his spoils. When he unlocked the treasury with the key obtained from Baron Silver Fox, he was momentarily dazzled. The Silver Fox family was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. However, all this wealth now belonged to Frostwolf Ridge. In addition to gold coins, the treasury also contained various materials for concocting secret potions. David's eyes fell upon the high-quality wolf blood grass required for crafting the 4th-tier Frostwolf potion, and he could not help but scoff. Baron Silver Fox's death was entirely justifiable. While the territorial officials tallied the gold and materials, David made his way to Baron Silver Fox's bedroom and study. The study was filled with numerous antique paintings, all of which David graciously accepted. Regrettably, he found no hidden chambers here. Was this an account book? David stumbled upon a concealed compartment containing several parchments. Upon examining one, he discovered it detailed the Silver Fox family's trade listings. This was a valuable find. With this trade list, he could follow the trail and inherit the Silver Fox family's commercial routes. Furthermore, he noticed references to the Ice Bear family, indicating a connection between the Silver Fox family and them. These families could also be addressed. As David gathered the account books for further examination, he unexpectedly uncovered a somewhat aged breathing technique at the very bottom of the compartment, the Nine-Tailed Fox Breathing Technique. Upon seeing the name of the technique, David was momentarily taken aback. Originally, he believed he would encounter the Silver Fox family's Silver Fox Breathing Technique, but to his surprise, it turned out to be another breathing method from the Fox clan. The Nine-Tailed Fox is a formidable mythical creature from legend. It is said to possess 9 elongated tails and remarkable wisdom, regarded as a messenger between the spirit realm and the human world, capable of traversing both domains. According to lore, the Nine-Tailed Fox wields powerful magical abilities and transformation skills, often taking the guise of a beautiful and enchanting woman at night to lure humans into pursuit. Many brave yet foolish adventurers have been beguiled by the Nine-Tailed Fox, ultimately losing their souls. However, not all who encounter the Nine-Tailed Fox fall victim to curses or misfortune. There are tales of fortunate individuals who have fostered amicable relationships or coexisted harmoniously with the Nine-Tailed Fox. These lucky souls often receive precious treasures or acquire the knowledge and strength necessary to combat dark forces. All of this information comes from a book chronicling magical creatures within the Frostwolf family. David did not anticipate discovering a breathing technique related to the legendary Nine-Tailed Fox within the Silver Fox family. Perhaps the Silver Fox breathing technique was derived from the Nine-Tailed Fox's method. David's eyes narrowed slightly. The little fox girl also possessed the bloodline of the Fox clan. He wondered if she could cultivate the Silver Fox breathing technique or the Nine-Tailed Fox breathing technique, particularly the latter. The prestige of the Nine-Tailed Fox surpassed even that of the Frost Giant Wolf. After securing the Nine-Tailed Fox breathing technique, David proceeded to his bedroom. There, beneath the bed of the Silver Fox Baron, he discovered an entrance to a hidden chamber. However, the chamber was filled entirely with silver coins. indicating the Baron's peculiar fondness for them, as he seemed to sleep atop a bed of silver. Subsequently, David held a trial in the square to address the crimes of the Silver Fox family, setting aside other offenses. The mere act of betraying the Frostwolf family was sufficient ground for the Frostwolf family to seek the obliteration of the Silver Fox family. Furthermore, the audacity of the Silver Fox family to secretly collude with other families to sever the trade routes of Frostwolf Ridge and hoard materials for crafting Frostwolf potions constituted grave offenses against the Frostwolf family. Shortly after David completed the trial of the Silver Fox family, news of the proceedings reached other territories. The lords who had already paid their taxes and reaffirmed their loyalty secretly broke into a cold sweat, as none had anticipated the Duke of Frostwolf's swift actions, leaving no room for negotiation for the Silver Fox family. Meanwhile, those families still observing, like the Silver Fox family, could no longer remain passive. The Duke of Frostwolf's stance was unmistakably clear. He would not grant them any time for contemplation, even if the Ice Bear family intended to take action against Frostwolf Ridge. They knew that waiting would only lead to their families meeting the same fate as the Silver Fox family. The Duke of Frostwolf truly played by his own rules. The Silver Fox family had merely failed to produce their taxes within 3 days, and the Duke of Frostwolf had not even allowed them the opportunity to explain before annihilating their clan. Although they were fully aware that they had indeed betrayed the Frostwolf clan first, it was a matter of circumstance. They had sought refuge under a sturdy tree. Had the Frostwolf clan not faltered, they would not have severed their ties. Now, this betrayal had become their death knell. No one anticipated that the Frostwolf clan would ever rise again. The Earth Knights were scarce throughout the Northern Realm, and yet the young Duke of Frostwolf had astonishingly achieved the rank of an Earth Knight. If the Duke were to hold them accountable, none would escape the sin of betrayal against the Frostwolf clan. In that moment, all the vassal nobles who had distanced themselves from the Frostwolf clan were gripped by fear. Subsequently, these families hastily brought their taxes to Frostwolf Ridge, and the amount far exceeded what had been originally demanded. In addition to the taxes, they presented numerous rare treasures and materials for crafting elixirs. Some even brought forth young maidens of beauty from their families to offer to the Duke. Regardless of the circumstances, their immediate priority was to stabilize the situation. They believed that the Ice Bear clan would be even more anxious as chaos was about to erupt in the north. Thus, with David's thunderous intervention, he swiftly intimidated all present, and the Frostwolf clan soon reclaimed all the territories they had lost. Of course, David would not extend forgiveness to every family. Those who had merely chosen independence from the Frostwolf clan paid a fine, while those who had harmed the clan were relegated to the dust of history. Chapter 46: Crafting Elixirs, Frostwolf Castle. After resolving matters in Silver Fox Town, David returned to Frostwolf Castle laden with gold coins and materials for elixirs. His primary objective in developing his territory had always been to amass resources. With the resources now in hand, he hurried back to the castle to continue his training. The Frostwolf Ridge was fraught with peril, and he had to elevate his strength by any means necessary. The Ice Bear clan, Duke Icecrown, and the church that perceived wizards as devilish minions posed significant threats. Although he had attained the rank of an Earth Knight, he still felt inadequately powerful. Master David, upon his return, he was greeted by Leah, Amy, Rena, and Cynthia. During David's absence, Cynthia, who had gained mastery over wizardly powers, had also taken residence in the castle. "I'm back," David smiled faintly, relishing the feeling of being awaited. "Since you have returned, my lord, I shall take the Grey Wolves back," Cynthia spoke, her gaze somewhat evasive. Despite her brief 2-day stay in the castle, the maid seemed to regard her as the castle's lady. This sentiment left Cynthia feeling uncomfortable, engendering a deep-seated fear that compelled her to flee from this seemingly imprisoning place. "Will you not stay?" David paused before speaking again. Cynthia merely shook her head. Seeing this, David chose not to press further. Though he aspired to win over Cynthia, he understood that the wounds of her heart would not easily mend. With this thought in mind, he produced the Nine-Tailed Fox breathing technique and the Silver Fox breathing technique, presenting them to the little fox girl. "These are the breathing techniques I have gathered from the Fox clan's lineage. You may return and endeavor to practice them." Upon hearing his words, Cynthia's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Having completed her beast transformation, her physical prowess could rival that of a true knight. Should she continue to cultivate the knightly breathing techniques, her strength would surpass that of an ordinary knight. Furthermore, she had no direction for her next steps in harnessing her wizarding powers. With the knightly breathing techniques, she could embark on the path of a knight first. "Thank you, my lord," Cynthia expressed her gratitude. "I am glad to be of assistance," David replied with a gentle smile, affectionately tousling the little fox girl's silky hair. To this, she showed no signs of resistance. Eagerly, Cynthia departed, intent on returning to try her hand at the techniques. As David watched her leave with the pack of gray wolves toward the back mountain, he withdrew his gaze and embraced Leah, Amy, and Lena as they returned to the castle. Upon reaching the third floor, David could no longer suppress the heat coursing through him. Fortunately, with Leah, a second-tier knight, leading the way, the battle had barely reached a stalemate. "Master David, how do you perceive Fire Dance, Water Lily, or Cynthia?" Leah inquired softly, leaning against him. David's thoughts wandered to Fire Dance and Water Lily. Over time, the transformation of the two sisters had been remarkable. They no longer bore the dullness of before, and smiles had begun to grace their faces. The two lotus flowers were on the verge of blooming. However, the time was not yet ripe. He wished for the sisters to completely let go of their burdens and blossom in happiness. "Take your time," David smiled reassuringly. He then continued, "The materials for the Frost Wolf elixir have been gathered, and I have also begun collecting the ingredients for the Snow Sprite elixir. You must continue to enhance your own strength." Hearing that their lord had prepared elixirs for them, both Leah and Lena were deeply touched. Despite their exhaustion, they each engaged in another session of cultivation with David. A sleepless night passed. The following day, David relished an uncommon lazy morning. Once they were all awake, Fire Dance and Water Lily entered with clothing and bed linens in hand. Fire Dance, upon seeing the lord unclothed, hesitated before sending Water Lily to tidy the disheveled room, while she herself attended to the lord's dressing. Now, Fire Dance had acquired some knowledge of the matters between men and women, and as she gazed at the lord's bare form, a flush spread across her cheeks. David found the moment amusing, and as Fire Dance fastened his belt, he could not resist leaning down to gently nibble her earlobe. Instantly, Fire Dance stiffened, a vibrant red radiating from her ear to engulf her entire face. She closed her eyes, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Fortunately, David did not take any further action. After the Fire Dance helped him dress, he merely offered her a faint smile. Breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Once David, along with Leah, Amy, and Rena, took their seats, their gazes fell upon the two young maids. If he were to take both sisters under his wing, it seemed he would need to find someone else to fill their roles. Perhaps he could have the Grey Wolf Knight keep an eye out for suitable candidates. After finishing breakfast, instead of retreating to the mountains for training, David led Leah towards the training room. Now that he had gathered all the materials for the fourth-tier Frost Wolf elixir, he was ready to commence its crafting. David intended to teach Leah the Frost Wolf family's method for concocting the elixir, enabling her to assist him in creating it. "Young Master David," Leah said, deeply moved, "the Frost Wolf elixir and the Frost Wolf breathing technique were the most vital aspects of the Frost Wolf family." David's decision to entrust these to her signified his absolute trust, treating her as a member of the Frost Wolf lineage. "You are, after all, the mistress of the Frost Wolf family," he whispered as he embraced Leah from behind, patiently guiding her through the process. Fortunately, the complexity of concocting the elixir was entirely different from that of a wizard's potion. As long as the materials were processed through a specific procedure and combined correctly, it was manageable. David had previously learned the art of elixir crafting from his father, the old Duke of Frost Wolf, and was adept in the movements required. Leah's learning pace was swift. She meticulously followed David's instructions to begin crafting the Frost Wolf elixir. Chapter 47. The Ice Bear Marquee in the Northern Lands. Within Ice Bear City, the night remained vibrant with lights. For the nobility, the winter moon was merely a time to pass the tedium through various banquets. Although winter had waned, festivities would continue for some time until the chill had completely dissipated. At this moment, within the estate of a nobleman, Those holding invitations were welcomed into the grand hall by attendants. As the banquet commenced, the deep tones of string instruments resonated throughout the hall. Servants weaved through the crowd, bearing wine and glasses, while several round tables adorned with steaming dishes stood ready. The nobles indulged in drink and delight, exchanging tales of their experiences. What? The Frost Wolf Duke has broken through to Earth Knight? How can that be possible? Where did you hear such rumors? Indeed. Wasn't the Frost Wolf Duke a waste, having activated none of his bloodlines? Even if he successfully activated the Frost Wolf bloodline, it would be impossible for him to break through to Earth Knight in such a short time, wouldn't it? Suddenly, one noble mentioned news he had received regarding Frost Wolf Ridge. Upon hearing this explosive revelation, the nobles engaged in discussion wore expressions of skepticism. They recalled that the Frost Wolf Duke was barely 20 years old, was he not? The notion of a 20-year-old Earth Knight was a ridiculous lie. It would be more credible to claim that the old Frost Wolf Duke had been resurrected. The news has originated from Frost Wolf Ridge. It is said that both Iglooing Fortress and Silver Fox Town, along with their two associated families, have been utterly annihilated by the Duke of Frostwolf. Now, those families that had initially chosen to sever their ties with the Frostwolf clan have all pledged their fealty once more. Surely, this cannot deceive anyone. Upon hearing their credibility questioned, the young noble hastily offered an explanation. At that moment, the other nobles began to realize that those in the western region of the north indeed had lost contact with Icebear City. Iglooing Fortress and Silver Fox Town have perished. The lesser nobles exchanged glances, for these two families wielded considerable power in the north. Moreover, both families had established connections with the Icebear family, making it implausible for them to sever ties with Icebear City under such circumstances. In that instant, they found themselves inclined to believe the news of the downfall of Iglooing Fortress and Silver Fox Town. As the realization dawned upon them, expressions of shock spread across their faces. Could it be that the Duke of Frostwolf has truly broken through to the fourth tier? Not only Icebear City, but other nobles in the north had also received varying degrees of news, causing a stir throughout the region. Fourth-tier Earth Knights are indeed a rarity in the north. More significantly, the former glory of the Frostwolf family was simply too resplendent. Had the old Duke not passed away prematurely, the north would undoubtedly still be under the dominion of the Frostwolf clan. This prompted numerous nobles to cast their gazes toward Frostwolf Ridge, particularly those who had once participated in the Northern Rebellion. They had, after all, taken part in the division of the Frostwolf family's wealth. And the rise of the Duke of Frostwolf was hardly a welcome development for them. Conversely, those who had pledged allegiance to the Frostwolf family and covertly aided them revealed expressions of relief. The previously concealed turbulence beneath the calm surface of the north began to surge once more. In the mayor's council chamber, the Marquis of Icebear scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his brow slightly furrowed. Compared to the speculations of the lesser nobles, the information he possessed was far more precise. Iglooing Fortress and Silver Fox Town had indeed met their demise. Moreover, the spies he had stationed in the knightly orders of both territories had confirmed that the Duke of Frostwolf had indeed coalesced his fighting spirit. This fighting spirit is the hallmark of an Earth Knight. Little David, you truly have exceeded my expectations, murmured the Marquis of Icebear. To ensure the obliteration of Frostwolf Ridge, he had dispatched the Blood Mercenary Corps, which he had secretly nurtured for a long time. However, he never anticipated that the new Duke of Frostwolf would conceal his Earth Knight prowess. No wonder none of the assassins had succeeded. An 18-year-old Earth Knight, coupled with the adversary's patient disposition, instilled a profound sense of apprehension within the Marquis of Icebear, his eyes hardening with resolve. Initially, he had intended to covertly eliminate the Duke of Frostwolf and extinguish the Frostwolf family. Yet, sensing the threat posed by the Duke of Frostwolf, he realized he could no longer afford to wait. It was imperative to eradicate the Duke of Frostwolf and the entire Frostwolf family before they fully rose to power. Now, the civil war in the Kingdom of Silvermoon has commenced, marking the opportune moment to act. With the covert protection of the Second Prince, it is the perfect time to assist him in seizing control of the northern territories and to manifest one's loyalty. The Icebear family has no avenue for retreat. Chapter 48. Development of the territory as various domains are reclaimed. Frostwolf Ridge has become exceptionally bustling. Each day, David, apart from engaging in dual cultivation with the ladies, must allocate a significant amount of time to manage affairs of state. Nevertheless, the sight of abundant gold coins accumulating brings him immense joy. With this wealth, he can procure more alchemical materials and bolster the defenses of Frostwolf Ridge. Upon acquiring the coins, he promptly dispatched all the Grey Wolf Knights to procure alchemical materials and arm the knightly order. Section 30. My lord, here is the tax revenue list for White Deer Town, the clerk said, handing over the parchment. David was engrossed in another decree, not lifting his gaze. Please present it to Advisor Reyna for review, he instructed. The clerk nodded, casting a glance at Reyna, who was seated beside the lord, meticulously organizing the administrative orders. By now, he had grown accustomed to the presence of this secretary-advisor at every meeting. After delivering the parchment to Reyna, the clerk withdrew. Reyna tucked the parchment away and glanced at David, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Clearly, she felt a deep satisfaction in being involved in the management of the territory, a testament to Duke Frostwolf's unwavering trust in her. Sensing her gaze, David lifted his head, their eyes meeting momentarily. Reyna, like a startled fawn, quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. What? Are you yearning for something? David remarked with an air of significance. Reyna hastily denied it, her face a deep shade of red, exclaiming, Not at all. David, aware of the proud young princess's sensitivity, refrained from further teasing. Realizing that completing his immediate tasks would afford him the time to nurture their relationship, Reyna breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the man before her, who exuded confidence and charisma. This man was unlike any she had encountered. He possessed the wisdom and pride of nobility, yet defied conventional norms. In many instances, he exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of a commoner or perhaps an adventurous spirit, eager to embrace the thrill of breaking free from monotony, embodying a rich sense of adventure. Naturally, no commoner or adventurer could possess the height and vision he did. Even she, as a princess, found herself lacking in many respects. These gleaming gold coins, resting quietly in the depths of the treasury, symbolize wealth and power. However, if left unutilized, they fail to fulfill their intended purpose. The weight and brilliance of the coins serve as hollow symbols, unable to effect substantial improvements for the people or to propel the development of the territory. Only when these coins circulate, being utilized for the purchase of necessities, invested in commerce and industry, or allocated for public infrastructure, do they truly transform into the power of life, engendering greater value. The intrinsic worth of these coins lies in the change they can facilitate, providing sustenance for the hungry, seeking remedies for the ailing, or laying the groundwork for the defense and prosperity of the realm. Reyna still vividly recalls the words spoken to her by the Frostwolf Duke, which shattered the long-held notions within her mind, imparting the essence that a true ruler should embody. David remained oblivious to the profound impact his foreign perspective on currency had on the Crystal Song Princess. His immediate task was to convert the acquired coins and resources into military strength, preparing for the potential crises that loomed ahead. As the month of winter waned, a considerable influx of refugees joined Frostwolf Ridge, thereby enhancing its overall strength. Particularly, the militia who had endured trials could easily be transformed into a new, vital force for Frostwolf Ridge with a modicum of training. In addition to expanding the ranks of the Frostwolf Knights, he also intended to establish a Grey Wolf cavalry. David now commanded 100 Grey Wolves, which represented the most formidable force at Frostwolf Ridge. However, to maximize the potential of the Grey Wolf pack, it was crucial to bind these wolves to the knights and squires of the Frostwolf Knights, allowing for more agile command of the pack, while simultaneously bolstering the overall strength of the knights. The wolf cavalry had existed during the tenure of the late Duke, albeit in a limited capacity, forming merely a small squad of 10. Nevertheless, even such a squad, when charging together with full force, posed a significant challenge to even seasoned knights, with the risk of being felled in battle. Now, with the Frostwolf Pact enabling David to directly command the Grey Wolf King. The task of training the wolf cavalry was considerably simplified, especially with Cynthia, a natural beast tamer fluent in the language of animals, at his side. Gazing at the roster of the Frostwolf Knights submitted by the Grey Wolf Knights, David reached a resolution. He summoned the commander of the Frostwolf Knights and instructed that all knights gather at the training grounds of the manor the following day. Upon hearing of the potential opportunity to become wolf cavalry, the commander's eyes widened in disbelief. The wolf cavalry had been the aspiration of all Frostwolf Knights during the late Duke's reign. Now, they had a chance to become one. "At your command, my lord," the commander replied, kneeling in reverence, his face alight with excitement as he hurried to inform the other knights. Once this matter was settled, David finally exhaled in relief. It must be said that having Rena, a princess adept at managing various state affairs, saved him an immense amount of time. Although Rena did not share his modern worldview and values, she excelled far beyond him in navigating the political intricacies of this realm. It is indeed a bit of an overestimation to assign a queen, capable of governing a nation, to manage the modest territory of Frostwolf Ridge. Without Rena, David would undoubtedly squander a considerable amount of time in his endeavors to develop Frostwolf Ridge. "Thank you, Rena," David expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "No, it is I who should be thanking you," Rena replied, slightly embarrassed yet earnest in her gaze. As their eyes met, David suddenly lifted Rena and placed her on the Lord's seat. "Be good, sit up a bit. Indeed, I find myself preferring white over black. You have completed a training session, Snow Spirit Soul 101. This time, perhaps due to the depth of their feelings, the results of their training were unexpectedly fruitful. Snow Spirit Soul, 3rd stage, 27,075,000. Unbeknownst to them, the progress of the Snow Spirit Soul had already surpassed the halfway mark, and David sensed that it would not be long before he could successfully break through to the 3rd stage. Just as David intended to seize the moment for further training, Rena suddenly looked up in astonishment. "Your Grace, I believe I have broken through to the 2nd tier of knighthood." At that moment, the proud little princess was filled with confusion. After striving for so long without a breakthrough, how could it be that today, without even training, she had suddenly achieved this? Chapter 49. Wolf Cavalry at the back mountain of Frostwolf Castle. The little fox girl was practicing her breathing techniques. Initially, David had been concerned about the little fox girl's bloodline. The bloodline breathing technique could only be practiced by those with the corresponding bloodline. Yet the little fox girl evidently lacked both the silver fox and nine-tailed fox bloodlines. However, David was surprised to find that, after completing her beast transformation, the little fox girl could easily practice both the silver fox and nine-tailed fox breathing techniques. In this scenario, Cynthia naturally opted for the nine-tailed fox breathing method. Moreover, in her beast form, Cynthia's training efficiency exceeded David's expectations. Within a short period, she had mastered the fundamentals of the breathing technique. Under normal circumstances, the bloodline power activated by a bloodline knight would converge at the heart. Yet, in her beast form, Cynthia could channel her bloodline power throughout her entire body, a feat beyond the capability of an ordinary bloodline knight. As Cynthia activated the breathing technique, the essence of her fox lineage surged through her, transforming into pure vitality that coursed through her being. Ultimately, this energy coalesced into the brownish-yellow tail behind her, allowing her to distinctly sense her physical prowess becoming stronger. Previously, she had already possessed the physical attributes of a formal knight post-transformation. Now, through her breathing practice, her control over her physical strength had significantly intensified. Cynthia exhaled deeply. Soon thereafter, she felt a wave of hunger. "Miss Cynthia, the roasted meat is ready." The sisters Fire Dance and Water Lotus had prepared a delicious feast, and upon seeing the little fox girl approach, they smiled and presented the roasted meat. Within the castle, 3 knights reside, each requiring substantial sustenance during their practice of breathing techniques. Consequently, the 2 sisters are perpetually prepared with provisions. "Thank you, Huowu and Shualian," Cynthia exclaimed joyfully as she approached the dining table, indulging in a hearty meal with an expression of utter satisfaction. Before long, Leah and Amy returned hand in hand. Shortly after, David and Reyna, having just concluded their duties at the town hall, made their way back to the castle's rear. "How goes the training of the Grey Wolves, Cynthia?" David inquired with a smile. During this time, Cynthia had been communicating with the Grey Wolves in their tongue, enabling them to comprehend certain basic human phrases. "No problem at all," the little fox girl beamed. "I am the finest beast tamer." David nodded in agreement, indicating that they now awaited the morrow. On the following day, the Frost Wolf Knight Order, comprised of 200 knights, gathered at the castle, having been informed that today would be the day of the wolf cavalry selection. Excitement and anxiety adorned the faces of the knights and their attendants, all holding their breaths in anticipation. A sudden wolf howl pierced the air. David, riding atop a snow wolf, approached alongside the Grey Wolf Knight on the back of the Grey Wolf King. During this period, David had successfully tamed the Grey Wolf King, solidifying the title of the Grey Wolf Knights. Furthermore, David had assumed the responsibilities of a lord, with Reyna assisting in managing the domain's affairs, allowing the Grey Wolf Knights to return to their duties as constables of Frost Wolf Ridge, while also commanding the soon-to-be-formed wolf cavalry. Following them were hundreds of Grey Wolves, each towering to the height of a man. "They have arrived," Peter, the captain of the Frost Wolf Knight Order, exclaimed with palpable excitement. As the nephew of the Grey Wolf Knight, he bore the bloodline of the Grey Wolf. Thus, possessing a Grey Wolf steed to become a wolf cavalryman was his dream. Now, on the verge of realization, the other knights shared in this sentiment, envisioning the Frost Wolf family's cavalry once again galloping across the battlefield. "Salutations, my lord." As David approached, all the knights bowed in unison. He gestured for them to rise and address them. "The Grey Wolf steeds you desire are here, but whether you can earn their recognition depends solely upon you." Despite possessing the ability to command the wolf pack, David intended not to impose dominance over the Grey Wolves, but rather to allow them the choice of their own masters. Upon hearing this, the knights of the Frost Wolf Knight Order nodded in agreement, their gazes shifting to the Grey Wolves. Peter surveyed the pack and directly selected the tallest Grey Wolf. With a swift motion, enhanced by his Grey Wolf lineage, he leaped onto the back of the wolf, attempting to mount it. The Grey Wolf, momentarily stunned, soon began to struggle. Although Cynthia had already tamed these Grey Wolves and communicated with them in their language, the challenge of selection had just begun. To become its master, one must possess the strength that earns the recognition of these Grey Wolves. This selection and acknowledgement are mutual. However, Peter, a formal knight bearing the bloodline of the Grey Wolf, evidently possesses the power to easily subdue this creature. Upon witnessing the Grey Wolf beginning to struggle, he discreetly summoned the might of his Grey Wolf lineage to suppress it, bringing its thrashing to a halt. With a howl, the Grey Wolf ultimately bowed its head. In response to this human, who bore a familiar aura and was stronger than itself, the Grey Wolf expressed its acknowledgement. Observing this scene, David nodded in satisfaction. Although the most elite knights of Frostwolf Ridge perished alongside the old Duke, the remaining knights had been trained by the Frostwolf family and possessed a solid foundation. With ample resources, they would soon blossom and restore the former glory of the Frostwolf lineage. As time passed, several knightly squires successfully gained the Grey Wolf's approval. Under the already tamed conditions, this recognition was not overly challenging. Once the 100 or so Grey Wolves present were all tamed, a cavalry unit led by Grey Wolf Knights was officially established. The next step was to formalize the contract between the Knights and the Grey Wolves. Although these Grey Wolves had become the steeds of the Knights, they still belonged to the Lord of Frostwolf. Grey Wolf Knight Olai felt a surge of elation at this sight. Now, Frostwolf Ridge had wealth and a formidable Grey Wolf cavalry, sufficient to establish a foothold in the north. However, they still lacked the means to counter the impending assault from the Ice Bear family. Olai, these wolf cavalry will be entrusted to your training henceforth. Additionally, do not neglect the training of the other knights and militia. I will devise a plan to tame more Grey Wolves, David declared. With winter now behind them, he could venture into the mountains with Cynthia to seek out the Grey Wolf packs. Given his current mental fortitude, he should still be capable of forming a contract with a Grey Wolf King, which would yield a pack of over 100 Grey Wolves. He then turned to Reyna, instructing, "Please devise a purchasing plan. We require additional weaponry to equip the cavalry. The Grey Wolf Knights and Reyna acknowledged this. Moreover, the search for wizards must not falter. David earnestly reminded the Grey Wolf Knights, for the power of wizards was crucial to his agricultural ambitions. Chapter 50. The Snow Wolf enjoys building heights on a sunlit morning. David and Cynthia rode into the mountains atop a snow wolf, intending to locate the Grey Wolf pack. Due to the limitation of having only one snow wolf steed, David had to let Cynthia sit in front while he held her closely from behind, standing at just over 1.5 meters tall. Cynthia fit snugly in his embrace. David glanced at the small fox girl in his arms, who displayed no visible change in expression and felt a subtle sense of relief. It seemed Cynthia did not reject his touch. In this scenario, he could gradually cultivate a sense of affinity before Cynthia, and when she eventually opened her heart completely, he could seize the opportunity. The snow wolf moved with remarkable swiftness. Even amidst the mountains, where the snow had not entirely melted, it traversed the terrain effortlessly, relying on its keen sense of smell to locate the pack of gray wolves. At this moment, they had ventured deep into the mountains, and the snow wolf's pace had notably slowed as it began to detect the scent of the gray wolves. Just then, a small bird flitted down and perched upon Cynthia's hand. She promptly closed her eyes and began to commune with the little creature. "The gray wolves are just a short distance away in the valley," she exclaimed joyfully. Her ability to communicate with beasts extended not only to those with a touch of the extraordinary like the gray wolves, but also to ordinary animals. David, invigorated by this revelation, prepared to face the entire gray wolf pack. Despite being a fourth-tier Frost Wolf Knight with the capability to forge a pact with the Grey Wolves, he was still aware of the inherent risks. When he had previously tamed the Grey Wolf King, it had been through a moment of carelessness on the king's part, allowing him to leverage the strength of the Snow Wolf to close the distance and succeed. As they approached the Valley of the Grey Wolves, David's heightened sense of smell, enhanced by the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf, allowed him to detect the rich scent of gray wolves. After discerning the direction, he ascended to a vantage point above the valley, where he beheld a considerable number of gray wolves, approximately 300. At the heart of the valley, he spotted a magnificent snow-white wolf king. The leader of this pack was indeed an extraordinary snow wolf. The snow wolf, upon seeing this, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Through its keen perception, it realized that this was a female wolf. Although it had interacted with many female gray wolves during this time, it found itself more drawn to the female snow wolf, causing it to tremble with anticipation. "Little White, cease your howling." Upon comprehending the low growl of the snow wolf, Cynthia's face flushed with embarrassment. This old lecherous wolf was clearly in the throes of spring. "Ha, it is springtime. It is only natural," David chuckled heartily, patting the snow wolf's head. "Let us see if your master can bring this female wolf home." The snow wolf, understanding its master's words, wagged its tail in excitement. David then surveyed the terrain. The female snow wolf was located at the farthest end of the valley, allowing for a potential approach that could bypass the outer sentinels of gray wolves. Should he manage to draw near to the female snow wolf, he could invoke the Frost Wolf Pack to bond with her directly, thereby gaining control over the entire Grey Wolf Pack. David assessed the landscape and resolved to descend from the steep cliffs at the valley's innermost point, planning a dramatic entrance. For a knight nearing the pinnacle of the fourth tier, this was not an insurmountable challenge. When David reached the valley floor, the mother snow wolf, in a midday slumber, remained blissfully unaware of his presence. Subsequently, David summoned the might of his fifth-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline to subdue the snow wolf, simultaneously channeling his mental energy to activate the Frost Wolf Pact. During this period, he had diligently practiced the snow demon breathing technique, which had further heightened the intensity of his mental power. The strength of this snow wolf paled in comparison to that of Xiaobai, only equating to the second-tier knight level, rendering it utterly incapable of resisting the enhanced Frost Wolf Pact. In mere moments, David successfully forged the pact with the snow wolf. The time taken was so brief that the snow wolf could only emit a single howl of alarm before being subdued by David. By the time the gray wolf sentinels arrived, the snow wolf was already prostrated before David in submission. This left the not-so-bright gray wolves in a state of bewilderment, utterly oblivious to the sudden appearance of this human. However, they sensed a formidable pressure emanating from David's bloodline, and with their own leader already having submitted, they refrained from attacking. Awoo! Following his master's command, the snow wolf turned and howled at the pack of gray wolves. Instantly, the gray wolves stirred, clearly momentarily confused. Fortunately, David's own fifth-tier frost giant wolf bloodline facilitated their acceptance of the situation. Ultimately, under the dual pressure of the snow wolf leader and David's formidable bloodline, the gray wolves bowed their heads, allowing David to breathe a sigh of relief. He then led the snow wolf leader to the outskirts of the Gray Wolf Valley. Cynthia and Xiaobai had long awaited his return at the entrance and immediately rushed to him with joy upon seeing him emerge. Awoo! Xiaobai bellowed with great authority. Its size was considerably larger than that of the snow wolf leader, standing majestically beside it, casting an imposing presence. The snow wolf leader, encountering a kindred spirit for the first time, was clearly taken aback by Xiaobai's overwhelming aura and superior strength. While David and Cynthia observed the gray wolf pack, the two snow wolves appeared to have struck a bond. Xiaobai stood proudly, while the snow wolf leader nestled against it. Had David not been present, the two snow wolves would undoubtedly have engaged in playful antics. David was momentarily taken aback. However, Cynthia, who understood beast language, felt her ears flush with embarrassment. Compared to humans, these creatures were refreshingly straightforward, their desires unencumbered by complexities. Yet for Cynthia, the implications of their communication were utterly daunting. Cynthia, I leave the rest to you. David's words jolted Cynthia back from her stupor, and in her confusion, she could only nod absent-mindedly. What's wrong? He queried, a hint of curiosity evident in his narrowed gaze. In nothing, she stammered, her face still flushed. Cynthia repeatedly waved her hands, realizing her embarrassment as she scratched her head. What did you just say? David recounted the plan once more. He intended to initially tame these gray wolves in Gray Wolf Valley before bringing them back to Frostwolf Ridge. With Cynthia and the snow wolf leader present, these gray wolves would be adequately prepared to fulfill their duties of guarding Frostwolf Ridge. Naturally, to transform these gray wolves into mounts for wolf cavalry, further training would be necessary. During the following days, David and Cynthia trained the gray wolves in Gray Wolf Valley. Meanwhile, the two snow wolves, seizing the opportunity while their master was distracted, eagerly slipped into the forest to engage in their playful stacking game. Chapter 51. A step forward 2 days later, the pair returned with the wolf pack. This time, David held Cynthia in his embrace as they sat atop the back of Little White. The recently named Little Snow, a female wolf, followed closely beside them, occasionally expressing affection. In truth, they could have each ridden a snow wolf, but in an unspoken understanding, they chose to return as they had come. However, Cynthia's mindset had transformed entirely. Over the past 2 days, she had consumed an abundance of dog food from the snow wolves, and it was impossible for her not to harbor different thoughts. Moreover, she found herself feeling increasingly comfortable with her lord. In fact, her aversion extended to all men in this world, with her lord being the sole exception. She yearned for freedom, disliking constraints, yet the embrace of her lord offered her a sense of security rather than confinement. When did this change begin? Perhaps it started when her lord rescued her from the prison, illuminating her path and solidifying her resolve to follow in his footsteps. Cynthia, David murmured, sensing the warmth of the girl in his arms rising. The little fox girl lifted her gaze to meet her lord's. Her fox-like eyes filled with a blend of nervousness and shyness, coupled with her devilishly charming visage, captivating all who beheld her. All of David's words became lodged in his throat as he felt a rush of heat enveloping him, with a wave of impulse surging to his mind. Unable to resist, he leaned down, his lips inching closer to the girl. Cynthia watched this unfolding scene, her eyes widening slightly. Yet, she was oblivious to the reason behind the surge of anticipation in her heart, shyly closing her eyes. In the rear mountains of Frostwolf Ridge, the gray wolves had now been settled. Little White and Little Snow, newlyweds, had scuttled away into the grass once more. I shall take my leave. David said to the young woman standing before him. "MHM," Cynthia replied, her cheeks still tinged with a hint of red. Today was significant for both of them. Although they had merely taken a small step, it marked a substantial advancement in their relationship. Could they now be considered lovers? David smiled faintly upon witnessing this, then leaned down to plant a gentle kiss. Cynthia, with her eyes closed and toes pointed, seemed to embody a peculiar charm as they stood together, one towering at 6 feet and the other at 5 feet. "Never mind, I shall remain here today," David said, lifting his gaze to the girl whose eyes fluttered beneath closed lids. Cynthia immediately opened her eyes wide, stammering, "I haven't prepared myself yet." "Foolish girl, I have no intentions beyond this," David reassured her with a smile. "Tonight, I shall simply hold you as we sleep. I assure you, nothing more." This splendid day deserved a perfect conclusion. That night, indeed, they engaged in nothing beyond each other's company. On a vast expanse of grass, they nestled together, gazing at the infinite tapestry of stars above, their breaths intertwining to create the only melody in the universe, as if they were the sole inhabitants of the world. Beneath this celestial canopy, time seemed to stand still. They felt each other's presence, as if they were each other's entire universe, unencumbered by any constraints. Cynthia reveled in this sensation of freedom, the boundless sky, the open field, an embrace that enveloped her with a sense of security, allowing her to cast aside all worries and simply enjoy this liberty with closed eyes. Here, surrendering herself completely to this man, she felt fearless. "Thank you, my lord," she silently thought, a sweet smile gracing her lips. That night, they merely nestled together, closing their eyes and drifting into slumber. The following day, Cynthia awoke to the warmth of sunlight. As she glanced around, she realized she was lying on a soft bed, while her lord was nowhere to be seen. Just as she contemplated getting up, the door suddenly swung open. David entered, his torso bare, muscles distinctly defined. "You're awake. Hurry down for breakfast," he said with a grin. Cynthia quickly diverted her gaze, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. Upon opening the door, she saw Fire Dance entering, carrying blankets. However, upon seeing the pristine bed, Fire Dance paused in surprise. "Isn't this supposed to be a mess?" she wondered. "So, did the Lord truly just sleep here last night?" When Cynthia arrived in the dining room, she found the table set and Water Lily had already arranged the utensils. Leah, Amy, and Raina were seated at their respective places. As soon as Amy spotted Cynthia, she eagerly approached her, inviting her to sit beside her in what they deemed Cynthia's rightful place. "Sister Cynthia, I'll look forward to your guidance in the future," Amy said. Cynthia, still slightly dazed after taking her seat, soon realized that Leah, Amy, and Raina seemed to have misunderstood something. Nevertheless, witnessing their reactions brought an unexpected sense of reassurance to her heart. Chapter 52. The soul of the Fourth Order Snow Demon in the year 659 of the Silver Moon calendar. During the month of beginnings, winter's snow melted away, and the gentle spring breeze caressed the land, heralding the revival of life. The displaced populace, having been cast into the northern territories by the harsh cold, found solace in Frostwolf Ridge, establishing homes of their own. Vast expanses of barren land were cultivated, bolstered by a pre-prepared supply of organic fertilizers, infusing Frostwolf Ridge with newfound vitality. Frostwolf Ridge had reclaimed all of its former territories and, following the replacement of old officials, had redefined its new geographical landscape. Nestled in the western part of the northern territories of the Silver Moon Kingdom, Frostwolf Ridge stood in proximity to Iglooing Fort, which faced the looming threats from the north. To the north, the land stretched unchallenged to the Crystal Song Mountain Range, a desolate and forbidden zone. The western flank of Frostwolf Ridge was bordered by the Frostwolf Forest, which would be their focal point for future development. This forest, rich with diverse treasures such as timber, edible fungi, wildlife, and medicinal herbs, offered immense potential for exploitation. Particularly, with the presence of gray wolf packs, the periphery of the Frostwolf Forest had almost transformed into the backyard of Frostwolf Ridge. Since the conclusion of the winter month, the northern territories had basked in continuous sunshine. By now, the roads leading from Frostwolf Ridge to the outside world had nearly returned to their former state. and David had become increasingly vigilant regarding developments in the northern lands. The Ice Bear City and the northern nobles must have already learned of his breakthrough to the Earth Knight rank, and they would undoubtedly be aware that Frostwolf Ridge had reclaimed its surrounding territories. The northern nobles' ambitions to weaken Frostwolf Ridge by leveraging the plight of the displaced had utterly failed. Even the assassination missions orchestrated by the Ice Bear family and their infamous Red Gloves had failed to inflict any harm on Frostwolf Ridge. In light of these circumstances, the Ice Bear family could only pursue their goal of dominating the northern territories through direct military action. To prepare for the impending conflict, the Frostwolf Knights had entered a comprehensive training phase. Particularly, the newly established wolf cavalry needed to enhance their synergy with the Grey Wolves and rigorously practice the combat techniques passed down from the Frostwolf lineage. Furthermore, Cynthia was diligently working on taming the recently acquired Grey Wolves. Currently, these wolves did not require training as mounts. They simply needed to obey commands and collaborate with the wolf cavalry in battle, although Cynthia could effortlessly command them through the language of beasts, the which could not openly appear on the battlefield. When faced with the forces of the Ice Bear family, she would inevitably confront the Ice Bear Marquis directly. Thus, the Grey Wolves would need to be commanded by the Grey Wolf King. Therefore, it was essential to devise a set of commands that would enable the commander to direct the Grey Wolves in combat. With the combination of these wolf cavalry and Grey Wolves, they would be more than capable of withstanding the coalition formed by the Ice Bear family and other nobles. As long as he could successfully defeat the Ice Bear Marquis, the Northern Coalition would be repelled. Thus, the pivotal matter lies in the confrontation between him and the Ice Bear Marquis, two formidable knights of the realm. His primary focus remains on augmenting his own strength. In the rear mountains of Frostwolf Castle, David continues his relentless training. With the assistance of the 5th-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline and the 4th-tier Frostwolf elixir, his power has seamlessly ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Not only he, but also Lia, buoyed by the effects of the Frostwolf elixir, approaches the zenith of the 2nd tier. This symbiotic cultivation enhances their mutual progress, bestowing upon David an abundance of experience in the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. It is fair to say that Lia, even without David's protection, has evolved into a resilient Frost Giant Wolf Knight capable of standing her ground. In addition to Lia, Reyna has also attained the 2nd tier in strength, and she has finally gathered all the necessary materials for the Snow Sprite elixir, significantly aided by David's attentive care during this time. This has allowed Reyna to catch up in strength. The proud little princess detests being in debt. Thus, whenever he performs a gesture that touches her heart, it becomes quite effortless to present her with somewhat audacious requests. This has been the case in previous instances, and this time, when he assisted Reyna in sourcing the materials for the Snow Sprite elixir, she did not refuse. In fact, she welcomed it with delight, as it signified her esteemed position in the Duke's heart. Moreover, she harbors another curiosity. Each time she is in the Duke's presence, her Snow Sprite bloodline becomes remarkably invigorated, as if awakened by some latent force. Coupled with her sudden breakthrough to the 2nd tier, this has led Reyna to speculate whether the Duke's inherent Frostwolf bloodline resonates with her Snow Sprite bloodline, thus enhancing each other. For now, no one can provide answers to Reyna's musings. As the Snow Sprite spirit trembles with renewed vigor, she senses a further enhancement of her mental fortitude. David, exhaling contentedly, embraces Reyna. During this period, he has intentionally increased their training frequency, primarily aiming to elevate the Snow Sprite spirit to the 4th tier, which represents the most significant enhancement available to him in a short span. His mental strength has nearly reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, and after successfully acquiring the Snow Sprite elixir, it has been further elevated to that peak. Should he elevate the Snow Sprite spirit to the 4th tier, the subsequent feedback from his breakthrough in mental strength holds promising potential for transcending to the 3rd tier. Reyna, witnessing the Snow Sprite spirit's experience points reaching their maximum, fills David with joy. Unable to restrain himself, he bestows another kiss upon the lovely figure in his arms. "My Lord Duke, I, Reyna, am now struggling even to move my fingers. Though I pride myself on my tenacity, it is evident that I have no strength left to continue the fight." Do not move. I merely wish to embrace you, David gently reassured her. Reyna's body gradually relaxed, nuzzling against him like a small cat, eventually finding a comfortable position to bury her head in his warm embrace. Chapter 53. The Curse of Winter the following day. Warm sunlight streamed into the chamber on the second floor of the castle. David and Reyna opened their eyes almost simultaneously, exchanging a smile. By the time their playful skirmish concluded, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Today, David had decided to let Reyna rest early. After they shared breakfast, Reyna headed to the town hall, while David made his way to the training room, intent on elevating his Frost Wolf soul to the 4th tier. As he focused his thoughts, the Frost Wolf soul within his mental realm let out a roar. An invisible force surged into the Frost Wolf soul, solidifying its form, while a terrifying, icy power radiated outward. Upon reaching the 4th tier, the Frost Wolf soul transcended a significant boundary, resulting in profound changes. Within the mental realm, the Frost Wolf soul appeared visibly more formidable, resembling a true ancient frost giant wolf. Following this, the mental feedback from the elevation of the Snow Demon soul caused David's mental strength to swell once more, sending ripples through his consciousness. In the next moment, his mental realm expanded again, propelling his mental power to break through the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, successfully advancing to the 3rd tier of mental power. In terms of mental strength alone, 3rd tier mental power represented the peak of a low-level sorcerer, drawing remarkably close to the medium sorcerer level. Snow Demon Soul, 4th tier, 22. 910-000, acquired racial ability. Curse of Winter, effect, applies a chilling curse on the target, reducing their speed. Suddenly, a completely different notification echoed, leaving David momentarily stunned. As realization dawned upon him, a look of delight spread across his face. This breakthrough of the Snow Demon Soul had granted him a racial ability of the Snow Demon lineage, a potent power of sustained control. Especially when combined with his own strength as an Earth Knight, any slight opening from his opponent could directly influence the outcome of battle. However, he pondered the efficacy of this Curse of Winter ability, whether it could affect an opponent of Earth Knight caliber, and to what extent. In addition to acquiring a racial ability from the Snow Demon lineage, David also sensed an enhanced mastery over icy powers. With a mere thought, the surrounding ice elemental energy coalesced before him, transforming into a chilling knight's sword, shimmering with frost. He extended his hand to grasp the icy knight's sword, and with a swing against the wall, he left a deep gash, as if wielding a weapon forged from true frost steel. My mastery over the power of frost has now surpassed that of Amy, to the extent that I can manipulate the elemental form of ice. David gazed at the Frost Knight's sword in his hand, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. With a mere thought, an array of ice swords abruptly materialized around him. This ability to elementalize is something even Amy has yet to master. However, aided by the 4th tier spirit of the Snow Demon and his moderate affinity for ice elements, he was able to execute it with ease. With a 3rd tier mental force combined with his control over the frost power, he felt confident that even without invoking the strength of a knight, he could contend against an Earth Knight. His current prowess rivaled that of a genuine low-tier wizard. Furthermore, a wizard of the same rank could easily overpower a knight and even engage in battles beyond their level. After successfully completing the breakthrough with the Snow Demon spirit, David did not hasten to test the effects of the Winter Curse skill. Instead, he began to cultivate the Snow Demon breathing technique. Instantly, an even greater surge of ice elemental power began to converge and flow into his being. Within his mental realm, the Frost Wolf spirit opened its mouth in a roaring gesture, and immediately, a substantial amount of icy energy was absorbed by the spirit. As the Frost Wolf spirit refined this ice elemental power, waves of chill radiated throughout his body, continually fortifying him. David seized the opportunity to switch to the Frost Wolf breathing technique, channeling this energy into the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf, further awakening its latent power. In the subsequent days, David dedicated himself to mastering the Snow Demon breathing technique. In his quest to familiarize himself swiftly with his newly acquired power, He even sacrificed some time for dual cultivation. This brought a sense of relief to Lena. By the time the four returned to the loft on the third floor to rest, she felt an unexpected weight lifted from her shoulders. Although she had contemplated how wonderful it would be to possess the Duke entirely for herself, she understood that she could not fully satisfy him alone. A sleepless night ensued. After David and the others had succumbed to slumber, he opened the system panel. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline. 5th tier, 7289500000. Snow Demon Spirit. 4th tier, 150710000. Ice Element Affinity. Moderate, 623010000. The advantages brought by the knight's physical prowess and dual cultivation were indeed substantial. Although he had been attentive to Amy's needs, his ice element affinity was still only halfway developed, and the growth rate of his experience points remained somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, even a moderate ice element affinity had bestowed upon him numerous benefits, if he could break through to a higher level. The rate of his power increase would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Thus, tranquility returned to their lives until one morning, half a month later. A figure riding a gray wolf burst into the castle. "My lord, they have arrived." David, during breakfast, felt a chill in his eyes upon hearing the scout knight's report. The Ice Bear family had indeed succumbed to the temptation to mobilize their forces. Upon this realization, he swept the roasted meat off the table and rose to depart. After leaving the castle, he made his way directly to the rear mountains. There, two snow wolves sensed their master's presence and swiftly approached. "Cynthia, I intend to take these gray wolves with me." Upon hearing his words, Cynthia's expression grew grave. "Yes, these gray wolves have no trouble following simple commands." "You have worked hard," David said, and he mounted the small white steed. Subsequently, the two snow wolves led hundreds of gray wolves as they hastily departed from the rear mountains. The gray wolf knights, accompanied by trained wolf cavalry, awaited outside the castle, each gray wolf clad in leather armor, standing silently. Once the two forces converged, the Frost Wolf cavalry, under David's leadership, set forth towards the front line of Eagle Wing Fortress. Chapter 54. The enemy approaches. The Ice Bear coalition marched slowly along the path to Frost Wolf Ridge. At the forefront of the procession, the Ice Bear Marquis rode upon a massive white bear, followed by 200 knights mounted on Northern Highland warhorses. The knights were adorned in armor crafted by the renowned Frosthammer and Bearjaw workshops of the north. The pure white cold iron breastplates were intricately engraved with the fierce visage of the Ice Bear, symbolizing fearless courage, while the pauldrons were embellished with patterns of bear claws, seemingly emitting a low growl. The fluttering capes behind them bore exquisite ice bear crests, revealing their noble lineage, and the azure sashes wrapped around their waists were adorned with snowflake motifs, enhancing their grandeur and solemnity. This was indeed the illustrious Ice Bear cavalry, whose combat prowess was deemed not inferior to that of the peak Frostwolf cavalry. With the decline of the Frost Wolf family and the passing of the old Duke on the battlefield, the Ice Bear cavalry now stood as the strongest in the north. In contrast, the knightly orders of other nobles appeared considerably less impressive. At the tail end of the procession were the common laborers conscripted by the lords, struggling to pull unicycles laden with food and tents, laboring to keep pace with the advancing troops. This coalition was formed by the Ice Bear family and its subordinate clans. As for the other noble families in the north, few chose to join the Ice Bear coalition, most remaining in a state of cautious observation. The Frost Wolf family, once the rulers of the north, still wielded considerable influence over many clans. Recently, whispers had emerged that the new generation of Frost Wolf dukes had successfully ascended to the rank of Earth Knight and reclaimed lost territories with thunderous resolve. Naturally, they would not risk offending the Frost Wolf family by joining the Ice Bear coalition. Furthermore, the current Silver Moon King had not truly perished. Although the second prince, standing behind the Ice Bear family, held a decisive advantage in the struggle for the throne, the ultimate claim to the crown remained unestablished. Moreover, the Frost Wolf family had always been traditionalists, likely to be staunch supporters of the firstborn prince, the primary heir. The war currently unfolding in the north symbolizes, to a certain extent, the struggle between the factions behind two princes who are reluctant to hastily declare their allegiance. In response, The Ice Bear Marquis displays a demeanor of indifference. Once the Frostwolf family is eradicated, the Ice Bear family will gain complete control over the eastern region of the north and the Frostwolf Forest, thereby solidifying their position to align with the Second Prince. He is not content with mere covert support from the Second Prince. He aims to carve out his share of the spoils in this civil war of the Silver Moon Kingdom. "My lord, we are nearing Iglooing Fortress," announced a reconnaissance knight who returned on horseback, kneeling before the Ice Bear Marquis. "Iglooing Fortress," the Marquis scoffed. He had invested considerable resources to win over the Viscount of Iglooing, only for that incompetent to fall victim to the Frostwolf Duke before even enduring the winter. It was indeed a grave oversight on his part. He had not anticipated that the little wolf cub would possess such resilience. The entire North believed him to be a fool, never suspecting that he could be a genius capable of transcending into an Earth Knight. Had he known earlier, he would have swiftly eliminated the little wolf cub following the old Duke's demise. However, it is not too late. He is confident that his prowess as a peak 4th-rank Earth Knight will easily overpower the newly anointed Earth Knight, David. In terms of knightly forces, his Ice Bear Knight Order stands unrivaled in the North, far surpassing the tattered Frostwolf Knight Order. Coupled with the other noble Knight Orders from Ice Bear City, the outcome of this battle is devoid of uncertainty. With this thought, a cold smile graced his face as he issued a command: "Advance at full speed. We shall spend the night at Iglooing Fortress." At Iglooing Fortress, David stood atop the walls, flanked by a row of wolf cavalry. Their equipment may not have been exquisite, yet the formidable presence of their gray wolf mounts was undeniable. Meanwhile, the other summoned nobles scrutinized the wolf cavalry, astonished that the new Duke of Frostwolf had managed to train such a formidable unit in such a short span of time. This development instilled a measure of confidence in them. Although Frostwolf Ridge could not rival Ice Bear City, with the Duke's strength and these wolf cavalry at their disposal, halting the enemy's advance should pose no insurmountable challenge. At that moment, a snow dove appeared in the distance, soaring towards them. This was a messenger dove trained by Cynthia using beast tongue, adept at carrying messages. It was also the reason Frostwolf Ridge could swiftly learn of the Ice Bear City Coalition's intentions to attack and rapidly assemble the local nobles and knights. Indeed, the power of sorcerers is formidable, not only in combat, but also in their capacity to transform various aspects of the world. Cynthia's unique ability to communicate with beasts has enabled Frostwolf Ridge to breed a substantial number of gray wolves and snow doves, even within the constraints of time. Given ample time, she could gradually tame even more magical creatures and wild beasts from the Frostwolf Forest, assembling a formidable army of beasts. The snow dove, swift as the wind, quickly arrived before David. He removed the note tied to its leg, revealing no trace of surprise upon his countenance. "Prepare for battle," he commanded. Upon hearing his words, the Grey Wolf Knights nodded in agreement. Soon, the news spread, and the knights began their preparations. As the gates of Iglooing Fortress swung open, David leaped from the ramparts and mounted his snow wolf, Little White, leading the Grey Wolf Knights and their wolf cavalry forth from the city. Outside Iglooing Fortress lay an expansive plain, a terrain perfectly suited for cavalry charges, naturally advantageous for both wolf riders and their packs. As the golden sunlight gradually slipped toward the horizon, reflecting off the majestic mountains, the silhouette of the Ice Bear Coalition emerged at the far end of the plain. Riding at the forefront was the Ice Bear Marquis on his white bear, who beheld the faint outline of Iglooing Fortress and the wolf cavalry standing resolutely before its walls. Those are the wolf riders of the Frostwolf family. The Ice Bear Marquis's gaze sharpened at the sight. Having witnessed the Frostwolf family's glory in its prime, he was well aware of their wolf cavalry. Yet, had not most of the old Duke's wolf riders perished on the battlefield? How could the Frostwolf family still command such a formidable number of wolf riders? Moreover, given the Frostwolf family's financial constraints, it seemed implausible that they could sustain the taming and training of so many gray wolves. Everything appeared rather incongruous. The other nobles and knights of the Ice Bear Coalition also took note of the wolf cavalry, their expressions shifting instantly, as memories of the old Duke leading his wolf riders into battle flooded their minds, instilling a sense of dread. The number of wolf riders before them was no less than that of the old dukes. The gray wolves growled ferociously at the sight of their foes. Simultaneously, more gray wolves emerged from the surrounding woods, their roars echoing from all directions, filling the battlefield with a cacophony of howls. Gray wolf packs, and more gray wolf packs. How could this be? Why were there so many gray wolves? Some nobles gasped, disbelief etched across their faces. These wolves possessed an extraordinary lineage, capable of contending with knightly squires, and the sheer number of gray wolves present was staggering, even if their own numbers surpassed those of the wolves. How many could truly match the rank of knightly squires? The disparity in strength was indeed monumental. Witnessing this scene, some nobles began to regret their decisions. Had they known that Frostwolf Ridge had tamed such a multitude of gray wolves, they would never have ventured forth. At present, the Ice Bear City Coalition is launching an assault on Frostwolf Ridge, where the Frostwolf forces await the coalition's approach, resembling lambs walking into a lion's den. Why the panic? Even if Frostwolf Ridge retains some wolf cavalry, the current Duke is not the same as the previous one. What is there to fear? As long as we eliminate the Frostwolf Duke, what threat do these gray wolves pose? The Ice Bear Marquis spoke coldly. At such a critical juncture, even if it requires gritting our teeth, we must advance. Retreat is not an option. All knights, slow your pace, organize your formations, and prepare to charge alongside me. He commanded loudly. Yes, my lord. The knights responded and proceeded to obey. On the opposing side, David observed the movements of the Ice Bear City Coalition and noted their deceleration, a cold expression crossing his face. Frostwolf cavalry, charge with me. He commanded decisively. The enemy was still marching, while the Frostwolf cavalry was fully prepared. Naturally, he would not afford them any opportunity to regroup. With the sounding of the horn, the wolf cavalry surged forward. The snow wolves led the charge, followed closely by the cavalry, transforming into a gray arrow that lunged directly at the Ice Bear City Coalition. My lord, they are coming. A wave of unrest rippled through the Ice Bear City Coalition. Although their numbers exceeded 1,000, they resembled a disorganized rabble rather than a cohesive force. They had assumed that this would be a one-sided suppression by the Ice Bear City Coalition, believing that the Ice Bear cavalry alone could swiftly conclude the battle. They had never anticipated that the Frostwolf Duke had trained over 100 wolf cavalry and would take the initiative to attack. Excellent. Ice Bear cavalry, charge with me. The Ice Bear Marquis roared, and his white bear surged forward. Although the Ice Bear City Coalition appeared somewhat chaotic, the elite Ice Bear cavalry was already battle-ready. As the call to charge sounded, they swiftly mounted and galloped forth. While the mountain steeds did not possess the extraordinary bloodline of the gray wolves, their imposing size and endurance, coupled with their heavy armor, made them formidable instruments of war. As the Ice Bear Knights began their charge, they rapidly distanced themselves from the Ice Bear City Coalition, and two torrents began to converge across the plain. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled beneath the advancing forces. Ultimately, the Frostwolf cavalry and the Ice Bear cavalry collided. The size of the gray wolves was no smaller than the mountain steeds, and with a hint of extraordinary lineage, they managed to withstand the onslaught of their adversaries. Were it not for the heavy armor of the mountain steeds, they might have been sent flying by the impact of the gray wolf's charge. A single wolf cavalry unit could penetrate their ranks. Once the mounts clashed, the knights atop them engaged in battle, their weapons relentlessly striking at one another. Whether clad in armor or wielding weapons, the Ice Bear Knights evidently held the upper hand. However, just as one of the Ice Bear Knights raised his knight's sword, a gray wolf leaped high from behind, knocking him to the ground. Both sides' mounts ceased their charge, with the gray wolves exhibiting a clear advantage in agility, directly aiding their wolf riders in battle. The gray wolves darted left and right, compensating for the Frost Wolf Knights' weaponry deficiencies. Simultaneously, a chorus of wolf howls echoed as gray wolves from the surrounding woods surged forth, launching a flanking assault on the knights in the fray. A howl escaped from Xiaoxua. Under the leadership of their alpha, the gray wolves ran in an orderly fashion. Some of them charged towards the allied forces, while others, led by the Snow Wolf Chief, advanced upon the Ice Bear Knights engaged in combat with the Wolf Riders. This left the Ice Bear Knights, already embroiled in battle, caught between foes akin to being stabbed in the back by a sharp dagger, rendering them momentarily defenseless. "Get away!" roared the ice bear Marquis, sending one gray wolf flying with his heavy hammer. His gaze then fell upon David, who was charging alongside the troops. In direct confrontation, the allied forces of Ice Bear City were clearly outmatched. Only by slaying the Frost Wolf Duke could he secure ultimate victory in this war. He possessed unwavering confidence in this outcome, for he was a near 5th-tier knight with partially liquefied fighting spirit, while his opponent had merely just broken through to the 4th tier. Chapter 56. The absolute suppression of sorceress power at this moment. David's gaze fortuitously landed on the Ice Bear Marquis. Coincidentally, his thoughts mirrored those of the Ice Bear Marquis. By eliminating the Ice Bear Marquis, he could bring the battle to a swift conclusion and mitigate unnecessary casualties. Their intentions aligned, and they charged toward one another in unison. The distance between them quickly diminished. After a brief clash atop their mounts, they both dismounted. The Ice Bear Marquis wielded a two-handed warhammer, relentlessly swinging it toward David with the formidable strength of the northern giant bear. Boom! The earth trembled violently. David evaded the assault, and the massive hammer struck the ground, creating a deep crater. As the Ice Bear Marquis lifted his hammer once more, he regarded David's calm demeanor with a furrowed brow, clearly astonished that, without employing fighting spirit, David's physical prowess surpassed that of a peak 4th-tier knight. David, however, was not the least bit surprised, for his physique had undergone several transformations through the bloodline of the 5th-tier frost giant wolf and the spirit of the 4th-tier snow demon. "It seems you are stronger than I anticipated. However, this is where it ends. You shall surely perish here today," the Ice Bear Marquis growled, channeling his powerful fighting spirit. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, with his fighting spirit dense to an astonishing degree. Indeed, his fighting spirit had partially liquefied. Should it fully liquefy, he would ascend to the ranks of 5th-tier knights. As the most emblematic force of the 5th tier, liquid battle aura allows for a greater concentration of energy, capable of completely suppressing the 4th tier gaseous battle aura. "Ha ha ha, perish!" Marquis Ice Bear, sensing his advantage, laughed heartily as he continued his assault. However, just as he took a step forward, he felt a sudden heaviness beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to him, his feet had become encased in ice, rendering him immobile and trapped in place. Is this the power of ice? A grave expression surfaced in the eyes of Marquis Ice Bear. Even he, a pinnacle 4th-tier Earth Knight endowed with the bloodline of the Arctic giant bear, had been unable to master the power of ice. Yet the Duke of Frost Wolves before him wielded it with ease. Could the bloodline of the Frost giant wolf truly be that formidable? The image of the figure that had suppressed him for half his life flickered in his mind. Now that this person was dead, must he still be subjugated by the offspring of his adversary? Roar! Marquis Ice Bear suddenly unleashed a roar that was anything but human. The bloodline of the Arctic giant bear surged within him, causing his muscles to swell with power. Although the Arctic giant bear could not grant him the power of ice, it bestowed upon him a tremendous enhancement to his physical form, enabling him to possess the strength to rend an Earth Knight asunder with his bare hands. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the ice encasing him shattered under this newfound strength. Yet simultaneously, David made his move. A multitude of icy energies suddenly enveloped his form. Spirit of the Frost Wolf. With the might of his 3rd-tier, formidable mental power, ice elements converged, coalescing upon the Ice Wolf Fong sword in his hand, where a spectral image of a frost giant wolf could be faintly discerned. Frost Wolf's Wolf Technique, Frost Wolf Brise. With a swift motion, he surged forward, entwined with the power of ice towards Marquis Ice Bear. Giant Bear Hammer. Marquis Ice Bear gathered liquid battle aura within his heavy hammer. But just as he raised the hammer, he felt a terrifying chill wash over him, causing frost to begin forming upon his body. In mere moments, this frost was shattered, and the colossal hammer imbued with the power of the giant bear swung fiercely toward the advancing David. Boom! The Ice Wolf Fong sword collided with the giant bear hammer. The semi-liquid battle aura coalescing upon the surface of the giant hammer erupted suddenly. Yet in the next moment, a force of ice emerged, forcibly countering the attack. It held firm. Marquis Ice Bear was taken aback. He was a pinnacle 4th-tier knight wielding semi-liquid battle aura, yet David, relying on the 4th-tier knight's ice power, was not at all at a disadvantage. Boom, boom, boom. David continued to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes. The 5th-tier bloodline of the frost giant wolf, the 4th-tier spirit of the snow demon, a medium-level ice element affinity, and 3rd-tier mental power. These combined with his 4th-tier knightly prowess began to turn the tide, ultimately suppressing Marquis Ice Bear. Not only Marquis Ice Bear, but the nobles of the Ice Bear City Coalition gazed upon the fierce battle between the two Earth Knights at the center of the battlefield, their faces betraying a look of sheer astonishment. They initially believed that the Ice Bear Marquis would effortlessly vanquish the Frost Wolf Duke, swiftly bringing an end to the territorial conflict. However, what did they witness? The Frost Wolf Duke appeared to be gaining the upper hand. How could this be? Hadn't he, the Frost Wolf Duke, just recently broken through to the 4th tier? Why was even the Ice Bear Marquis, who possessed the strength of a quasi-5th tier, unable to contend with him? No, that cannot be right. The Marquis must not have exerted his full power. Some nobles began to console themselves, fervently praying in their hearts. Boom! Another clash erupted on the battlefield. The Ice Bear Marquis, channeling all his might, finally shattered the icy power, Ashilin Oha Imanated, encasing everything around him in a frigid grip. The Ice Bear Marquis paused momentarily before breaking free from the ice, resuming his pursuit of the retreating David, eager to seize the opportunity to conclude the battle. Yet, as he took a step, he suddenly felt a stiffness in his movements, an icy force infiltrating his body, hindering his actions. What was happening? The Ice Bear Marquis was struck with dread. Across from him, David's gaze sharpened, a glint of frostiness in his eyes. Throughout the skirmish, he had been employing the winter curse ability bestowed by the recently acquired soul of the snow demon, and now it was finally taking effect. The winter curse steadily diminished his opponent's speed, and once it accumulated sufficiently, it could encase the foe in ice from within. Chapter 57. The Noble Shock Frost Wolf Sword Technique. David surged forward once more, unleashing his 4th-tier fighting spirit. The Ice Wolf Fong's sword, imbued with icy power, cleaved toward the Ice Bear Marquis. Frost Wolf Breath. He began to execute his most formidable Frost Wolf sword technique. The Icy Breath, a racial ability of the Frost Giant Wolf, was infused within the sword technique, allowing each swing to harness the chilling might of the Frost Giant Wolf. This amplified the power of the Frost Wolf Breath technique, surpassing the limits of sword skills achieved by all the Frost Wolf Knights throughout history. How could this be possible? You cannot be David. Who exactly are you? The Ice Bear Marquis' face contorted, his eyes turning crimson, utterly unable to accept the unfolding reality, unable to fathom the prospect of his defeat. He stared at David, and suddenly, the image of the old Duke surfaced in his mind. He could not believe that this was the same little wolf cub. David was merely 18 years old. How could he possess such formidable strength and master the Frost Wolf sword technique to such a terrifying degree? Yet, David showed no inclination to respond to his frantic outburst. In the ebb and flow of battle, David maintained absolute dominance, and amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he pierced the Ice Bear Marquis' left hand with a single stroke, forcing him to relinquish his grip on the heavy hammer, which crashed resoundingly to the ground. My lord, the nobles of the Ice Bear City Coalition wore expressions of disbelief. The Marquis has completely fallen into despair. They suddenly perceive the world as utterly insane. Yet, regardless of how unimaginable it seems, the stark reality stands before them. David has seized an absolute advantage in battle, each stroke of his sword leaving a crimson mark upon the Ice Bear Marquis, drenching him in blood. This is impossible. How could this be? I shall not be defeated. How could I possibly be vanquished? The Ice Bear Marquis has begun to spiral into hysteria, desperately unleashing the power of his Arctic bear lineage, attempting to crush his adversary before him. However, all efforts are evidently futile, as David offers no opportunity for reprieve. In this moment, the Ice Bear Marquis finally feels fear. He consciously moves toward the Ice Bear Knights, believing that even if it means sacrificing all his knights, escaping is worth it. He now sees no chance of victory against David. Frost breath. At this juncture, David no longer holds back, abruptly gathering icy energy. The spell-like ability inherent in the frost giant wolf bloodline is activated. In the next instant, enveloped in frigid air, an icy beam is unleashed from his sword, directly targeting the Ice Bear Marquis. Crack! Crack! The body of the Ice Bear Marquis is encased in frost. This ancestral ability of the frost giant wolf reveals its terrifying power, halting the Marquis's final steps of retreat. Ultimately, this formidable knight, at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, is drained of his fighting spirit, as his body becomes increasingly covered in ice from within. The Ice Bear Marquis's eyes widen, betraying both anger and fear. He never imagined he would meet his demise here. In this moment, he truly regrets his choices. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never taken to the field himself. But now, it is too late for such reflections. The spark of life in his eyes begins to fade. Devoid of the protection of his fighting spirit, he can no longer withstand the power of the winter curse, ultimately being consumed entirely by it, transforming into a statue of ice. In this instant, the world seems to stand still, all gazes fixated upon the Ice Bear Marquis, now an ice sculpture. Their expressions blank with shock. The Ice Bear Marquis is dead. The Ice Bear family shall perish alongside him. The battle has ended in complete defeat for the Ice Bear City Coalition. Clang! Suddenly, a weapon clatters to the ground. This is soon followed by the sound of more weapons falling. The nobles of the Ice Bear City Coalition, upon realizing their defeat, hastily choose to lay down their arms and surrender, understanding that this is their only means of survival. Surrender without death. After David slays the Ice Bear Marquis, he rushes toward the battlefield, shouting fervently. Though the rationale behind the call for surrender remains unclear, more knights relinquish their weapons and opt for capitulation. Even the Ice Bear Knights exhibit signs of unrest. Although the Ice Bear Knights did not surrender outright, the death of the Ice Bear Marquis significantly shattered their fighting spirit, causing them to falter in their battle against the Wolf Cavalry. By the time David arrived, the conflict had begun to tilt overwhelmingly in one direction. Even the most formidable armor could not withstand the onslaught of the Ice Wolf's fangs. Under such circumstances, some Ice Bear Knights, gripped by fear, finally cast down their weapons, leading to a swift and total collapse of the Ice Bear Knights' combat capability. David issued a succinct order to seize the enemy forces and tally the casualties. The Frost Wolf Knights responded with alacrity, their faces alight with excitement, their gazes toward David filled with fervor and admiration. Moreover, with the demise of the Ice Bear Marquis, the greatest threat in the northern lands had been eliminated, heralding the resurgence of the Frost Wolf family's former glory. Master David, the Grey Wolf Knight, approached eagerly. Although he had anticipated that David could contend with the Ice Bear Marquis, he never fathomed that the Marquis would be so decisively slain. Words failed him as he struggled to articulate his emotions in that moment. Your Grace, at this juncture, the nobles from Iglooing Fortress also approached. Their looks toward the Duke of Frost Wolf were imbued with respect and flattery, their expressions bordering on obsequiousness. Truth be told, this battle had profoundly astonished them all. If they had previously been daunted by the Duke's power, they now genuinely chose to submit, regarding themselves as subordinates. In this battle, David had fully demonstrated his strength, proclaiming to all that the formidable Frost Wolf family had returned. Chapter 58. The Fall of the Family. Frost Wolf Ridge Town Hall. At this moment, all the vassal families were gathered. Following this battle, the demise of the Ice Bear family was now unavoidable, and the Frost Wolf family would reclaim its position as the sovereign of the northern lands, once more ruling over the entire region. In light of this, the vassal families naturally pledged their unwavering allegiance, eager to curry favor with the new Duke of Frost Wolf. With David as the core unifying force, these nobles united like never before. After the capture of the Ice Bear City Coalition, all were imprisoned. The next course of action was clear: how to deal with these coalition prisoners. David had already devised a plan. With the Ice Bear Marquis deceased, no threatening powers remained in the northern lands. Rather than executing all these individuals, he preferred to adhere to the noble tradition of exchanging prisoners of war, allowing their families to redeem them. Of course, this was contingent upon the completion of his judgment. Those who had previously betrayed and oppressed the Frost Wolf family would find themselves mercilessly bound to the pyre. Meanwhile, those whose transgressions did not warrant death would be assessed and priced according to the influence of their respective factions and the gravity of their offenses. It is believed that in their desperate quest to redeem the head of their family and the knights, these clans would undoubtedly expend their entire fortunes, willingly presenting them at Frostwolf Ridge. Indeed, even after the death of the Ice Bear Marquis, a multitude of nobles had chosen to surrender and pledge their loyalty. Tino Ice Bear stood atop the walls of Ice Bear City, gazing into the distance. Today marked the 5th day since the expedition commenced. Ideally, his father should have conquered Frostwolf Ridge 2 days prior. Regardless of the events that transpired during the siege, news should have surely reached him by now. It was this unnerving silence that enveloped him like a looming storm, casting a shadow of unease over his heart. Could it be that the entire coalition of Ice Bear City had encountered unforeseen calamities? Yet, how could that be possible? His father was a pinnacle 4th-tier knight, and with the well-equipped Ice Bear Knights and other nobles from Ice Bear City, their combined strength would be formidable, rivaling even the best forces from the other 3 realms of the Silver Moon Kingdom. The Frostwolf family had long since fallen into decline. As he pondered this, tales of the Frostwolf family's past began to surface in his mind, intensifying his anxiety. He feared that the coalition from Ice Bear City might face defeat, a burden too great for the entire Ice Bear family to bear. The current standing of the Ice Bear family was intricately tied to the Marquis's formidable prowess, a strength that felt precariously fragile. A single failure could potentially obliterate the prestige the Ice Bear family had painstakingly built over the years. Behind Tino stood other nobles from Ice Bear City, and the atmosphere was undeniably somber, each heart burdened with deep-seated worry, fearing the worst. Suddenly, a noble gasped, drawing the attention of others as they beheld a figure emerging on the distant horizon. As the figure drew nearer, they discerned a multitude of cavalry riding gray wolves, banners emblazoned with the crest of the Frostwolf family billowing in the wind. It was the cavalry of Frostwolf Ridge. Upon seeing this sight, Tino's expression shifted dramatically. Why had the Frostwolf cavalry come here? Where was the Ice Bear Marquis? Where were the knights of the Ice Bear City Coalition? The other nobles exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising within them. David's gaze fell upon the city. Rather than hastily attacking, he chose to send a messenger. The wolf cavalry, mounted on their gray steeds, rapidly approached the city walls. Observing this, Tino promptly dispatched a knight to negotiate. When this knight returned bearing the news of the coalition's defeat and capture and the death of the Ice Bear Marquis, a wave of shock swept over Ice Bear City. What did you say? My father, the Ice Bear Marquis, has perished at Frostwolf Ridge. The expression on Tino Ice Bear's face was one of incredulity, the news striking him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly dazed. The faces of the other nobles from Ice Bear City mirrored his disbelief. However, that was the esteemed Ice Bear Marquis, a pinnacle 4th-tier Earth Knight. It was unlikely that anyone in the northern lands could rival him. Yet, what did they hear? The Ice Bear Marquis had perished at the hands of the Frostwolf Duke. Once this realization struck, their faces were etched with deep concern. Although most nobles and knights had been captured, they remained uncertain of their lord's fate. With this thought, they ceased to pay attention to the already despondent Tino the Ice Bear and hurried to examine the list held by the wolf cavalrymen. Some were filled with joy, while others were engulfed in despair. Apart from the Ice Bear Marquis, the remaining nobles were largely still alive. However, the gold required for their ransom left everyone gasping in disbelief. The Frostwolf Duke, while seemingly granting these nobles a chance at life, required a ransom that could cost a family dearly. They understood that without their lord, their entire lineage could crumble and fall into obscurity. They had no alternative. At this moment, Tino the Ice Bear was utterly dazed. It was not until those nobles opened the city gates that he awakened from his stupor. Yet, the Ice Bear family was in no position to resist the nobles of Ice Bear City. Had it not been for the intention to leave the Ice Bear family to the Frost Wolf Duke's handling, these nobles would have likely surged forward without hesitation. David seamlessly took control of Ice Bear City. His next course of action was, of course, to obliterate the Ice Bear family and seize all their wealth. The downfall of the Ice Bear family had been sealed the moment the Ice Bear Marquis chose to take action. Before long, news of the coalition's defeat in Ice Bear City spread throughout the northern lands, sending shockwaves across the region. No one had anticipated the defeat of the Ice Bear City coalition, not even the Ice Bear Marquis, a pinnacle fourth-tier Earth Knight who had perished in the battle. The lesser nobles who had not participated in this conflict breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had refrained from involving themselves in the battle between Ice Bear City and Frostwolf Ridge. Otherwise, they would have surely met the same fate as the nobles of Ice Bear City. In that moment, the Frost Wolf family once again emerged as a formidable power in the northern lands. Chun Tao never imagined that not only would he traverse to another world, but he would also become none other than Batman himself. It is well known that Batman possesses unparalleled intellect, extraordinary wisdom, and exceptional combat skills. However, what relevance does this hold for me as a transmigrator? Oh, is it possible that I can inherit Batman's powers and memories? Wait, why is it all from a parallel universe version? Chapter 59. The Saint is bound for the northern lands. The capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom, known as Moonlight City, lies at the foot of the majestic Artemis mountain range, embraced by a crystal-clear river named Silver Stream. This city gleams like a resplendent pearl embedded in the earth. The ancient city walls, constructed from time-worn gray stones, bear deep engravings etched by the passage of time, narrating a millennia-old history. At the heart of Moonlight City stands an imposing fortress known as the Moonlight Bastion. Presently, the second prince, Blanco Silvermoon, has taken residence in this bastion, the emblem of power. Once his ailing father passes, he shall ascend to the throne of the Silver Moon Kingdom. With the support of a faction of nobles from the royal capital, the Duke of the West, and the northern aristocracy, his grip on power has become quite stable. Neither the elder prince, Gould Silvermoon, who has fled to the eastern territories, nor the third prince, Reynolds, known as the Star of Silvermoon, hiding in the south, pose any threat to him. At this moment, he is perusing correspondence from the north. Upon discovering that the coalition of Ice Bear City has met with defeat, with even the Ice Bear Marquis slain at Frostwolf Ridge, his countenance darkens immediately. Incompetent, he mutters under his breath, though his expression soon returns to calm. The Ice Bear family was originally a pawn he supported to exhaust the Frostwolf family. If they could be annihilated directly, it would be even better. Now, even in failure, they have merely consumed a piece on the chessboard. As long as the northern stronghold remains under royal control, the north belongs to him. Should he foster another family, he can still command the resources of the north, making it no arduous task to continue suppressing the Frostwolf family. What truly concerns him now is whether the shadow of the elder prince lurks behind the Frostwolf family. He does not believe that a mere fated Frostwolf family could triumph over the coalition of Ice Bear City. Although the new Duke of Frostwolf possesses talents comparable to those of the third prince, they remain too weak in comparison to the colossal royal entity. Nestled in the heart of Moonlight City is the solemn and sacred structure known as the Cathedral of Holy Light. This cathedral, renowned for its unique auroral empire style and exquisite artistic embellishments, serves as the spiritual symbol and pilgrimage site for the followers of Holy Light in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Its exterior is magnificent and imposing, with towering spires reaching toward the heavens. The outer walls are constructed from deep gray stones, while the entrance boasts a pair of intricately carved oak doors, adorned with depictions of biblical tales and angelic figures. The altar within is crafted from pure white marble, embellished with gold leaf and gemstones. At its center stands a sacred statue representing the core of the church's faith. The cathedral's basement serves as a sanctuary for prayer and meditation, housing an ancient reliquary said to contain the relics of a great saint, drawing pilgrims from far and wide to pay their respects. At this moment, within the grand hall of the church, St. Lucia kneels in prayer before the altar of holy light. Her hair cascades like a waterfall of golden silk, and her eyes, clear as a tranquil lake, are deep and luminous. Her skin is as pale as jade, pristine and unblemished, dressed in a flowing robe of pure white, adorned with golden vines and lily motifs. Symbolizing purity and sanctity, she wears a necklace featuring a cross, emblematic of the holy light, around her neck. Her voice, soft yet solemn, recited the ancient prayer, "O Lord, may your light dispel the darkness. May your mercy shelter our home, granting us strength and courage to love and forgive." With each utterance of the prayer, her voice resonated with power, as if it could stir the hearts of every listener, instilling within them a divine solace and hope. The very air around seemed sanctified by her supplications, imbued with the faint scent of incense, intertwining with the fresh breeze drifting through the window, creating an atmosphere both sacred and serene. "Lucia, are you prepared to embark upon your journey to the north?" The deep voice of the archbishop echoed. "I stand ready to fulfill the will of the divine," Lucia replied, her voice calm and resolute, her eyes shimmering with determination and faith. Rising to her feet, her pure white robe billowed gently in the breeze, resembling a blooming lily, both immaculate and resilient. She approached the archbishop, bowing slightly in reverence, her gestures embodying the gravity and humility of a saint. "Your Grace, I comprehend the significance and challenges of this pilgrimage to the north. I shall carry forth the grace of God to those in need, regardless of the hardships that lie ahead." The archbishop nodded, his profound gaze filled with trust and expectation for Lucia. "The people of the north are suffering, Lucia. You're not only their hope, but also our pride. May the light of the divine accompany you, illuminating your path and shielding you from all harm." Lucia accepted the staff presented by the archbishop, a symbol of her mission. At its pinnacle lay a sapphire, glowing softly, as if it encapsulated divine power. Grasping the staff tightly, she felt the sacred energy coursing through it, filling her heart with strength. "In the name of the holy light, I shall set forth to the north, bringing hope and healing to its people." Her words were imbued with conviction as she turned toward the church's grand entrance, sunlight cascading upon her, forming a halo of sanctity. The archbishop and the congregation remained behind, silently praying, awaiting the return of the saint, hoping for the light and peace she would bring to the north. In the kingdom of crystal song, the ice throne, a symbol of supreme authority, loomed majestically. The Duke of the Ice Crown, once a loyal guardian, now harbored rebellious thoughts. His gaze, once filled solely with resolve and determination, now bore a shadow of gloom and ambition. Beneath the moonlight, the Duke stood alone upon the palace balcony, gazing at the distant starry sky, contemplating his plans for usurpation. His fingers traced the intricate design of the Ice Throne S model, each meticulously crafted line reflecting the clandestine schemes within his heart, cold yet intricate. He understood that seizing power was no trivial endeavor. It required cunning, courage, and precise timing. Years prior, he had secretly engaged with discontented nobles and generals, weaving a web of conspiratorial alliances. His messenger traversed the snowy expanse, conveying clandestine orders of betrayal. Meanwhile, he discreetly augmented his forces, training elite frost warriors and forging formidable ice armor, preparing for the impending conflict. He understood that once he embarked on this path, retreat was no longer an option. He would either ascend to the throne or fall amidst a pool of blood. Suddenly, a snow eagle soared across the night sky. The Duke of Ice Crown extended his hand, allowing the magnificent bird to perch upon his robust arm. As he removed the letter bound to the snow eagle's talon, his gaze flickered, his eyes narrowing slightly as he murmured, "The Frostwolf family of the north?" Chapter 60. The Witch Annie in Frostwolf Castle. David diligently cultivated his strength and developed his territory. Although he had successfully eliminated the greatest threat, the Ice Bear Marquis, he was acutely aware that the Ice Bear family was merely a pawn in the Second Prince's quest for dominance over the north, and that the Second Prince could easily support a new contender at any moment. Moreover, the vastness of the north was not solely influenced by the Second Prince. The First Prince, and even forces from the neighboring Crystal Song Kingdom, were infiltrating as well. Even his father, a sixth-tier knight, had fallen so easily on the battlefield. David's current strength paled in comparison. In addition, he had to remain vigilant against threats from the Church and the Duke of Icecrown. His primary focus was to continue enhancing his prowess and developing Frostwolf Ridge, adapting to changes and waiting for his adversaries to reveal themselves. His decisive and forceful elimination of the Ice Bear Marquis had established his reputation, and he believed that for the foreseeable future, no factions would brazenly invade Frostwolf Ridge, presenting a rare opportunity for growth. As time passed, several nobles bearing ransom arrived at Frostwolf Ridge to redeem their lords and knights. The ransoms comprised not only gold coins, but also a substantial number of serfs, livestock, weapons, and provisions, even women. In the town hall, Reyna was organizing the nobles' ransom. The wealth amassed by the Ice Bear family was indeed formidable. She suddenly remarked, "The Ice Bear Marquis has been recklessly hoarding wealth during this time, and now it has all come to benefit Frostwolf Ridge. Truly, plunder is the swiftest means of accumulating riches." In addition to this wealth, they unexpectedly discovered a map detailing the Second Prince's influence in the north. David was somewhat taken aback. The map revealed that the Second Prince's infiltration had become quite extensive. The factions that his father had once established had been eradicated by the Second Prince and other forces over the past period. "My Lord Duke," Reyna said, her face betraying concern as she gazed at the map. Historically, engaging in the struggle for the throne has always been perilous. Countless families have risen to power, while equally numerous have met their demise. "Rest assured, I am well aware," David replied. He has always been aware that the battle is far from over. The Frostwolf clan has long stood as a paragon of tradition, having once supported the crown prince in the royal succession struggle. This allegiance is precisely why the Second Prince has consistently targeted the Frostwolf clan. Currently, under the constraint of the aging king's presence, the Second Prince merely manipulates his pawns to suppress the Frostwolf clan. However, once the old king passes, a civil war is inevitable within the Silver Moon Kingdom. The Frostwolf clan may very well find itself in the crosshairs of the Second Prince. He even harbors suspicions that his father's demise is shadowed by the Second Prince's machinations. Now he has inherited the formidable bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf, which possesses the potential to transcend the 7th-tier Sky Knight. Coupled with his youthful display of talent, he senses that should the opportunity arise to weaken or even obliterate the Frostwolf clan, the Second Prince would undoubtedly show no mercy. Thus, once the civil war erupts, his only chance of preserving himself and the Frostwolf clan lies in usurping the Second Prince from a throne. Should the Frostwolf clan continue to support the Crown Prince? Moreover, the Silver Moon Guardian Legion, which has now taken over the northern fortress from the Frostwolf clan, answers solely to the king of the Silver Moon Kingdom. This directly influences the power dynamics of the northern territories, implying that whoever ascends to the throne of the Silver Moon Kingdom will wield dominion over all of the north. "We shall undoubtedly succeed." Reyna's expression turned serious as she contemplated the parallels between her own Crystal Song Kingdom and the current plight of the Frostwolf clan. Yet, she possesses the confidence to alter this fate alongside the man who has transformed her life. Indeed, David nodded, a smile gracing his face. He is a man endowed with a golden touch. He knows that action and resolve will suffice. Furthermore, his quest for a powerful wizard must not wane, for he must obtain the wizard's legacy to achieve greatness. Within a manor on Frostwolf Ridge, the commoners and slaves brought from Ice Bear City toil diligently. For the nobles of this world, commoners and slaves represent a portion of their wealth. After a bout of labor, Annie returned to her quarters, letting out a sigh of relief. Due to her striking beauty, she had caught the eye of the manor's steward, who intended to send her to the castle as a maid. Naturally, to enter the castle, these maids must undergo rigorous scrutiny and relevant skill training. Anticipating her potential role as a castle maid, Annie was assigned a private residence. Upon entering her room, she approached the window to draw the curtains, then moved a table to block the door. Letting out a slight breath of relief, she suddenly closed her eyes, her body shimmering with a faint silver light that gradually outlined a silver magical circle. She then placed a black feather upon the circle and began to chant an obscure incantation. Suddenly, the entire magical circle sparkled with light, engulfing the black feather. And in the next instant, a black sparrow emerged within the magical circle. The black sparrow chirped at Annie. "Greetings, Black Sparrow. I must trouble you once more to deliver a message." Annie greeted the bird. The sparrow nodded, and Annie placed a letter into a small tube for it to swallow. Recently, she had received a message from Sister Rosa, which revealed that the Duke of Frostwolf had taken in a witch, a fact that filled her with bewilderment. Coincidentally, just then, the city of Icebear had been breached, and Annie found herself accompanying the commoners and serfs to Frostwolf Ridge. This indeed presented an opportunity to approach the Duke of Frostwolf. Whether to uncover the possible existence of witchcraft within the Frostwolf lineage or to discern the Duke's motives for harboring a witch. The black sparrow nodded again, and in an instant, it transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. Annie took a deep breath, aware that she needed to remain cautious about concealing her identity. She remained uncertain about the Duke's reasons for sheltering a witch. If she were to reveal her own identity as a witch, what would his reaction be? Would he forcibly detain her, or would he allow her to leave? Perhaps he sought to establish contact with the witch organization behind her. She surmised that the Duke aimed to harness the power of witches to bolster the strength of Frostwolf Ridge, preparing to counter any impending threats. Moreover, the Duke's rapid ascension to the rank of a fourth-tier knight, along with his capability to slay the Marquis of Icebear, might be attributed to the power of witches. From the information she had gathered, the situation in Frostwolf Ridge remained dire. In such circumstances, the power of witches could indeed alter the crisis at hand. Yet, she resolved not to take unnecessary risks. As she watched the black sparrow disappear, Annie summoned her other messenger magical pets. Behind her lay a witch organization, of which she was the liaison. With her innate witchcraft abilities, she could command numerous ordinary magical creatures to serve as her messengers. Coupled with her mastery of summoning spells, she could call upon these messengers from any location to ascertain the status of her companions. As the civil war in the Silvermoon Kingdom commenced, the northern lands were poised to descend into chaos, compelling witches to seek new avenues of retreat. Thus, time passed gradually. Little did David realize that a witch he had been searching for was awaiting him within the manor. Chapter 61. A breakthrough under the stars. Another day dawned. David and Lena finished their work together, hand in hand, strolling along a narrow path. The moonlight bathed them in a dreamlike beauty. Just moments ago, they had reaffirmed their resolve to confront their enemies together, regardless of who they might be, pledging to support each other as they moved forward. Whether facing the second prince who threatened Frostwolf Ridge or the Duke of Icecap who sought to usurp power in the kingdom of Crystal Song, they vowed to vanquish their foes together. In this moment, Reyna felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, her arms wrapped around the Duke's, her entire being pressed against him, providing a profound sense of security. Observing the expression on Reyna's face, David was moved. Based on his experience, he knew that under such circumstances, no matter what he proposed, Reyna would likely acquiesce, even to rather audacious requests with a high success rate. "Reyna, do you wish to grow stronger?" David suddenly inquired. Reyna post, nothing germistly. She indeed longed for strength. "I can assist you." David leaned closer, employing a certain method. Reyna was taken aback. Her gaze drifted towards the adjacent woods. Memories flooding back of that day when Liao broke through to the second-tier knight, recalling the Duke's words. Instantly, her cheeks flushed. David glanced at the now darkening sky and chuckled. "The weather is splendid today. Would you care to join me on a rooftop to gaze at the stars?" "Yes, certainly," Reyna replied, feeling her face burn inexplicably as she agreed. Upon hearing her consent, David swept the Crystal Song Princess into his arms and dashed towards the castle, leaping onto the rooftop with a few agile jumps. Indeed, the night sky was exceptionally beautiful. Even David, usually restless, found a moment of tranquility while gazing at the vast expanse of stars. "How lovely," Reyna murmured, for it was her first earnest observation of the Frostwolf Ridge's sky. David embraced her from behind. "Do you like it?" "Yes. Thank you." "Thank me for what?" "For giving me a home." Reyna's expression was sincere. She realized she had truly fallen in love with this place, feeling a sense of belonging that made it her home. This was precisely why she so ardently wished to protect it. "Then we must continue to strive." David began to behave mischievously placing his hand on Reyna's abdomen. At this, Reyna's face flushed, yet she did not refuse. She had long understood that the man behind her was unlikely to remain modest while stargazing. But she was already prepared for this. The thought made her cheeks burn even more. Initially, she had thought Leah indulged him too much, believing she would never agree to such activities in such a setting. Yet now, she found herself tacitly accepting it, which made her blush even more. With Reyna's silent consent, David's spirit surged. In the castle's back garden, "Princess," David whispered, his voice low. Reyna softly responded with an adjusting her position. "You have completed a training session, the soul of the snow demon, 131. Come, lift a little," and thus until dawn arrived. On the castle rooftop, the two remained entwined. In the distance, the sky began to brighten, the fiery sun rising from behind the mountains, painting the heavens in vibrant hues, transforming into a splendid sunrise. "Good morning, my princess." "Good morning, my lord duke." The two exchanged smiles, feeling their bond deepen considerably. This time, they truly indulged in all that was appropriate and inappropriate, a sense of unreservedness and secrecy enveloping them, allowing them to relax completely. "Shall we do it again?" "Huh? The dawn has arrived." Reyna's expression turned slightly unnatural. "Let us return to the room." "Very well." David embraced Reyna as they made their way back. After yet another delightful encounter, Reyna nestled against his sturdy embrace. The cumulative effects of their shared cultivation far surpassed David's expectations. Initially, David believed that breaking through the soul of the snow demon would require several days of effort. Yet after this night, he found himself achieving it directly. Reyna also appeared to have gained tremendous benefits during their final act of dual cultivation. They even experienced an illusion of soul merging. Clearly, with the strengthening of the snow demoness soul, Reyna had begun to condense a fragment of mental energy, allowing her to engage in the mental aspect of the snow demon breathing technique ahead of schedule. "My lord duke, I believe I have broken through once more." A gleam sparkled in Reyna's eyes. She too felt the sensation of their souls intertwining. It seemed the duke truly possessed some kind of power akin to that of a succubus from legends, enabling him to aid her in enhancing her strength through such means. Following this, she could keenly sense changes occurring within her body, with her cultivation speed increasing remarkably. Previously, she had only harbored doubts, but now she felt a sense of certainty. "Congratulations, Reyna," David remarked with a smile. Reyna narrowed her eyes slightly. She sensed that the duke was remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. This was evidently a response in itself. Or perhaps, on their way back, when he had claimed he could help her grow stronger. It was no mere jest. She had indeed become more powerful. However, being a clever woman, she refrained from directly inquiring and instead sought to verify it herself. Resting her head once more in his gentle embrace. "I desire more," she expressed, and the two lingered in tender intimacy upon the bed. When David finally opened the door, Huowu was still waiting outside, clutching the bedding. "Master," Huowu greeted respectfully, her ears tinged with crimson. Yet her expression remained tranquil, having listened to much. She had learned to manage her demeanor well. "Thank you for your efforts once again," David nodded in acknowledgement. Upon bringing Reyna to the dining hall, Leah and Amy were already seated at their respective places, though both bore slightly flushed faces. Just yesterday, David and Reyna had indulged on their rooftop, and the two had overheard everything, astonished by how uninhibited the couple had been. Especially for Amy, the innocent young, which found it quite difficult to accept. If it were her, she would never have consented to such an embarrassing request from the Lord. "Has someone reported me?" It was the kind of content that could not even pass the review process, leaving no option but to rewrite it entirely. Chapter 62. The mental barrier within the training chamber of the castle. David prepared once more to break through his limitations. With all matters requiring his attention in the territory resolved, he entrusted the governance of the domain to Reyna and devoted himself once again to his cultivation. This time, alongside Reyna, his snow spirit soul was poised to ascend, to counter the threat posed by the second prince. He needed to elevate his strength to the 6th tier without delay. Otherwise, he would be ill-equipped to confront the prince. Currently, his mental prowess stood at the 3rd tier. He pondered whether enhancing the snow spirit soul to the 5th tier would augment his mental strength. Compared to the ascension of knightly power, he felt as though his mental fortitude had reached an impasse. Even with the snow spirit elixir, the snow breathing technique, the 4th tier snow spirit soul, and a moderate affinity for ice elements, he found no progress. Despite his relentless training during this period, his mental capacity remained stagnant, offering no glimpse of an opportunity for further enhancement. He sensed that his current mental strength was the pinnacle achievable through the snow spirit soul and the snow breathing technique. To continue advancing, he needed to discover a method that would catalyze a transformation in his mental prowess. This situation bore resemblance to the limitations of a knight's bloodline and breathing technique. For instance, a 2nd-tier bloodline could only culminate in a 2nd-tier knight, with similar constraints on the breathing technique. The snow breathing technique, after all, was not a genuine meditative practice, likely permitting practitioners to elevate their mental capacity only to the 3rd tier. It was possible that the peak of the 2nd tier was the true limit of the snow breathing technique, with his ascension to the 3rd tier being reliant on the system's power. Yet, this time, he wondered if the system's strength could facilitate further enhancement of his mental capacity, perhaps even transcend the confines of the snow spirit soul's power level. As myriad thoughts coursed through his mind, he ultimately dispelled them, closing his eyes and accessing the system panel, silently intoning the word breakthrough. An invisible force surged into his mental realm, infusing the frost wolf soul, rendering its form more solid, akin to that of a true frost giant wolf. In that moment, the frost wolf soul successfully attained the 5th tier. Immediately thereafter, he experienced a surge of mental feedback stemming from the elevation of the snow spirit soul, causing his mental prowess to expand once more, shaking the very fabric of his mental world. His mental strength had indeed improved. David's eyes sparkled with realization. Though the increase was modest, it illuminated a glimmer of hope, suggesting that he might continue to enhance his mental capabilities. He then activated the snow breathing technique, drawing in the surrounding ice elemental forces, which flowed into his mental realm to further hone his mental strength. Time passed. David opened his eyes, his expression still grave. Yet, even with a 5th tier snow spirit soul, it appeared that his mental capacity had not advanced at all. It seemed he had indeed reached the upper limit of what the snow spirit soul could provide. To pursue further breakthroughs, he would likely need to seek out a proper meditative technique, the wizard's meditation method. He sighed deeply. During this period, he has relentlessly pursued the search for wizards, yet aside from the shadow witch, he has encountered no other clues pertaining to the arcane. This prompts him to reflect on the extraordinary caution exhibited by wizards, who likely conceal themselves in realms impervious to the influence of the church. Additionally, he has received news that the Saintess of the Silver Moon Holy Light Church and the Holy Light Knights have ventured to the northern lands to propagate their faith amidst the chaos. The Holy Light Church's stronghold lies in the Dawn Empire, although other kingdoms across the Night's continent also adhere to its teachings. The Church's influence within these realms is not as formidable as one might presume. After all, the powers of monarchy and divinity are inherently antagonistic, unless a king is a devout follower of the Holy Light Church. No kingdom would permit the propagation of religious authority within its borders to undermine the king's dominion over the populace. The Silver Moon Kingdom, situated at the far western edge of the continent, remains somewhat insulated from the church's sway, with numerous noble territories prohibiting the establishment of churches. This fortuitous circumstance is a primary reason why David dares to harbor a witch within his domain, as long as he does not flaunt such affairs. It is challenging for the church to uncover the presence of a witch in his territory, and maintaining discretion within certain bounds is not particularly arduous. Naturally, even if the existence of the witch were to be exposed, the Silver Moon Holy Light Church would require time to mobilize forces to Frostwolf Ridge, providing him with a window to devise a response. However, the arrival of the Saintess and some Holy Light Knights to the northern lands is undoubtedly unwelcome news for David. Not only does it pose a threat from the Holy Light Knights themselves, but it may also alert the wizards residing in the north. Should these wizards choose to flee the northern lands, or even the Silver Moon Kingdom, his quest to trace their whereabouts will become exponentially more challenging. For the time being, he resolves to focus on cultivating his knightly prowess. With a sigh, David acknowledges that he must temporarily set aside the training of his mental fortitude. Nevertheless, he recognizes the necessity to continue practicing his two spell-like abilities, Frost Breath and Winter's Curse. After honing his Frostwolf breathing technique, he departs the training chamber. Within the castle, Reyna remains occupied with municipal affairs at the town hall, so David first seeks out Leah. "Leah, how are you faring?" he inquires with concern. "I'm almost recovered." Leah replies softly, "In a couple of days, I shall be able to attend to you, Master David. You must take a few more days to rest," he advises. "Understood." Leah responds with a sweet smile. David then turns his attention to Amy. Over the past few days, due to his commitments to governance, he had primarily been with Reyna, inadvertently neglecting the young witch. Now that he has completed the essential tasks that required his presence, he seizes the opportunity to compensate the young witch and simultaneously elevate his affinity for the ice element to a higher level. The moderate ice element talent has played a pivotal role in enhancing his strength, whether in the development of the Frostwolf bloodline or in mastering the icy powers of the Snow Spirit soul, all accomplished through this moderate ice element talent. Should it be elevated to a higher level, the enhancements would be even more significant. On that night, within the Frostwolf Manor, Annie sat beneath the oil lamp, engrossed in her reading. During this period, she had been awaiting the arrival of the Duke of Frostwolf. Regrettably, he had yet to appear, leaving her to settle incontentedly. At that moment, she was employing a summoning spell to call forth a small black sparrow, which was her sole means of contacting the outside world. Upon summoning the small black sparrow, she retrieved a letter from a vial contained within its body. To her astonishment, the St. Lucia of the Silver Moon Holy Light Church had made her way to the northern lands, accompanied by the Holy Light Knights and their deputy leader, Hillman. The mere mention of these two names cast a grave expression upon Annie's face, for they were far more formidable than the Bishop of the North. Particularly Hillman, who bore the bloodline of a demon hunter, was acutely sensitive to magical fluctuations belonging to a lineage inherently designed to hunt wizards. If Hillman were to detect the magical essence within her, which belonged to a wizard, they would undoubtedly face pursuit from a Holy Light Church. In light of this, Annie resolved to remain in this place. After all, this was the Duke of Frostwolf's domain, where even the church could not tread lightly. Additionally, being near the Frostwolf forest, she could swiftly summon the small black sparrow to escape into its depths. Meanwhile, within Frostwolf Castle, David remained unaware that a witch awaited him. The shadow which he had been searching for had also made an appearance in Frostwolf Ridge. At that moment, he was in his study, engaging in heartfelt exchanges with Amy. The large desk creaked under the weight of their interaction, as the little witch buried her face in a book, too shy to lift her gaze. In contrast to the haughty little princess, Rena, the small witch stimulated his excitement in a different way. After persistent effort, David's experience with ice element talent had finally reached the threshold for a breakthrough. Chapter 63, Advanced Ice Element Talent. The ice element talent could be regarded as the foundation of David's ability to wield the powers of a frost mage. Now, as his moderate ice element talent approached the point of advancement to a higher level, he felt a surge of anticipation. With a high-level ice element talent, his abilities would surely be considered exceptional among all wizards. Filled with this expectation, he entered the training room, closed his eyes, and began the process of breaking through. Within his mental realm, he could perceive the ice element energy twinkling like stars scattered across the night sky. As his ice element talent transitioned from moderate to advanced, the number of these stars increased dramatically, and their range expanded. With a mere thought, the ice element energy began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a true block of frost. Merely relying on mental prowess to harness the power of ice elements allows one to conjure true frost, such as the formidable nature of Advanced Ice Elemental Affinity. Ice Elemental Affinity, Advanced 29-100-000, Acquired Affinity Ability, Frost Control, upon David opening his eyes and accessing the system panel. he discovered that he had acquired a new affinity ability, frost control. True to its name, this gift enables him to exert complete dominion over the ice elements within a designated space. Although his mental power remains at the 3rd tier, frost control empowers him to command a greater quantity of ice elements. In addition to further enhancing his mastery over ice, it also significantly amplifies all frost-related powers. Even when confronted by fellow ice sorcerers, he could invoke frost control to create a vacuum zone of ice elements. Experiencing the capabilities of his newfound frost control, David's face illuminated with surprise. Although this breakthrough did not elevate his knight or sorcerer ranks, his overall strength has received a considerable boost. Now, if he were to encounter the Ice Bear Marquis, a quasi-5th tier knight, he is confident he could defeat him without relying on the power of the Winter Curse. In comparison to knights, the might of sorcerers is indeed overwhelmingly potent. There is sound reasoning behind the fact that sorcerers of the same level can utterly dominate knights of equivalent rank. Undoubtedly, the path to becoming a sorcerer is far more rigorous than that of a knight, with talent being the ultimate determinant. At present, David is filled with the confidence that he possesses the potential to become a formidable ice sorcerer. Thus, the most pressing task now is to discover the method to truly ascend to sorcery. Where indeed have all these sorcerers concealed themselves? Within the Frostwolf Manor, Annie has come to the realization that she has been forgotten by the Duke of Frostwolf. This revelation brings her a modicum of relief. Her current status remains somewhat precarious. Should the Duke truly desire her, her only recourse would be to assert her identity as a sorceress. This has consequently altered her perspective towards the Duke. Perhaps this is for the best. She murmurs softly, cautiously locking her door. After ensuring that no one is in the vicinity, she closes her eyes to commence her meditation. The basic meditation technique, a widely disseminated practice among sorcerers for cultivating mental power, was initially bestowed upon her when she inadvertently rescued the injured Rosalia, thus setting her upon the path of sorcery. Upon successfully coalescing her mental power, she awakened her latent sorcerer's talent, becoming a witch endowed with the ability to summon magical creatures. Presently, as a 2nd-tier sorceress, she dedicates 2 hours each day to meditation. As time passes, Annie opens her eyes, sensing a further enhancement of her mental power, a smile gracing her face. If she continues on this trajectory, it will not be long before she reaches the pinnacle of 2nd-tier mental prowess. Regrettably, she currently lacks the potion to enhance her mental fortitude. Otherwise, her progress would be considerably expedited. Upon reaching the pinnacle of 2nd-tier mental strength, she must resort to a special elixir known as the Deep Blue Tier to continue her ascension. Alas, where might the sacred mountain of the wizards be? She let out a slow sigh. For ages, she and her companions have sought the hallowed grounds that would allow wizards to live freely. Yet, in this world dominated by the church, such endeavors are exceedingly arduous, particularly given that even the formidable wizard empire succumbed to its influence. And shook her head, suppressing her thoughts. She then proceeded to cast a summoning spell, her mental energy coalescing into a silver magic circle, into which she placed a small handful of white fur to initiate the summoning. In the next moment, as the magic circle shimmered with light, a white mouse materialized, emitting a series of unintelligible squeaks directed at Anne. With a smile, she gently patted the mouse's head and offered it a pouch of nuts. The little creature responded with cheerful squeaks, delighting in its meal. Once it had finished, and cast the summoning spell once more, removing a strand of flaxen hair from her head and holding it in her palm while reciting an incantation. The white mouse froze momentarily, its gaze becoming increasingly dazed. Yet, in but an instant, a faint silver glimmer ignited in its eyes, and it darted out through the open window, vanishing into the night. In the castle's back garden, David was engaged in knightly training. His prowess had long ascended to the 4th tier. However, the pace of his training had noticeably slowed after reaching this stage, particularly in the enhancement of his fighting spirit. This was despite possessing the 5th-tier Frost Wolf bloodline and a moderate affinity for ice elements, along with having condensed his fighting spirit earlier than most. Now, Having elevated his ice element affinity to a higher level, he commenced his initial practice of the frost wolf breathing technique. As he began this exercise, the surrounding ice element energy swiftly converged upon him, continuously flowing into his being. Suddenly, frost emerged at the location of his heart. The frost giant wolf bloodline transformed, taking on the appearance of an immense icy wolf. Exhaling and inhaling the elemental energy of ice. Within the seed of life, the energies of life and frost melded together, rendering the frost giant wolf increasingly lifelike. As David elevated his ice element affinity to a higher tier and activated the frost wolf breathing technique, the cold power within his bloodline was further awakened. This enhancement stemmed directly from the essence of his bloodline. Although the frost giant wolf bloodline remained at the 5th tier, the invoked cold power prompted a transformation toward a true frost giant wolf, with the energies of frost and life continually intertwining. With a roar, David opened his eyes, exhaling a chilling breath. Simultaneously, his body became enveloped in frost, the augmentation from the frost giant wolf bloodline significantly altering his physique. As he continued to propel the frost wolf breathing technique to its 4th stage, the life energy and cold energy of the frost giant wolf's bloodline continuously blended into his fighting spirit. Chapter 64. The first dialogue with the sorcerer. Boom! The sublimation of fighting spirit. Once all the energy from the frost giant wolf's bloodline converged into his fighting spirit, an astonishing second sublimation commenced. What was initially the ordinary fighting spirit of a 4th-tier knight suddenly swelled rapidly. Both the quality and quantity of his fighting spirit underwent a remarkable transformation. Simultaneously, within his energy sea, a chill began to manifest. The life energy and cold energy contained within the frost giant wolf's bloodline converged into his fighting spirit, endowing it with the power of ice. This fighting spirit, which had previously only harbored life energy, at this moment transformed into a cold fighting spirit that simultaneously contained both life energy and cold energy. A fighting spirit imbued with such special energy is something that ordinary knights cannot condense. Only those with extraordinarily unique bloodlines can achieve such a feat. Yet now, David, through the highly developed frost giant wolf bloodline, successfully condensed this fighting spirit rich in special energy. A thought crossed his mind, and as he activated the cold fighting spirit, it suddenly coalesced upon the ice wolf Fong's sword, enveloping it in a layer of ice. Simultaneously, the ice wolf Fong's sword trembled slightly, the energy within it being activated by the cold fighting spirit, and faintly, the phantom of an Arctic ice wolf began to emerge. What a magnificent sword, David marveled, and with a swift slash of the ice wolf Fong, an overwhelming cold fighting spirit transformed into a blade of ice, cleaving towards a distant tree. With a single strike, it severed the tree cleanly in two and encased the surrounding ground in a complete layer of ice. Upon witnessing this, David could not suppress his astonishment. Under his mastery of ice and the activation by his 3rd-tier mental force, the intensity of the cold fighting spirit appeared to rival that of 5th-tier liquid fighting spirit. Such as the might of special fighting spirit, the energy it harbors far surpasses that of ordinary fighting spirit. My cold fighting spirit seems to resemble a sort of magical ability, David pondered, feeling the cold fighting spirit coursing through the sword. This cold fighting spirit contained the powers of ice manipulation, the essence of a 5th-tier snow demon, and his 3rd-tier mental force, indeed far more potent than mere fighting spirit. He sensed that perhaps he could integrate these ice powers he had mastered, referencing the frost wolf sword techniques, to develop a new sword technique uniquely his own. Furthermore, the frost wolf breathing technique could also be further refined by incorporating the snow demon breathing technique. A new breathing method could be developed that allows for the simultaneous cultivation of the frost giant wolf bloodline and the spirit of the frost wolf through the use of cold energy. If this were the case, the frost wolf elixir would also need to be redeveloped. The current 4th-tier frost wolf elixir has begun to lag behind his cultivation pace. Thus, he must devise a means to concoct the 5th-tier frost wolf elixir. However, one of the primary ingredients for the 5th-tier frost wolf elixir is the blood of a 4th-tier or higher wolf-like extraordinary beast. Unlike ordinary beasts, the most significant distinction of these magical creatures lies in their inherent magical powers, enabling them to unleash formidable spells. For the Earth Knights, such a magical beast is, in itself, the most potent elixir capable of aiding in the condensation of battle energy. His father once possessed a fourth-tier, extraordinary wolf-like beast, but it perished in battle, leaving him with no choice but to capture one himself. Fortunately, he holds a frost wolf contract. If he can locate a fourth-tier, extraordinary wolf-like beast, he may have the opportunity to forge a contract with it, thus ensuring a continuous supply of wolf blood. It seems that in the near future, he must delve deeper into the frost wolf forest with Cynthia. Regardless, this marks a significant breakthrough. It is indeed time to relax and celebrate with the ladies. David gathered his thoughts, glanced at the night sky, and decided to return to the castle. However, as he approached the castle, his steps suddenly faltered. His nostrils flared as his gaze fell upon a small, white mouse crouching in the distance. From this little creature, he sensed a powerful mental wave, prompting him to inquire. "Who are you? Please do not act impulsively, my lord. I mean you no offense. I am merely here to speak with you," the small white mouse unexpectedly replied. A magical creature? No, that was not quite right. This was a wizard-esque familiar. "Who are you, and what business do you have with me?" David maintained his composure, though intrigue stirred within him. The wizard controlling this familiar had approached him openly, indicating that they were aware of his sheltering of wizards. He wondered how they had acquired this knowledge. The first thought that crossed David's mind was of the Shadow Witch. "I have no name. My companions refer to me as the Summoner," the little white mouse continued. "I wish to inquire if you are indeed harboring wizards?" As expected, David nodded. The other party must have already known. There was no reason to conceal the truth. Moreover, this was his first opportunity to converse with an outside wizard, and he needed to extract information regarding wizards from them. This could very well be a chance for him to engage with wizards. "Why?" he asked, naturally, "is to acquire the power of a wizard. Do you wish to become a wizard?" David smiled subtly, suddenly summoning the icy powers within him. With a resounding crack, everything around him was instantly encased in ice. This abrupt transformation startled the small white mouse. Once it regained its composure, its astonished gaze fell upon the frost wolf duke, who was now emanating chilling energy, completely taken aback by how effortlessly he commanded the ice. Had it not known that the frost wolf duke possessed the bloodline of the frost giant wolf, it would have believed that it stood before an ice wizard. However, one can envision that the frost wolf duke possesses an exceptionally formidable affinity for ice. Should he inherit the legacy of an ice sorcerer, it is indeed plausible for him to become a master of the frigid arts. Now, do you believe I possess the capacity to become an ice sorcerer? David retracted the icy power that enveloped him. "Can you assist me in becoming a sorcerer?" Upon hearing the duke's words, Annie, who controlled the little white mouse, fell into contemplation. This outcome was somewhat unexpected. The frost wolf duke, endowed with the might of an earth knight, aspired to become a sorcerer. Did he not comprehend the implications of such a transformation? "Are you not afraid of being discovered by the church?" The little white mouse inquired in a hushed tone. Should one's identity as a sorcerer be unveiled, it would result in a manhunt by the church. Dangerous, is it not? David shook his head. "I am acutely aware that if I cannot rapidly strengthen myself within a short span, I shall continue to face insurmountable adversaries. In this scenario, it is imperative to prioritize the resolution of the immediate threat, leaving little room for concern regarding the subsequent dangers posed by the church. Furthermore, if my power is sufficiently formidable, and I can amass a multitude of sorcerers to forge a potent faction, I need not genuinely fear the threats from the church." Chapter 65. Acquiring the meditation technique. Annie felt her heart race. The Duke's response was utterly unforeseen. Nonetheless, she recognized that the Duke was not being deceitful. Presently, with the imminent outbreak of civil war in the Silvermoon Kingdom and the second prince casting a covetous gaze upon the north, the Frostwolf Duke indeed required greater strength. The power of sorcery could genuinely aid him in contending with the second prince. Yet, the risks involved were undeniably substantial. Should the sorcerer's powers be exposed, they would face the Church of the Silver Moon Kingdom, while the Church of Holy Light in the Silver Moon Kingdom remained distant from the Dawn Empire. It nonetheless housed a sixth-tier cardinal, a formidable presence not easily challenged by Frostwolf Ridge. This was also a matter that she and the witches behind her needed to ponder. Although aligning with Frostwolf Ridge might temporarily provide them refuge, it would simultaneously place them under the Church's scrutiny, exposing them to graver perils. Now, with the Saintess and the Demon Hunter Hillman having arrived in the north, it is still too perilous here. After some reflection, she cautiously suggested, "We plan to withdraw from the north. I came here to inform you that I wish to take with me the witches you have sheltered, of course. You may also accompany us in leaving the north." Leave? And where do you intend to go? To the Crystal Song Kingdom, or perhaps to the more distant far north? The Crystal Song Kingdom also harbors the Church of Holy Light, and the faithful in that frigid land are even more convinced that the God of Holy Light can bring them hope and illumination. It would be a realm far more treacherous than the tumultuous north. The far north is a veritable forbidden zone for humanity, teeming with countless powerful ice creatures, rendering it utterly inhospitable. Trust me, there is no place safer than here. If you fear that your identities may be exposed on Frostwolf Ridge, it would be wiser to seek refuge in Frostwolf Forest, for Frostwolf Ridge can provide you with supplies and assistance. David incessantly tempted the wizard before him with his words, knowing that only by persuading the other party to relocate their organization to Frostwolf Ridge could he gradually overpower these sorcerers. Upon hearing this, Annie fell into deep contemplation. Truth be told, the words of the Duke of Frostwolf stirred something within her. However, she was acutely aware that she could not make decisions on behalf of the organization. You may deliberate amongst yourselves. Frostwolf Ridge is always open to your arrival. Now, might you share with me the path to becoming a wizard? David did not press further, but shifted toward his true intent. I possess a foundational meditation technique. You may wish to try it. Annie did not decline, as the pursuit of finding and nurturing more wizards was indeed their goal. As long as the Duke of Frostwolf became a wizard, he would naturally be their ally. Regardless of whether the organization chose to engage with Frostwolf Ridge, providing them a potential escape route, David felt a surge of joy. Soon after, he observed a flicker of silver light in the eyes of the little white mouse. This was a method of utilizing mental energy, allowing the expression of thoughts to be transmitted directly through mental communication. David closed his eyes to accept this mental energy, yet he refrained from hurrying to inspect it, not wanting to reveal his third-tier mental prowess before this wizard. He glanced at the little white mouse, only to find that the silver gleam in its eyes had vanished. Suddenly, the mouse squeaked twice, its form abruptly transforming into smoke and dissipating. Clearly, this summoned creature had returned to its original place after losing the magical reinforcement of its summoner. A summoning spell, indeed. The powers of a wizard are truly wondrous. David murmured, a look of regret crossing his face. He had yet to inquire about how to contact the organization, and now any further communication would rely on the other party reaching out to him. After sensing his surroundings once more, he closed his eyes to reflect on the knowledge he had received. The foundational meditation technique, as its name implies, is a rudimentary method for wizards to cultivate their powers. Nevertheless, it is a formidable practice comparable to a ninth-tier breathing technique, and in contrast to wizards, knights appear rather insignificant. At last, he had set foot on the path of wizardry. David exhaled deeply. He could now begin to strengthen his mental energy through this foundational meditation method. Regrettably, he had not acquired more wizardly legacies from his sorcerer, particularly not the inheritance pertaining to the ice element. Controlling the excitement within him, David made his way toward the castle. At this moment, at the castle's entrance, Leah, Amy, and Rena awaited eagerly. Upon seeing their master return, they smiled warmly and greeted him, walking together into the castle. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Regardless of whether he successfully condensed the icy fighting spirit or acquired the foundational meditation technique, both accomplishments are indeed worthy of celebration. Once again, the three shared a bed, a rare occurrence. Fortunately, Leah had fully recovered. Otherwise, Amy and Rena would have struggled to manage the situation alone. Chapter 66. The time of the sage. As the battle concluded, David felt as though he had only satisfied 7/10 of his hunger. With his power having risen once more, his combat prowess had significantly improved, indicating that he must find a means to further enhance the abilities of his ladies. "My lord, have you broken through again?" Reina inquired. Her eyes closed as she sensed the shift with astonishment. She had begun to condense a trace of mental energy. Sister Reina felt it too? Amy chimed in, her perception even stronger than Reina's. Upon the influx of the icy aura into her being, she sensed her very soul leap with excitement. Initially, she thought it might be an illusion, but Reina's direct question confirmed her feelings were indeed valid. "Did you all sense it?" Leah also spoke, and the three exchanged glances, smiling at one another before turning their attention back to David. "Yes, I have successfully condensed the icy fighting spirit," David replied with a slight smile, recounting the transformation of his fighting energy. He then shared the news of encountering a witch and obtaining the foundational meditation technique from her, which elicited a chorus of gasps. "Is this your gift, my lord?" Amy exclaimed joyfully. "Do you like it?" he asked. Absolutely. For Amy, as a witch, the meditation technique represented the greatest potential for growth, signifying her official embarkation on the path of a sorceress. With her exceptional affinity for high-level ice elements, acquiring the meditation method would undoubtedly enable her to swiftly strengthen her mental energy and enhance her abilities. Leah and Reina also displayed expressions of curiosity. Although they pursued the knightly path, they too were intrigued by the prospect of witchcraft should they possess the talent for it. David helped the three ladies rise, and then he fetched paper and pen, meticulously inscribing the foundational meditation technique on a parchment for their perusal. Allowing them to explore the basics independently, David, after having breakfast, made his way to the training room, intending to experiment with the foundational meditation technique on his own. During his first attempt at the foundational meditation, he struggled to find the entry point. Fortunately, his experience with the secret techniques of the snow demon breathing method, combined with his innate third-tier mental energy, allowed him to successfully enter a meditative state. The first step required maintaining inner tranquility, envisioning a serene, expansive lake. David gradually closed his eyes, emptying his consciousness. This seemingly simple step proved to be the most challenging. To cultivate the meditation method, one must first clear the mind and enter a state of selflessness, enabling the visualization of mental energy. This process involves harnessing elemental energy to continuously refine one's mental capacity, thereby enhancing both the quality and strength of the mental energy. In an instant, he discovered that his mental energy had transcended into the starry sky, where the icy elemental energy sparkled like myriad stars. As he entered a meditative state, he sensed his mental strength beginning to devour and amalgamate with these icy elemental energies. This is the fundamental meditation technique, allowing oneself to be immersed in the universe and harnessing the affinity of one's elemental essence to cultivate one's spirit, thereby enhancing the connection with the world. Consequently, David now possessed the talent for ice elements, which enabled him to perceive the icy elemental energy, utilizing it to fortify his mental prowess. Furthermore, the higher the elemental talent, the more pronounced the effects of cultivation. After merely the first round of practice, his advanced ice elemental talent allowed him to distinctly feel a slight augmentation in his mental strength. Though it was but a faint increase, it brought David immense joy. His mental power, which had once plateaued at the third tier, had finally shattered its constraints through the fundamental meditation technique, enabling further advancement. Truly, this meditation method, specifically designed for cultivating mental strength, is incomparable to the passive enhancement provided by the soul of the snow demon. However, the practice of the fundamental meditation technique also bears significant limitations. Each session consumes a considerable amount of energy, leaving the mind in a fatigued state. Meanwhile, on the side of the three ladies, Amy swiftly entered a meditative state, while Leah and Reina were still in the exploratory phase, striving to achieve the same. "Amy, how did you successfully enter the meditative state?" Leah and Reina inquired curiously, eager to extract some wisdom. Upon hearing this, Amy scratched her head. revealing that the method to enter the meditative state was documented in the fundamental meditation technique. She had merely attempted it once and found herself in meditation. It seemed that, prior to engaging in the fundamental meditation technique, one must eliminate all distractions, thinking of nothing and emptying one's consciousness. Raina furrowed her brow. Amy, with her inherently naive and pure disposition, was naturally suited for the practice of meditation, whereas she and Leah found it challenging to relinquish their thoughts, posing significant obstacles to entering the meditative state, which they must overcome. When David returned, Raina shared her speculation. Indeed, to practice the fundamental meditation technique, one must completely vacate their consciousness. David nodded, admitting that he nearly faltered at this step himself. Thus, this meditation technique is not suitable for everyone. One must discover a method that aligns with their own path to entering a meditative state. However, in terms of emptying one's thoughts, one wonders if the sage's time counts. After exchanging experiences with the three ladies, David rose and made his way to the back mountain of the castle, intending to impart the fundamental meditation technique to Cynthia. This method could set Cynthia, the witch, upon the path of wizardry. At the back mountain of the castle, Cynthia had just completed her practice of the nine-tailed fox breathing technique. Upon returning to her wooden cabin, she skillfully began to prepare meat porridge. Though simple, she relished this sense of freedom immensely. However, she would occasionally find herself reminiscing about the Lord, with whom she had just confirmed a romantic relationship. Each morning, he would visit her, either to practice the night's breathing technique or to embark on a hunting expedition in the mountains before departing for the town hall. Furthermore, her sisters would come by to engage in breathing exercises or witchcraft training, alleviating her sense of solitude. Lost in these thoughts, she couldn't help but gaze out of the window. Yet today, the Lord had not yet arrived, leaving her with an unexpected sense of emptiness and a desire to seek him out at the castle. Fortunately, this feeling did not linger for long. David's figure entered the wooden cabin, and their eyes met. The little fox girl suddenly felt her eyes moisten, and she hurried towards the Lord, diving into his embrace and wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist. "I'm sorry for being late," he murmured. David affectionately stroked Cynthia's head, surprised by her intense reaction, which stemmed from a slight delay in arriving due to meditation practice. Chapter 67. The little fox girl. The spring sun radiated warmth. David held Cynthia, gently comforting her. Cynthia felt a bit shy, reminiscent of a girl experiencing her first love. David continued to caress her head as he led her back into the cabin. After Cynthia finished her breakfast, he produced a parchment detailing the foundational meditation technique and presented it to her as an apology. "What is this?" Cynthia inquired curiously, taking the parchment and widening her eyes in astonishment upon realizing it was a form of meditation. This revelation filled her with excitement, prompting her to leap into the Lord's arms, eager to express her exhilaration. David embraced her in turn, saying, "Come, I shall teach you how to practice the foundational meditation technique." He took on a role of a dedicated tutor, patiently explaining the method. That day, David did not return to the castle, and neither did Leah, Amy, or Rena visit the cabin. Instead, David accompanied Cynthia in her meditation practice. In the evening, Cynthia initiated a kiss, and they bid each other farewell. Although David contemplated staying the night, he noticed Cynthia's nervousness. Clearly, progressing their relationship would require a gradual approach. Within the castle, Amy was assisting Leah and Rena with their meditation practice. However, lacking the requisite talent, they found it quite challenging to enter a meditative state. Progress would have to be made incrementally. "Ladies, I have an idea," David thought, recalling a notion that had previously crossed his mind. "Master David, what is your idea?" Leah inquired eagerly, though the proud Rena remained silent, her ears perked up in interest. "It's quite simple," David said with a mischievous grin, leaning in to whisper a few words into Leah's ear. "Master David." Leah's face instantly flushed crimson. He then whispered, "If you desire it, I shall accompany you." Clearly, Leah was skeptical about whether such matters could aid in meditation. "So what are we waiting for? Ladies, it is late. It is time to rest." David led the three ladies towards a room. Through relentless practice, David's 3 talents had seen an elevation. Yet the experience bar indicated that all 3 had reached a plateau. Laya, are you ready? Upon receiving Laya's affirmation, David was eager to engage once more. To validate his thoughts, he needed to find a way to enter the sage time. Furthermore, to assist Laya and Rena in entering this state, he had to expend all his energy. Once he entered sage time, he could descend from the pinnacle into a profound void of body and spirit, occasionally experiencing a sense of relaxation, devoid of desires, with a tranquil and serene mindset, achieving a cosmic emptiness akin to that of a sage or saint. After a series of intense efforts, David, along with the 3 ladies, successfully reached a spiritual zenith before gradually descending into sage time. David did not forget his purpose and promptly began meditating with the 3 ladies. His consciousness soon became unburdened in the sage state. Without any pause, he remarkably eased into meditation, and the subsequent practice unfolded effortlessly. When he finally opened his eyes, Laya and Rena were also meditating with closed eyes. With the aid of sage time, they had genuinely entered a meditative state and successfully completed their meditation. Amy also opened her eyes, expressing that her experience with the foundational meditation technique had significantly improved compared to before. It seemed they had succeeded. A smile of joy spread across David's face. If so, the efficiency of the foundational meditation technique had dramatically increased. Moreover, he discovered that the effects of his practice in sage time were far superior to the last time, truly embodying the state of a sage that brings relaxation, a lack of desires, a peaceful and serene mindset, and a vast emptiness akin to the cosmos. Shortly after he concluded his meditation, Laya, Rena, and Amy opened their eyes, all regarding David with astonished expressions. Initially, upon hearing that this method could assist in meditation, they found it hard to believe, yet now they had truly entered a meditative state, compelling them to acknowledge the effectiveness of this approach. Realizing this, their faces flushed with a hint of embarrassment. "I did not deceive you, did I?" David smiled faintly, glancing around. Unfortunately, having just experienced sage time, while his mental energy was restored, the weariness of his body was not so easily dispelled. After a night of sleeplessness, the next day, David rose early with the ladies. After breakfast, he took Laya, Amy, and Rena to the wooden cabin. During this period, Rena had efficiently organized the affairs of her territory, allowing her to allocate more time for her nightly training, which now included meditation. Cynthia emerged from the wooden cabin, her eyes encircled in dark shadows, reddened and bloodshot, clearly indicating a night devoid of restful slumber. "Cynthia, what troubles you?" Leah approached with concern, softly inquiring about the cause of her distress. Cynthia's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, "In nothing." She felt too embarrassed to admit that she had spent the entire night studying meditation techniques, yet had not succeeded in attaining a meditative state. It was quite disheartening for a sorceress like her to struggle with such fundamental practices, leaving her feeling a tinge of humiliation. "Cynthia, have you completed your foundational meditation training?" At this moment, Amy, the innocent and kind-hearted young witch, stepped forward, genuinely curious, not finding it strange that Cynthia had yet to master the basics. "I haven't yet," Cynthia replied, her face tinged with a deeper shade of red. "Oh." Amy's surprise was tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Leah, ever the mediator, smiled and interjected, "Indeed, meditation can be quite challenging. Without the assistance of Lord David, we might not have succeeded ourselves." The mention of the Lord's assistance caused Cynthia's eyes to brighten as she turned her gaze toward him. David exchanged a meaningful glance with her, but chose not to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Cynthia moved closer to Leah. Subsequently, Leah whispered a few words into her ear, causing the little fox girl's face to flush a deep crimson, her eyes reflecting a tumult of hesitation, shyness, and anxiety. Chapter 68. That night, the little fox girl lay on the grass, gazing at the starry sky. Unbidden, memories of a particular day flooded her mind. On a vast expanse of grass, they had nestled against each other, gazing up at the myriad stars twinkling in the vast heavens, their breaths intertwining to create a melody unique in the universe. as if they were the only two souls in existence. Cynthia cherished that sense of freedom, the boundless sky, the open field, nestled in an embrace that enveloped her with security, allowing her to cast aside all worries and simply enjoy the liberating sensation. In that moment, surrendering herself completely, she felt an absence of fear. Perhaps it was time to yield herself to Lord David. This thought had lingered in her mind for some time. She yearned for a closer relationship with him and aspired to be like Leah and the others, truly becoming one of his women, bound by mutual affection. Leah's subtle encouragement had once again solidified her resolve, propelling her toward the decision to take that significant step. Section 42. The following day, David, accompanied by Leah, Amy, and Raina, made his way to the back mountain for their usual training. As twilight descended, Cynthia approached with a flushed face. "My lord, could we take another look at the starry sky from that night?" David paused, casting a curious glance her way. Cynthia, unable to meet the lord's gaze, lowered her head, revealing a hint of nervousness. "Very well." David felt a dryness in his throat, his eyes wandering over Cynthia. Standing at a petite height of 1.50 meters, she possessed a delicate and graceful figure, her slender form transitioning seamlessly to her subtly rounded hips, forming a line that, while lacking exaggerated curves, embodied the untouched innocence and natural beauty of girlhood, stirring a deep, visceral reaction within him. The uniform she wore, reminiscent of a schoolgirl's attire, further intensified the impact on David's spirit, causing his breath to quicken. "Young Master David, shall we head back?" Leah smiled gently. Raina, with a haughty tilt of her head, chose not to speak and had already begun to depart. Amy, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, noticed Leah and Raina leaving and hurriedly followed, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Inside the wooden cabin, fire dance and water lotus remained, having prepared a romantically intimate candlelit dinner. After dining, David and Cynthia left the cabin hand in hand, making their way toward the grassy field beneath the starry sky, hoping to cultivate their burgeoning feelings. In the embrace of the night sky, the two drew close, David taking his time, quietly accompanying the little fox girl as they admired the multitude of stars, drawing their souls nearer together. "My lord, thank you." Cynthia turned to him, her face alight with gratitude. David met her gaze and, seeing the shyness reflected in her eyes, could no longer contain himself. He gently rolled over to face her, leaning down to bestow a soft kiss. As they ventured into the next stage, David exhibited great patience, not rushing into the second phase, but savoring the sweetness of the moment. Once he sensed that Cynthia was gradually becoming comfortable, he tenderly caressed her, his touch delicate yet imbued with a unique flavor. The third phase was a trial for Cynthia, having previously concluded at this juncture. "Cynthia, are you ready?" David inquired with patience. Cynthia, acutely aware of the significance of the moment, displayed a clear sense of unease. Yet, gazing into the eyes of her lord, her heart began to calm. She reached out, embracing him shyly, emitting a soft, timid sound. "MHM." David's heart ignited with warmth as he carefully lifted Cynthia, enveloping her petite form completely within his embrace. His broad physique shielded her entirely. "Do not be afraid. I will always protect you," David murmured soothingly. "MHM." Cynthia buried her head deep into David's chest. Hearing her response, David began to gently explore the third phase. He could feel Cynthia's body tremble slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, allowing him to surpass the third stage and gently caress her. Cynthia's body began to quiver once more, her temperature rising swiftly, and her breaths grew heavy. David paused, leaning down to kiss the one in his arms, patiently encouraging Cynthia to relax. Her face was flushed to the point of near bleeding, yet she earnestly cooperated with her lord, overcoming the fear that dwelled within her. "Let us return," David suggested, his breath becoming somewhat labored. However, to his surprise, Cynthia shook her head, shyly stating, "I like it here." At that moment, David could no longer contain himself. He laid her gently on the grass. Cynthia gazed at the starry sky. Although she had already made her decision in her heart, she still felt a tinge of nervousness and apprehension in such a moment. Fortunately, Her lord's gentle presence gradually soothed her anxiety, dispelling the darkness and fear that once surrounded her. "Cynthia," David called softly. She nodded in response. Then, a sudden surge of pain coursed through her, causing her to stifle a groan. Yet simultaneously, she felt a release within her, the darkness in her heart completely illuminated by the light. "You have completed a cultivation session and acquired the Beast Transformation Talent. Beast Transformation Talent. Low level 11,000. Chapter 69. Acquiring the Beast Transformation Talent beneath the starry sky." David held the inexperienced little fox girl. After initially succumbing to fear, Cynthia fully embraced everything, gradually adapting to her man's scent, her entire being relaxing completely. After their joyful encounter, she rested her head on her lord's shoulder, filled with a sense of fulfillment, knowing she had entrusted her most precious self to him. David stroked Cynthia's tawny hair. For her, overcoming her inner fears to surrender herself indeed required immense courage. A sleepless night passed. The following day, when Cynthia woke, she found herself lying in bed. She opened her eyes abruptly. This scene felt so familiar. Yet this time, as she turned, she saw the smiling face of her lord. Everything from the night before was not a dream. "You're awake," David said with a smile, his gaze wandering over Cynthia. "My lord," she responded, clad in a flimsy nightgown, her entire body flushed. David sat up, wrapping her completely in his embrace once more. "My lord," she murmured, still a bit tense despite their previous experience. "I'm just holding you," David reassured her with a smile. After sharing a tender moment, they both got up to tidy the room. When David opened the door, Fiery Dance was waiting outside with fresh bedding. Upon seeing the immaculate room, she paused in surprise. However, this time she could distinctly perceive Cynthia's unusual gait, understanding that Miss Cynthia had become the fourth mistress of Frostwolf Castle. "Sister Cynthia, please take a seat here," Amy exclaimed joyfully, greeting Cynthia with a bright smile as she guided her to a place beside her. Blushing, Cynthia nodded and settled into her seat. Now that she had become the Lord's woman, she felt a profound sense of sisterhood with everyone and knew she must strive to adapt to her new identity. Leah appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, her smile radiant. Princess Rena wore a polite smile, nodding in welcome to Cynthia. Observing the harmonious scene before him, David felt a swell of pride. After much effort, he had finally won over Cynthia, increasing the number of his ladies to 4. His next endeavor was to diligently train and elevate his strength, providing his wives with a sanctuary that could shield them from any storm. After breakfast, David ventured alone into the Frostwolf Forest. Following his conversation with Cynthia the previous day, he had successfully acquired the ability to beastify and was eager to test its effects. Beastification Talent. Low rank, 11,000. Oh, woo. 2 snow wolves trailed closely beside David, emitting eager howls. "Stay here and do not let anyone approach," David instructed before entering a cave. Sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to attune to his beastification talent within. Soon, he discovered a mass of energy in his spiritual realm. More precisely, it appeared to be an intricately complex spell mark emanating a mysterious magical aura. "Is this a genuine spell?" David pondered, intrigued. The spell mark bore a resemblance to the soul of the Frostwolf, both deriving from bloodline and soul inheritance. After observing for a while, he began to utilize his third-tier mental power to attempt to activate the spell mark. In the next moment, he felt a swift depletion of his mental energy. As he activated the spell mark, the frosty giant wolf bloodline at his heart was stirred by a mysterious force. Roar! A sudden wave of intense pain surged through David. The blood essence contained within the frosty giant wolf bloodline erupted, seemingly transforming his very being. Crack! Crack! The power of ice burst forth, freezing the ground around David. Amidst the chill, David's form surged upward, his gray-white hair elongating. Almost immediately, wolf-like features manifested upon him. Wolf tail, wolf ears, and wolf claws, transforming him entirely into a half-beast form. "Oh, woo!" David could not help but let out a howl to the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying energy wave belonging to the frosty giant wolf radiated outward. Outside the cave, the 2 snow wolves diligently guarded the entrance. Suddenly, both snow wolves perceived an overwhelming pressure emanating from their bloodline, compelling them to immediately prostrate themselves on the ground. In the face of this ancestral suppression, even the third-tier snow wolf exhibited no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Within the cave, David was also acclimatizing to his transformed physique. Through his beastly metamorphosis, he could distinctly sense a remarkable enhancement in his physical prowess. Previously, his physical attributes had been nearing the fifth tier, and now, through this transformation, he felt he had ascended to that very tier, perhaps even standing strong within its ranks. Evidently, the bloodline of the fifth-tier frost giant wolf, ignited by the power of his beastly transformation, unleashed a latent force within him, allowing him to achieve this fifth-tier status. In this state of beastly transformation, he resembled a true frost giant wolf, capable of harnessing the entirety of the frost giant wolf's bloodline power. In addition to a heightened mastery over the icy forces, he had also acquired the fundamental icy claw techniques of the frost giant wolf. While the potency of his frost breath attack had significantly intensified, truly, the strength of a sorcerer is formidable. David murmured in awe upon experiencing the enhancement brought about by his beastly talent. Moreover, his beastly talent was merely of a low grade. Should he elevate it to a medium or high grade, he could unveil even greater strength. Ultimately, he might even transcend into the legendary frost giant wolf of myth, wielding power that could rival that of deities. Subsequently, David endeavored to explore the icy powers bestowed by the frost wolf spirit and his advanced ice elemental talent in his beastly state. With a mere thought, he froze everything around him. At that moment, his command over the icy forces reached its zenith. All the ice elemental energies in the vicinity fell under his dominion, rendering him akin to a sovereign of ice. Although his mental power remained at the third tier, he felt an instinctual certainty that, relying solely on his icy might, he could potentially contend with a fifth-tier Earth Knight. Suddenly, the frost wolf spirit emitted a mighty roar. The surrounding ice elemental energy swiftly converged, transforming in an instant into a magnificent ice wolf, entirely composed of frost. This ice wolf was imbued with the essence of the fifth-tier frost wolf spirit, manifesting as a powerful elemental being with life. David's mental force was intricately linked to the ice wolf, akin to possessing an icy doppelganger, granting him complete control over its actions. Moreover, he could utilize this ice wolf to unleash the icy claws and frost breath of the frost giant wolf, exhibiting combat prowess sufficient to challenge an Earth Knight. The amalgamation of the fifth-tier frost giant wolf bloodline, the fifth-tier frost spirit, advanced ice elemental talent, and low-grade beastly transformation coalesced to propel his strength into a new qualitative leap, fully entering the fifth-tier echelon in a modern urban landscape, where the realm of artifact restoration intertwines with light fantasy. A myriad of old relics weave together heartwarming tales. Work synopsis: can my puppet dance? Can a plumb bob I repaired command the saw to cut wood? Can the oil lamp I fixed cause all the lights in the room to twinkle? Can the dollhouse I restored have its dolls running about, organizing various performances? No, I wonder why each of the old objects I have restored seems to have become animated. Shin Lu, a graduate student in the field of cultural relic restoration, expressed his unease. If this continues, I may hesitate to engage with my profession. Who knows what it would be like to see a bronze ding dance? On that evening, David returned to the castle with Cynthia. Now that she had officially become his wife, it was only natural for her to reside in the castle. This time, Cynthia did not refuse. Within the castle, she found her light and her sisters, leaving no room for fear. David arranged for Cynthia to stay in another attic on the third floor, which directly faced the crystal song forest, allowing her to connect with nature simply by opening the window. Thus, David's life began to regain its regularity. Morning, noon, and night. He alternated his training sessions. After each session, he took advantage of the sage's time to practice meditation techniques. Following that, he focused on refining his ice energy and beast transformation abilities. The remaining time was dedicated to nightly training, as he acknowledged that despite the greater power of sorcery, he still needed the strength of a knight to achieve his goals. During the midday training session, recognizing the necessity to rapidly cultivate his beast transformation talent and to care for the newly minted Cynthia, David decided to indulge this little woman more. It was Cynthia's first time in the room, and she appeared noticeably anxious. Upon entering, David began to soothe the little fox girl, understanding that providing her with a sense of security was paramount, and he was in no rush. Once the atmosphere felt suitable, he approached and drew the curtains shut. "Please open the curtains. I am afraid of the dark." Cynthia's nervous voice broke the silence, revealing her lingering fear of the shadows. "All right," David replied gently, returning to the bedside. Cynthia shyly closed her eyes, awkwardly responding to him. "You have completed a training session. Beast Transformation Talent 21. The experience gained from this training session was indeed substantial. The two exchanged smiles, and naturally, it was time for meditation. Initially, Cynthia was somewhat skeptical of her sister Leah's words. After all, the notion that one could effortlessly enter a meditative state simply by being in the presence of the Lord seemed difficult to comprehend. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. She closed her eyes and effortlessly cleared her mind. Following the foundational meditation techniques, she successfully entered a meditative state, drawing upon the energies present in the environment to strengthen her mental prowess. Observing that Cynthia had entered a meditative state, David followed suit. After some time practicing the foundational meditation techniques, his mental power, which had just recently broken through to the third tier, began to rise steadily. Not long after, Cynthia opened her eyes. As a witch, she possessed the ability to complete her meditation in a remarkably short span of time. True to David's conjecture, she felt a surge of life energy, as her beast transformation ability was intrinsically tied to the forces of vitality. Following her meditation, Cynthia sensed that her command over her beast transformation had grown stronger. "Why not test your beast transformation ability?" David suggested with a smile. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of fervor passed through the Lord's eyes as Cynthia activated her beast transformation. In an instant, a fox-eared maiden of the Fox clan appeared in the room, her bushy tail swaying gently. David, with his keen perception, noted that Cynthia's fox-like traits had become more pronounced, with fine fur beginning to appear on her body. However, this transformation was within her control. As she concentrated her mental energy, the fur vanished, followed by her fox ears, leaving only her fluffy tail. Although this seemed merely a display of control over her beast transformation, it signified that Cynthia had successfully harnessed a fragment of life energy through her mental prowess. "My lord, it seems I have grown stronger," Cynthia exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, she turned abruptly and noticed the Lord's gaze fixated on her foxtail, an expression of unabashed interest adorning his face. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. She hurriedly tucked her tail away and adjusted her extremely short skirt, which she had donned for ease of transformation. "What is there to hide? I actually quite like it," David chuckled. "But it's not appropriate," Cynthia stammered, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. "Not appropriate?" David's eyes lit up with intrigue. Realizing the implication, Cynthia quickly urged the Lord towards the exit. "You should step outside. I need a change." By the time they both emerged into the back garden, Leah, Amy, and Raina had already commenced their tea gathering, enjoying snacks and engaging in conversation after their training. Upon seeing the pair approach, Amy eagerly rushed over. David chose to let the ladies have their time, while he began practicing the frost wolf breathing technique. Since he had coalesced his ice battle energy, he had reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, and now his goal was to find a way to break through to the 5th tier. It seemed that soon he would need to venture deep into the frost wolf forest to attempt hunting magical beasts. Only then could he rapidly consolidate his battle energy, aiming for a qualitative transformation from gas to liquid battle energy. Now that he had acquired beast transformation capabilities and also mastered the language of beasts, he could further delve into the exploration of the frost wolf forest. Before long, Leah, Amy, Raina, and Cynthia had also begun their training. Presently, with his nurturing, the system's feedback, and the aid of secret potions, Leah and Raina's knightly prowess was nearing the 3rd tier. He believed that with a little more effort, their advancement to the 3rd tier would come to fruition seamlessly. However, in the realm of mental cultivation, it is evident that Reyna possesses a greater innate talent than Lilia, an advantage bestowed by the spirit of the snow fairy. Utilizing basic meditation techniques, Reyna has commenced her training in the mental aspect of the snow fairy breathing method, thereby enhancing her mental prowess through the spirit of the snow fairy. Although Lilia has managed to enter a meditative state, the efficacy of her meditation is rather lacking. This has prompted Lilia to redirect her focus towards nightly training, engaging in meditation only during her moments of sage time. Without a doubt, the one who has benefited most from the basic meditation techniques is Amy, the naturally gifted ice witch. In addition to her superior affinity for ice elements, Amy's uncomplicated nature grants her a significant advantage in meditation. Of course, Cynthia must now be included. As a witch, a class of individuals who have awakened their magical powers by nature, her aptitude on the path of sorcery is undeniably exceptional. An elf? No way. Only come to the Golden Finger when close to death. Angier finds himself transported to the world of his favorite Pokemon. The good news is that he can now indulge in close companionship with beloved Pokemon. The bad news is that he is frail and ailing, with doctors predicting a short life ahead. The good news is that he has reincarnated as a member of the royal aristocracy, devoid of worries regarding sustenance, albeit as the sole prince of a small kingdom. The bad news is that he was buried by his parents shortly after turning 16. The good news is that just after being buried, the essential golden finger for his reincarnation has arrived. The bad news is that he has remained buried for 5 centuries. 5 centuries later, Angier awakens from his tomb, only to find that his homeland has changed beyond recognition. Enough said. Angier is now off to prepare a meal for his Pokemon. From prince to cook, what a stark contrast. Chapter 71, Anne's Astonishment, Section 44, within the Frostwolf Manor, and is quietly engrossed in her reading. She cherishes this tranquil sensation, finding contentment in simplicity. Yet, her identity as a witch destined her life for the extraordinary. She muses that it would be quite agreeable to continue in this manner. The image of that fateful day floods her mind unbidden. As the Duke of Frostwolf once stated, there is indeed no place in the north more suited for a witch's existence than Frostwolf Ridge, considering the rarity of lords willing to protect witches. The Duke's desire to become part of the sorcerers' community has led him to ally with the sorcerers, firmly opposing the church. Should her sisters be willing, she feels certain she could discuss with the Duke the possibility of establishing their home deep within Frostwolf Forest. Half a month has passed. She wonders if the Duke has successfully completed his meditation, and closes her book and gazes towards the setting sun. As night falls, she summons her little white mouse once more, directing her mental energy towards it, urging it to swiftly approach the castle. Within the castle, David has just concluded his breathing method training. He gazes at the now completely darkened sky, pausing in the garden. The last time, the wizard appeared at this very juncture. Thus he would invariably linger here at the castle. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, casting his gaze into the distance. The silhouette of a small white mouse approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing David. Clearly, the young witch had not anticipated that Duke Frostwolf would be awaiting her here. It remained uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or a deliberate arrangement. "You indeed arrive at this hour," David remarked with a sudden smile. Annie was momentarily stunned, a hint of unusual emotion flickering within her. From his tone, it was evident he had been waiting here intentionally, with both time and place aligned. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "Last time, I was unable to maintain control of the summoning spell due to excessive mental strain. This time, feel free to pose any questions regarding meditation." Upon hearing this, David smiled confidently. "What difficulty lies in meditation? I have already harnessed the mental energy according to the foundational techniques you provided, successfully mastering the power of ice elements, and have become an ice sorcerer. Have you truly consolidated your mental energy?" Even with Annie's composed demeanor, astonishment crept into her expression, her eyes reflecting disbelief at this revelation. David said nothing further. Instead, he summoned a trace of mental energy within him to invoke the ice elemental forces around, transforming it into a block of frost before them. The ability to manipulate elemental energy through mental prowess is a power solely reserved for wizards, distinctly different from how bloodline knights wield elemental energy through the latent power within their lineage. This method was infinitely more formidable. Yet, witnessing Duke Frostwolf effortlessly conjuring eyes from the elemental forces, Annie's eyes widened once more. Such mastery over frost, even a third-tier wizard might struggle to achieve. Yet the Duke executed it with such ease. At this moment, only one thought occupied her mind. The Duke's affinity for ice elements must be extraordinarily formidable, augmented by the bloodline of the frost giant wolf, allowing him to so effortlessly control the elemental energy into solid frost. David, meanwhile, was keenly observing the small white mouse's reaction. Noticing her evident astonishment, a sense of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. His intention was to deliberately reveal his wizardly talents to garner attention from this wizard organization, thereby elevating his standing within their ranks. Should the organization recognize his worth for training, investing in him would yield only benefits. Your talent for ice is indeed remarkable, Annie eventually responded, her shock transforming into delight. With confirmation that Duke Frostwolf had become a wizard, she could now relax, regarding him as part of the wizardly fraternity. In this light, she could genuinely consider the prospect of bringing her companions to settle in Frostwolf Ridge, under the Duke's protection. It truly was the most suitable locale in the north for a wizard's life. The power of the sorcerer may indeed assist Duke Frostwolf in defending Frostwolf Ridge. However, I wonder if you possess any legacy of the Frost Mages. David spoke directly, as this was his most pressing need at present, and shook her head apologetically, stating, I am not well versed in the lore of the Frost Mages, and none among our companions are of that lineage. David felt a pang of disappointment in his heart, but the words from a sorcerer before him made him realize that he had gained the sorcerer's recognition and entered their esteemed circle. Nonetheless, it is true that the far north harbors organizations and relics of Frost Mages, and there remains a possibility of acquiring their legacy, and reassured him. Nodding in agreement, David noted that the Crystal Song Kingdom is located in the far north. Once they help Lena reclaim her kingdom, he could search within its borders. Well, my previous suggestion, and inquired, fully aware of what Duke Frostwolf had referred to. With a serious expression, she replied, I shall consult with my companions and will provide you with a response in due time. David nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion regarding the practice of meditation. Through the sorcerer's discourse, David learned that there exist potions among sorcerers that can aid in meditation, though their concoction is even more complex than that of secret elixirs. It appears he must earn more gold. As the sorcerer departed, David furrowed his brow in contemplation. No wonder even the legendary ancient sorcerers endeavored to establish a sorcerous empire and various formidable organizations. It seems the path of sorcery is even more financially demanding than that of knighthood. Casting a glance towards the direction the little black mouse had departed, he turned back to the castle. Fortunately, he still had another avenue for strengthening himself. He must persevere, for his journey as a sorcerer had only just begun. Within the estate, upon confirming Duke Frostwolf's identity as a sorcerer, and eagerly summoned the little black bird, placing the written letter into a vial and urging the bird to swallow it. Watching the little black bird vanish into the summoning array, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Although she was inclined to remain at Frostwolf Ridge and had enumerated the promises of Duke Frostwolf along with the benefits of joining his domain, she would ultimately defer to the choices of her sisters. Chapter 72. The arrival of the snow demon Rosalia traversed through the shadows of darkness. The church. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Rosalia's eyes. She had just received news that a witch companion, hidden in Blackleaf Ridge, had revealed her identity and had now fallen into the hands of the church. For sorcerers, the church is an eternal adversary. These witches merely wield extraordinary power. How could they possibly be the minions of demons? In contrast, those nobles who only know how to exploit and enslave resemble the true minions of demons and ought to be bound to the pyres instead. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze and beheld a black bird swiftly approaching from the distant sky. She extended her hand, and the little black bird perched upon her arm. "Is it news from in?" Rosalia retrieved the letter from a vial. This letter is composed in riddles, decipherable only by them. She swiftly skimmed through it, her face betraying a look of astonishment. The Duke of Frostwolf has unexpectedly become a sorcerer, possessing an exceedingly formidable affinity for ice elements. Remarkably, as a mere first-tier sorcerer, he has already acquired the power to manipulate the ice elements of the world into frigid forms. Upon hearing this news, Rosalia's expression turned intricate. The Duke of Frostwolf has indeed become a sorcerer, and has audaciously suggested that their fellow sorcerers venture to Frostwolf Ridge. Regardless of whether others choose to go, she is resolutely determined not to set foot in Frostwolf Ridge. A firm resolve etched on Rosalia's face, she returned the letter to the vial, which the little black sparrow then swallowed before ascending into the sky, heading towards other destinations. Although she would not travel to Frostwolf Ridge, she would not impede others from doing so. Comparatively, she had more pressing matters to attend to, namely traveling to Blackleaf Ridge to attempt to rescue her exposed companion. Frostwolf Castle. David has been awaiting news from the Sorcerer Organization. Naturally, his training has not faltered. Yet, instead of receiving word from the Sorcerer Organization, he unexpectedly learned that an Earth Witch from Blackleaf Ridge had been captured by the Church. An Earth Witch? David furrowed his brow slightly. This type of witch wields the power of the earth, making her an excellent aid for agricultural endeavors. If he could harness her abilities, it could facilitate various construction projects, fundamentally altering the landscape of Frostwolf Ridge. However, this time, the witch has fallen into the hands of the Church. And with the Saint and the Order of the Radiant Knights now present in the north, the situation becomes perilous. Of course, the danger he referred to is not one of strength. The Deputy Commander of the Radiant Knights, Hillman, is a 5th-tier Earth Knight, fully capable of handling any threats. Yet, should the Church discover his involvement, it could lead to complications. "My lord," the Grey Wolf Knight expressed his concerns. David nodded gently, tapping his fingers on the table. He then rose to examine a map of the north. Blackleaf Ridge lies to the west of the north, within the domain of Baron Blackleaf. Although the Baron is merely a 3rd-tier knight, he is uncertain of the strength of the knightly order the Church dispatched to escort the witch. After contemplating, he resolved to personally investigate. If indeed formidable foes awaited him, he would merely observe and retreat. Conversely, if there were no opponents of at least 4th-tier strength, he could readily don the guise of an ice sorcerer and take action. Blackleaf Ridge. The Lord of Blackleaf sighed with relief as he watched the Radiant Knights depart. The discovery of the witch had been entirely fortuitous. He had not anticipated the Deputy Commander of the Radiant Knights would come in person. However, as long as the Order of the Lightbringers was expelled from the territory, his mission would be deemed accomplished, and he would also be rewarded by the Church of Light, which made it worthwhile. Yet, just as Lord Blackleaf returned to the castle and stepped into the shadows, a swift silhouette darted past, leaving a crimson mark upon his neck. After executing the assassination, Rosalia vanished into the shadows, leaving no opportunity for the surrounding knights and attendants to react. When she reappeared, the shadow which stood atop the castle's loft, her gaze fixed upon the retreating Order of the Lightbringers, her expression darkening. The vice-captain of the Order was an Earth Knight, and under direct confrontation, she could not possibly match this formidable adversary. Thus, she could only await the arrival of nightfall, hoping for a chance to rescue the witch, though she was acutely aware of the slim prospects. Shortly thereafter, David arrived in Blackleaf Town. Recognizing that his opponent was an Earth Knight, he narrowed his eyes. As long as it wasn't the 5th-tier Hillman personally coming, he could certainly handle a 4th-tier knight. Moreover, it was evident that the Church of Light had dispatched the Saintess and the Order with ill intentions, and if he could seize the opportunity to eliminate a 4th-tier knight, it would be quite advantageous. That night, the vice-captain of the Order exhibited considerable caution. He ordered the camp to be established and the witch to be closely guarded. Rosalia waited for an extended period, unable to find any opportunity to strike amidst the illuminated camp, her heart sinking further into despair. The light, being the greatest nemesis of darkness, rendered her shadow abilities utterly ineffective in such circumstances, making silent infiltration impossible. In direct combat, she could not contend with an Earth Knight. Consequently, She was left with no choice but to abandon her rescue attempt. Just as she struggled to depart, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the camp, heralding the appearance of a figure enveloped in snow and wind. Was this a snow spirit? Rosalia was taken aback. At that moment, the light knights within the camp also noticed the emergence of the snow spirit. Richard, sensing the powerful energy emanating from the creature, paled, realizing it was a formidable fourth-tier magical beast. The howling wind and snow surged forth, rapidly engulfing the camp. With a crackling sound, the biting cold froze the very earth beneath. Observing this, Richard swiftly summoned the holy light within him, conjuring a protective shield of radiant energy to shield himself from the onslaught of ice and snow. However, the snow spirit had already entered the camp alongside the tempest, swiftly casting its icy dominion, summoning all ice elements in the vicinity, transforming the entire camp into a realm of chilling frost, where everything was ensnared in an icy grip. Chapter 73. The tumultuous waves. David was currently concealed behind the mountain. After discerning that the mightiest among the light knights was merely the earth knight, he acted decisively. Of course, he was not foolish enough to engage personally. Instead, he harnessed the essence of the frost wolf, channeling its frigid power to manifest a snow demon. Although merely a projection of the snow demon, it possessed a strength commensurate with that of a fourth-tier warrior. Coupled with his mastery over ice, the winter curse, and superior ice elemental affinity, he was confident in his ability to vanquish this fourth-tier light knight. As he initiated his assault, he unleashed his full power silently and without a sound. The icy force swept through, encasing each light knight in frost. Even Charlie, the fourth-tier earth knight, could only withstand it with the power of light. How could these ordinary light knights possibly contend against such terrifying icy might? The frost froze all, extinguishing life. In an instant, the entire arena transformed into a realm of ice and snow, leaving only Charlie and the Earth Witch. The Earth Witch's eyes widened in shock. Being a witch, she could naturally sense the terrifying nature of this icy power. Fourth tier. This was undoubtedly the level of a mid-tier wizard. She had not anticipated that a mid-tier wizard would come to her aid. However, it seemed that within their coven of witches, there were none of such formidable ice mages. Not only the Earth Witch, but Rosalia, who lurked in the distance, was equally taken aback. The formidable icy power of the snow demon instinctively reminded her of the Crystal Song family. Yet she knew that the current Crystal Song family did not possess such a powerful snow knight, nor could they wield such potent icy power. Damn the wizard. Charlie now comprehended the situation. A surging anger etched upon his face. He had not expected that the North concealed a fourth-tier, mid-tier wizard. But now that he had encountered one, as a light knight, retreat was not an option. He intended to bring this ice mage back to the church. With a mighty strike of divine light, he surged forward, the brilliance coalescing around him. In the next moment, his form transformed into a streak of light, rapidly approaching the snow demon. Observing this, David conjured shield of ice to deflect the oncoming attack. Simultaneously, with a mere thought, he summoned the surrounding ice elements, forming numerous ice blades that hurtled toward the light knight. Boom! 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 The divine light shield surrounding Charlie flickered incessantly. At that moment, David had pushed his control over the ice to its utmost limits. In addition to the relentless barrage of ice blades, the chilling power continued to envelop Charlie. Crack! Crack! Charlie felt an overwhelming chill assail him. Even the divine light shield found itself incapable of withstanding this bone-chilling cold. Winter curse. Now, as David unleashed this spell, its potency became even more formidable. Even though he had just performed it without sufficient cold energy accumulating within the target, it still managed to impede the Earth Knight's movements. This is the power of a fourth-tier sorcerer. In terms of equal rank, the sorcerer's might utterly overwhelms that of a knight. Even though Charlie is a paladin of light, wielding the power of the holy light, he is still completely subdued. Sorcerer, the Lady Saint will not spare you. Charlie felt the chasm of disparity in strength. A look of despair etched upon his face. As for the threat posed by the paladin of light, David dismissed it entirely. It is not merely this paladin before him. One day, he will uproot the entire church. With a crack, as the battle raged on, frost began to envelop Charlie, rendering his body rigid. Seizing the opportunity, David transformed all the icy power into the breath of a frost wolf, a terrifying blizzard completely engulfing Charlie's form. When the storm abated, Charlie's body was entirely encased in ice. David exhaled a breath of cold air, and the ethereal figure of the snow spirit extended its hand, grasping at the icy statue from afar. In an instant, the statue shattered into powder, erasing the presence of Charlie, the formidable fourth-tier paladin of light, from existence. Once he had completely dispatched Charlie, David's gaze shifted to another area. Rosalia, at that moment, was in awe of the formidable ice sorcerer before her. Yet she suddenly felt a chill that raised the hairs on her neck. Without hesitation, she summoned the power of shadows and vanished from sight. In the next moment, a terrifying chill swept through, transforming her hiding place into a realm of ice. The snow spirit followed closely, glancing coldly at the mottled shadows within the distant woods. He had not anticipated that the shadow which would conceal herself nearby. Alas, having expended too much mental energy in slaying the paladin, he could not pursue her further today. After sensing the area with no response, he approached the earth witch. The chill coalesced into ice blades, severing the shackles binding the earth witch, restoring her freedom despite her seemingly frail spirit. David summoned his mental energy, a gust of cold wind lifting the earth witch as they departed swiftly. Not long after, within a cave, the earth witch beheld David. Upon discovering that this ice sorcerer was a youth who appeared to be of similar age to herself, astonishment flickered in her eyes. Seeing the figure of the snow spirit vanish, transforming into a silver light that entered the sorcerer's brow, she instantly recognized him as her savior. Such a powerful snow spirit seemed to be merely a spell cast by him. Moreover, her benefactor was remarkably youthful, entirely unlike the average image of a mid-tier sorcerer she had in mind. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life," the earth witch responded, quickly kneeling in reverence. She did not disguise her gratitude and admiration in the slightest, whether for saving her or for the overwhelming power displayed by the ice sorcerer. This earth witch was instantly captivated. David gazed intently at the earth witch before him. This brown-haired enchantress possessed a figure that was undeniably alluring, with curves that quickened the heartbeat. Her bosom was ample and firm, reminiscent of the twin peaks of a bountiful land. These proud attributes, subtly concealed beneath her robe, added an air of enigmatic allure. With every slight movement, she seemed to create delicate ripples in the air. Her skin, smooth and warm like ivory under the moonlight, reflected the hues of the earth and the luster of life. David closed his eyes briefly to withdraw his gaze and cleared his throat, inquiring, "What are your intentions moving forward?" Startled, Hill responded promptly, "My identity as a witch has been exposed. I beseech you for sanctuary." "Very well. You shall accompany me back." David nodded, retrieving a hooded robe from behind him and offering it to Hill. Her face brightened with joy as she donned the robe, resolutely following the esteemed sorcerer before her. Chapter 74. Now, your presence suffices in the mountainous region behind Frostwolf Castle. David led the earth witch Hill back to the wooden cabin. Hill, still cloaked in her hooded robe, remained shrouded from view. "You will reside here for the time being. It is guarded by gray wolves, and no one will dare approach," David patiently advised Hill. She was a prize he had rescued from the clutches of the church, her identity far more precarious than Amy's. Should the church discover her, it would inevitably draw connections to the Ice Witch. Fortunately, few in Frostwolf Ridge were familiar with Hill. Once he dealt with the Lord of Blackleaf Ridge and those who knew her, her identity would remain concealed. After all, this world was not like the information-rich realm of his previous life. With careful handling, making someone vanish was not an insurmountable task. "Thank you, esteemed sorcerer." Hill expressed her gratitude with a deep bow. Her heart brimmed with appreciation for the one who had saved her and provided her a refuge, alongside a sense of admiration and reverence. After ensuring Hill's safety, David returned to Frostwolf Castle. Though he had departed the previous night, a day had passed, and aside from the Grey Wolf Knights and his 4 wives, no one was aware of his absence. Master David, you have finally returned, Leah exclaimed, rushing forward to check for any injuries. Amy, Rena, and Cynthia also approached him. Rest assured, I am unscathed, David replied with a smile. After a thorough inspection revealed no signs of harm, they breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, has the witch been rescued? She has been saved and is currently at the cabin in the mountains, David informed them. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances, each displaying a tinge of interest. However, it was evident that David would not permit them to meet Hill just yet. He had more pressing matters to attend to. By the way, who is scheduled for today? Master David, do not worry, Leah reassured him. I am aware of the boundaries. Nothing will go amiss. Come, give it a try. David patiently coaxed Leah. Ultimately, Leah, who was almost entirely obedient to him, nodded in agreement. Amy, come here, he beckoned. Rena, I appreciate your initiative. Amy, is that all right? After a period of cultivation, David felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, taking advantage of the sage time, he began to meditate with the ladies. In the eastern attic, Cynthia's cheeks flushed. As the sound from that side gradually faded away, she slowly exhaled, relieved. This was her first experience of hearing the Lord and her three elder sisters together. Although the Lord had also invited her, she had fled with a rosy face. Such matters. It was surprising that the three sisters had consented. Sister Leah was tolerable, and Sister Amy was not entirely unexpected. However, Sister Rena, who was so proud, had surprisingly agreed to this. This left her somewhat curious, her face betraying a hint of hesitation. The Lord truly was an enigmatic figure. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she closed her eyes and began to meditate as well. Although the efficacy of meditation in this context was far inferior to that which followed an exchange with the Lord, any improvement was still progress, and she did not wish to squander her time. The following day, David rose early as usual. Fire Dance had long since adapted to this routine and was waiting outside. Upon seeing the Lord emerge, her face turned slightly red as she approached, holding his garments to assist him in dressing. How has your practice of the basic meditation method been? David inquired. The two intertwined lotuses had always struck him as possessing a unique bond. Hence he had imparted the basic meditation technique to the sisters. We have yet to enter a meditative state, Fire Dance replied, shaking her head. She and her sister were currently dedicated to attending to the ladies and had been accompanying them to the wooden cabin in the back mountain. They were already aware of Amy and Cynthia's identities as witches, and after interacting with them, they understood that witches were not to be feared. Thus, they harbored a certain longing for witchhood. When the Lord had asked them if they wished to become witches, they had answered without hesitation, leading the Lord to bestow upon them the basic meditation method. Unfortunately, for ordinary individuals, to become witches was exceedingly challenging. Despite their prolonged practice of the meditation technique, they had yet to grasp even the fundamentals. There's no need to rush. Even if you cannot condense your mental power, the meditation method can still calm your spirit and rejuvenate your mind, David reassured them, showing no surprise. For ordinary people to become witches, aside from those like Amy and Cynthia who had awakened their internal witch powers, they needed to first condense a mental seed, similar to the life seed. The mental seed required not only exceptional witch talent, but also the completion of a special ritual for its condensation. This information had, of course, been revealed by the witch behind that little white mouse. Yet regrettably, even those witches were unaware of the method to condense a mental seed. The difficulty for ordinary people to become witches is a primary reason for the gradual decline of witchcraft, leading to the near extinction of its legacy on the continent. David instructed Fire Dance and Water Lotus in meditation techniques, with the ulterior motive of awakening the latent sorceress powers within them, thereby transforming them into witches. Thank you, my lord, Fire Dance expressed gratefully. Throughout this period, influenced by David's subtle changes and having read numerous books that imparted deeper wisdom, the two sisters became increasingly at ease. Observing Fire Dance and Water Lotus, clad in maid attire and busily tidying up the room and dining area, David leaned against the door, his expression revealing intrigue. Master David, when will you take Fire Dance and Water Lotus as your own? Leah inquired with a smile. David withdrew his gaze and shook his head, replying, There's no rush. He had long regarded the two sisters as his own. However, their current state still fell short of his aspirations. He was not in haste to claim them. Furthermore, having recently accepted Cynthia, he felt that 4 wives were already sufficient to fulfill his needs, each contributing significantly to his power. Therefore, he planned to diligently cultivate the 4 abilities he possessed, rather than pursue new powers that would yield minimal enhancement to his strength. After all, even if he acquired new abilities, he lacked the energy to develop them. It would be more prudent to elevate his existing 4 to their utmost potential before exploring others. This principle also applied to the Earth Witch Hill. He intended to foster a bond with her first, and then decide whether to accept her based on future circumstances. I am content with the 4 of you. David laughed heartily, speaking with genuine sincerity. Chapter 75, Love at First Sight. Hill experienced a rare beautiful dream. In her slumber, she donned a snow-white wedding gown, standing beside the very sorcerer who had saved her. How did I dream such a thing? Upon waking, she felt her cheeks flush. Despite having only just met, she dreamt of becoming the sorcerer's bride. How utterly embarrassing. Yet, as she gradually calmed down, the image of that moment returned to her mind. In her darkest hour, the sorcerer descended from the heavens. Even the formidable Holy Light Knight was no match for him. The sight of the sorcerer freezing everything was undeniably magnificent. He indeed bestowed upon her a profound sense of security. Although she found it somewhat unbelievable, it seemed she had truly fallen in love with the sorcerer at first sight. If given the chance to marry him, she would not hesitate to accept. I wonder if the sorcerer will visit today. Hill suddenly sat up, glancing out the window as dawn broke. Her gaze then fell upon the vanity, where various makeup tools lay, and she paused, feeling a flicker of confusion. Did a woman once reside in this room? How else could these items be here? She sighed inwardly, pondering whether they belonged to the sorcerer's wife. With a glance at her reflection in the mirror, she contemplated her thoughts. She possessed a certain confidence in her appearance and figure, yet she was acutely aware that such attributes alone rendered her unworthy of the esteemed wizard. If the wizard truly had a wife, one could only imagine the breathtaking beauty she might possess, perhaps even rivaling that of a formidable sorceress. As these thoughts lingered in her mind, she began to apply her makeup, striving to present her most exquisite self to the wizard. At that moment, David was escorting his 4 ladies to the rear mountain. Along the way, he provided an overview of the Earth Witch Hill. Upon arriving at the cabin, Hill emerged from within, and their eyes met. As a witch, she possessed an innate sensitivity to the presence of others. Fortunately, she quickly discerned the wizard among the crowd, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she exhaled, the mountain peak before her trembled slightly, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Among the 4, Leah was considered the most prominent, yet she paled in comparison to Hill. Raina possessed a more standard physique, while Amy was akin to a petite dove, and Cynthia was rather flat. In that fleeting moment, Hill exuded an overwhelming aura that intimidated the 4 women. "Hello, I am Leah," she introduced herself, quickly regaining her composure with a gentle smile as she approached. "Greetings, I am Hill," she replied promptly. Although uncertain of the identities of the 4 women before her, she instinctively recognized them as companions of the wizard. Amy and Cynthia also approached with smiles, welcoming their new witch ally. David then redirected his attention, realizing he had not introduced himself the previous day. "Greetings, I am David, the Lord of Frostwolf Ridge," he said with a smile as he stepped forward to introduce himself. "You are the Duke of Frostwolf?" Hill expressed her surprise. She had never anticipated that the wizard before her was not only a man of considerable power, but also a noble, and moreover, a formidable knight. David nodded and proceeded to introduce the 4 women beside him. "These are Leah, Amy, Raina, and Cynthia. They're all my wives." At this revelation, Hill cast a surprised glance at the 4, clearly taken aback by the fact that the wizard indeed had not 1, but 4 wives. Her heart began to race. If the wizard could marry 4 women, did that imply she too might have the chance to become one of his wives? Unaware of Hill's contemplative thoughts, David, after the introductions, found himself curious about the nature of the magical powers Hill wielded. "My ability is earth manipulation," Hill stated with a smile. She then scanned her surroundings, locating a clear area, and closed her eyes to summon her mental energy. As she placed her hands upon the ground, the very earth began to tremble, and a rock column suddenly surged upwards, transforming into a stone platform. David's eyes glimmered with excitement as he approached the stone pillar. Hill's power lay in reshaping the very fabric of the earth. Astonishingly, even without Hill's magical influence, the pillar retained the original strength of the land. With Hill's magic augmenting it, the pillar could attain a hardness rivaling that of rock, enhanced by abundant earth elements. Can you utilize your abilities to construct a house? David inquired, his gaze fixed on Hill. Sensing the wizard's enthusiasm, Hill felt a subtle joy welling up within her, and her lips curled into a confident smile. I hail from a Silverstone family, the renowned stonemason family of the Silver Moon Kingdom, David exclaimed in surprise. The name of the Silverstone family did not derive from a similar bloodline power, but rather from their esteemed reputation as the most illustrious stonemasons in the Silver Moon Kingdom, responsible for the very construction of Silver Moon City itself. David was taken aback to learn that Hill belonged to the Silverstone family. The convergence of an earth witch and a stonemason was akin to the birth of the ultimate architect. Initially, when he set out to rescue Hill, he envisioned employing the earth witch's powers for infrastructure development. Now, it seemed that goal could be realized sooner than anticipated. Hill nodded. Upon awakening her witch powers, she had chosen to leave her family to avoid burdening them. However, before departing, she had meticulously transcribed numerous texts related to stonemasonry, thus qualifying herself as an exceptional stonemason in her own right. A smile graced Rena's once impassive face. Having been responsible for the affairs of Frostwolf Ridge, she was acutely aware of the backwardness of the ancestral grounds of the Frostwolf family, not to mention the comparison with the northern fortress previously occupied by the Frostwolf family. Even Icebear City had many superior aspects. She had been pondering how to develop Frostwolf Ridge with its limited finances, but now the emergence of the earth which provided her with new perspectives. I desire for you to secretly construct a wizard city deep within Frostwolf Forest. Is this something you can accomplish? David asked once more. A wizard city? Hill was taken aback. David nodded, explaining, next, I will devise a plan to gather more wizards and ensure they reside within Frostwolf Forest. He briefly outlined his plan, emphasizing the need for a clandestine wizard city to safeguard these wizards. Hill's eyes sparkled with growing enthusiasm as she recalled her involvement in the Witch Cooperative. If such a wizard city could indeed materialize, fortified by the protection of Frostwolf Ridge, her companions would finally have a secure haven. Chapter 76. The plan to construct the wizard city, leave it to me, Hill declared with a confident smile. She gazed upward as the sun peeked from behind the clouds. Not only had she encountered the finest wizard here, but she also felt as though she had discovered her purpose. For a stonemason, nothing could evoke greater exhilaration or a deeper sense of honor than the prospect of personally building a city. This notion had never crossed her mind, yet an opportunity so extraordinary now lay before her, a wizarding city, to construct a haven for the wizards. Merely contemplating it ignited a fervor within her. She envisioned crafting a city for wizards with her own hands, a sanctuary for all sorcerers, and a sacred mountain in their hearts. David's face also illuminated with a smile. With the establishment of this wizarding city, he felt a greater assurance of attracting the wizarding organization linked to the little white mouse. Naturally, this endeavor also served the purpose of their own safety. Should Frostwolf Ridge ever face an assault from the church, they would possess a refuge. A wizard city, a clandestine metropolis founded beneath the earth. Upon receiving the task, Hill immediately began to draft plans for construction. David, however, urged her to pause for a moment. From Hill's demeanor, it was evident she did not reject the idea. Yet David still inquired, Hill, are you willing to join Frostwolf Ridge? Upon hearing this, Hill's expression turned serious as she nodded earnestly. Welcome to Frostwolf Ridge, David said with a smile, taking her hand in his. She initially anticipated that Master David would propose marriage, but it turned out he simply wished for her to join Frostwolf Ridge, indicating that his previous words were not mere platitudes. Amy and Cynthia, on the other hand, did not delve deeply into the implications. They were genuinely delighted to welcome another witch to their territory. The most remarkable was Reyna, who had consistently maintained a composed demeanor. Now, proactively greeted Hill and joined a conversation. Observing this, David graciously stepped aside, allowing the four ladies to bond with Hill while he retreated to an open space to practice his breathing technique. His fighting spirit had already ascended to the pinnacle of the fourth tier, yet he felt a barrier preventing him from transforming gaseous energy into liquid energy. Thus, time gradually slipped away. Leah and Reyna also commenced their training in the knight's breathing technique, while Amy, Cynthia, and Hill engaged in a dialogue about the powers of witches. Initially, Amy and Cynthia intended to share their foundational meditation practices, only to discover that Hill had already mastered the exact same technique. Nonetheless, none of them pondered this too deeply, for the foundational meditation was the most widely disseminated technique across the continent, arguably the only one in circulation. Through their discussions, it became apparent that Hill had been practicing the foundational meditation for some time and possessed far more experience in casting spells than Amy and Cynthia. This greatly benefited both Amy and Cynthia, and even David, who had been eavesdropping, bore a contemplative expression, having gleaned insights from their exchange. In the northern lands, at Blackleaf Ridge, Hill stepped onto the desolate battlefield. Drawing upon her demon hunter lineage, she sensed the lingering magic that had yet to dissipate. A fourth-tier ice mage. Her countenance grew serious. Wizards wielded an absolute power that could dominate knights of the same tier. Faced with a sorcerer of moderate prowess, Charlie indeed found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. However, the path to ascendancy for a sorcerer is markedly more arduous than that of a knight. The challenge of reaching the rank of a moderate sorcerer is not significantly less daunting than his own pursuit of becoming a sixth-tier knight. Moreover, according to the intelligence possessed by the Church, there exists only a singular organization known as the Witches' Cooperative in the Northern Lands, with its most formidable member being merely a third-tier sorcerer. Thus, it is highly probable that this ice sorcerer hails from a different sorcerer's faction in the far north. Those who dare to slay the holy knights of our church shall await divine judgment. Hillman scoffed. The holy maiden has already arrived in the northern territories bearing the sacred will. This land shall inevitably fall under the church's dominion, and all common folk shall become devoted adherents of the God of holy light. As for him, the demon hunter Hillman, he shall, in the name of the holy knights, hunt down every sorcerer in this realm, transforming it into a sanctified ground. In the study, David prepared to engage in ice cultivation, while Amy quietly perused a book beneath the oil lamp. It was not until David approached that Amy snapped back to reality, hastily rising to her feet. "It's all right. Continue reading," David said with a smile. He glanced over and noticed that Amy was engrossed in a sorceress tome acquired from Silna. Although the book was tattered, it still offered Amy valuable insights into the arcane arts. "My lord, what were you speaking of during the day?" Amy inquired with curiosity. David raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, are you interested in learning?" "Yes," Amy replied earnestly with a nod. David felt that the night was still young and thought it would be delightful to share some moments with Amy. Clearing his throat, he said, "Then today, I shall assume the role of a teacher. As you are an ice sorceress, I will impart knowledge about water and ice. Are you ready, my dear student?" "Yes." Amy nodded seriously. Positioning himself behind Amy, he embraced the young sorceress, then unfurled the parchment before them and began to elucidate the nature of water and ice with utmost seriousness. Given that Amy already possessed an affinity for the power of ice, this exchange might deepen her understanding of it, enabling her to wield it more effectively. David rested his head on Amy's shoulder, inhaling the subtle fragrance wafting towards him. "Do you understand, my dear student?" he gently inquired. At that moment, Amy appeared somewhat bewildered, yet upon turning her head, she met the ardent gaze of her lord. "Come, I shall teach you slowly," David continued with patience. "Ice is the solid form of water. It forms when the temperature of water falls below 0 degrees Celsius. 0 degrees? David nodded, continuing his explanation. Amy quieted her mind and earnestly ventured into this uncharted territory of knowledge. "Amy, have you grasped it?" David observed the contemplative expression on the young sorceress's face, his own breath gradually quickening. Yes, she affirmed. Come, let me assist you in reviewing your homework. David unfurled the rolled parchment and lowered his head to begin his examination. Upon completing a session of cultivation, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he exhaled, only to suddenly notice a thin layer of frost enveloping both of them. This left David momentarily stunned, as he belatedly realized the vast experience points he had gained from his cultivation session. Amy also came to her senses. Closing her eyes to attune herself, she suddenly expressed her delight. My lord, it seems I have grasped a new spell. The title of the prominent work is Growing Stronger from the Marvel Universe, which chronicles a journey through Marvel, whereby he possesses merely a numerical panel and a chat group of the multiverse. Initially believing the chat group to be his key advantage, he was promptly silenced by an omniscient being. Surprisingly, the seemingly hopeless numerical panel proved to be a heavyweight. Talent won endless. There are no limits, no bottlenecks, no weaknesses. With effort, one can grow stronger. Talent 2, the strength of the strong. For every point of attribute increased, an additional 0. 1 usable attribute points are granted. With training, one can exponentially enhance their physique like Saitama, though the nature of each point's growth seems somewhat dubious. 1 point of strength cannot catch a chicken. Yet 5 points allow for supersonic movement, chasing the Hulk through the streets. With 20 points, one can resurrect from a drop of blood, shattering planets. 50 points could obliterate the universe with a single punch. When each increment of attributes reflects not a linear, but a percentage, exponential, or even factorial increase in physical prowess, Bai realizes he is destined for greatness. In the 48th segment, Bai muses, surely this panel was designed by a physical education teacher? Wonderful. Deep Blue. Allocate points generously. During the Battle of New York in the first Avengers film, Bai shattered the Chitauri fleet with a single punch, exclaiming while grasping the purple-skinned creature's scalp, "So, you're the one called Thanos?" In the 77th chapter, upon successfully mastering the new spell, David's eyes sparkled with interest. Amy shyly nodded, hastily donning her attire after breaking free from the embrace of her lord. With a flushed face, she began to feel the new power she had acquired. Following this breakthrough, she could distinctly sense her enhanced control over ice magic. Furthermore, a genuine spell imprint emerged within her mind. By harnessing her mental energy to activate this imprint, a shard of ice materialized in her hand, transforming into an ice spear. A torrent of magical energy continued to converge within the ice spear, causing it to quiver with an ominous surge of power. Though merely a simple ice spear, David could perceive its extraordinary nature. This magical ice spear, born from spell casting, far surpassed any ice spear conjured through mere elemental affinity. Let's test it against the window, David suggested. Amy nodded, her hands held forward as she turned toward the window. The ice spear hovered before her, moving in tandem as it swiftly aimed at the open window. With a whoosh, the ice spear shot forth suddenly. Beneath the night sky, it vanished into the horizon like an arrow, its speed rivaling that of a seasoned knight's shot from a powerful bow. Moreover, infused with potent magic and the essence of frost, this icy projectile surpassed the might of ordinary arrows by a considerable margin. Let us investigate, David suggested. Amy, delighted, nodded in agreement while adjusting her attire. David stepped forward, scooping up the little witch, and leaped through the window, swiftly making his way toward the Frostwolf forest behind the castle. Before long, they reached the spot struck by the ice spear, where a massive tree lay shattered, encased in ice by the spear's terrifying force. The ground surrounding the tree was similarly frozen. David, assessing the situation, determined that the power of Amy's spell approached that of a typical 4th-tier Earth Knight strike. Amy gazed at the scene, astonished and somewhat incredulous that the ice spear she had conjured could yield such destructive effects. "What is this?" she inquired. "The Frost Arrow," David replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. It was indeed a fitting name. This should be regarded as one of the simplest ice-based spells. According to the categorization of sorcery, it could be classified as a zero-circle cantrip, not quite a genuine spell. Yet even so, it was immensely powerful. In comparison, his acquired abilities, including Frost Breath, Winter's Curse, and Ice Manipulation, could only be deemed as pseudo-spell capabilities. Of course, the strength of pseudo-spell abilities versus zero-circle cantrips remained ambiguous, as many zero-circle cantrips were derived from the transformation of pseudo-spell abilities. "My lord, thank you," Amy expressed earnestly, aware that without him, she would not be who she was today, nor would she have attained the meditation technique to become an ice sorceress. "Oh, and how might you express your gratitude?" David chuckled, placing a hand against the tree. The little witch leaned against it, her heart racing as she found herself in such close proximity to him. Glancing at David's mischievous grin, memories of the sounds he and Sister Lena had made on the rooftop flooded her mind. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, and a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. "Is anyone here?" she asked, her innocent gaze darting around in uncertainty. "Teacher, could we return to the classroom?" she murmured softly. David felt a twinge of disappointment. He knew Amy was shy and chose not to press the matter. Role-playing was acceptable enough, yet he found himself growing somewhat flustered. Before long, he carried Amy back to the study, though he noticed the fatigue etched upon her face and refrained from immediately engaging in any dual cultivation. "Come, let's take a moment to rest. Allow me to enlighten you about water molecules," David said with a slight smile as he resumed his lecture. "You have completed a training session. Ice Elemental Affinity 134. Successfully acquired the spell, Ice Arrow." With Amy's innate talent reaching new heights, the efficacy of her training had doubled compared to before, now rivaling that of Lena. What surprised him further was that he had directly acquired the zero-circle spell, Ice Arrow, through dual cultivation. Indeed, it was possible. A wave of delight washed over David. Having witnessed the power of the Ice Arrow spell, he was confident that with his ice affinity and mastery over the icy forces, he could unleash even greater might. He imagined that in a full display of the Ice Arrow, he might even slay a fourth-tier Earth Knight in a single shot. The fact that he had obtained the Ice Arrow spell through dual cultivation was exhilarating, signifying that he could potentially acquire other spells as well. "Amy, I truly adore you," he confessed. Although weary, Amy smiled sweetly upon hearing his words. "Are you still able to continue?" "Yes, come, my lord," she replied. David pressed closer, tenderly cherishing the adorable little witch. "You have completed a training session. Ice Elemental Affinity 136, Ice Elemental Affinity, Advanced 213-910-0000. After a night filled with joy, David held the little witch in his arms as they drifted off to sleep. "My lord, if you are still unsatisfied, you may seek out Sister Cynthia," Amy said apologetically. She sensed her lord's needs, but felt unable to fulfill the duties of a wife, which filled her with guilt. "What are you saying? Tonight, I only wish to be with you, to hold you," David replied softly, caressing the little witch's hair with a look of deep affection. Though his physical desires remained unfulfilled, his heart brimmed with satisfaction as he held her close, wearing a relaxed expression. Chapter 78. The Witch's Agricultural Attributes in the Quarry of Frostwolf Ridge. The site lay abandoned due to the decline of the Frostwolf family. However, today a new owner, a witch, was about to take charge. Miss Hill, clad in simple linen garments, appeared no different from an ordinary peasant, making it implausible for anyone to associate her with witchcraft. Additionally, her conscious efforts at disguise ensured that even those familiar with Hill had been discreetly dealt with, making recognition unlikely even if they stood before her. "Miss Hill, the task ahead will require your diligence," Lena stated. After the previous unspoken agreement, she had finally secured the Lord's consent to initiate a large-scale construction project at Frostwolf Ridge, aiming to establish Frostwolf City. "Leave it to me, Sister Lena," Hill replied with a smile. "Sister," Lena felt a flicker of emotion within her, nodding subtly. She then turned to gaze in the direction of the castle. At this moment, Hill arrived at the quarry wall, beginning to harness her abilities. With a single hand pressed against the rocky surface, the wall immediately began to fracture. The earth element coalesced around it, and soon, intricate fissures appeared, followed by a sudden shattering. The effectiveness and efficiency of this process surpassed even the advanced technological tools of David's past life, leaving him astonished upon later reflection. Indeed, in this world, the sorcerers are the true bearers of productivity. Once the wall was dismantled, Hill proceeded to manipulate her power to break the rubble into more uniform stone blocks, entirely sufficient for constructing city walls. As a skilled stonemason, she exhibited remarkable control over the material. Before long, neatly arranged stone blocks emerged, which would have taken over 100 masons considerable time to shape. It was evident that Hill had not neglected her practice, as this skill was a means of honing her own capabilities. Though the witch's power stemmed from her ancestral bloodline, continuous training and development could further awaken the latent strength within. After refining the stone blocks, a group of refugees promptly arrived, pushing makeshift carts to transport them. Despite the laborious effort, they wore smiles, for earning wages through work was a reward in itself for these displaced individuals. Meanwhile, at another construction site, both militiamen and refugees were digging trenches. The primary force consisted of the militiamen, some of whom, having trained their bodies, excavated with remarkable speed, creating deep trenches at a visible pace. Of course, had Hill undertaken this task, she would have fully excavated it in a matter of days. But such visibility would have been too conspicuous. The quarry was discreetly sealed off, with outsiders believing it to be bustling with numerous quarry workers and masons. Thus, the challenge of maintaining secrecy was significant. When the Frostwolf Knight Order's squire joined in, lifting the meticulously shaped stone blocks to commence the wall's construction. A small segment of the wall soon rose to a height of 20 feet and a width of 10 feet, meeting the standard dimensions for fortifications in the north, capable of withstanding assault from Sky Knights. In the evenings, Hill would personally inspect the progress of the wall's construction, utilizing her abilities to further compress and reinforce it. While she could not alter the shape of the stones at will, her earth element powers allowed for a tighter fusion between the blocks. Gazing upon the wall taking form before her, a sense of pride illuminated Hill's face, and as she looked toward Frostwolf Castle, gratitude filled her expression. The sorcerer had not only granted her life, but also bestowed upon her a dream. She was determined to assist the sorcerer in constructing this city, transforming it into a gem of the continent, standing resiliently for eternity. Frostwolf Ridge, Town Hall. My Lord Duke, the recent expenses incurred in recruiting artisans and laborers have been substantial. Holding a stack of parchment, Rena reported the current financial situation to David. Despite the revenue from previous taxes and ransoms, along with annual contributions from vassal families, the income of Frostwolf Ridge remains meager. David glanced at the documents, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he noticed a map adorned with several circles, each indicating various types of ores. Has Hill discovered those mines? Frostwolf Ridge, being the ancestral land of the Frostwolf family, had yet to be developed, though David had speculated that hidden mines could exist among the mountains. He was astonished to find the actual number to be quite significant, thus revealing a treasure trove. Naturally, the discovery of these mines was attributed to Hill, the Earth Witch, who not only commanded the earth elements, but was also adept at uncovering subterranean secrets. In a remarkably short span, the Earth Witch had maximized her agricultural prowess, affirming David's earlier assertion that witches represent the foremost productive force. Indeed, a witch can, through her own capabilities, propel the swift advancement of a territory. Once the mines are fully developed, the town could foster numerous other industries, such as blacksmith shops. However, David held a certain disdain for these mundane weapons, believing that only an alchemical wizard could craft the extraordinary weapons that piqued his interest. Furthermore, the opening of trade routes would ensure that these ores, regardless of their location, would serve as a valuable currency, continually enriching Frostwolf Ridge. As David contemplated the list, Rena watched him intently. Through this period of acquaintance, she was astonished to discover that the Duke of Frostwolf possessed a perspective on matters that starkly contrasted with that of other nobles in this realm. His willingness to invest his wealth in the development of his territory, rather than hoarding it in a treasury as mere collectibles, was telling. Additionally, his treatment of the displaced individuals was unparalleled. No other lord would regard these people as human, let alone allocate funds to recruit them for labor in exchange for aid. Most lords would resort to coercion, exploiting these individuals' worth through force and punishment. While other nobles might deem the Duke's actions foolish, Rena keenly sensed the deeper significance behind them. The support of the displaced individuals for their lord underscored David's esteemed position in the eyes of both the townsfolk and the refugees. During this time, more and more displaced individuals and commoners were settling in Frostwolf Ridge, which constituted an intangible wealth for the territory. He exuded the essence of a king. Rena mused inwardly, finding this quality irresistibly captivating, drawing her into a profound fascination. "What, are you yearning again?" David inquired with a playful smile. Rena snapped back to reality, her eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and determination as she boldly approached and sat in the Duke's lap. "You have completed a training session." Soul of the Snow Spirit 141. Chapter 79. Leah's Breakthrough in the Training Room of Frostwolf Castle. David was reflecting on the powers he had acquired. Frostwolf Bloodline. Level 515521500000. Spirit of the Snow Demon. Level 5. 7356500000. Ice Element Affinity. Advanced 13181000000. Beast Transformation Talent. Intermediate 11210000. Through his diligent efforts over time, he had made significant progress in his bloodlines and talents. However, apart from his beast transformation talent, his other abilities had reached a plateau, and further breakthroughs would require even greater exertion. Moreover, his knightly prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of level 4, while his mental acuity had reached the late stage of level 3, and his power, when combined with the icy forces in beast form, had attained level 5. Notably, his beast transformation ability allowed him to fully harness the strength of his bloodline. Currently, with the talent at an intermediate level, he could already unleash most of the power of the level 5 Frostwolf bloodline. Once his beast transformation talent successfully advanced to an advanced level, he would undoubtedly be able to manifest the full potency of his bloodline. At that juncture, should he elevate the Frostwolf bloodline to level 6, he would metamorphose into a level 6 Frostwolf, wielding true level 6 might. Additionally, his 4 consorts had also experienced considerable growth in their abilities. Leah's Frostwolf bloodline strength had reached level 2, and she had attained the pinnacle of a level 2 knight. Amy's Ice Element Affinity was at an advanced level, making further enhancement challenging. However, with the foundational meditation technique, her mental prowess had escalated swiftly to the pinnacle of level 2. Rena's Spirit of the Snow Demon had a base strength of level 3, and she too had achieved the peak of a level 2 knight. Yet, after practicing the foundational meditation technique, Rena had successfully condensed her mental energy, allowing her to engage in the 4th stage of the Snow Demon breathing method. In comparison to her knightly talents, Rena seemed to possess a superior aptitude for mental cultivation. In fact, she was the only woman capable of engaging in dual cultivation with him while simultaneously partaking in mental communion. Cynthia's beast transformation talent had also reached an intermediate level, and the 9-tailed fox breathing method had enabled her to become a level 1 pinnacle knight. With the synergy of these 2 powers, Cynthia's capabilities could rival those of a level 2 combatant, even allowing her to contend with a level 2 pinnacle knight. All things considered, the strength of his consorts had collectively stepped into the realm of level 2 pinnacle. The next step was to devise a method for them to break into level 3. David pondered. Only with the further enhancement of his consort's powers could the effects of their dual cultivation be amplified, enabling him to expedite the breakthroughs in his bloodline and talents. In the ensuing days, David immersed himself in training. He understood that all he had attained was founded upon his own strength. To safeguard himself and his family, he needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, in this extraordinary world, everything would be ephemeral. Whether it was the internal strife within the Silver Moon Kingdom, the threat posed by the Second Prince, or the impending judgment from the Church, all were compelling him to hasten his progress. He must elevate his strength to the 6th tier as swiftly as possible to truly be unafraid of threats. The 6th tier already represents the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Silver Moon Kingdom, while those who transcend this level may be deemed legendary. Since the conclusion of the Divine War, legendary figures have become exceedingly rare across the continent. The essence of their legend lies in the fact that these formidable beings exist primarily in tales, leaving their authenticity and existence shrouded in mystery. Young Master, Leah expressed her urgency regarding David's recent demeanor. Despite her efforts alongside Amy and Rena, they have been unable to fully satisfy him. David's movements gradually softened as he smiled apologetically. "Did I hurt you?" Leah shook her head and nestled into his embrace. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "How about you pay another visit to Sister Cynthia?" Upon hearing this, David felt a stirring within, but shook his head, pulling the weary Amy and Rena closer. "I apologize for causing you concern." His impatience had grown due to his inability to break through the peak of the 4th tier for some time. In retrospect, ascending to the 5th tier as a knight was not an endeavor to be accomplished in haste. A calm mindset was essential. However, ever since he advanced his beast transformation talent to an intermediate level and further developed the frost giant wolf bloodline, his physical capabilities had already reached the peak of the 4th tier. Under such circumstances, it was indeed a challenge for Leah, Amy, and Rena to keep pace with him. The time for meditation arrived. The 4 of them shared a moment of intimacy before commencing their meditative practice. Leah, having abandoned her meditation, took a deep breath and, despite her fatigue, began practicing her breathing techniques. While David's strength grew daily, she found herself stuck at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. To keep up with him, she knew she must train harder to elevate her power to the 3rd tier as swiftly as possible. As time passed, David could distinctly sense Leah's increasing initiative. Furthermore, he had significantly enhanced the development of the frost giant wolf bloodline, which further amplified the effects of their training. "Young Master David, I believe I have broken through again," Leah exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise after completing another session of training. The last time she had successfully achieved a breakthrough was during their training together, and she had approached this session with a hint of expectation. Initially, it was merely an experiment, and she had not anticipated such success. This realization sparked some curiosity within her. She subtly sensed that after every interaction with David, her strength seemed to grow. This experience further validated her hypothesis. How will you reward me this time?" David chuckled playfully. Leah's face flushed crimson, yet she boldly leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Young master, please enjoy." David could no longer restrain himself, swiftly lifting Leah and pressing her against the wall. As Leah's strength ascended, the experience points he gained from the frost giant wolf bloodline saw a remarkable surge, nearly doubling. Chapter 80. I shall become king, Sister Leah. Have you broken through to the 3rd tier? At the tea gathering in the castle's rear garden, Amy gazed at her with sheer astonishment. Leah nodded with joy, surprised herself that she had reached such a milestone. Even the Grey Wolf Knights were only at the 3rd tier. Now, she too had become a 3rd tier knight. This entire experience felt surreal to her. At that moment, Rena looked at Leah, her face a mask of wonder. She recalled that Leah was not yet 20 years old, a prodigy among any family as a 3rd tier knight at such a tender age. Moreover, Leah had risen from humble beginnings, meaning her actual training time paled in comparison to those of noble lineage. In such circumstances, Leah's talents became even more evident. No, that is not entirely accurate. Besides Leah's innate talent, the extraordinary power wielded by Duke Frostwolf was pivotal. Even she had benefited from this power, for without it, she would have found it arduous to elevate her strength to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier in such a brief span. With this thought, she clenched her fist. She believed her own talents were not inferior to Leah's. She would not lag behind. During the day, David engaged in his nightly training as usual. The transition from a 4th tier knight to a 5th tier knight hinged upon transforming gaseous battle aura into liquid battle aura, which had led him to focus on refining the quality of his aura. At midday, he sought Cynthia for further practice, while the afternoon was devoted to his nightly training. The evenings, however, were reserved for Leah, Amy, and Rena. Each session of dual cultivation was followed by a period of meditative practice. At that moment within the town hall, David held newly acquired intelligence in his hands, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. The aged king of the Silvermoon Kingdom was unlikely to endure much longer. This heralded the onset of civil strife within the kingdom, as the eldest prince would never passively allow the 2nd prince to ascend. Additionally, there was the 3rd prince, known as the Silver Moon Star. The kingdom was on the brink of a tri-prince rivalry, and maintaining neutrality seemed the most prudent course of action. His objective was to instill in all parties the belief that he possessed the strength to remain neutral. After all, Even the second prince had yet to sever ties with his rivals, upholding a fade of peace. Now, what he lacked most was time. "My lord, must we truly submit to the king of Silver Moon?" Rhaena suddenly inquired. David regarded this astute woman with a faint smile, replying, "As long as I become the new king of Silver Moon, it shall not be deemed a breach of our agreement." This was the first time he articulated his ambitions. From a moment he resolved to pursue the path of a sorcerer, it was destined that he would stand in opposition to the most formidable organization on the continent. To challenge the church, he would need to harness the power of royalty. Historically, divine and royal authority have represented two distinct sources of power and forms of governance, characterized by their conflicting nature regarding the origins of authority, the legitimacy of power, and the modalities of rule. Theocratic governance emphasizes that the ruler's power emanates directly from God or supernatural forces, while royal governance posits that authority derives from heredity, conquest, or the consent of the governed, with legitimacy grounded more in secular law and tradition. In this world, the church, centered around its papacy, is viewed as the earthly representative of the divine, wielding absolute authority in the spiritual domain. The church not only imparts faith, but also intervenes in secular matters, influencing royal decisions through the cloud of its clergy. Conversely, royalty is embodied by kings or queens, who are the secular sovereigns of their territories, tasked with military, legal, and administrative oversight. David discovered that the historical records of the Frostwolf family were replete with tales of the struggle between royal and divine powers. Various royal families had repeatedly challenged the church as authority, striving to diminish its control over the state. They recognized that to genuinely seize power, they must shatter the church as constraints and liberate royal authority from the shadow of divine rule. A pivotal turning point occurred centuries ago when the continent's monarchs united to confront the church's excessive interference. They initiated a reform movement aimed at diminishing the church's economic might, curtailing theocratic influence, and ensuring that royal decrees could be executed directly, free from clerical obstruction. This movement, known as the Renaissance of Royalty, though fraught with violent conflict, ultimately succeeded in establishing a more balanced power structure within the kingdoms. However, this triumph did not signify the end of the opposition between divine and royal authority. As time progressed, the church steadily regained its strength, and with the disappearance of legendary knights, theocratic power began to once again suppress royal authority. David understood that his era still required navigating this delicate power play. Perhaps one day, the kingdoms would unite once more at the forefront of the struggle against the church, battling for the independence of royal authority and the prosperity of the nation. What he must do now is endeavor to grasp royal power, igniting a renewed conflict between royalty and the church as a strategic player, ultimately aiming to dismantle the church as dominion. He was a sorcerer. To bring about the church's demise, he must ascend to the throne. Only by harnessing the strength of a kingdom could he confront the church, opposing divine authority with royal power and recreating a realm belonging to sorcerers. A flicker of fervor ignited in Lena's eyes. She perceived the potential for kingship within her man, a prospect she eagerly anticipated. "Then I shall willingly support your ascent to the throne." Without hesitation, Lena knelt, pledging her loyalty. David smiled faintly as he lifted Rhaena's chin, saying, "When I ascend to the throne of the Silver Moon, it shall be the moment I reclaim the Crystal Song Kingdom for you. So, may I collect a bit of interest now?" Just as Rhaena opened her mouth to respond, she was silenced. In the next moment, one of her feet was lifted, and her back pressed against the wall. Time. Naruto teacher, Satoru Gojo is invincible synopsis. When the unruly Satoru Gojo arrives in the Naruto world, he becomes the mentor for Team 7. Chapter 81. The witch's abode. The Black Forest lies at the far western edge of the continent. It is known as the land of the setting sun, for it is here that the sun descends each day. This place, which devours sunlight and radiance, is chronicled in the sacred texts as a realm of darkness, a battlefield where gods vanquish demons and devils, an absolute forbidden zone. The Frostwolf Forest merely encircles the Black Forest. However, even so, the depths of the Frostwolf Forest remain an untouched expanse, let alone the Black Forest that lies beyond. Within the Frostwolf Forest, Cynthia walked gracefully among the trees. The little fox girl flitted about like a delicate butterfly, relishing the sensation of freedom. Nature felt like her home, offering her an exhilarating sense of boundlessness. Occasionally, a few gray wolves would dart out from the underbrush. During this period, Cynthia had successfully tamed 2 snow wolves, gradually subduing the surrounding gray wolves. The area around Gray Wolf Valley was now dominantly claimed by the gray wolves, forming a vast and formidable pack that occupied a significant portion of the Frostwolf forest. Simultaneously, snow eagles soared in the skies, safeguarding the aerial domain of the Frostwolf forest. These majestic creatures had been specially tamed by David, enabling him to monitor the activities within the forest. Should any humans trespass into this territory, the gray wolves and snow eagles would detect them and promptly report to David, the master of the Frostwolf forest. The unique beast-taming skills of the Beastmaster, which had successfully aided David in asserting control over the entirety of the Frostwolf forest. Meanwhile, construction in Gray Wolf Valley was underway. With the assistance of the Earth Witch Hill and the use of cement, a palace had begun to rise within the valley. In the future, this place would serve as a sanctuary for the witches. Protected by the gray wolves and snow eagles, the safety of this abode was assured. Even if the witches were to be discovered by the church, they could take refuge within the Black Forest, rendering it a perfect sanctuary for them. Hill held a deep affection for this place. Not only was it a creation of her own making, but it also bestowed upon her a profound sense of security. Even now, reflecting on her recent experiences, she still felt a sense of unreality. Here, she sensed freedom and respect. She no longer had to conceal herself with trepidation, fearful of exposing her identity as a witch and being condemned to the pyre. Even so, the Lord bestowed upon her the title of craftsman of Frostwolf Ridge, granting her the opportunity to harness the powers of sorcery to fulfill her dream of becoming a skilled artisan. Each time she contemplated this, her vision would blur with emotion. If there truly existed a sacred mountain in this world, she firmly believed it to be here. The Lord, without a doubt, was the one who had offered her salvation. It was imperative that she establish contact with the Witch Assistance Society without delay, she murmured softly. The sorcerer had previously divulged this matter to her, yet regrettably, she found herself unable to leave Frostwolf Castle, having lost the messenger to communicate with the society. She genuinely hoped that the Sisters of the Witch Assistance Society would also arrive here. Under the protection of the Lord, she was convinced that the sorcerers would take root, establishing a sanctuary for their kind. Inside the study of Frostwolf Castle, David was attuning himself to the arcane imprint of the ice arrow spell. Through meticulous observation of the imprint, he could perceive the intricate spell model it constituted, replete with magical runes and pathways. This was his inaugural experience with sensing a spell imprint, had it not been for the direct acquisition of the ice arrow spell imprint. Inadvertently condensed by Amy during their dual cultivation, it would have been a daunting task for him to decipher and construct even the model of the ice arrow spell. He contemplated 2 potential paths to obtain further spell imprints. The first path involved acquiring spell models from other sorcerers, analyzing them, and employing both mental and magical energy to construct them into spell imprints. The second path entailed having Amy and others initially create the spell imprints, then through dual cultivation, allowing the system to replicate the imprints directly. David pondered deeply. Regardless of which route he chose, he needed to acquire more sorceress legacies. However, he was uncertain when those sorcerers would arrive. Within the estate of Frostwolf Ridge, though Annie felt effectively imprisoned, she could still sense the changes occurring in Frostwolf Ridge through her familiar and other summoned entities, particularly in Frostwolf Forest, where the gray wolves and snow eagles had been tamed by Duke Frostwolf. Nowadays, even her summoned creatures found it difficult to approach the innermost regions of Frostwolf Forest. She understood that all of this was due to the witch possessing the power of beast transformation. Then there were the walls that had begun to rise. Although constructed from stone, the source of the materials puzzled her. Through her understanding of Duke Frostwolf, she was nearly certain this was the work of a sorcerer. For only an earth sorcerer could achieve such a feat. The Duke was indeed utilizing the power of an earth sorcerer to erect these walls. This revelation made Annie cognizant of the Duke's true intention in gathering sorcerers, to construct his own domain through their powers. Yet, it was precisely this realization that brought her some relief. She was beginning to believe the Duke's earlier words. He was indeed striving to enhance his strength through the powers of sorcery in order to confront external threats. It seems that a meeting with Duke Frostwolf is imminent, and gazed at the several notes in her hand, noting that a number of witches had already expressed their intentions. Now, she needed to have a final audience with the Duke. In the evening, David practiced his ice spells in the mountains behind. Although he could acquire the ice arrow spell from Amy, mastering it fully required continuous practice. At that moment, within his mental realm, a spell seal composed of icy energy and mental force was intricately etched by lines of thought, exuding an enigmatic aura. As he focused his mind, the seal of the ice arrow was activated, and magical energy began to gather incessantly. He extended his right hand forward, and the spell seal summoned the elemental energy of ice, swiftly condensing it into a sharp ice cone. With a single hand gesture directed at a nearby rock, the ice cone was suddenly propelled forward. It collided with the stone, causing a multitude of cracks to appear upon its surface. Immediately thereafter, the ice cone shattered, unleashing a terrifying surge of icy power that encased the rock entirely in frost. David clapped his hands together, feeling satisfied with the potency of his ice arrow spell. However, his gaze shifted to the forest, and he remarked with a smile, "Since you are here, you might as well show yourself." Upon hearing his words, the small figure of a white mouse darted forth, its tiny eyes fixated intently on the ice-encased rock, revealing astonishment. Clearly, Duke Frostwolf could wield the zero-circle spell, Ice Arrow, and its astonishing power left even in awe. Chapter 82, The Witch Appears. Have you inherited the legacy of the Ice Sorceress? And pondered, trying to steady her emotions. She immediately thought of the Ice Sorceress who had rescued Hill. However, she did not equate Duke Frostwolf with the Ice Sorceress. She merely believed he had acquired the Sorceress's legacy. David did not respond. Instead, he shifted the topic. What brings you here today? The white mouse glanced once more at the distant stone encased in ice and nodded. I have agreed to the collaboration you proposed. Initially, she intended to further clarify the Duke's intentions. However, upon witnessing his display of the ice arrow, she understood that such inquiries had become irrelevant. Duke Frostwolf indeed possessed the power to protect them. Oh, are you referring to yourself, rather than the wizarding organization behind you? Indeed, I cannot represent the entire organization of witches, but I can bring a portion of them to Frostwolf Ridge. David nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation. Then, mysterious Lady Witch, might you reveal yourself? Since we are to collaborate, it will be prudent to show some sincerity. Observing the witch ensnared in silence, David smiled gently, his expression composed. Annie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, watching as the little white mouse scurried ahead, leading her towards the estate. David was taken aback. It seemed this enigmatic which had been by his side all along. Before long, they arrived at the manor. With her flaxen, short hair and clad in modest linen attire, Annie, though standing at only 5 feet tall, possessed a slender figure that gave her an air of elegance. Your Grace, Annie curtsied upon seeing David. His gaze fell upon the little white mouse perched on her shoulder, and he squinted, remarking, I never expected you to be a witch. My apologies, Your Grace. Annie performed a noble bow. I did not intend to conceal this from you. David nodded in understanding. The discretion surrounding her identity as a witch was entirely justified. What about your companions? He inquired. I will notify them shortly and instruct them to proceed to Frostwolf Ridge. Having made her decision, Annie felt no regret. Then come with me, David said. Very well, Annie nodded. She had little to gather, taking only a few books before following David out of the estate. Soon, she realized that the Duke of Frostwolf was not leading her to the castle, but rather into the depths of Frostwolf Forest. As they ventured a short distance, the haunting howl of wolves echoed through the trees. Several gray wolves approached from afar, halting in place and wagging their tails upon recognizing David. He summoned 2 of the gray wolves to carry both himself and Annie towards the valley of gray wolves. Once deep within the Frostwolf Forest, Annie pondered where the Duke might be taking her. Her thoughts were interrupted as she beheld a castle majestically rising within a valley. "That is," David replied, "the castle of the witches." Although she had anticipated this revelation, hearing it confirmed stirred a tumult of emotions within Annie. David had indeed mentioned that the witches' organization would be situated within Frostwolf Forest. "Lord, what brings you here?" Just then, a small girl suddenly ran from a distance, throwing herself into David's arms. With the castle recently built and Cynthia needing assistance during its construction, she had been staying in the Valley of Grey Wolves. "Of course. I came to see you." David affectionately ruffled Cynthia's tawny hair. "I don't believe you," Cynthia retorted, peeking out and playfully sticking out her tongue, her gaze shifting to Annie. "Is this the new sister?" She then expressed her confusion. "Why didn't you keep her at the castle and bring her to the witch's castle instead?" "This is Annie, also a witch," David explained as he gently set Cynthia down. "You're a witch too?" Cynthia's eyes sparkled with delight. She instinctively felt a sense of kinship with witches. At that moment, Hilt emerged from the castle and, upon seeing Annie, paused for a moment, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You're Miss Annie?" he inquired. "Hill." Annie was equally taken aback, never expecting to encounter Hill in this place. The two witches from the Coven of Assistance found themselves reunited under such extraordinary circumstances, leading Annie to realize that her prior suspicions may indeed have been correct. "Let's head inside," David suggested with a smile. The castle had just been completed, lacking the finesse of elaborate decoration. Yet the basic furnishings were already in place, and the rooms contained beds suitable for resting. "You two must have much to discuss after such a reunion. I shall not intrude any longer. We can converse about matters in the daylight." With a friendly nod, David departed with Cynthia, making their way to the master bedroom on the top floor. In the past 2 days, Cynthia had remained in Grey Wolf Valley, and the couple had not enjoyed any intimate moments together. David sent a snow dove back with a message while he stayed behind to engage in mutual cultivation with Cynthia. "Let us go outside," Cynthia said, her cheeks flushed. David nodded, understanding that the little fox girl was apprehensive about the darkness. Their conversations within the castle had always occurred during daylight, while at night, Cynthia preferred the outdoors, where she felt a sense of freedom. David lifted her gently and leaped out the window. On the grass below, they embraced. Cynthia's stamina was indeed superior to Amy's, but she was now facing the Lord of the Night. After just a few rounds, Cynthia found herself at a disadvantage and began to plead for mercy. "How about transforming into a fox girl?" David suggested with a playful breath. "Absolutely not," Cynthia replied with a touch of stubbornness. "I can manage." David then continued without hesitation. "You have completed a cultivation session, Beast Transformation Talent 33. Beast Transformation Talent. Intermediate 202-510000. Despite David's diligent efforts, the experience points for the Beast Transformation Talent were still increasing at a sluggish pace. The primary reason for this stagnation was Cynthia's relatively weak strength. Currently, both Leah and Amy had reached the 3rd tier, while Raina had attained the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Although Cynthia could contend with a 2nd-tier knight, her knightly prowess and beast transformation abilities were still at the 1st tier. It seemed he would need to devise a plan to help Cynthia enhance her strength moving forward. "My lord," Cynthia said, gazing at David with a look of pitiful exhaustion. "I'm really worn out. Come here, I just want to hold you," David said tenderly, stroking Cynthia's hair, no longer insisting. Chapter 83. The Book of Summoning. The following day, David was invigorated. However, when he found Annie, he noticed she seemed to have had a restless night. Not accustomed to sleeping well, he queried. "A little," she replied. A hint of peculiarity flickered in Annie's eyes before she swiftly redirected the conversation. "I have already informed the others." David's eyes brightened, filled with anticipation. "When will they arrive? Do you need me to pick them up?" Upon hearing this, Annie pondered for a moment before replying. "They usually conceal themselves well. It is better to allow them to come on their own." David could only nod in response. Clearly, Annie had left an escape route for these sorcerers. If her companions felt remorse, they could depart at any time. With no additional information about the sorcerers forthcoming, David turned his attention to understanding Annie's abilities. Annie's innate talent lay in the realm of mental contracts, while her summoning technique was learned from a tome of summoning spells. This ability enabled her to establish summoning arrays through various mediums, thereby calling forth corresponding entities. The creatures summoned were typically difficult to control. However, when combined with Annie's talent for mental contracts, she could effectively summon and command them. So, I too can learn the art of summoning? David's eyes gleamed with excitement. Should he master this technique, he could potentially summon formidable beasts, greatly enhancing his combat prowess with an additional ally. Yet, without the gift of a mental contract, the results would be significantly diminished. Contemplating this, David scrutinized Annie, observing that none of the witches appeared to be particularly unattractive. The only uncertainty lay in whether she would be inclined to share a delightful evening with him. Annie, possessing formidable mental prowess, was acutely aware of her surroundings and quickly sensed David's gaze upon her. She instinctively took a step back, maintaining a cautious distance while regarding him warily. Surprised by her vigilance, David chuckled. "You must know that I am quite intrigued by all aspects of sorcery. Would you be willing to share your knowledge of witches with us?" Of course, Annie nodded. At that moment, their relationship could be described as one of mutual dependence. She naturally wished for the Frostwolf family's power to grow. Thus, she would not hesitate to impart the knowledge of sorcery she possessed, having already organized a considerable amount during her stay at the manor. Although David sensed her caution, the prospect of acquiring books related to sorcery filled him with elation. Presently, his primary focus remained on the nightly and icy powers. While Annie's command of mental strength was undeniably significant for enhancing his abilities, it could be set aside for the time being as he contemplated nurturing a bond with her. After receiving the book, David delved into its contents. The Book of Summoning was its title, the very essence of Annie's sorceress heritage. He examined it intently, scrutinizing the intricate models of summoning spells, his brow furrowing slightly as he grappled with the initial impression of its complexity. This summoning spell differs vastly from the elemental spells related to wind, water, fire, and earth. Thus, the knowledge and experience David possessed were utterly inadequate for comprehending it. Consequently, to master the art of summoning, he must first delve into the study of summoning itself, gradually deciphering the intricacies of the spells and constructing a model for them. He shook his head, a wave of headache washing over him. As he continued to turn the pages, his hand suddenly halted. Within this tome of summoning, alongside the spells, there existed knowledge on how to nurture summoned creatures, as well as a potion recipe, Crimson Reagent. This potion is crafted using the blood of magical beasts, and its effects and potency vary according to the type of beast blood used, with blood from the same species being the most effective and higher-tiered blood being preferable. The preparation of this potion is not particularly difficult. David's eyes sparkled. However, acquiring the blood of magical beasts might pose a challenge. He immediately thought of the snow wolves. In comparison to the gray wolves, which possess only a modicum of extraordinary bloodlines, snow wolves can indeed be classified as true magical beasts. The two snow wolves he possessed, Little White, a third tier, and Little Snow, a second tier, should suffice to concoct both third tier and second tier wolf blood crimson reagents. "Can this night consume it?" David inquired eagerly, and shook her head in response, stating, "The crimson reagent is only effective for magical beasts." David nodded in understanding. Then, a thought struck him regarding the beast transformation ability he and Cynthia possessed. Logically, during their transformation, they fully activated their bloodlines. One might say they became magical beasts themselves, harnessing their powers. Would it then be possible for them to ingest the potion while in their beast form? What happens if a normal knight consumes it? He asked. There would be no effect. However, excessive consumption could pose a threat to life, and replied. David nodded, resolved to experiment. A small amount would undoubtedly pose no harm. If the crimson reagent proved effective, it could aid Cynthia in rapidly enhancing her strength, thereby improving their dual cultivation efficacy. Before long, Leah, Amy, Raina, Fire Dance, and Water Lotus arrived riding the snow wolves. Though Grey Wolf Valley lay deep within Frostwolf Forest, the speed of the snow wolves meant it wasn't particularly distant, taking merely a couple of hours to reach. The arrival of the new witches brought joy to everyone. "All right, everyone, let us head inside," David said with a smile. Amy stepped forward, grinning. "Sister, and I am Amy." "Greetings, Miss Amy," and replied, smiling and feeling quite fond of the young witch. After a round of introductions, they all entered the castle together. Fire Dance and Water Lotus, the two maids, promptly began tidying up within the castle. They prepared the ingredients they had brought and commenced the preparations for lunch, and had been observing the two sisters closely since their entrance. Her mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing her to faintly perceive the differences between the two. After all, the occurrence of twin two-colored lotus flowers is exceedingly rare, and this was her first encounter. "My lord, has your maid undergone a talent assessment?" "No," David replied, shaking his head. "Do you believe that Huwu and Shui Lian possess wizardly potential?" He understood that Annie would not pose such a question without reason. Annie pondered for a moment and responded, "I sense they may indeed have it. They have already commenced meditative practices, although they have yet to attain a meditative state." David recounted the circumstances of the two to her. "Do you possess a method to facilitate their meditation or awaken their innate talents?" Annie shook her head in response, sighing, "Becoming a wizard is not a simple endeavor. Even with innate talent, one may still struggle to coalesce their mental energy." David nodded in agreement. Over time, Huwu and Shui Lian had begun to resemble ordinary individuals, occasionally displaying smiles during their interactions. "If you are at ease, I can assist them in attempting to achieve a meditative state," Annie offered. For the already scarce community of wizards, each apprentice with potential was exceedingly valuable. "Very well," David assented with a nod. Soon, the two sisters prepared lunch. After their meal, David summoned them to discuss the matter of wizards. "Do you wish to become wizards?" In all honesty, Huwu and Shui Lian had never contemplated this. Upon hearing David's inquiry, they instinctively replied, "We are the master's maids, solely devoted to serving him diligently." David shook his head. "I wish to hear your genuine thoughts." The sisters exchanged bewildered glances. The notion of becoming a wizard flickered in their minds, evoking memories of Miss Amy and Miss Cynthia. "Miss Annie will assist you in achieving meditation. You may contemplate this matter further once you have entered a meditative state and coalesced your mental energy," David smiled. "If you cannot meditate and gather mental energy, then naturally, there is no need for consideration." In the time that followed, Annie began imparting her knowledge of wizardry to all. Continuously acquiring wisdom and heritage from other wizards was also the reason David had gathered them there. It was all for the purpose of becoming stronger. In addition to studying wizardly knowledge, David did not cease his own training. Thus, over the course of 10 days, time passed. On this day, David obtained some wolf blood from Xiaoxiu, intending to commence the preparation of the vermilion reagent documented in the summoning tome. The formulation of the vermilion reagent was not particularly difficult, aside from the primary component of beast blood. The other materials were merely those that enhanced bloodline strength found within nightly elixirs. Currently, the trade routes of Frostwolf Ridge had been opened, and under Reina's efforts, the finances of the entire territory had become prosperous. David effortlessly gathered all the materials necessary for concocting the crimson reagent. However, being a genuine reagent, it ultimately required a ritual to fully awaken the power derived from blood. Despite possessing a third-tier mental strength, David encountered numerous failures before successfully crafting the crimson reagent. At last, success was within his grasp. He exhaled in relief as he gazed at the crimson reagent in his hand. The two snow wolves, upon witnessing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. Though the amount of blood required for each potion was minimal, the frequency of the extractions had left Little Snow looking rather wan. "I shall have Fire Dance prepare a hearty meal for you shortly," David reassured the two snow wolves, preparing to proceed to the next phase of his experiment. With a mere thought, he activated his beast transformation ability, morphing into a werewolf form, complete with wolf ears and a tail, his favorite guise. Carefully, he opened a vial, attempting to consume a small amount. The crimson liquid coursed down his throat, its magical essence emanating forth. Initially, the potency of this magical essence was exceedingly feeble. Yet with his third-tier mental strength, David could distinctly perceive its presence. Now transformed into a half-orc form, the icy giant wolf bloodline within him was fully awakened, spreading throughout his body and altering it. As the magical essence entered his being, it seamlessly merged with his flowing, icy, giant wolf bloodline, and he could sense a slight enhancement in his physical attributes. The magic was synergizing with his bloodline's power, fortifying his body. The efficacy was indeed remarkable. David's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without further hesitation, he consumed the entirety of the crimson reagent. Once the potent essence surged through him, it activated the entirety of his icy giant wolf bloodline, resulting in a palpable transformation and enhancement. Even though his physical prowess had already reached the peak of the 4th tier, he could still feel himself progressing towards the 5th tier. This effect was undeniably more pronounced than that achieved through his breathing techniques. This was merely a 2nd-tier crimson reagent derived from the blood of a snow wolf. Were it crafted from Little White's blood, the results would surely be even more extraordinary. The crimson reagent was, indeed, a marvelous creation. David smiled with satisfaction. The combination of his beast transformation ability and the crimson reagent was nothing short of perfect. Since he could utilize the crimson reagent in his beast form, it naturally followed that Cynthia could do the same. Moreover, having reached the pinnacle of the 1st tier in her beast form, her results would be even more impressive. Subsequently, he crafted 2 additional vials of the crimson reagent and eagerly sought out Cynthia, who had just returned from frolicking in the wild with the gray wolf. "How come you're back so late?" David inquired. Cynthia, blushing slightly, replied in a soft voice, "I suppose the time hasn't quite come yet." "Time? What time?" David feigned ignorance. Cynthia's face turned crimson in an instant. Seeing this, David burst into laughter, deciding not to tease the little fox girl any further. He stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the petite girl into his arms, making his way toward the bedroom. At that moment, Annie was engrossed in her book in the study. Aware of Annie's fondness for reading, David had brought over a plethora of books. Suddenly, however, Annie raised her head with a hint of wariness. As a psychic witch, she possessed an acute sense of her surroundings. Upon realizing that it was Duke Frostwolf carrying Cynthia to the bedroom, her expression subtly shifted. She had long been aware that Leah, Amy, Rena, and Cynthia were all paramours of the Duke, and her countenance grew slightly uneasy. Fortunately, the Duke adhered to a certain decorum and did not act against her or Hill, which brought her a sigh of relief. With this thought in mind, she took a deep breath, shutting off her psychic perception to avoid sensing anything inappropriate, reminiscent of the last time when Cynthia's cries had left her blushing. After David returned to the bedroom with Cynthia, he did not hasten to act, but instead fetched a goblet, intending to use the blood-red elixir as if it were red wine. The blood-red elixir could only be consumed in a beastly form, and he aimed to see if it would enable Cynthia to transform into a beast-eared maiden during their interaction. Chapter 85. Capturing the beast-eared maiden. "My lord, what is this?" Cynthia inquired, sniffing the contents and discerning that it was not red wine. "This is the blood-red elixir," David replied. "The blood-red elixir?" Cynthia exclaimed, surprised. She had perused the Book of Summoning. But isn't the blood-red elixir only for magical beasts? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she gazed at David, astonished. "Do you believe that I could use the blood-red elixir after transforming into a beast?" David nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I believe you should give it a try. Furthermore, I have already tested it. Even if the elixir proves ineffective, it will not adversely affect your body." At his words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Cynthia's eyes. During this period, she had been diligently training, yet her progress with both her beastly transformation talent and the 9-tailed fox breathing technique had been sluggish. If the blood-red elixir truly worked, it might allow her to successfully break through to the 2nd tier and elevate her strength. With that thought, Cynthia hesitated no longer and directly entered her beastly form. Adorable fox ears and a soft tail sprouted simultaneously, and paired with her petite stature of merely 1.50 meters. She instantly began to impact David's soul. David breathed slightly heavier. Cynthia then realized that this was her first time transforming within a room, especially just before an impending interaction with her lord. Her face flushed, and a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. Fortunately, David reacted swiftly, promptly handing her the blood-red elixir while gently reassuring her, Let us try the blood-red elixir first. Oh, all right, Cynthia replied, hastily accepting the goblet and bowing her head to conceal her fluster. David refrained from taking further action, watching as Cynthia downed the crimson elixir in her goblet. While he was certain of its efficacy on his beastly form, he remained uncertain of Cynthia's reaction. Upon consuming the blood-red potion, a surge of magical energy coursed through her, awakening the latent power within her bloodline. This force relentlessly fortified and transformed her body, swiftly shattering the pinnacle of her first tier, propelling her into the second tier. "I've broken through," Cynthia exclaimed, her eyes alight with astonishment. "Have you succeeded?" David exhaled in relief. Yes. Cynthia nodded enthusiastically, lost in the euphoria of her transformation. "My lord, thank you." "Oh, how shall you express your gratitude?" David replied with a sly smile. It suddenly dawned on Cynthia that, in her exuberance, she had overlooked the chaos preceding her consumption of the elixir. As she regained her composure, a flicker of panic returned to her eyes. Yet this time, David clearly intended to seize the opportunity, his hand gently caressing her foxtail, savoring the softness of the fur. "My lord." Cynthia felt her cheeks flush. For her, the tail was one of the most sensitive parts of her body. Coupled with an unfamiliar sensation, she felt herself weaken, finding it difficult to speak. "Cynthia, is this all right?" David leaned closer, softly inquiring. Cynthia's voice was barely a whisper. Despite her shyness, the previous panic had dissipated. Seeing her acquiescence and lack of resistance, David felt a wave of relief and excitement wash over him. He leaned down, planting a kiss on her fluffy fox ear. This, clearly, was another sensitive spot for Cynthia, causing her to tense and tremble, her entire body igniting with warmth. David bestowed a gentle kiss before resuming his exploration of her tail. In that moment, David's inner otaku was profoundly satisfied. A dream he had deemed unattainable in his past life was now fulfilled. Who could resist a beast-eared maiden? Even a mere beast-eared girl could drive one to madness, let alone the enchanting creature before him. A genuine beast-eared lowly fox girl. You have completed a cultivation. Beast Transformation Talent 105. Unable to contain himself any longer, David exclaimed, "Cynthia, I love you." David gazed at the exhausted little fox girl, his expression softening. Cynthia had aided him in realizing a dream he once believed impossible. "Thank you, Cynthia," he said sincerely. "I should be the one thanking you. You have redeemed me." Cynthia replied, shaking her head, feeling an unprecedented sense of freedom and tranquility. The Lord serves as a beacon in the darkness of her life, illuminating her once desolate existence. With the Lord's affection, she feels an invincible courage. On the following morning, David was taken aback to find that he had slept through the dawn. Cynthia had already departed, and the sounds of morning ablutions echoed from the bathroom. David relaxedly closed his eyes, finally affording himself the opportunity to check the system. Following his breakthroughs with Cynthia and the training in his beast form, the experience gained from each dual cultivation session had surged dramatically, exceeding 100 and tripling in magnitude. Remarkably, after the previous night's dual cultivation, he had accrued over 1,000 experience points, advancing significantly closer to the next level of his beast transformation talent. If this fervor continued daily, a breakthrough would be imminent within a few days. Beast transformation talent, advanced 3016100000. This was the first time he truly felt fatigued. David couldn't help but touch his lower back, his expression softening gradually. Chapter 86. Cynthia's transformation in the early morning. Fire Dance awaited at the door with bedding in hand. "Good morning, my lord," she greeted with a slight bow, entering the room to tidy up under David's watchful gaze. Cynthia appeared noticeably embarrassed, reflecting on the previous day's unrestrained indulgence. Aside from the disarray, there were remnants of peculiar fur, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. "Thank you for your hard work." "Fire Dance," David said, affectionately ruffling her crimson hair as he descended the stairs, leaving her momentarily stunned. Upon regaining her composure, Fire Dance felt her ears warm slightly and took a deep breath, diligently commencing her cleaning. By the time David and Cynthia reached the dining area, Leah, Amy, Raina, and the two witches were already seated at the table. Water Lily busily prepared breakfast, bringing dish after dish from the kitchen. Upon seeing David, Leah promptly stood, bowed respectfully, and guided Cynthia to her seat. Amy and Raina were already accustomed to this routine, while the witches, Hill and Annie, lowered their heads, appearing rather awkward. With the table filled with the wives of the Frostwolf Duke, their presence felt somewhat out of place. "Miss Annie, are you finding your stay comfortable here?" David inquired. Annie looked up, smiling as she nodded. "Quite well. Thank you for your concern, my lord." After finishing breakfast, David led Leah, Amy, Raina, and Cynthia to the training grounds for practice. This wizard's castle was designed with ample space for sorcerers to hone their magical skills. Hill and Annie followed suit. Hill, an earth sorceress, frequently engaged in combat with Amy, the ice sorceress. Rocks and ice flew through the air, colliding with one another. As both wielded their formidable powers as third-tier sorcerers, their strengths remarkably well matched. Annie also provided guidance to the two witches regarding their mastery of mental prowess, enabling them to better harness their spiritual strength. Meanwhile, Leah, Raina, and Cynthia were engaged in nightly training. In the 54th segment, Cynthia had just achieved a breakthrough and eagerly commenced her practice of the nine-tailed fox breathing technique. At this juncture, she had ascended to the second tier of knighthood, allowing her to advance to the second stage of the nine-tailed fox breathing technique, further enhancing her physical form and bloodline. Had Cynthia truly achieved a breakthrough? Upon witnessing this, Annie's countenance reflected astonishment. She recalled that just yesterday afternoon, Cynthia was merely a peak first-tier knight. How could she have possibly advanced to the second tier in a single night? Could it be that Cynthia had engaged in nightly training with Duke Frostwolf in the privacy of her chamber last night? Contemplating this, she shook her head in denial. Yet her curiosity about Cynthia's overnight transformation remained piqued. Raina, observing the scene, immediately discerned the situation. Now with Leah, Amy, and Cynthia having all broken through, she found herself lagging behind. Though reluctant to admit it, she recognized that her talent for knighthood was indeed inferior to Leah's, and her control over ice was not on par with Amy's. Nevertheless, she possessed her own advantage, the snow spirit's soul birth from her Yukiana bloodline, which endowed her with formidable mental prowess. Through relentless training, her mental strength had already reached the second tier. With this in mind, she resolved to shift her training focus towards cultivating her soul. In addition to her own mastery of mental contracts, Annie had also acquired various methods for utilizing mental strength, making it an opportune moment for her to learn further. Moreover, she could not neglect her training with the esteemed Duke. The thought caused her cheeks to flush. As a proud princess, she found herself preoccupied with such matters daily. Cynthia, oblivious to the gazes of others, had just begun her training when she suddenly sensed a change within her body. She could feel her fox demon bloodline undergoing a transformation, emanating a powerful aura unique to the nine-tailed fox. The abrupt alteration in her form captured the attention of all present as Cynthia's body curled slightly, seemingly in great pain. Leah gasped, wanting to approach, but was restrained by David, who recognized that Cynthia was undergoing a process akin to a rebirth. Suddenly, a soft whimper echoed. Fox-like features emerged on Cynthia's form, and, astonishingly, two tails appeared behind her. This marked the emergence of the second tail belonging to the nine-tailed fox. A transformation realized as Cynthia successfully advanced the nine-tailed fox breathing technique to its second stage, finally catalyzing a metamorphosis in her bloodline. Previously, Cynthia had merely been an ordinary fox demon. However, upon the emergence of her second tail, Cynthia's fox demon lineage had officially transformed into that of the nine-tailed fox. Undoubtedly, in her two-tailed state, she still fell short of the legendary nine-tailed fox deity, yet she surpassed the vast majority of bloodlines. Cynthia breathed heavily, having finally completed her lineage metamorphosis. Immediately, she sensed a profound change within her body, glancing at the two fox tails that swayed behind her. "Cynthia, how do you feel?" David inquired as he approached, his gaze fixated on her two tails. "I feel splendid," Cynthia replied after a moment of reflection. "Aside from the additional tail, she experienced no discomfort. Simultaneously, she could perceive a significant enhancement in her physical attributes, and it seemed she had acquired a semblance of magical prowess. Closing her eyes to attune herself, her face suddenly flushed a deeper shade of crimson. The first tail of a nine-tailed fox symbolized wisdom, amplifying the mental fortitude of the bloodline bearer. In contrast, the second tail represented allure, enabling her to beguile the minds of her targets through her mental prowess. This ability, albeit not ideally suited for Cynthia, would undoubtedly delight David, who would willingly succumb to its charm. At that moment, Leah and the others approached. "Sister Leah, would you care to engage in a duel with me?" Cynthia proposed eagerly. She had always relished combat, frequently dragging Leah and Raina into skirmishes to hone her skills. Now, feeling that her knightly prowess had ascended to the second tier, complemented by her activated nine-tailed fox lineage and beast transformation ability, she believed she was more than capable of contending with a third-tier opponent. Leah, upon hearing this, did not decline. Subsequently, the two knights commenced their battle in the arena. Just as Cynthia had surmised, after undergoing beast transformation, she indeed proved capable of competing against a third-tier adversary. David nodded slightly from the sidelines, his mind occupied with thoughts of the system. The system could assist him in acquiring bloodlines and talents. He pondered whether a future interaction with Cynthia would allow him to attain the nine-tailed fox lineage. Chapter 87. The Second Bloodline. The question of whether the system could aid him in obtaining the power of bloodlines had long lingered in David's mind, especially since he had not acquired the fox demon bloodline from Cynthia. Yet, Raina had bestowed upon him a similar power in the form of the snow demon essence. He speculated that perhaps the fox demon bloodline's power was too feeble or had merged into the beast transformation talent. Now that the fox demon lineage had transitioned into that of the nine-tailed fox, he considered testing whether he could gain the bloodline from Cynthia. In the arena, Leah and Cynthia continued their duel, and David refrained from interrupting, focusing instead on his own knightly training. After consuming the crimson elixir, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Continuing with the Frost Wolf secret potion, he distinctly sensed a further enhancement of his fighting spirit, with some of it even beginning to liquefy. "It seems that it will not be long before I ascend to the fifth tier," David thought, his face illuminated by a satisfied expression. Undoubtedly, the most significant enhancement has been to his physical prowess. Ordinarily, even a fifth-tier Earth Knight would find it exceedingly challenging to elevate their power solely through physical attributes. However, with multiple augmentations, he might achieve this feat. This is still in a state prior to his transformation. Had he activated his beastly form, he would have already surpassed the fifth tier. Furthermore, should he elevate the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline to the sixth tier, his physical capabilities in beast form would become even more formidable. Since Lias successfully broke through to the third tier, the experience points for the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline have been accumulating rapidly. It is believed that, in due time, the bloodline will successfully ascend to the sixth tier, marking a profound transformation for him once again. He assessed his strength and resolved to concentrate all his efforts on breaking through as a knight in the near future. At noon, everyone gathered in the rear garden to enjoy a barbecue. Subsequently, David accompanied Cynthia back to their room, intending to continue their training. "Come now, let me see your tail." David chuckled. Cynthia blushed slightly, but as with all things, familiarity breeds acceptance. She was no longer as averse to it. With the awakening of her beastly traits, fluffy fox ears and two tails of a nine-tailed fox manifested. Although still in beast form, Cynthia now bore a striking difference from her previous self, particularly in her eyes. When she glanced at David, an unintentional shyness revealed a captivating allure. David, taken aback by this sight, felt an irresistible urge and drew Cynthia into his embrace, gently caressing her two tails while applying a slight pressure to her lower body. Outside, the spring breeze caressed the surroundings, tapping against the doors and windows. Inside, the ambience mirrored that of spring, with a vibrant resurrection of life. You have completed a training session, Beastly Talent 132, with Cynthia's strength once again elevated. The effects of this training surpassed those of previous sessions. Yet for both of them, this was far from the conclusion. It was merely the beginning. Amidst the system's notifications of enhancement, life energy continuously converged within, gradually transforming into a seed of life. You have completed a training session. Beastly Talent 135. You have completed a training session and acquired the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Suddenly, a voice entirely distinct from the previous ones reverberated, pulling David's consciousness back. He felt his body weaken, an overwhelming void engulfing him, momentarily plunging him into a state akin to sage time. However, his consciousness swiftly returned, and upon closing his eyes and utilizing his mental faculties, he sensed the seed of life, formed from the nine-tailed fox bloodline, nestled at the location of his heart. At that moment, the seed had taken on the form of a nine-tailed fox, hiding in the corner. The frost giant wolf's bloodline now resembled a dark tyrant, revealing an insatiable desire to devour in the presence of the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Had it not been for David's timely intervention to prevent the frost giant wolf's bloodline from consuming the tenuously gathered nine-tailed fox bloodline within him, it would have been lost. Thus, David narrowed his eyes in realization. He could ascertain that the golden finger indeed had the capacity to extract bloodline power from the target's body. However, Cynthia's previous fox demon bloodline was too feeble, likely not yet fully formed, and thus its meager power was consumed by the frost giant wolf's bloodline. Only a potent bloodline like that of the nine-tailed fox could evade such effortless consumption, allowing it to coalesce into a formidable entity once sufficient power was amassed. It appeared that each interaction with Cynthia fortified the frost giant wolf's bloodline, attributable not solely to the beast transformation talent, David concluded. Now that the nine-tailed fox bloodline had crystallized into a seed of life, he would not allow it to be devoured by the frost giant wolf's bloodline. The nine-tailed fox, a legendary bloodline, is renowned for its innate connection to the soul, embodying wisdom and cunning, its most celebrated traits. The frost giant wolf's bloodline would enable him to wield ice power more adeptly, while the nine-tailed fox bloodline would enhance his mental prowess, propelling him further along the path of the wizard. "Cynthia," he called. "Yes," she responded softly. "You have completed a training session. Beast Transformation Talent 135. You have completed a training session. Nine-tailed fox bloodline 58. A dual harvest from a single training session left David exceedingly pleased. The nine-tailed fox bloodline, situated at the heart of his being, had significantly strengthened with the energy provided by the system. However, this time, he noticed a greater depletion of stamina post-training. Not only he, but Cynthia also appeared visibly exhausted, indicating that she too had expended considerable energy during this session. This was something he had anticipated, and the nearly doubled stamina consumption further confirmed his suspicions. With his peak fourth-tier physical constitution, each session should not have been so brief. "My lord," Cynthia panted, her face adorned with fatigue. Observing this scene, David gently caressed Cynthia's hair. "You've worked hard. Let us rest for a while." Relieved by his words, she nestled into his embrace. Seizing the moment of tranquility, they began to meditate, gradually transforming their training accomplishments. After some time of tender intimacy, they rose to prepare themselves. Cynthia returned to join her sisters for their tea gathering, while David ventured into the forest, intending to delve into the mysteries of the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Chapter 88. Eye of Magic Within the Frost Wolf Forest. David entrusted Little White with watch, embarking on his research of the nine-tailed fox bloodline. He intends to harness the power of beast transformation to awaken the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, thereby transmuting himself into its form. As he activates his beastly talents and communicates with the nine-tailed fox bloodline through his mental prowess, the transformation commences. In an instant, distinctive features of the nine-tailed fox manifest upon him. Fox ears and a luxurious tail emerge, while his eyes shift to a striking crimson hue. Through these blood-red orbs, he perceives a change in his perspective. The third-tier mental energy he possesses is amplified as he assumes the guise of the nine-tailed fox, radiating outward from his crimson gaze, transforming into the eye of arcane power. David's gaze settles upon the small white creature, and he is astonished to detect the faint magical fluctuations emanating from it, a revelation that brings a look of surprise to his face. The synergy of the nine-tailed fox's essence and his formidable mental strength enables him to perceive these magical waves, a capability akin to the hunter's bloodline power. According to legend, one of the nine-tailed fox's tails symbolizes the soul and possesses the ability to see through illusions. It seems the tails hold truth. David murmurs to himself. Of course, his ability to wield the eye of arcane perception is primarily attributed to his potent mental energy, a trait that even Cynthia lacks. However, it appears that Cynthia has mastered the enchanting powers represented by another tail of the nine-tailed fox, suggesting she has grasped a form of spell-like ability. Yet, he remains curious about the powers represented by the other seven tails, as only the soul and enchantment are documented in texts. The capabilities of the remaining tails remain unrecorded in any tome. Subsequently, David engages in the practice of a nine-tailed fox breathing technique. Though he has reached the pinnacle of the fourth tier as a knight, the strength of the nine-tailed fox bloodline is merely at the first tier, rendering the training nearly ineffective. After only 2 attempts, he abandons the nine-tailed fox breathing practice. Moreover, the snow spirit breathing technique he has mastered focuses solely on mental energy, leaving the physical aspects of the technique unexplored. For someone of his caliber, possessing the strength of a fourth-tier pinnacle knight, such training would bear little fruit. This also explains his reluctance to pursue the affections of noble maidens. Unless they possess a bloodline as potent as the nine-tailed fox that could enhance his mental prowess, other bloodlines hold no significance for him. His energy is finite, and he cannot expend it on the whims of noble ladies. An evening of diversion might be feasible, but he finds it challenging to assume responsibility. Naturally, should a top-tier bloodline, such as the Silver Dragon lineage of the Silver Moon Kingdom, present itself under suitable circumstances, he would consider accepting it. The acquisition of the Silver Dragon bloodline would likely grant him access to the legendary power of dragons, significantly enhancing his capabilities. The thought of transforming into a half-dragon is undeniably appealing. Yet, more than bloodlines, he yearns for the innate abilities of a wizard. He has already established a connection through Annie and the witch organization. It remains uncertain whether any witches would be inclined to visit Frostwolf Ridge, and what unique talents they might possess. Subsequently, David extracted a sample of blood from the little white wolf and commenced the preparation of a third-tier crimson potion, consuming it while in the beastly form of the Frostwolf. The efficacy of the third-tier potion, derived from the blood of the snow wolf, was markedly superior to that of the second-tier variant. He could distinctly perceive a modest enhancement in his physical attributes. However, for one at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, this improvement was rather limited. He resolved to have Cynthia partake in the potion to bolster her strength. Should Cynthia's prowess increase, the experience gained during their training sessions would also multiply, ultimately benefiting him as well. It seemed imperative to send the Grey Wolves deeper into the Frostwolf Forest for further exploration. Additionally, he needed to devise a means for the Frostwolf Ridge caravan to procure the blood of extraordinary creatures from other locales. David contemplated his next steps. Although the crimson potion derived from snow wolf blood proved highly effective, the quantity of blood harvested each time was limited. Furthermore, the snow wolves required a period of rest to replenish the blood lost after each extraction. Under such circumstances, he was compelled to seek out more avenues for obtaining the blood of extraordinary beings. This would ensure a continuous supply of crimson potions to enhance Cynthia's capabilities, thereby improving the efficacy and efficiency of their training. Naturally, his most pressing desire was to locate fourth-tier or even fifth-tier wolf-like extraordinary creatures. Only potions of such elevated caliber could genuinely augment his strength and assist him in striving for the sixth-tier Earth Knight rank. Upon completing the preparation of the Crimson Potion, he rode back to the wizard's castle atop the Snow Wolf. When he presented the potion to Cynthia, her heartfelt gratitude was palpable, compelling her to once again offer herself in a display of her excitement. During this period, David found himself rather enchanted by the beast-eared maidens. He would often join Cynthia for a midday nap after meals, and their conversations before sleep would stretch for hours. Only in the evenings would he visit the rooms of Leah, Amy, and Lena, either alone or in company, to relish the delightful hours of the night. At times, Annie felt that her heightened empathic abilities were a burden, The Frostwolf Duke was indeed somewhat daunting, instilling a sense of fear within her. Fortunately, he had no designs on her or Hill, treating only his own wife in such a manner. Moreover, the bond between the couple appeared remarkably strong, leading her to daily shield her perceptions to minimize the intrusive sounds. Fortunately, after a fortnight, the Frostwolf Duke announced his impending departure. "I shall return to the castle today. I leave this place in your capable hands." Upon hearing this, Annie inexplicably sighed with relief and nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Rest assured, we shall take good care of this place." After finishing breakfast, David departed the wizard's castle with Leah, Amy, Lena, and Cynthia, returning to Frostwolf Castle. Having resided in the wizard's castle for over 10 days, there remained numerous matters for him to attend to in his domain. After all, he was a lord and could not be away from his territory for an extended period, particularly during this pivotal moment when civil strife loomed over the Silver Moon Kingdom. Fortunately, Annie had taken the time to compile the arcane knowledge she had acquired, allowing them to continue their studies in wizardry. Chapter 89. Divine Communion. Upon returning to Frostwolf Ridge, David and Lena proceeded to the town hall. During their absence, the official documents had accumulated on the desk, overflowing with correspondence. Even after the most urgent matters had been delivered to them by the Snow Eagle, the pair busied themselves diligently processing the papers. Although they felt fatigued, David could not help but smile upon seeing this month's revenue. He still needed to procure materials for potions and the blood of extraordinary creatures, which would undoubtedly require a significant sum of gold. Extraordinary creatures' blood? Are you planning to cultivate those 2 snow wolves? Lena inquired, puzzled. David pondered for a moment, but chose not to mention Cynthia. He had been somewhat indulgent towards her lately, and the proud little princess was certainly feeling jealous. It was best not to stir the pot. Yes, those 2 snow wolves can indeed be cultivated. As for the gray wolves, with a bit of nurturing, they could rival high-ranking knight attendants. With so many gray wolves at our disposal, they would be sufficient to contend with elite knight regiments. Upon hearing this, Lena nodded seriously. Currently, the walls of Frostwolf Ridge were still under construction, but relying solely on them would not suffice to safeguard the territory during the impending civil war in the Silver Moon Kingdom. They needed to establish an invincible army, and the wolf cavalry presented an excellent opportunity for cultivation. With the power of wizards at their disposal, they could expedite the formation of the wolf cavalry, making the investment of resources worthwhile. "What is the status of our food supplies?" David inquired. Frostwolf Ridge had enjoyed a bountiful harvest due to organic fertilization, successfully preserving itself during the winter refugee crisis while also providing for the displaced. With so many refugees now tilling the land, along with the early composting and the numerous public restrooms already constructed within the city, this year's food production would be substantial. As spring approached, planting was of utmost importance. Rest assured, those refugees are working diligently on the land, and with the construction of ample public restrooms, the fertility of the soil will certainly keep pace, Lena assured him. She glanced at the Duke of Frostwolf, finding it hard to imagine where he had acquired such composting methods, particularly considering the establishment of public restrooms. The creation of these facilities not only gathered organic fertilizer, but also rendered Frostwolf Ridge cleaner and more hygienic, and she greatly appreciated its current pristine condition. Working diligently is indeed commendable. David smiled subtly, his hands beginning to wander. Leaning closer to Lena's ear, he chuckled, "I too wish to cultivate the land, and I shall certainly put forth great effort to ensure it is tended to with utmost care." Reyna could not help but cast a sidelong glance at David, yet she did not refuse. Rising from her seat, she removed her coat and gathered her cascading hair into a graceful twist. "Come here," she beckoned. David promptly leaned closer. "Tenderly kissing Reyna." After days of wild abandon, this moment of tranquility allowed his heart to settle. He proceeded at a measured pace, both attuned to one another, eager not to disrupt the serene atmosphere, and thus their movements were gentle. The spring breeze caressed the willow catkins, which swayed delicately in the wind. "Reyna, Reyna, what do you wish to say?" "Nothing, it just feels wonderful like this." Reyna was momentarily taken aback, her expression gradually softening as she nodded lightly. In that instant, their spirits synchronized. Within the realm of their minds, two strands of spiritual energy intertwined like silken threads, seemingly engaged in a profound exchange. During this communion, their energies fused and separated, each interaction strengthening their essence further. You have completed a cultivation session. Snow Spirit Soul 209. Snow Spirit Soul, 5th tier 1565450000. David and Reyna were wholly immersed in this experience, beyond the feedback from the system. The exchange of spiritual energy captivated them. It was not until they parted that their energies withdrew together, and they gradually emerged from their reverie, sharing a knowing smile. This resonance of spirit fostered a sense of intimacy that surpassed physical connection, and suddenly, Reyna felt the weight of her previous melancholy lift. My lord, my spiritual energy has broken through to the second tier. Previously, Reyna's spiritual energy, honed through the mental practices of the snow spirit breathing technique, had reached the pinnacle of the first tier, and now she had seamlessly ascended to the second tier. The acceleration of her spiritual energy, granted by the snow spirit soul, far exceeded the enhancement offered by basic meditation techniques. She understood that her breakthrough was entirely due to today's mental exchange, which ignited a fervent gaze towards David. I desire more. The proud little princess lifted the corners of her mouth, appearing quite earnest. David, upon hearing this, complied without hesitation. As you wish, your highness. In yet another exchange, David recalled the sensations from their previous encounter, instinctively guiding his frost wolf soul into Reyna's spiritual realm. Only through the communion of the snow spirit souls could the effects of their spiritual exchange be maximized, producing a resonance of spirit. Open your spiritual world to me, David whispered soothingly, gradually breaching the barrier. His movements became increasingly gentle as his spiritual energy surged forth. In the next moment, his frostwolf spirit enveloped his mental energy, transporting him into Reyna's mental realm, where their psychic forces intertwined once more. David could distinctly perceive the enhancement of his mental capacity. The effect far surpassed that achieved through his own meditation, reminiscent of the time when he cultivated his mental prowess with the aid of the snow spirit. After all, his snow spirit had attained the 5th tier. Although Reyna's snow spirit was somewhat weaker, it had nonetheless reached the 3rd tier. The mental energy technique of the snow spirit could only elevate one's mental capacity to the 2nd tier, yet through the mutual exchange of their snow spirits, they appeared to have discovered a method to expedite the cultivation of their mental energies. You have completed a cultivation session. Snow Spirit 205, Snow Spirit, 5th tier 15859500000. Moreover, the efficacy of their communication had significantly improved, resulting in each interaction yielding 200 points, greatly enhancing their efficiency. After several exchanges, David sensed that his mental capacity had seemingly brushed against a bottleneck. Following this period of relentless meditation, combined with the enhancement provided by the nine-tailed fox bloodline, he finally reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier through their divine connection. However, when he attempted to utilize his mental energy to push past this bottleneck, he felt as though he was confronting an insurmountable mountain, utterly immovable. Chapter 90. Agricultural Development. It appeared that he had indeed encountered that bottleneck. David's expression grew serious. The leap from the 3rd to the 4th tier represented a transition from low-level to mid-level sorcery. Overcoming this barrier was significantly more challenging than a 3rd-tier knight ascending to the 4th tier, especially given the heightened difficulty of advancing mental energy. This was why, on this continent, there were numerous 3rd-tier sorcerers, yet 4th-tier sorcerers were nearly extinct. The two levels were entirely distinct. It seemed imperative to elevate the snow spirit to the 6th tier, David mused. Now, with the enhancement of their communicative efficacy, the speed of breaking through to a 6th-tier snow spirit would also greatly accelerate. Furthermore, acquiring Annie's innate mental talent would undoubtedly aid in enhancing his mental capacity. Reyna's gains were evidently more substantial than his. The mental energy feedback from the 5th-tier snow spirit visibly bolstered Reyna's mental strength. Inside the town hall, the two had exited their meditative state and began to tidy up. This was not within the castle, and there was no fire dance to assist with the cleaning. Fortunately, They had been quite gentle this time, making the task simpler. Glancing up, David noted that it was already time for dinner. He took Raina's hand and led her toward the castle, with the evening glow illuminating their path as numerous farmers concluded their day at sunset. Upon seeing their lord and the town official, these farmers would kneel in heartfelt reverence. In a brief span, with the development of Frostwolf Ridge, their status had ascended to a remarkable height in the hearts of these common folk. For the common folk, nothing is more coveted than a life of stability. Now, they are able to enjoy ample food and clothing, and their lives are secure. Each time Raina witnesses this scene, she feels a profound sense of satisfaction. Casting a glance at the Duke, who is holding her hand, she steps forward and wraps her arms around his, leaning against him as they walk onward towards Frostwolf Castle. Leah waits at the entrance as usual. Upon seeing the pair, she greets them with a smile, while the castle begins to bustle with activity. Through diligent management, Leah has been able to run the castle with the assistance of her two sisters, resembling the mistress of the castle's steward. Meanwhile, Amy is absorbed in her books and the study. During this time, David has gathered a collection of books from various places, which have now become Amy's intellectual sustenance. Cynthia continues to train the Grey Wolves in the castle's rear mountains. Recently, another team of knights from the Frostwolf Knights successfully passed the Wolf Cavalry assessment. Once these trained Grey Wolves are entrusted to the knights, they will form a competent squad of Wolf Cavalry, with over 100 Wolf Cavalry fighting in unison. Even the Earth Knights may not stand a chance. This constitutes the very core strength of Frostwolf Ridge. David's stance has always been to allow his lady to pursue her desires, a principle that has been crucial in maintaining their harmonious relationship. Beyond physical contentment, it is evident that they are also spiritually fulfilled. Thus, David's life has returned to tranquility. Aside from dedicating one day each week to handle political affairs and engage in knowledge exchange at the wizard's castle, he devotes himself to training. Through recent interactions, his bloodlines and talents have seen significant enhancement, particularly the nine-tailed fox bloodline. After continuous exchanges with Cynthia, the low-tier nine-tailed fox bloodline has finally reached the third tier. However, he is perplexed that despite elevating the bloodline, he is yet to manifest a second foxtail. It seems that Cynthia, being a second-tier knight, possesses a two-tailed form, possibly due to her nine-tailed fox bloodline being a mutation from a fox demon lineage. Moreover, his beast transformation talent is on the verge of reaching its breakthrough requirement, needing only a bit more effort in the coming days. In addition to the advancements in his bloodlines and talents, his fighting spirit liquefaction is over halfway complete, and his mental prowess has reached the peak of the third tier. After reassessing his strength, David concludes his training and plans to take Cynthia to the wizard's castle. Not long ago, the Grey Wolves responsible for scouting the surroundings discovered a fourth-tier extraordinary magical beast in the Frostwolf Forest, near the Black Forest. David intends to take Cynthia along to see if they can tame this fourth-tier extraordinary beast. If successful, he would secure a stable source of fourth-tier magical beast blood, which is essential for concocting the fourth-tier blood-red reagent. Awoo! Little White dashed swiftly through the forest. The patrolling Grey Wolves, upon spotting their leader, parted to clear the way, howling in respectful acknowledgement. In just over an hour, David arrived at the sorcerer's castle. After this period of construction, the castle appeared even more intact than when David had departed. Clearly, Hill had not been idle during this time, continuing to build this haven for sorcerers with his own strength. My Lord Duke, and sensed the presence of someone approaching and immediately went to greet him. Yes, prepare yourself. And follow me, David nodded. This time, to tame the fourth-tier extraordinary beast, he would still need to rely on Anne's ability to forge a mental contract. Otherwise, merely using his beast language skills to communicate and tame the fourth-tier extraordinary creature would prove exceedingly difficult. All right, and nodded. Shall we ride together? David pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting. Little White stood impressively at 2 meters tall, significantly larger than an average motorcycle. With Cynthia seated in front, there was indeed room for another passenger behind. A flicker of caution gleamed in Anne's eyes, yet she maintained a composed smile, saying, I have a summoned creature for transportation. With that, and invoked her summoning magic, conjuring forth a majestic white ice bear. The sight of the ice bear reminded David of the steed belonging to the Frost Marquis, which he had unfortunately deemed too difficult to tame and had subsequently slain. To his surprise, and was capable of summoning such a creature as well. In a sense, and was a commoner of the Ice Bear City, perhaps possessing a trace of ice bear blood within her, much like Leah. Chapter 91. The Earth Dragon Beast in the Crystal Song Forest. David cradled his sister as he approached the border of the Black Forest. His gaze turned forward. Focusing his mental energy, he activated the Eye of Magic. Within his eyes, ripples of magic unfolded like waves in a cerulean ocean, layer upon layer emanating outward, each fluctuation imbued with boundless energy. These undulations were not colors visible to the naked eye, but rather illusions of light and shadow composed of pure magical energy. Compared to the restrained magical fluctuations of the witches, the magic emanating from extraordinary beasts was strikingly overt. At this moment, and, riding the white ice bear, caught up with him. Through her mental perception, she too sensed the unabashedly powerful magical energy. Indeed, it was a fourth-tier extraordinary beast. However, fourth-tier extraordinary beasts were typically thought to reside within the Black Forest. A look of confusion crossed Anne's face. She had read extensively from numerous sorceress tomes, one of which mentioned the Black Forest. Although referred to as a forest, the Black Forest was essentially a place of sealing. Creatures from the outside could enter the Black Forest, yet those dwelling within found it exceedingly difficult to escape its confines. Perhaps we might glean answers from this extraordinary fourth-tier magical beast. David narrowed his eyes as they drew closer to the source of the magical energy emanation. They beheld a colossal creature measuring approximately 5 meters in length. It was a mid-tier magical beast, the Earth Dragon. A look of astonishment crossed Annie's face. This beast bore a faint trace of draconic blood, making it a formidable presence among its peers. However, it was believed that the Earth Dragon had long been extinct on this continent, and she never anticipated encountering one here. At that moment, David was also appraising the beast. The Earth Dragon's skin exhibited an earthy yellow hue, its surface adorned with a layer of fine scales. Along its back ran a row of sharp bone spines, extending from its neck to its tail, serving both as a defensive weapon and a symbol of its identity. David instinctively categorized the Earth Dragon as a war beast. If he could tame this creature as a steed, its charge on the battlefield would be utterly terrifying. "I will take the lead. You all provide support from the side," David declared. Upon finishing his words, he brandished the Ice Wolf Fong sword and approached the Earth Dragon slowly. Witnessing this, Annie's face betrayed her concern. She was well aware of Duke Frostwolf's formidable power, yet this was an Earth Dragon, possessing strength comparable to a fifth-tier knight. David also recognized the creature's might. Thus, he immediately conjured the Frostwolf ice armor. Subsequently, he began to concentrate his mental energy from a distance, invoking the first-level spell, Ice Arrow, with a series of crackling sounds. Ice began to manifest around his form as the magical energy converged. This time, he poured all his mental force into the endeavor, summoning his peak third-tier mental energy. Annie's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had always known of Duke Frostwolf's exceptional affinity for ice elements. Yet she had never imagined his mental energy had reached the pinnacle of the third tier. This was nearly the limit she believed an ordinary wizard could attain. Only a select few with extraordinary gifts and higher legacies might transcend to the fourth tier. Now, Duke Frostwolf had seemingly brushed against the threshold of the fourth tier, leaving even her, a witch with remarkable mental prowess, in his wake. "Duke Frostwolf, what manner of person are you?" Annie murmured, increasingly intrigued by this man. At that moment, the Earth Dragon, previously lying asleep, abruptly lifted its head. Clearly, this mid-tier magical beast sensed the formidable magical energy emanating from the ice arrow. Yet before it could react, the ice arrow that David had conjured was already completed and shot forth with incredible speed. Boom! In an instant, the ice arrow struck the Earth Dragon. However, the defensive prowess of the Earth Dragon beast is indeed formidable. When the ice arrow struck its earthy-hued scales, it was astonishingly repelled. Yet, The subsequent surge of icy power erupted suddenly, with frost swiftly climbing up the back of the Earth Dragon beast, encasing it in a frigid prison. David had never anticipated that a single ice arrow could vanquish the creature. Once the arrow was loosed, he charged forward wielding the Ice Wolf Fang sword, directly unleashing the Frost Wolf sword technique. The breath of frost erupted, striking the scales of the Earth Dragon beast, but was met with steadfast resistance. The Earth Dragon beast emitted a furious roar. It then raised its foot and slammed it onto the ground. The war tread, an invisible shockwave, infused with the Earth's energy, erupted violently. David's fighting spirit coalesced into a barrier, absorbing the impact of the shockwave. He then dashed forward again, his semi-liquid fighting spirit gathering upon the sword's blade, slashing at the Earth Dragon beast. This strike, imbued with semi-liquid fighting spirit and David's peak 4th-tier power, finally breached the creature's scales. The Ice Wolf Fang sword pierced through the scales, drawing forth a stream of blood. Yet, before he could capitalize on his success, the Earth Dragon beast's tail swept toward him. Reluctantly, David withdrew his sword, but with a single-handed gesture, he gathered icy power, managing to extract some of the Earth Dragon's blood. The Earth Dragon beast, in pain, retaliated with even greater ferocity. The very ground trembled under the onslaught of its attacks. David could only evade continuously, seizing opportunities to inflict minor wounds upon the beast. At this moment, his winter curse had also activated. However, the dragon's blood coursing through the Earth Dragon beast rendered it highly resistant to magic, preventing the icy power from infiltrating its form. Realizing that without unleashing his beast transformation and consolidating the Frost Wolf spirit, he could not defeat the Earth Dragon beast relying solely on his knightly prowess, he decided to retreat. His intention was not to slay the beast, but rather to harness Annie's spiritual contract ability to subdue it. After once again utilizing icy powers to temporarily hinder the Earth Dragon beast's movements, he withdrew. "My lord," Cynthia approached with concern. "We must leave here." David spoke in a low voice, glancing at the rampaging Earth Dragon beast, and hastily departed with the 2 others. "Rest assured, I am unscathed," David reassured, shaking his head. Annie, relieved to see that David was indeed unharmed, replied, "My lord, taming this Earth Dragon beast will not be an easy task." David nodded, grateful that he had managed to extract a considerable amount of blood from the beast. With this blood, he should be able to concoct 2 vials of 4th-tier Earth Dragon blood elixir. However, to completely subdue the Earth Dragon beast and attempt a contract, he would need to ascend to the 5th tier. The next chapter awaits review. Please hold on. Chapter 92. Talent Breakthrough, We Shall Remain Here Tonight. David glanced at the sun, which was about to set in the distance, and spoke. Their journey into the Frostwolf Forest had taken over 3 hours. If they were to return now, it would be impossible to reach the castle before nightfall. Although David was not fearful of traveling in the dark, he wished to continue gathering dragon's blood and was reluctant to leave so soon. For both him and Cynthia, camping in the wilderness held no apprehension. Thus, he turned to and inquired, "Would you prefer to return to the castle first?" and was taken aback. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She glanced at Cynthia, hesitating. Yet, she felt that, in the wilderness, the events she dreaded were unlikely to transpire. Considering the journey back would take over 3 hours, and the return would require an equal amount of time, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Then I shall stay as well." David was indifferent to her decision and nodded in agreement. Cynthia quickly guided the gray wolf to find cave. Shortly thereafter, the gray wolf returned with some game, and the 3 of them enjoyed a meal of roasted meat within the cave. "Miss Sand, you shall sleep here tonight. I will have Xiaobai stand guard outside, along with the pack of gray wolves, ensuring your safety," David stated after finishing his meal, standing up and stretching his back, and was momentarily stunned, her gaze falling on Cynthia, who also stood and had a faint blush on her cheeks. She opened her mouth, suddenly regretting her decision to stay. Merely by contemplating, she had already discerned the intentions of the 2. "Oh, this lecherous wolf," and watched the departing pair and took a deep breath to steady her emotions. David led Cynthia away from the cave and soon found another cave. "My lord," Cynthia said, her face slightly flushed. David smiled gently, but did not act immediately. Instead, He took out the dragon's blood, intending to first concoct a crimson potion from the fresh dragon's blood, which he planned to consume before practicing his cultivation. "I'll help," Cynthia promptly offered. The collaboration between them proved efficient, and they soon transformed the dragon's blood into 2 vials of crimson potion. "Here you go," David said with a smile. Cynthia accepted it, her expression reflecting gratitude. She was unaware that David also possessed the ability to beastify and could consume the crimson potion. From the moment they discovered the 4th-tier extraordinary beast to their venture into the Frostwolf forest to capture it, she believed all of this was for her sake. Thus, when she received the crimson potion from her lord, she was deeply moved. In the next moment, the petite girl, standing at just 1.50 meters, rose on her toes and willingly offered her kiss. David, taking the opportunity, lifted the girl and pressed her against the stone wall of the cave. Although cultivation in beastified form yielded better results, the tender charm of this lawful little girl held its own unique allure. Amidst the rustling sounds, the spring breeze swept through, shedding the tender leaves of the green trees. After a while, David let out a satisfied sigh. "You have completed a training session, acquiring a beast transformation talent of 109. The beast transformation talent is at a moderate level, 908710000. You have also completed a training session, enhancing your 9-tailed fox bloodline to 56, currently at the 3rd tier, 795,000. Under normal circumstances, the effects of training do not quite match the prowess of the beast transformation state." Contemplating the objective for the evening, David urged Cynthia to sit in his lap, leaning close to whisper softly into the ears of the little fox girl. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Cynthia nodded, and a pair of fox ears manifested, followed by a fluffy fox tail sprouting from behind her. David caressed the soft, furry tail, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then instructed Cynthia to adjust her position comfortably. After completing another training session, David executed a graceful maneuver, allowing the branches to lean against the stone wall. The cave radiated a sense of springtime warmth. Meanwhile, in a nearby cave, Annie summoned a little white mouse, enabling it to activate its detection abilities to survey the surroundings. Through their mental connection, Annie could perceive sounds from several miles around. Although Duke Frostwolf had stationed snow wolves and gray wolves outside the cave, she remained vigilant. Soon enough, she began to hear some noises. Initially dismissing them as mere sounds made by animals, it was only when Cynthia's voice resonated that the realization struck her. In an instant, Annie's face flushed crimson. She had presumed that the two would exhibit some restraint in the wilderness, but to her astonishment, they were indulging in such activities in the isolation of the wild, with no regard for subtlety. "Duke Frostwolf, do not go too far." Annie clenched her fists in frustration. Fortunately, the sounds were distant, allowing her to catch only fragments. Yet, even that was enough to make her feel utterly overwhelmed, and she dared not allow the little white mouse to abandon its watch. This will surely conclude soon, she reassured herself inwardly. Yet, several hours passed before the noises gradually subsided. Annie had no choice but to redirect her attention. However, other sounds began to emerge around her, this time seemingly from the gray wolves. It was spring, the season of renewal, and many animals were in the midst of procreation. Yet, these otherwise mundane sounds were amplified to an unbearable degree in Annie's ears. Inside the cave, Cynthia lay exhausted on the ground. Nonetheless, she mustered her energy, wrapping her arms around her lord's neck. She then contorted herself into an arch, finally allowing herself to relax completely, lying flat on the ground and breathing softly. David exhaled deeply, glancing at the system panel, his eyes twitching slightly. It appeared he was just shy of a goal. It seemed more effort was required. With these thoughts, he leaned down to softly kiss Cynthia's forehead, seeking her silent approval with his gaze. Cynthia shyly nodded in response. David's heart swelled with joy. At that moment, Cynthia was utterly spent, resembling a fragile boat adrift amidst the vast ocean, surrendering to the relentless waves. You have completed a training session. Beast Transformation Talent, 142, Beast Transformation Talent. Intermediate 101, 291, 0000. As the system's notification resonated, David exhaled with immense satisfaction, feeling an entire wave of relaxation wash over him. The experience bar for his beast transformation talent had finally reached its zenith. Well done, he thought, gently caressing Cynthia's hair, dampened by sweat. Cynthia smiled and shook her head, nestling her head into his warm embrace, contentedly closing her eyes. Chapter 93. A resounding breakthrough. Morning dawned. David and Cynthia emerged from their cavern, returning to the campsite where Annie, sporting dark circles under her eyes, was preparing breakfast. "Good morning," David cheerfully greeted. However, Annie ignored him, sulking in solitude. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, David was puzzled, wondering if her displeasure stemmed from being left behind at the campsite. Scratching his head in confusion, he decided to finish breakfast before asking Cynthia to stay behind to inquire about the situation. Coincidentally, he needed to find a secluded spot to achieve a breakthrough in his beast transformation talent. He returned to the cave where they had shared a night of joy. The air still held the remnants of his and Cynthia's presence from the previous day. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he stationed the snow wolves and gray wolves at the perimeter and commenced his breakthrough. As his mind focused, the breakthrough for his beast transformation talent began, and a surge of mysterious energy abruptly infused into the silvery light of his mental realm. In the next moment, David felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body. The enhancement of the beast transformation talent was simultaneously manifesting within him. This energy fortified his physique, while a mysterious force began to alter his form, causing a brilliant white light to emanate from him. Within this luminescence, David's body began to transform. A chilling aura surged forth, akin to the biting northern winds of winter, instantly cloaking his skin in a thin layer of frost. Subsequently, his body contorted, bones cracking within flesh like shattering ice, limbs elongating, joints bending sharply, and fingers gradually morphing into wolf-like claws, glimmering with a frigid glow. Concurrently, his head began to retract, ears sharpening and standing erect, emblematic of a wolf's acute hearing. The spark of human intellect in his eyes gradually gave way to a feral gleam, pupils dilating and shimmering with an icy blue light. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, David fully transformed into a colossal frost giant wolf, his form enveloped in a thick layer of pristine white fur, while those ice-blue eyes concealed boundless mystery and power. At this moment, the legendary frost giant wolf re-emerged into the world, as if it had transformed into the sovereign of the icy realm. Intent on encasing the entire world in frost, David exhaled puffs of white mist, glancing at his own form with a look of astonishment. He could feel the bloodline power of the frost giant wolf enveloping him entirely. He was within the essence of the frost giant wolf. It felt as if this creature was his own body, granting him complete mastery over its capabilities. Is this the power of advanced beast transformation? David mused. The advanced beast transformation talent had indeed allowed him to become a true extraordinary magical beast. Currently, the bloodline of the frost giant wolf within him was nearing the 6th tier, and through his advanced beast transformation, he had attained a strength close to that of the 6th tier, completely converting the bloodline power into his own. Furthermore, he discovered he had acquired several 5th-tier abilities akin to the frost giant wolf spells, including Freezing Wind, Ice Crystal Shield, Frost Claw Strike, Frost Leap, Extreme Cold Charge, and Blizzard. Although these were spell-like abilities, David sensed they rivaled true wizard spells, and some might even surpass zero-level cantrips. However, given his current grasp of advanced beast transformation, maintaining the frost giant wolf's bloodline was consuming his mental and physical energy continuously. It was easy to imagine that during actual combat, the depletion of mental and physical strength would be even greater, and only through prolonged practice could he master it fully. Nevertheless, the enhancement to his power through advanced beast transformation was monumental. As David relinquished his advanced beast transformation, the tangible bloodline energy enveloping him began to dissipate, freeing him from his beastly state. He clenched his fist tightly, a look of delight returning to his face. Having successfully elevated his beast transformation talent to an advanced level and completed the transformation, his physical attributes had risen once more, enabling him to break through to the 5th tier. Although he was a near 5th tier knight, he possessed the true physical attributes of a 5th tier being. Perhaps he was the only one on the entire continent capable of such a feat. Indeed, whether through the profound rebirth during each bloodline enhancement or the transformative power of his beast transformation, the strengthening of his body and the complete activation of his bloodline was beyond the reach of ordinary knights. This was no longer the power of a knight. Now, he was ready to engage the Earth Dragon Beast in a proper battle. David tightened his fist, feeling the strength of his enhanced physique. Even if the Earth Dragon Beast possessed formidable physical attributes, it was merely a 4th-tier extraordinary magical beast, and the difference in strength between near 5th tier and true 5th tier was significant. Once he had adjusted to his new physical strength, David returned to the camp. Although Annie's demeanor remained somewhat aloof, it was no longer as grim. "We can now seek out the Earth Dragon Beast again," David announced. Annie nodded in response, intending to complete this task before returning to the castle, planning to return only when Duke Frostwolf could indeed defeat the Earth Dragon Beast. In the same location as before, the Earth Dragon Beast lay languidly on the ground, dozing. Upon seeing this, David unleashed another ice spike spell, targeting the already injured area of the beast. If struck directly, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. However, this time the Earth Dragon Beast was remarkably alert. Upon detecting a foreign scent, it swiftly rose and deflected the ice arrow with its claws. When foes meet, their animosity is palpable. With a roar, the Earth Dragon Beast charged directly at David. Gripping the Ice Wolf Fong sword, David nimbly met the charge. In an instant, he infused the blade with icy power, deftly evading the beast's claw strike before swiftly maneuvering to the side and delivering a powerful slash. His 5th-tier physical prowess endowed the sword with remarkable speed, and its formidable strength allowed the Ice Wolf Fong sword to easily slice through the dragon's scales, blood erupting forth. The hot, crimson liquid splashed onto the icy surface, causing a thick mist to rise as it melted the ice beneath. Yet in the next moment, the chilling power swept through, encasing the blood in ice. With the elevation of his advanced beast transformation abilities further igniting the bloodline of the frost giant wolf. Not only had his physical attributes enhanced significantly, but his icy powers had also grown considerably stronger. The Earth Dragon Beast, belatedly aware of its peril, let out a roar. However, by the time its tail swept through the air, David had already evaded. Following this, he struck again, slicing into the beast's hind leg. The scales were cleaved, and the blade embedded deeply, resulting in another profusion of blood. Within merely 2 encounters, David had firmly established the upper hand. The Earth Dragon Beast appeared utterly incapable of retaliating against his relentless assault. Chapter 94. The contract, what on earth has transpired? And gazed at the scene before her, her astonishment beyond measure. She found it utterly impossible to reconcile the Duke of Frostwolves from today with that of yesterday. The disparity in strength was simply monumental. What had occurred last night that caused such a drastic transformation in the Duke's capabilities? Could it be that during the night, the Duke of Frostwolves and Cynthia were engaged in training, devoid of any other activities, and she had misinterpreted the situation? Furrowing her brow, and was at a loss. Suddenly, she recalled that this was not the first time such a phenomenon had occurred. The last time, Cynthia had similarly experienced a sudden breakthrough overnight. At this moment, and was genuinely intrigued. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, David remained oblivious to Anne's thoughts. Upon realizing that his physical prowess had ascended to the 5th tier, enabling him to breach the Earth Dragon Beast's defenses, he continued to draw forth its blood. The ground, enveloped in frost, had become completely stained crimson, the blood encased in ice like a stone of ruby hue. The Earth Dragon Beast, now somewhat dazed, stood in bewilderment. It utterly fails to comprehend why, in such a brief span, this human strength has surged so dramatically, instilling a profound sense of dread within it. Even a creature of the Earth Dragon species, possessing a trace of dragon blood, becomes weakened after losing a significant amount of blood, and the body of the Earth Dragon begins to tremble. Ultimately, This formidable fourth-tier, extraordinary beast collapses heavily to the ground, having completely lost its ability to resist due to excessive blood loss. Of course, the recovery capabilities of the Earth Dragon are extraordinarily formidable. Given ample nourishment and time, it can swiftly replenish the blood it has lost. However, it is evident that David will not afford it such an opportunity. After successfully subduing the Earth Dragon, he prompts the still dumbfounded Annie to assist him. "You have contracted this Earth Dragon, haven't you?" David states calmly. Annie is momentarily taken aback, her expression betraying surprise. "Are you entrusting this Earth Dragon to me for contracting?" She had assumed David would undertake the contract himself. "It is merely a fourth-tier Earth Dragon," David replies with composure. Given his current prowess, the Earth Dragon holds some utility, but not enough to warrant significant interest. Soon, he is destined to rapidly advance to the fifth tier, and then towards the sixth. To become his magical companion, one would need to be at least a sixth-tier beast. However, for someone like Annie, a third-tier sorceress, the opportunity to contract this Earth Dragon would yield a monumental enhancement to her abilities. With Annie overseeing the sorcerer's castle, he would feel considerably more secure. At this moment, Annie is genuinely astonished. She had assumed that Duke Frostwolf had come to contract a magical companion for himself, and she had merely approached with a task-oriented mindset, even contemplating returning to the castle if she failed today, with no intention of remaining alongside Duke Frostwolf. Yet, she never anticipated that from the very beginning, Duke Frostwolf's intention was to assist her in contracting this Earth Dragon, personally stepping into danger to do so. The disparity between her expectations and reality fills Annie with a sense of guilt, accompanied by a touch of warmth, as she realizes it has been a long time since she felt such concern. "Are you unable to contract the Earth Dragon?" David observes Annie standing motionless, his brow furrowing as he speaks. If even Annie, a mental contract practitioner, cannot form a contract with this Earth Dragon, he would have to devise a plan for someone else to do so. However, he doubts that either Amy or Raina possess the mental fortitude to command a fourth-tier beast. "I will try. It should be fine," Annie responds, taking a deep breath and displaying a serious demeanor. She approaches the weakened Earth Dragon and commences the contracting process. Mental contracts can be initiated in various ways, either actively or passively. Given that the Earth Dragon is a fourth-tier beast and inherently stronger than Annie, an active contract would be exceedingly challenging. It can only be established when the Earth Dragon is not resisting. As the events unfolded, David observed and engaging in a mental communion with the Earth Dragon beast. He stepped aside to gather the blood encased in ice, carefully collecting it into vials. Thus, time gradually passed. The Earth Dragon beast, however, remained resilient and unyielding. It was only when the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air that the beast, weakened from blood loss, exhibited a flicker of response. Seeing this, and initiated her culinary strategy. The combination of a stick and sweet dates proved effective, whether for humans or magical beasts alike. Ultimately, faced with the dual threats of imminent death and the allure of gourmet food, the Earth Dragon beast succumbed after a brief struggle, relinquishing its resistance. A glimmer of silver sparkled in Anne's eyes as the mental contract successfully formed. She inscribed her spiritual mark within the beast's psyche, thus completing the pact. Joy radiated from Anne's face, although she possessed several summoned entities. None could compare to the fourth-tier Earth Dragon beast, something she had never dared to dream of in the past. Now, this dream had materialized into reality. Grateful, she cast a glance at the Frostwolf Duke beside her. "Ah, you wish to express your gratitude?" David remarked with a smirk, and paused, quickly regaining her composure, her gaze sharpening with caution. Noticing the wariness in her eyes, David felt a twinge of regret. If it were Raina or Cynthia, they would have readily accepted his words. It appeared that winning Anne's trust would not be a straightforward endeavor. He mused that for the time being, he would have to work on improving her fondness for him. Upon forming the contract, the Earth Dragon beast exhibited a noticeable gentleness. Subsequently, and fed it a considerable amount of food, allowing the weakened creature to regain some strength as it replenished its lost blood through digestion. Its recovery capabilities were indeed impressive. and David smiled with satisfaction. Thus, he would be able to continuously extract blood from the Earth Dragon beast to concoct the sanguine reagents, paying only with food in return. In the following 2 days, the Earth Dragon beast focused on regaining its strength. Once it was sufficiently restored, the trio, accompanied by the now mobile creature, returned to the castle. Regrettably, there was no spell akin to a beast conjuring space, David pondered. During these 2 days, he gained a deeper understanding of the summoner profession. The magical beasts summoned by summoning spells were merely temporary. Once the ritual concluded, the summoned creature would revert to its original location. I shall craft a medium for summoning the Earth Dragon beast. Even when it is not by my side, I will be able to temporarily summon it for battle, and declared with a smile directed at David. Their relationship had evidently improved over the course of 2 days. In the next chapter, further proposals for recruitment were reviewed within the wizard's castle as David thoroughly assessed his 5th-tier physical capabilities. In addition to the direct enhancement that can suppress the power of the Earth Dragon beast, he discovered that his combat prowess had also ascended to a new echelon while training with the ladies. That night, David, in celebration of his breakthrough, summoned Leah, Amy, and Reyna. "Come on, Master David, I am ready," Amy announced. "Hey, Reyna, you're the most proactive of all," David replied. "Amy, are you still able?" he asked. But gradually, Leah, Amy, and Reyna began to sense something amiss. "Master David, have you broken through again?" Leah inquired softly. This phenomenon only occurred after each of Master David's breakthroughs. Amy and Reyna lifted their heads in astonishment, gazing at their lord. Particularly Reyna, who recalled that prior to the Duke's departure, he was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Astonishingly, he had advanced to the 5th tier within a mere 2 days. Clearly, Cynthia had worked diligently during this time. David, noticing their expressions, smiled slightly and remarked, "Yes, my physical strength has completely transcended to the 5th tier. Otherwise, I would truly struggle against that Earth Dragon beast." "Congratulations, Master David," Leah responded, her surprise evident. However, her expression soon turned grave. Now, even if the 3 of them combined their efforts, they would find it challenging to satisfy Master David, especially since they had only just broken through. Achieving another breakthrough in a short span seemed nearly impossible. Thus, it appeared they would need to seek out additional companions. The most straightforward solution would be to invite Cynthia to join them. Together, the 4 sisters ought to be able to meet Master David's needs. However, the pace at which Master David's strength was advancing would undoubtedly accelerate, while their own ascension to the 4th tier would not be an easy feat indeed. She had resigned herself to the possibility of not breaking through for at least another year or 2, thus the 4 of them might still not suffice. "Master David, have you considered Fire Dance and Water Lotus?" Leah reminded him. "I believe they would not refuse." Fire Dance and Water Lotus. David, still simmering with unresolved emotions, found himself contemplating. After a moment of thought, he countered, "How have Fire Dance and Water Lotus been performing lately?" Leah considered for a moment before looking at Amy. Amy smiled and replied, "They have indeed grown more cheerful while studying with me. However, they have only just begun to touch upon the threshold of meditation. To successfully enter a meditative state, they will require more time." David nodded. He intended to wait for the 2 maidens to successfully complete their meditation. Although they could currently engage in sorceress training, they had yet to awaken their sorceress talents. He was uncertain whether the system could assist him in acquiring such talents. He still suspected that the 2 sisters might possess unique gifts. Successfully completing meditation to condense mental energy held the potential to awaken the special sorceress talents within them. Many witches were born during this very process. If possible, it would be best to wait for the 2 maidens to complete their meditation and become sorceresses. "What about Hill and Annie?" Leah inquired once more. Hill, David pondered. The powers of the earth, which did not concern him much at present. Of course, Hill's physique was undeniably alluring. However, she was perpetually occupied, either assisting Reyna with quarry infrastructure or aiding in the construction of the wizard's castle, while also overseeing mining operations. He yearned to connect with Hill and cultivate a deeper relationship. Gaining her approval to reside in the castle posed a significant challenge. As for Annie, after a couple of days of cautious observation, he discerned that she remained exceedingly wary of him. Although presenting her with a dragon beast had garnered some favor, it was still woefully insufficient. It struck him as odd. Had his charm diminished? David mused in frustration, wondering why no witches were throwing themselves at him. Perhaps the scarcity of witches was to blame. He decided to wait. More witches would surely arrive at the wizard's castle soon. A familiar warmth surged through him. The three exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Leah, with an air of resignation, remarked, "Young Master David, don't hold back. I can handle it." The following day, after an early breakfast, David resumed his training. Previously, during his battle with the dragon beast, he had acquired a considerable amount of dragon blood. He had since refined it into 6 vials of blood-red dragon elixir. He handed 2 vials to Cynthia. Although she was indeed capable of absorbing the 4th-tier blood-red elixir with commendable results, such high-grade potions were not something she could use regularly. Thus, she had been mixing them with lower-tier blood-red elixirs. The 2 vials of 4th-tier elixir would sustain her for a while, and when they were depleted, he could simply extract more blood from the dragon beast, a matter he had previously arranged with Annie. The dragon beast, under the allure of exquisite food and his martial prowess, showed no objections. With a gulp, David transformed into a werewolf and consumed the blood-red elixir. Immediately thereafter, he commenced practicing the frost wolf breathing technique to assimilate the energy contained within the potion. The potent blood energy surged forth, transformed by the bloodline of the frost giant wolf. Ultimately, all the energy converged upon his dantian, continuously integrating into his semi-liquid fighting spirit, facilitating its progression towards a liquid state. Meanwhile, Cynthia was also consuming the blood-red elixir. Ever since successfully awakening her 9-tailed fox bloodline, her strength had been escalating rapidly. In a remarkably short span, she was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Nevertheless, she still recognized the widening gap between her abilities and those of her lord. Their first interaction upon his return had culminated in her utter defeat, leaving her with no capacity for even the slightest resistance. Chapter 96, Wishes Fulfilled. In the afternoon, the tea party commenced in the back garden of the wizard's castle. Fire Dance and Water Lotus brought forth a stack of pastries, drawing the attention of everyone present. This time, Hill was also unusually present. As the guests indulged in the delicacies, their conversation naturally gravitated towards the Earth Dragon Beast. It is indeed remarkable how graciously Lord has treated Miss Annie, for such a formidable 4th-tier Earth Dragon Beast has been bestowed upon her. Leah remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Annie's expression shifted slightly, as she had come to realize over the past few days that the Duke indeed harbored a certain interest in her. "I happen to possess the ability to form a spiritual contract. This Earth Dragon Beast will subsequently guard the wizard's castle, ensuring the safety of us all." Annie smiled, deftly redirecting the topic, attributing the contract with the Earth Dragon Beast to the Lord's desire to protect the wizard's castle. "Indeed, the Lord's primary concern remains our security," Leah noted with a grin. Hill quietly listened from the side. She was not one to express herself openly, and her gaze grew somewhat dim. She sensed that, among all present, the Lord's attention towards her was the least. Perhaps it was for the best. She believed her abilities could significantly aid in the development of the territory. Though she could not remain by the Lord's side, the mere thought of contributing to his endeavors filled her with joy. Annie nodded in agreement, continuing Leah's thought. The Earth Dragon Beast should have resided in the Black Forest, and its incursion into the Frostwolf Forest warranted caution. Subsequently, she recounted the information she had gleaned from the Earth Dragon Beast. Indeed, the creature typically dwelled in the misty mountains bordering the Black Forest. Yet, after a brief slumber, it awoke to find the mist surrounding it had inexplicably vanished, leading it to the Frostwolf Forest. Annie's words instantly captivated everyone's attention. Has the seal of the Black Forest truly been lifted? Amy inquired with a hint of concern. Being an avid reader herself, she had come across obscure references to the Black Forest in various texts. The terminus of the Frostwolf Forest was enveloped in a shroud of mist, marking the outermost boundary of the Black Forest. Historically, all adventurers who ventured into the mist had vanished, leading it to be deemed a cursed domain of demons. Should the mist at the end of the Frostwolf Forest indeed dissipate, They could not fathom the ensuing consequences, but one could be certain it would not bode well. Has this matter been communicated to the Duke? Reyna, who generally refrained from engaging in the discussions among the women, interjected upon hearing Annie mention the Black Forest. Annie nodded, confirming that the Duke was already aware, but at present, aside from enhancing surveillance, there were no other measures to take. Let us hope it is merely an accident, Reyna replied. Currently, the Frostwolf Ridge remained under the looming threat of turmoil within the Silver Moon Kingdom. If any disturbances were to arise in the Black Forest, the Frostwolf Ridge, closely aligned with the Frostwolf Forest, might find itself caught in a precarious situation. Additionally, she harbored concerns for the Crystal Song Kingdom. The expanse of the Black Forest is vast, with a significant portion of the Crystal Kingdom's territory bordering it. Noticing the atmosphere in the room becoming increasingly grave, Leah smiled and deftly shifted the topic. Annie began to share some information about sorcerers, and gradually the group engaged in a discussion regarding knowledge related to these magical beings. Deep within the Frostwolf Forest, David stood before a shroud of mist, his expression serious. Ever since he received the information from Annie, he had hurried back to this location. At this moment, he activated his magical eye, sensing that the mist itself contained astonishing magical power. It was precisely this mist, infused with magic, that successfully repelled the creatures lurking within the Black Forest. Otherwise, formidable magical beasts, akin to the Earth Dragon beast, would surely have ventured into the Frostwolf Forest, ultimately invading the northern lands. It seems imperative to devise a strategy to reclaim the northern territories, David contemplated, as the emergence of extraordinary beasts from the Black Forest signified that Frostwolf Ridge might not remain safe in the future. Under these circumstances, he needed to expand his domain expeditiously. Regaining control of the northern fortress would provide a potential means to counter the extraordinary beasts of the Black Forest. Of course, there was another avenue available to him. With sufficient strength, extraordinary beasts could potentially be tamed. Fortunately, the mist surrounding the Black Forest remained dense, granting him ample time to strategize. After exploring the periphery of the mist, David returned to the previous cave, transforming into the frost giant wolf form, and began to consume the 4th-tier blood-red potion. Although the Earth Dragon beast was not a member of the wolf species, it possessed draconic blood, suggesting that the effects of the crafted potion would be quite beneficial. However, once his combat energy ascended to the 5th tier, fully attaining the prowess of a 5th-tier knight, the 4th-tier blood-red potion would no longer suffice. At that juncture, he found himself wishing for a 5th-tier extraordinary beast to unexpectedly emerge from the mist. Much like the Earth Dragon beast, as the 4th-tier blood-red potion was ingested, he guided the energy through the bloodline of the frost giant wolf, integrating it into his combat energy. Achieving complete liquefaction of his combat energy to surpass into the realm of the 5th-tier knight was indeed a formidable challenge. This explains the absence of 5th-tier knights throughout the northern territories. Even the Silver Moon Kingdom's 5th-tier knights were exceedingly rare, and 6th-tier knights were a mere legend. Once he had digested the energy of the blood-red potion, David stationed a portion of the Grey Wolves to guard the area before returning to the Sorcerer's Castle. That night, upon returning to the castle, David immediately took a bath. Afterwards, he made his way to his master bedroom on the 3rd floor, intending to engage in tonight's training with his ladies. To his surprise, Leah, Amy, Lena, and Cynthia were all present, gathered together in conversation. Upon noticing David's entrance, Leah, Amy, and Lena appeared at ease, yet Cynthia's face turned a deep shade of red, hiding timidly behind Leah, unwilling to show her face. Cynthia? A thought sparked in David's mind, igniting a sudden warmth within him. Leah approached gently upon seeing Master David, saying, "Sir David, it is time for a rest." "Oh, all right." David nodded, casting a glance at Cynthia, silently inquiring. Cynthia felt her cheeks flush, yet she resolutely nodded in affirmation. Initially, she harbored some reluctance, but as she entered the room filled with sisters, her trepidation dissipated. Indeed, with the presence of the Lord and her fellow sisters, what was there to fear? With this thought, she lifted her head, bravely meeting the gaze of the Lord, declaring, "We shall face this together." "Very well," David replied, stepping forward to embrace Cynthia. After gently setting her down, he inquired tenderly, "Are you afraid?" "Not at all." Cynthia shook her head, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Observing her confidence, David cast aside his reservations and began to engage with Cynthia, practicing alongside his wives. After a considerable time, David exhaled in satisfaction. "Lia, ami, reina." And Cynthia also breathed a sigh of relief. "You have worked hard," David said with a smile, offering comfort. After a moment of warmth, they seized the opportunity of the sage's time to commence meditation. David's mental prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the third tier. Following this meditation, he distinctly sensed a further enhancement in his mental strength. However, breaking through to the fourth tier represented a formidable barrier, and the path to transcendence was far from simple. Upon opening his eyes, he noted that Amy, Reina, and Cynthia were still immersed in meditation, while Leah was quietly tidying up. As David concluded his meditation, Leah approached with a glass of water. Master," she began, but was suddenly silenced by a playful ambush, her eyes widening in surprise. "Sure, let's be gentle," David reassured softly. Leah was the first to follow him, and her frost giant wolf lineage had been the fastest to evolve. After a period of relentless training, she was on the verge of breaking into the sixth tier. Currently, her icy combat aura was nearly fully liquefied, and the breakthrough of her lineage would facilitate her final transformation. As time swiftly passed, summer arrived, the season of rapid crop growth, brimming with vitality and hope. Yet, it was also the most opportune time for war. Compared to the harshness of winter, the rains of spring, and the chill of autumn, summer's clear skies favored military maneuvers and combat. Additionally, the grains in the fields could sustain the army, reducing reliance on logistics. Should war erupt before the harvest, it could prevent the destruction of farmland and mitigate its impact on the nation's economy. Perhaps by coincidence, the old king of the Silver Moon Kingdom passed away during this vibrant season. The news of the demise of the old king of the Silver Moon Kingdom spread rapidly like a summer's heat wave, engulfing the entire realm in sorrow and unease. His passing not only signified the end of an era, but also foreshadowed a transfer of power during this most turbulent period, heralding the onset of civil war within the Silver Moon Kingdom. Chapter 97. I am willing to assist you in ascending the throne within the Frostwolf Castle. David held a letter from the capital of Silvermoon. Following the death of the old king, the second prince, Bronco Silvermoon, who had long resided in the royal palace, proclaimed himself the heir to the throne. However, this declaration was merely the word of Prince Bronco. Presently, the upper echelons of Silvermoon's nobility were engrossed in discussions regarding this astonishing announcement. Many nobles even rejected the second prince's claims, with some asserting that the king's demise was the result of a murder orchestrated by none other than Prince Bronco himself. The alleged illness was merely a theatrical performance devised by the second prince, driven by his insatiable desire to ascend the throne. David needed not to speculate, as he recognized these accusations emanated from the factions of the first prince, Gould Silvermoon, and the third prince, Reynolds Silvermoon. Yet, regardless of the merits of this contention, the second prince, backed by the Duke of the West and the Prime Minister, had temporarily seized the powers of the highest ruler of Silvermoon under the guise of acting king. Meanwhile, the first prince and the third prince simultaneously declared war on Prince Bronco. Chaos had descended upon Silvermoon. As the inevitable unfolded, David maintained an unusually calm demeanor. He had anticipated that the civil war would erupt in the summer, and the current events were not beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, the king's death was indeed peculiar, and he leaned towards the notion that the second prince had a hand in it. Yet, such details had become inconsequential. History is penned by the victors. Should the second prince emerge victorious, the king's death would be attributed to natural causes. Conversely, if others were to triumph, they would undoubtedly place the blame for the king's demise squarely upon the second prince, seeking justification for their declaration of war. At that moment, Reina pushed open the office door and entered. "My lord, what has transpired?" David tossed the document to his secretary and reclined in his chair, propping his feet on the desk as he closed his eyes in contemplation. Reina took the document, her expression growing increasingly grave. War has commenced? Indeed, war has commenced. David nodded. The second prince will undoubtedly initiate a call to arms. This is something we have previously discussed. Currently, the first prince, Gould Silver Moon, commanded the Eastern Territories, while the third prince, Reynolds Silver Moon, held sway over the southern regions. The second prince controlled the West, and with the decline of the Frostwolf family, the North had become a realm without a master. Consequently, both the first and second princes would soon rally the northern nobles, compelling them to choose sides. Families that refuse the call to arms shall inevitably be the first to fall victim to the two princes, becoming mere casualties in the internecine conflict of the Silver Moon. However, this also presents an opportunity for Frostwolf Ridge. Should they withstand the onslaught of the second prince, Frostwolf Ridge can affirm its capacity and legitimacy to remain neutral. Consequently, preparations for battle must commence. Rhaena nodded upon hearing this. The walls of Frostwolf Ridge were nearing completion and should be finished shortly. The 2nd Battalion of Wolf Cavalry was currently being assembled, and the noble knight orders had all been incorporated under their banner. She reported the accomplishments of the Frostwolf family during this period, noting that they had gradually reclaimed their surrounding territories. David's approach towards the vassals of the Frostwolf family has always been to retain their titles and lands while revoking their rights to form knightly orders. Thus, his domain now includes vassal territories such as Eagle Wing Fortress and Silver Fox Town, with all knightly orders integrated into the Frostwolf Knights. This ensures David's absolute control over the surrounding lands, effectively mitigating the risk of betrayal from these nobles during such tumultuous times. As for the nobles of Ice Bear City, following the defeat of the Ice Bear Coalition, their foundation had already been thoroughly undermined, posing little threat. Now, the focus must shift to the recruitment of militias. The Grey Wolf Knights should not worry about resource depletion, but should expedite the training of more knightly squires. I will find a way to tame another batch of Grey Wolves. David issued a series of decrees, stirring the entirety of Frostwolf Ridge into action. Indeed, it was not only Frostwolf Ridge that responded. The lords throughout the Silver Moon Kingdom received the news and sprang into action. Even in nearby realms of the Crystal Song Kingdom were stirring, poised to take advantage of any opportunity that arose. At the Wizard's castle, Annie set aside the book she had been reading. It was the first day of the week, the designated time for her to communicate with the outside world. She closed her eyes, focusing her spirit, and began to prepare the summoning ritual. Once she placed a black feather within the ritual circle, she successfully summoned the little black sparrow, retrieving a letter from its interior. Annie fed the little black sparrow a piece of cake before she began to peruse the letter. The first correspondence she examined was from Rosalia, who mentioned that she had departed for the far north with some companions. With Rosalia's departure, the Witch's Alliance was officially disbanded, marking this as the last letter they would exchange. Upon finishing the letter, Annie let out a soft sigh. Since she chose to remain at Frostwolf Ridge, they had embarked on two entirely divergent paths. It was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather a shared desire for survival. Burning the letter in the candle's flame, Annie chose not to send the little black sparrow back to Rosalia. As stated in the letter, they would no longer maintain contact, which was the best course for both parties. "You shall stay here with me," Annie said, gently stroking the sparrow's head and offering another piece of cake. Subsequently, she summoned her mental energy to call forth the little white mice. These summoned creatures, akin to gray wolves, possessed a faint, extraordinary bloodline, which allowed her, with her third-tier mental energy, to contract many of them to serve as messengers. Now, one by one, she summoned these messenger beasts to establish contact with the witches and ascertain their circumstances. "Has he arrived yet?" And opened a letter, her face lighting up with joy. Although the Northern Territory is not particularly vast, for the common folk of this world, many have lived their entire lives without ever leaving the villages they were born in. Thus, it was no easy feat for these witches to evade the church and the lords while making their way to the Frostwolf Forest in the far west of the north. Now, at last, a witch willing to come had arrived near the Frostwolf Forest, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She immediately resolved to inform the Duke of this news. Then, she perused the letters from other witches, responding to each based on their circumstances and inquiring whether they required her to personally fetch them. In truth, even and was unaware of the whereabouts of her companions. Just then, she chanced upon a letter that was markedly different. It too came from a noble witch and contained news of the death of the Silver Moon King, the second prince's ascension to the throne, and the first prince seizing the opportunity to declare war. The civil war had indeed begun. The north would soon be unsafe. And sighed and wrote back to these witches, mentioning the impending conflict in the north, urging them to make swift decisions. Even if they did not travel to the Frostwolf Forest, they must distance themselves from the battlefield. Regrettably, within the letter, she dared not disclose more information about Frostwolf Ridge and the Witch Castle, lest it inadvertently fall into the hands of the church. She longed to share with her companions that Frostwolf Ridge was truly a wonderful place, with a castle belonging to witches, and that Duke Frostwolf would protect all witches. For now, she could only hope that her companions would trust her and follow the messenger's guidance to the vicinity of the Frostwolf Forest and join the Witch Castle. The next day, David ventured to the Witch Castle. He had come with the intention of inquiring about the witches. Originally, he had planned to leverage the witch's power to combat the second prince. Subsequently, he learned from and that a witch named Yi would be arriving at the Frostwolf Forest, possessing the ability to control plants. Controlling plant growth? David squinted. This ability sounded perfectly suited for agriculture. He wondered if her powers could serve as a fertilizer, thus aiding the crops in flourishing and ensuring a bountiful harvest for the territory. Rest assured, I will personally take you to welcome her, David stated solemnly, and nodded and then continued to inquire, My lord, has the turmoil in the Silver Moon Kingdom truly begun? David, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at the witch. He was aware that the other party possessed the power of a summoner, enabling communication with the witches, yet he was taken aback by the extent of their knowledge. He did not conceal his thoughts, nodding in agreement. You are indeed correct, and continued to inquire, How do you intend to respond? David, instead of answering, smiled and declared, To allow the witches to thrive on this continent, the church must be eradicated, and I shall ascend to the throne, and was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated the Frostwolf Duke's ambitions were so grand, ascending the throne and annihilating the church. Once she gathered her thoughts, she knelt without hesitation, swearing her allegiance. Then I am willing to assist you in your quest for the throne. Chapter 98. The arrival of the new, which observing the industrious inhabitants of the forest fields, Yezi was surprised to discover such vitality in the northern lands. This should be the most desolate region of the Silver Moon Kingdom, where townsfolk, having endured a winter of scarcity, would typically appear haggard and unwell. Yet here, she found the people brimming with vigor. These robust men wielding hoes engaged in jovial conversations about the potential harvest of the year, even mentioning something called fertilizer. Yezi closed her eyes, sensing a faint life energy amidst the foul odors, continuously nourishing the land. Alchemical substances, or perhaps some elixir. Has the Frostwolf Duke become so brazen? She pondered, her figure weaving through the woods towards the castle. The castle was prominently positioned, nestled against the Frostwolf Forest, possessing the ability to control plants. She felt utterly fearless within the forest's embrace. She had traversed this path without incident, despite a considerable detour, successfully navigating much of the northern territory. However, this time, she had scarcely entered the Frostwolf Forest when she encountered a pack of vigilant gray wolves, standing as if they were sentinels. Clearly, this was indeed the location the messenger had described. Yezi paused her advance, instructing the guiding falcon to inform the messenger. Within Frostwolf Castle, David was engaged in his midday training ritual, a simple yet joyful game for 5. Amy, are you all right? David gently comforted the innocent little rabbit in his arms. Amy shyly nodded in response. Cynthia, watching from the side, giggled. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she approached the window to look outside. There, she spotted a gray wolf standing vigil at the window. Could this wolf be from the witch's castle? Cynthia mused. Before she could voice her thoughts, she felt herself being embraced from behind. David had stealthily approached, urging Cynthia to hold on, assuring her they would speak of it later. Cynthia nodded, gripping the window ledge tightly. After a moment, David exhaled contentedly, smiling as he reassured the ladies. After the meditation concluded, David opened his eyes to find Leah approaching with a smile, placing the prepared garments on the bed and beginning to assist him in changing. "I shall take a look," he replied with a nod, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Leah. Upon arriving in the back garden, he encountered a gray wolf, eloquently addressing him. "You certainly are quite busy. Is there something you seek from me?" David took a seat, deftly steering the conversation away from the matter at hand. This gray wolf was the messenger selected by Annie to communicate with the castle. The wolf's gaze flickered, ultimately conceding as it revealed the purpose of its visit. The leaves had arrived at Frostwolf Ridge. David was taken aback, rising abruptly from his seat. "Take me to her." Outside Frostwolf Forest, an abundance of vines encircled Leah, isolating her from the pack of wolves. Despite having sent a falcon to deliver a message, an unsettling sense of anticipation lingered within her, a primal instinct reminiscent of a sorceress's intuition. She pondered the nature of her awaited reception. Would it be a warm embrace from her sisters, a siege by the guards, or perhaps a judgment from the church? Although the messenger had conveyed much in her letter, Leah remained apprehensive, questioning her resolve, even with the messenger's assistance in evading the church's relentless pursuit, and the coven's guidance leading her onto the path of a true sorceress. Her heart felt unsteady. As she drew nearer to the answer, her fear intensified. Time had never felt as languid as it did in that moment. In the profound silence, she awaited her fate with bated breath. After what felt like an eternity, the piercing call of the falcon shattered the stillness. A young girl with flaxen hair rode forth on a colossal earth dragon from the depths of the forest. Upon halting, the girl leapt down, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Leah, welcome home." At the sorcerer's castle, Leah stood transfixed before the structure. She had never envisioned that a sorceress would truly erect a castle in this place. It was situated in Grey Wolf Valley, the domain of the Duke of Frostwolf. This very castle had been commissioned by the Duke himself for the sorceresses. Annie took Leah by the hand, introducing her to the enchanting abode that would henceforth be her home. As David and his wife arrived, Leah had already donned a new outfit. She was a witch with flowing emerald hair, her beauty a splendid gift from nature itself. Her skin was as pale as jade, emanating a vibrant glow, akin to the frost and snow illuminated by moonlight, pure and gentle. Adorned in a perfectly fitting emerald gown, the delicate fabric danced in the breeze, harmonizing with the surrounding trees and blooming flora. The eyes of Yezi gleamed with a profound emerald hue, reminiscent of the tranquil waters nestled deep within a serene forest. Crystal clear and untainted like pristine azure waves. When she smiled, her expression resembled a gentle spring breeze, imbued with a touch of gracefulness that captivated David in an instant. Softening his gaze, "Greetings, Miss Yezi," said Leah, approaching her with natural ease. "I am Leah." Amy also stepped forward, playfully chiming in, "Hello, I am the Ice Witch, Amy." "I am Cynthia," Lena stated calmly. Lena. Once everyone had exchanged pleasantries, the esteemed Hill stepped forward. "I am Hill. I have often heard of you through Miss Messenger's letters. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Upon encountering her fellow members of the Witches' Alliance, Yezi's face lit up with evident joy. "I am Yezi." She bore no name of her own, as she had been found in a forest carpeted with fallen leaves, and thus her late grandparents had always called her Yezi. After the introductions were complete, Huo Wu and Shui Lian had already busied themselves quietly. Today marked Yezi's arrival at the wizard's castle, and naturally, a welcome banquet was to be held in her honor. David led everyone to the back garden. Although Yezi had arrived at the castle, the necessary inquiries could not be overlooked. Before long, David discovered Yezi's remarkable ability, plant manipulation, a straightforward yet profound talent. Yezi possessed the power to accelerate the growth of plants and exert control over them through her magic. To illustrate her ability more vividly, Yezi retrieved 2 seeds from her backpack. As she invoked her power, the seeds emanated a green light. In the blink of an eye, they sprouted and transformed into robust vines that spread forth. This scene left onlookers in awe. The vines grew at an astonishing pace, writhing as if imbued with life, extending in all directions. Under Yezi's guidance, these vines moved like sentient tendrils, some entwining around tree trunks to form natural bridges. while others wove into a comfortable seat suspended between branches. Following Yezi's will, the vines could become even more resilient, intertwining to create barriers or wrapping softly around her, forming a verdant curtain. This mastery over flora rendered Yezi akin to a guardian of the forest, bestowing upon the plants the vitality of life through her magic. David, now perceiving through the eye of magic, was further astonished by what he beheld. Judging by the intensity of her magic, Yezi had seemingly reached the third tier. These witches, who had awakened their powers, had achieved an extraordinarily formidable level of talent. Apart from Amy, who had ascended to the third tier in less than 6 months with David's assistance, these witches were capable of attaining the third tier through their own innate strength. Indeed, to transcend to the fourth tier, mere reliance on innate talent proves woefully inadequate. Typically, these witches have already elevated their powers to the zenith of their capabilities, with breakthroughs only possible under fortuitous circumstances. Beyond the intensity of magical energy, Leaf possesses a mastery over life energy. However, this life energy appears to be beneficial solely for flora, failing to enhance the body and bloodline as a knight would. It is certain that Leaf possesses an exceptionally strong affinity for life energy, which instinctively stirs a sense of anticipation. In addition to her ethereal beauty akin to that of a sprite, her formidable affinity for life energy holds great allure. Does your ability have any effect on ordinary crops? At that moment, Raina, who seldom interjects, could no longer restrain herself. The last time, Hill's abilities opened her eyes to the potential of utilizing witchcraft to construct Frostwolf City. And now, Leaf's powers seem remarkably suited for agriculture. If her abilities could benefit crops such as wheat, Frostwolf Ridge would never again suffer from food scarcity. Leaf quickly grasped Raina's intent. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "I can indeed use my magic to accelerate the growth of these crops. However, once my magical influence wanes, the hastened plants will wither swiftly." Leaf harbored her own doubts regarding this matter. Initially, she had endeavored to assist her adoptive family in resolving their food shortages, but ultimately, her efforts ended in failure, leading her to transition towards becoming a battle witch who controls vines. Upon hearing this, David immediately formed a hypothesis. Leaf's ability entails controlling the life energy within plants and hastening their growth. Yet, this method would inevitably deplete the soil's fertility, rendering it incapable of sustaining crops in the long run. David organized his thoughts and elucidated Leaf's uncertainties. This revelation astonished not only Leaf, but also Annie, who prided herself on her understanding of the Duke of Frostwolf, her expression betraying surprise. Although you cannot directly accelerate crop maturation, your powers can indeed hasten plant growth, which is undoubtedly beneficial for crop cultivation, David observed. Especially when combined with fertilizers, it is not impossible to achieve rapid maturity in a short span. Fertilizer? Is this an alchemical substance or a potion? Leaf had previously harbored curiosity about this. David smiled enigmatically, glancing at Raina, whose complexion appeared somewhat unsettled. "You shall find out shortly. If you are willing, you will soon become the Minister of Agriculture for Frostwolf Ridge," David declared with a smile. Having just learned that Hill was serving as the Minister of Construction in Frostwolf Ridge, Leaf, upon hearing the Lord's words, did not refuse and responded earnestly. Having joined Frostwolf Ridge and secured the protection of the Lord, she naturally felt compelled to contribute to the territory. Raina was equally delighted to hear this. Currently, the governance of the territory was under her management. Upon Ye's integration into the municipal system of Frostwolf Ridge, she would henceforth be one of her subordinates. After familiarizing themselves with Ye's capabilities, Huwu and Shuilian had also prepared a welcoming banquet. Thus, the wizard's castle welcomed a new witch. Under the construction efforts of Sierra, the castle had become increasingly refined. The arrival of Ye infused the castle with fresh vitality. By nature, Ye was destined to be an innate gardener. Leveraging her abilities, and with David's consent, the entire castle had been enveloped in climbing ivy. Coupled with the verdant trees surrounding it, the wizard's castle now lay concealed within a lush forest, making it difficult to detect even from the skies. The castle itself resided within Frostwolf Forest, a familiar domain for Ye. Besides being able to summon vines from seeds for offensive maneuvers, she could also directly manipulate the surrounding flora in combat. David held a deep admiration for Ye's powers, which manifested in his daily concern and care for her. Indeed, the wizard had not paid attention to her. Sierra observed the wizard's demeanor, his gaze dimmed. Although she had always believed that assisting the wizard was sufficient, she still yearned for a deeper connection with him. Chapter 99, My Lady. Please assist me in my training time passed gradually. With the outbreak of civil war in the Silver Moon Kingdom, even Leah, residing within the castle, sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the territory. Simultaneously, Master David exhibited a sense of urgency when he was with her, as if striving toward something significant. Leah understood that Master David must be under considerable pressure lately, so she refrained from inquiring and simply offered her silent cooperation. You have completed a training session. Frostwolf Bloodline, 258. Frostwolf Bloodline, 5th Stage 501-575-0000. After a period of relentless effort, the Frostwolf Bloodline finally attained the experience required for promotion to the 6th stage. Leah, you have worked hard, David said gently to the slightly breathless Leah. During this time, he had been training with Leah to expedite the breakthrough of the Frostwolf Bloodline. He could sense that Leah was aware of something. Despite her fatigue, she persisted resolutely. It's not arduous. I find great joy in it, Leah replied, her cheeks flushed. She could tell that Master David had completely relaxed, which filled her with a sense of satisfaction. David lingered with Leah for a while longer, cherishing the moment. Wu had been waiting outside the door. While the two were engaged in their training within the room, they had not intentionally lowered their voices, and she could hear them quite clearly from outside. Though she felt she had listened to much, her cheeks still flushed each time, and her heart could not help but be stirred by waves of emotion. When she heard the door open, Wu quickly inhaled deeply, clutching the bedding and fresh garments as she entered to tidy the room. David donned his clean clothes, placed a gentle kiss on Leah's lips, and departed the castle, riding his snow wolf into the Frostwolf forest behind the castle. In a secluded cave, David sat cross-legged, fully adjusting his state before embarking on a breakthrough of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. As he ascended to the 6th tier of this bloodline, a powerful aura enveloped his body. Suddenly, the ground was blanketed by a layer of ice. Through the cultivation of the Frost Wolf spirit, the advanced ice elemental affinity, and the higher beast transformation prowess, the ice power contained within his Frost Giant Wolf bloodline had been thoroughly awakened. Now, with the successful promotion to the 6th tier, this ice power surged to even greater heights. Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, 6th tier 157-500-000. David remained seated, continuously absorbing the cold energy radiating from the breakthrough process of his Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. At that moment, the profound transformation brought about by the 6th tier bloodline began. However, with his physical constitution already at the 5th tier, he was more than capable of withstanding the infusion of transformative energy. With his eyes closed, he activated the Frost Wolf breathing technique, channeling all energy into his Chi-Si Dantian, allowing it to meld into his icy battle aura. Initially, his icy battle aura had reached a semi-liquid state. Now, having successfully absorbed the power from his bloodline, it continued its progression towards full liquefaction. Ultimately, his gaseous battle aura was entirely transformed into a liquid state, manifesting as a chilling liquid floating within his Chi-Si. With the successful condensation of the liquid battle aura, David finally stepped fully into the realm of a 5th tier Earth Knight. The liquid battle aura began to feed back into his bloodline and physique, resulting in a further enhancement of David's already 5th tier physical constitution. He had finally broken through to the 5th tier. Clenching his fist, he reveled in his newfound strength. Although his battle aura was of the same 5th tier liquid form, it was infused with the power of ice, rendering it far more formidable than ordinary battle aura. Moreover, with the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline elevated to the 6th tier, coupled with his advanced ice elemental affinity, David felt as though his very being had transformed into ice. He had long possessed the ability to manipulate ice, and now, with all these enhancements converging, he truly became a master of ice. Even without invoking the power of spells, he could summon potent icy forces with every gesture, commanding the ice elemental energy within his vicinity. With all his powers amalgamated, he could be deemed a formidable presence among fifth-tier warriors. David felt the immense power he currently possessed and began to channel his advanced beast transformation talent. The sixth-tier bloodline of the Frostwolf surged within him, manifesting as a colossal aura. In the next moment, through the power of beast transformation, the energy derived from the Frostwolf bloodline enveloped his form, transforming him into a magnificent Frostwolf. As soon as David completed his metamorphosis, he was overwhelmed by a tremendous wave of energy coursing through him. Was this the power of the sixth tier? However, after just a moment's reflection, he sensed something amiss. The advanced beast transformation talent could fully unleash the potential of his bloodline. With his Frostwolf bloodline having reached the sixth tier, this transformation granted him a corresponding sixth-tier strength. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound might, the rapid depletion of his mental energy pulled him back to reality. While the advanced beast transformation talent indeed allowed for the complete manifestation of the sixth-tier Frostwolf bloodline's power, maintaining such a state was no trivial feat. David assessed the rate at which his mental energy was being consumed. With his peak third-tier mental strength, he could sustain this state for merely 3 minutes. Once those 3 minutes elapsed, he would be compelled to revert from the fully transformed state due to excessive mental strain. David willingly withdrew from the complete beast transformation. Henceforth, he resolved to reserve this full transformation for the most critical moments, as it could not be relied upon casually. Nevertheless, the half-beast form remained a viable option, significantly augmenting his strength. After thoroughly testing all the powers at his disposal, David nodded in satisfaction. With the internal strife in Silver Moon underway, this surge in his capabilities was pivotal, enabling him to partake in the contest for the throne. He was eager to see whether the second prince would indeed mobilize forces against Frostwolf Ridge. Unless the royal sixth-tier knight guardians intervened, he felt utterly unafraid. Having reviewed his own strength alongside that of Frostwolf Ridge, a confident smile graced David's face. There was little to worry about. In the Frostwolf Ridge Town Hall, Reyna was diligently reviewing official documents. During this period, David had been preoccupied with his training, leaving many matters in Reyna's capable hands. Hill, now serving not only as a craftsman but also as Reyna's assistant, was contributing significantly. Although her understanding of administrative affairs was limited, her extensive knowledge as a witch enabled her to perform her role competently. When David brought her to the town hall, the two were examining the state of ore collection in Frostwolf Ridge. Since Hill had discovered the location of the mines, many displaced individuals had taken up the profession of miners. Naturally, the ores extracted using rudimentary tools by these laborers were minimal. The true essence of their success stemmed from Hill's earth magic. Leveraging her powers, Hill could swiftly excavate and extract minerals, allowing the miners to focus primarily on transporting the ores, resulting in astonishing efficiency. The iron ore that has been collected will be sent to the blacksmiths to be forged into weapons. When the Frostwolf family retreated in disarray from the northern fortress, they not only took along the knights, but also a number of craftsmen. These artisans, each skilled in their respective trades, represent the most significant wealth of the territory, a fact that David fully comprehends. Now, these individuals are proving their worth. In addition to the original blacksmiths of the Frostwolf family, craftsmen from vassal territories, including those from Icebear City, have also been brought back to Frostwolf Ridge. In these times, when battles may erupt at any moment, Frostwolf Ridge is determined to enhance its strength at all costs. Observing the industrious Reyna, David feels a sense of satisfaction. With a wife like her, what more could he desire? With Princess Reyna, the Crystal Song, managing the affairs of state, he indeed finds himself with ample time for cultivation. Fortuitously, Reyna has a genuine passion for governance, making their partnership a mutually beneficial endeavor. Your Grace, Reyna exclaimed in surprise upon seeing David enter the room, raising her gaze. Hill, reacting to the presence of the Duke, stood up nervously. In her haste, her ample bosom quivered slightly. David's eyes momentarily glazed over as he stared at the bouncing figure, before he cleared his throat to disguise his distraction. Truly, it was rather impressive. It was difficult for David to pretend not to notice. However, he felt no trepidation. He looked openly without shame. Unfortunately, Hill, the young witch, was too preoccupied, lowering her head and oblivious to their lord's covert scrutiny. Yet, Reyna's expression sharpened. Why was the Duke not accompanying Sister Leah in the castle? Sensing a hint of jealousy, David smiled calmly and remarked, "I just finished night training over there and hurried right here." "Really? You'll know soon enough when you inspect," she replied, her tone suddenly imbued with intimacy. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, leaving Hill, the innocent fledgling, blushing deeply. She sensed that something was about to unfold, yet had no idea how to navigate it. Remaining frozen in place. "Hill, you should go rest. I'll manage here," David suggested, clearing his throat again. All right. Hill quickly acquiesced and hastily exited the room. After closing the office door, she let out a subtle sigh of relief, mixed with a tinge of disappointment. Shaking her head, she departed at a brisk pace. Inside the office, David was demonstrating the results of his training to Reyna. Initially, she assumed the Duke wished to showcase his physical prowess. However, when David summoned his liquid aura, enveloping his arm with it, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Your Grace, you've condensed your aura into a liquid state?" Although she was aware that David's aura had reached a semi-liquid form, she never anticipated his breakthrough would occur so swiftly, just a few days prior. He achieved this advancement. Today, did the Duke truly speak of genuine cultivation, rather than what she had initially perceived? Upon realization, a look of astonishment graced her features. With the Duke's successful advancement to the 5th tier, the safety of Frostwolf Ridge has been significantly assured. This is, of course, self-evident. I had mentioned that I have been diligently practicing during this period. David emphasized the term cultivation, then leaned closer to Elena, whispering, "My lady, please assist me in my training." Upon hearing this, Elena pressed her lips together but did not refuse. She had always been a person of positive disposition, and undertaking the journey of cultivation alongside the Duke was part of her own growth. Upon receiving her acquiescence, David swiftly lifted Elena and placed her upon the table. Now that the bloodline of the frost giant wolf had been elevated to the 6th tier, the next objective was naturally the soul of the snow spirit. Particularly, the soul of the snow spirit could provide a feedback of mental energy, possibly aiding him in advancing his own mental prowess to the 4th tier. Gulme, lift a bit higher. You have completed a round of cultivation. Snow spirit soul 265. Snow spirit soul 5th tier 395-645-0000. During this time, Elena had been preoccupied with administrative affairs, causing her progress with the snow spirit soul to lag significantly behind that of the frost giant wolf. However, she was nearing 40,000 experience points, and the gap to 50,000 was not insurmountable. There was nothing more to say. Naturally, the next step was to work diligently, striving to enhance her workload as swiftly as possible. "How about you focus on your tasks while I attend to mine?" Noticing Elena leaning over the desk, taking the opportunity during David's preparations to casually peruse a document, David chuckled softly. Elena couldn't help but glance back at the man behind her with an exasperated look. In the next moment, she felt a tightening sensation, and the desk began to shake violently. This desk had been specially replaced by David with a sturdy wooden one, yet with his rising strength, it seemed somewhat inadequate. "You have completed a round of cultivation." Snow Spirit Soul 256, Elena could distinctly sense an energy merging with her body, granting her a slight enhancement in strength. This sensation of power was indeed captivating. The proud little princess, Elena, had entirely cast aside her reservations and embraced a more proactive demeanor. David sat firmly in his chair, eyes squinted in enjoyment. Once he observed Elena exhibiting signs of fatigue, he willingly took the reins for the next round of cultivation. Noticing her evident exhaustion, David slowed his pace, gently kissing her and suddenly channeling his mental energy. In the realm of the mind, two streams of mental energy intertwined, initiating a profound exchange. The interaction with the soul of the snow spirit proved far more potent than mere meditation, continuously strengthening both parties' mental faculties. In an instant, a dual gratification of body and spirit surged forth, prompting David to reluctantly conclude this session of cultivation. You have completed a cultivation, the soul of the snow demon 295. The soul of the snow demon, 5th stage 410-645-0000. My lord, Reyna gasped lightly, sensing her mental prowess had ascended once more. However, despite her vibrant spirit, her physical stamina was lagging behind. This realization led her to conclude that even if she intended to pursue the path of a sorceress, she could not entirely abandon her knightly training. What are you pondering? Nothing significant, merely some state affairs, she replied. Indeed, delegate what tasks can be entrusted to your subordinates. Do not overexert yourself, David advised. Reyna nodded, her thoughts drifting to Cyril. She could faintly sense Cyril's admiration for the Duke. David, however, was preoccupied, having immersed himself in the enhancement of his own abilities. As night fell, David and Reyna returned to Frostwolf Castle. After 2 unsatisfactory attempts during the day, he eagerly led the ladies back to their chambers post-dinner. Yet, he appeared to have overlooked a crucial detail. Following his breakthrough earlier, his prowess had surged once again, particularly in his knightly strength, augmenting his physical capacity significantly. Consequently, even when the 4 joined forces, they found themselves no match for him. Ultimately, it was only through Cynthia's reluctant transformation into a beast-eared maiden before her sisters that David's desires were finally fulfilled. Cynthia, are you all right? David inquired gently. From initially resisting the presence of men to ultimately accepting him, and then to serving together as a beast-eared maiden, Cynthia had undergone numerous transformations to please him, stirring a sense of compassion within David. It's nothing, Cynthia replied, still somewhat bashful. Yet, thinking of her sister's gratitude and the way the Lord cherished her, she felt a sense of fulfillment. Master David, have you improved your strength again? After the battle, Leah was combing through the fur on Cynthia's tail when she exclaimed in surprise. She had not anticipated that merely half a month had passed since David's last enhancement, and he had already grown stronger once more. Do you feel more robust? David smiled subtly. At that moment, apart from Reyna, the others remained unaware that he had transcended to the 5th stage Earth Knight. When he eventually disclosed this news, astonishment was clearly etched on their faces. To them, the Lord was akin to a beacon of light in the darkness. The greater his strength, the more secure they felt. However, this led to a lingering concern. Now that Master David had achieved the 5th stage Earth Knight status and experienced a boost in stamina, it was only through Cynthia's beastly transformation that he was barely satisfied this time, leaving uncertainties for the next encounter. Moreover, Mr. David's prowess is poised to ascend, while their abilities have only just breached the 3rd tier. Surmounting the formidable threshold of the 4th tier is no trivial endeavor. Let us not dwell on such matters for now. David, perceptive of Leah's contemplations, offered a reassuring smile. In the short term, it would prove somewhat challenging for him to achieve further breakthroughs in knightly prowess. Henceforth, he should redirect his focus towards the enhancement of his mental fortitude and the elevation of his sorceress rank, which, in turn, would yield limited augmentation to his physical strength. However, upon successfully attaining the 6th tier of the Snow Spirit's essence, his lineage and innate talents would enter an extensive period of accumulation. To further elevate his advanced talents would necessitate a staggering 100,000 experience points. Ascending from a 6th-tier lineage to a 7th-tier lineage would demand an even more formidable 500,000 experience points, an unattainable feat within a short span. Thus, he might indeed need to contemplate acquiring new bloodlines or talents through the system to aid in his ongoing ascent. Above all, he must consider appointing several new mistresses for Frostwolf Castle. Chapter 100. Unveiling Tremors in the North. 3 days elapsed. The envoy dispatched by the second prince finally arrived at Frostwolf Ridge. This envoy, bearing the second prince's decree, was inevitably imbued with a sense of arrogance. Duke of Frostwolf, His Majesty commands you to assemble the knightly order within a week and join the forces of the Duke of the West to launch an assault on the rebellious factions of the East. Devar delivered the Silver Moon King's directive in a tone devoid of embellishment. Although he stood before the Duke of Frostwolf, he represented the authority of the Silver Moon King, presuming that the Frostwolf lineage lacked the capacity for refusal. I have stated that I shall remain neutral in this conflict. David, unfazed by the envoy's threats, resolutely declined. Do you dare to defy the will of His Majesty, the Silver Moon King? Davy appeared somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a direct repudiation of the second prince's command from the Duke of Frostwolf, and a hint of coldness flickered in his gaze. My Lord Duke, this is not a request to be taken lightly. The insurrection in the East has imperiled the stability of the kingdom, and each noble bears the responsibility to partake in quelling the uprising. This is the consensus reached by the Silver Moon Kingdom and the royal court. The envoy continued to underscore the gravity of the situation and the responsibilities to be shouldered, even insinuating the most direct threat, positioning Frostwolf Ridge in opposition to the entirety of the kingdom. Nevertheless, David remained unmoved. He regarded the envoy and shook his head, stating, I comprehend the peril posed by the rebellion. However, I have made my choice. Frostwolf Ridge shall not partake in the conflict of either faction. We will safeguard our territory and our people, rather than become instruments in the struggle for royal power. Are you questioning His Majesty, the Bronco? Davy stepped forward, his aura as a fourth-tier Earth Knight emanating fiercely. Bronco had audaciously dispatched an Earth Knight to issue a recruitment decree to the nobility of the Silver Moon Kingdom's northern territories, evidently coercing these nobles to make a decision. Yet, in the face of Davy's formidable pressure, David stood resolutely, emanating an even more potent aura that surged forth to counteract the onslaught. In an instant, the two forces collided. The next moment, Davy felt an irresistible force overwhelming him, shattering his own aura and forcing him back. Davy's eyes widened slightly. He was aware that the Frostwolf Duke was also an Earth Knight, yet he never anticipated such a vast disparity in strength among those of the same rank. It was as though he sensed that his opponent was not truly an Earth Knight. Had he broken through to the 5th tier? He swallowed hard, uncertainty lacing his voice. He knew all too well the arduous journey required to liquefy one's fighting spirit to achieve such a breakthrough. While many Earth Knights resided within the royal capital, only the noble families had the means to cultivate 5th-tier knights. However, considering the young age of the Frostwolf Duke and the decline of the Frostwolf lineage, he could not fathom how the Duke could have possibly achieved such a feat without turning. David concentrated his fighting spirit at his fingertips, directing it towards Davy's forehead with a force that seemed almost tangible. Davy immediately sensed a wave of danger and hastily summoned his fighting spirit into a protective shield before him. With a resounding impact, David's fingertip struck the shield, causing it to tremble violently on the brink of shattering. 5th-tier liquid fighting spirit. You have truly broken through to the 5th tier. Although he had begun to form his own conjectures, the liquid fighting spirit manifested by the Frostwolf Duke struck a heavy blow to his psyche. 5th tier. The Frostwolf Duke was indeed a 5th-tier knight. But how could this be? How had the Frostwolf Duke accomplished this? Was it possible that his talent surpassed even that of His Highness Reynolds of the Silver Moon Star? After all, Prince Reynolds had yet to achieve the 5th tier. Given this, I can only report your decision to His Majesty as it stands. I hope you understand the potential consequences of your choice. Davy recognized that this matter was beyond his control, and he could only relay the information back to the royal capital, allowing King Blanco to decide the course of action. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. David did not intervene. After Davy had left for some time, he stood alone on the castle balcony, gazing at the distant mountains. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. Now that it had come, he would have to confront it personally. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he vanished from sight. After leaving, Davy proceeded directly towards the Western Territory. The Frostwolf Ridge lay in the northwest of the Northern Lands, not far from the Western region. However, throughout the journey, Davy's mood remained exceedingly heavy. Upon reaching the Northern Plains, he instructed a messenger to relay the news he had acquired back to the Western Territory. Once the message reached the hands of the Duke of the West, it would inevitably be conveyed to the capital, ultimately arriving in the possession of His Majesty, King Blanco. For now, He merely needed to await news in the city of Bayuan. However, he could never have anticipated that the specter of death had already set its sights upon him. As Dewar emerged from the inn and made his way toward the lair of the howling wolves in Bayuan, an imposing figure suddenly materialized before him. This figure was clad in a full suit of finely wrought iron chainmail, obscuring every inch of its body, including its head, save for a pair of piercing eyes. "Who are you?" Dewar barely managed to utter the question before the figure lunged at him. Each thunderous step of this colossal form caused the ground to tremble, akin to a rampaging buffalo. In a swift motion, Dewar drew his knightly sword, channeling his energy into the blade as he advanced to meet this armored knight head-on, aiming a strike at the intruder's face. This knight was none other than David, who had been trailing him. Upon witnessing Dewar's bold approach, he raised his left hand and effortlessly absorbed the force of the sword strike, while his other hand reached out to grasp Dewar. Fortunately, Dewar had remained ever vigilant. He retaliated with another strike aimed at the enormous hand that had suddenly emerged. The clash of sword against chainmail ignited a shower of sparks. Yet in the next instant, David seized the sword's blade with ease, his fifth-tier physical prowess surging forth as he astonishingly broke the weapon in half. Dewar was taken aback by this spectacle. He had never conceived that someone could shatter a sword imbued with his energy merely through sheer physical strength. This revelation led him to realize that his opponent might also be a fifth-tier knight. Within such a brief span, he had encountered two fifth-tier knights in the north. Was this truly the so-called weakest region? Were all the resources and power of the north truly concentrated within the northern fortress? At this moment, Dewar felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Had he known the dangers that lurked here, he would never have undertaken such a perilous task. Initially, he sought to gain some recognition beneath the halls of King Blanco. Instead, he found himself entangled in a life-threatening predicament. In an instant, Dewar's thoughts cascaded through his mind. He retreated, conjuring an energy shield to protect himself, and then sprinted toward the castle of the Howling Wolves, knowing that only they could offer him salvation. Yet, David had no intention of letting him escape. He surged forward like a cannonball, his fifth-tier physique granting him a speed far superior to that of an ordinary Earth Knight. Within mere breaths, he had closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch against Dewar's energy shield. Boom! 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 The shield held firm against the initial strikes. But David unleashed a flurry of blows. Crack! Crack! Soon, fissures appeared in the energy shield Dewar had summoned. Ultimately, as despair filled Dewar's gaze, the shield shattered completely. Realizing that escape was futile, he prepared to fight back. He possessed the bloodline of the Earth Giant Lizard, and strength was inherently his forte. Coupled with his fighting spirit, he was exceedingly confident in his power. However, the entity before him did not even summon their fighting spirit. Instead, with mere fists, they effectively suppressed his strength. With his knight's sword shattered, Dywell was left to wield his sword sheath as a makeshift weapon. Yet, how could he possibly contend against David, who boasted a physique of the fifth tier? Even the Earth Dragon Beast, a king among land-bound extraordinary beasts, could not stand against him. With a thunderous crash, Dywell was sent flying by a single punch. After soaring through the air for a considerable distance, he crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. David advanced relentlessly, arriving directly before Dywell, and with two powerful strikes, shattered the fighting spirit shield that Dywell had painstakingly conjured. I am a member of the Earth Giant Lizard clan, the Northland envoy appointed by His Majesty. King Bronco, do you wish to oppose the entire Silver Moon Kingdom? Dywell bellowed. He was acutely aware of his defeat. To persist would mean certain death. Throughout the ordeal, David remained silent, yet his fists did not relent, delivering another forceful blow directly to Dywell's skull, causing blood to splatter. It was over. The world fell silent. David confirmed Dywell's demise before slowly retracting his fist. At that moment, a cadre of city guards had arrived at the battlefield, but with their knights' swords in hand, none dared to advance. This was a confrontation of Earth Knight caliber, and one marked by overwhelming victory for the other side. Even if they engaged, it would be a mere act of self-destruction. David's eyes, concealed beneath his helmet, scanned the officers, glancing not even once at the lifeless Dywell on the ground, before turning to depart towards the outskirts of the city. After an indeterminate period, Count of the wild wolves from the Northlands finally reached the battlefield. He cast a grave glance at the mangled remains of Dywell, his expression darkening. Though the visage of Dywell was unrecognizable, the words he had uttered before his demise had already unveiled his identity. The Earth Giant Lizard clan was a vassal family tied to the Silver Moon royalty, with a fifth-tier Earth Knight among their ranks, making them one of the kingdom's high nobility. Yet now, a member of the Earth Giant Lizard clan lay dead in Northland City, which gradually deepened the Count's frown. A fifth-tier Earth Knight could slay Dywell with mere fists. This was beyond his capacity to manage. He closed his eyes, contemplating, and resolved to report the situation accurately. Moreover, the number of witnesses to this battle was staggering. It was inevitable that the news would soon spread throughout the Northlands. Just as the Count had anticipated, the nobility of the Northlands swiftly learned of the events that transpired in Northland City. Not only the Northlands, but nobles from other regions of the Silver Moon Kingdom also received word, sparking intense discussions within the noble circles. However, the individual who took action this time was clad in full armor, and without any display of bloodline power or combat aura, no one could ascertain their identity. Nevertheless, the majority believed this must be the handiwork of the Crown Prince. The rivalry between the Crown Prince and the second prince for the throne was already common knowledge, with both factions striving earnestly to garner the support of nobles from various regions. In the Western Fortress, the Duke of the West was perusing the final letter from Dywell before his demise. As the contents sank in, the Duke's expression gradually darkened. The Frostwolf Duke, David, had surprisingly succeeded in breaking through to the fifth tier of Earth Knight. He recalled that the Frostwolf Duke was barely 20 years old, if that. Such a rapid ascension in power, especially for one so young, was beyond mere genius. Did the late old Frostwolf leave any contingency plans for the Frostwolf family? The image of another remarkable talent from the younger generation flickered in the Duke's mind. Yet, this prodigy had once again positioned themselves on the opposing side. Neutrality? In the midst of a royal civil war, there could be no talk of neutrality. The Frostwolf Duke's stance clearly indicated his refusal to acknowledge King Bronco's authority. This was, for them, a blatant provocation, were it not for the fact that the Frostwolf Duke was already a fifth-tier Earth Knight. The Duke of the West would have immediately dispatched troops to flatten Frostwolf Ridge. Furthermore, Dywell's death might very well have been orchestrated for the benefit of the Frostwolf Duke. Dywell had scarcely left Frostwolf Ridge when he was directly ambushed and killed in Icefield City, and it was evident that his assailants were well prepared. In this scenario, unless the fifth-tier Earth Knight had been tracking Dywell for an extended period, no one could have pinpointed Dywell so precisely to carry out such an assassination. Was Dywell indeed slain by him? If so, what could have been his motive for the kill? Was it merely to instill fear? A look of uncertainty crossed the Duke of the West's face. If the Frostwolf Duke was responsible for Dywell's death, it suggested he was a reckless individual. If he could so decisively eliminate Dywell, he could just as easily do away with others. A lord who is a fifth-tier Earth Knight is not particularly terrifying. However, a fifth-tier Earth Knight who acts without regard for convention is a concern even for royalty. Unless one could decisively subdue this fifth-tier Earth Knight, they must remain vigilant against the potential for retaliation. Could this be the message the Frostwolf Duke intended to convey? The Duke of the West clenched his fists tightly. He was still merely suspicious, yet should it come to confronting the Frostwolf Duke, he must be thoroughly prepared. In Frostwolf Ridge, the town hall, David was also observing the maneuvers of various factions. Noticing that the North had shown no signs of unrest, a smile crept across his face. He chose to shadow de war and ultimately eliminated him in Bayuan City, indeed to instill fear among all parties. Possessing the strength of a fifth-level Earth Knight alone was insufficient to evoke such trepidation. However, should this fifth-level Earth Knight play by his own rules, all would have to weigh the consequences carefully. Of course, he did not expect the second prince and his entourage to be genuinely intimidated. However, as long as he could secure ample time for development, his objectives would be achieved. Nevertheless, this was not the moment to openly confront the second prince. Hence, He opted for a covert approach. As long as he was not apprehended on the spot, it mattered little if everyone suspected him. Even if the second prince ultimately chose to act, they would merely revert to the starting point, and he would be rid of Dewar, the Earth Knight. In his fully beastly form, he temporarily wielded 6th-level power, enabling him to stand his ground even against the Duke of the West. Shortly thereafter, news of David's successful breakthrough to 5th-level Earth Knight spread. The nobles of the North, upon hearing this news, initially reacted with disbelief. Yet, recalling the defeat of the Ice Bear Marquis, they fell into a contemplative silence. Subsequently, the nobles of Ice Bear City were the first to present congratulatory gifts to Frostwolf Ridge, followed by other surrounding nobles. They evidently approached with a tentative attitude, as the emergence of another 5th-level Earth Knight in the North constituted a significant event. To commemorate this, David hosted a grand banquet. The nobles who attended were primarily from the northwestern corner of the North. Besides probing the strength of the Frostwolf Duke, they also sought to gauge his stance in the ongoing Silver Moon Civil War. David, without reservation, showcased his 5th-level prowess and reiterated his neutral position, attempting to draw these nobles into his neutral camp. After the banquet concluded, David let out a slight sigh of relief. The two exchanged glances, both sensing the mutual delight in each other's eyes. This time, his companion for the evening was none other than Princess Rhaena of Crystal Song. When Rhaena made her entrance in a splendid evening gown, she left all the nobles utterly mesmerized. "Rhaena, you look stunning today." "Thank you," Rhaena replied, her cheeks slightly flushed after sipping some wine. David approached and, without hesitation, lifted the Crystal Song princess, cradling the flowing fabric of her gown as he made his way to the bedroom. Beyond preparing for the influence of the second prince, the paramount objective remained to enhance his own strength. Elevating the soul of the Snow Demon to 6th level was his current ambition. Only by raising his inherent capabilities to the 6th level could he truly establish himself in the North. Chapter 101: Breakthrough, Intermediate Wizard. Within the castle, the springtime scenery was vibrant. David donned his noble attire. As David completed his training, the ethereal voice of the system resonated in his ears. He exhaled softly, glancing out the window to find the sky gradually brightening. No wonder fatigue had begun to settle over him. Meanwhile, the proud little princess, Rhaena, lacked the strength to utter a single word, though her eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. In that fleeting moment of mental communion, she realized that her spiritual power had successfully transcended the 3rd tier. Achieving a 3rd tier spiritual strength signified that she had surpassed the limits imposed by the Snow Demon breathing technique. From this point onward, she could delve into the arcane secrets of the Snow Demon, mastering the powers of frost and ice, and ascend to the status of a true Ice Queen. Though Rhaena's combat prowess as a knight still paled in comparison to that of the King of Crystal Song, she had already attained mastery over the Snow Demon's powers equivalent to his. With a 3rd tier knightly strength combined with 3rd tier spiritual power, she had achieved a level of potency that she had previously deemed unattainable. Yet now, with the assistance of the Duke, this accomplishment had come to fruition with surprising ease. "The Duke, Is there more to crave?" Indeed, gratitude shone in Rhaena's eyes. In that moment, she was no longer a haughty princess, but merely a humble woman filled with appreciation. David, not one to relinquish a delightful opportunity, gently removed Rhaena's evening gown and leaned in closer. As dawn broke, David and Rhaena rose from their slumber. After allowing Holwu to come in and tidy up, the two departed for breakfast. Today marked their scheduled visit to the Wizarding Castle for an exchange of knowledge. Upon their arrival, Hill and Yezi had already prepared a delightful tea gathering in the back garden, with Yezi having baked an assortment of pastries. In a brief span of time, the Wizarding Castle, under Yezi's care, had transformed into a vibrant sanctuary, particularly the back garden, which was in full bloom with a variety of flowers. Yezi, a natural-born gardener, had cultivated various crops in the once barren lands of Grey Wolf Valley, infusing the area with life. David had always been intrigued by this elf-like witch. Each time he visited the castle, he brought her an array of plant seeds. Moreover, he would captivate her attention with the botanical knowledge stored in his mind. deepening their bond. When David arrived with Leah, Amy, Raina, Cynthia, Hulu, and Shualian, the formal exchange of wizardly knowledge commenced. During this period, and had shared the entirety of her wizarding knowledge, and upon Yezi's arrival, the narrative transitioned to her domain, focusing on her understanding of plant mastery. Although Yezi had not inherited any formal wizarding legacy, her insights into botanical knowledge were nonetheless valuable. In the present moment, only Annie and Hill possessed the legacy of the sorcerers, wielding respectively the Book of Summoning and the Earth Sorcerer as heritage. Annie quietly records the insights gained from each sorceress exchange, intending to compile them into a tome of sorceress notes to assist the visiting sorcerers at the castle, thereby enhancing her own prowess. Miss Annie, may I seek your counsel regarding matters of mental prowess? Raina inquired, having found Annie, who was diligently organizing her notes. You wish to learn the methods of mental application? Annie pondered before responding. Raina nodded, revealing that she had recently transcended to the third tier of mental strength. With such an advancement, numerous techniques became accessible to her. Originally, she possessed the soul of the snow spirit, making the cultivation of ice powers most suitable. However, although Amy had command over ice powers, she lacked the relevant legacy, rendering imitation impossible. Fortunately, the soul of the snow spirit also greatly enhanced her mental strength, allowing her to first acquire knowledge from Annie regarding mental applications. Your mental strength has advanced? Annie's face displayed a facade of surprise, though she expected as much. She recalled that Raina had only recently attained the second tier of mental prowess. How could it be that within such a brief span, she had ascended to the third tier? Doubts began to stir within her. Cynthia was similar, so was Amy and Raina too. The most remarkable case was that of Duke Frostwolf, who, even as a fifth-tier Earth Knight, simply asserted his breakthroughs. Annie sensed that the Duke might possess some enigmatic force capable of expediting strength enhancement, though she hesitated to voice such inquiries. Seeing Raina nod in affirmation, Annie took a deep breath to steady her astonishment and replied with a smile, "Of course." Raina expressed her gratitude and began to learn the methods of mental application and the legacy of summoning under Annie's guidance. Meanwhile, David observed that everyone had commenced their respective practices and settled into a meditative posture himself. His soul of the snow spirit had now met the requirements for a breakthrough to the sixth tier. However, he chose not to rush into this transition. Instead, he aimed to first stabilize his condition and further augment his mental prowess. Each breakthrough of the soul of the snow spirit would yield feedback into his mental strength, which he intended to leverage for his own advancement. As time flowed gently by, Leaf and Hill sat together, exchanging laughter and conversation. They had never envisioned a day when they could liberate themselves from their past repressive existence and embrace the freedom to live as they wished. All of this was a gift from the Duke. Whenever Hill spoke of the Duke, her eyes sparkled with admiration, her reverence unmasked. "Hill, do you harbor feelings for the Duke?" Leaf suddenly remarked. Having spent much time together in the castle, she, being perceptive by nature, had naturally discerned the truth. Even the Duke's interest in her did not escape her notice. She simply found herself at a loss for how to respond, resorting to silence instead. What did you say?" Upon having her secret thoughts exposed, Hill sprang to her feet in surprise. "Do not fret. It is not at all strange to have feelings for the Duke," Yezi chuckled, concealing her mouth. Hill, flustered, sat back down and countered, "What about you? Do you have feelings for the Duke?" After a moment of contemplation, Yezi shook her head and replied, "I am uncertain of what it means to like someone, but I do feel grateful towards the Duke. Yes, I truly appreciate him. The Duke has always been our protector." Hill nodded, recalling the moment the sorcerer had saved her during one of the darkest and most helpless times of her life, illuminating her path like a beacon. She felt that apart from the sorcerer, she would never be able to harbor affection for anyone else. On the cliff beside the sorcerer's castle, David sat cross-legged, preparing for a breakthrough. With a mere thought, the spirit of the frost wolf within his mental realm let out a roar. An invisible force surged into the frost wolf's essence, solidifying its form while emanating a chilling power. With this newfound strength, the frost wolf successfully ascended to the sixth tier. Within the mental realm, the frost wolf appeared palpably powerful, as if it had materialized. The potent spiritual energy surged within the sixth-tier spirit, awakening something deep within David's soul. It felt as though a profound resonance had been established between his spirit and that of the frost wolf, each roar echoing within his very heart. The air around him turned frigid, enveloped in a delicate white mist. In his mental world, the frost wolf's form became increasingly vivid, its fur shimmering with an icy brilliance, while its eyes resembled two profound ice-blue gems. This formidable spiritual energy not only heightened David's perception, but also significantly enhanced his innate spiritual talents. He sensed that his control over the elements had ascended to a new level, particularly regarding the ice and snow elements, as if he had become one with them. Soon after, the mental feedback resulting from the elevation of the frost wolf spirit began to take effect. David's mental power swelled once more, causing a tremor in his mental realm as his soul greedily absorbed the influx of energy. In the next moment, his mental landscape expanded again. Under the might of the frost wolf's power, his mental world transformed into a vast realm of ice and snow, continuously reinforcing his spiritual energy. Suddenly, David communicated with the frost wolf using his mental prowess, charging directly at an invisible barrier that obstructed his spiritual strength. Crack! In a moment of disorientation, he perceived a sound akin to shattering. The sensation of resistance against his growing mental power vanished, allowing his spirit to surge forth. Breaking free from the confines of the third-tier pinnacle, David opened his eyes, a brilliant silver light emanating from within. At that moment, the mental energy contained in his spiritual realm began to surge uncontrollably. Ice control. David's gaze suddenly sharpened. In the next instant, this unbridled mental energy was harnessed by him. As the mental energy rapidly depleted, the surrounding icy power was instantaneously drawn forth. Following this, a terrifying force of ice swept through the area, freezing everything in its path. Vast expanses of forest were suddenly enveloped in an icy shroud. At this moment, his mental energy successfully transcended to the fourth tier, truly stepping into the realm of a mid-level wizard. Meanwhile, within the wizard's castle, the witches continued their tea gathering. Suddenly, Amy lifted her head, her gaze directed toward the Frostwolf forest. As an ice witch, she was the first to perceive the sudden eruption of icy power within the forest. Rena and Annie also reacted, exchanging glances before rising together and hastening toward the Frostwolf forest. The current situation seemed to indicate that a remarkably powerful wizard had intruded into the Frostwolf forest. When they arrived at the forest, now encased in ice, their eyes widened in astonishment, the magical fluctuations contained within instilling a sense of dread. A mid-level wizard. This power could only belong to a wizard of fourth tier or above. As they pondered who it might be, David's figure gradually emerged from the woods. My lord. Upon seeing David, the group was taken aback. Subsequently, Leah, Amy, Rena, and Cynthia approached him directly. Young Master David, are you all right? Leah examined him closely. David smiled slightly, reassuring them, do not worry, this freezing power is my doing, not a sign of danger. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, Annie reacted, her eyes widening even further as she gazed at the frozen forest. The Duke of Frostwolf. Everything before them was indeed the work of the Duke of Frostwolf. This could only mean that the Duke possessed the power of a mid-level wizard. Your mental energy has broken through to the fourth tier? Annie approached eagerly. She clearly remembered the Duke of Frostwolf meditating to strengthen his mental energy that morning. At that time, the Duke's mental energy was at the peak of the third tier, and now his display was evidently beyond that. David looked at Annie, whose face was filled with anticipation, and nodded with a smile. Fortuitously, I have broken through. How did you achieve this breakthrough? Annie murmured, her eyes shining with eagerness. She had been trapped at the peak of the third tier for an extended period, and even as a mental-type witch, she had not found a method to break through. Yet, the Duke of Frostwolf had accomplished it so effortlessly. Now, she was desperate to learn how the Duke had ascended to the fourth tier. Do you wish to know? As night descended, David invited, come to my room. I can assist you. A faint smile played on his lips, and was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had never anticipated such a forthright proposition from the Frostwolf Duke. She had long been aware of his romantic inclinations. If she were to visit his chamber tonight, it would undoubtedly transcend mere scholarly discourse on sorcery. At that moment, Hill and Leaf also grasped the implication, their faces flushing crimson. Observing Anne's reaction, David shrugged and remarked, "I assure you, I speak the truth." He then recounted his experience of breaking through to the fourth tier of mental prowess. To ascend from the third to the fourth tier necessitated overcoming a formidable mental barrier, a challenge that was exceedingly arduous without external assistance. To conceal the existence of the Frostwolf spirit, David attributed his breakthrough solely to the fully realized potential of his frost giant wolf bloodline and the chilling powers it harbored. "Ah, I see," and sighed, recognizing that a corresponding magical potion was indeed essential for such an advancement. Although she possessed the formulas, gathering all the requisite materials proved to be a daunting task. "I have already arranged for the collection of these materials," David interjected. Initially, he had intended to leverage a magical potion for his breakthrough. However, having utilized the Frostwolf spirit, that plan was rendered unnecessary. Nevertheless, with Amy, Lena, and Cynthia, along with numerous other witches requiring such potions for their own advancements, he remained committed to amassing the necessary ingredients. "Thank you," and expressed her genuine gratitude. She had observed the Duke's considerable contributions to the sorcerers. Yet, her feelings towards this romantic Duke were devoid of any such inclination. David waved his hand dismissively and led the group of witches back to the wizard's castle, continuing to share his experiences of breakthroughs along the way. After dinner, David, holding a glass of red wine, ascended to the balcony atop the castle. A gentle breeze caressed him, causing him to squint in contentment as he awaited someone's arrival. His earlier words, too, and had not been uttered lightly, should and choose to accompany him to his room that evening. He would harness the power of the system to enhance her mental capacity. Although this might not reflect Anne's true sentiments, he pondered, what significance did that hold? His previous life had been one of openness, and in this world reminiscent of medieval Europe, seeking a few lovers seemed entirely reasonable. Responsibility was paramount. He held no antiquated notions in his mind. If the other party sought his accountability, he, as a man, would naturally embrace that duty. Yet, if they desired no such obligation, it would merely be a night of fleeting pleasure. Suddenly, David's ears perked up. His fifth-tier physical prowess bestowed upon him extraordinary hearing. Then, he caught a whiff of a natural floral fragrance wafting through the air. The approaching figure did not seem to be Anne. David's gaze drifted towards a figure slowly approaching under the moonlight. The young woman was clad in a loose-fitting white linen gown, the gentle breeze revealing the contours of her form. It was Hill. David recognized her immediately. Such a generous bosom could only belong to her within the entire castle. Upon noticing the Lord's attention, Hill instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, as if to conceal something, yet simultaneously harboring a sense of anticipation. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of ripe cherries, shy yet enchanting. The delicate lashes cast shadows upon her cheeks, adding an element of bashful beauty. David's gaze settled upon Hill's clear, yet slightly anxious visage, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Truth be told, he had seldom focused on Hill before. However, he had never anticipated that in waiting for Annie, he would instead find Hill. As he beheld her voluptuous figure, a sudden warmth surged within him, prompting him to lick his parched lips. "Why are you here?" he inquired. At the sound of his question, Hill lowered her head, visibly more nervous. "I wanted to know the method the wizard mentioned during the day to enhance mental strength." The words seemed to drain Hill of all her energy. Upon hearing this, David's eyes gleamed. "Then, would you care to accompany me to my room?" "Yes," Hill nodded, her shyness causing her to bury her face deeper into her ample chest. She was well aware that following the wizard to his room implied a great deal, yet it was precisely what she desired. David spoke no further, gently running his fingers through Hill's hair. She kept her head down, not flinching, though her heart raced uncontrollably. Noticing Hill's lack of resistance, David softly urged, "Then come with me." He took her hand, leading her towards the master bedroom. Hill hesitated momentarily, then allowed herself to be guided, trailing behind the Lord with her head bowed. Her heart was a tumult of nerves and anticipation, mingled with joy at the Lord's acceptance of her. She slightly lifted her gaze, resting it upon the solid, mountain-like silhouette of the wizard, feeling a wave of reassurance, reminiscent of that initial embrace. Chapter 102: Acquisition of Earth Element Affinity. Inside the master bedroom of the wizard's castle, David ushered Hill into the room and securely locked the door. This was his sanctuary, typically shared with Leah, Amy, Lena, and Cynthia, who resided in adjacent chambers. Upon entering, Hill found herself relaxing instead. In the next moment, she felt her body being lifted. She did not resist. Instead, she shyly closed her eyes, burying her face in his sturdy chest, fully prepared for what lay ahead. David gently placed Hill down by the bed, perceiving her nervousness. He had always been incredibly patient with young maidens on their first night. He had never envisioned that Hill would impact him so profoundly. David exhaled gently, his breath slightly ragged, as his hands traversed the contours of her skin. Hill's body had flushed a deep crimson, her own breathing quickening. In the throes of passion, she gradually forgot her initial apprehension and fear. Noticing this, David leaned closer and whispered in Hill's ear, "Is it all right?" She nodded shyly, closing her eyes. Unable to resist, David lowered his head to steal a kiss. In that fleeting moment, she realized her dreams had come to fruition, and tears welled in her eyes. "What troubles you?" David inquired softly. Hill shook her head and murmured, "I'm capable." For a brief moment, David was taken aback, but he could no longer contain himself. "You have completed a cultivation session, gaining the Earth Elemental Affinity." Just as David had anticipated, he received the Earth Elemental Affinity from Hill. By elevating the affinities level, he would be able to practice spells related to the Earth element, and Hill conveniently possessed a legacy of the Earth Sorcerer. David felt a surge of joy at Hill's affirmative response and requested once more. "You have completed a cultivation session. Earth Elemental Affinity 118. Earth Elemental Affinity. Low 119-1000. Upon hearing the system notification, David was momentarily stunned, repeatedly reviewing the system prompt in disbelief before confirming that he had indeed acquired 118 points of experience. His eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. Astoundingly, during their first cultivation session, the results he and Hill achieved nearly rivaled those of Amy and Cynthia, although they were still a tad short. It was evident that he had not cultivated any emotional bond with Hill, which was entirely unexpected. If it were not for a malfunction in the system, it would imply that Hill's feelings for him ran deep, perhaps not inferior to those of Amy and Cynthia, with whom he had spent countless hours. He gazed pensively at the woman beneath him. During this time, Hill must have secretly harbored feelings for him, yet he had paid little attention to her. On the few occasions they had met, he had only noticed her prominent features, neglecting her affections for him. Reflecting on this, he leaned down to kiss her once more. "My dear sorceress, I am still able." Despite her evident exhaustion, Hill insisted. David, taking note of her words, suppressed his own impulses and reassured her. "You are new to this. Rest well, and we can take our time." "My dear sorceress," Hill exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, tears shimmering in her eyes. David gently wiped away her tears, speaking tenderly, "From now on, you shall be mine, and I will take responsibility, bringing you back to Frostwolf Castle." Hill felt an overwhelming wave of happiness wash over her. She had merely wished to deepen her connection with the sorcerer and had never dared to dream of such a commitment. Yet he had responded affirmatively, vowing to take care of her. "My dear sorceress, I am still capable," Hill declared, her gaze resolute. David could not refuse her invitation. As dawn broke, David sat in meditation with his eyes closed. Hill remained nestled in his embrace, soundly asleep. Last night, Hill had indeed been utterly exhausted. David tenderly caressed Hill's chestnut locks, reluctantly rousing the little witch from her slumber. However, his other hand unconsciously began to knead again. A soft murmur escaped Hill's lips as she opened her eyes. "Master Wizard," she sweetly called, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Yes, I am here," David replied with a smile, increasing the motion of his hand. An hour later, Wu entered the room to tidy up. She carefully gathered the blood-stained sheets and placed them in a small wooden box before laying down fresh linens, patiently addressing the disarray in the room. In the dining area on the first floor, the figure of Water Lily flitted between the kitchen and the dining room. Upon seeing David leading Hill downstairs, Annie's expression was mixed, while Yezi let out a sigh of relief and discreetly gave Hill a thumbs up. Hill shyly lowered her head. She had felt quite anxious when making that decision. Fortunately, her efforts had been met with a response from the Master Wizard, and she now felt immensely grateful for that choice. Leah approached with a smile. Since Hill had become young Master David's woman, she was now one of their sisters. She welcomed Hill to sit beside her, and Amy and Cynthia gathered around, whispering secrets among themselves. David sat down with an untroubled demeanor, watching the ladies interact amicably. After breakfast, David encouraged the witches to continue their discussions while he made his way to the quarry. This quarry was exclusively Hill's, guarded by a multitude of gray wolves. Upon seeing their leader accompanied by his master, the gray wolves wagged their tails in greeting, some even bringing along their pups. Following the breeding season of spring, the number of gray wolves in Frost Wolf Forest had significantly increased, particularly in stable living conditions, as natural selection had allowed these wolves to produce more offspring. However, the two snow wolves had not shown any signs of activity despite the passage of time. Just like these extraordinary magical beasts, the stronger the individual, the more challenging it became to reproduce. After sending the gray wolves away, David approached the cliff and began to experiment with his newly acquired earth elemental affinity. Although he had just obtained this ability, his spirit was at the 4th tier. As a result, even without mastering any spells, he effortlessly gathered the surrounding earth elemental energy. He pressed one hand against the rock face, controlling the elemental energy contained within. In the next moment, he felt the wall tremble as chunks of stone rapidly detached and crashed to the ground. "Rise!" David raised his hand again. The fragments, enveloped in earth elemental energy, began to float slowly. With a flick of his mind, the stones suddenly shot forth, relentlessly striking the rock face. Boom! In an instant, a cloud of dust enveloped the area. As the dust settled, numerous small craters appeared upon the rocky surface. Observing this scene, a look of satisfaction spread across David's face. The most crucial aspect of being an earth wizard is the mastery over the earth and stone. With his 4th tier mental prowess, it would not be long before he could harness this power. If he were to exert himself further and elevate his affinity for the earth element, he could entirely utilize earth spells as a means of defense. The ice spells primarily govern control, while earth spells serve as the foundation of defense, complemented by his 5th tier knightly physique and combat energy as the main offensive force. Together, they would further enhance his overall strength. Presently, his advancement as a knight had slowed considerably, allowing him to focus some of his efforts on honing tactics and skills. After experimenting with his earth element affinity, David seamlessly transitioned to using his beast transformation ability and consumed a 4th tier blood red potion. However, as he broke through to the 5th tier, the efficacy of the blood red potion noticeably diminished. If he intended to continue relying on it to enhance his physical qualities, he must swiftly devise a means to procure the blood of a 5th tier extraordinary beast. The situation with the Frost Wolf elixir was similar. The 4th tier Frost Wolf potion was also beginning to lag behind his pace of advancement. Fortunately, he possessed the bloodline of the 6th tier Frost Giant Wolf, which would augment the efficiency of his training in the Frost Wolf breathing technique, thereby further strengthening his liquefied combat energy. To ascend to the 6th tier Earth Knight level, he must materialize his liquefied combat energy, a task far more arduous than the liquefaction itself. Additionally, there were potions to enhance mental prowess. His mental strength had successfully broken through to the 4th tier, yet had nearly exhausted his innate mental talent. Despite having the 6th tier soul of the snow spirit and foundational meditation techniques, the rate of his mental enhancement remained painfully slow. Only with the aid of potions designed to boost mental strength could he continue to progress rapidly. Resources. He needed more resources, he murmured. The stronger one becomes, the more resources one requires. It is no wonder that the families on this continent are so fervent in their pursuits of expansion. Currently, the Frost Wolf family had absorbed the northwestern region of the northern lands. Yet even so, it remained challenging to sustain the resources necessary for his training. He needed to continue expanding the influence of the Frost Wolf family, gathering more forces to assist in resource collection to keep pace with his rising strength. After practicing the Frost Wolf breathing technique, David then trained in the nine-tailed fox breathing technique before returning to the wizard's castle. The remainder of his time was devoted to studying the teachings of the Earth Wizard legacy, particularly mastering the several zero-ring tricks documented therein, which were essential for him to learn. That night, David would routinely stand for a while on the balcony of the castle's top floor. Subsequently, he made his way back inside, as it was once again time for Hill's chamber. Wizard Master, Hill greeted, clad in a nightgown that undeniably accentuated her figure. Upon seeing David enter the room, Hill joyfully approached him, embracing the hands of the esteemed wizard. The two made their way to the bedside, where Hill proceeded to remove David's garments. He comfortably squinted his eyes in delight as he gently lifted Hill and laid her upon the bed, marking the commencement of their intimate interlude. Through his guidance during this period, Hill had unlocked several new postures, wholly devoted to fulfilling his requests without hesitation. No matter how challenging or stimulating the demands, she endeavored to meet them with unwavering dedication. You have completed a training session. Earth Element Affinity 124. Earth Element Affinity, low, 1025 to 1000. After continuous effort, Hill's Earth Element Affinity finally surpassed the threshold for advancement to medium level. Already a third-tier extraordinary being, her profound feelings for David accelerated the growth of her Affinity-S experience points. At this rate of progress, it would not be long before she achieved a high level of Earth Element Affinity. Reflecting on this, David felt a sense of introspection. Had he known of Hill's affections earlier, he would have welcomed her into Frostwolf Castle sooner. Learning from his experience, he felt inclined to be more proactive moving forward. Be good, let me see. Hill blushed, leaning forward slightly. Wizard. Next, I shall join Sister Leah and the others. The physical prowess of witches is not significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals. Thus, it is improbable that they could endure such experiences. Moreover, Hill had come to realize that the previous night, David had been with Leah, Amy, Raina, and Cynthia. Recognizing her inability to fully satisfy the wizard only deepened her feelings of guilt. David, upon hearing this, remained silent, gathering the little witch into his embrace and caressing her chestnut hair. He contemplated when to broach the subject with Hill, only to find she had brought it up herself, which both relieved and endeared him. Simultaneously, he summoned the system panel within his mind and opted for a breakthrough. This was not his first instance of achieving a breakthrough. Transitioning from low to medium Earth Element Affinity was a feat he could easily manage. Moreover, during the breakthrough, his body would undergo a transformation through the energies of the Earth Element, allowing him to bestow certain advantages upon Hill with the aid of the system. Earth Element Affinity, medium 2510-000. As the Earth Element Affinity advanced, a vast accumulation of Earth Elemental energy enveloped them. David leaned down to kiss the little witch, the rich energies surrounding them both. You have completed a training session. Earth Element Affinity 129, acquired spell, Stone Conjuration. Suddenly, an unfamiliar notification resonated. David reacted swiftly to investigate, discovering that he had successfully obtained a basic zero-ring cantrip from Hill. Stone Conjuration, a low-level cantrip, enables direct control over earth elements to solidify into stone. This serves as the foundation for numerous earth magic spells. Once one masters the stone convergence technique, it becomes possible to deduce various other spells from it. Previously, he had pondered why he could not acquire spells from Hill. It now seemed that his affinity for earth elements was insufficient. Meanwhile, Hill was acutely aware of the rich earth elemental energy surging within her. Without pausing to think, she swiftly harnessed this energy using her mental prowess, initiating a meditative practice to cultivate her spirit. Through their recent exchanges, she had come to understand the enhanced effects of meditation during the sage's time. Initially, she believed it to be merely the guidance offered by the esteemed wizard for the development of mental strength, but upon reflection, it appeared to be far more complex. The intensity of this earth elemental energy greatly facilitated her mental training, allowing her previously stagnant spirit to ascend further. When she finally opened her eyes, she found the wizard smiling warmly at her. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her chest, and upon realizing the situation, her face flushed, leaving her somewhat flustered. David refrained from further challenging the young sorceress. Although he had not entered the sage state, the exhilaration of acquiring a new spell quelled his previous agitation. After a sleepless night, David arose early. Once Fire Dance assisted him in dressing, he descended with Hill to partake in breakfast. Subsequently, David ventured to the quarry to practice the recently acquired stone convergence technique. Although the system allowed for direct acquisition of spells from targets, mastery still required relentless practice. He raised his hand, channeling his mental energy to gather the surrounding earth elements. Before him, a stone materialized, its size continuously increasing as more earth elements converged. Ultimately, through his efforts, the stone transformed into a massive boulder, 1 meter in diameter, levitating in midair under the influence of magic. David's gaze fell upon a stone on the ground. With a mere thought, he hurled the gathered boulder forth. The stone traced a parabolic arc before colliding with another stone. With a resounding crash, both shattered, scattering debris in every direction. Given the boulder's immense size and magical essence, the force of this strike was formidable. Even a ground knight would find it challenging to withstand. However, the magic within the boulder could not enhance its speed like an ice arrow, rendering the falling stone's velocity too slow to effectively strike an opponent. David shook his head, realizing that the stone convergence technique was not an offensive spell. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He concentrated the earth elemental energy around him, transforming it into a rock armor. He then tested the armor's resilience against his fighting spirit, discovering that the magically infused rock armor could withstand ordinary fighting spirit attacks. The wizard's extraordinary system undeniably surpassed that of the knights. Thus, he resolved to diligently pursue the enhancement of his extraordinary talents. Chapter 103: Soul Absorption, Consecutive Breakthroughs. Frostwolf Castle. This marks the first occasion that Hill has set foot in this place, and on this visit, she arrives as the lady of the manor. "Welcome home, Sister Hill," Laya murmurs softly. "Thank you, Sister Laya," Hill replies, nodding with joy, though she appears somewhat reserved. "From now on, consider yourself the mistress of this place," David adds with a smile. "Indeed," Hill responds, her face alight with emotion. David instructs Laya, Amy, and Cynthia to show Hill around, while he escorts Reyna towards the council chamber. "Your Grace," the Grey Wolf Knight bows respectfully to David. Over time, as David's strength has steadily increased, he appears considerably younger. A 19-year-old 5th-tier Earth Knight. Such a rarity in the annals of the Silvermoon Kingdom's history. Even the old Duke, once hailed as a prodigy of the younger generation, pales in comparison. Moreover, he has witnessed young Master David's growth firsthand. Were it not for his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that Master David had only recently awakened his bloodline powers. This goes beyond mere genius. Even the legendary apostles of the gods may not compare. Naturally, with the awareness of the existence of sorcerers, he has attributed these remarkable feats to their powers, for they are said to be capable of contending with deities. "Rise." Uncle Ollie, David steps forward to assist the Grey Wolf Knight to his feet. Even though he now possesses the strength to face most threats unflinchingly, he will not forget who has consistently sheltered him. At this moment, Reyna also performs a noble gesture towards the Grey Wolf Knight, positioning herself behind David. Subsequently, the Grey Wolf Knight begins to report on recent events in the north, primarily concerning the civil war in Silvermoon. With the eldest and second princes issuing summons in the north, the region has now been divided into 2 factions. Adding to this are the forces occupying the northwest, held by the Frostwolf family, and the stronghold in the north, resulting in a total of 4 factions. The factions of the eldest and second princes have engaged in several skirmishes during this period. Ultimately, the second prince, Blanco, who enjoys the backing of the capital and the nobles of the western territories, has gained a decisive advantage. The majority of the northern lands have fallen under the control of Blanco's army, leaving only the territories in the north and east. Now, the coalition of the second Prince Blanco's faction has commenced an assault on the eastern part of the north, attempting to penetrate directly into the eastern territory, aiming to encircle the forces dispatched from the royal capital and completely conquer the east. However, just as second Prince Blanco intended to capitalize on this momentum to invade the east, third Prince Reynolds and the Duke of the South mobilized, gathering troops at the border between the capital and the south. This compelled the capital to withdraw a portion of its forces to defend against a potential offensive from the south. In the present-day civil war within the kingdom of Silver Moon, a precarious stalemate has unfolded, pitting the first prince and the third prince against the second prince. It is evidently an insurmountable task to bring a swift conclusion to this internal strife. Instead, the northern lands have emerged as the principal battleground for both factions. Some families, in a bid to evade the chaos of the north, have begun migrating towards the northwest to secure the protection of the Frostwolf clan. These families have proffered a plethora of gifts, including an array of gold and silver jewelry, serfs, and livestock. Though they have vacated their territories, they remain, in a legal sense, the rightful lords of those lands. We might devise a contractual approach to transform these territories into possessions of our Frostwolf clan, David contemplated aloud. The societal structure of this world resembles a feudal system, wherein territories could be directly bought and sold. Clearly, this is the opportune moment to seize these noble estates. For those nobles who have already fled their lands, the territories have long since been rendered void. They are merely selling what they have effectively lost to the Frostwolf clan, incurring no actual loss while simultaneously gaining the protection of the Frostwolf clan. I understand, Rena replied, her eyes brightening as she nodded. David then turned his gaze towards the Grey Wolf Knight, stating, "As for the displaced populace, we shall settle them using our traditional methods." The Grey Wolf Knight nodded in agreement. After arranging all matters pertaining to the territory, the Grey Wolf Knight took his leave. "The affairs of the territory are bound to multiply, and your efforts will be greatly appreciated," David remarked, drawing Rena into his embrace, his expression earnest. Aside from steering the overarching direction, he had seldom involved himself in the minutiae of territorial governance. "It is no trouble. I will ensure the territory is well managed," Rena replied, shaking her head, a confident smile gracing the face of the Crystal Song Princess. "Indeed, when the opportune moment arises, we shall take action. First, the northern lands, then the kingdom of Silver Moon, and ultimately, I shall assist you in reclaiming the kingdom of Crystal Song," David declared solemnly, having never forgotten his promise to Rena. In depths of emotion, words are unnecessary. The two began an intimate exchange within the council chamber. The experience required to elevate the soul of the Snow Demon to the 7th tier is indeed formidable, and David could only incrementally enhance it as time permitted. Regrettably, Rena's prowess remains at the 3rd tier. Should she ascend to the 4th tier, a qualitative leap would undoubtedly occur. Therefore, in addition to gradually accumulating experience through repetition, he must devise ways to assist his ladies in attaining the 4th tier. David mused, intensifying his output. As he revealed his 6th tier, Frostwolf Soul, it manifested almost tangibly within Rena's mental realm, and she felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of her soul, causing her to involuntarily widen her eyes in astonishment. "Is this the Frost Giant Wolf?" Rena felt a sense of familiarity with the spirit of the Frost Wolf before her. David said little. As the Frost Wolf spirit approached and initiated a soulful communion with Rena's Snow Sprite spirit, their mental energies intertwining harmoniously. At this moment, David boasted the formidable 6th-tier Frost Wolf spirit alongside a 4th-tier mental prowess, significantly enhancing Rena's own mental strength, thereby augmenting the potency of her Snow Sprite spirit. Her mental energy began to be fortified continuously. This marked David's first instance of manifesting the Frost Wolf spirit for such a divine communion, yielding results far exceeding his expectations. It was only when the entirety of the Frost Wolf spirit's mental energy had seamlessly integrated into Rena's Snow Sprite spirit that David concluded the communion. Suddenly, an entirely different voice resonated, startling David. He had merely intended to leverage his frost wolf spirit to assist Reyna in fortifying her snow sprite spirit and mental capabilities, never anticipating the acquisition of a new ability. Moreover, this newfound power was soul absorption, an ability intrinsically linked to the essence of the soul, evidently signifying the soul affinity of the snow sprite spirit. The snow sprite spirit was not only capable of wielding the power of ice, but also mastering the forces of the soul. Legend spoke of the snow sprite as a formidable undead entity. Reyna, I desire more. Alricht. Reyna, unaware of the unfolding circumstances, willingly complied. This continued until lunchtime, at which point they organized themselves to depart from the council chamber. After their meal, Reyna proceeded to the town hall to attend her governmental duties, while Ya began to orchestrate the affairs within the castle. With the former steward having retired, all matters within the castle were now under Leah's purview. Cynthia, aware that study time loomed ahead, mischievously suggested she would observe the training of the Grey Wolves and promptly slipped away. Although a witch, she was not particularly adept at her studies. Moreover, she cherished her freedom and detested being confined to a study. David allowed Cynthia her liberty. Comparatively, her temperament and abilities were indeed more suited to the path of a knight. The combination of a nine-tailed fox breathing technique and her beast transformation ability would enable Cynthia to unleash her utmost combat potential, thus negating the need for her to pursue other spells. Following this, Amy and Hill returned to the study, intent on continuing their discourse and learning regarding witchcraft, endeavoring to decipher the inheritance of the Earth Sorcerer. David's mental prowess had transcended to the 4th tier, reaching the rank of a mid-level sorcerer, allowing him to commence the study of intermediate cantrips within the zero-ring spells. The spells of turning mud to stone and stone to mud, documented within the inheritance of the Earth Sorcerer, were indeed intermediate zero-ring spells. Now, Amy and Hill were engaged in the process of analyzing the spell models for these two intermediate spells, thereby assisting David in constructing the respective spell models. Taking advantage of the opportunity, David made his way out of Frostwolf Castle, heading towards the prison with the intention of exploring the recently acquired ability to absorb souls. The name of this ability, derived from the spirit of the snow demon, clearly indicated its influence on the essence of one's soul. The prison of Frostwolf Castle housed a multitude of criminals, most of whom were raucous brigands. These miscreants had intruded upon Frostwolf Ridge alongside the refugees, but had barely commenced their nefarious deeds before being discovered and apprehended by the Grey Wolves. David bore no psychological burden regarding these bandits. Upon entering the subterranean prison, he instructed the jailer to escort 2 of the brigands to the deepest cell, dismissing the guards well out of earshot, forbidding anyone from approaching. "Spare us, my lord. Please spare us." The 2 brigands, upon sighting David, immediately fell to their knees, bowing their heads in supplication. Yet David paid them no heed. Stepping forward, he placed his hand upon the forehead of one bandit and activated the snow demon's innate ability. Soul absorption. His gaze was cold and resolute as an invisible force surged forth, penetrating deep into the very essence of the bandit's soul. In that moment, the air around them seemed to solidify, with an aura of chill emanating from David, rendering him akin to a formidable lich. The soul absorption, a unique gift from the snow demon's essence, not only siphoned the enemy's soul, but also appeared to extract their memories and will. During this process, David could perceive the terror and despair within the bandit's soul, crashing upon him like a tidal wave, interspersed with fragmented recollections. The bandit's body began to tremble, his eyes losing all spark, replaced by an abyss of emptiness and confusion. His soul dimmed, leaving him weak and ultimately collapsing to the ground, a mere husk of his former self. Retracting his hand, David found that the bandit's soul had been entirely absorbed, merging into the essence of the Frostwolf, subsequently transformed into pure mental energy. With a single gesture, this pristine mental force coalesced into a luminous orb that floated before him, devoid of any trace of the brigand's essence. Through the powers of the Frostwolf and soul absorption, he could directly transmute the opponent's soul into pure mental energy, enhancing his own. David's gaze flickered as he turned to the other bandit. The sight of his companion's fate had thoroughly terrified this brigand, who, upon meeting David's gaze, stumbled backward, crying out in fear. "Demon, this is not my desire, yet your choices have sealed your fate," David murmured, once more invoking the ability to absorb souls. As the second brigand fell, his soul was extracted by the spirit of the snow demon, merging into it and transforming into pure mental energy. David seated himself on the spot, employing meditation to absorb the two sources of mental energy. Before long, he opened his eyes, narrowing them slightly. He could indeed sense a slight enhancement in his mental strength, albeit just a minuscule increment, likely due to the feeble prowess of the two robbers. If he truly wished to harness the ability of soul absorption to augment his mental faculties, he would need to identify targets of significant spiritual potency to achieve any substantial results. Nonetheless, he could gather some mental energy for Reyna's snow spirit to absorb and transmute, thus better assisting her in enhancing her mental strength. David contemplated this, realizing that finding suitable targets would not be a simple endeavor. Regrettably, when he had slain Davy, he had yet to master the soul absorption ability. Otherwise, he could have experimented with the mental energy derived from the soul of an Earth Knight and discerned how much it could amplify his mental intensity. After all, this was a method to elevate one's mental prowess, and while executing soul absorption, there existed a chance to acquire fragments of the target's memories and will, which could also be leveraged for unexpected surprises. With this in mind, David resolved to employ this ability on his next adversary, aiming for their utter obliteration, soul included. He rose, his gaze settling upon the lifeless bodies of the two robbers, and summoned the power of ice, instantly encasing them in frost, which subsequently shattered into countless crystalline fragments. That night, within David's main chamber, a grand bed dominated the center of the room, custom-made by a carpenter during this period. Laya, Amy, Reyna, Cynthia, and Hill were engaged in playful banter. "Sister Hill, yours is rather grand, isn't it?" Amy exclaimed, drawing closer to compare with her own, her face alight with envy. Hill felt a twinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny, tugging at her straps, sensing the fabric was somewhat constricting. However, she had long since grown accustomed to it and resolved to alter it later, expanding the bust size a notch. Cynthia, perched elegantly on a chair, glanced between Hill and herself, letting out a resigned sigh, remarking on the stark contrast akin to mountains and plains. David had just finished his bath and was captivated by the vibrant atmosphere that enveloped the room upon his entrance. His gaze swept across the bashful ladies, a sense of pride swelling within him. To be blessed with the company of these 5 beautiful women was indeed a source of great pride. "Ladies, I have arrived. Time. High Marshal. Strength from Enlightenment synopsis. The invasion of the Source Realm and the rampage of Source Beasts marked the dawn of calamity, ushering in endless casualties. This dire situation persisted until the 32nd year of the Martial Era, when the strongest of the Earth Star, Chi Huang, emerged from the depths of nuclear devastation, decisively slaying 3 calamity-level Source Beasts, heralding the arrival of nuclear-level martial artists. In the 82nd year of the Martial Era, Chun Yu traversed into this world, born as a premature infant, initially believing he would embark on a path of mediocrity, only to unexpectedly awaken a panel of abilities. Restoring his body, he employed the Buddhist technique of I Jing Jing to enhance his talents, and the Taoist Shisui secret classic to elevate his comprehension, declaring, "No need, my comprehension is boundless, merely constrained by my frail physique." Years later, I remarked that with just a slight exertion, I could reach the limits of the world. Chapter 104. Transformation into the Frost Giant Wolf. Time passes swiftly. It has been over a month since the outbreak of the Civil War in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Despite the constraints posed by the Eastern and Southern factions, the Duke of the Western region swiftly seized control of the Northern region. It seems the Duke of the Eastern region voluntarily relinquished the Northern territories, relocating the nobility from the eastern part of the North to the east. Under these circumstances, the Duke of the Western region did not persist in his offensive, but rather began to take charge of the North. This news is certainly unwelcome for Frostwolf Ridge. With the Duke of the Western region now posing no threat in the North, his attention will inevitably turn towards Frostwolf Ridge. No one could allow a ticking time bomb to remain concealed in their rear. Frostwolf Castle. David continued his training as usual. At this moment, he was transforming into the form of a two-tailed fox. Following the successful breakthrough of the nine-tailed fox bloodline to the 4th tier, he finally grew a second tail. After diligent practice, he successfully mastered the enchanting power of the second tail of the nine-tailed fox. He had already tested this ability during his dual cultivation sessions with Leah and others, discovering that it could enhance the effects of their dual cultivation. Thus, he had been diligently practicing the nine-tailed fox breathing technique, seeking to further develop his nine-tailed fox bloodline and augment its enchanting effect. Upon concluding his training in the nine-tailed fox breathing technique, he swallowed a vial of 4th tier blood red potion. Although the enhancement to his physical prowess from the 4th tier potion was minimal, it still bore some effect. With the Earth Dragon beast serving as a colossal source of blood production, concocting 4th tier blood red potions for himself and Cynthia was not a daunting task. Yet he mused, it was imperative to swiftly locate a 5th tier extraordinary magical beast. Just as he contemplated this, a snow eagle suddenly soared across the sky, diving toward him. David's expression grew slightly serious as he extended his arm, allowing the snow eagle to perch on his shoulder and retrieving the letter bound to its leg. During this time, the Duke of the Western Region had once again sent a summons to Frostwolf Ridge. Should Frostwolf Ridge refuse to submit to the new king of Silvermoon, it will be directly trampled by the Western Coalition. Now, according to news relayed from the capital of Silvermoon, the 5th tier giant lizard knight of the Earth Lizard family had already proceeded to the north. The Earth Lizard family? It appears they are coming for me. David squinted slightly, recalling the envoy, Dywell, whom he had slain. It seems the Earth Lizard family has taken upon themselves the task of attacking Frostwolf Ridge to avenge Dywell. He continued to peruse the intelligence in his hand, which contained information about the Earth Lizard family. Haburi, a renowned 5th tier Earth Knight, was mentioned, and within the lizard family, there existed a 5th tier extraordinary magical beast, the Earth Dragon Lizard. This beast not only symbolized the lizard family, but also represented their most formidable combat strength. As the colossal lizard knight engaged in battle atop the Earth Dragon Lizard, he faced formidable competition among the 5th tier Earth Knights, a testament to the might of the colossal lizard clan. Additionally, as a vassal family of the Silver Moon royal family, the colossal lizard clan had amassed considerable wealth, establishing themselves as one of the most prominent noble houses within the Silver Moon Kingdom. The prospect of a 5th tier extraordinary beast, the Earth Dragon Lizard, ignited a spark in David's eyes. He had been pondering where to seek such a creature, only to have it presented before him. Thus, this conflict was inevitable. Not only must he repel the forces led by the colossal lizard clan, but he also needed to devise a means to capture the Earth Dragon Lizard, an endeavor that would prove challenging. David furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The grand coalition of the kingdom approached North Plains City, heralded by the imposing figure of the colossal lizard marquis riding the Earth Dragon Lizard, followed closely by knights mounted on Kodo lizards. Though this cavalry numbered merely 100, they exuded an aura akin to 1,000 troops. Each Kodo lizard was adorned with exquisite armor, their riders clad in dark golden armor, donning helmets reminiscent of eagle beaks and wielding gleaming lances, their banners fluttering in the wind. The Kodo lizards marched with steady, powerful strides, each step resonating like a heartbeat against the earth. These Kodo lizards themselves were magical beasts possessing a faint earth-based extraordinary bloodline, capable of contending with high-ranking knight attendants. The Marquis's gaze drifted toward the distant Frostwolf Ridge, his countenance darkening. Over a month ago, his dearly cherished son had perished upon this very land. Although no evidence linked the act to the Frostwolf Duke, to him, proof held little significance. This time, he intended to lay waste to Frostwolf Ridge with the colossal lizard's might, seeking to avenge his son with the blood of the Frostwolf Duke. My Lord Marquis, the wild wolf count greeted, riding forth on a mountain wolf king. He had fully embraced the new king's faction, aspiring to become the new monarch's representative in the Northern Territories. The colossal lizard marquis nodded to the wild wolf count, his gaze shifting to the wolf cavalry behind him. He had heard whispers of an elite wolf cavalry stationed at Frostwolf Ridge, though he remained uncertain how they would measure up against his own lizard knights. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was convinced that those wolf cavalry could never rival his colossal lizard knights. At that moment, the wolf cavalry was also scrutinizing the colossal lizard knights. They sensed the instinctual fear emanating from their mountain wolves, a fear rooted in the formidable power of the earth dragon lizard and the dragon lineage coursing through its veins. The wild wolf count patted his mountain wolf king and ushered the colossal lizard marquis into the city, while the colossal lizard knights maintained their vigil outside the walls. That night, the lord's castle was aglow with light. David's figure had somehow arrived at the castle's exterior, his gaze profound. Just yesterday, he had once again received the summons from the second prince. Compared to before, this summons was laced with direct threats. It was evident that there was no longer an opportunity for negotiation between him and the second prince. In this context, upon learning that the Marquis of the Giant Lizard had arrived in North Plain City, David immediately resolved to take the initiative. He cast his gaze outside the castle for a moment before making his way towards the encampment of the wolf cavalry within the city. Along the way, he activated his beast transformation talent, transforming himself into a werewolf, exuding an aura potent enough to command a pack of wolves. With a 6th-tier frost giant wolf bloodline, he had nearly reached the pinnacle of wolf-like creatures. Coupled with his beast transformation talent and 4th-tier mental prowess, David's original frost wolf pack ability had evolved into a power that dominated the wolf pack. As David approached, the mountain wolves suddenly opened their eyes. "Let us advance on the camp," David proclaimed with a knowing smile. These mountain wolves were now entirely under the dual influence of David's spirit and bloodline, mechanically following in his wake. At his command, the mountain wolves surged forth towards the city gates. Meanwhile, within the encampment outside the city, numerous Kodo giant lizards were resting with their eyes closed, while the knights indulged in boisterous revelry. Mountain wolves, what do they intend to do? A guard at the camp observed the pack rushing towards them, confusion etched on his face. But as the mountain wolves suddenly lunged at their comrades, jaws bared, the expressions of all changed drastically. In their haste, they grabbed their weapons to defend themselves, yet they were no match for the ambushing mountain wolves. Each falling into a pool of blood, the mountain wolf king moved with remarkable speed, charging directly towards the encampment. It crashed through the camp's gate and, upon sighting humans, began to bite indiscriminately, as if possessed by madness. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The commander of the giant lizard knights reacted swiftly. He rushed to the battlefield, his knight's sword cleaving a mountain wolf in two. At that moment, the slumbering Kodo giant lizards were startled awake and began retaliating against the mountain wolves, plunging both sides into chaos. David, meanwhile, concealed himself within the throng of wolves, relentlessly claiming lives. He had since retracted his werewolf form, now clad in full armor, fighting with his fists. Yet, with merely a 5th-tier physique, even 4th-tier Earth Knights could hardly withstand his onslaught. Suddenly, several flares shot into the sky. David noticed that a few knights had stealthily departed the battlefield, heading towards the castle. He understood that these individuals were undoubtedly seeking the Marquis of the Giant Lizard, a smile gracing his face. "Who are you?" The commander of the Giant Lizard Knights had finally spotted David, but the only response he received was a terrifying punch from David, which sent him hurtling through the air. 5th tier. The heart of the leader of the Lizard Knight Order sank instantly. Yet, he soon recalled that 5th-tier knight who had slain young Master Duval in the city of the north. "It was you who killed Master Duval," he bellowed. David remained silent, acutely aware of the peril of verbosity leading to one's demise. He struck with a thunderous blow. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the knights and the Kodo lizards had already encircled him. David unleashed a powerful punch, sending each knight and Kodo lizard flying, gradually closing in on the leader of the lizard knights. Regrettably, he could not wield magical powers. David lamented inwardly, wishing to rely solely on his physical prowess. Yet, without the ability to unleash a full assault, his efficiency was somewhat lacking. Suddenly, A roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry echoed from afar. David turned to see the Marquis of the Lizard, riding a terracotta dragon lizard, swiftly approaching. Even from a distance, the fury in the Marquis's eyes was unmistakable. Finally, he has arrived. Without hesitation, David turned and fled. A fifth-tier powerhouse intent on escape would be nearly impossible to detain, even by an entire Knight Order. This was a principal reason why few dared to provoke a formidable Earth Knight, particularly one who defied conventional norms. Upon witnessing David's flight, the Marquis of the Lizard wasted no time in pursuing him on the terracotta dragon lizard. Shortly after, Count Howling Wolf arrived with a handful of wolf cavalry. Upon witnessing the battle between the mountain wolves and the Kodo lizards, he was momentarily taken aback. He was certain that these mountain wolves were the ones tamed by the Howling Wolf family, adorned with specially crafted armor. But why? Why would the mountain wolves nurtured by their family turn against the Lizard Knight Order? At this moment, not only Count Howling Wolf, but also the other wolf cavalry found themselves bewildered, casting quizzical glances at their lord. What was the situation? Was their lord planning to betray the new king and confront the lizard family? This sentiment was echoed among the lizard knights, who regarded Count Howling Wolf with wariness. Poised for battle. Stop! Count Howling Wolf roared, while simultaneously, the mountain wolf king beneath him emitted a piercing howl. The mountain wolves, having dispelled their commanding state after David's departure, were still caught in a frenzy of bloodlust, relentlessly attacking their foes. With the arrival of the mountain wolf king, however, these wolves gradually regained their composure and gathered around Count Howling Wolf. We demand an explanation. The leader of the Lizard Knight Order declared sternly, stepping forward to question him. He sensed that there must be a deeper reason behind this, for the Howling Wolf family would not dare to act so recklessly. After all, their lord was none other than the Marquis of the Lizard. As soon as his words fell, a sudden howl of a wolf pierced the air. Instantly, a weight descended upon the hearts of everyone present, a wave of fear surging within them. Simultaneously, all the mountain wolves, including their king, prostrated themselves on the ground, as if paying homage to their sovereign. What transpired? The Count of Wild Wolves murmured, feeling a suppression from his very bloodline. For one who possessed the supreme lineage of the primal mountain wolves, this was an inconceivable occurrence. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. All eyes turned to see the Marquis of Giant Lizards riding a ground dragon lizard charging toward them. In the blink of an eye, the moonlight was abruptly obscured. Only then did they behold a colossal wolf soaring through the air. Upon discerning the visage of this giant wolf, the Count of Wild Wolves widened his eyes in disbelief. Its eyes were profound like the Arctic night sky, exhibiting a haunting blue crystalline hue. Its entire body was cloaked in thick, silvery fur, with sharp fangs resembling sculpted icicles, emanating a lethal glint. This was the very symbol of the Frost family, who once ruled the northern lands, the legendary Frost giant wolf of myth. Yet now, he found himself face to face with a genuine Frost giant wolf, whose mere aura instilled in him an overwhelming urge to submit. Why would a Frost giant wolf appear here? The face of the Marquis of Giant Lizards also bore an expression of shock, feeling an unmatched presence emanating from the creature. This was undoubtedly a terrifying entity, surpassing the fifth tier in strength. With a thunderous crash, the Frost giant wolf landed, directly blocking the Marquis of Giant Lizard's retreat. The wolf suddenly opened its mouth, a terrifying chill brewing within. Damn it, I'm the Marquis of Giant Lizards. How could I possibly be defeated? The Marquis bellowed in a frenzy, charging toward the Frost giant wolf atop his ground dragon lizard. In the next moment, the Frost giant wolf unleashed a dreadful breath of frost. The icy blast swept through, encasing everything in its path. The Marquis of Giant Lizards and the ground dragon lizard stood no chance against this frigid force. Once the chill passed, both were transformed into towering ice sculptures. Time seemed to halt in that instant. The last flickers of fear and unwillingness reflected in the eyes of the Marquis and his mount were forever immortalized within this eternal frost. The surrounding air became thin due to the extreme cold, and large snowflakes swirled gently in the atmosphere, adding an air of solemnity to the scene. The Frost giant wolf did not depart immediately. its blue eyes, resembling stars in the deep winter, observed the frozen tableau before it with a cold and unwavering gaze. As the last vestiges of chill dissipated, tranquility returned to the earth. In this moment, all who beheld the scene were jolted from their reverie. The knight's sword in the grasp of the leader of the Lizard Knight Order slipped silently from his hand. He could scarcely believe it. A fifth-tier lizard marquis, mounted on a fifth-tier earth dragon lizard, had been vanquished in a single stroke. What manner of being was this frost giant wolf? At this moment, all vestiges of his fighting spirit vanished, as if the very world had crumbled around him. Meanwhile, the Count of the Wild Wolves remained ensnared in a lingering shock. He stared blankly at the frost giant wolf before him, as if transported back to an era when the frost wolf family reigned supreme. The frost wolf family. Indeed, this frost giant wolf must belong to them. In terms of heritage and intent, this creature was undoubtedly dispatched by Duke Frostwolf. A sudden chill gripped his heart as he pondered this. The frost wolf family, now possessing a sixth-tier frost giant wolf as guardian, remained an invincible force in the northern lands. Had he known that the frost wolf family harbored another sixth-tier frost giant wolf, he would never have allied with the second prince. With this realization, he cast his gaze toward the lizard knights, still in a state of stupor, and a sinister glint ignited in his eyes. Kill them all, regardless. The mountain wolves had already launched an assault on the Lizard Knight Order. Though the reasons eluded him, he resolved to plunge deeper into his miscalculations. If he were to assist the Lizard Knights against the Frost Wolf family now, the entirety of North Yuan City and the Wild Wolf family would surely be laid to waste by the Frost Wolf family. In such a scenario, surrendering to the Frost Wolf family and slaying these Lizard Knights as a gesture of allegiance might present a sliver of hope. Upon hearing their lord's command, the Wolf cavalry paused momentarily, but soon their resolve hardened, and they charged toward the Lizard Knights with ferocity. At this juncture, David observed the unfolding chaos with quietude. The Frost Giant Wolf was, in truth, a transformation achieved through his advanced beastification talents. Though he could only temporarily summon the sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, the sheer force of icy power had nonetheless obliterated the Lizard Marquis. Noticing the astute Count of the Wild Wolves, David chose not to linger on the battlefield any longer. While his transformation was still in effect, he turned and swiftly made his way toward the distant wilderness, his figure vanishing into the embrace of the night. Chapter 105. A trove of spoils amidst the mountains. David relinquished his full beastification state. Although the transformation had been brief, it left him with a palpable sense of mental fatigue. Fortunately, this exhaustion was bearable. Stretching his limbs, he donned his armor once more and hastened back to the battlefield. Currently, the Lizard Knight Order was gradually falling into disarray. Although the leader of the giant Lizard Knights was a fourth-tier Earth Knight, he was no match for Count Howling Wolf. Upon David's return to the battlefield, the conflict swiftly turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Before long, the battle came to a conclusion. Breathing heavily, Count Howling Wolf surveyed the scene before him, and his gaze fell upon the fully armored fifth-tier knight. He instantly recognized the armored knight as the one who had slain Davy in the northern city. The simultaneous appearance of the Frost Giant Wolf and the armored knight led him to deduce that this knight also hailed from Frost Wolf Ridge. However, none of that mattered anymore. Count Howling Wolf bowed respectfully to the armored knight and spoke in a deep voice. "Cain pays his respects to you." David nodded in acknowledgement and replied in a placid tone, "Take your men and leave this place." Upon hearing this, Count Howling Wolf's eyes flickered momentarily, but he chose to comply, retreating slowly with his wolf cavalry and mountain wolves. Once Count Howling Wolf had departed, David turned his attention to the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground. Through the essence of the Frost Wolf, he sensed that the entire battlefield was saturated with a dense aura of necromantic energy. Without hesitation, he summoned the Frost Wolf spirit and activated his soul absorption ability, drawing all the necromantic energy into himself. Meanwhile, David gathered all the bodies together and promptly set them ablaze, erasing any trace of his presence. Finally, he approached the frozen marquee of the giant lizard and the earth dragon lizard, using his own strength to lift the ice sculpture as he made his way toward the distant mountains. That night, the icy city was destined for unrest. After returning to the castle, Count Howling Wolf summoned the city officials and nobles without delay. The fierce battle outside, compounded by the numerous knights involved, could not be concealed. Moreover, Count Howling Wolf had no intention of keeping it a secret. With the complete annihilation of the giant lizard Marquis and his knights in Northern City, he found himself with no retreat. In such circumstances, his only path lay in seeking the protection of the Frost Wolf family. To this end, he needed the influence of the second prince to recognize that the Frost Wolf family possessed the guardian of a 6th-tier frost giant wolf, a 6th-tier entity. In the current Silver Moon Kingdom, only the 3 boundary dukes and the royal family held such formidable power. The emergence of the 6th-tier frost giant wolf would fundamentally alter the standing of Frost Wolf Ridge. "My lord, what transpired?" inquired Baron Ohm, one of the vassal nobles. Upon his arrival, he had indeed witnessed both the giant lizard Marquis and Count Howling Wolf leaving the castle. However, now only Count Howling Wolf returned, and it was evident from his and the wolf cavalry's appearance that they bore the marks of battle. With everyone gathered, Count Howling Wolf cleared his throat and recounted the events that had transpired. Even now, the mere recollection of that frost giant wolf sent a chill down his spine, emanating from the very depths of his soul, a fear that is palpable. The nobles present, initially engaged in speculation, were left utterly astounded upon learning of the demise of the giant lizard Marquis, slain by a 6th-tier frost giant wolf. Their disbelief was evident. A 6th-tier frost giant wolf. The Frost Wolf family harbored such a formidable secret. Not even the Duke of the Western Territories could afford to dismiss this revelation. Upon hearing that the Wolf Baron had vanquished the giant lizard knights, the nobles and officials exchanged knowing glances, all aware that the Lord's decision was indisputable. After all, they were nobles of the northern lands, and with the icebound city situated near Frostwolf Ridge, their only option, unless they forsook their territories to pledge allegiance to the second prince in the royal capital, was to secure the acceptance of the Wolf family's submission. Their utmost priority now was to ensure that Frostwolf Ridge acknowledged the allegiance of the Howling Wolves, a task that could not merely rely on the act of slaying the giant lizard knights as a token of loyalty. The officials exchanged glances and began to assess the resources Icebound City could muster. This time, they would undoubtedly have to make significant sacrifices. With a steely gaze, he spoke gravely, "Send Linda to Frostwolf Ridge." In the Frostwolf Forest, David, carrying the ice sculpture, deliberately took a longer route back to the wizard's castle. From a night until now, dawn had just begun to break. The early rising leaf was preparing to water the plants when she spotted her lord approaching in the distance and hurried to greet him. "My lord, what has transpired?" she inquired urgently. David, clad in blood-stained armor, was nearly unrecognizable, even with the helmet obscuring his features. "It's nothing. I just hunted an extraordinary magical beast," David replied. Leaf then discerned the figure encased within the ice sculpture, her mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, it encapsulated a person and an extraordinary beast. Annie, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the castle and also beheld the figure within the ice sculpture, exclaiming, "Earth Dragon Lizard." Such extraordinary beasts were as rare as the Earth Dragons. She had only heard tales of a 5th-tier Earth Dragon Lizard kept within the giant lizard family of Silver Moon City. It was only then that she noticed the frozen giant lizard Marquis alongside it, and she quickly realized that the Duke of Frostwolf had single-handedly slain both the giant lizard Marquis and the Earth Dragon Lizard. "The Earth Dragon Lizard is still alive. I require your power of spiritual contract," David stated. Annie, coming to her senses, nodded vigorously. However, forming a contract with a 5th-tier extraordinary beast was no simple feat. Even with her innate talent for spiritual contracts, she would need to conduct the appropriate ritual. Moreover, among all the wizards, only David, possessing 4th-tier spiritual power and having attained the rank of an intermediate wizard, could force a contract. Just as Annie was preparing for the ritual, Leah, Amy, Raina, Cynthia, and Hill arrived at the wizard's castle. David had not returned the previous night, but thankfully, he had sent a snow eagle to deliver news in the morning, prompting their immediate arrival. The giant lizard Marquis. Rena immediately discerned the silhouette encased in ice. Her pupils constricted slightly, and she turned her gaze towards David, suddenly adopting a hostile demeanor. Just yesterday, she had received news of the arrival of the giant lizard marquis in Icefield City. At present, the nobles and officials of Frostwolf Ridge were deliberating on how to confront the giant lizard marquis and the allied forces from the royal capital. Yet, she could never have anticipated that the Duke had infiltrated Icefield City alone and had directly slain both the giant lizard marquis and the earth dragon lizard. The execution of a beheading tactic was indeed the most effective means to break the deadlock. However, merely contemplating the inherent dangers of such a decision, especially given that the Duke had chosen to act personally, sent chills down her spine. Although both were 5th-tier Earth Knights, the giant lizard marquis had a 5th-tier Earth Dragon lizard at his disposal. This decision was exceedingly reckless. While it had succeeded, the mere thought of the potential consequences of failure left Rena trembling, making it impossible for her to regard David with any semblance of kindness. The others, upon hearing Rena's warning, also changed their expressions. "Rest assured, I am fully prepared before taking action," David reassured them. With the ability to transform into a 6th-tier frost giant wolf through complete beast transformation, he was confident that he could retreat unscathed unless the Duke of the Western Territories personally intervened. Fortunately, at that moment, Annie had also prepared a ritual to extricate David from his predicament. Witnessing this, David began to melt the ice, liberating the giant lizard marquis and the earth dragon lizard from their frozen state. At that juncture, even though the giant lizard marquis was a 5th-tier Earth Knight, he had long since succumbed to the cold, his very life extinguished, with even his soul's essence extracted by David. Though the giant lizard marquis was a knight rather than a practitioner of mental prowess, the soul power he provided was still considerable. "Everyone be cautious. The earth dragon lizard is about to awaken," David cautioned. The earth dragon lizard was currently in a state akin to hibernation, allowing it to survive even in its frozen condition. As the ice gradually melted away, the earth dragon lizard began to stir from its slumber. Slowly lifting its head, its consciousness returned, and suddenly a look of fear flashed in its eyes. Clearly, it remembered the terror instilled by the frost giant wolf. Particularly upon sensing the aura emanating from David, its body shuddered violently. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, this spineless earth dragon lizard prostrated itself on the ground, submitting in allegiance. Is this submission? Annie was momentarily taken aback. She had originally believed that forming a pact with this 5th-tier extraordinary beast would require significant effort. Yet now the earth dragon lizard had willingly capitulated. She cast an unexpected glance at Duke Frostwolf, curious about the source of his formidable charisma. David, however, was not the least bit surprised. Among extraordinary beasts, a strong sense of racial hierarchy prevailed. It was a common occurrence for weaker extraordinary beasts to submit to their stronger counterparts. "I accept your submission." David stepped forward, placing his hand upon the head of the earth dragon lizard. The creature emitted a series of growls, revealing its considerable intelligence. David, fluent in the language of beasts, engaged in effortless conversation with the earth dragon lizard, which elicited a look of astonishment from Cynthia, who also possessed the ability to communicate with animals. As she shifted her gaze between David and the creature, through their dialogue, David broached the subject of a spiritual contract to which the earth dragon lizard did not object. "Now, Hill, it is your turn to forge a pact with this earth dragon lizard," David announced. Hill, a witch of the earth, was indeed well suited to bond with a creature that wielded the power of the earth. She appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating that the Lord would entrust her. A 3rd-tier witch with a 5th-tier extraordinary magical beast. An expression of surprise also graced Annie's face. This was a 5th-tier extraordinary magical beast, no less, and a dragon at that. The Frostwolf Duke had chosen not to keep it for himself, but instead to pass it on to Hill, the 3rd-tier witch. At this moment, she could not help but acknowledge the Duke's kindness towards his lady. From their recent conversations, she learned how Leah, Amy, Lena, and Cynthia had encountered the Frostwolf Duke. Even Hill had been forcibly rescued from the clutches of the church by him. Upon discovering this, Annie finally understood Hill's admiration for the Duke and why she willingly devoted herself to him. The Duke had not disappointed Hill, aside from being somewhat of a romantic. He was indeed an exceptional man. "Annie, is it acceptable?" David inquired. Annie snapped back to reality, her expression tinged with hesitation. The disparity between Hill and the Earth Dragon Lizard was indeed vast. Should the creature exert even a modicum of resistance, the spiritual contract would fail outright. "It shall pose no issue. The Earth Dragon Lizard will cooperate," David reassured her, "if both parties were utterly compliant." It was indeed possible to establish a contract, even amidst discrepancies in their mental prowess. Given the Duke's confidence, Annie nodded in agreement. She then proceeded to conduct the ritual for the spiritual contract between Hill and the Earth Dragon Lizard, successfully forging a mental connection between the two. The process unfolded without significant complications, and Hill and the Earth Dragon Lizard completed the spiritual contract. "I look forward to your guidance henceforth," Hill said with a smile at the somewhat unyielding Earth Dragon Lizard before her. The creature nodded in response, casting its gaze towards David. Its intent clear, it sought the recognition of its true master. "Well done. From now on, the safety of this castle shall rest in your care," David said with a reassuring smile. With the protection of a 4th-tier Earth Dragon Beast and a 5th-tier Earth Dragon Lizard, the Wizarding Castle would undoubtedly become the safest place in Frostwolf Ridge. Regrettably, the 5th-tier Earth Dragon Lizard could not yet be exposed to light. Otherwise, David would have relished the opportunity to bring it to the battlefield, for it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable war machine. Observing Hill as she led the Earth Dragon Lizard to its new quarters, David let out a small sigh of relief. Having completed all matters at hand, he could not help but feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. After all, he had been on the run for an extended period, endured a fierce battle, and transformed into a frost giant wolf, resulting in considerable depletion of both physical and mental energy. David returned to his chamber. However, before departing, he called for Reyna. In this recent conflict, aside from the Marquis of the Giant Lizard and the Earth Dragon Lizard, the spirit of the Frost Wolf had also absorbed a significant amount of soul power through soul absorption, converting it into mental energy. Nevertheless, this mental energy offered him little assistance, prompting him to consider allowing Reyna, a woman who had also acquired the essence of the Snow Demon, to absorb it. Since the ability to absorb souls is an innate talent of the Snow Demon, Reyna should similarly be able to draw upon the mental energy transformed by the spirit of the Frost Wolf. In the bathroom, the water in the bath continually splashed with a soothing sound. "Shouldn't you take a proper rest first?" Reyna turned to David and spoke with a hint of exasperation. "It won't affect me." Chapter 106. The Silver Moon Kingdom in Turmoil. In the Silver Moon Kingdom, within the City of Moonlight, the newly crowned King Blanco wore a grim expression. He had initially believed that rallying the nobles of the entire kingdom to quell the rebellion after ascending to the throne would be a straightforward task. However, 2 full months had passed without a successful conquest of the Eastern Territories. Furthermore, his plans to dominate the northern lands had encountered significant obstacles. In addition to interference from the east, the Duke of the Frost Wolves audaciously defied his summons and even killed his envoy. This was an outright affront to the dignity of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Consequently, once the situation stabilized, he dispatched the Marquis of the Giant Lizard to the northern lands to crush Frostwolf Ridge. "All who dare to resist will inevitably be ground to dust beneath my scepter," he declared, gripping the scepter with a glint of greed in his eyes. At that moment, the intelligence officer responsible for the northern lands rushed in, a clear look of panic etched across his face. "What has happened?" Blanco's heart sank, and he reprimanded with a stern countenance. "Your Majesty, news from the north. The Marquis of the Giant Lizard has perished in battle." Upon hearing this, Blanco's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief overtaking him as he snatched the letter from the intelligence officer's hands. He scanned it rapidly, his countenance growing increasingly dark, leaving the intelligence officer with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. A 6th-tier Frost Giant Wolf. How could this be? How could the Frost Wolf family still possess a 6th-tier Frost Giant Wolf as a guardian? Blanco found it impossible to accept the information contained within the letter. The emergence of a 6th-tier Frost Giant Wolf in the north that had effortlessly slain the Marquis of the Giant Lizard and the Earth Dragon Lizard was incomprehensible. He gasped heavily, his grip on the scepter turning white. With the arrival of this sixth-tier frost giant wolf, the entire situation in the northern lands was bound to change. If the Frostwolf family were to join the fray in the north, or even the entirety of the Silver Moon Kingdom, the political landscape of the realm would undoubtedly become more intricate. Inform the council, prepare for the royal assembly. He uttered these words through clenched teeth. In the Silver Moon Kingdom, the western region, the Duke of the West stared in astonishment at the news in his hands. The revelation that the Frostwolf family possessed a sixth-tier frost giant wolf was indeed a considerable surprise. Yet, his brow soon furrowed in contemplation. Could such a creature, transcending the seventh tier and rivaling legendary beings, truly exist? Moreover, if the Frostwolf family indeed had a sixth-tier frost giant wolf, why had they fallen into decline? Even during the demise of the former Duke of Frostwolf, this sixth-tier frost giant wolf had not made an appearance, which raised suspicions. However, the battle had been witnessed firsthand by spies he had placed within the Wild Wolf Knights. With a single strike, the frost giant wolf had dispatched the Marquis of the Giant Lizard and the Earth Dragon Lizard, a feat only achievable by one of sixth-tier power. The Duke of the West drummed his fingers slowly on the table, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. The mere fact that the young Duke of Frostwolf had already attained fifth-tier strength was astonishing in itself. Now, with the addition of a frost giant wolf, it evoked a sense of something extraordinary. The Duke of Frostwolf undoubtedly harbored some secret. In the eastern region of the Silver Moon Kingdom, the mood of the first Prince Gould contrasted starkly with that of the Duke of the East. Although they too had been shocked and incredulous upon first receiving the news, their expressions soon transformed into delight, as they perceived this as a potential opportunity, setting aside the fact that the Duke of Frostwolf had dispatched this sixth-tier frost giant wolf to slay the fifth-tier Earth Knight, the Marquis of the Giant Lizard. If the Duke of Frostwolf were to assert his influence in the north, the forces of the second prince, Bronco, would undoubtedly be affected and forced to retreat from the north. Thus, the factions opposing Branco's ascension to the throne would number three. The Duke of the Three Regions, along with three sixth-tier powerhouses, would possess strength surpassing that currently held by the second prince, Bronco. We must draw the Frostwolf family into our ranks. The first Prince Gould paced back and forth within the town hall. Previously, he had dispatched envoys to Frostwolf Ridge in an attempt to persuade the Duke of Frostwolf to join his faction. But his messengers had not even laid eyes on the man himself. Throughout, the stance of Frostwolf Ridge had remained one of neutrality. Therefore, they must find a way to alter the Duke of Frostwolf's position. Your Highness, perhaps we could consider a marriage alliance with the Frostwolf family. If the East and North unite, we stand a chance of defeating the second prince and reclaiming the throne, the Duke of the East suggested. The first Prince Gould expressed intrigue. Indeed, he had a princess under his banner. If the Frostwolf family were amenable to joining his cause, marrying off a princess could be a viable strategy. Moreover, the Duke of Frostwolf, despite his youth, has already risen to the rank of a fifth-tier Earth Knight, surpassing even Prince Reynolds. Among the youthful elite of the Silver Moon Kingdom, the Duke of Frostwolf indeed stands out as the paragon of exceptional talent. Furthermore, hailing from a prominent family and possessing a sixth-tier frost giant wolf as his guardian, he is undoubtedly worthy of a princess. In the northern territories of the Silver Moon Kingdom, news soon reached the noble families. The entire north was shaken. Upon first hearing the news, everyone reacted with astonishment. It was only after thorough verification that they confirmed the Frostwolf family truly possessed a sixth-tier frost giant wolf. This world is utterly insane. Those nobles who had previously allied with a new king, similar to the Wild Wolf family, were left in shock. Now, no one knows how the emergence of a sixth-tier frost giant wolf will alter the dynamics of the north. After all, the Frostwolf family was once the ruling power in the region. If they indeed sought to reclaim their former dominion, would a new king yield or confront them? Regardless of the king's decision, they realized their circumstances would undoubtedly worsen. Their lands were perilously close to Frostwolf Ridge, leaving them vulnerable to the influence of the Frostwolf family's power. Upon learning that Icefield City had chosen to pledge allegiance to Frostwolf Ridge, the thoughts of these nobles began to stir. With the appearance of a sixth-tier frost giant wolf, the entire north descended into chaos. At Frostwolf Ridge, the officials of the Frostwolf family were somewhat bewildered. Even the seasoned Grey Wolf Knights found themselves at a loss. How could they have been unaware of the existence of a sixth-tier frost giant wolf guarding the Frostwolf family? If such a creature truly existed, how could the Frostwolf family have been compelled to abandon their northern stronghold and retreat to Frostwolf Ridge? During those trying times, the Frostwolf family nearly lost their last vestiges of lineage. However, everything now seems to be progressing favorably. The Lord is not only far from being inept, but is, in fact, a genius with the prowess of a fifth-tier Earth Knight. Under his guidance, Frostwolf Ridge is flourishing. The fields sprawling across their territory, the patrolling wolf cavalry, and the fortified walls encompassing Frostwolf Ridge all exemplify its burgeoning strength. They all firmly believe that the Frostwolf family will surely reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to them. And now, with the advent of the sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf, it seems the Frostwolf family is poised to take that monumental step. What does it matter? Everyone asserts that the Frostwolf family possesses a sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf, and so be it. After all, the Lord is adept at concealment. If he can hide his own talents, then hiding a sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf should be no great feat. The officials of the Frostwolf family quickly embraced this notion. They resolved to exert their utmost efforts, for Frostwolf Ridge is destined to grow ever stronger, and they must strive even harder to assist their esteemed lord. The Grey Wolf Knight observed quietly. After the initial shock, his expression returned to normal. Once again, he attributed everything to the witch within the castle. It seemed reasonable that a sorcerer's power could rival that of the divine, capable of summoning a sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf, did it not? In the sorcerer's castle, Annie kept abreast of the external situation through messengers. When she received news of the sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf, she too was momentarily taken aback. Her first instinct was to assume that Duke Frostwolf had summoned the sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf through a conjuration spell. Yet, could a fourth-tier sorcerer truly summon a sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf? Even if Duke Frostwolf possessed the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf, it seemed implausible. Not only Annie, but Lena was also astonished upon receiving the news. The existence of a sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf within the Frostwolf family had never been mentioned by the Duke. As for whether this sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf truly existed, she had no doubts whatsoever. After all, the Duke had personally brought back the frozen marquis of the Ice Lizard and the Earth Dragon Lizard. The Earth Dragon Lizard now served as a magical companion for Hill, residing within the sorcerer's castle. Thus, her immediate assumption was that the Duke had summoned the Frost Giant Wolf through conjuration magic. Subsequently, she felt a surge of excitement. With the Frostwolf Ridge now possessing sixth-tier combat power, they would have greater influence in the civil war of the Silver Moon Kingdom. The moment she received the news, she sought out the Duke, who was engaged in nightly training. "Lena, what brings you here?" David asked, taking her hand and sitting on a swing beside a grove. "Was that Frost Giant Wolf summoned by you?" Lena focused entirely on the Frost Giant Wolf, oblivious to David's subtle movements. "Indeed," David nodded, his actions remaining steady. "What do you intend to do next?" Lena inquired. "What to do? Whatever you wish to do, I shall do," he replied. "I'm referring to serious matters," she insisted. "I'm also addressing serious matters," he countered. Eventually, Lena found herself at a loss, feeling utterly weakened. After a considerable pause, she said, "Your Grace, may we speak plainly now? We shall maintain neutrality for the time being. However, we can assist those nobles who have allied with us in reclaiming their territories." David maintained his supportive stance, articulating his thoughts as he moved. Upon hearing this, Lena's eyes brightened slightly. She recalled the Duke's earlier instructions regarding the acquisition of territories. If so, the range of Frostwolf Ridge could be significantly expanded, enough to encompass the entire northwest region of the Northern Lands. Holding this quarter of the North would sufficiently empower Frostwolf Ridge to further enhance its territorial strength. We can first seize some territories, then capitalize on the opportunity to directly conquer our targets. Lena, I will lead the charge. Behind Frostwolf Ridge, the responsibility of guarding lies with you, David said softly. Very well, you may charge ahead. I shall safeguard the rear until your return, Lena replied, her gaze softening in response to David's actions. "All right." David lowered his head and kissed her tenderly. Simultaneously, he summoned his mental energy, opening the realm of his consciousness. During this period, Lena's mental prowess had ascended remarkably, particularly after absorbing that mental energy, inching ever closer to the pinnacle of the third tier. This enhancement also significantly improved their spiritual communion through the soul of the snow demon, yielding substantial benefits even for David. Since his mental capacity had reached the fourth tier, the foundational meditation techniques had begun to yield diminished returns. It was said that beyond the basic methods, there existed more advanced meditative practices, yet they remained inaccessible to them. Although he could amplify his mental strength through the soul of the snow demon's innate ability to absorb souls, it had only been the soul of the Marquis of the Great Lizard that had provided him with some enhancement, albeit quite limited. Relying solely on this ability to elevate his power proved to be a formidable challenge. In contrast, the effects of their spiritual communion through the snow demon's essence emerged as the most effective method, rivaling even the training outcomes derived from the soul cultivation section of the snow demon breathing technique. Whether for his own sake or for Lena's, it was imperative to intensify their training, and plans for power enhancement must be prioritized. You have completed a session of cultivation. Snow Demon Soul 263. Snow Demon Soul, 6th tier, 33, 523, 500,000. David exhaled contentedly. Although he had not entered a sage's time, the thrill of the wilderness had well satisfied his spiritual needs. What more could a husband desire with such a wife by his side? In the ensuing time, the winds of change swept through the north. Envoys from the first and second princes arrived in the Northlands. While the content of their discussions remained shrouded in mystery, word soon spread that the Frostwolf family would continue to uphold its neutrality, gradually quelling the tumult in the region. Before long, the coalition of the second prince's royal forces began returning territories seized from the northern nobility back to their original lords. Of course, these territories now belonged to Frostwolf Ridge. Ultimately, the coalition of the second prince and the Duke of the Western Territories retreated to Ice Rock City, a city that had evidently pledged allegiance to the new king, thus occupying the region near the west and the royal capital. This development elevated the Frostwolf family's prestige in the north to unprecedented heights. As more families joined the neutral alliance of Frostwolf Ridge, the political landscape of the north was once again reshaped, with the Frostwolf family and the new king's coalition sharing dominion over the entire region. At that moment, the entire Silvermoon Kingdom was stirred. The once forgotten Frostwolf family re-emerged among the great nobility, reclaiming its former glory. Shortly thereafter, the Duke of the Southern Territories and the third prince also declared their neutrality, with the third prince announcing his withdrawal from the contest for the throne. Ultimately, the civil war within the Silvermoon Kingdom has transformed once more into a conflict between the first prince and the second prince. The victor of this strife shall ascend as the sovereign of the Silvermoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Duke Frostwolf and Duke of the Southern Region have established an unspoken understanding, their cooperation allowing them to maintain a position of neutrality. This stability is precisely what David desires. He seeks to stabilize the situation and swiftly enhance his power. His ultimate ambition extends beyond merely the Northern Territories. He aspires to encompass the entirety of the Silvermoon Kingdom. Therefore, it is imperative that he accumulates sufficient strength before the opportunity presents itself. Presently, he has already claimed half of the northern lands, affording him a superior means of resource collection and the pursuit of the hidden sorcerers residing within his domain. Once he has managed the affairs of his territory, he heads toward the castle. Chapter 107. Acquisition of a new bloodline. The fusion of bloodlines commences. In the town hall, Rena and Hill are meticulously organizing the list of gifts sent by the nobility. Following the revelation of a 6th-tier frost giant wolf guarding Frostwolf Ridge, the Frostwolf family has undoubtedly established itself as the foremost family in the north. Not only the nobles wishing to join the neutral alliance, but all nobles of the north, regardless of their stance, are presenting lavish gifts. Even other nobles of the Silvermoon Kingdom are doing the same, reflecting the Frostwolf family's esteemed position within the realm. However, David is aware that the current Frostwolf family possesses a certain fragility. His transformation into a 6th-tier frost giant wolf lasts merely a few fleeting minutes, rendering him incapable of contending with a 6th-tier Earth Knight. In truth, even formidable 5th-tier Peak Knights, if they can endure those brief moments, will undoubtedly prevail against him. Thus, his paramount focus remains on enhancing his strength, utilizing the resources amassed from half of the North to elevate his prowess to the 6th tier expeditiously. My Lord Duke. At that moment, Rena passes over a list. David glances at it and discovers it to be a correspondence from the Howling Wolf family. In a bid to secure the Frost Wolf family's allegiance, the Howling Wolf family has spared no expense. A woman possessing the prestigious bloodline of the Prairie Mountain Wolf, an elite terrestrial wolf species. David ponders briefly and chooses not to decline. The Prairie Mountain Wolf bloodline is indeed exceptional. While it may not rival the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, it remains a high-tier lineage. Furthermore, the terrestrial wolf bloodline may augment his mastery over Earth-based powers, synergizing with his elemental affinity and facilitating his rapid evolution into an Earth sorcerer. Let us first accommodate her in the manner, he states. Rena nods in agreement. She has long since accepted this reality with composure. She understands that the Duke will undoubtedly have more women in the future, yet she is confident in her uniqueness. As for Hill, there is no need for words. As long as she can remain by the sorcerer's side, she is already content. Come, let us take a moment to rest. David smiled as he embraced the proud little princess, intending to offer her some comfort. I shall first organize these documents. Let Hill keep you company for now. Rena's cheeks flushed slightly. It's all right. We can manage both simultaneously. David chuckled. Hill, come over and lend a hand. It was their first time together in the town hall, and Hill's face instantly turned crimson. However, she did not refuse, approaching and kneeling down. She was aware that the Lord favored her the most. At that moment, David had placed Rena atop the table. You have completed a training session. Ice Spirit Soul 350. Ice Spirit Soul. Level 6, 3852 350 0000. During this period, as Rena's mental strength intensified, the efficacy of her training sessions had been steadily improving. If Rena's mental prowess could ascend to the pinnacle of level 3 and successfully break through to level 4, the training results could potentially double. Then it was Hill's turn. The two lay side by side. You have completed a training session. Earth Element Talent 156. Earth Element Talent. Intermediate 855-210000. Through David's relentless efforts, the Earth Element Talent was nearing a breakthrough. After a considerable time, the town hall gradually returned to tranquility. Both Rena and Hill were blushing as they tidied up the disarray in the office. David sat confidently in his chair, still unsatisfied, resigned to admiring the view before him. That night, in the Frostwolf Ridge estate, Una Howling Wolf gazed vacantly out the window. As the eldest daughter of the Howling Wolf family, she had long prepared for an arranged marriage. She understood that being born into such a family, enjoying the resources provided, came with its obligations. Yet, she had never envisioned that one day she would be offered to the Duke of Frostwolf. The Duke of Frostwolf, she murmured. In recent times, she had indeed heard various rumors about him. Were it a customary marriage to this Duke, she would have accepted, even if she did not harbor affection for him. However, the manner in which this was occurring filled her with a sense of humiliation. Creak. Just then, the door swung open. David, with his silver hair and clad in a simple noble's attire, entered. Una Howling Wolf was taken aback, instinctively rising to perform a proper, noble greeting to the Duke of Frostwolf. David extended his hand to assist her. Thank you, my lord, Una responded. With her flowing red hair and graceful demeanor, she possessed an ethereal lightness. Her slender waist was subtly visible beneath her gown, her bosom full yet not exaggerated, her legs long and straight, and her hands delicate with fingers like jade. Every movement exuded refinement. David had always been intrigued by Una's lineage. Now, upon witnessing her beauty and stature in person, his interest deepened. Are you accustomed to residing here? David inquired. Una instinctively nodded, acutely aware of the burden of responsibility she bore. Having accepted her fate, she resolved to fulfill her duty for the sake of her family, regardless of her reluctance. As the evening descended, she recognized that the Duke of Frostwolf had arrived as anticipated. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, "My Lord Duke, allow me to assist you with your garments." David, upon hearing her, slightly narrowed his eyes, but did not decline her offer. Soon his coat was removed, and he appeared noticeably more at ease. His gaze fell upon Una, and he could discern her tension, already surmising what would transpire next. David was not one to be bashful. Perceiving Una's readiness, he promptly lifted her into his arms and proceeded towards the bed. Una closed her eyes tightly, her heart racing. "Do not fear. I shall not harm you," David said with a smile, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Although uncertain of Una's willingness, he made a conscious effort to be gentle with the girl in his embrace. Una inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, tears welled in her eyes as she realized that something precious had been taken from her. "Does it still hurt?" David inquired gently after a pause. Una suppressed her feelings of injustice and softly shook her head. "I'm all right." At last, with her silent prayers, David exhaled and opened the system panel. "You have completed a training session, gaining the bloodline of the Wasteland Wolf. Wasteland Bloodline, Level 1, 1100. Upon hearing the system's voice, David felt a sense of satisfaction. The bloodline power he so desired was finally within his grasp, embodied in none other than the esteemed daughter of the Frostwolf family. Furthermore, when confronted with a powerful bloodline, he could successfully condense that power in a single attempt, without it being consumed by the Frost Giant Wolf. However, merely obtaining the bloodline of the Wasteland Wolf was insufficient. David commenced another round of training. He had initially discerned that although Una had not awakened the Wasteland Wolf bloodline, she was inherently a high-ranking knight attendant, possessing formidable physical attributes. It was indeed remarkable. In this world, the likelihood of males awakening bloodlines far surpassed that of females, making it exceedingly rare for women to activate their bloodlines. Conversely, the probability of females awakening wizardly powers was significantly greater than that of their male counterparts, which is why many people often refer to witches when speaking of wizards. Even the church, while hunting for wizards, unconsciously ignore the males, focusing their attention on the females instead. Una gradually acclimated to her circumstances, aside from a lingering sense of grievance and resistance in her heart. Her body exhibited no significant signs of distress. This alleviated some of David's concerns, allowing him to engage fully in his endeavors. "You have completed a training session. Wasteland Wolf Bloodline Level 1. David was taken aback, for he had only gained one experience point. Evidently, although Una outwardly acquiesced, she harbored a profound sense of reluctance within. In such circumstances, the dual cultivation could only yield minimal results through sheer compulsion. David, who had initially been somewhat enthusiastic, felt that this fervor was gradually dissipating. Nevertheless, he endeavored to persist, hoping to observe further outcomes. "You have completed a session of cultivation. Wild Mountain Wolf Bloodline 1. After yet another round of exchange, David sighed internally. It remained at a mere increase of 1 point, with not even the slightest increment to be found. David had begun to discern Una's sentiments towards him. Casting a glance at the girl below, her brow slightly furrowed, he remarked, "Thank you for your efforts." Una opened her eyes, a look of relief washing over her features. Once David withdrew, he rose, donned his attire, and resolved to rest adequately. Upon hearing the Duke of Frostwolf's words, Una was momentarily taken aback. Before she could articulate a response, David had already dressed and was striding towards the door. It was not until the sound of the door closing echoed that Una gradually regained her composure, her face betraying a complex array of emotions. After departing from Una's chamber, David returned directly to the castle and entered the training room. Although the experience of dual cultivation had not been particularly delightful, he had successfully acquired the Wild Mountain Wolf bloodline. At this moment, within the vicinity of his heart, the 6th-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline occupied the central position, asserting its absolute dominance. The 4th-tier Nine-tailed Fox bloodline resided in one corner. While it still paled in comparison to the 6th-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, the 4th-tier Nine-tailed Fox bloodline would not be so easily consumed. Now, in another corner of the Heart's domain, the energy of the wild mountain wolf bloodline began to coalesce. This stirred the frost giant wolf bloodline, instigating it to desire the consumption of the newly formed wild mountain wolf bloodline. In response, David contemplated the situation and chose not to intervene. Since the wild mountain wolf bloodline could no longer be enhanced, there was no necessity for its retention. Furthermore, he was curious to observe what transformations might occur once the frost giant wolf bloodline absorbed the wild mountain wolf bloodline. Upon granting permission, the frost giant wolf bloodline abruptly morphed into the form of a frost giant wolf, unleashing a roar as it lunged forward. Subsequently, the frost giant wolf devoured the wild mountain wolf entirely. Witnessing this scene, David closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensations. He could perceive that after the frost giant wolf bloodline consumed the wild mountain wolf bloodline, certain changes were unfolding. Time passed gradually. On the following morning, in the castle's rear garden, David engaged in the practice of the frost wolf breathing technique. With the integration of the wild mountain wolf bloodline, he sensed a notable enhancement in his body's defensive capabilities. Originally, the frost giant wolf was adept in speed, and the frost wolf breathing technique further augmented his swiftness. However, after absorbing the power of the wild mountain wolf bloodline, the frost giant wolf bloodline significantly improved its contributions to physical defense. The frost giant wolf's fur remained pristine white, with a singular bone spur emerging along its back. The ice blue bone spur presents itself in a crystalline form, imbued with the energies of both ice and earth elements. David can sense that through this crystalline structure behind him, he can not only wield the ice element, but also harness a portion of the earth element's power. Remarkably, the fusion has indeed succeeded, David muses. He perceives this as a profound transformation occurring at the very essence of life itself. His lineage is no longer solely that of the frost giant wolf. It has now integrated a fragment of the strength of the prairie wolf. This amalgamation has endowed the frost giant wolf bloodline with the prairie wolf's mastery of earth elements and enhanced physical defenses, creating a sublime synthesis of ice and earth, speed and resilience. Next, he resolves to test his beast transformation ability. Taking a deep breath, he understands that the true potential of his bloodline resides within this very capability. The moment his beast transformation talent activates, his body begins to change. His muscles become taut and powerful. Faint frost patterns emerge upon his skin, embodying the essence of cold. The ice blue bone spur rises from his back, resembling a miniature ice peak, its tip glistening with a chilling light, allowing him to sense the power of the earth element. As he concentrates, attempting to connect with that earth energy, the ground beneath his feet trembles slightly, as if in response to his call. He can feel the earth's strength surging through his veins, bestowing upon him enhanced defenses and stamina. He lifts his feet, gracefully sprinting across the garden's verdant expanse. His speed akin to a gust of wind, yet each step remains steadfast as a mountain. Frost crystallizes beneath his feet, forming ephemeral ice paths, while the earth element fortifies his strides when needed, enabling him to traverse any terrain with the ease of walking on flat ground. This is the most immediate alteration brought forth by the prairie wolf bloodline, allowing him to continuously draw upon the earth's vitality even while standing upon it. However, this phenomenon is not merely a result of the prairie wolf bloodline. The true crux lies within his moderate affinity for earth elements. Yet, following the successful fusion of the frost giant wolf bloodline with that of the prairie wolf, he can now invoke earth element energy more directly, with each bloodline complementing the other. Unfortunately, the strength of the prairie wolf bloodline is rather feeble. If only the prairie wolf could ascend to the second tier or beyond, it might yield even greater power. David envisions the row of rocky bone spurs adorning the back of the prairie wolf. Should the frost giant wolf bloodline absorb a stronger prairie wolf lineage, it ought to sprout a similar array of icy rocky spurs. Reflecting on the blood he had recently extracted from Una, David shakes his head. Each time he can only garner a modicum of experience points. After 100 such instances, it might elevate the prairie wolf bloodline to the second tier, but that holds little significance. Dispelling these thoughts from his mind, he redirects his focus toward the nine-tailed fox bloodline. He wonders if the frost giant wolf bloodline can merge with the nine-tailed fox bloodline, thus continuing its evolution. In David's mind, an image of the frost giant wolf with 9 majestic tails surfaced, evoking a subtle expression on his face. He had allowed the bloodline of the frost giant wolf to consume that of the prairie mountain wolf, primarily because the two bloodlines shared a common origin, and the frost giant wolf bloodline exhibited an intense yearning. Uncertain about the transformations that might occur should the frost giant wolf bloodline devour the nine-tailed fox bloodline, he felt the need to exercise caution. Moreover, the current nine-tailed fox bloodline still held potential for further enhancement, making fusion with the frost giant wolf bloodline unnecessary. Subsequently, David practiced his earth spells. During this period of dual cultivation with Hill, he had successfully replicated all the low-tier cantrips that Hill had mastered, namely Stone Conjuring, Rock Shield, Earth Wave, and Earth Wall. In his beastly form, the Prairie Mountain Wolf bloodline indeed augmented these spells to some extent, although the enhancement was minimal under normal circumstances. After all, the first-tier Prairie Mountain Wolf bloodline offered a rather negligible increase in control over earth elements. Familiarizing himself with his current power, David glanced at the dawnlit sky and made his way to the castle. Upon arriving at the castle, he headed straight to Leah's room. Last night, he had been left unfulfilled, and naturally, he intended to make up for it in the morning. Young Master David? Leah looked at the figure at the door, puzzled. Hadn't he spent the night with that young lady from the Howling Wolf family? It's nothing, I just missed you, David said, taking Leah's hand. Though she harbored questions, Leah chose not to inquire further and gently began to attend to David. David caressed her round figure and leaned down to kiss her. Leah responded tenderly, gradually reclining and assisting him in removing his trousers. As David felt her gentleness, an overwhelming tenderness surged within him, prompting a more passionate response. After completing a session of cultivation, Frost Wolf Spirit 389, Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline, 6th tier, 65, 826, 500, 000. David glanced at the system panel and noted that it still indicated the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. It appeared that even after the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline had integrated the faint essence of the Prairie Mountain Wolf bloodline, its fundamental nature remained unchanged. Furthermore, the efficacy of their connection seemed to have improved. It seemed that through this period of cultivation, Leah's strength had significantly increased, particularly regarding the potency of her bloodline. David could sense that Leah's bloodline strength had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. With this thought in mind, he felt a surge of determination. He intended to make a concerted effort to elevate Leah's Frost Giant Wolf bloodline directly to the 4th tier. Come lift your legs, David said. His enthusiasm ignited as he attempted every position he knew. Both were formidable knights, capable of executing poses that others would scarcely dare to imagine. Yet for them, there was no difficulty at all. Leah has always been obedient, allowing the young master to do as he pleases while dutifully fulfilling her role as a wife. She held him tightly as he smiled mischievously at her, resembling an octopus. Leah, feeling shy, nodded and buried her head into his warm embrace like an ostrich. As David exhaled slowly, he, too, felt a twinge of fatigue from the sheer physical exertion. When Leah's feet touched the ground again, she felt a wave of weakness and cast a flirtatious glance at David. His gaze instantly ignited with passion, and amidst her startled exclamation, he lifted her and placed her on the windowsill. Someone might see us, she began, but her words were swiftly silenced as he kissed her, forcing her to relax in resignation. It was truly futile to resist this man. After another round of mutual cultivation, Leah collapsed in David's arms. At that moment, she suddenly felt a surge of bloodline energy coursing through her body, continually enhancing her physical form. Have I broken through? Leah's eyes widened in astonishment. David, witnessing this transformation, breathed a sigh of relief. His efforts to assist Leah in her cultivation were not in vain. Moments later, Leah successfully completed her breakthrough. Although it was not to the 4th tier of Earth Knight, the advancement in her bloodline to the 4th tier of Frost Wolf still afforded her tremendous benefits. Young Master David, she said, her face brimming with emotion. Since meeting him, she had experienced an abundance of delightful surprises. The 4th tier of the Frost Wolf bloodline. A feat she had never dared to dream of had now become her reality. With that thought, she playfully bit her lip and whispered enticingly in David's ear, "Young Master David, I want more." David paused, gritting his teeth, and carried her to the bed. A man could not simply refuse. Yet this time, he found himself facing a worthy opponent, leaving him regretting the earlier expenditure of his energy. Leah smiled slightly and said, "Young Master David, it's my turn now." For an entire morning, the two remained in the room. Outside, Huowu clutched the bedding, waiting patiently, her ears and face flushed. She had been waiting since early morning, and now it seemed the encounter was still ongoing. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast in her patience. During this time, Lena also stopped by, her cheeks reddening as she listened for a while before taking Sierra to work. Amy, ever shy, dared not approach the room, instead pulling Cynthia to the back garden. It was not until after lunchtime that David finally allowed Huowu to enter and attend to him. This was her first time seeing the master so exhausted, lying motionless on the bed, leaving her to assist with cleaning. "Master, please get up and change," Huowu said, her face flushed as she gently wiped him down with a towel. David nodded, allowing Huowu to dress him while his gaze remained fixed on her flushed face. "It appeared that the flower I have nurtured, this twin bloom, is nearing its full blossom," he murmured to himself. At that moment, Leah emerged from the bathroom, having completed her preparations. The memory of her recent audacity caused her cheeks to redden to the point of almost bleeding. After a brief respite, David gradually regained his strength and stood up. The two of them shared both breakfast and lunch before heading to the back garden to continue their nightly training. Presently, Leah's bloodline had already ascended to the 4th tier, and the next step was to assist her in successfully breaking through to the rank of a 4th tier Earth Knight. "This is the 4th tier Frost Wolf elixir," David remarked with a smile. Given the current standing of the Frost Wolf family in the mainland, gathering the materials required for the 4th tier Frost Wolf elixir was not particularly difficult. However, one of the primary ingredients for the 5th tier Frost Wolf elixir was the blood of a mid-tier wolf-type magical beast, which was currently being sought throughout the northern lands. Regrettably, Leah was unable to absorb the power of the blood-red potion. Otherwise, her rate of enhancement would have been even swifter. Additionally, to break through to the 4th tier Earth Knight, the most crucial aspect was to condense fighting energy. Nonetheless, David felt confident that with his assistance, this would not pose a significant challenge, as fighting energy is fundamentally a mastery over life energy. As he contemplated this, he felt a surge of eagerness to teach Leah to further comprehend the essence of life, deepening her understanding of life energy and the power it embodies. Just as David was about to take action, the silhouette of a snow eagle streaked across the sky, suddenly diving downwards. Chapter 108. The Contract, David's Magical Pet. The Wizard's Castle. David hurried over upon receiving the news. "My lord," Yezi greeted him with a bow. "Where's Annie?" David inquired. "Sister Annie has already gone to confront the magical beast with the Earth Dragon beast and the Soil Dragon lizard," Yezi promptly replied. David's expression turned serious as he gazed towards the direction of the Black Forest. Not long ago, a messenger stationed at the border of the Black Forest had reported that a mid-tier extraordinary magical beast had intruded into the Frost Wolf Forest. Furthermore, it was a wolf-type magical beast, which immediately piqued David's interest. If he could capture this mid-tier extraordinary beast, the main ingredient for the 5th tier Frost Wolf elixir would be secured, thus prompting his swift arrival. "You all stay here. I will go take a look," David declared decisively. This time, they were up against a wolf-type extraordinary magical beast, which would not be as docile as the Earth Dragon beast, remaining in one place. If they did not locate this mid-tier extraordinary wolf-type beast in a timely manner, allowing it to penetrate Frost Wolf Ridge would undoubtedly spell disaster for Frost Wolf Ridge. He quickly entered the forest, moving closer to the Black Forest, using the snow eagle in the sky to gauge the current position of the beast. Roar! Before long, David heard the roar of the Soil Dragon lizard. In a secluded valley, the Earth Dragon lizard was engaged in a fierce battle with the spectral wolf beast. The spectral wolf beast was cloaked in a profound black fur, its eyes resembling two blazing rubies, and its sharp fangs glimmered with a chilling light. The fact that it could contend with the Earth Dragon lizard indicated that it was indeed a fifth-tier, extraordinary magical beast, known for its remarkable speed. With a flicker of red light in its eyes, the spectral wolf beast transformed into a blur, deftly evading the protruding spikes that erupted from the ground. It then leapt dramatically towards Annie, who was mounted on the Earth Dragon beast. A thunderous roar erupted from the Earth Dragon beast's mouth. Subsequently, it stomped 1 foot onto the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise. In the next instant, the spectral wolf beast collided with the earthen barrier, its claws shimmering with ghostly light, and in a mere flash, it shattered the wall. Annie's eyes widened in alarm. Fortunately, the Earth Dragon beast had managed to withstand the wolf beast's claw strike with its own body, leaving deep gashes. The Earth Dragon beast let out a pained roar. At that moment, the Earth Dragon lizard surged forward once more, enveloped in a sandstorm. Watching this unfold, Annie felt a surge of anxiety. She had initially believed that with the Earth Dragon beast and the Earth Dragon lizard by her side, they could handle the extraordinary beast that had intruded into the Frostwolf forest. Thus, upon learning that a formidable creature was approaching Frostwolf Ridge, she had rushed there with both beasts in tow. However, she had never anticipated that this extraordinary beast would be a fifth-tier spectral wolf beast, possessing such astonishing speed. Although the Earth Dragon lizard could withstand the wolf beast's assaults, it was utterly incapable of restraining its movements. This predicament had placed both her and the Earth Dragon beast in peril, as they narrowly escaped severe injuries from the wolf beast's relentless attacks, with the Earth Dragon lizard and the Earth Dragon beast barely managing to protect her. Unbidden, the image of Duke Frostwolf surfaced in her mind. She realized that at some point, his figure had become deeply etched in her heart, and the mere thought of Duke Frostwolf brought her a sense of security. "My lord, where are you?" she murmured as she observed the spectral wolf beast charging towards them once more. Boom! The Earth Dragon beast once again positioned itself before the spectral wolf beast. This time, its abdomen was slashed open, and it collapsed heavily onto the ground, blood gushing from its wounds and staining the earth beneath it a vivid crimson. Fortunately, the Earth Dragon lizard arrived just in time. At this moment, it disregarded the Earth Dragon beast, coiling its tail around Annie in an attempt to carry her away from the danger. Possessing considerable intelligence, it had already discerned that defeating the spectral wolf beast would be exceedingly challenging, if not perilous. A howl erupted from the spectral wolf beast as it lunged directly at the Earth Dragon lizard's tail. The cunning beast had recognized that this was the Earth Dragon lizard's weakness. The Earth Dragon beast had fallen in defense of the bipedal creature. Upon witnessing this, the Earth Dragon lizard had no choice but to cast Annie aside, while it conjured sharp stone spikes, causing columns of rock to rise from the ground to attack the spectral wolf beast. The spectral wolf beast, agile in its movements, deftly evaded the onslaught of the stone spikes. As Annie gazed at the ever-approaching figure of the spectral wolf beast, despair washed over her. Was she truly destined to perish here today? A sense of unwillingness welled within her. She had only just discovered her sacred place within her heart. Yet, she had not even had the chance to witness the establishment of the Wizarding Kingdom, nor the world where wizards could live freely. Before her journey was to come to an abrupt halt. "My lord, I am sorry." Overwhelmed by despair, Annie closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of her fate. However, the sensation of being torn apart did not come. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold a figure standing before her, one she recognized all too well. "My lord?" Her eyes widened slightly in disbelief. In the distance, the spectral wolf beast halted in its tracks, staring at the figure before it. It sensed a powerful bloodline aura emanating from this figure, instinctively feeling the pressure it exuded, which caused a look of confusion to appear in its eyes. David observed the fallen Earth Dragon lizard, then glanced at the disheveled Annie, his expression darkening in an instant. Just a moment longer, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. "My lord," Annie's uncertain voice broke the silence. "It is said that before one dies, they think of the person most significant to them. Could it be that for her, the Duke who brought her to the sacred mountain is that individual?" "It is I." David's gentle voice resonated. Annie was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. "Rest well for now. I shall handle the rest. David, wielding the ice wolf Fong sword, was enveloped in swirling, icy energy. Simultaneously, the sixth-tier bloodline of the frost giant wolf within him surged forth, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon the spectral wolf beast. The spectral wolf beast, sensing the formidable energy radiating from its adversaries, hesitated, yet did not flee. It understood that by devouring these targets, it could enhance its own strength. In the next moment, the spectral wolf beast lunged toward David, its claws shimmering with a ghostly light, executing its most adept claw strike. Ice claw strike. David, too, unleashed his sword. He channeled the racial technique of the frost giant wolf, manifesting it upon the blade, as icy energy transformed into the visage of lethal claws, enveloped in a powerful chill, culminating in a formidable thrusting sword technique as he surged forward. Boom! The claws collided with the sword tip. Subsequently, dark energy and icy energy clashed incessantly. David's gaze sharpened. He unleashed the full force of his fifth-tier physical strength, delivering a decisive slash that sent the spectral wolf beast reeling. Frost breath. He once again unleashed a sword strike, enveloped in a chilling aura. With a crackling sound, the frigid air spread, encasing the earth in ice and extending toward the spectral wolf beast. The creature felt an overwhelming coldness penetrating its very core. It attempted to flee, but soon realized that its speed had significantly diminished on the icy ground, narrowly avoiding an attack and appearing quite disheveled in the process. A glimmer of apprehension flashed in the eyes of the spectral beast. It dashed forward, relying on its speed to launch a lethal assault. Suddenly, a flicker of ghostly light ignited in its gaze, and it lunged at its target from behind, revealing its gaping maw filled with menacing white fangs that shimmered with a chilling glow. If it managed to sink its teeth into its prey, it would either lead to death or grievous injury. Success seemed imminent. A spark of delight flickered in the eyes of the spectral wolf beast. Yet in the next instant, a rocky shield materialized before it. Boom! Its form collided with the stone shield, cracking it but not shattering it immediately. Seizing the opportunity, David unleashed a surge of icy energy, and even though the spectral wolf beast attempted to evade, a deep crimson gash was left upon its body. At that moment, the spectral wolf beast finally recognized the fear it had been avoiding. Its form flickered and transformed into a wisp of shadow, dashing away at remarkable speed. Although its attacking prowess was mediocre, its swiftness was unparalleled among its peers, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the depths of the forest. However, David was not one to allow the spectral wolf beast to escape so easily. He too dashed into the woodland, tracking the creature by scent. After covering a sufficient distance, he activated his beast transformation ability, morphing into the half-beast form of the frost giant wolf, significantly enhancing his speed. Like the Arctic wind, he vanished from his original position, reappearing at the opposite edge of the forest. The fleeing spectral wolf beast suddenly sensed a chilling presence approaching. When it turned around, its heart raced in terror. It had never anticipated that a creature of the same rank could match its speed, let alone exceed it. Now, in his frost giant wolf half-beast form, David indeed surpassed the spectral wolf beast in velocity, for the frost giant wolf was renowned for its swiftness. With a cry of frozen wind, David manifested the ice abilities characteristic of the frost giant wolf. The wintry gale howled, freezing everything in its path. Realizing it could no longer escape, the spectral wolf beast halted, gathering shadow energy in its mouth until it coalesced into a shadow sphere, imbued with terrifying dark energy, which it hurled toward the icy wind. The two forces collided violently, the dark and icy energies clashing and ultimately dissipating in midair. Yet in that brief moment, David had reached the spectral wolf beast, extending a hand to press down upon its head, forcing it into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered violently. The head of the spectral wolf beast was driven deep into the soil by David's strength. The spectral wolf struggled incessantly, yet remained ensnared within the grasp of dark forces. Even when it amassed its own shadowy energy, the opposing hand, enveloped in a shroud of power, would crush it effortlessly, leaving no room for resistance. This was the pinnacle of David's strength, a fifth-tier peak. Although in this half-beast form, he lacked the full might of a sixth-tier frost giant wolf. He still possessed the essence of the sixth-tier bloodline and a superior beastly affinity, granting him formidable fifth-tier prowess. With mastery over icy combat aura, the soul of the snow spirit, and an advanced command of ice elements, he was perilously close to the sixth tier, teetering on the brink of quasi-sixth tier status. Boom! 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 Nevertheless, David preferred to rely on the potency of his fists, submission or death. He invoked his beast tongue ability to initiate communication with the spectral wolf. His intent was to capture the creature alive. If he could bring it back for Annie's contract, he would be rewarded with a continuous supply of fifth-tier wolf blood. The spectral wolf emitted low growls, but as it sensed the superior bloodline power radiating from David, its growls diminished and a glimmer of struggle appeared in its eyes. Ultimately, under the weight of David's fists, its growls transformed into whimpers, revealing a beseeching expression, as if it feared for its very life. David then relented, casting the barely conscious spectral wolf onto the ground. Now, let us proceed, he communicated in beast tongue. Following this, he relinquished his beastly form and dragged the spectral wolf back to the battlefield, tossing it down with a sigh of relief. At that moment, Annie was beside the earth dragon beast, utilizing restorative herbs to staunch its bleeding, her body smeared with blood and her face etched with anxiety. Fortunately, thanks to her herbs and the earth dragon's remarkable self-healing abilities, the creature's bleeding gradually ceased, allowing Annie to exhale a sigh of relief. It was then that she noticed Duke Frostwolf had returned, while the spectral wolf lay on the ground, its fate uncertain, indicating that the battle had come to a close. Her gaze instinctively fell upon David's face, and she recalled that in her final moments of peril, her thoughts had drifted to Duke Frostwolf, causing her heart to flutter. "Are you unhurt?" David inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Annie replied, rising to her feet and shaking her head. She then looked earnestly at David and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." David squinted playfully and teased. "So, how will you repay me?" Annie paused, her expression momentarily taken aback, before hesitatingly asking, "What do you want me to do to thank you?" "Sleep with me," David declared almost instinctively. His desire was clear, and he believed Annie had sensed it all along. He felt no shame in expressing his intentions, for he had often worn his longing on his sleeve. Now, he simply voiced it aloud. Annie's face flushed crimson, and she bit her lip before responding, "We'll talk about that later." "Does that mean you agree?" David pressed further. Annie did not respond, her words vague and indistinct. She returned to the earth dragon beast to assess its condition and, upon noticing its steadying breath, finally relaxed, sitting down on the ground only to realize she was drenched. The recent battle had indeed been perilous, had it not been for the timely arrival of the Duke. She would surely have perished beneath the claws of the spectral wolf beast. Reflecting on this, her cheeks flushed once more, and her thoughts drifted to her prior musings, causing her heart to race again, a hint of confusion in her eyes. What was happening to her? Even if she had truly acquiesced, there was no need for such a rapid heartbeat. However, one thing was certain, she no longer felt repulsed. If that were the case, she might as well embrace it, whether it be in alignment with her true feelings or as an expression of gratitude. It was essential to give it a try. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. David first revived the unconscious spectral wolf beast and personally forged a spiritual contract with it, thereby transforming this fifth-tier creature into his magical companion. Unlike the spineless earth dragon lizard, David felt no apprehension in trusting the spectral wolf beast to another. It was a bond he had to forge himself. Moreover, the spectral wolf beast was undeniably striking, perfectly befitting his identity as the Frostwolf Duke. In the future, it could serve as a mount, enhancing his presence and undoubtedly attracting attention. Everything proceeded smoothly. The spectral wolf beast showed genuine respect for David as its master, and thus, it offered no resistance during the formation of the spiritual contract. This marked David's first experience in establishing such a bond with a magical companion. Once the contract was completed, he could feel the connection between himself and the spectral wolf beast. Through this bond, he would be able to command it directly in battle. "Let us depart. It is time to return," David said with a smile. Subsequently, with the assistance of the Earth Dragon Lizard, a robust laborer, the injured Earth Dragon beast was transported back to the wizard's castle, where Yezi would attend to its healing. Upon witnessing the gravely wounded Earth Dragon beast and Annie covered in blood, everyone was taken aback. Fortunately, Annie clarified that the blood was that of the Earth Dragon beast. She recounted the events, leaving everyone astonished. Had it not been for the Duke's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thankfully, everything had passed without severe mishap. Not only had the Duke saved Annie, but he had also successfully contracted the 5th-tier spectral wolf beast. With this new ally, the strength of Frostwolf Ridge had been significantly augmented. However, a new threat loomed as another extraordinary magical beast had breached the sealing barrier and entered Frostwolf Forest, indicating a potential flaw in the barrier's integrity. This could herald the emergence of even more extraordinary beasts. While this represented a considerable danger, it simultaneously presented an opportunity. By continually capturing and contracting these 4th-tier and even 5th-tier magical beasts, the power of Frostwolf Ridge could be further enhanced. What they must do now is to continuously enhance their strength before danger truly approaches, equipping themselves with the courage and power to confront any threat. That night, having returned safely, it was naturally time to fulfill their promise. And, with her flaxen hair cascading over her shoulders, donned a pristine white gown. With her decision made, she hesitated no longer. On the balcony of the 3rd-floor penthouse, David awaited her arrival. Upon seeing and approach as promised, a smile graced his face. Particularly knowing what was about to unfold, David's heart raced with anticipation, eager to lead into his chambers. Yet, reason tempered his excitement, prompting him to engage and emotionally. "Did you not wish to be with me?" And turned and replied with a calm demeanor, "Let us go." David, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, rubbed his nose. But the opportunity lay before him, and he chose not to dwell on anything else. He hastened to catch up with, and, taking her hand, the two made their way towards the room, their figures merging under the moonlight. Chapter 109. A night of affection in the master bedroom of the wizard's castle, and ushered David inside. Initially, David had intended to lighten the atmosphere, yet upon Anne's entrance, she shed her garments and laid down upon the bed. The sweet words that had poised on his lips became lodged in his throat. It felt as though they were engaging in a transaction. Regardless, this was a rare opportunity, and he decided to seize it. David approached directly, initiating the encounter. He soon noticed that, despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor, and trembled slightly. The complexities of women. David gently pressed his lips to hers, noticing the evident tension in her eyes, which betrayed her clumsiness. "Do not fear, just a moment," he reassured, tenderly stroking her flaxen hair, and remained silent, her teeth clenched tightly. Sensing that she was prepared, David refrained from further words. "Does it hurt?" he inquired, feeling frozen in place. "Not yet. Wait a moment longer," she replied. After what felt like an eternity, he noticed her brow relaxing slightly. After a long pause, David finally exhaled. "You have completed a cultivation, gaining the mental contract talent. Mental contract talent. Low level 11,000. You have completed a cultivation, acquiring the Arctic Giant Bear bloodline. Arctic Giant Bear bloodline. 1st tier, 1100. Upon hearing the system's continuous notifications, a satisfied smile spread across David's face. Indeed, it was a dual delight, perhaps even a triple joy. Not only had he obtained the desired mental contract talent, but he had also unexpectedly acquired the prestigious Arctic Giant Bear bloodline, marking a remarkable gain. At this moment, Annie let out a sigh of relief as she gazed upon the contented face before her. A subtle shift occurred within her heart, and her expression gradually softened. David, however, harbored the desire for further intimacy. Yet upon recalling Annie's previous pained demeanor, he ultimately refrained from pursuing any further actions. This undoubtedly eased Annie's mind. Occasionally, she would unintentionally glean insights into the Duke's formidable prowess through her mental connection, which stirred her emotions as she nestled quietly in his embrace. After a brief moment of anticipation, David observed that Annie remained still, only to discover that she had succumbed to a deep slumber. With a resigned smile, he too drifted into dreams while holding the young girl closely. The following morning, Annie arose with the dawn. "Shall we not indulge in a little more rest?" David inquired invitingly. "No." Annie shook her head, beginning to tidy up. After she stepped out to leave, Wu appeared, clutching the bedding. "Sir?" Wu asked, somewhat puzzled. "It's nothing. Please continue your work," David replied with a smile as he exited the room. Wu nodded, proceeding to collect the blood-stained linens as usual. Upon David's arrival in the dining hall, several ladies and 2 witches were already seated at their designated places, while Annie and Yezi remained on the opposite side. As soon as Leon noticed David's arrival, she cast him an inquiring glance. They were all aware of the events that transpired the previous night, yet some confusion lingered. David observed Annie, who was quietly sipping her soup with her head bowed, and he subtly shook his head. It seemed that Annie had no intention of taking up residence in his castle. Their connection felt fleeting, a mere one-night affair, and he found himself unable to extract any valuable information from the experience. Nevertheless, he was not in haste. The most challenging step had already been taken, and there was ample time ahead, allowing him to proceed at a leisurely pace. After breakfast, everyone commenced their respective training. Once in the training room, David sat cross-legged, seeking to attune himself to the newly acquired mental contract talent. Much like the beast transformation talent enhances physical attributes, the mental contract talent equally fortifies his mental prowess. His previously slow-growing mental strength experienced a significant surge, propelled by the feedback from the mental contract talent. Its effects were remarkable. With each enhancement of the mental contract talent, a corresponding improvement in mental strength was achieved. Furthermore, the mental contract talent served as an innate ability to bolster his mental prowess still further. Closing his eyes, David began to meditate and soon realized that the efficacy of his basic meditation had markedly improved, surpassing previous levels by a notable margin. This was merely the result of the low-level mental contract talent. Should he attain the intermediate or even advanced levels, the enhancements would be even more profound. With this single revelation, David felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, he began to activate his spiritual contract talent, and suddenly, the ethereal resonance of the phantom wolf beast emerged in his mind. Originally, the spiritual contract between him and the phantom wolf beast had been established with the assistance of Annie. Now, having successfully awakened this talent, he could further amplify its effects. He felt an inkling that he might even alter the nature of the contract, transforming the magical beast pact into a more stringent servitude agreement. Of course, this process could easily provoke resistance from the contract target, potentially leading to failure. He pondered whether such a contract could be applied to humans. A thought sparked within David's mind. If this spiritual contract were applicable to people, he could harness its power to exert greater control over his subordinates. The next time he encountered adversaries like the Marquis of Giant Lizard or the Marquis of Ice Bear, aside from eliminating them outright, he might explore the possibility of subjugating them instead. After earnestly contemplating the nuances of his spiritual contract talent, he redirected his focus to the aggregated bloodline of the Arctic giant bear. At this moment, nestled within his heart, the bloodline of the frost giant wolf occupied the center, while the nine-tailed fox bloodline lurked in a corner, and now, an additional bear bloodline had taken residence in another corner. The frost giant wolf eyed the Arctic giant bear with predatory intent, should David release his constraints. It would devour the Arctic giant bear in one swift motion to facilitate bloodline amalgamation. Both the frost giant wolf and the Arctic giant bear were ice elemental extraordinary beasts, and consuming the latter should confer some advantages upon the former, David mused. However, he considered that he could continue training with Annie to further strengthen the Arctic giant bear bloodline. It felt somewhat regrettable to simply consume it. At present, he had not yet confirmed whether the bloodlines consumed by the frost giant wolf could be reformed. If they could be, that would be fortunate, but if not, the opportunity for fusion would be singular. It appeared he would need to visit Yuna again upon his return. He wondered if her attitude would have shifted after a few days. Should it prove favorable, he might indulge her more frequently. Naturally, if her feelings for him met his expectations, having her reside in Frost Wolf Castle as its lady would also be an option. Temporarily dismissing the idea of allowing the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline to consume the Arctic Giant Bear bloodline, he began to sense the power of the Arctic Giant Bear bloodline. As he had understood, while it had control over icy powers, the Arctic giant bear excelled in sheer strength, which could augment his own physical prowess. Upon transforming into its full beast form, the strength imparted by the Arctic giant bear was indeed considerable. Even with his fifth-tier physical constitution, he could still gain a substantial power boost, which was an impressive enhancement for a mere first-tier bloodline, leaving ample room for future growth. It seemed that even without the fusion of the frost giant wolf bloodline, the Arctic giant bear bloodline itself would still elevate his capabilities. David smiled with satisfaction. At present, the bloodline of the frost giant wolf bestows an enhancement in speed, while the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox augments mental strength. The bloodline of the wasteland mountain wolf fortifies defense, and the bloodline of the Arctic giant bear grants strength. The configuration of these bloodlines is indeed remarkably perfect. Should the frost giant wolf's bloodline manage to absorb and amalgamate all these powers, it may metamorphose into a bloodline even more exquisite than that of the frost giant wolf itself. He immediately resolved to retain the Arctic giant bear, endeavoring to further enhance his abilities. After familiarizing himself with his current capabilities, David departed from the wizard's castle and made his way to the cave where the spectral wolf resided. In this battle, aside from successfully resting with Annie, the fifth-tier spectral wolf was his greatest prize. Not only did it boast formidable combat prowess, but he also secured the materials for the fifth-tier frost wolf elixir. At this moment, outside the cave, a multitude of gray wolves stood guard, each one appearing visibly tense. For these gray wolves, the presence of a fifth-tier extraordinary wolf was an overwhelming source of pressure. Even Xiao Bai and Xiao Shui felt compelled to exhibit submissiveness before the spectral wolf. This was the weight of bloodline dominance. Awu, the spectral wolf, sensed its master's arrival and emerged. Being a fifth-tier extraordinary magical beast, it had almost fully recovered from its injuries in just one day. David scrutinized the spectral wolf from head to toe, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Indeed, this creature was exceptionally handsome. With a towering frame of nearly 2 meters, David felt an expansive view as he mounted it. Subsequently, the spectral wolf darted forth, sprinting at remarkable speed through the frost wolf forest. Initially, the journey to the boundary of the Black Forest would take over 3 hours, relying on the speed of the snow wolf. Yet with the spectral wolf's velocity, they arrived in merely half an hour. This was merely the spectral wolf running at its natural speed, without even employing its speed enhancement abilities. David then instructed the spectral wolf to traverse half a circle along the edge of the frost wolf forest, leaving behind his scent, thereby designating the spectral wolf as its guardian. After some time, David contemplated riding the spectral wolf into the Crystal Song Forest for a stroll. In comparison to the frost wolf forest, the Crystal Song Forest was far more secluded and home to a plethora of extraordinary magical beasts. He could undoubtedly utilize his mental pact to subdue some extraordinary magical beasts as subordinates. During lunchtime, David returned to the castle, bringing back some game, and everyone indulged in a sumptuous barbecue feast. The afternoon was still dedicated to training. Although the Frost Wolf Ridge temporarily maintained dominance over its foes due to the intimidation of a 6th-tier Frost Wolf, granting them some time for development, the threats of civil strife within the Silver Moon Kingdom and the Church loomed like ominous clouds overall, leaving no one daring to relax. After examining the condition of the spectral wolf, David extracted enough blood from it to concoct 2 doses of the Frost Wolf Elixir. Although the 5th-tier blood of the spectral wolf beast can also be used to concoct a blood-red potion, yielding superior effects, the results from the Earth Dragon Lizard are not significantly inferior. Therefore, he decided to first utilize the 5th-tier blood of the spectral wolf beast to create the 5th-tier Frost Wolf Potion. After a period of continued construction by Hill, the various facilities within the wizard's castle have become remarkably sophisticated, including a dedicated alchemy room. Within this alchemy chamber, an array of bottles and jars is displayed, all part of Yezi's collection. Possessing the power of plants, she is also an apprentice alchemist with a grasp of potion-making knowledge, capable of concocting healing potions using herbs. Nowadays, in addition to hastening the growth of crops with her abilities, Yezi scours the forest for herbs and transplants them into medicinal fields. attempting to cultivate them artificially to yield a greater bounty. Upon entering the alchemy room, David and Leah commenced the crafting of the 5th-tier Frost Wolf secret potion. The blood of 5th-tier wolf-like creatures served as the primary ingredient, complemented by materials such as wolf's bloodgrass. Before long, they successfully produced a vial containing the essence of wolf bloodline power. Success! A sparkle ignited in Leah's eyes. "You've worked hard," David remarked with a smile. This time, it was Leah who concocted the 5th-tier Frost Wolf secret potion. All the secret potions David currently employs are prepared by Leah, saving him a considerable amount of training time. "This is what I ought to do," Leah gently replied, shaking her head. For her, it represented David's trust in her capabilities. David mused that Leah is indeed a wonderful homemaker, and he is fortunate to have her assist with domestic affairs, allowing him to focus on his pursuits. "A reward is necessary," David declared, playfully wrapping his arms around Leah from behind. "Master David, this is the alchemy room," Leah exclaimed, startled. "Indeed, you are my remedy," he replied. "Madam, please aid me in my training. I require your presence." David chuckled. "I am unwell here. Treatment is imperative." With a resigned expression, Leah nodded. "You have completed a training session, Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 523. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline. 6th tier, 7182-650-0000. Each session grants over 500 experience points, further enhancing David's training efficiency. Yet he felt it was still insufficient and yearned to accelerate his progress. Unfortunately, Leah could not directly ingest the 5th-tier Frost Wolf secret potion. Even the 4th-tier variant required careful consumption over time, given that Leah possessed the 4th-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. Her capability would be further diminished if she were limited to the 3rd-tier potion, thereby slowing her training even more. David pondered whether he could assist Leah in absorbing the 5th-tier Frost Wolf potion as he had done with Reyna during their training. With a spirit of experimentation, he decided to swallow the Frost Wolf potion, integrating it into his fighting spirit. As he and Leah engaged in their training, the life energy infused with combat aura began to flow into Leah's body, allowing her to cultivate the Frost Wolf breathing technique. Blushing, Leah maintained the posture of the technique. Suddenly, she was taken aback, realizing that waves of bloodline energy were continuously coursing through her, merging with her being in rhythm with the Frost Wolf breathing technique. It truly works. David felt a surge of excitement and encouraged Leah to assume various wolf-like stances in accordance with the technique's rhythm. After several rounds of practice, Leah indeed sensed a notable enhancement in her strength, with her training efficiency significantly improved compared to before. This elevation directly influenced the effectiveness of her practice. "You have completed a training session, Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 540. David was elated. Although the increase was modest, it marked the first breakthrough beyond 540. As Leah's training speed accelerated, the effects would surely amplify further, propelling her towards a successful advancement to the 4th tier. "Leah, from now on, when you practice the breathing technique, come to my room, and I shall assist you." David continually exhaled, causing Leah's cheeks to redden even more. "All right," she replied, obediently nodding her head. David smiled with satisfaction. This was indeed an unexpected delight. In the following time, David continued his training with the 5th-tier Frost Wolf elixir. His combat aura steadily condensed. Next, he aimed to refine the liquid combat aura to its utmost limit, transitioning it into a tangible form. Once the liquid combat aura materialized, he would ascend to the 6th tier. The training for knights distinctly progresses from easy to difficult. Before the 4th tier, one could easily achieve mastery with the aid of robust bloodline power. However, beyond the 4th tier, the combat aura must be birthed from the life seed. Akin to a flower blossoming from a seed, a process far from simple. Upon breaking through to the 7th tier, the life seed would yield its full fruit. Though David had yet to encounter this and remained unaware of the precise power of a 7th tier knight, he contemplated first elevating his combat aura to the pinnacle of the 5th tier, then leveraging the transformative effects of the Frost Giant Wolf to complete his breakthrough to the 7th tier. Additionally, he noted the enhancement of the 9-tailed fox bloodline, which was now nearing the 5th tier. The transformative effects upon the breakthroughs of a nine-tailed fox bloodline at the 5th and 6th tiers would significantly bolster his current strength. If the bloodline energy attempted during the breakthrough to the 7th tier of the frost giant wolf proved insufficient, he might need to elevate the nine-tailed fox bloodline to the 7th tier as well. Moreover, he couldn't neglect the enhancement of the lady's strengths. Stretching his waist, David couldn't help but sigh. With this thought, he activated his beast transformation and consumed the nearby 5th-tier blood red elixir, further enhancing his physical prowess in preparation for the impending battle. As night fell, David began to subtly influence his surroundings. He naturally wished to share the night with Annie once more. However, his subtle hints seemed to fall on deaf ears, revealing that what he had thought was a fleeting affection was merely that, a transient passion. To truly win Annie's heart, a considerable journey lay ahead. Chapter 110. A resounding breakthrough. At Frostwolf Castle, David returned with the ladies, while Annie remained at the Sorcerer's Castle. In truth, Annie was not yet prepared to assume the role of mistress of Frostwolf Castle, and the Sorcerer's Castle could not thrive without her as its guiding light. Upon their return to the castle, David and Lena visited the town hall. Though the North had settled into a semblance of calm, the declaration of neutrality by Prince Reynolds and the Duke of the South had ignited a full-blown conflict between the Crown Prince Gould and the second Prince Blanco over the throne. Currently, Blanco's royal army and the forces of the Duke of the West had breached the eastern region. Despite the valiant resistance of Prince Gould and the Duke of the East, it was evident to all that Gould's defeat was inevitable. Once he fell, Blanco would undoubtedly ascend as the new king of the Silver Moon Kingdom. At that juncture, whether Blanco would consolidate his forces to mount a comprehensive assault on Frostwolf Ridge remained uncertain. To claim the throne of the Silver Moon Kingdom, he would first need to vanquish Blanco. Moreover, he might find himself contending with the royal powers, including the Northern Stronghold. Therefore, to compete for the Silver Moon Kingdom and establish a sorcerer's kingdom through the supremacy of royal authority over divine power, he must expedite his ascent in strength. Outside Frostwolf Ridge, the night camp had now absorbed other knightly factions. The number of knights had surged to 1,000, with 200 wolf cavalry included. Additionally, Frostwolf Ridge could summon knights from various cities in the north, totaling a formidable force of 5,000. David dedicated 2 days each month to inspect the night camp. By the time he concluded his inspection and returned to Frostwolf Ridge under the cover of night, he found his thoughts drifting to Una, who remained at the estate. After so many days apart, he felt it was time to visit the young lady of the Wild Wolf family. Una was taken aback by David's arrival. Once she regained her composure, she bit her lips slightly and approached to assist the Lord with his ablutions. "Are you finding your time here agreeable?" David inquired. Una silently nodded. The estate also had maids to attend to her, allowing her to practice swordplay and read books daily. Furthermore, the Duke of Frostwolf had not restricted her freedom. Aside from certain areas, she could roam freely in the towns of Frostwolf Ridge. "That is good to hear," David replied, finishing his cleansing ritual before lifting Una into his arms. "You have completed a training session and gained the bloodline of the Prairie Mountain Wolf." As the previous bloodline had been consumed, he had now acquired a new lineage of the Prairie Mountain Wolf, bringing a sense of certainty to David's heart. Upon completing a session of cultivation, the effectiveness of the Wild Mountain Wolf bloodline had improved ever so slightly, yet it remained insufficient. At this rate, he would need to undergo 33 sessions to elevate the Wild Mountain Wolf bloodline to the 2nd tier. However, this evening, he was reluctant to exert himself any further. Despite the modest results of his cultivation, Una, as a high-ranking knight attendant, could still provide him with a degree of satisfaction. Undoubtedly, her physique and beauty also contributed to this allure, igniting a sense of novelty within him. "Come, lift it up," he requested, and Una complied with utmost willingness. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. It was only the following dawn that David departed, leaving behind a disheveled room. Una gazed at the ceiling for a moment before rising with the assistance of her loyal maidservant. After attending to her morning rituals, she retreated to the small courtyard to practice breathing techniques, seeking to calm her mind. Yet, after completing a session of the Wild Wolf breathing technique, she suddenly froze. A faint surge of bloodline energy flowed from her heart, gradually coalescing into a seed of life. Have I awakened the wild wolf bloodline? Yuna's expression was one of utter astonishment. She had never anticipated that, after years of striving without success, she would finally experience this awakening upon her arrival at Frostwolf Ridge. David remained oblivious to the transformation occurring within Yuna. Glancing at the wild mountain wolf bloodline he had once more acquired, he contemplated but ultimately refrained from allowing the frost giant wolf bloodline to consume it. In the coming months, he would visit the night camp twice. As the estate was conveniently located nearby, he could spend the night with Yuna. With Yuna having successfully activated her bloodline, her cultivation efficiency would undoubtedly improve. After a few sessions, she could elevate the wild mountain wolf bloodline to the second tier, at which point he could allow the frost giant wolf bloodline to consume it. Meanwhile, the polar giant bear bloodline obtained from Annie could be devoured by the frost giant wolf bloodline first. As he focused his thoughts, the frost giant wolf bloodline promptly consumed the polar giant bear bloodline, initiating a process of mutual fusion. As time passed, the frost giant wolf's physique unexpectedly grew even larger. This increase in size and strength was the hallmark of the polar giant bear. Following the integration of the polar giant bear bloodline, the frost giant wolf bloodline successfully inherited these characteristics, thereby enhancing its power. Furthermore, the polar giant bear possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries, which granted David the racial ability of ice regeneration. David activated his beast transformation, taking on the half-beast form of the frost giant wolf. Upon further stimulating the bloodline's power, his stature surged dramatically, expanding from an initial height of 180 centimeters to nearly 3 meters. Accompanying this transformation is an augmentation of strength, surpassing even that of his previous metamorphosis into a colossal Arctic bear. He finds himself marveling at the realization that he can now contend with the mighty dragon beast, the soil dragon lizard, relying solely on his newfound power. David is quite pleased with this development. However, he is still unable to fully enter the frost giant wolf's complete beast form, leaving him curious about the potential enhancements that state might bestow. In the ensuing time, David's life returned to a semblance of tranquility. For him, the paramount focus now is singular: cultivation. At present, his mental prowess stands at the mid-stage of the 4th tier, while both his physical attributes and knightly strength have reached the mid-stage of the 5th tier. His training pace had previously slowed, but fortunately, with the assistance of the 5th tier Frost Wolf Elixir and the 5th tier Blood Red Potion, his progress has once again accelerated. David intends to reorganize his upcoming training regimen. With a flicker of inspiration, he summoned the bloodline and talent data from his system panel. Beyond the recently acquired mental contract talent, he also has the potential to swiftly break through with the 9-tailed fox bloodline and the earth element talent, both of which are tantalizingly close to the threshold of advancement. Resolving to act, he sought out Cynthia and Hill, guiding them into his chamber to commence their training. Having already experienced the dynamics of 6 individuals engaging in gameplay, David felt little discomfort. Yet, upon witnessing the stark contrast in physiques between the two, he was momentarily taken aback. The difference was indeed significant. "My lord, what are you gazing at?" Cynthia exclaimed, her sensitivity heightened by Hill's imposing presence. Previously, with others to share the spotlight, the disparity felt less pronounced. Now, with only the 2 of them, it struck her with overwhelming impact. "Nothing of consequence. Each possesses their own unique beauty," David replied earnestly, cradling the petite Cynthia in his arms. Despite her modest height of merely 1.50 meters, she exuded an irresistible charm all her own. After a considerable interval, both the earth element talent and the 9-tailed fox bloodline experienced breakthroughs. With a contented sigh, David embraced the 2 young witches and drifted into slumber. Upon the dawn of the next day, David roused the 2 young witches. After sharing breakfast with the ladies, he ventured into the depths of the Frost Wolf Forest, intent on achieving breakthroughs in the 9-tailed fox bloodline and earth element talent. The spectral wolf raced through the woods. Upon arriving at a quarry, David instructed the spectral wolf to guard the vicinity, ensuring no creature approached, while he entered a cave to commence his training. He began with the breakthrough of the nine-tailed fox bloodline. The transformative energy from this breakthrough further fortified his physique. However, despite his anticipation, the third tail did not manifest, indicating that further enhancement of the nine-tailed fox bloodline S level is necessary to conjure that third tail. The bloodline of the nine-tailed fox has significantly enhanced David's mental strength and charm abilities, leading to a slight augmentation of his fourth-tier mental power. Through his beastification ability, he has attuned himself to the powers of the nine-tailed fox bloodline and finds himself relatively satisfied, even in his full beastified form as a nine-tailed fox. He possesses formidable combat prowess. Following the breakthrough of the nine-tailed fox bloodline, he commenced the advancement of his earth element affinity. With a mere thought, the energy of the earth element began to surge around him. The ground beneath his feet rippled, as copious amounts of earth element energy converged around his body. Upon successfully elevating his earth element affinity to a higher tier, he acquired a new ability, Earth Mastery. David closed his eyes to attune himself to the awakening power within him, sensing a profound and mysterious connection forming between himself and the land beneath his feet. His skin appeared slightly translucent, revealing flecks of golden brown light, the particles of earth element flowing beneath his skin like the very veins of life. As the energy of the earth element surged into him, subtle transformations began to occur in his body. His muscles grew firmer under the influence of this invisible force, and his bones seemed to harbor boundless strength. With each breath, he could hear the low rumble of the earth, as if he were an integral part of the land, and the land was an essential part of his existence. Gradually, a faint earthy glow enveloped him, marking him as the master of earth. This sensation was extraordinarily wondrous. Previously, when he obtained the power of ice mastery, he formed a formidable ice domain. However, this experience was even more pronounced standing upon the earth. He felt as though he could command it, even becoming one with it. This was a power that even Hill had yet to master, representing the ultimate dominion over the land. As long as he stood on the earth, he became its envoy, capable of unleashing attacks from the ground and drawing upon its inexhaustible energy to replenish his magical reserves. His very form could merge seamlessly with the earth. This feeling was undeniably powerful. David murmured softly. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he began to construct the spell model for the fossil to mud incantation that he had previously attempted to develop using his fourth-tier mental power. With his newfound mastery over the earth element and the enhancement of earth mastery, his mental strength, infused with abundant earth element energy, began to shape the spell model within his mental realm. At the moment the fossil to mud spell model took form, the ground beneath him erupted in ripples and transformed abruptly into a quagmire. This is precisely the power of the medium-level spell fossil to mud, capable of instantly transforming the ground into a quagmire, ensnaring foes within its grasp. The spell succeeded, indeed, a medium-level incantation. David gazed upon the scene before him, his eyes alight with astonishment. With a fourth-tier mental prowess combined with a medium-level zero-ring spell, he could truly be deemed a genuine medium-level sorcerer. He was now a medium-level earth mage. Moreover, he possessed an advanced affinity for earth elements, augmented by his innate talent for earth manipulation, his strength exceeding that of an ordinary fourth-tier earth mage. Fossil to mud must possess additional applications. An idea sparked in David's mind, and ripples began to undulate beneath his feet. In the next moment, his figure gradually sank into the mire. Once his body was fully submerged, the earth resumed its original form, yet David's presence had completely vanished. At that moment, he found himself underground, enveloped in a layer of rocky armor that utterly isolated him from the mire, rendering him impervious to its effects. Coupled with the formidable lung capacity bestowed by his fifth-tier physical prowess, he could remain underground for hours without breath, experiencing no discomfort. His exceptional physique also allowed him to disregard the pressure of the earth above, as he continually channeled the power of fossil to mud. The rocks before him swiftly morphed into a quagmire, granting David the ability to swim through the earth. Thus, through this synthesis, he remarkably acquired an ability akin to the earth escape technique, enabling him to hide and traverse underground. This capability proved exceptionally practical, whether for evasion or assassination, achieving it without a trace. The spell models of mud to stone and fossil to mud bear striking similarities. After constructing fossil to mud, David, through comparative analysis, crystallized the spell model for mud to stone, another medium-level zero-ring incantation. As he invoked the mud to stone spell, the previously soft earth suddenly solidified, akin to the effect of cement transforming into rock. Even rocks, when enhanced by the mud to stone spell, became even more robust, capable of augmenting the defensive effects of the earth shield technique. If mud to stone and fossil to mud were employed in tandem, combined with his earth manipulation talent, the results could be nothing short of revolutionary. What a tremendous enhancement! The extraordinary power of sorcery is indeed formidable. David reflected on this, and his thoughts turned to Annie and Yezi, igniting a fervor within him. Furthermore, he pondered the witches who might arrive at the sorcerer's castle, curious about the new abilities they might bring. Chapter 111. Rescuing the Witches, confronting the church at the sorcerer's castle. The atmosphere was tense, with everyone wearing grave expressions. David sat at the head of the council chamber, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He had just received news that the witches planning to journey to Frostwolf Ridge were trapped in North Ice City. This city lies in proximity to the northern fortress. By traversing further north through the Frost City, one can enter the northern forest, which connects to the Frostwolf Forest, allowing for passage through uninhabited lands. However, not long ago, the demon hunters of the Church of the Holy Light arrived in Frost City. Now, these witches dare not show themselves, fearing discovery by the Church's demon hunters. The demon hunters of the Church? David furrowed his brow. They represent the Church's most elite forces, led by the 5th-tier Holy Knight, Hillman. If he does not transform into a 6th-tier Frost Giant Wolf, he may not stand a chance against Hillman. Frost City is already very close to the northern fortress. In the Lord Station, there is also a 5th-tier Earth Knight. The difficulty of this rescue mission is entirely different from the previous attempt to save Hill. In fact, David is uncertain whether this time it may be a conspiracy of the Church of the Holy Light aimed at drawing out him. The ice which he was on the wanted list. My lord, what shall we do? And in Yezi exchanged glances, their expressions grave, clearly aware of the challenges involved in the rescue. Yet if they do not save these witches, their companions would not endure long under the hunter's relentless pursuit. David frowned. There are 3 witches to rescue this time. Each possesses distinct talents. One with control over the wind element, another with the power of charm, and the last with the ability to materialize energy. Among them, the witch with wind elemental talent undoubtedly captures David's utmost attention. Based on his observations of witches over this period, their abilities can be broadly categorized into elemental and rule-based talents. Amy and Hill belong to the elemental category, while Cynthia and Yezi fall under the rule-based category. Of course, once elemental talent reaches a high level, it can grant mastery over elements, thus also qualifying as a rule-based ability. As for the charm ability, it resembles the second tail of the 9-tailed fox, though its specific effects remain uncertain. Lastly, the energy materialization talent seems to transform air into tangible weapons, though their potency is unknown. Regardless, he cannot passively watch as these 3 witches perish in Frost City. Rescue is imperative. However, we must not act recklessly. We must first ascertain the situation in Frost City. David spoke after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing his assurance, and in Yezi's faces brightened, they wholeheartedly agreed with the latter part of the Duke's statement. Even if they are to rescue someone, it must be done under the assurance of safety. Otherwise, it would be of no consequence. Leave the reconnaissance to me, and declared. She possesses the ability of a spiritual contract, allowing her to bond with ordinary animals to investigate the situation in the city. Naturally, this also means that and must be sufficiently close to Frost City. Otherwise, she would be unable to exert control through the spiritual contract. David's mind stirred. In the present day, he has also mastered the art of mental contracts and the language of beasts, enabling him to forge bonds with ordinary animals for reconnaissance. However, having Annie accompany him is advantageous, as it spares him considerable trouble. Moreover, this journey presents a splendid opportunity to cultivate his relationship with Annie, and a few affectionate words of encouragement along the way should not be excessive. If he could enhance both his mental contract talent and the bloodline of the Arctic giant bear by a level, his strength would see a modest improvement. Annie inadvertently glanced at the Duke, noticing the fervor in his eyes, which caused her ears to flush a delicate shade of red. "Very well. Annie shall accompany me to the city of North Ice," David declared, firmly deciding the matter and instructing Annie to prepare herself. That night, David and Annie stealthily departed. This time, he rode upon the Shadow Wolf as they traversed the forest. They first crossed the Frost Wolf Forest, then took a detour towards the Crystal Song Mountains, ultimately entering the northern forest near the city of North Ice. Thanks to the swiftness of the Shadow Wolf, they would reach the vicinity of the northern forest in just 2 days. With a swift howl, the Shadow Wolf dashed forward. In a mere flash, they had reached the other side of the slope. Even when faced with sheer cliffs, the Shadow Wolf adeptly scaled them with its ethereal form. From the perspective of a mount, the Shadow Wolf was truly impeccable. At this moment, David held Annie closely on the Shadow Wolf. Although their journey did not allow for much else, a little indulgence was certainly permissible. Annie had prepared herself for this since leaving the wizard's castle, allowing the Frost Wolf Duke to guide her. By midday, they paused by a small stream to consume some provisions and quench their thirst before resuming their journey towards the Crystal Forest. They did not stop until nightfall when they found rest in a cave nestled within the Crystal Forest. David effortlessly caught a wild deer, and they commenced a barbecue within the cave while the Shadow Wolf ventured out to forage. "Eat more deer meat. It's a great tonic," David remarked with a grin. "Thank you," Annie replied. "Oh, how do you intend to show your gratitude?" David inquired, causing Annie to pause, recalling a similar conversation from before. "What do you wish for me to do?" she asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Of course, I would like to take a nap with you," David stated matter-of-factly. "Let us do that when we return. Just this once. The dangers ahead are unknown, and I cannot guarantee my safe return." "Do not speak such nonsense. We will certainly return safely." Annie's heart softened. "I will comply with your wishes, but promise me you will return safely." "Very well. For you, I shall assuredly come back." In that moment, David leaned in to kiss her, and Annie closed her eyes, offering no resistance. Subsequently, David summoned his dominion over the earth, sealing the cave's entrance and crafting a stone bed. As Annie made contact with the cool stone bed, she let out a gentle sigh of relief. Although they remained in the wilderness, within the confines of the stone cave and upon the stone bed, she found herself considerably more at ease. She cast a grateful glance at the Duke, only to have her lips silenced once more. Subsequently, a series of rustling sounds ensued. You have completed a cultivation session, gaining 89 experience points in the mental pack talent. Mental pack talent. Low level 701000. You have completed a cultivation session, acquiring the bloodline of the Arctic giant bear. Arctic giant bear bloodline. First level 1100. David let out a soft sigh of relief, soothing Annie before accessing the system panel. Upon witnessing the figures displayed, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The fact that his mental pack talent had garnered 89 experience points was undoubtedly beyond mere reflection of Annie's prowess as a third-tier sorceress. David was now entirely convinced that Annie harbored genuine affection for him. It was merely her reluctance to express it that held her back. "Ah, women." He tenderly caressed Annie's silky hair. Observing the slight tension etched on her face, he sighed inwardly. Under normal circumstances, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Yet with an understanding of Annie's feelings, he sensed that time was on their side. "Rest well," he murmured, enveloping her in his embrace. Annie froze momentarily, her body gradually relaxing as she acknowledged her own fatigue. However, upon contact with him, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. She was acutely aware that the Duke was far from satiated. Yet, she lacked the courage to broach the subject, feeling an amalgam of guilt and emotion. "Annie, shall I teach you knight training?" David suddenly proposed. Surprised, Annie lifted her gaze, then shyly replied, "I possess very little aptitude for knighthood." "Fear not, I shall assist you," he assured her. "Very well," she acquiesced, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as a thought crossed her mind. Her sensitive nature, indeed, posed a significant challenge. Perhaps night training could help her overcome this hurdle. David's heart leapt with joy as he leaned down to plant another kiss upon her. Thereafter, he held Annie close as they prepared to rest, readying themselves for the journey ahead. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, they resumed their travels, reaching the northern ice forest before sunset. However, to err on the side of caution, they refrained from approaching the northern ice city. Utilizing her third-tier mental prowess and the mental pact, Annie was capable of controlling animals from such a distance to scout the city. Within the forest, they located some exceedingly common mice and, through the mental pact, commanded them to infiltrate the city for reconnaissance. These sewer-dwelling rodents were ubiquitous within the city. Neither the common folk nor the knights exhibited any reaction upon sighting them. Furthermore, the psychic emissions emanating from these mice were remarkably feeble, making it nearly impossible for them to be detected unless a monster hunter happened upon them in close proximity. Soon night fell, and the number of people within the city began to dwindle. For the common folk of this world, the nightlife is exceedingly monotonous. Apart from retreating to their homes to procreate, there are scarcely any forms of entertainment to speak of. Nevertheless, through these wretched souls, they discerned that the defenses of the North Ice City had not diminished, as if a lurking threat was being anticipated. Even the demon hunters had taken to the streets at night. It appeared that a trap had indeed been laid by the church. David and Annie exchanged glances, their hearts sinking in unison. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of their rescue mission had escalated immensely. Annie was already contemplating retreat. Though reluctant, it seemed there was no choice but to concede. "Let us return," Annie said, her spirits low. However, David squinted his eyes thoughtfully and declared, "Tomorrow, I shall venture into the city to see if I can locate those witches and bring them back." "No, it's far too perilous," Annie immediately objected. Even if the Frost Wolf Duke possessed fifth-tier prowess, if surrounded by the North Ice Knights and the Holy Light Knights within the confines of the city, escape would be utterly impossible. The Duke was the hope for them all, and she would never permit him to take such a risk, even if it meant witnessing her companions perish. "Do not worry, I shall not take unnecessary risks," David reassured, gently caressing Annie's face. He then invoked the spell Fossil to Mud, causing the ground to ripple and suddenly transform into a quagmire. "This is Fossil to Mud," Annie exclaimed in astonishment. She recognized this as a spell model that Hill had long sought to decipher and construct. Yet now, their esteemed Duke, the Ice Sorcerer, had manifested it. Although he was a mid-tier sorcerer, how could he wield such formidable control over earth elements, even capable of deciphering and constructing a mid-tier cantrip? "I shall take you to the underground," David said with a slight smile, taking Annie's hand. He then enveloped them both in earthen energy, plunging them into the mire, descending into the depths, while the surface earth reverted to its original state. "Is this the underground?" Annie marveled at her surroundings. Yet in a brief moment, a sensation of suffocation washed over her. Observing this, David swiftly pressed his lips against hers, transferring oxygen, and hastily led Annie back to the surface. Ah. Annie gasped for air, finally regaining her composure. "Are you all right?" David inquired with concern. "I'm fine." Annie shook her head, a hint of surprise in her eyes. This ability indeed allowed for a silent infiltration into North Ice City, enabling them to discreetly rescue the trapped witches. While dangers remained, such as the demon hunters lying in ambush, this was undeniably a viable approach. "Let's rest for a while. At dawn tomorrow, I shall take action," David proposed. Through his observations, he noted that the nighttime defenses were even more formidable than during the day, clearly indicating the church's assessment that a potential rescue by the witches might occur under the cover of night. Thus, David chose to act during the day, believing that the ensuing chaos would provide a perfect cover for his rescue mission. "Very well," and said, biting her lip, "If anything seems amiss, you must return immediately." "Are you concerned for my well-being?" David replied with a chuckle. In response to his insinuation, and, with a determined expression, said, "Let us proceed." David was taken aback. Tonight, and exhibited an unusual assertiveness. Clearly, she sensed the imminent danger and wished to accommodate his intentions. Yet, this did not alter her inherent fragility. You have completed a training session, Mental Contract Talent 99. Mental Contract Talent. Low level 1691000. You have completed a training session, Arctic Giant Bear Bloodline 27. Arctic Giant Bear Bloodline. First stage 28100. Remarkably, even the Arctic Giant Bear Bloodline, which it had yet to activate, provided 26 experience points, symbolizing the deepening of their bond. I can do this, and suddenly whispered, catching David off guard. However, her expression bore no signs of resistance or evasion, indicating her resolve. Although she knew she could not fully satisfy the Duke, she still yearned to try. David felt a warmth in his heart as he gently set and down. Despite her discomfort, endeavored to cooperate. The next morning, upon awakening, and discovered that the Duke's presence had vanished, her heart sank momentarily as she silently prayed. Before long, she noticed the ground beneath her transforming into a quagmire, and David emerged from it. Duke? Anne's eyes sparkled with surprise, soon followed by confusion. Where have you been? I spent the entire night digging, David explained with a smile, before leading her into the cave he had excavated. Possessing the abilities to turn mud into stone, control the earth, and revert stone to mud made tunneling an effortless task for him. He merely needed to use the mud-to-stone spell to convert the rocks before him into sludge, then employ his earth control ability to compress the sludge into a tunnel, and finally reinforce it using the stone-to-mud technique. In just half a night, he had carved out a significant distance. Had it not been for the substantial expenditure of his magical energy, which necessitated meditation to restore, he could have reached the depths beneath North Ice City in one go. Nevertheless, he had made considerable progress. Even during the recovery period for his magic, he could continue digging with his own strength at a reasonable pace. I will first excavate a tunnel closer to North Ice City. David reiterated his plans. This time, in addition to infiltrating North Ice City, he also needed to devise a way to extract the witch. While he could endure the constraints of burrowing as a knight, 3 witches could not possibly hold their breath for such an extended period. He had to swiftly escort the witch through the tunnel, which would lead her to the northern forest. As the day unfolded, Annie continued to command the sewer rats in their quest to locate the witch. Meanwhile, David tirelessly excavated, finally breaking through to the outskirts of North Ice City just before nightfall. That evening, David began to adjust his mental state, knowing that a significant battle loomed ahead. He must prepare himself optimally. During the night, he trained with Annie twice, reaching her limit. However, through these sessions, the once dim hope of awakening the Arctic Giant Bear bloodline surged to the second tier. David held Annie close, soothing her to sleep. Once her breathing became steady, he commenced the fusion of the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline and the Arctic Giant Bear bloodline. Drawing from prior experience, this fusion proceeded more smoothly. After integrating the second-tier Arctic Giant Bear bloodline, the Frost Giant Wolf stature grew once more. The Prairie Mountain Wolf bloodline granted the Frost Giant Wolf dominion over the earth and bolstered its defenses, while the Arctic Giant Bear bloodline amplified its size and strength. This phase yielded considerable benefits for him. He glanced down at the girl in his arms, contentedly closing his eyes. The following day, the rescue mission for the witch officially commenced. You guard the cave entrance and await my return. If anything unusual arises, do not concern yourself with me. Take the Shadow Wolf and leave, David instructed earnestly. Should the situation turn dire, he would utilize Earth evasion to find an alternate escape route. In such circumstances, it was futile to leave Annie here, as it posed unnecessary risks. Understood, Annie replied with a serious nod. David leaned in and kissed her before re-entering the cave. Upon reaching the outskirts of North Ice City, he ceased further excavation and instead employed the technique of transforming stone into mud. He deftly harnessed the power of the earth to progress underground and soon drew near to his destination. Throughout this endeavor, he meticulously concealed his magical fluctuations. Although this method slowed his pace, it offered greater security, especially with more than one demon hunter in the city. While underground, David discerned his location through the rats above. During last night's reconnaissance, Annie had uncovered an area densely populated by holy light knights, leading him to suspect that this was where the witches were hiding. As he approached the area, David activated his Eye of Magic, and 3 magical fluctuations emerged within his 4th-tier mental perception. Meanwhile, in a modest dwelling, Raina, Melissa, and Sophia were cautiously concealing themselves. However, with no word from Messenger after such a long time, their spirits had plummeted. Fortunately, the church's demon hunters had yet to scour this territory. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have been discovered. It seems we must rely solely on ourselves. Melissa spoke in a hushed tone, declaring her intention to employ her enchanting abilities to control the patrolling soldiers. She contemplated ways to persuade the guards to escort them away. This was the only plan she could conceive, even if it meant sacrificing her own body. She was determined to lead her sisters out of this city and towards the sacred mountain of the sorcerers. Raina and Sophia exchanged glances. Both were capable fighters. Yet escaping from North Ice City was currently impossible. Time slipped by gradually. Just as Melissa sought an opportune moment to execute her plan, the ground beneath them suddenly rippled. Was this the power of the Earth Sorcerer? The 3 were startled, yet their faces lit up with joy. David's voice resonated from the mire, urging them not to struggle, as he would lead them to safety. The 3 exchanged knowing looks, feeling the ground transform into quicksand, slowly engulfing their bodies. Yet they refrained from resisting. Though they did not know who was rescuing them, they felt reassured that it was a sorcerer ally, which was far better than falling into the hands of the church. David, relieved that they remained silent, pulled them deeper into the mire. Soon the quicksand vanished, and the ground returned to its original state. The Holy Light Knights stationed outside remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the dwelling, entirely unaware that the 3 witches had vanished. In North Ice City, at the Lord's Manor, Hillman and the Lord of North Ice City were engaged in discussions regarding the situation in the Silver Moon Empire. They had been friends for many years, which was primarily why Hillman chose to trap the witches in North Ice City. As the northern lands descended into chaos, numerous witches had already fled to the farthest reaches of the north. The 3 witches were among the few who still remained in the northern territories and were currently retreating towards the Crystal Song Forest. Hillman believed this might be the only opportunity to draw out the Ice Sorcerer. The emergence of a 6th-tier frost giant wolf in Frostwolf Ridge was also mentioned by the Lord of North Ice City, who brought up the Frostwolf family, which had recently stirred unrest in the northern lands. Hillman nodded slightly upon hearing this. In truth, he had protected the Silver Moon Saintess by bringing her to the north with the expectation that chaos would ensue. Only amidst turmoil could the teachings of the Holy Light spread more effectively, making the followers of the Holy Light more devout. However, the presence of the Frostwolf clan had quelled the chaos in the north, a development that the Holy Light Church did not desire, yet they could not instigate turmoil themselves. Hence, Hillman focused his efforts on the witches, seeking to find the Ice Sorcerer who had slain Charles. Should the Ice Sorcerer indeed appear in North Ice City, he would undoubtedly capture them and subject them to the fiery judgment of the Holy Light. These witches would have no means of escape. Hillman confidently raised his goblet. Yet, in the next moment, a sudden sensation stirred within him, and he turned his gaze towards the distance, having just sensed a powerful surge of magical energy. A mere Earth Sorcerer has appeared. His complexion shifted abruptly as he cast a sudden glance at the ground beneath him. Originally, he had anticipated the arrival of the Ice Sorcerer, but he never fathomed the existence of an Earth Sorcerer. This revelation rendered many of his meticulously laid plans futile. Nevertheless, the opponent's power remained within the reach of his magical perception. In the next moment, he rose to his feet, fully awakening the hunter's bloodline within him. In his mental realm, everything around him transformed into darkness, within which a solitary glimmer, akin to a candle flame in the night, moved towards the city outskirts. Do not think of fleeing. He surged forward with great haste. The Lord of North Ice City observed this with a slight narrowing of his eyes, prompting him to summon the nightly order. Meanwhile, below ground, David swiftly moved alongside 3 witches. Unsure if he had been detected, he recognized that his only option was to escape as quickly as possible. Before long, he and the witches arrived at the tunnel entrance. Just as he was about to lead them in their flight, His gaze suddenly shifted upward. His fourth-tier mental prowess detected a figure above, pursuing him. Have I truly been discovered? David felt a pang of resignation. In an instant, he concluded that it must be the hunter named Hillman. Master Sorcerer? The three witches questioned, puzzled by his sudden halt. Someone is closing in. You must continue along this path without looking back. At the tunnel's mouth, someone will be there to assist you. Just leave. Do not concern yourselves with me. David briefly instructed, then resumed his manipulation of earth into mud and his control over the terrain, moving in the opposite direction. This tunnel had been excavated in advance and bore no magical fluctuations. Indeed, upon sensing the alteration in his trajectory, the figure above immediately followed suit. The three witches stood at the tunnel's entrance, casting a lingering glance in the direction of the master sorcerer's disappearance, etching it firmly in their minds before turning to press onward. David's pace gradually slowed. Aware that escape was no longer feasible, he steeled himself, preparing for the impending battle. Noticing his cessation, Hillman unsheathed the sword at his waist, radiant with holy light. Although he belonged to a family of hunters, he had become a knight through the power of the sacred light, wielding it in combat. Suddenly, Hillman found the ground beneath him transforming into a quagmire. Reacting swiftly, he darted out of the mire's grasp. However, in the next instant, the muck surged upward, morphing into a tumultuous wave, rushing towards him. Holy light slash. As Hillman landed, he swung his knightly sword with vigor. The sacred energy coalesced, abruptly manifesting as a colossal crescent-shaped strike. The glimmer of the sword flashed as Hillman's radiant light cleaved through the mire, causing it to disintegrate in mid-air, transforming mud into stone. Beneath the earth, David summoned a new spell. The scattered mire coalesced into stone projectiles, raining down upon Hillman. Shield of light. Hillman lifted his knightly sword, conjuring a barrier of luminescence before him to withstand the barrage of stones. Unfazed by the formidable power of David, a fourth-tier earth wizard, Hillman remained composed. Having assessed his opponent as strength, he felt a sense of assurance. Even against a fifth-tier wizard, he held confidence in his ability to prevail, let alone against a mere fourth-tier sorcerer. David was aware of this as well. After conjuring the stone projectiles, he swiftly propelled himself forward, utilizing the earth as cover, his form weaving beneath the surface. Hillman sensed the tremors beneath his feet, foreseeing David's impending assault. He focused intently ahead, channeling the full might of his sacred light in preparation for the wizard's onslaught. Suddenly, a piercing fox cry echoed through the air. At that moment, David had transformed into his full nine-tailed fox form, his claws lunging toward Hillman. Clang! Hillman swung his sword, the knightly blade clashing with the claws, producing a resounding clash of metal. Following this, the power of sacred light erupted from Hillman, continuing to fend off the incoming barrage of rock spikes. Boom! After their collision, both combatants recoiled. A nine-tailed fox? Hillman gazed at the two fox tails that trailed behind the figure, his brow furrowing. In his mind flashed various bloodlines of the Silver Moon family, yet he found no mention of the nine-tailed fox lineage. Moreover, this wizard had completely transformed into a nine-tailed fox, evidently casting a form-altering spell. Psychic enhancement. Earth mastery. Transform rock into mud. David wasted no time, casting another spell. The first tail of a nine-tailed fox inherently amplified mental strength, and he now summoned its full power. This elevated his psychic ability to the fifth tier, augmenting his wizardly prowess to the same level. Standing upon the earth, he drew forth an unceasing flow of energy from the ground. The fusion of fifth-tier mental strength and superior earth elemental affinity birthed a fifth-tier earth wizard. Now, firmly grounded, he transformed the terrain into his battlefield. Once more casting transform rock into mud, the earth beneath him morphed into mire, its expanse continually widening. Subsequently, under his command, the mire surged toward Hillman. With unwavering resolve, Hillman swung his knightly sword repeatedly, cleaving through the advancing mire, while the shield of light aided him in repelling the onslaught. Nonetheless, even with this, under David's fifth-tier mental prowess and mastery over the earth, he found himself momentarily ensnared. At that moment, the figure of the nine-tailed fox surged forward. David's physical attributes had already ascended to the 5th tier, and with his transformation, his physical prowess received a tremendous enhancement. He unleashed the combat techniques of the nine-tailed fox's breathing method, channeling his fighting spirit into his claws, striking directly against the holy light shield. Crack! Crack! The full force of the nine-tailed fox's strike nearly shattered the holy light shield. Hillman's pupils constricted as he hastily swung his sword to parry another assault from the nine-tailed fox, forcing it back. However, just as he sought to retaliate, the mire surged forth. At this juncture, David had transformed into the master of the earth, his control over the terrain reaching an extraordinary level. This is impossible. You are a 5th tier earth wizard? Hillman's expression turned grave, tinged with disbelief. The further one advances in wizardry, the more arduous the path becomes. Even 4th tier wizards are exceedingly rare. How could a 5th tier wizard even exist? The power of a wizard can indeed utterly suppress a knight. Now, as David wielded the might of a 5th tier wizard, he similarly subdued Hillman, a fellow 5th tier holy knight. The ground beneath Hillman transformed into mire. Countless tendrils of muck enveloping him entirely, dragging him inexorably downward. Turn mud into stone. A glimmer of silver flashed in the nine-tailed fox's eyes as it once again summoned its mental energy. The mire encasing Hillman began to petrify, aiming to entrap him within the stone. Yet, in the next instant, an ethereal light erupted. The earth elemental energy began to dissipate upon contact with this spectral glow. This was the demon hunter's bloodline, possessing the power to shatter magic, capable of directly counteracting a wizard's spell. Shattering magic? David's gaze sharpened as he commanded more mire to surge forward. Subsequently, these pools of mire, under the power to transform mud into stone, steadily solidified into unyielding rock. Even with Hillman wielding the power to shatter magic, he could not simply break through these resilient stones, effectively sealing him beneath a small mountain. However, David knew it was impossible to resolve Hillman in this manner. He cast a quiet glance towards the distant North Ice City and refrained from further action, his form flashing as he hastened toward the northern forest. Although he temporarily possessed the power of a 5th tier nine-tailed fox through full beast transformation, the consumption was equally immense. He needed to return to the northern forest before his magical energy was depleted. The Lord of North Ice City, accompanied by the knightly order, arrived too late, only catching a glimpse of the vanishing figure of the nine-tailed fox. His gaze then fell upon the small mountain before him, revealing a look of astonishment in his eyes. Clearly unprepared for Hillman to have failed to prevent the adversary's escape. With a sudden crack, the small hill began to crumble away, and from within emerged the luminescent figure of Hillman, his complexion slightly pale. In this confrontation against the 5th tier sorcerer, he had unleashed the full extent of his demon-hunting bloodline. Otherwise, relying solely on the power of a holy light knight, he realized he was no match for this sorcerer, who commanded both the earth and transformation elements. Hillman? Yes, I have been defeated. He did not conceal his defeat. His expression was profoundly grim. If it had not been for the timely arrival of the Lord of North Ice City, the battle could have led to his utter downfall. Although he had anticipated such a possibility, hearing Hillman's admission still caused the Lord of North Ice to gasp in shock, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Hillman had actually lost? It was essential to note that Hillman was at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. If that were the case, did this Earth Sorcerer's power approach the 6th tier? Particularly after witnessing the catastrophic battlefield before him, it was difficult for him to fathom the sorcerer's might. Such a level of power could only be described as a natural disaster. Had the battle transpired in North Ice City, he could scarcely imagine the devastation that would ensue. Is this the true power of a sorcerer? His gaze flickered with intrigue. At this moment, Hillman also bore a look of reluctance. He had initially intended to capture the sorcerer alive. Yet now, he had barely escaped the sorcerer's wrath, causing his face to shift from pale to crimson in an instant. Despite his unwillingness, he understood that pursuing further was futile, and he could only watch helplessly as the sorcerer took the 3 witches away. However, the North was not solely under the Church's influence. There was also the Frostwolf Duke, the Northern Fortress, and other factions. A ruthless glint appeared in his eyes as he resolved to launch a full-scale manhunt for the sorcerer and the three witches. In the northern mountains, Annie awaited anxiously. Suddenly, she detected movement within the cave, her demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Before long, the three witches emerged at the cave's entrance, and Annie's face lit up with delight. Lena, Melissa, and Sophia. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, the witches paused in their steps. Melissa tentatively spoke, "Miss Messenger?" within the Witches' Assistance Association. Only the messenger possessed knowledge of all their whereabouts. "It is I," Annie replied, her joy evident. Yet, her expression quickly shifted as she realized the absence of the Duke. A troubling thought struck her, and she hurriedly inquired, "Where is the sorcerer?" Upon hearing Annie's question, the three exchanged glances, and Melissa replied solemnly, "Someone pursued us along the way. The sorcerer went to confront them." Confront? Annie's heart trembled involuntarily. Her greatest fears had indeed come to pass. When faced with danger, the Duke had chosen to allow the witches to escape first. Foolish. She couldn't help but murmur, "Will the Master Wizard be all right?" Sophia expressed her concern, and, taking a deep breath, replied with unwavering confidence, "The Master Wizard will be fine. We must leave this place now." She understood that waiting here would be futile. Her current task was to escort the witches back to Frostwolf Ridge and await the Duke's return. The spectral wolf had already been waiting at the cave's entrance. Observing the spectral wolf's calm demeanor, and felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. The four of them mounted the spectral wolf and swiftly vanished into the forest, heading toward Frostwolf Ridge. "If you can return safely and glance back toward the direction of North Ice City, I will abide by your wishes, whatever they may be." Chapter 112. Acquiring the witch's abilities. In the northern forest, the figure of a nine-tailed fox darted swiftly. It was not until deep within the woods that David exhaled, reverting from his transformation. This mission to North Ice City to rescue the witches, confronting the church, indeed posed substantial risks. Fortunately, everything had proceeded remarkably smoothly. The church had never anticipated that a master earth wizard would be among the rescuers. Utilizing his earth-shifting abilities had alleviated many troubles. Moreover, in the ensuing battle, he was grateful for the recent breakthrough in his five-tiered, nine-tailed fox bloodline. The thought of the formidable enhancement the five-tiered, nine-tailed fox bloodline provided to his mental prowess ignited a fervor within him. It appeared that upon his return, he must dedicate himself to training with Cynthia, striving to elevate the nine-tailed fox bloodline to the sixth tier. After resting in the forest for a while, he continued his journey toward Crystal Song Forest. On this occasion, he had successfully rescued three witches and had nearly eliminated Hillman. The church would undoubtedly launch a full-scale manhunt for him. Contemplating this, he felt compelled to leave the northern forest without delay. However, without the spectral wolf as his steed, he realized that returning to Frostwolf Ridge would require considerable time. Fortunately, along the way, he encountered a pack of gray wolves, which he adeptly subdued using his Wolf Clan Dominion ability. Through a mental pact, he also sent forest creatures to scout the surroundings. As he had surmised, knights were already stationed near the northern fortress, and the situation in Crystal Song Forest was likely similar. The church must have concluded that he intended to take the witches to the far north, completely overlooking his actual target, Frostwolf Forest. Thus, his journey was filled with more excitement than danger. By the time he returned to Frostwolf Forest, he was accompanied by nearly 500 gray wolves, increasing their number to 1,000 in the Frostwolf Forest. This was the result of the sixth-tier Frost giant wolf bloodline and the prowess of advanced beast transformation, a manifestation of Wolf Clan Dominion. With proper training, these gray wolves could become another 1,000 wolf cavalry, supplemented by fine armor, capable of dominating the northern lands. If he were to charge forth riding the five-tiered Frostwolf beast, accompanied by 1,000 wolf cavalry, even the most elite forces of the kingdom might struggle to withstand such an onslaught. At long last, he has returned. David exhaled a sigh of relief. This time, the successful rescue of the witches, confronting the church head-on, could be deemed a flawless accomplishment. In the wizard's castle, the three witches had been safely settled. However, David's prolonged absence left everyone in a state of worry. Though they all held unwavering confidence in their lord, anxiety still gnawed at their hearts. After all, it was the church. This time, the Duke had faced the church directly to save the three witches. The mere thought of it filled the witches with despair. For countless years, a heavy burden had loomed over them, and now their lord was to confront this formidable obstacle. The dangers inherent in such a venture were all too apparent. Leah, Amy, Cynthia, Hill, and Annie often waited at the entrance. During the day, Raina busied herself with administrative duties within the territory. In the evenings, she would join everyone at the wizard's castle, waiting together. Yetzi, along with Raina, Melissa, and Sophia, kept watch within the castle. It was best to leave matters in the hands of the Duke's ladies. They could vigilantly guard the castle. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the wizard was none other than the Frostwolf Duke himself. Upon learning this, the three witches could not help but express their sentiments. Yet, in this northern land, only the Duke possessed the capability to shelter so many witches and assist them in establishing their own sanctuary. They fervently hoped for the Duke's safe return. Raina couldn't help but whisper a prayer. Even now, she could not forget the silhouette of his departure. Had it not been for the Duke leading them away from the northern Ice City and intercepting the pursuing enemies along the way, they would never have found themselves here. Their lives were, in truth, saved by the Duke. At that moment, she found herself feeling a twinge of envy towards her sister Annie and the others, who could openly await the Duke's return instead of silently praying. He will surely return. Yetzi nodded affirmatively. She had witnessed the Duke's formidable strength firsthand. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she spotted a figure approaching in the distance. The Duke, she murmured in disbelief. At the castle entrance, Leah, Amy, Raina, Cynthia, and Hill had already rushed forward to greet him. Annie lingered at the back, her expression one of hesitation. Although she had made her decision, she had yet to truly take up residence in Frostwolf Castle. Her status was different from that of Leah and the others, as she was not yet a lady of the Frostwolf Duke. David, upon seeing the familiar castle, finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seeing the ladies come out to greet him, he immediately embraced them all. He was aware that during his absence, they must have been exceedingly worried. After embracing everyone, David turned his gaze towards Annie, who stood frozen in the distance, and said with a smile, "What's this? Aren't you going to give me a welcoming hug?" Annie was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then, she hurried a few steps forward and plunged into his warm embrace, holding him tightly, reluctant to let go. All right. I'm safely back now," David gently reassured her while patting her back. He then drew the others into his embrace, offering comfort to each in turn. Once everyone's emotions had settled, he led them back to the castle. "Welcome back, my lord," the maids Fire Dance and Water Lotus greeted with slight bows, their lips curving into smiles. "Good evening, Fire Dance, Water Lotus," David responded cheerfully. Following them were Leaf, Rena, Melissa, and Sophia. The three witches were acquaintances to David, but this was their true introduction. The witches approached David, curtsying as they expressed their gratitude for the Duke's rescue. "There is no need for such formality," David replied warmly. "As fellow sorcerers, it is my duty to protect you. Moreover, I require your abilities and wisdom to unite against the church and to establish a sacred mountain for sorcerers. Your acknowledgement is our honor." Rena's eyes sparkled with an unusual light in the candlelight. "We are willing to use our knowledge and strength to build a sacred mountain for sorcerers." Melissa added with a smile, "Indeed, my lord. We are eager to offer our assistance whenever necessary, whether facing external threats or resolving internal matters." A glimmer of intrigue danced upon her face. Sophia, the youngest among them, appeared somewhat shy, yet her words were resolute. "I will do my utmost to protect this land and our fellow sorcerers, just as you have always done." "Let us not be so serious," David interjected with a smile. "This is the Sorcerer's Castle, a home for sorcerers. Just treat it as your own abode." He chuckled. "If we continue in this manner, it will soon resemble a loyalty assembly." Rena, Melissa, and Sophia exchanged glances, all visibly relieved. Indeed, the Duke was as amiable as Leaf had described. Subsequently, the group entered the castle. Fire Dance and Water Lotus began to set the dining table. while David led everyone to their seats. He sat with the ladies on one side, while the witches were seated on the opposite side. Annie displayed hesitation once more. Since she had accepted her identity, she ought to sit on the right side. Yet, as the leader of the witches, she felt she should sit with them. "Annie, do take good care of your companions," David remarked with a smile. At this, Annie glanced gratefully at the Duke. She took a seat to the left of the dining table, facing David directly, and caught a glimpse of his smile. A faint blush adorned her cheeks as she hurriedly lifted the glass of water before her and took a sip. During the meal, David inquired about recent events in the kingdom of Silver Moon and the Northlands. Lena recounted everything in detail. Recently, there had been no significant happenings in the kingdom of Silver Moon. However, in the Northlands, the Church of the Holy Light had initiated an all-out manhunt for witches. They had even sent a notification to the Frostwolf Ridge requesting cooperation in the search for these sorceresses. This time, he had rescued 3 witches right under the church's nose, and he had nearly slain Hillman. It appeared that he had indeed provoked the church's ire, which sought to leverage its influence to locate and attempt to eliminate him. Nevertheless, the church's actions revealed their ignorance of the witches' identities. His recent endeavors had employed the transformation of a 9-tailed fox, coupled with the earth-based spells. These 2 forces bore no connection to the power of the Duke, a Frostwolf. "The envoy wished to meet you, but I managed to send him away with the excuse that a lord was currently in seclusion," Lena continued. "However, I still made a show of having the knights secure the route from the Crystal Song Forest to the Frostwolf Forest." David nodded in response. On his way back, he had encountered knights from the northern fortress, and as he neared the Frostwolf Forest, he also came across wolf cavalry, which left him somewhat puzzled. Fortunately, with Lena overseeing affairs in their territory, their response had been remarkably effective. "But shortly thereafter, I received an invitation from the Saintess," Lena resumed. "The Saintess wishes to pay me a visit?" David furrowed his brow, revealing a contemplative expression. Historically, the Frostwolf family had maintained little connection with the church. The previous Duke of Frostwolf had harbored a strong aversion towards the church and had openly opposed its establishment of a chapel in the Northlands, serving as a representative against theocratic power with royal authority. Although the Church of the Holy Light wielded considerable influence across the continent of luminosity, the Dawn Empire's central location limited its reach primarily to the eastern regions. The western part of the continent had been the principal battleground during the conflict between the witches and the church, resulting in a diminished impact from the church in that area. For years, the church had attempted to subjugate numerous kingdoms in the west. Yet these realms were unlikely to submit easily to theocratic rule. The perpetual struggle between divine right and royal authority remained the prevailing theme of this world. The kingdom of Silver Moon was still regarded as a significant target for the Church of the Holy Light, boasting a 6th-tier bishop. However, it was impossible to entirely vanquish royal authority through such means. Even so, witches found it increasingly difficult to survive within the kingdom of Silver Moon. Despite the ongoing conflict between the divine authority represented by the church and the royal power of Silver Moon, their stance on the pursuit of witches was decidedly unified. Even the old Duke of Frostwolf, upon discovering the existence of a witch, there is no need for the church to intervene. They would take matters into their own hands and eliminate the threat directly. However, this time, the church has expressed a desire to visit the newly appointed Duke of Frostwolf. It remains uncertain what the purpose of the Saintess's visit to Frostwolf Ridge might be. "For the moment, I have yet to respond," nodded Lena. "The Holy Light Church's intention to visit Frostwolf Ridge signifies that the Silver Moon Saintess and the demon hunter Hillman will also be arriving. Should Hillman discover the presence of witches in Frostwolf Ridge, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the church. Of course, it would be manageable if the Holy Light Church were merely passing through. However, should they wish to establish a church in Frostwolf Ridge, the situation would become quite troublesome. Furthermore, Frostwolf Forest connects with the Crystal Song Forest and the Northern Woods. For witches seeking refuge in the north, the desolate mountains and wilderness are undoubtedly the best choices, especially the areas near the Black Forest, which could serve as hiding places for them. She was uncertain whether Frostwolf Ridge had indeed caught the church's attention. If the church sought to enter Frostwolf Forest, Frostwolf Ridge would have to impede their progress. "It's fine. Let them come," she said. "Let Hillman avoid the town hall for now, and Amy and Cynthia should remain in the witch's castle. David contemplated, as long as they concealed the witches properly, all be well. As for himself, with his fifth-tier frost aura, he could easily mask the magical fluctuations within him. Should we take any action? And inquired, her expression grave. Given that the matter at hand involved witches, Lena spoke without reservation. All the witches listened intently to their conversation. If necessary, we can leave the witch's castle, Leaf suggested, though she felt a deep reluctance to do so. After all, this was the home they had painstakingly found. But she did not wish to bring trouble to Frostwolf Ridge. It's merely a saintess, David replied, shaking his head. At present, he wielded sufficient power to not fear a single saintess. Nevertheless, to avoid unnecessary complications, certain arrangements must be made. During this time, the witches needed to remain within the witch's castle and could not leave Grey Wolf Valley. With the abundance of plants nurtured by Leaf, the entire witch's castle had seamlessly blended into the forest. It would be difficult to discover from the air unless one approached very closely. Within the forest, Grey Wolf Valley belonged to the Grey Wolves. Thousands of Grey Wolves congregated around Frostwolf Forest and Grey Wolf Valley, making it exceedingly difficult for the church to approach easily. Moreover, David would not permit the church's knights to encroach upon Grey Wolf Valley. Should the church insist on coming closer, his current strength was sufficient to forcefully bar their path. Hearing the Duke's assurances, the witches finally felt a sense of relief. Gratitude swelled within her heart for the adult willing to confront the church on their behalf. That night, David had not seen the lady for several days and felt compelled to offer her some comfort. The witches returned to their chambers to rest, and initially intended to leave as well, but was halted by David's gentle grasp. "Shall we go together?" he invited. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Yet recalling her previous resolution, she bit her lip, flushed with embarrassment, and nodded, allowing David to lead her to the room. Laia, Amy, Raina, Cynthia, and Hill entered the room in succession, and was acutely aware of what was to transpire next. She stood awkwardly to the side, akin to a novice employee, feeling somewhat out of her depth. "Sister Anne, it's quite all right. The Duke is very gentle," Hill reassured her, genuinely pleased that and could become her sister, and shyly nodded in response, simultaneously relieved as she understood her own circumstances. With her sister's support, the Duke would surely find some comfort. A sleepless night ensued. David finally felt completely satisfied for a moment. The next morning, he rose, supporting himself with a hand on his waist, feeling sore and numb. Fire Dance entered as usual, carrying blankets to tidy up the disarray. After enjoying breakfast served by Water Lily, everyone gathered in the rear garden. David now had the opportunity to properly acquaint himself with the three newly joined witches of the wizard's castle. First was Raina, with her short azure hair. She was a third-tier witch, possessing advanced wind elemental affinity and the ability to control gales. For elemental witches, it seemed that only those with a high affinity for elements could develop elemental talents and acquire the governing powers of the elements. Conversely, witches of the rule system merely needed to activate their inherent rule powers, as exemplified by Cynthia's moderate beast transformation talent. For ordinary individuals, even if they possessed a witch's talent and could learn to become a witch through meditation and related knowledge, they could not awaken a witch's bloodline to become a naturally gifted witch. This was similar to the situations of Fire Dance and Water Lily. Both indeed had witch talents and had recently succeeded in mastering the basics of meditation. Fire Dance exhibited a fire elemental affinity, while Water Lily possessed a water elemental affinity. Yet their affinities were not strong enough to form elemental talents. David planned to find a time to assist them in their cultivation. If their elemental talents could be enhanced through training, perhaps it might also awaken their witch bloodlines. From his ability to derive bloodline powers from ordinary individuals like Laia and Yuna, who had not activated their bloodline powers, he surmised that he could similarly acquire corresponding elemental talents from Fire Dance and Water Lily. However, he anticipated that the efficiency of this training would be quite subpar, given that Amy had previously possessed a high-level ice elemental talent. In the case of a first-tier sorcerer, the experience points provided are exceedingly scarce. not to mention the meager offerings from Huowu and Shueilian. However, the advantage of advanced elemental affinity during the cultivation of basic meditation techniques is undeniably substantial. Whether it be Amy, who has recently awakened her sorceress talents, or the likes of Hill and Reyna, they've already ascended to the rank of third-tier sorcerers. In contrast, the other two witches, Melissa, stands at the second tier, while Sophia remains a mere first-tier sorceress, her cultivation speed lagging behind that of Reyna. David's gaze fell upon the alluring violet-haired Melissa, who donned a tight-fitting purple outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Alas, she lacked purple stockings, which would have rendered her even more enticing, a perfect match for Melissa's enchanting abilities. Furthermore, this witch appeared quite audacious, having cast a flirtatious glance at him upon their initial meeting. Perhaps a more profound conversation could ensue later. Sophia, with her pink hair, still bore a youthful appearance. However, upon careful consideration of her age, it was evident that she had indeed reached adulthood. Moreover, Sophia exhibited an adoration for him, her eyes sparkling with admiration, reminiscent of a starry-eyed fan. After familiarizing himself with the basic information of the three, David prompted Reyna to demonstrate her mastery over the power of the tempest. In addition to controlling the wind to create blades of air, Reyna astonishingly managed to harness her wind elemental abilities for brief flights and suspended hovering, an incredibly practical skill. Under normal circumstances, David would require the prowess of a 7th-tier Sky Knight to achieve such aerial feats through the substantial manifestation of his combat aura. Possessing this capability, Reyna could maintain a significant advantage during combat. David contemplated the potential enhancement to his combat efficacy should he possess the ability to fly. Envisioning a strike descending from the heavens was an exhilarating thought. Next, he turned to Sophia's talent for energy manifestation, observing as the young witch concentrated her mental energy, gathering the surrounding air. The air shimmered with ripples, gradually transforming into a semi-transparent longbow. Given that Sophia's father was a hunter, she was well-versed in archery. Utilizing her abilities, she fashioned a translucent arrow from the air, knocking it on the bowstring and preparing to shoot, effectively realizing the weapon's potential. David's expression reflected his astonishment. This technique proved to be even more practical than he had anticipated. He then encouraged Sophia to conjure a long sword, testing its might, which rivaled that of an ordinary fine iron weapon. Regrettably, this energy-based weapon would dissipate the moment it departed from Sophia's magical concentration. In addition to manipulating air, Sophia could also transmute water into weapons. The water whip she conjured displayed impressive power as well. However, Sophia's abilities are effective solely on gaseous and liquid entities, unable to exert influence over solid state and elemental energies. Of course, this limitation may not be absolute. It is plausible that Sophia's current powers are still rather nascent. Much like Cynthia's beast transformation ability, the disparity in strength exhibited between moderate and advanced beast transformation talents is indeed vast. In addition, Sophia has undergone rudimentary knight training. Although they are merely commoners, lacking any significant bloodline power, they have managed to attain the strength of a low-tier knight squire through basic breathing techniques. David assessed the abilities of both Reyna and Sophia, his gaze eventually resting upon Melissa, where their eyes met in silent acknowledgement. Section 87. A provocative smile graced Melissa's visage as she activated her charm talent, releasing a sudden wave of mental energy. David felt a jolt in his consciousness as a surge of psychic energy invaded his mental realm, attempting to forge a direct dominion over his psyche. However, Melissa's mental prowess, being only at the 2nd tier, was insufficient to sway the prepared David, who effectively repelled her influence with his own mental strength. Moreover, David's 9-tailed fox bloodline inherently endowed him with alluring capabilities. As he harnessed his psychic power, the two streams of charm-infused mental energy intertwined. Under the influence of the enchanting energy, Melissa's complexion flushed and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, David promptly terminated the mental exchange. "Welcome to the wizard's castle," he greeted with a gentle smile directed at the 3 witches before him. Reyna, Melissa, and Sophia exchanged glances filled with excitement. From this day forth, they would no longer wander the outside world, but instead would find solace in a true home, a sanctuary where witches could live freely. Welcome, Annie. Now the overseer of the wizard's castle stepped forward to extend her greetings. The other witches joyfully gathered around to welcome their new companions. Thank you all, Raina, Melissa, and Sophia expressed their gratitude. Subsequently, Annie began to elaborate on the regulations of the wizard's castle. David observed the heartwarming scene before him with a smile. With Amy and half-witch Lena included, the wizard's castle now boasted 9 witches. Regrettably, many more witches had departed the northern lands due to the ravages of war. Otherwise, the number of witches in the castle would have been even greater, though this count was still sufficient. With the inclusion of new witches, the scale of the witch exchange meetings grew increasingly grand. Each new witch brought fresh insights into the arcane arts. Seizing the opportunity, David shared his experiences in deciphering and constructing intermediate spells, and everyone listened attentively, for the wisdom of an intermediate wizard was truly a rare treasure. Among all the sorcerers of the present day, only David stands as a mid-level wizard. The witches in attendance aspire to reach that level, yet they have a considerable journey ahead of them. Once the morning's wizardry symposium concluded, the witches continued to engage in lively discussions, savoring the rare opportunity to converse closely. Typically, their communication is limited to messages relayed by Annie, leaving little room for in-depth discussions on the arcane arts. Furthermore, the insights of Duke David, a mid-level sorcerer, were experiences they could never have accessed before. After the symposium, David made his way to his chamber. Shortly thereafter, Melissa departed from the garden. Knock, knock, knock. As David reclined upon his bed, he was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. He rose and opened it to find Melissa standing there. "May I come in for a moment, my lord?" she inquired, playfully tossing her cascading purple waves. "Of course, my beautiful lady," David welcomed her inside. "What brings you to me?" Melissa shook her head and smiled. "During the day, my abilities have yet to fully manifest. Would you care to experience them, Duke?" "Certainly," David replied without hesitation. In the next moment, Melissa summoned her enchanting talents. This time, rather than feeling his mental fortitude under siege, David found his emotions aroused with an undeniable intensity. As he gazed upon the alluring figure of Melissa, a powerful impulse surged within him. Even his formidable mental prowess could not entirely shield him from this emotional upheaval, compelling him to cling to the last vestiges of his rationality. Nonetheless, Melissa's intentions were abundantly clear. Without resistance, David approached and enveloped her in his arms. "Thank you, my lord," Melissa whispered near his ear. In that instant, the final remnants of David's reason were submerged. "You have completed a training session and acquired the talent of enchantment." "Thank you, Duke," Melissa said lightly. "I must take my leave now." "Very well," David nodded. "If you find yourself pondering, do come find me." Melissa flashed a bewitching smile, rose to tidy herself, and departed with purpose. For her, there was no desire to gain anything. Her intentions had always been distinctly defined from the outset, to be the Duke's lover. Once Melissa had left, David glanced at the notifications on his system panel. "You have completed a training session. Enchantment talent, 57. Enchantment talent, low level, 223-1000. The numerical values indicated that the synergy between him and Melissa in their training was remarkably effective. A portion of this can be attributed to the enchantment talent enhancing the efficacy of cultivation, while another reason likely lies in Melissa's affections. Oh, women. David shook his head, bemused by her duplicitous nature. Nevertheless, it is indeed true that Melissa yearns to break free from the constraints of her identity. Thus, he remained reclined, closing his eyes to fully appreciate the effects of his enchanting talent. This talent can be classified as a form of mental control, imbued with elements of psychological and emotional manipulation. However, its potency is amplified when directed towards the opposite sex, while its impact on the same sex is markedly diminished. To his surprise, the breakthrough of his enchantment talent granted him a significant mental feedback, further enhancing his fourth-tier mental prowess. Moreover, he observed that the second tail of his nine-tailed fox lineage appeared to have grown more solid, indicating a deeper activation of this bloodline. If this trend continues, he might soon coalesce the third tail of the nine-tailed fox upon his next breakthrough, thereby acquiring another unique ability bestowed by this lineage. It seems there is still room for further enhancement of his enchanting talent. David mused, acknowledging that Melissa had indeed provided him with an extraordinary experience. Upon arriving in the garden, David found Melissa already engrossed in laughter and conversation with the witches, as if nothing had transpired. Noticing David's approach, she greeted him warmly, devoid of any unusual demeanor. "Ah, this woman is quite the actress," he thought to himself, just as he was met with the scrutinizing gaze of Raina. Leah typically remained indifferent, while Amy, Cynthia, and Hill were less perceptive. However, Raina, who often dabbled in politics, possessed a keen sense of insight. The proud little princess occasionally exhibited a tinge of jealousy. David smiled gently and invited Raina for a stroll in the woods, intending to delve deeper into the affairs of the territory. Recently, in his pursuit of strength, he had almost become a hands-off ruler, relying heavily on Raina to manage the territorial matters. This time at Frostwolf Ridge, he was determined to carve out some time to work closely with Raina. It had been ages since she had experienced an increase in her strength. Leah's Frostwolf bloodline had already ascended to the 4th tier, and Raina should be nearing that threshold as well. Furthermore, his own principal bloodlines and talents had reached a bottleneck. To expedite his growth, he must devise a way to assist the ladies in transcending to the 4th tier. Without hesitation, David led Raina into the thicket and eagerly set to work. "You have completed a cultivation session. Snow Demon Soul 475. After several rounds of cultivation, David exhaled contentedly. This session seemed particularly fruitful, yielding over 100 additional experience points compared to usual. Observing this outcome, he felt a surge of excitement. The pleasant surprise arrived rather abruptly, did it not? After receiving David's endowment, Raina closed her eyes, absorbing the energy. Suddenly, Raina's eyes widened with surprise as she realized that her snow spirit had seemingly undergone a breakthrough. A breakthrough? At that moment, David also noticed that Raina's snow spirit had abruptly become more solid. He had encountered a similar situation when the snow spirit reached the 4th tier, indicating that it had ascended to the intermediate level. Raina nodded with joy. She closed her eyes to attune herself, channeling her mental energy. After a brief moment of concentration, a gust of cold wind swept through, and a phantasmal figure emerged within the icy breeze. This apparition was the snow spirit. However, it was not merely the snow spirit's essence. David could sense a profound necromantic energy emanating from it. Has she gained a new ability? David's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hearing this, Raina nodded happily, indicating that she seemed to have awakened a necromantic spell to summon the snow spirit, enabling her to call upon it for assistance in battle. David's gaze shifted toward the summoned snow spirit before him. From the energy fluctuations within it, he could tell that this snow spirit had reached the 1st tier. Based on his understanding of necromantic spells, necromancers excelled at employing a tactic of summoning vast numbers of undead to overwhelm their foes. However, Raina had only just grasped this spell and was unable to fully unleash its potential. If she could summon more snow spirits, their combined strength would be formidable. Moreover, with Raina's snow spirit reaching the 4th tier, the awakened ability was of the necromantic school rather than the ice school, indicating that her necromantic aptitude was indeed more potent. David felt elated. Raina had just completed her breakthrough and was naturally compliant with him, leading them to engage once more. You have completed a cultivation session. Snow Spirit Essence 485 gained racial ability, Snow Spirit Summon. The process was remarkably smooth, and David successfully acquired the Snow Spirit Summon, akin to the necromancer's ability to raise the undead. The essence of the Snow Spirit Summon could be considered a form of summoning power, which might assist him in mastering the spells within the Book of Summoning. A thought sparked in David's mind. For him, the value of the Snow Spirit Summon extended beyond the mere capabilities of the spell itself. Previously, he had struggled to grasp summoning spells, but now he finally found a breakthrough. If he could master summoning spells like Annie, he could summon powerful entities for battle at any time and perhaps even call forth a true Frostwolf. Chapter 113. The arrival of the saintess the following day, David, accompanied by Leah and Raina, returned to Frostwolf Ridge. In anticipation of the impending arrival of the church, he had decided to keep Amy, Cynthia, and Hill at the wizard's castle. During this period, the wizard's castle will be completely enveloped by the power of the leaves, obscured within the forest, effectively sealing off the entire castle. You shall diligently study your sorcery here. I will visit you whenever the opportunity arises. Davy comforted Amy, who typically followed him wherever he went. This was their first separation since they had been together. Very well, I shall practice my spells diligently. Amy responded earnestly with a nod. Cynthia and Hill were somewhat easier to console, though their eyes were slightly reddened. My lord, please allow us to return and serve you. Fire Dance could not help but interject, as both she and Water Lily would remain in the wizard's castle. You have already harnessed your mental energy. Next, you merely need to complete the analysis and construction of basic spells to officially become wizards. This is a crucial time for your breakthroughs. Remain here in the castle and study your magic with peace of mind. I look forward to your formal ascension as wizards. Davy approached the two young maids to reassure them, urging them to stay without worry. He also offered encouragement to Annie, who had been wavering about whether to go to Frostwolf Castle. Now forced to make a decision, she felt a sense of relief, though still reluctant. Davy patiently consoled her. Even Leaves, Raina, Melissa, and Sophia received words of encouragement before he departed the castle with Leah and Raina. Shortly after their departure, the vegetation surrounding the castle began to grow luxuriantly, gradually concealing the castle within the dense forest. At this moment, Davy stood outside the thicket. Unless one ventured through this dense foliage, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern that a wizard's castle lay hidden within, shrouded in secrecy. The witches would also retreat to the underground hideouts they had excavated beneath the castle to avoid detection by the demon hunter's magical sensing abilities. Indeed, Davy nodded with satisfaction. He then departed with Leah and Raina, riding on the Phantom Wolf. In the coming days, he would remain at Frostwolf Ridge and within Frostwolf Castle, until the church's saint and demon hunters had departed. The hard work now falls upon you, Davy chuckled. Leah and Raina understood precisely what he meant. Their faces tinged with a blush. Thus, Davy settled into his training at Frostwolf Castle, with Leah overseeing internal matters and Raina managing external affairs, allowing him to focus solely on his cultivation. 3 days later, news arrived from North Eye City that the saint had set forth. Davy contemplated the information in his hands before heading to the knight's encampment. This time, he brought with him 100 trained gray wolves, intending to cultivate another squad of wolf cavalry. These gray wolves had all undergone Cynthia's rigorous training. Additionally, possessing the power to command wolves would further enhance their obedience. Meanwhile, the iron ore unearthed by Hill had enabled the blacksmiths to forge a significant quantity of armor. The formidable physique of these gray wolves, coupled with their armor, allows them to charge brazenly across the battlefield, making it nearly impossible for even the mightiest of steeds to withstand the onslaught of these colossal wolves. What looms ahead may well be a true war. In the grand theater of large-scale conflict, individual prowess is significantly constrained. Even the strongest warrior, capable of taking on 100 foes, would find it exceedingly difficult to confront thousands of fully armored cavalry. If David could indeed muster thousands of fully equipped wolf cavalry, they would be capable of withstanding a 6-tier knight, exhausting the knight's aura and stamina through sheer numerical superiority. At this moment, within the encampment of the Frostwolf cavalry, news arrived that another 100 knights had qualified to become wolf cavalry, igniting a wave of excitement among them. Under the guidance of the Grey Wolf Knights, the selection process for the Frostwolf cavalry commenced. Those who succeeded in becoming wolf cavalry would enjoy the finest of privileges, with the potential to ascend to the rank of formal knight. This prospect spurred all the knights into action as they vied for the coveted positions. Moreover, the mountain wolves of the Howling Wolf family also make for excellent mounts. Perhaps David could procure a few mountain wolves to breed alongside the gray wolves, in hopes of cultivating an even stronger breed. He pondered this in his mind. That evening, he retired to the manor for the night. From the news he had received, Una had successfully awakened the bloodline of the Howling Wolf. It seemed that the previous training had yielded some results. However, Una was already a direct descendant of the Earth Knight, the Count of Howling Wolf, and thus the bloodline was inherently potent. Within the manor, Una was engaged in her nightly training. Upon David's arrival, he beheld her striking form as she practiced. "Your Grace," Una exclaimed, quickly approaching to pay her respects. "Indeed," David replied with a smile, acknowledging her remarkable knightly talent. Previously hindered by her inability to activate her bloodline power, she had remained at the rank of High Knight Squire. Now, having successfully awakened the Howling Wolf bloodline, she had condensed a life seed and ascended to become a formal knight. "You have now activated your bloodline. I can assist you in gathering the materials required for the secret elixirs of the Howling Wolf," David remarked, genuinely pleased with Una's progress. "Thank you, my lord. May I join the Frostwolf cavalry?" Una paused, her expression turning earnest, for her greatest dream was to become a powerful female knight. "Certainly," David replied without hesitation. He had never intended to restrict Una's freedom. Now that she had awakened her bloodline, she was more than capable of standing on her own. Even in the current Frostwolf Ridge, there were few knights who could condense a life seed and become formal knights. As for any biases against female knights, he had come from a world where women could hold their own, and such thoughts were entirely alien to him. Presently, within the Frostwolf Ridge, due to Reyna's position as a municipal officer, a number of women have taken up roles within the town hall. Among these women, a considerable portion hail from the vassal families of the Frostwolf clan, and some possess remarkable talents. Currently, Una aspires to become a knightess and thus envisions establishing a knightly order dedicated to safeguarding the female territorial officials such as Reyna. In truth, his unique abilities could indeed assist those noble-blooded maidens in awakening their lineage. If he could find more of these noble-blooded girls, he could effortlessly form a knightly order comprised entirely of those who have activated their bloodlines. "Thank you, Your Grace," Una exclaimed, quickly performing a knightly salute in gratitude. She had not anticipated that the Duke of Frostwolf would so readily acquiesce to her request. Knightesses are exceedingly rare on this continent, and her father had previously denied her the opportunity to pursue such a path. Now, her dream was unexpectedly materializing on Frostwolf Ridge, leaving her feelings quite complicated. Following this unexpected turn of events, Una's impression of the Duke underwent a transformation, and she began to serve him with renewed dedication. After dinner, David escorted Una back to her room. "I shall take a bath first." "Very well, I am at your service," Una replied, taking a deep breath as she prepared to assist him. David observed Una's enchanting figure concealed beneath her nightgown, prompting her to craft him a magnificent sword. During this time, Una had also come to terms with her situation, fully cooperating and diligently serving him. After thoroughly cleansing herself, David opted not to change locations and instructed Una to brace herself against the wall as he began his training. "You have completed a training session. The bloodline of the Wasteland Mountain Wolf has reached level 18. With Una successfully awakening her bloodline, the effectiveness of the training improved significantly. However, for David, this pace of progress still felt rather sluggish. Nonetheless, he had not anticipated elevating the Wasteland Mountain Wolf bloodline to a higher tier. After a sleepless night of training, the Wasteland Mountain Wolf bloodline successfully ascended to the second tier. To advance it to the third tier, 500 points would be required. Given the current efficiency, a breakthrough in the near future seemed unlikely. It appeared necessary to invest in Una, enabling her knightly prowess to rise swiftly. He glanced at the faintly pulsating Wasteland Mountain Wolf bloodline at his heart, deciding not to immediately allow it to be consumed by the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. It would be prudent to wait until the Wasteland Mountain Wolf bloodline reached the third tier before proceeding with the consumption. As for elevating the Wasteland Mountain Wolf bloodline to the fourth tier, the time required would be extensive. The following morning, David arose, and Una awoke to assist him in dressing. Setting aside matters of affection, Una proved to be an exceptional companion, fully capable of pleasing him. "Focus on your training. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out at the town hall." As David departed, he uttered a few words. Una nodded, watching the Duke leave the estate. After exiting the manor, David returned to the castle, where Leah and Reyna were engaged in their training in the back garden. Subsequently, David began to accompany Leah and Reyna in their exercises. At present, his knightly prowess stood at the mid-level of the 5th tier. However, with the assistance of the 5th tier Frostwolf elixir and the 5th tier Blood Red potion, he was not far from reaching the advanced stage of the 5th tier. During this period, owing to the need to remain vigilant against the church, he refrained from engaging in wizardry training, devoting all his energy to enhancing his physical abilities and knightly skills. 3 days passed in this manner, and the church finally arrived at Frostwolf Ridge. With their arrival, the atmosphere in Frostwolf Ridge grew delicate and tense. Although David remained alert internally, he maintained the appropriate decorum outwardly and meticulously arranged a banquet within Frostwolf Castle. Lucia, adorned in a pure white robe, resembled a beam of radiant moonlight amidst the winter chill. Her gaze was gentle yet profound, as if concealing a light within. She gracefully entered the banquet hall, each step exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Hillman, ever watchful, shadowed her closely, his eyes keenly observing the surrounding dynamics. Gazing upon the golden-haired saintess, whose warmth mirrored that of sunlight, David slightly narrowed his eyes. He could not deny that the saintess possessed a distinctive aura, drawing even his attention involuntarily. Nevertheless, it was merely his gaze that she attracted. Having encountered numerous women, he was far too discerning to act inappropriately. Furthermore, Reyna, as the Crystal Song Princess, exhibited a poise that rivaled that of the saintess. During the banquet, Lucia smiled as she conversed with David, her words revealing admiration for Frostwolf territory and genuine concern for him. Yet, intermittently, the saintess would allude to the teachings of the church, attempting to sway David's beliefs. David scoffed at the saintess's fervent promotion of the church's doctrines, considering himself to be the very devil's minion in their eyes. However, he refrained from direct rebuttal and skillfully redirected the conversation to discuss the defensive fortifications of Frostwolf Ridge and the training of knights, thereby showcasing the strength of Frostwolf territory. This was something Lucia had sensed on the journey, especially with the fully armored wolf cavalry, who could potentially rival even the Holy Light Knights. Moreover, it was said that Frostwolf Ridge harbored a vast number of gray wolves within the Frostwolf Forest, making it impossible for anyone to accurately ascertain the number of wolf cavalry. Additionally, from the Duke of Frostwolf's words, she could detect a sense of estrangement. Although the current Duke did not exhibit the same unwavering support for the monarchy against the divine authority as his predecessor, his attitude could hardly be described as intimate. The relationship between the Frostwolf family and the wizards was even more strained, which naturally led her to broach the subject of assisting in the apprehension of wizards. The banquet unfolded with fervor, yet beneath the surface, currents of intrigue flowed. The sound of clinking glasses, laughter, and an invisible contest intertwined in the air. Lucia, as David had anticipated, proposed the establishment of a church at Frostwolf Ridge, only to be met with David's outright refusal. Lucia was not taken aback by this. However, Hillman's gaze transformed into that of a wolf in the cold night, sharp and menacing, akin to a sword freshly drawn from its sheath. The Lord of Frostwolf Ridge, Duke David, spoke in a low tone, inquiring if he might have the honor of engaging in a duel of honor. Although tales of the Frostwolf Duke and the Frost Giants circulated throughout the northern lands, Hillman harbored a skeptical disposition regarding the Frostwolf lineage. Now, the stability of the North rested upon the strength of the Frostwolf family, and he sought to stir the waters of this calm. David raised his gaze, locking eyes with Hillman's piercing stare. The attendees of the banquet were taken aback by the words of the vice commander of the Silver Moon Light Knights, and a palpable silence enveloped the room. Noticing the sudden shift, David allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, confidence shimmering in his eyes. He recognized this as Hillman's attempt to intimidate him, a probe into his capabilities. "I accept your challenge," David declared gravely, aware that he had yet to reveal his true strength in the presence of outsiders. Engaging the vice commander of the Silver Moon Light Knights to establish his prowess seemed a most opportune choice. As his declaration echoed through the hall, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Among those present were not only officials from Frostwolf Ridge, but numerous nobles from the north, whose gazes fixed intently upon the two figures in the arena. The duel was set to take place on the expansive lawn outside the castle, where the gathered knights and nobles anxiously observed the standoff. David stood calmly, fully awakening the sixth-tier Frostwolf bloodline within him, exuding an aura of terrifying coldness. Crack! The ground began to freeze beneath the influence of this chill. The ability to command ice was a direct manifestation of his bloodline power. Witnessing this, the nobles expressed their astonishment. This spectacle alone testified to the formidable strength of the Frostwolf Duke's frost giant bloodline, as well as his remarkable mastery over it. Hillman, observing the scene, furrowed his brow in concern. The extraordinary power of the Frostwolf Duke allowed him to wield such abilities with ease. His hunter bloodline sensed the inherent icy power within his opponent's veins, causing his expression to darken, anger brewing beneath the surface. The bloodline knights contained within them the essence of their lineage, a force recognized by the Church of the Holy Light, referred to as the blood of the divine. The Church proclaimed that these knights were favored by the deities, their bloodline powers not derived from demons or darkness, but rather bestowed as a divine gift to combat evil and shadow. During the initial conflict between the Church and the sorcerers, the bloodline knights were entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding the world from the encroaching darkness. Thus, their power exists solely for the cause of justice. However, in the eyes of this church's demon hunter, there was no distinction between the bloodline knights and the sorcerers. Only the bloodline of the demon hunters deserved to be called the blood of the divine. One day, the power of divinity would vanquish that of monarchy, and the bloodline knights would be purified by the radiant light, leaving the world in eternal luminosity. Herman slowly drew his holy sword, simultaneously channeling the sacred light within him, transforming into an embodiment of divine radiance, a holy knight. The holy sword shone with dazzling brilliance, starkly contrasting the frigid environment surrounding him. As he summoned his power, a warm aura of holy light began to emanate, dispelling the chill in the air. The two locked eyes, and in unison, they drew their swords. Herman's movements were agile and forceful, his swordsmanship sharp and precise. David, relying on his profound mastery of the Frostwolf sword technique, wielded his blade with the ferocity of a sweeping, cold wind. Both had activated their fighting spirit, and the forces of holy light and ice clashed continuously, each collision accompanied by the shattering of ice and the blossoming of divine brilliance. Fifth tier. This was the might of the fifth tier. The surrounding nobles retreated in succession, their faces reflecting astonishment. Their surprise intensified upon witnessing Duke Frostwolf able to engage Herman in a formidable exchange. Hadn't the Duke just recently ascended to the rank of fifth-tier Earth Knight? Yet, in the ongoing battle, his strength appeared to rival that of the pinnacle fifth-tier Herman. Even Herman's countenance bore a look of astonishment. He could discern that the intensity of Duke Frostwolf's fighting spirit was inferior to his own. However, the mastery of ice power that the Duke wielded was so formidable that it seemed to suppress his sacred light. If not for the absence of any magical energy emanating from his opponent, he might have believed he was battling an ice sorcerer. Ice fighting spirit. Suddenly, David raised his sword. The power of ice and fighting spirit surged and fused into one. In an instant, a formidable ice fighting spirit formed, manifesting as a slashing strike aimed at Herman. Startled, Herman quickly conjured a shield of holy light. Boom! The ice fighting spirit struck the holy light shield directly. Instantly, the ice power within the fighting spirit erupted, relentlessly attempting to encase the holy light shield in frost. With a shattering sound, the holy light shield fractured, and the ice fighting spirit dissipated into crystalline fragments in the air. Your fighting spirit has merged with the power of ice? Herman gazed intently at Duke Frostwolf, disbelief evident in his eyes. The extraordinary power inherent in the fusion of combat aura and bloodline strength is not something an ordinary knight can achieve. David remained silent, his figure flickering as he brandished a frost-covered longsword and charged forward once more, executing the Frostwolf thrust. With the beastly transformation talent fully awakening the bloodline power of the sixth-tier frost giant wolf, he had mastered the formidable capabilities of this creature with remarkable ease. The Frostwolf sword technique itself was derived from the racial abilities of the frost giant wolf, allowing David to wield it with astonishing proficiency. Empowered by the 6th-tier frost giant wolf bloodline, frigid combat aura, and the frost wolf sword technique, David resembled a true frost giant wolf. Boom! The two combatants clashed once again, and this time David completely overpowered Hillman. As David unleashed the mightiest technique of the frost wolf sword technique, the frost wolf breath, Hillman's body became encased in ice. The surrounding nobles gazed in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. While they could faintly perceive that Duke Frostwolf could contend with Hillman, none had anticipated Hillman's defeat. It must be noted that Hillman was a pinnacle 5th-tier Earth Knight, blessed by the Holy Light. In such circumstances, the fact that Duke Frostwolf could emerge victorious suggested that his strength had surpassed the 5th-tier pinnacle. Even the usually composed St. Lucia could no longer maintain her tranquil demeanor. Abruptly rising to her feet, her gaze fixated on Duke Frostwolf, her expression heavy with scrutiny. Sensing something, David turned his head, their eyes meeting. He offered a faint smile, causing Lucia to feel as if jolted by electricity. She hastily averted her eyes, now filled with concern for the encased Hillman. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted. Hillman broke free from the ice, his expression grim as he stared at Duke Frostwolf. He had never anticipated losing to the Duke. Within such a brief span, he had suffered 2 defeats, threatening to unravel his very psyche. Standing resolutely with his sword, David remained calm, his tone indifferent as he inquired, "Shall we continue?" The condescension embedded in his voice ignited Hillman's suppressed fury and resentment, akin to a blazing inferno. His holy sword trembled in his grasp, each breath laden with the weight of his humiliation. Yet, he knew he had indeed been defeated. "I have lost." Hillman's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with bitterness. Yet defeat was defeat, and before the witness of so many, he found himself powerless to refute it. Initially, his intention had been to intimidate Duke Frostwolf and gauge his strength. Now, he had measured his opponent's capabilities, but his attempts at intimidation had utterly failed. As Hillman's words faded, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. However, the excitement on the faces of the nobles was unmistakable. The Duke of Frostwolf was their lord, and nothing could stir the hearts of these loyal subjects more than the strength of their sovereign. David reveled in the adoration of the aristocrats, paying little heed to the vanquished Hillman. The church's intentions for this visit were far from pure, and he wished for them to depart swiftly, especially with their plans to establish a church on Frostwolf Ridge. Yet, the audacity of the saintly maiden surpassed his expectations. As the banquet resumed, Lucia, seemingly unperturbed, continued to engage in jovial conversation with him. "Your Highness, may I venture to inquire a question?" David's expression turned serious. Lucia paused momentarily, then smiled. "Please, Duke, do speak. Is it true that a saint may never marry?" His question was abrupt, even catching Lucia off guard. It was indeed a bold inquiry. The holy knights accompanying Hillman glared with indignation. Lucia's smile faltered slightly as she replied, "Duke, I understand your curiosity. My life is devoted to the divine, and my vows encompass maintaining purity and focusing on spiritual servitude." David nodded in acknowledgement, raising his glass in an expression of contrition for his indiscretion. At that moment, he couldn't help but appraise the saintly maiden before him, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. If he were to engage her in meaningful dialogue, might he uncover the divine powers that only the gods could wield? After this brief interlude, coupled with Hillman's defeat, Lucia soon expressed her desire to take her leave. As the banquet concluded, the nobles departed in succession, their faces reflecting profound satisfaction with the evening's festivities. It would not be long before the events of the day, particularly the news of the Duke's triumph over the vice-commander of the Silver Moon Holy Knights, would echo throughout the northern lands. At last they're gone. David exhaled with relief. It appeared that Rena shared in his relief, loosening her slightly constricted collar. David's gaze instinctively focused, his other hand reflexively encircling her slender waist. "Duke, wait." Rena quickly pressed his restless hand down, speaking softly. "Although the guests have departed, there's still many maids to tidy up. Then let us change venues. It will be prudent to discuss the church's matters further." Shall we proceed to the council chamber? David suggested with a smile. The dimly lit office, with the princess and knight working late, certainly held an air of excitement and allure. Very well, Rena replied, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. The two embraced and made their way to the council chamber. The Duke was correct. There had been a wealth of information revealed by the church today, necessitating a thorough discussion on their strategy. Wait, let me organize the documents first. The following day, the Church of the Holy Light remained stationed in Frostwolf Ridge. During this time, the Holy Knights ventured into Frostwolf Forest. David allowed them merely to roam the outskirts of the forest before proceeding directly to the boundary of the Black Forest. Hillman remained vigilant about circumventing the core area. However, their purpose was to investigate the Black Forest, so he could not raise any objections. They sensed nothing amiss, though they vaguely surmised that the Grey Wolves likely inhabited the region. The Frostwolf clan's secrets of taming and nurturing Grey Wolves were hardly concealed. Hillman had sensed it through his demon hunter lineage and had sent the Church's light-winged birds to survey the skies, confirming that only Grey Wolves dwelled in this area. David observed Hillman's subtle maneuvers with a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Outside the Black Forest, Lucia assessed the situation in the Mist Forest, her expression grave. Not only was the Mist Forest adjacent to Frostwolf Forest dissipating, but other areas of mist were also thinning. This indicated that the seal of the Black Forest was indeed weakening, and the threat emanating from it was beginning to encroach upon the continent. Lucia's demeanor was serious. Turning to face David and the gathered knights, she declared with unwavering resolve, "It appears we are confronting more than mere natural phenomena. This could be a portent of the loosening of the Black Forest's seal, suggesting that ancient and dangerous entities may soon awaken. We must prepare to safeguard our people in this land." David inhaled deeply upon hearing this, clenching his fist to his chest. "I shall assume the responsibilities befitting the Duke of Frostwolf." Lucia nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must unite and be ready to face any perilous challenges. I will also report this matter to the bishop." After surveying the circumstances surrounding the Black Forest, the church finally set forth for Frostwolf Ridge. David stood atop the towering walls, watching the departure of the church's contingent, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Hillman, who rode a holy light steed. Once he succeeded in elevating the nine-tailed fox lineage to the 6th tier, his first course of action would be to eliminate this demon hunter, the greatest threat to sorcerers. As for the saint, perhaps he could harness the enchanting power of the nine-tailed fox to attempt to control her. At last, they have departed. Lena sighed in relief. Throughout this period, she had remained on high alert regarding the church, fearful that they might uncover the secret of the witches. With the church's exit, Frostwolf Ridge had finally weathered this latest danger posed by their arrival. The Grey Wolf Knight nodded. Being one of the few within the territory aware of the witch's existence, and having lived in constant trepidation since the church's arrival. "Thank you for your hard work," David spoke. The officials and knights of the territory, upon hearing this, knelt on one knee to pledge their loyalty. David then led these officials and knights back to the town hall to continue addressing the ensuing administrative matters. This time, they clandestinely reached certain agreements with the church. Even if it was merely for show, some official matters still needed to be addressed. "My lord, next month marks the ancestral worship of the Frostwolf family," the Grey Wolf Knight reminded. Ancestral worship. David felt a stir within. The first day of autumn each year is when the Frostwolf family pays homage to their ancestors. Every other year, the ancestral grave of the Frostwolf family is opened, allowing descendants to enter. This year, David would have his first opportunity to enter the ancestral grounds. According to the ancestral teachings of the Frostwolf family, only those descendants who have activated the Frostwolf bloodline may enter. Previously, he had not awakened the blood of the frost giant wolf and thus lacked the qualification to enter. However, the situation was evidently different now. "Very well, I shall prepare." David nodded. He held this ancestral worship in high regard, for it was said that the ancestral grounds harbored the greatest treasures of the Frostwolf family. Whether or not there were indeed treasures within the ancestral grounds remained a mystery to him. Yet he speculated that the relics collected by the Frostwolf family might well be hidden there. Regardless of the reasons, he was determined to thoroughly explore the ancestral grounds this time. Once all the officials had departed, only David and Raina remained in the office, which naturally led to another round of overtime. Thus, 3 more days passed. David confirmed that the church had completely withdrawn and finally made his way back to the wizard's castle. "My lord," Amy exclaimed upon seeing David, rushing toward him. After days of worry, she broke down in tears. There, it's all right," David comforted her. Following her were Cynthia, Hill, and Anne, whom he also reassured one by one. When the leaves cleared away the overgrown plants that had surrounded the castle, life began to return to the fortress. The 2 young maids, Fire Dance and Water Lotus, busied themselves within the castle. David gathered the witches together and briefly recounted the events that had transpired outside. The witches shared their own gains, expressing that they had been diligently practicing and had made significant progress during this time. That night, the reunion felt like a newfound romance. Amy, Cynthia, Hill, and even were particularly enthusiastic. A sleepless night ensued. The following day, David sensed that life was returning to its previous rhythm. Each day, he trained with the ladies in the morning, noon, and evening, and engaged in nightly and magical practices. Occasionally, he would indulge in playful games with Melissa and attend to some administrative matters within the territory, while also lavishing affection on Una from the estate. Life was busy yet fulfilling. Every time he caught sight of the witches frolicking in the back garden, a smile would grace his face. The wizard's castle was under his protection, and no one would dare threaten it in his presence. In the future, he aims to establish a kingdom for wizards, allowing all practitioners to live freely upon the continent. Thus, a month swiftly passed, leading to the day of ancestral veneration for the Frostwolf family. Within the gardens of Frostwolf Castle, Leah had been diligently fortifying her knightly prowess. With the assistance of her 4th-tier Frostwolf bloodline and 5th-tier Frostwolf elixir, she had finally reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, standing on the precipice of becoming a Terra Knight. However, she understood that coalescing her fighting spirit and ascending to the Terra Knight rank, even with Master David's guidance, remained a formidable challenge. Do not fret. This ancestral ceremony will grant you access to our sacred grounds. My father achieved his breakthrough to the Terra Knight level there. You too can harness the power within to transcend, David assured her with a warm smile. His words were not mere platitudes to comfort Leah. According to the ancient texts of the Frostwolf family, there indeed existed a force within the sacred grounds that could facilitate the breakthrough for Frostwolf Knights. Yet, the nature of this force was never disclosed by any of their ancestors who had ventured into the sacred grounds. Only upon entering could one discern its essence. Leah's face glowed with gratitude, fully aware of the significance of the sacred grounds to the Frostwolf lineage. David's invitation for her to enter was, in itself, the highest acknowledgement of her status. Chapter 114: Ancestral Veneration and Breakthrough. The day of the ancestral ceremony arrived. The Frostwolf family's ancestral home lay deep within the Frostwolf forest. This was a private affair. Only the Grey Wolf Knight, as the most loyal retainer, was present. Apart from him, David was the sole descendant of the Frostwolf family. However, this time, David had brought with him 6 esteemed ladies: Leah, Amy, Raina, Cynthia, Hill, and Annie, to partake in the ancestral rites. Only members of the Frostwolf family could attend, which undoubtedly served as recognition of their status as well, as David officially inscribed the 6 ladies into the family lineage. Typically, in this world, monogamous unions were the norm. Yet with David as the only remaining member of the Frostwolf family, he could inscribe the lineage as he saw fit. Leah, Amy, Raina, Cynthia, Hill, and Annie exchanged glances, each reflecting excitement and gratitude. This was the utmost validation of their identities. The Grey Wolf Knight observed this scene with a sense of resignation, yet he did not intervene. Finding solace in the moment, he too wished for Master David to expand the Frostwolf family, recalling his own efforts in the northern lands to find suitable young women. Now, with 6 wives, although the probability of producing offspring diminished with stronger knights, surely one of them would be fortunate enough to bear the next Frostwolf heir. As night descended, the sky darkened, and a full moon rose high, illuminating the earth once more. As the full moon ascended, so too commenced the ancestral rites. David gazed skyward at the luminous orb, brighter than at any other moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this be the mid-autumn festival of another realm? Yet, this was not the time for such musings. Under the celestial glow of the resplendent moon, David prepared to conduct a solemn ceremony to honor his ancestors, unlocking the enigmatic and sacred family tomb to receive their blessings. As the ritual commenced, David donned a silvery cloak, wielding a frosty scepter, and whispered ancient incantations. His voice reverberated through the night, seemingly awakening the slumbering earth as all the moonlight converged towards the tomb. The radiant moonbeams illuminated the path leading to the sepulchre. With the progression of the ceremony, the mysterious runes on the icy crystal tomb's entrance began to shimmer. In the next moment, the door creaked open, releasing a frigid breeze that hinted at a hidden world of ice, poised to encase the outside realm in frost. Family members participating in the rites stepped forward one by one, offering meticulously prepared tributes. Hunted beasts, rare gems, and the pelts of frost wolves, symbols of the family's honor. Subsequently, they bowed before the statues of their ancestors, expressing gratitude for the continuity of their bloodline and pledging their commitment to the future. Upon entering the tomb, David immediately felt a chilling presence. If he was affected, the others must surely be overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the cold. However, since they were merely in the outer chamber housing the ancestral statues, they managed to endure the frigid atmosphere. After the offerings were completed, the Grey Wolf Knights, Amy, Lena, Cynthia, Hill, and Annie, exited the tomb, leaving only David and Leah behind. "Shall we proceed?" David inquired. "Indeed," Leah nodded, following closely behind him. Both possessed the bloodline of frost wolves, rendering them impervious to the cold. Nevertheless, mere resistance to the chill would not suffice for their deeper exploration of the tomb. The further they ventured, the more they sensed an overwhelming pressure. Could there truly be a sixth-tier frost giant wolf concealed within? David could not suppress his speculation. Even he felt the weight of oppression, and he began to entertain the possibility of a seventh-tier frost giant wolf lurking within. Fortunately, this oppressive aura seemed to pose no threat to those of the frost wolf lineage. Though the sensation was formidable, they continued to advance steadily. They traversed an interminable narrow passage, seemingly endless. Just as David remained enveloped in uncertainty, the path before him suddenly expanded. His gaze swept across the cavern, and he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him lay a cavern adorned with a colossal skeleton, seemingly sculpted from ice crystals, the very source of the terrifying pressure emanating from this formidable relic. Seventh tier. This is the skeletal remains of a frost giant wolf of the seventh tier. The thought flickered through his mind, his eyes widening with astonishment. The existence of a seventh-tier being is exceedingly rare in this world reminiscent of an apocalyptic era. No one knows what lies beyond the seventh tier. Yet now, he beheld the genuine skeletal remains of a frost giant wolf before him. "Young Master David," exclaimed Leah, her face equally awash with shock. "Indeed, this must be a treasure of the frost wolf lineage," David replied. He then cast his gaze around, and suddenly, amidst the skeletal remains of the frost giant wolf, he spotted a box. Within it possibly lay the wizarding relic he sought. David's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he prepared to approach. However, as he moved, it seemed as if some mechanism had been triggered within the skeletal remains, causing the energy to coalesce. In an instant, it transformed into a beam of icy light, surging toward David and Leah, infused with the potent essence of the frost giant wolf. David felt a jolt of alarm. He concentrated his fighting spirit to contain the icy light, but Leah was unable to evade the onslaught, helplessly witnessing the icy light merge into her very being. She then sensed the energy intertwining with the bloodline of the frost giant wolf, swiftly coursing through her body. Quickly, practice the frost wolf breathing technique, David urged urgently. Leah, regaining her composure, immediately commenced her meditation on the technique. Ultimately, the energy traversed her body, converging within her dantian, gradually amassing in a manner that sought a transformative essence. "It's about to condense into fighting spirit." David's eyes sparkled. He then infused the icy light he had controlled into Leah. enabling her to absorb this energy through the frost wolf breathing technique. With this influx of new energy, the fighting spirit within Leah's dantian rapidly began to take shape. And soon, she manifested her first wisp of fighting spirit. Simultaneously, her body underwent a metamorphosis. Crack! Leah sensed something breaking through within her, her blood energy surging. In this moment, she successfully condensed her fighting spirit, completing her transformation. She had harnessed the energy contained within the skeletal remains of the frost giant wolf to break through to the fourth tier. "I've succeeded in my breakthrough," Leah exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. Everything had transpired so suddenly that she could scarcely process it. Just moments ago, she had reached the pinnacle of the third tier, and now here she was at the fourth tier. David observed this scene with a smile. It now appeared that the method recorded within the frost wolf lineage for breaking through to the fourth tier was indeed the energy contained within the skeletal remains of the frost giant wolf. This energy, sharing a common origin with the frost wolf bloodline, could provide immense vitality, enabling frost wolf knights to condense their fighting spirit and undergo a profound transformation. However, after Leah absorbed both energies, the crystalline-like form of the frost giant wolf skeleton dimmed considerably. The energy contained within has dissipated, along with the terrifying pressure that once accompanied it, vanishing without a trace. It seems that the skeletal remains of the seventh-tier frost giant wolf have accumulated only this much energy over time. Any further enhancement will necessitate additional energy accumulation. However, this increment is rather modest for someone of his fifth-tier prowess, making it just right for Leah's breakthrough. "Young master, thank you," Leah exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. David affectionately ruffled her hair, and observing her expression of heartfelt gratitude, he felt that she would acquiesce to any request he might make. Yet, they were still within the ancestral grounds. David merely tousled Leah's hair before withdrawing his hand. He then took her by the hand and led her towards the massive skeletal remains of the frost giant wolf, arriving before the bones. As he reached out to touch the skeletal structure, a wave of icy cold swept over him. Even in death, the frost giant wolf retained an astonishing chill. Any low-tier knight that came into contact would be instantly encased in ice, confirming that the bloodline energy within the frost giant wolf had been entirely expended. David withdrew his hand and lifted the large treasure chest concealed beneath the bones. Carrying the chest to an open area, he began to examine it. Perhaps due to his confidence in the impossibility of outsiders entering the ancestral grounds, the chest was surprisingly unlocked, allowing him to easily pry it open. As he opened it just a crack, a gust of cold air emanated from within. Upon fully unveiling it, he discovered over 10 ice-blue gemstones. "Are these special ores infused with the power of ice?" David gasped. He was aware of the existence of elemental gemstones, which typically manifest only in places rich with elemental energy and are exceedingly rare. Yet here, there were a full 13 ice elemental gemstones. In addition, David noticed various artifacts left behind by a sorcerer. Among them, a dagger radiating a ghostly light captured his attention. This appeared to be a sorcerous weapon imbued with shadowy power, though its precise effects remained unknown. Besides these artifacts, David also stumbled upon a tome. As he perused its pages, he realized it contained the knowledge inheritance of a frost sorcerer. The presence of such an abundance of ice elemental gemstones indicated the affluence and might of this frost sorcerer. Thus, the legacy he left behind could not be trivial. At last, he had discovered the inheritance of the frost sorcerer, which thrilled David immensely. His innate talent for ice elements was already unparalleled. Coupled with the bloodline of the frost giant wolf and the soul of the snow sprite, he had maximized his icy powers. However, without the legacy of the frost sorcerer, he had relied solely on the bloodline's magical capabilities, the superior control afforded by high-tier ice elements, and the frost arrows unexpectedly comprehended by Amy for combat. Now, with the inheritance of the frost sorcerer in hand, he felt that his abilities could be further unleashed, marking a significant enhancement to his prowess. This sentiment was shared by David, who regarded the ancestral grounds as the most precious of treasures. Though the frost gem was rare, it was not irreplaceable. However, Knowledge was truly one of a kind. We should depart from this place. David suppressed the excitement swelling within him, cradling the chest as he made his way outside. Laia hurriedly followed, and together they traversed the tunnel, emerging into the open air. Outside the tomb, everyone awaited their return. Although this was the ancestral land of the Frostwolf family, safety could not be guaranteed. Fortunately, after a brief interval, David and Laia returned safely to the exterior of the tomb, bringing a collective sigh of relief from the gathered crowd. Their gaze then fell upon the treasure chest. David revealed the contents of the chest, and an immediate wave of exhilaration swept through the assembly. They had not anticipated that the Frostwolf family had stored such a wealth of wizard relics in their ancestral tomb, particularly for Annie, who had initially come in pursuit of these artifacts. Yet, as time unfolded, she found herself entwined with the Duke of Frostwolf. Nevertheless, she felt that her decision to venture to Frostwolf Ridge had proven to be exceptionally wise. She pondered how the other witches of the witch cooperation fared in the far northern lands after their departure. As she regained her focus, the final rites were completed. With the tomb's grand door slowly closing, the ancestral grounds of the Frostwolf family sealed once more. Observing this scene, the Grey Wolf Knight exhaled in relief. Now that Master David had matured, the Frostwolf family was on the cusp of regaining its former glory. Regrettably, the Duke would not witness this. He sighed softly. The old Duke had perished in the southern territories, and to this day, his remains had yet to be recovered for interment within the tomb. Upon hearing this, David fell silent, and after a moment, he solemnly declared, "I shall retrieve my father's remains and lay him to rest in our ancestral grounds." The Grey Wolf Knight nodded, filled with confidence in the present David. Once the rites concluded, David escorted the ladies back to Frostwolf Castle. This marked Annie's first visit to the castle. Although she had come to terms with her identity, a nervous expression lingered on her face. "Welcome home," Laia said, taking Annie's hand. Annie shyly nodded as they entered the castle amidst the warm greetings of the maids. Though it was her inaugural visit, Laia had already prepared a room for Annie. After everyone returned to their chambers to change, they all proceeded to the study. David had already extracted the items from the chest. This expedition to the ancestral grounds had allowed Laia to successfully break through to the fourth tier of Earth Knight by harnessing the remains of the Frost Giant Wolf. Undeniably her greatest achievement. Additionally, the inheritance of the Ice Sorceress and the Frost Gem would provide substantial enhancement for Amy, the Ice Sorceress. David glanced at the other items and weapons, selecting a few to gift to the other ladies. Subsequently, the treasure chest was tucked away, intended for gifting to a useful witch in the future. "Sister Laia, you truly have broken through to the fourth tier?" At this moment, a group of ladies surrounded Laia, their faces adorned with expressions of envy. Only Laia had the privilege to accompany the Lord into the tomb and delve into the Frostwolf family's most profound secrets, which indeed sparked their jealousy. "Yes, it is all thanks to the young master's assistance," Laia replied, her face radiating gratitude. Observing the scene, David felt a surge of warmth within him. He wondered just how much Laia's cultivation would improve following her breakthrough. With this thought in mind, he promptly declared, "Ladies, it is getting late. We must take our rest." The ladies paused, glancing outside at the blazing sun. Since the ancestral rites were conducted at night, it was indeed morning now. However, they understood the Lord's intentions and became somewhat uneasy. After all, they were in the Lord's study, not in a private chamber. Yet David, driven by his enthusiasm, drew the curtains and lifted Laia onto the table. "Young master," Laia exclaimed, her heart brimming with emotion, and she had no reason to refuse. Thus, regardless of the poses the young master requested, she shyly complied. "You have completed a session of cultivation, Frostwolf Bloodline, 921. Although he had anticipated this outcome, David was still taken aback by the system's displayed results. Laia had just recently ascended to the fourth tier Earth Knight level, yet she had directly gained over 900 experience points. If Laia continued to consolidate her powers, would her experience from one session not exceed 1,000? Moreover, with her elevation to the fourth tier Earth Knight level, her stamina would also improve, making 10 sessions a day entirely feasible. This way, he could accumulate nearly 10,000 experience points in a single day. In just over a month, he could potentially elevate the Frostwolf bloodline to the 7th tier. Of course, he could not favor Leia exclusively. Nevertheless, even so, a span of 2 months should suffice for a breakthrough. Young Master David, Leia reminded him. Her cheeks flushed as he lingered too long in silence. Realizing his distraction, David leaned down to kiss her and then turned his gaze towards Amy. This could also be considered Amy's domain. Although there were a few more sisters present, she performed admirably. However, it was Reyna who became more proactive following Leia's breakthrough. Just as David settled into his chair, Reyna promptly sat on him. David exhaled softly, leaning back to relish Reyna's attentions. Following her were Cynthia, Hill, and Annie, each receiving his affection in turn. Fortunately, the witches generally possessed lesser combat prowess, with the female knights exhibiting greater strength, though Melissa was an exception. With Leia's breakthrough and Reyna's assertiveness, along with Cynthia joining the fray, David found himself unable to withstand the advances of the 3 female knights. By afternoon, David leaned against the wall as he exited the study. David exhaled deeply, realizing that he must swiftly enhance his strength and elevate both the prowess and physical attributes of the knights. In a Frostwolf Castle's garden, Leah consumed a 5th-tier black elixir, diligently practicing the 4th stage of the Frostwolf breathing technique. With each passing moment of cultivation, her fighting spirit surged, accompanied by a faint chill emanating from her. The energy derived from the fusion of the frost giant wolf's bones proved more beneficial than she had anticipated, further awakening the latent power within her Frostwolf bloodline. Coupled with the feedback from the system, Leah, though merely a 4th-tier Earth Knight, had begun to grasp the essence of ice magic. Now, wherever she might be placed, she had become a formidable knight capable of standing alone, more than sufficient to assume the role of City Lord. David, however, found it difficult to part with her. Otherwise, with Leah, who possessed the Frostwolf bloodline, as the captain, he could easily form another Frostwolf Knight Order. Yet, despite her status as a 4th-tier Earth Knight, Leah's combat abilities remained somewhat lacking, preventing her from fully unleashing the potential of her tier. Meanwhile, Reyna was engaged in meditation. Since reaching the 3rd tier, she had embarked on 2 distinctly divergent paths, particularly after her snow spirit ascended to the 4th tier. Successfully acquiring formidable necromantic talents and mastering the spells of snow spirit summoning, Reyna's ambition now was to become a snow spirit sorceress. By harnessing the power of her snow spirit, she aimed to command the forces of ice and the undead. However, as necromantic spells straddled the realms of life and soul, Reyna could still minor in her knightly powers, thereby gaining insights into the energy of life. Since Leah's successful breakthrough, Reyna had also intensified her training. Cynthia, on the other hand, was restless. She had long vanished, presumably honing her beast transformation abilities within the Frostwolf Forest. Recently, she had grown close to Sophia, who shared her passion for hunting. Together, they roamed the Frostwolf Forest, taming and hunting those with extraordinary bloodlines, supplying nearly all the meat for the castle. Hill was refining her control over the earth at the quarry, simultaneously mining while striving to enhance her mental fortitude through the rich earthen elements. Ever since Leah's successful ascent to the 4th tier, it had ignited a competitive spirit among the witches, all striving to surpass the 4th tier threshold. Since that fateful night, Annie had returned to the witch castle. Now, alongside Reyna, Melissa, and Sophia at Frostwolf Ridge, no members of the Witch Assistance Society remained in the Northern Lands. However, it was certain that other witches were concealed elsewhere in the Silver Moon Kingdom, and she was attempting to connect with them. Additionally, there were those witches who had been inadvertently exposed. They too required immediate information gathering and the dispatch of fellow sorceresses for their rescue. To establish a sanctuary for sorcerers, it is imperative to have more wizards involved, and Annie has consistently been striving in her own silent way. At this moment, within the training chamber, David and Amy are engrossed in studying the newly acquired legacy of the Ice Wizard. This legacy encompasses a meditation technique known as the Frost Crystal, specifically designed for the cultivation of ice wizards. It is an advanced meditation method that not only enhances the mental fortitude of ice wizards, but also bestows 3 remarkable effects. The source of frost. This effect amplifies resonance with cold elements, facilitating smoother spellcasting and reducing mana consumption. Frost will, it fortifies mental resilience, enabling one to withstand external disturbances and maintain composure, ensuring clarity of thought even amidst the chaos of battle. Frozen domain. Upon reaching advanced stages of this meditation practice, one can conjure a transient frost domain that lowers the surrounding temperature and hinders the movements of adversaries. The formidable nature of this advanced meditation technique is evident, as it grants 3 distinct spellcasting enhancements. Furthermore, it is intricately linked to one's affinity for the ice element. The higher the affinity, the more profound the effects of the practice. From every perspective, the Frost Crystal Meditation method is exceptionally suited to David and Amy, both of whom possess a high-level affinity for the ice element. After completing their analysis of the meditation technique, David and Amy commenced their training. During the meditation process of the Frost Crystal, one must construct a crystal of frost and snow within their consciousness using mental energy. This crystal symbolizes the power of ice, growing gradually with deepening meditation, absorbing and storing the frigid energies from the environment. Ice wizards, by envisioning a connection with this crystal and channeling their magical energy through it, can continually strengthen the frost crystal. The frost crystal is thus a manifestation of the ice wizard's mental energy. Therefore, enhancing the frost crystal through meditation equates to fortifying one's mental prowess, achieving results far superior to basic meditation techniques. Currently, David is a mid-level wizard, and with his high-level ice element affinity, he soon entered a meditative state. Within his consciousness, a frost crystal began to coalesce. Subsequently, the surrounding ice element energies were continuously drawn in, merging into the frost crystal. After approximately half an hour of meditation, David opened his eyes, sensing a tangible enhancement in his previously stagnated mental energy. A glimmer of joy graced his face. With the Frost Crystal Meditation method at his disposal, elevating his mental energy to the 5th tier seemed well within reach. Meanwhile, Amy had also entered a meditative state, absorbing vast amounts of ice element energy into her being. With her mental strength still at the 3rd tier, the effectiveness of her Frost Crystal training was markedly superior to David's, with improvements almost visible to the naked eye. "How do you feel?" David inquired with a smile as he observed Amy concluding her meditation. Amy nodded with delight, realizing that the effects of the Frost Crystal Meditation technique far surpassed those of the basic meditation method. She estimated that with the aid of this advanced meditation, it would not be long before she could elevate her mental strength to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. "Now allow me to assist you in an assessment," David said, his expression earnest. "Is it here?" Amy glanced around. The training room contained nothing but 2 cushions. David took her hand and led her to the wall, instructing her to brace herself before he began his meticulous examination. "Your meditation has resulted in a significant enhancement of your mental strength, surpassing 200 points," he noted. "My lord, is it sufficient now? Shall we proceed to test the effects of the Sage Time meditation?" Wait." David was unwilling to let Amy off so easily. He positioned her to face him, raised one of her feet against the wall, and continued his scrutiny until Amy begged for mercy. This rigorous process successfully facilitated her entry into Sage Time, confirming a substantial improvement from the Frost Crystal Meditation technique. With this method, Amy's rate of mental strength enhancement would not lag. It was only a matter of time before she reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. In addition to inheriting the legacy of the Ice Sorceress, Amy had also acquired 13 ice crystals, which David intended to hand over for her absorption at an opportune moment. With the magic contained within these 13 crystals, Amy should be able to break through the confines of her mental strength and achieve the 4th tier with vigor. David was acutely aware that the advantages and potential abilities arising from a breakthrough in her ice element affinity would far exceed the value of the ice crystals themselves. In the days that followed, David and the witches engaged earnestly in their training. The current situation in the entire Silver Moon Kingdom remained precarious for them. The Holy Light Church had already taken note of Frostwolf Ridge, and the coalition of the Second Prince and the Duke of the West had completely invaded the Eastern Territory, pushing further into its depths. It was believed that soon the Lion City of the Eastern Territory would be breached. At that juncture, the Duke of the East and the First Prince would either fight to the bitter end or seek an opportunity to retreat eastward until the entire Eastern Territory was fully under the control of the Second Prince. Regardless of the circumstances, the conflict between the First and Second Princes would undoubtedly result in the First Prince's defeat. The only question remaining was how long he could sustain his resistance. Time was running short for both Frostwolf Ridge and David. Thus, another month passed. Through relentless effort during this period, David finally elevated his knightly prowess to the late 5th tier. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the Frost Crystal Meditation technique, his mental prowess ascended to the late 4th tier, though progress subsequently slowed. In terms of lineage and innate abilities, the experience derived from the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline was evidently the most rapidly advancing. After tirelessly laboring day and night, he anticipated breaking through to the 7th tier within a month. Moreover, during this period, both his mental contract and charm talents had concurrently elevated to a moderate level. These two wizardly abilities, being spiritually inclined, provided considerable mental feedback, further enhancing his mental strength. Upon reaching a moderate level in his mental contract talent, his capacity for establishing mental contracts significantly improved, granting him the ability to imprint a mental mark forcibly within the target's mental realm, even in cases of resistance, thereby enabling him to establish a mental contract and exert control over the target's mind. Upon achieving a moderate level in his charm talent, he acquired a skill known as emotional induction, allowing him to subtly alter the emotions embedded in another's subconscious without their awareness, which David perceived as an exceptionally potent passive ability. Furthermore, upon reaching a moderate level in his charm talent, he further awakened the power contained within the second tail of the nine-tailed fox bloodline, amplifying the charm's effect. The synergy between the nine-tailed fox bloodline and the charm talent was indeed remarkable. Upon inspecting the progress bar of the nine-tailed fox bloodline, he discovered it had reached the critical threshold for a breakthrough. Determined, David felt a surge of motivation. He then proceeded to the witch's castle in search of Cynthia, only to find she had ventured into the forest with Sophia for a hunt. However, Cynthia always took the shadow wolf beast along when she went out. Closing his eyes to attune to the surroundings, David successfully located the shadow wolf beast's position. When he found Cynthia, the two young girls were sitting by a stream, joyfully sharing roasted fish while soaking their feet, with the shadow wolf beast guarding them nearby. David commanded the shadow wolf beast to remain silent through their mental contract and quietly observe the scene before him. Both Cynthia and Sophia appeared quite youthful, with Cynthia standing at a mere 1.50 meters and Sophia at 1.55 meters, particularly accentuated by Sophia's pink hair, which further enhanced her youthful appearance. Just then, Cynthia suddenly twitched her nose, swiftly turning around to gaze at David. Instantly, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming in delight, "My lord, what brings you here?" Sophia, startled by Cynthia's sudden movement, slipped and began to fall into the water. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, David's figure flickered to the riverbank, and he swiftly grasped Sophia's waist, pulling her into his embrace. "It's all right now," David reassured her as she gasped for breath, still in shock. Sophia suddenly realized she was nestled in the arms of the Duke. Her face flushed instantly. Overwhelmed, she buried her head into David's shoulder. At that moment, Cynthia rushed over, relieved to see her friend unharmed, and then abruptly remembered to say, "You can let go now." Sophia gradually regained her composure, reluctantly releasing her grip, and expressed her gratitude to David. "Thank you, Your Grace, for saving me." "It's nothing. Just be more careful next time," David replied with a smile. Cynthia, inadvertently positioning herself between them, inquired, "My lord, what brings you here? Has something happened?" David had always granted Cynthia absolute freedom, even when she occasionally spent nights outdoors. As long as the gray wolves relayed her whereabouts, he was unconcerned. Such a direct visit was indeed rare. "It's nothing. I just missed you," David said with a grin. Hearing such candid word from her lord made Cynthia blush, yet her heart swelled with joy. "Sophia, you should ride back on the spectral wolf. I will continue exploring with his grace," Cynthia told her dear friend. Sophia, puzzled, asked, "Where are you going?" Can I join? Of course not. Cynthia swiftly rebuffed her. Very well, Sophia replied, disappointment evident in her nod. Once Sophia departed on her spectral wolf, David shifted his gaze back. Shall we go? Cynthia suggested. David nodded, chuckling as he squatted down, inviting her to mount. Cynthia's eyes sparkled as she hurried to his back, wrapping her arms around his neck, urging him to carry her. Where to? Anywhere you wish. Shall we head to that cave, then? My lord, it seems you only think of such things. Ultimately, David carried Cynthia on a stroll through the forest before arriving at the cave, where he prepared a fire to roast the venison. Amidst the flickering flames, they nestled close together, their silhouettes drawing nearer. Eventually, their shadows merged completely, swaying gently. David held the petite figure tightly, his broad embrace enveloping Cynthia entirely, drawing her even closer. Suddenly, amidst the firelight, a long, fluffy tail unfurled, swaying in the air before being grasped and caressed. Hee, that's nature. You have completed a training session, Nine-Tailed Fox Bloodline 368. Nine-Tailed Fox Bloodline, Level 5, 501, 255, 0000. After a night of intense effort, the Nine-Tailed Fox Bloodline finally met the breakthrough requirements. In the Frostwolf Forest, David sat cross-legged within the cave. This was already the second day since his training with Cynthia. After escorting her back to the sorcerer's castle, David returned to the cave, intending to achieve a breakthrough. Once he fully adjusted his state, he opened the system panel. As a surge of thought coursed through him, a powerful energy manifested within, seamlessly merging with the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox. In an instant, a formidable aura of vitality enveloped his being. The Nine-Tailed Fox bloodline successfully ascended to the 6th tier, and, simultaneously, a third tail began to materialize behind him. David opened his eyes, which sparkled with radiant silver light. The Nine-Tailed Fox bloodline inherently bolstered his mental prowess, and with its elevation to the 6th tier, the enhancement of his mental strength intensified once again. At that moment, the transformative power and mental feedback associated with the 6th tier Nine-Tailed Fox bloodline commenced, further augmenting his physical attributes. Coupled with the enhancements from the blood red reagent during this period, he had finally entered the late stage of the 5th tier. Furthermore, his mental capacity also advanced to the 4th tier, and he was confident that it would not be long before he reached the pinnacle of that tier. Chapter 115, Nine-Tails Frostwolf Forest. Following the system's completion of the bloodline breakthrough, David quietly attuned to the newfound power within him. With the Nine-Tailed Fox bloodline elevated to the 6th tier, his strength had notably increased. Particularly, the emergence of the third tail allowed the Nine-Tailed Fox bloodline to attain a 3-tail form and acquire a new ability, the Beast Transformation Talent. With a flicker of intent, David transitioned into the half-beast form of the Nine-Tailed Fox. 3 tails manifested behind him, the tail of mental enhancement, the tail of allure, and the third tail, which embodied transformation. Indeed, the third tail represented the capacity for metamorphosis or disguise, enabling the Nine-Tailed Fox to alter its appearance at will, akin to an illusion. Although his own form remained unchanged, he could distort the perceptions of others, presenting a different visage in their eyes. Pleased, David nodded in satisfaction. With this ability, he could easily create multiple aliases. Moreover, he discovered that the powers of the 3 tails were all intertwined with mental strength, indicating that the Nine-Tailed Fox in this realm was a type of spiritual beast. After experimenting with the powers of the third tail, he activated the full beast transformation capability, transforming into a 3-tailed fox. Simultaneously, his mental strength surged to the 6th tier, the overwhelming mental waves materializing as they warped the energies within the space around him. In this state, he realized that the elemental forces at his disposal expanded tremendously, allowing him to command the elemental energies within a radius of several dozen miles. He attempted to coalesce an ice spear, drawing forth the surrounding ice elemental energy, which swiftly converged before him, forming a colossal ice spear imbued with terrifying icy power. Merely from the energy fluctuations contained within, it is evident that this is no mere parlor trick. It has been astonishingly amplified to a terrifying degree by sixth-tier mental prowess. How formidable! Is this the essence of sixth-tier mental strength? David felt as though his entire perception of the world had transformed. This sensation was exquisite, akin to the imminent touch of the primal forces of existence, yet simultaneously obstructed by an unseen force. Regrettably, this state could only be sustained for a fleeting moment, as the conclusion of his beastly transformation brought forth waves of fatigue in both body and mind. It appears that I must conclude the battle swiftly, lest I become the one in peril, David contemplated. He had previously resolved that upon elevating the nine-tailed fox lineage to the sixth tier, he would seek to eliminate the demon hunter, Hillman. He now possessed the strength to do so. In the ensuing hours, David continued his training. The situation in the Northern Territories maintained a facade of peace. However, according to the intelligence he had acquired, the church had been engaging in subtle maneuvers during this period. In addition to persisting in their pursuit of witches, they had dispatched individuals into the Crystal Song Forest and even approached the fringes of the Frostwolf Forest. The snowy eagles circling above had even detected the presence of luminescent winged birds soaring over the Frostwolf Forest. Clearly, the Saintess and the Demon Hunter, although having departed from Frostwolf Ridge, had not entirely relinquished their probing of the area. This realization intensified David's murderous intent. He was resolute in seizing any opportunity to strike decisively. Should the Demon Hunter Hillman uncover any hint of his presence, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. 2 days later, David rode his Shadow Wolf to the Northern Forest. He instructed the Shadow Wolf to wait at the Crystal Song Forest while he ventured alone into the northern woods. As he approached the previously concealed cave, he discerned signs of knights lying in ambush. Evidently, North Ice City had discovered the tunnel he had excavated earlier. Nonetheless, David had no intention of traversing underground this time. Instead, he utilized the nine-tailed fox's camouflage abilities to disguise himself and directly entered North Ice City. Within North Ice City stood a church, where Hillman and a contingent of the Holy Light Knights were stationed. Unfortunately, the Saintess was currently at the Aurora City, the headquarters of the Northern Church, and not present here. However, as long as Hillman remained, that sufficed. Next, he merely needed to find the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. Hillman would never suspect that the very wizard he had been relentlessly pursuing would take the initiative to attack, completely unprepared. On one occasion, as Hillman was returning to the church, David seized the moment and struck without restraint, transforming instantaneously into a sixth-tier, nine-tailed fox. Subsequently, he unleashed his sixth-tier mental strength, invoking the power of earth manipulation, causing the very ground to upheave and sweep toward Hillman. Everything transpired with astonishing suddenness. By the time Hillman regained his senses, the world had already been turned upside down, with the very sky obscured, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. He could only summon all his strength to conjure a shield of holy light to envelop himself. Amidst the terrifying rumble, the tumultuous earth buried Hillman completely. Following this, David cast a spell to transform mud into stone, relentlessly compressing the ground to hasten its petrification, intending to turn Hillman into an integral part of the earth itself. With a series of cracking sounds, the holy light shield began to shatter under the immense pressure of the surrounding terrain. Upon witnessing this, Hillman was reminded of the earth sorcerer who could transform into a nine-tailed fox, causing a surge of alarm and subsequent anger within him. This earth sorcerer had not hidden away due to the bounty on his head. Instead, he had brazenly come to North Ice City and launched an attack against him. A demon hunter of the church. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the demon-slaying power ingrained in his bloodline, attempting to break free from the encasing rocks. However, this was a sixth-tier manipulation of earth, augmented by the moderate spell of transforming mud into stone, yielding a force far beyond Hillman's expectations. Momentarily taken aback when he realized his bloodline's power could not overcome the sorcerer's spell, Hillman felt his demon hunter bloodline tremble slightly in response to the overwhelming magical energy before him, an ominous warning from his lineage. Sixth tier. As Hillman sensed the magic emanating from his foe, Disbelief crossed his face. This magical fluctuation unmistakably belonged to the earth sorcerer he had encountered before. Yet, how could the sorcerer have ascended to the 6th tier in such a short span of time? To Hillman, this was utterly inconceivable. Even the apostles of the gods could not exhibit such rapid advancement. Regardless of his incredulity, the reality remained. The earth sorcerer before him indeed possessed 6th tier power. Cursed be it, what does your 6th tier prowess matter? I am the vice captain of the Silver Moon Holy Light Knights. Hillman roared, this being the 3rd time he had been suppressed, and this time he would not allow himself to falter again. With this battle cry, the essence of his demon hunter bloodline erupted, transforming into a field of anti-magic that expanded outward, obliterating magical energy in its wake. In an instant, boulders shattered under this force. Yet, David had already been preparing his spell for rock spikes. As Hillman emerged, countless sharp rock spikes surged toward him, propelled by the potency of 6th tier mental power, each imbued with terrifying energy, relentlessly striking Hillman. With another crack, the holy light shield surrounding Hillman shattered once more. Faced with this, Hillman could only swing his knight's sword repeatedly, relying on his skill to intercept the barrage of rock spikes. Yet despite this, he could only defend his vital points, while some jagged rocks could not be thwarted and pierced directly into his body, blood splattering instantaneously. Hillman's complexion turned pale as death. Although he managed to protect his core with his swordplay, he still sustained grievous injuries. His gaze shifted forward, revealing a vague silhouette shrouded in mist. Suddenly, his focus sharpened, and he discerned that this figure was indeed a 9-tailed fox, though the entity had employed magic to conceal its true appearance. At that moment, the fox's crimson eyes shimmered with flowing silver light, and as its immense magical power surged, the ground beneath transformed into a vast mire. The mire spread forth, engulfing the entire cathedral. The walls of the church, confronted with this overwhelming magic, melted away like snow under the sun. David had not expanded the area of his mud-to-mire spell too broadly, completely enveloping Hillman within it. Countless patches of mire, under his control, incessantly advanced to engulf Hillman. The bloodline of the demon hunter surged within Hillman, fiercely protecting the ground beneath him, preventing the foe's spell from affecting his footing. Yet he resembled an island amidst a tempestuous sea, constantly enduring assaults from all sides by the encroaching mire. Hillman raised his knight's sword, the holy light surging as he severed the torrents of mire. However, in the next moment, even more mire rushed forth. With his 6th tier mental prowess and mastery over the earth, David had transformed the entire battlefield into his domain of mire. Meanwhile, within the cathedral, the Holy Light Knights had come to their senses. Their gazes fell upon the indistinct figure standing in the mire, and their pupils constricted. Though they could not discern the figure's features, they all recognized it as the Earth Mage from earlier. Yet now, the once 5th tier Earth Mage radiated an aura that far surpassed that of Lord Hillman. It was a complete and utter domination. Despair etched itself onto Hillman's face. As the power of his demon hunter bloodline began to wane, he could no longer fend off the spells cast by the mage before him. The stone beneath him instantly transformed into mire, which then roiled, morphing into massive hands that enveloped his body, pulling him underground. No, in a cry of despair, Hillman's form was gradually consumed. Witnessing Lord Hillman on the verge of being swallowed by the mire, the Holy Light Knights immediately sounded the charge. A multitude of knights, cloaked in holy light, plunged into the mire, only to be relentlessly consumed by its power, sinking directly into the earth. Observing this scene, the figures of the Northern Ice City's security team, who had gathered, began to retreat. Even the Lord of Northern Ice City, who had sensed the battle within the city and rushed to the scene, dared not advance, helplessly watching his friend's figure vanish. Natural disasters. This is the magnitude of a cataclysm. The countenance of the Lord of North Ice City darkened considerably. Under normal circumstances, even the mightiest knights, fully armed and part of a formidable cavalry, would have some measure of combat capability. However, the power of a wizard directly harnesses the elemental forces of nature. enabling them to unleash calamities of such magnitude that the knightly order stands utterly defenseless against the wizard's extensive spells. Each master of wide-ranging sorcery is, without doubt, a terrifying war machine upon the battlefield. What instilled the greatest fear in the Lord of North Ice City was the realization that the wizard before him had astonishingly attained the 6th tier, completely overpowering him. A mere 5th-tier knight. At this moment, even with a powerful cavalry at his disposal, the presence of this wizard within his city left him paralyzed with dread, devoid of any thought of retaliation. David's gaze turned towards the Lord of North Ice City. Even in his quietude, he exuded an immense pressure upon the Lord. Listen well, Lord of North Ice City and all citizens of the Silver Moon Kingdom. From this day forth, any faction daring to hunt wizards must prepare to face the wrath of a 6th-tier Earth Wizard. After uttering these words, David's figure gradually sank into the ground before the eyes of all. Subsequently, the earth solidified under the might of his spell, restoring an eerie calm to the battlefield. Yet, the vice-captain of the Silver Moon Holy Light Cavalry, Hillman, along with the Holy Knights, vanished from the surface as well. The 6th tier, this is the 6th tier. The Lord of North Ice City stood frozen in place, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and trepidation. He understood that with the arrival of this 6th-tier Earth Wizard, the entire North and even the Silver Moon Kingdom would soon tremble. A 6th-tier Earth Wizard is, indeed, a veritable harbinger of disaster. Should this 6th-tier Earth Wizard be provoked, the annihilation of an entire city would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, wizards possess the ability to completely suppress knights of the same tier. Presently, no faction within the Silver Moon Kingdom could confidently confront this Earth Wizard. Yet, why has a 6th-tier wizard suddenly emerged on this continent? Hadn't all high-ranking wizards vanished from this land? Could it be that the rumored tide of magic is truly approaching, heralding the return of wizards alongside it? A grave expression crossed the Lord of North Ice City's face. A 6th-tier wizard is not someone that this small city can afford to offend. Dispatch the word. Cease all actions against wizards. He believed that as news spread from North Ice City, no faction, save for the church, would dare to openly confront wizards again. Upon hearing the Lord's command, the administrative officer snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. At this moment, the other knights and commoners began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, leading to a stir of commotion. Beneath North Ice City, Hillman and the Holy Light Knight struggled briefly before being utterly vanquished by the mud to stone spell. Even Hillman, at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, could not evade the fate of his body being petrified by the elemental energy of Earth. Upon returning underground, David promptly dismissed his beastly transformation. The entire skirmish lasted a mere 3 minutes, preventing excessive consumption of his physical and mental stamina. After assessing his current state, David exhaled in relief. He then proceeded deeper underground with the stone sculptures before confidently invoking his soul absorption ability. The souls of the Holy Light Knights, blessed by divine radiance, were indeed far more potent than ordinary souls. Particularly, Hillman, the 5th-tier Holy Light Knight, possessed a soul strength rivaling that of a 4th-tier wizard. Such an abundance of souls should suffice to elevate Reyna's mental prowess to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. David nodded in satisfaction. This endeavor not only eradicated the church's demon hunters, but also yielded a wealth of formidable souls, marking a bountiful harvest. Not long after David's departure, news of the incident in North Ice City began to circulate through various channels. The battle had transpired within the city, witnessed by countless onlookers. Among these witnesses undoubtedly lurked spies from various factions, making it impossible for the Lord of North Ice City to conceal the truth. However, the Lord had no intention of hiding it. With Hillman and the Holy Light Knights all perished in North Ice City, he was compelled to provide an explanation to the church. Now, this spared him the effort of crafting a narrative. It was certain that this news would send shockwaves through all factions. The existence of a 6th-tier Earth Wizard was poised to irrevocably alter the entire landscape of the Silver Moon Kingdom. In the northern lands, Aurora City, situated not far from North Ice City, The Archbishop of the Northern Lands received the news immediately, his expression shifting dramatically. A sixth-tier wizard. Such a being existed in the Northern Lands. His first reaction was disbelief, for wizards of such caliber should have long vanished. Moreover, given the current elemental concentration in the world, it was impossible to sustain the presence of a sixth-tier wizard. Could it be that the tide of magic was indeed approaching, and the elemental density of this world was beginning to revive? His heart weighed heavily as he promptly made his way to the temple to seek an audience with the Silver Moon Saintess to relay the news. Is Hillman dead? Lucia closed her eyes and let out a slow sigh. She sensed that Hillman had been overly aggressive, seeking to propagate faith in the Northern Lands, even attempting to incite war there. This stood in stark contrast to Lucia's beliefs as a saintess who held that the essence of the holy light was protection and redemption, almost entirely at odds with his approach. Upon hearing of Hillman's demise, she could not help but display a look of resignation. For the Church of the Holy Light, the demise of Hillman represents an immense loss, signifying that the Church can no longer contend with a monarchy in the Northern Lands. As for the threat posed by the sixth-tier sorcerer, the Church shall never relinquish its mission to eliminate sorcerers, unless it is utterly vanquished. However, with the weakening of the Black Forest seal and the emergence of a sixth-tier sorcerer, signs of an impending tide of magic are becoming apparent. In the Silver Moon capital, the countenance of the Grand Archbishop darkened like a storm-laden sky. The news of Hillman's death has undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the Church. Although this pinnacle fifth-tier knight acted with fervor, his influence is not to be underestimated. His fall signifies a significant diminishment of the Silver Moon Church's authority in the Northern Lands, especially regarding its strategic positioning in the region. We must urgently assess the current situation and formulate a response. The Grand Archbishop addressed the cardinals gathered around him. The appearance of the sixth-tier sorcerer may herald the resurgence of magical forces, aligning with the prophesied tide of magic. We need to report this to His Holiness and bolster defenses across all regions, particularly in areas with heightened elemental concentrations. The concerns of St. Lucia are not unfounded. The long-standing conflict between the Church and sorcerers is exacerbated by the existence of sixth-tier sorcerer, posing a direct threat not only to the Silver Moon Church, but also potentially destabilizing the entire kingdom. Notify all dioceses to remain vigilant and prepare for potential conflicts. As the Grand Archbishop issued these commands, the search for clues regarding the sixth-tier sorcerer commenced. Inaction is not an option. With the implementation of these directives, the actions of the Silver Moon Church swiftly unfolded. Intelligence networks began to scour for any information concerning the sixth-tier sorcerer, while communication with the royal family and nobility was intensified, ensuring that the Silver Moon Kingdom stands united with the Church against the looming threat of sorcery. This scene was mirrored throughout the Silver Moon Kingdom, which trembled in response to the emergence of the sixth-tier Earth sorcerer. In hushed silence, all individuals made what they deemed the right decisions. This was undoubtedly fortuitous news for the witches of Frostwolf Ridge. Annie gazed at the information relayed by the messenger, a look of astonishment gracing her features. With a sixth-tier Earth sorcerer as their protector, the sorcerers of the Silver Moon Kingdom would assuredly find themselves in greater safety. However, upon meticulously reviewing the details, a sense of confusion began to creep in. Previously, due to the intentional news blockade imposed by the Northern Ice City and the Church, Annie had remained oblivious to the specifics of that battle. Yet she was aware that the Duke, relying on the power of the Earth's sorcerer, had successfully repelled the demon hunter Hillman and returned safely to Frostwolf Ridge. But now, she had received news that a sixth-tier Earth sorcerer was concealed within the Northern Lands, having forcefully slain Hillman in the Northern Ice City. Upon receiving the news, her thoughts immediately turned to the Duke, a formidable sorcerer wielding the power of the Earth. However, the Duke was a sixth-tier wizard. Could this truly be possible? Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Though the notion seemed implausible, an inexplicable intuition whispered that it might indeed be true. The Duke had recently departed from Frostwolf Castle. With this thought, she could no longer restrain herself and hastened away from the wizard's castle, heading towards Frostwolf Castle. This marked her second visit to the Duke's stronghold. Fortunately, The castle's guardian knights recognized the sixth lady of the Duke. Upon receiving the notification, David emerged from within the castle, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Annie. "Is something amiss?" he inquired. Annie stared blankly at the Duke. As they journeyed, her emotions gradually calmed. She firmly believed that whether or not the Duke was indeed this sixth-tier Earth Knight, he would undoubtedly ensure their safety. This conviction had been solidified through their many interactions, rendering any inquiry now irrelevant. "It's nothing. I simply missed you," Annie confessed shyly. David's heart brightened at her uncharacteristic display of initiative. Without hesitation, he swept her off her feet, striding towards the castle with her in his embrace, eliciting gasps from those nearby. The surrounding maids discreetly lowered their heads in understanding of the moment. David carried Annie into his chamber, placing her upon the grand bed, his hands exploring. Annie had steeled herself, nervously closing her eyes. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her being. Yet before she could articulate her thoughts, she sensed a powerful force converging towards her heart. "Is this my ice bear bloodline?" Annie gasped in astonishment. She had been unaware of her heritage until this unexpected awakening. "Your bloodline has awakened?" David remarked with a smile, feeling the palpable change within her. Annie, regaining her composure, wore a look of uncertainty. Although she recognized the authenticity of this bloodline energy, doubt lingered in her mind. "Come, allow your husband to examine you." Wait. She gasped slightly. "Is something wrong?" David inquired with concern. Initially, he believed that awakening Annie's Arctic giant bear bloodline would help her overcome her sensitivity. Yet, it appeared that while the awakening indeed enhanced her physical prowess, she remained exceedingly sensitive. "A bit," Annie panted, fully aware that she had awakened her bloodline powers, with the change in her stamina serving as the most compelling evidence. However, merely increasing her stamina did not resolve her sensitivity issue. For her, it only extended the duration of her heightened sensitivity. "Shall we try again?" David chuckled. This marks the third occasion, a barrier that Anne had previously been unable to surmount. However, on this occasion, her physical endurance allowed her to withstand the 3 trials entirely. Though Anne was inclined to refuse, the Duke had already embraced her and pulled her closer. With gritted teeth, she clasped her knees, resting her head between them, raising her feet, and bracing herself once more for a new round of struggle. After the 3rd trial, Anne lay exhausted, feeling utterly spent. "I can't go on. I truly cannot." Her eyes glistening with tears. Seeing this, David had no choice but to relent. If Cynthia had uttered those words, she could likely have endured another couple of rounds. Yet for Anne, 3 trials had already been a considerable strain, and a 4th was beyond her capacity. "You've endured much," David said, holding her close. "Next, I shall assist you with breathing exercises." He reassured her with a smile. "Once your strength improves, you shall see progress." That evening, Reyna returned from the town hall. Naturally, she had received news regarding the events in North Ice City. She was well aware of the Duke's purpose for this departure. Thus, she promptly confirmed that the 6th-tier Earth Sorcerer was indeed the Duke himself. Although she was uncertain of the means by which he had attained such formidable power, she was unequivocally convinced. Consequently, with the unfolding of the northern events, the policies regarding Frostwolf Ridge were likely to undergo some alterations. Within the castle, David awaited Reyna's return. It was a rare occasion when all 6 ladies were present within Frostwolf Castle. Seated in the main position, David surveyed the 3 ladies on either side of him, feeling a sense of pride at having married 6 ladies within a year. When the evening provided a moment of privacy, David led Reyna into the study. At present, the souls of Hillman and the other Holy Light Knights remained sealed within the spirit of Frostwolf, and he intended to transfer these souls for Reyna's snow demon spirit to absorb. As Reyna gazed upon Hillman's soul, she felt a shiver despite her preparations. Subsequently, under David's guidance, they initiated a spiritual communion. David seamlessly infused the soul energy condensed from the spirit of Frostwolf into Reyna's snow demon spirit. Through their continued training, Reyna's snow demon spirit had acquired the necromantic ability to absorb souls. This enabled her to continuously draw upon the soul power of Hillman and the others, transforming it into her own mental strength. In a certain sense, the snow demon spirit was indeed exceptionally suited for a necromancer. The necromancer inherently required souls to contain necromantic energy, which could, to some extent, pollute their own soul. However, the snow demon spirit could effectively serve as a secondary soul. Regardless of whether it is David or Rena, both possess the ability to allow the soul of the snow demon to absorb necromantic powers. While nurturing the soul of the snow demon, they simultaneously shield themselves from spiritual corruption. Thus, time gradually passed. Once Rena had fully absorbed all the soul energy, the soul of the snow demon distinctly became more substantial. Concurrently, Rena's mental prowess continually ascended, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the third tier, at which point she ceased her advancement. Thereafter, by harnessing the soul of the snow demon to condense sufficient necromantic energy, Rena held the prospect of transcending the third tier and ascending to the fourth tier. Presently, Leah had already broken through to the fourth tier. Both Amy and Rena had attained the pinnacle of the third tier, with breakthroughs on the horizon. David, too, found himself filled with anticipation. It appeared that his seventh-tier bloodline and superior talents were brimming with potential. With this thought, his gaze fell upon Rena. Their eyes met, and David, with a teasing smile, inquired, "How shall you express your gratitude to me?" Rena, evidently well-prepared, approached David and initiated a kiss. David reached out to unfasten a button. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Beneath Rena's long gown lay the ultra-short uniform he had commissioned from the tailor. The stark contrast between the lofty princess and the short uniform struck David's mind like a lightning bolt. Rena bit her lip, a hint of shyness evident as she asked, "Do you like it?" "Indeed, I adore it," David replied eagerly as he swiftly removed Rena's long gown and lifted her onto the desk. During this period, Rena had indeed become quite daring, now even donning his favorite uniform. However, the quality of the uniform could only be deemed average. It tore easily upon a single pull. Yet, in this state, Rena emanated a uniquely shattered beauty. After completing a round of training, David had Rena lean against the desk, whereupon she grasped a quill and dipped it into the ink pot, beginning to write swiftly. "My lord, call me teacher. Dear teacher," David exclaimed with satisfaction as he splashed ink across the parchment. "You have completed a training session. Soul of the Snow Demon, 623. Soul of the Snow Demon. 6th tier, 5125, 650, 0000. With Rena's rising power, the efficacy of her training had also significantly improved, and David's anticipation for Rena's breakthrough grew ever stronger. Thus, another fortnight passed. In the brief span of time, the situation in the Silver Moon Kingdom underwent a dramatic transformation. Following a period of intense combat, the Duke of the West, leading the royal capital and the Western Coalition, successfully besieged Lion City. With the intervention of two sixth-tier powerhouses, the Duke of the East was unable to withstand the assault and fled Lion City alongside the first prince, Gould, at the cost of great sacrifice. The Duke of the West, seizing the moment, pursued relentlessly. The ultimate outcome remains uncertain, with reports merely stating that the Duke of the East and the first prince have vanished without a trace. Furthermore, members of the Duke of the East and the first prince's family had already fled in advance, their fates still under scrutiny. Prince Bronco swiftly seized control of the eastern territories, thereby reaffirming his claim to the throne. David, gazing at the news in his hand, wore a grave expression. The intelligence he had received indicated that the neutral factions had begun to pledge their allegiance to Prince Bronco. Ultimately, Prince Bronco ascended to the throne of the Silver Moon Kingdom, becoming its 13th monarch. Upon his coronation, the new king's first decree was to summon nobles from across the land to the capital. David had already received a summons from the newly crowned King Bronco, instructing him to arrive at the capital within a month. This was evidently a grand banquet with ulterior motives. David was acutely aware that should he venture to the capital, the odds of his return were slim. However, to refuse the king's summons would be tantamount to denying his loyalty, a sentiment that the new monarch would undoubtedly not tolerate. A great conflict was now inevitable. David exhaled deeply, realizing that the time was arriving sooner than he had anticipated. With merely a month left, he faced a final deadline to elevate his powers to the 6th tier. Although he could temporarily harness 6th-tier strength through his beast transformation ability, he possessed no means of resistance against a true 6th-tier warrior. At Frostwolf Castle, David had been exclusively devoted to Leah. One morning, as she breathed heavily in their chamber, she recognized the weight of the pressure he was under and served him diligently. Despite needing to attend to him 5 or 6 times each day, Leah, a 4th-tier Earth Knight, managed to endure. After yet another session of training, Leah found herself barely able to stand, prompting David to swiftly catch her in his arms. "Leah, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. Each time, she exerted herself to assist him, never uttering a complaint even when fatigued. "I'm fine," Leah responded, nestled in David's embrace, a smile gracing her face. "Next time, just tell me if you're tired. Don't push yourself so hard." David leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. While he longed to elevate the Frostwolf bloodline to the 7th tier, he did not wish for Leah to overexert herself in her efforts to please him. "Really, I'm all right. After all, I am a 4th-tier knight," Leah replied with a smile, shaking her head. "I am truly happy to serve you, my lord." "Fool," David sighed, holding Leah close in silence. 3 days later, after relentless effort, David finally maxed out the experience points of the Frostwolf bloodline. He then mounted his ghost wolf and ventured deep into the Frostwolf forest to embark on his breakthrough. This time, the frost giant wolf was transcending an entire realm, and David was uncertain about the changes that might ensue. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. He instructed the shadow wolves to remain vigilant outside, while he took a deep breath and initiated communication with the system panel, his thoughts directing him toward the path of breakthrough. In the next moment, David suddenly felt a disorienting sensation enveloping his consciousness. Within this haze, he sensed himself being transported to a world of ice and snow, where a colossal frost giant wolf materialized before him. Almost simultaneously, a fierce chill surged through this frigid realm, resonating harmoniously with his very bloodline. The massive figure of the frost giant wolf became increasingly distinct in his vision. Its eyes glimmered with an icy blue radiance, exuding both authority and wisdom. David recognized it as the source of his bloodline and the power he was destined to merge with. Soon, he felt the gaze of the frost giant wolf fixate upon him. In an instant, the wolf's form transformed into a radiant beam of light, piercing directly toward David's heart. The light swiftly penetrated his being without inflicting any harm, instead nourishing his soul like a crystalline spring. He sensed a pure energy diffusing within him, and as the beam dissipated, a formidable vitality surged through his body. Concurrently, as the essence of the frost giant wolf melded with his consciousness, David perceived subtle transformations occurring within himself. His skin took on a translucent quality, as if cloaked in a delicate layer of ice. His eyes gradually adopted the frosty hues, while his muscles tightened in the cold, power flowing through him like glacial currents. In the next moment, the metamorphosis of his bloodline commenced, with an abundant influx of ice elemental energy integrating into his physique, heralding the silent onset of elemental refinement. David could sense the surrounding snow and ice elements blending seamlessly with his body. Each bone, every muscle, and even every drop of blood was fortified by the power of frost, rendering him a perfect amalgamation of ice and strength. The discomfort of the breakthrough persisted, yet he felt no pain. Instead, an extraordinary sense of euphoria enveloped him. As he reveled in the burgeoning power within, a confident smile graced his lips, for he could now distinctly feel his own might. Bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf, 7th tier, 523-100-0000, acquired racial talent, extraordinary speed. The system's notification resonated at an opportune moment, and David glanced at the newly acquired racial talent, recognizing that extraordinary speed was likely a form of speed enhancement. Although the precise effects of extraordinary speed remained unknown, given its association with a 7th-tier bloodline, its potency was unequivocally assured. Subsequently, David took a moment to attune to his body. The sensation of elemental refinement during his transformation lingered vividly in his memory. This experience was fundamentally distinct from the prior enhancements he had derived from the blood vitality within his lineage. It was a genuine integration of elemental essence into his very being. Thus, is elemental body refinement the realm beyond the seventh tier? David's mind stirred as he contemplated the domain of the seventh tier Sky Knights. For reasons unknown, no knight on the continent had managed to ascend to the seventh tier for quite some time, leaving the nature of this realm shrouded in mystery. Yet, David sensed that he had begun to grasp some secrets of the seventh tier. The Sky Knights here may not refer to those who can soar through the skies, but rather to knights capable of harnessing the elements between heaven and earth for body refinement, akin to a state of unity between man and nature. This, of course, was merely his conjecture based on the elemental body refinement effects brought about by the transformation of his seventh-tier frost giant wolf bloodline, serving only as a reference. Upon completing his transformation and elemental body refinement training, he felt his physical prowess had astonishingly leaped into the sixth tier. This was indeed the primary reason he had felt an immense surge in his strength. However, upon assessing his knightly prowess, he realized with a frown that he was still at the pinnacle of the fifth tier without breaking through alongside his physical transformation. He sensed that his fighting spirit was on the verge of a critical point, yet he could not materialize it, unable to convert his liquid fighting spirit into solid fighting spirit, thus hindering the most crucial step in surpassing into the sixth tier as a knight. The breakthrough of fighting spirit was indeed not a trivial matter, a fact David had anticipated. Nevertheless, with his mastery over the power of ice, his strength had firmly entered the sixth tier. Next, he merely needed to continue transforming his fighting spirit from liquid to solid, and he would rank as a formidable sixth-tier knight. And what of his beast transformation ability? A thought flickered in David's mind. If he could transform into a seventh-tier frost giant wolf, he could likely vanquish even a sixth-tier earth knight in a single strike. However, upon attempting to summon this power, he discovered that he could not fully activate the seventh-tier frost giant wolf bloodline. This indicated that he was unable to transform into the seventh-tier frost giant wolf. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of regret. If he could assume the form of a seventh-tier frost giant wolf, he would be invincible in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Yet, he sensed that even if he could tap into that power now, he might not be able to wield such immense strength. He recognized his own greed. Although he could not transform into a seventh-tier frost giant wolf, he could still harness the power of the sixth-tier frost giant wolf. Moreover, with his current physical abilities, he could sustain the full beast form for a longer duration, yielding greater combat prowess. Merely shifting into a sixth-tier half-beast form, combined with his sixth-tier physical prowess, would enable him to contend effectively against an ordinary sixth-tier knight. After assessing all the abilities at his disposal, David sought out the Shadow Wolf Beast, intending to return to the Frost Wolf Castle. However, this time, instead of mounting the Shadow Wolf Beast, he unleashed the extraordinary speed bestowed by his racial talent. Vanishing in an instant, the Shadow Wolf Beast stood bewildered for a moment before it regained its senses and swiftly took off in pursuit. However, it was soon met with astonishment as it discovered that its master's speed far surpassed its own, reaching an almost inconceivable level. Truly, the extraordinary speed exceeded even that of the extraordinary beasts. David, witnessing his own velocity, wore a look of disbelief. Yet, he quickly became invigorated. With a sixth-tier physique coupled with extraordinary speed, even if he could not best a sixth-tier knight, he could certainly escape unscathed. This realization brought him relief, and his steps on the return journey felt markedly lighter. With his strength having risen once more, it was only fitting to celebrate. Contemplating this, David made his way to the wizard's castle in search of the ladies. It was destined to be another sleepless night. Upon his breakthrough to the sixth tier, his combat prowess astonished the six ladies. Even when they united, they could barely manage a stalemate against David, who had already engaged in a fierce battle. "Young Master David, have you broken through again?" exclaimed Leah, her face lighting up with surprise. She could faintly sense that the young master was in a crucial period of advancement. David smiled and nodded, gently inquiring, "Leah, are you all right?" Leah bit her lip and nodded, bracing herself for the final charge alongside young Master David. At the same time, she sighed inwardly, realizing that they would need to exert even greater effort to keep pace with him. Thus time passed gradually. The month granted by the new king of the Silver Moon Bronco had swiftly elapsed. In the capital of Silver Moon, Bronco scrutinized the intelligence in his hand. Clenching his fist, just as he had anticipated, the three princes, Reynolds, the Duke of the Southern Territory, and the Frostwolf Duke, had not arrived at the capital. Clearly, the two factions that had maintained neutrality were still unwilling to pledge their allegiance to him, the new king. Bronco's gaze lingered on the intelligence for a moment. Every word on that rigid parchment pierced his eyes. He understood that this was not merely the absence of the three princes and the two dukes, but rather a challenge to his authority. He turned to the Duke of the Western Territory, standing nearby, his face stern. "If they refuse to come, then we shall seek them out. I will use the royal army at my disposal to trample both the southern and northern territories, making it clear that I, Bronco, am the sole king of Silver Moon." The Duke of the Western Territory bowed slightly, replying, "As you command, Your Majesty." On the streets of the capital, the guards began to assemble, preparing to escort the new king on this journey of power. News swiftly spread throughout the capital, with the populace murmuring in a mix of fear and anticipation. Yet all understood that the civil war within Silver Moon was far from over. Meanwhile, in the distant southern fortress and Frostwolf Castle, respective meetings were underway. They recognized that Bronco's actions heralded the shadow of war, and unless they swore fealty, conflict was inevitable. However, the capital and the allied forces of the Western Territory had only just endured a war with the Eastern Territory, making it a formidable challenge to simultaneously confront both the Southern and Northern Territories in such a short span. Frostwolf Castle. David gazed at the information in his hands, lost in contemplation. Among the three factions within the Silver Moon Kingdom, the Frostwolf Ridge was undoubtedly the weakest. However, he remained uncertain whether Bronco would choose to strike the southern realm first or the northern one. Yet, in his and Reyna's assessment, it was highly probable that Bronco would deploy the northern fortress to restrain Frostwolf Ridge and opt to initiate hostilities in the south. After all, the southern region harbored Reynolds' Silver Moon, the legitimate heir to the Silver Moon Kingdom, posing a significant threat to Bronco's claim to the throne. Moreover, Reynolds possessed remarkable talent, earning him the moniker of the Silver Moon Star, had it not been for David's sudden emergence. Achieving the rank of a fifth-tier Earth Knight before the age of 20 and eclipsing all others, Reynolds would still be regarded as the foremost prodigy of the Silver Moon Kingdom. No one could predict when this talented prince, having already ascended to the rank of Earth Knight, would break through to the fifth tier or even the sixth. Allowing such a gifted prince to live was untenable for Bronco. Should Reynolds' Silver Moon be eliminated, Bronco would become the sole heir to the Silver Moon Kingdom. Furthermore, reclaiming the southern region would render Frostwolf Ridge no longer a threat, allowing for a complete recovery in conjunction with the northern fortress at any moment. This was the conclusion drawn by him and Reyna based on the current situation of the Silver Moon Kingdom and Bronco's character. Of course, this was merely a conjecture. No one could truly discern the intentions of the newly crowned king of Silver Moon. We must devise a means to incite conflict between the royal army and the southern realm. David spoke solemnly. Bronco might employ the northern fortress to restrain him, yet he too yearned to return to the northern fortress. Once the royal army engaged in battle with the southern realm, they would be unable to support the northern fortress, granting him the opportunity to seize it. If he could reclaim the northern fortress, he would regain the Frostwolf family's heritage and no longer fear the royal army, possessing the strength for self-preservation. Conversely, a conflict between the royal army and the southern realm would inevitably weaken the royal army's power further. The southern realm, fortified by the southern fortress, would prove more challenging to confront than the eastern region, and this battle would not be resolved quickly. Such a scenario would afford him ample time for cultivation. If he could elevate all his powers to the sixth tier, he would no longer fear the Silver Moon Kingdom. Returning to the northern fortress was paramount. Whether it was the previous battle between the first and second princes or the current confrontation of the second prince against the third, this remained his ultimate objective. In the days that followed, the royal army commenced their movements, advancing towards the southern realm. Simultaneously, the coalition from the western region approached the southern realm from the borders, swiftly encircling it. Meanwhile, in the northern territories, the northern fortress began to amass troops. Any sign of unrest from Frostwolf Ridge would prompt immediate military action. Upon receiving the news, David merely offered a cold smile, turning his gaze towards the northern fortress. The Frostwolf clan, compelled by the demise of the old duke, relinquished all claims to the northern fortress, handing it over to the northern nobles. Now, the time has come to reclaim the fortress. As the conflict in the southern lands escalates towards its climax, it will be the moment for him to act upon the northern stronghold. To this end, the wolf cavalry of Frostwolf Ridge has been covertly preparing for their return to the northern fortress, fulfilling the long-held aspiration of the Frostwolf Knights. Naturally, this endeavor must be executed with great swiftness. David closed his eyes, a myriad of names flashing through his mind. The second prince had indeed left numerous contingencies in the north during his campaign in the southern territories. Those lords loyal to the second prince had woven a vast net, ensnaring Frostwolf Ridge within its grasp. To launch an assault on the northern fortress, he must clear away all these obstacles. Otherwise, Frostwolf Ridge would be unable to reach the stronghold at all. A few days later, the royal army officially engaged in battle with the allied forces of the southern lands. Meanwhile, David stealthily arrived at Ice Rock City, a bastion near the imperial capital, firmly in the hands of the second prince's faction. At that moment, within the night camp of Ice Rock City, the Lord was inspecting the condition of the knightly order. In the midst of the Silver Moon Civil War, the opportunity for glory was ripe. He was ever ready to fight for the second prince, seeking to secure a promising future. The knights present were filled with fervor, yet they had no inkling that a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, observing them intently. Just as the Lord of Ice Rock finished his motivational address, a figure, swift beyond measure, suddenly flashed by, abruptly halting the Lord's laughter. The knights were caught off guard, failing to react until a glimmer of crimson light flashed at the Lord's neck, and his head began to descend slowly. Only then did the knights comprehend what had transpired. Assassins. There are assassins. Quick, someone. The knights fell into chaos, some attempting to flee, while others sought weapons to resist. In that moment, they nearly forgot their duty as knights, tasked with protecting their lord. Once they regained their senses, a look of stunned disbelief spread across their faces. Throughout the ordeal, they had never truly seen the visage of the shadowy figure. Yet, astonishingly, the Lord, a formidable fourth-tier Earth Knight, was effortlessly slain before their very eyes by an assassin. Meanwhile, beneath the earth, David moved swiftly, satisfied with his recent assassination. Utilizing his earth-shifting abilities, he approached his target with utmost silence. His extraordinary speed rendered him undetectable to these ordinary knights, allowing him to strike swiftly and retreat a great distance, executing the assassination with an unparalleled finesse. It is likely that even the mightiest assassin in the realm would struggle to match his efficiency and stealth. Speed is of paramount importance to an assassin. His extraordinary swiftness grants him unparalleled velocity. After David successfully executed his assassination, he materialized in a desolate expanse. Subsequently, he mounted his spectral wolf and hastened toward his next target, intending to carry out yet another killing. Presently, the royal army and the coalition of the southern territories were engaged in fierce combat. He aimed to exploit this chaos to eliminate the lords of the northern lands who aligned with the second prince. In doing so, the entire northern region would descend into turmoil, paving the way for his assault on the northern fortress without hindrance. Within a single day, he traversed 1,000 miles, relentlessly seeking opportunities to assassinate one lord after another. Before long, the nobles of the north became aware of the existence of this assassin. Astonishingly, even a fourth-tier Earth Knight was slain within the Knight's encampment. When the lord was struck down, those beside him were utterly oblivious to what transpired. As news spread, the entire northern territory trembled with fear, each noble terrified of becoming the next target. At this moment, David had already arrived in the western region. The Duke of the West possessed the bloodline of the Gale Hawk, reputed to be the swiftest knight. David's current objective was the Duke's second son, a fourth-tier knight also endowed with the Gale Hawk lineage. Should he eliminate this young noble, the Western Territory would likewise plunge into chaos, rendering it incapable of participating in the restraint of Frostwolf Ridge. David concealed himself in Wind Spirit City, patiently awaiting his opportunity, knowing that the Duke's son had a penchant for hunting. Indeed, after 3 days, the Duke's son, accompanied by a retinue of nobles, ventured to the hunting grounds. David lay in ambush beneath the earth, silently biding his time. The nobles present were formidable, with even a Gale Knight standing guard nearby. Under such circumstances, the prospect of assassinating the Duke's son seemed daunting. He needed to wait for the opportune moment. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the Duke's son, piercing through an extraordinary magical beast, a fiery deer, hundreds of meters away. The nobles erupted in cheers, extolling the Duke's son for his impressive archery skills. Yet in that fleeting instant, David also made his move. His form had already emerged from the ground, concealed within the dense forest. As the Duke's son drew near, David unleashed his extraordinary speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already at the Duke's son's side, his dagger poised to slice at the noble's throat. The Duke's son, possessing the Gale Hawk bloodline, reacted with remarkable speed. However, he soon realized that his movements could not keep pace with the assassiness. He merely tilted his neck slightly and felt the blade glide across his throat, a surge of excruciating pain flooding his mind. Such astonishing speed! The only thought that occupied the mind of the Duke of the West Sun was this singular realization. The Windstorm Eagle family was renowned for their unmatched swiftness. Yet at this moment, they were utterly unable to keep pace with their opponent. His consciousness began to fade, succumbing to an eternal darkness. David, having successfully landed his strike, swiftly retreated, preparing to make his escape. When the Windstorm Knights finally reacted and attempted to pursue, all they could see was the silhouette of his retreating figure. At this juncture, David harnessed the power of his extraordinary speed, surpassing even the lineage of the Windstorm Eagle, reaching the pinnacle of velocity. The nobles present, belatedly grasping the situation, were struck by a cacophony in their minds as they beheld the fallen figure of the Duke's son. How could it be that, in front of so many, he was assassinated on the spot? Indeed, there existed someone whose swiftness could far exceed that of the Windstorm Eagle bloodline, Frostwolf Ridge. Upon returning from his successful assassination, David bore a relaxed demeanor. Through diligent training, he had completely mastered extraordinary speed. While the Windstorm Eagle's velocity was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to his own. Moving forward, if he could refine his assassination techniques further, he genuinely harbored hopes of aspiring to the position of the most formidable assassin. In a certain sense, an assassin could indeed triumph against the odds. If he were to ambush a 6th-tier knight when they were isolated, the chances of success would not be negligible. Of course, he regarded the path of assassination merely as a minor avenue. To attain sufficient power, he needed to continue enhancing his own abilities. Now, having removed the obstacles left by the second prince from the list, he awaited the opportunity to launch an assault on the northern stronghold. Yet, the paramount concern remained the enhancement of his strength. Only by fortifying his prowess could he secure victory with minimal cost. Within the Frostwolf Forest, David rode atop the Shadow Wolf beast, cradling Amy as they ventured deeper into the woods. After a period of effort, Amy was now prepared to absorb the ice gem and break through to the 4th tier. "My lord, have we not yet arrived?" she inquired, clinging tightly as she observed the retreating trees with a hint of anxiety. "We are nearly there," David replied. "I recall a cave nearby that will serve as a suitable place for your seclusion." He surveyed their surroundings and continued, "This breakthrough to a 4th-tier sorceress will undoubtedly attract the gathering of ice elements from heaven and earth. Thus, it is imperative to find a secure location in the wild. Otherwise, the entire sorcerer's castle may risk being encased in ice." "All right," Amy sighed in relief. Before long, they arrived at the cave, which was surprisingly tidy. Amy's gaze swept across the cave's interior before suddenly fixating on the claw marks etched into the walls. As David gazed into the distance, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. He recalled that these scratches were made by Cynthia during their training sessions. "I will watch over you," he said, clearing his throat awkwardly to change the subject. Amy nodded with delight and settled down cross-legged inside the cave. After a moment of adjustment, she entered a meditative state, holding the ice gem as she began to absorb the energy contained within it. Observing this, David also commenced his training outside the cave. Amy's training lasted longer than David had anticipated, only completing the absorption of all 13 ice gems by nightfall. The atmosphere shifted as David's expression grew serious. He could sense the elemental ice energy from the world converging towards the cave. Under the formidable power of the ice elements, the cave began to freeze over, with the ice spreading outward into the surrounding forest. To avoid disturbing Amy's breakthrough, David retreated to a considerable distance. Time passed gradually, and he could only relax when the intense ice elemental energy began to dissipate due to its continuous absorption. Then, activating his magical eye, he detected a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from within. It was Amy's fourth-tier magic. Through diligent effort, she had finally stepped into the realm of a fourth-tier sorceress. Once the magic within Amy stabilized, David ventured into the cave. As he entered, Amy rushed forward and threw herself into his embrace. Looking up at him, her face radiated sheer delight. "My lord, I have succeeded." "Indeed, congratulations," David replied, gazing down at her. At that moment, frost still clung to her brow, and her silver hair cascaded like a galaxy. David's throat tightened as he leaned closer. Amy's eyelashes fluttered, and she closed her eyes, yielding to his advances. Feeling a surge of emotion, David's hand slowly ventured under the icy layer, beginning to explore delicately. My lord," Amy murmured, a hint of unease in her voice. David's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at her. "Amy, is it all right?" She felt a bit bashful, as it was her first experience in the wild. Yet after a moment of resolve, she nodded lightly. David's heart soared with joy as he carefully lifted her into the cave, placing her upon a bed of ice. The cave remained enveloped in frost, but fortunately, both of them being ice sorcerers, felt no chill even in their exposed state. Lying on the icy surface, Amy hugged her knees, shyly burying her head within them while gradually lifting her feet. David wrapped his arms around her legs, drawing her closer to himself. Despite the icy surroundings, a comfortable sigh escaped him. Finally, they had united successfully in the wilderness. "Now let me see," he said. "Please, no," Amy responded, her voice tinged with a playful pout. David, upon hearing the news, found his enthusiasm heightened. "You have completed a training session. Ice Element Affinity 620, Ice Element Affinity, Advanced 625641000000. With Amy successfully breaking through to the fourth tier, her training efficiency experienced a remarkable enhancement, surpassing 600. Although Amy's stamina was somewhat lacking, she managed to train 5 to 6 times a day, accumulating over 3,000 experience points daily. At this rate, it would take merely a little over 10 days for her Ice Element Affinity to advance beyond the advanced level, entering the next tier. With this thought in mind, David couldn't help but quicken his pace. After 3 rounds of training, Amy was already gasping for breath, prompting David to cease, cradling the little witch joyfully in his arms. "My lord," Amy said apologetically. Despite being a fourth-tier sorceress, her stamina had not significantly increased. David smiled and shook his head, feeling that this was perfectly satisfactory. Though his body craved fulfillment, his heart brimmed with contentment. The next day, David returned to the sorcerer's castle with Amy. The witches within the castle awaited anxiously. Upon seeing the Duke return with Amy, all the witches rushed to greet them. They were aware of Amy's intention to break through to the fourth tier, and her success was of paramount importance to them. Facing the expectant gazes of the witches, Amy slowly nodded and smiled. "I have successfully broken through." At her words, a momentary silence enveloped the gathering, followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers from all the witches. Amy's breakthrough validated the method the Duke had previously discovered for ascending to the fourth tier, igniting hope for their own potential breakthroughs. David's face also lit up with a smile. This breakthrough for Amy held significant meaning for the sorcerer's castle. He then led the witches to the back garden, allowing Amy to recount her experience of transcending to the fourth tier. The exchange continued until noon, with the witches wearing reluctant expressions as they parted. To help Amy solidify her newfound strength and to impart knowledge to the witches, She remained in the castle for several days. During this time, in addition to training, Amy delved into the knowledge contained within the Ice Sorcerer's legacy. The legacy, aside from the Frost Crystal meditation method, also documented numerous intermediate spells. For Amy to truly possess the combat prowess of a 4th-tier Ice Sorceress, she needed to not only elevate her mental acuity to the 4th tier, but also master the requisite intermediate spells. Throughout this period, David naturally stayed by Amy's side. Together, they engaged in the analysis of intermediate-level ice spells, frequently training side by side. Meanwhile, chaos continued to unfold in the north. Particularly after the assassination of the Duke's son in the Western Territories, turmoil reached its zenith. The targets David chose were also meticulously considered. The blockade at Frostwolf Ridge began to quietly unravel with the demise of these lords. Regarding this assassin, the nobility is rife with speculation. The only information they currently possess is that this assassin's speed surpasses even that of the Windstorm Divine Eagle bloodline. However, their investigations have failed to reveal any family lineage whose speed exceeds that of the Windstorm Divine Eagle bloodline. Naturally, some have conjectured that it might be the Frostwolf clan behind these actions, considering that all those who perished were aligned with the Second Prince's faction, making the targeting too conspicuous. Yet, in the absence of evidence, all that remains are mere hypotheses, leaving them powerless to act. David, choosing to remain steadfast amidst the turmoil, is also secretly orchestrating his plans. When he finally decides to strike, he will be poised to command the entire northern region and direct his sword towards the northern fortress. Concurrently, to counter the icy barrier of the northern fortress, he is diligently training with Amy. If he can elevate his ice element affinity to an extraordinary level, it might aid him in resisting the barrier's formidable power. In the Frostwolf Castle, within the study, David and Amy have just concluded their conversation. You have completed a training session. Ice element affinity 615. Ice element affinity, advanced 1000-2310-0000. After relentless effort, his ice element affinity is finally on the verge of a breakthrough. Amy, thank you. David embraces the weary Amy, his face a tapestry of gratitude. The innocent little which has indeed sacrificed much for him. No, it is I who should thank you, my lord, Amy responds, clutching her spellbook, her face radiant with joy, for she has received so much from her lord. The two, entwined in each other's warmth, exchanged countless words before reluctantly parting ways. After leaving the study, David re-enters the Frostwolf Forest. This time, he aims to achieve a breakthrough in his ice element affinity, recalling the commotion during the breakthrough of the 7th Order Frost Giant Wolf bloodline. It is certain that the disturbance will be significant. The levels above advanced affinity are about to unveil themselves. David takes a deep breath and opens the system panel. With a mere thought, a surge of frigid energy floods into his body, as if the entire world has been encased in ice. The air around him crystallizes, and in his view, everything is enveloped in a delicate ice-blue halo, with a rich concentration of ice element power continually coalescing. His breathing deepens, each exhalation dispersing minute ice crystals into the air. Gradually, intricate ice patterns emerge upon his skin, resembling a sculpted masterpiece, glinting with a chilling luminescence. David senses an unprecedented connection with the ice element, perceiving every subtle fluctuation of chill around him. He can even guide them to act according to his will. His body appears to serve as a bridge to the ice element, linking him to the boundless power contained within the snowy realm. As he opens his eyes, a thin layer of ice envelopes his entire being, and he feels as though he is merged with the ice element, transcending mere control to become an intrinsic part of it. He could sense the flow of the ice element coursing through his veins, like blood circulating within him, imbuing him with boundless strength, rendering him an embodiment of the element itself. Ice element talent. Extraordinary 231000000. Gain talent ability. Heart of ice element at that moment. The voice of the system resonated once more. Above the advanced talents lies the extraordinary talent. Once an elemental talent ascends to the extraordinary level, a new talent ability. The heart of the element is born. It appears that reaching the 7th tier involves extraordinary capabilities. David recalled the extraordinary speed he acquired after his frost giant wolf bloodline broke through to the 7th tier. Now, his ice element talent, too, had transcended to this remarkable level. To further enhance his strength as a 7th tier knight, he must engage in elemental body refinement. While a 7th tier wizard should focus on amplifying their mental power, these thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. And as his ice element talent successfully broke through to the extraordinary level, the feedback effect on his mental power followed suit. Originally, his mental strength had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Now, with this wave of mental power feedback, a torrent of ice element energy surged into his mental realm, crashing against the barrier of the 4th tier and shattering it. Chapter 117, Breakthrough, 5th Tier Wizard. With a crack, as the barrier dissipated, David's mental power surged dramatically. He forcefully transcended the constraints of 4th tier mental power, successfully breaking through to the 5th tier, unleashing a terrifying mental force that rampaged uncontrollably. David opened his eyes, connecting with the heart of ice element within his mental world. He felt a profound sense of unity with the cosmos itself. In this realm, he was the incarnation of the ice element, capable of wielding its power at will, transforming the entire world into a frigid expanse. Finally, he had reached the 5th tier. Truly, the extraordinary ice element talent was deserving of its acclaim. David exhaled a breath of cold air, feeling the formidable mental power surging within his mental world alongside the condensed heart of ice element. Simultaneously, he sensed that his 5th tier mental power significantly enhanced all his other talents. For instance, with his beast transformation talent, when he manifested in the form of a 6th tier 9-tailed fox, he could sustain that form for a longer duration. Moreover, his beast transformation talent bolstered the power of his 7th tier frost giant wolf bloodline. Although he could not completely awaken the 7th tier frost giant wolf bloodline, he could still exert a portion of its strength equivalent to that of a 6th tier frost giant wolf through his mental power. Additionally, regarding his earth element talent, although he had yet to condense the heart of earth element, his control over it was evidently stronger. The scope of his earth manipulation abilities had expanded, and the potency of his earth spells had also increased. With his mental power elevated to the 5th tier, his overall strength had undergone a comprehensive transformation, fully stepping into an entirely new echelon. Uncertain of whether his knightly prowess could be enhanced, David's thoughts stirred as he recalled the moment he first condensed his fighting spirit. This occurred upon acquiring the ice elemental affinity, which further activated the bloodline of the frost giant wolf. The condensation of the icy fighting spirit was intrinsically linked to this affinity. Furthermore, the training regimen for a 7th tier knight revolves around elemental body refinement. Possessing an elemental heart and 5th tier mental strength, he pondered if it could genuinely facilitate his elemental body refinement. With this realization igniting a fervor within him, David began to channel his icy fighting spirit, unleashing a torrent of frigid air. His ice elemental affinity had reached a transcendent level, enabling him to perceive a marked increase in the icy energy within his fighting spirit, especially after he activated the abilities granted by his elemental heart. A surge of icy energy flowed into his fighting spirit, causing it to condense and gradually take form. In that moment, drawing upon the formidable power of ice, his fighting spirit transformed into a tangible sword of ice. Although his fighting spirit remained at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, the strength of the icy fighting spirit had undeniably transcended, achieving the 6th tier. Indeed, the extraordinary ice elemental affinity could fortify his fighting spirit. Elated, David felt a sense of elation akin to that of his earlier triumphs. The synergy between the frost giant wolf bloodline and the ice elemental affinity served to amplify his strength. Next, it would be time to focus on the soul of the frost wolf, he murmured. The frost wolf's soul inherently contained the spiritual power of the frost giant wolf. Should he elevate the spirit of the snow demon to the 7th tier, his power would grow even greater. As time passed, a brief half-month ensued, culminating in the onset of a new war in the Silver Moon Kingdom. The Duke of the Southern Territory and the commander of the kingdom's army led a coalition into the southern lands. After several fierce battles, the coalition reached the southern fortress at the southernmost point. However, the conflict at the fortress had reached a stalemate. Although the kingdom boasted 2 6-tier Earth Knights capable of directly confronting the Duke of the Southern Territory, the fortress possessed unique characteristics. Unlike the geographical barriers present in the Western and Eastern territories, it bordered another kingdom directly, consequently akin to the Northern Fortress. The Southern Fortress bore the crucial responsibility of safeguarding the Silver Moon Kingdom's territory, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. Moreover, both the southern and northern fortresses were situated in areas rich in elemental energy, fortified by special barriers that could harness the immense elemental power beneath them. This endowment allowed the Duke of the Southern Territory to wield the strength to match 2 adversaries of equal rank within the fortress. As a result, the kingdom's forces could no longer rely on the 2 6-tier warriors to force an assault. They had to resort to their soldiers to launch an all-out siege on the southern fortress. In the Frost Wolf Ridge, within the wizard's castle, David was focused on channeling his mental energy to cast summoning magic. By utilizing certain elements found on summoned creatures to craft a unique summoning medium, he could successfully perform the summoning incantation. However, the scope of summoning magic is not without its limitations. Annie possesses only a 3rd-tier mental strength, which confines her summoning range to the northern lands. In contrast, David, who previously wielded a 4th-tier mental strength, was able to extend his summoning capabilities to the southern region. With his recent ascension to 5th-tier mental prowess, the execution of his summoning spells has become significantly more effortless. As the summoning magic commenced, a seemingly unremarkable little black mouse materialized before him. This small creature had been captured by David within the Crystal Song Forest. Through a mental contract, he transformed it into his messenger familiar, which he subsequently entrusted to spies in the southern region. These operatives had been cultivated in secrecy, unaware of the true allegiance they had been bound to. Moreover, these messenger familiars served as the finest observers, alleviating David's concerns about any potential disclosure of his identity. Upon summoning the little black mouse, he indeed acquired a wealth of intelligence pertaining to the southern region. Are they finally commencing a full-scale siege? David squinted thoughtfully. If that were the case, reinforcements would be unlikely to arrive at the northern fortress, allowing him to initiate his plans for an assault on it. David had long harbored a keen interest in the northern fortress, not solely because it originally belonged to the Frostwolf family. More importantly, it housed a reservoir of condensed ice elemental energy beneath it. This was no secret to the Frostwolf lineage. The former Duke had once harnessed the barrier's power of the northern fortress. David yearned to visit this barrier and explore the possibility of utilizing the ice elemental energy contained within for his cultivation. Thus, reclaiming the northern fortress became an imperative mission for him. Regrettably, only those possessing the key could communicate with the icy barrier. Otherwise, he would have eagerly infiltrated it to investigate. "My lord," Annie expressed her concerns. In response, David smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. The Night Turtle Knight guarding the northern fortress is merely at the peak of the 5th tier. Even should he harness the barrier's power, he would struggle to elevate his strength to the 6th tier, making our confrontation perfectly feasible." Upon hearing her lord's words, Annie felt a modicum of relief. Having perused the information conveyed by the little black mouse, David returned it to the spies in the southern region. Subsequently, he sought out Cynthia, instructing her to gather all the trained gray wolves to accompany him in the assault on the northern fortress. Alongside these gray wolves, the well-prepared snow eagles could also be deployed. In Frostwolf Ridge, the Frostwolf Knights began their preparations. The prospect of returning to the northern fortress filled every knight with exhilaration. For many, that night would be one of restless anticipation. Within Frostwolf Castle, David and the ladies were bidding their farewells. The impending campaign against the northern fortress would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. David's character naturally does not encourage his ladies to follow him. Even Leah and Reyna, who possess the strength of 4th-tier knights, choose to remain behind. There will be a period during which he cannot communicate with his ladies. So today he intends to engage in battle earnestly. His wives, in turn, are remarkably cooperative. Even Annie endures discomfort to train alongside the Duke 3 times. As dawn breaks, David rises from his slumber and opens his door, discovering that the 2 maid sisters are already present. Clearly, Fire Dance and Water Lotus are aware of their master's impending departure. Noticing the concern etched on their faces, David smiles and requests, "Please assist me with my attire." "As you wish, my lord," they reply, curtsying before following him to the dressing room. Observing the 2 lovely maids bustling about him, David's eyes gleam with admiration. He perceives that they have long since shed their past worries. "My lord, allow me to accompany you," Fire Dance implores, eager to care for him during his journey. David feels a twinge in his heart at her words, yet ultimately declines. This is a genuine war, and he cannot guarantee their safety. "Stay at home and await my return," he assures them, planting a gentle kiss on each maid's cheek before they can react. Rising to his feet, he waves goodbye to the startled maids and swiftly makes his way outside. Leah, Amy, Raina, Cynthia, Hill, and Annie are already prepared, bidding farewell to the Duke. David mounts the waiting shadow wolf and waves to his ladies as he departs with the wolf cavalry, quickly leaving the castle behind. Beneath the walls of Frostwolf Ridge, numerous knights have gathered. In addition to the Frostwolf Knights, many other orders of knights are present. Lords, having pledged their fealty to the Frostwolf family, sit upon a variety of steeds, their expressions grave. They had not anticipated that the Duke would seize the opportunity to strike at the northern fortress while the kingdom's army was engaged in the southern front. However, having sworn allegiance, they cannot disobey the Duke's orders. Moreover, since the Duke has chosen to attack the northern stronghold, he must possess unwavering confidence. They may yet witness the Frost Wolf family's legendary ice giant wolf in action. If the Frost Wolf family can conquer the northern fortress, they will undoubtedly reclaim dominion over the entire northern territory. As David rides forth on a shadow wolf, a low growl echoes through the air, emanating an aura of terror. Instantly, even knights of the 4th tier, such as the Lord of North Origin City, feel a weight in their hearts. The 5th tier extraordinary beast looms before them. The Lord's pupils constrict sharply as he bows his head in deference to the approaching Frost Wolf Lord atop the Shadow Wolf. David surveyed the arena with a keen gaze, nodding in satisfaction before intoning, "Let us depart." In response to his command, the knights adjusted their gear, bracing for the imminent battle. The phantom wolf beast advanced with a menacing presence, causing the very air around to seem to solidify. Leading the vanguard of wolf cavalry, he was flanked by the Frostwolf Knights, with the assembled Northern Alliance bringing up the rear. Under David's guidance, the contingent made its way directly towards North Ice City. The geographical significance of North Ice City was paramount. Should the Frostwolf Ridge launch an offensive on the northern stronghold, North Ice City was fully capable of coordinating a counterattack alongside the northern bastion. Thus, to breach the northern stronghold, the capture of North Ice City was an absolute prerequisite. Moreover, North Ice City was allied with the Second Prince's faction and appeared to maintain a close relationship with the Church. Regardless of the motives at play, David was resolute in his intent to obliterate the North Ice family from the northern territories. On the walls of North Ice City, the garrison stood vigilantly, monitoring the distant movements with palpable tension. The lord of the city had already issued orders to bolster the defenses, preparing for any potential assault. Soldiers commenced round-the-clock patrols along the ramparts, while archers took their positions, ready to unleash deadly arrows at a moment's notice. By the 3rd day, David's forces had encamped just outside North Ice City, refraining from immediate assault. As night descended, the stars twinkled overhead, yet a thick atmosphere of anxiety loomed over both the city and its surroundings. The countenance of the North Ice Lord was grim. He had not anticipated an attack from Frostwolf Ridge at this juncture. Recent intelligence indicated that the royal army was engaged in an offensive on the southern stronghold and could not provide assistance to the north. Yet Frostwolf Ridge seemed to have already been privy to this information and struck simultaneously. Now, devoid of any reinforcements, he could only brace for a staunch defense, awaiting the royal army's support after reclaiming the south. With the dawn of the following day, the forces of Frostwolf Ridge began to assemble beneath the city. The citizens of North Ice City endured their days in trepidation and unease. The Lord of North Ice City resolutely stood upon the walls, steeling himself for the approaching conflict. As the sun rose gradually, the Frostwolf Ridge army, under David's command, commenced their final pre-battle preparations. The Wolf cavalry formed into disciplined ranks, while the Frostwolf Knights flanked them, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. David, astride the phantom wolf beast and draped in the regalia of the Frostwolf family, bore a gaze as sharp as ice. Suddenly, he brandished his longsword, issuing the command to advance. The wolf cavalry surged forth like a tempest towards North Ice City, leaping over ravines and obstacles with unstoppable momentum. The Frostwolf Knights followed closely, their iron hooves thundering across the plains, stirring a cloud of dust. The gates of North Ice City remained tightly sealed. The archers commenced a relentless barrage, a rain of arrows cascading down in an attempt to thwart the charge of the wolf cavalry. However, the mobility and speed of the wolf cavalry allowed them to deftly evade the onslaught. The spectral wolf, the swiftest among them, a fifth-tier extraordinary beast, swiftly reached the base of the city walls. In a sudden leap, the spectral wolf ascended the walls directly. In the next moment, David's ice wolf-tooth sword coalesced with fighting spirit, and with a single stroke, he slaughtered all the soldiers in his vicinity. The Frost Wolf Duke was advancing. If he could be slain, the impending crisis would dissipate. An officer defending the city shouted, and some soldiers brandishing spears charged forth. Yet, within the confines of the narrow walls, the fully armored cavalry could neither charge effectively nor encircle him efficiently. With each swing of his sword, David drew blood, and in the blink of an eye, soldiers around him fell, blocking the path of those behind. The Lord of North Ice City observed this scene, having already rushed in with his knightly guards. He recognized that the Frost Wolf Duke was a fifth-tier Earth Knight, and that the spectral wolf possessed formidable strength. Yet, to charge the walls single-handedly seemed rather dismissive of his authority as the Lord of North Ice City. Simultaneously, he discerned an opportunity. The sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf had yet to make its appearance. If he could capture the Frost Wolf Duke, he could undoubtedly repel the assault of the Frost Wolf Cavalry. Soon, the Lord of North Ice City arrived, channeling his fighting spirit into his sword, leaping towards the Frost Wolf Duke like an icy bird. David had long awaited the arrival of the Lord. As the opponent's sword approached, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He raised his sword and swiftly struck. In that instant, his terrifying sixth-tier physical prowess erupted, unleashing the Frost Wolf sword technique, the power of ice-clawed ferocity converging upon his blade. Clang! A resonating sound of metal clashing echoed forth. In a moment their swords collided. The Lord of North Ice City's eyes widened in shock. From the sword, he sensed a force he could not withstand. With little resistance, he found his body soaring into the air, propelled at an even greater speed. Boom! The figure of the Lord of North Ice City was sent crashing against the surrounding wall. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the entire battlement. As everyone stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, what did they witness? Their most revered Lord of North Ice City had been vanquished in a mere exchange. How could this be? The guards of the Lord finally reached the edge of the battlefield, unable to comprehend the reality before them. Even if the Frost Wolf Duke was a fifth-tier knight, it seemed implausible that he could instantly send flying one of equal tier. Cough, cough, cough. The Lord of North Ice City slowly rose to his feet. He glanced at his ancestral ice bird sword, only to discover a notable chip upon its blade. As he beheld this scene, his pupils constricted once more. This was a knight's sword forged from the bones of a sixth-tier ice bird, and yet it had nearly been severed. Had he wielded an ordinary knight's sword, the Duke of Frostwolf's recent strike would undoubtedly have cleaved both him and his weapon asunder. A pinnacle of the fifth tier? No, even Hilman's strike lacked such ferocity. Almost instantaneously, an astonishing notion surfaced in his mind. Sixth tier. The Duke of Frostwolf before him was, in fact, a sixth-tier knight. Yet could this be possible? The Duke was scarcely 20 years of age, was he not? A sixth-tier knight at such a tender age. Had there ever been one in the annals of the Silvermoon Kingdom or anywhere on the continent? regardless of his disbelief. The Duke of Frostwolf was undeniably formidable. David, brandishing the Ice Wolf Tooth Sword, advanced step by step towards the Lord of North Ice City. Simultaneously, the sixth-tier aura emanated from him without restraint, pressing down on the Lord of North Ice City. At that moment, the figure of the old Duke of Frostwolf manifested in the Lord's consciousness, their silhouettes infinitely overlapping. Just then, 10 guardian knights positioned themselves before the Lord of North Ice City. Observing this, David raised his Ice Wolf Tooth Sword. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. His extraordinary speed surpassed the knights' reactions. By the time they realized what had transpired, David had already appeared behind them. Yet, as they attempted to retaliate, they were met with a sharp pain at their throats, collapsing helplessly to the ground. David had nearly instantaneously dispatched these guardian knights. He then stood before the Lord of North Ice City, his Ice Wolf Tooth Sword descending without hesitation. "Stop! I surrender!" the Lord of North Ice City exclaimed urgently. However, David's sword was swifter, cleaving through the Lord's blade with a single strike. A flash of crimson light followed, and the head was severed. Until his last moment, the Lord of North Ice City remained wide-eyed, evidently unable to fathom that the Duke of Frostwolf would slay him even after surrender. "My apologies, blame the church," David mused, offering a silent tribute to the Lord of North Ice City. Subsequently, he hoisted the severed head aloft and shouted into the city, "The Lord of North Ice City is dead. Lay down your weapons, and I shall spare your lives." Upon hearing his voice, chaos erupted instantly within North Ice City. When the nobles finally beheld the Lord's head, their hearts quivered, and disbelief etched their features. The span from the Duke of Frostwolf's ascent to the city walls to the Lord's confrontation had been but a fleeting moment. The battle itself had hardly been intense. Yet the Lord of North Ice City had been slain without even the semblance of resistance. Those nobles who witnessed the conflict were now utterly stupefied. They had seen the Lord of North Ice City nearly obliterated in an instant. However, the Lord of North Ice City possesses the formidable strength of a fifth-tier knight. What level of power could achieve such a swift annihilation? It is highly probable that Duke Frostwolf wields the might of a sixth-tier knight. A tremor coursed through the hearts of the nobility. Though this notion seemed almost unbelievable, it stood as the most plausible explanation at present. This revelation extinguished any thoughts of resistance, leading them to abandon their defiance upon hearing the words of Duke Frostwolf. With the surrender of the nobility of North Ice City, the soldiers followed suit, relinquishing their opposition and opening the city gates to allow the Frost Wolf Knights to enter. Not only the nobles of North Ice City, but even those within the Frost Wolf coalition wore expressions of astonishment, taken aback by the prowess of Duke Frostwolf. They had initially believed that the primary force in this battle would be the sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf. Yet, they now realized that Duke Frostwolf himself was also a sixth-tier powerhouse, igniting a fervor within their hearts. With a sixth-tier knight in Duke Frostwolf and a sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf at their side, who in the northern territories could stand against them? Surely, even the northern fortress would be powerless. In an instant, the anxieties of the nobles within the Frost Wolf coalition dissipated, replaced by expressions of confidence as they prepared for a decisive engagement. They entered North Ice City in the manner of victors, certain that the ensuing rewards would be plentiful. Was this not the very purpose of their campaign? David promptly instructed the Frost Wolf coalition to secure control over the nobles and key officers of North Ice City, beginning the recruitment of its knights. This day would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history for North Ice City, as the Icebird family, who had long ruled the city, withdrew from the historical stage, handing over control to the Frost Wolf family. That night, David took residence in the Lord's Manor of North Ice City. His first order of business was to plunder the wealth of the Icebird family, a lineage with a storied presence in the north, possessing considerable riches. Alas, the principal members of the Icebird family had long been dispatched from the city by the Lord of North Ice City. Upon receiving news of the Frost Wolf family's assault, the Lord had already arranged for a retreat. What a pity, David sighed. The North Ice family had undoubtedly relocated a significant portion of their treasures. Now, he could only await the aftermath to issue a warrant for the members of the North Ice family. hoping to recover some of the lost valuables. "My lord, the gold in the treasury of the Lord's manor has been accounted for," announced an official from Frostwolf Ridge, approaching David with a list. After reviewing it, David nodded. While the North Ice family may have taken some treasures, they had not removed the gold. Soon after, another official approached, tasked with tallying the number of nobles and officials within North Ice City. In addition, many nobles and officials, seeking to preserve their own safety, had delivered substantial gifts to the Lord's manor. Moreover, to his astonishment, some nobles had taken a page from the Wild Wolf family, sending their esteemed daughters to him. "My lord, the gifts and guests await outside," an official reported. David felt a stir within him as he picked up the list to peruse. Only those of noble blood could lend a certain enhancement to the Frost Giant Wolf lineage. As he scanned the names, he indeed discovered that the Ice Fox family possessed the superior ice-related bloodline of the Aurora Fox. "Please escort this young lady to my chamber," David calmly instructed. "As you command," the official replied before departing. David continued to review the reports submitted by the officials. After addressing all matters and delegating tasks, he made his way to his room. Inside, a white-haired maiden lay trembling on the bed. The sound of the door creaking open sent her shivering even more violently, her teeth chattering in fear. David approached her bedside, observing her distress with a slight frown. "If you are unwilling, I can have you returned," he offered. "No, I do not wish to leave," she stammered, clearly terrified. "Please, I beg you, do not send me back." David noted that the fear in her eyes seemed genuine. It appeared that, in her perception, home was a far more dreadful place than this one. It seemed she must have faced some ordeal prior to her arrival, perhaps threats from her family. He gently lifted the blanket, yet her trembling persisted unabated. "I can endure this," she implored, her voice quivering. "My lord, please grant me your favor." David did not decline her invitation. Her pitiable demeanor only served to heighten his interest. He reached out, caressing her slowly, his hands gliding over her form. After a while, he embraced her still quaking body, leaning closer to her ear to inquire once more, "Is this acceptable?" "Yes," she nodded, trembling, her eyes closing tightly. "You have completed a cultivation session and gained the Aurora Fox bloodline. Aurora Fox bloodline. Level 1, 1100, with a satisfied exhalation. The Aurora Fox bloodline coalesced at the core of his heart. However, a single encounter was hardly sufficient to satiate him. Observing the quaking maiden, he sighed, intending to allow her a moment to recover. He rose, donned his garments, and said, "Please rest well." Afterward, he exited the room and headed to the castle's rear garden, intending to let the Frost Giant Wolf bloodline absorb the essence of the Aurora Fox bloodline. At the center of his heart resided the 7th-tier Frost Giant Wolf bloodline, while the 6th-tier Nine-tailed Fox bloodline had barely gained its footing before being relegated to a corner. The Arctic Ice Bear and the Wild Mountain Wolf bloodlines quivered nearby, seemingly reluctant to assert themselves. The Aurora Fox bloodline appeared even more feeble, as if it were on the verge of being devoured by the overwhelming power of the other bloodlines. As David felt a stirring within, the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf consumed the bloodline of the Aurora Fox in one swift motion. Both the Aurora Fox and the Frost Giant Wolf possessed ice attributes, yet their enhancement lay solely in speed. Aside from rendering the fur of the Frost Giant Wolf glossier, the effect was rather negligible. One might say it was better than nothing. He contemplated allowing the Nine-tailed Fox bloodline to devour the next, pondering whether it could endow the Nine-tailed Fox with ice attributes. If so, when he transformed into the Nine-tailed Fox, wielding ice powers would undoubtedly become more effortless and intuitive. Moreover, another path lay ahead. The 7th-tier bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf could grant him extraordinary speed, while the 7th-tier bloodline of the Nine-tailed Fox should bestow him with remarkable mental acuity. And the 7th-tier bloodline of the Arctic Giant Bear would likely provide him with immense strength. He ruminated on this notion. However, aside from Cynthia's Nine-tailed Fox bloodline, elevating any other bloodline to the 7th tier proved exceedingly arduous. In comparison to relying on the system for enhancement, he felt that directly engaging in the appropriate breathing techniques, coupled with the secret elixirs, would yield swifter results. The prospect of multiple seventh-tier bloodlines felt distant and unattainable. David shook his head, setting this thought aside for the moment, and resumed his practice of the frost wolf breathing technique to fortify his combat energy. Currently, his combat energy was stalled at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. To transform his liquid combat energy into solid form, he would have to meticulously refine it, just as he had done in the past. When the soul of the snow demon also ascended to the 7th tier, he could attempt to elevate his combat energy to the 6th tier. Additionally, once the soul of the snow demon reached the 7th tier, it should manifest an extraordinary power. After a brief 2-day adjustment, David set forth with a reorganized coalition. This time, he retained a portion of the Frost Wolf Knights, bringing along the nobles and knights of North Ice City, unperturbed by any potential turmoil there. As for Nis and the wealth of North Ice City, those would remain in the Lord's Mansion, destined to return to Frost Wolf Ridge upon his victorious return. The Frost Coalition continued its advance toward the northern fortress. As they drew closer, a serious demeanor enveloped all, their faces etched with gravity. The northern fortress stood in stark contrast to North Ice City, a bastion that had safeguarded the northern borders of the Silver Moon Kingdom for countless ages. The towering and formidable walls instilled awe, prompting all to hesitate before its imposing presence. At that moment, atop the fortress walls, the commanders of a northern stronghold observed the Frost Coalition, now bolstered by the forces of North Ice City. They had long been monitoring North Ice City, thus receiving confirmation at the very moment it fell. Upon learning of the Frost Duke's apparent ascension to the 6th tier, even the guardians of the border felt astonished. Presently, there were no 6th-tier knights within the northern fortress. Only the Fortress Legion commander, under the aegis of the barrier, can contest a battle against the 6th Order knights. However, the Frostwolf clan boasts both a 6th Order Frost Giant Wolf and Duke Frostwolf, two formidable 6th Order entities. In a true confrontation, the northern fortress may not emerge victorious. Their greatest concern lies in the potential depletion of resources between the northern fortress and Frostwolf Ridge, which could invite an assault from the kingdom of Crystal Song in the far north. Before the northern fortress, two armies stand in opposition. David refrains from launching an immediate attack, instead allowing his forces to regroup. A direct assault is not a prudent choice. This conclusion was reached after deliberation with Reyna. In contrast to the northern fortress, the Northern Ice City is distinctly different. This is evident from the prolonged civil strife within the Silver Moon Kingdom, during which the northern fortress has not intervened. The primary objective of a northern fortress has always been to defend the northern borders of the Silver Moon Kingdom, preventing the kingdom of Crystal Song from encroaching even a step into their realm. Thus, they speculate that the northern fortress must also concern itself with the possibility of a great battle between the northern fortress and Frostwolf Ridge, which could allow the kingdom of Crystal Song to take advantage of the situation. The frigid north is relentless, and the kingdom of Crystal Song has never abandoned its ambitions to seize the fertile lands of the Silver Moon Kingdom, which has been the cause of ongoing strife for centuries. This, too, could be a point of leverage for them. By demonstrating superior strength and proving to the commanders of a northern fortress that the Frostwolf clan is more qualified to safeguard the northern fortress than the royal army, they could gain the upper hand. Of course, this is merely an analysis by him and Reyna. Yet, without attempting it, how could they ascertain the success of their scheme? Therefore, as night fell, David stealthily departed the camp, inching closer to the northern fortress. He then activated his beast transformation talent, entering his full state, awakening a portion of the bloodline of the Frost Giant Wolf, transforming himself once more into a 6th Order Frost Giant Wolf. This time, he distinctly felt the ease with which he wielded the power of the 6th Order Frost Giant Wolf, devoid of the oppressive sensation that once accompanied it. With a howl that pierced the night, he unleashed a roar that sent ripples of unrest through the northern fortress. Numerous soldiers raised their weapons, their gazes fixated on the colossal figure bathed in moonlight, their pupils dilating in shock. The Frost Giant Wolf. This was the 6th Order Frost Giant Wolf of the Frostwolf clan. The expressions of some commanders reflected disbelief. After all, the Frostwolf clan had been the guardians of the northern fortress. Some among them were former commanders of the northern fortress, and they recognized it immediately. Yet, this frost giant wolf was even grander than they had imagined, though it stood shorter than the city walls. There was no doubt it could easily leap over and enter the northern fortress. The aura emanating from this frost giant wolf was unmistakably that of the Sixth Order, possessing the potential to wreak havoc upon the northern fortress. Chapter 118. The Unveiling of the Frost Barrier. Suddenly, the frost giant wolf opened its mouth wide. A tremendous surge of icy elemental energy was drawn into its maw, subsequently transforming into a breath of frost that erupted forth towards the city walls. The chilling blast struck the walls, instantly encasing them in ice, while the frigid air continued to sweep outwards, freezing everything it encountered. "Block it," commanded the Earth Knights, channeling their fighting spirit to form a barrier. However, upon contact with the cold, the barrier too began to succumb to the encroaching frost. Fortunately, the frost breath was directed at the walls. Had it been aimed at them directly, even the fourth-tier Earth Knights would likely have been ensnared in the terrifying sixth-tier frost breath. After unleashing his attack, David felt the drain on his mental energy. Without hesitation, he turned and departed amidst the fearful gazes of those around him. Only when the frost giant wolf's figure had completely vanished did the commanders and soldiers atop the northern fortress exhale in relief. Though the reason for the frost giant wolf's retreat remained a mystery, they were grateful it had not launched another assault on the northern stronghold. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Frost Wolf Coalition, the nobles and soldiers were roused from their slumber by the echoes of the wolf's howl. Upon witnessing the frost giant wolf bathe in moonlight, their hearts trembled with astonishment and joy. They had long pondered the absence of the sixth-tier frost giant wolf on the battlefield, and now they finally beheld its majestic form, further affirming its existence. Coupled with the suspected sixth-tier knightly prowess of Duke Frostwolf, confidence surged among them. With two sixth-tier entities, the Frost Wolf Coalition was destined for victory. David found a secluded spot to burrow underground, shedding his beastly form before stealthily returning to his camp. Outside, the gray wolf knight awaited at the entrance. Yet he refrained from intruding into the chamber in search of the Lord. "Uncle Eli," David greeted as he opened the door, his tone calm. The gray wolf knight nodded, suppressing the urge to glance into the room, and recounted the appearance of the frost giant wolf. "Yes, I summoned the frost giant wolf. Tomorrow morning, send a messenger to deliver a letter for me." David smiled as he relayed his instructions before dispersing throughout the camp. This was an opportune moment to bolster the coalition's morale, and it must not be squandered. That night, the northern stronghold remained on high alert. By dawn, the messenger dispatched by David arrived at the fortress. In response, the northern stronghold sent forth its own envoy for negotiations. David proposed a suggestion to determine the ownership of the northern fortress through a glorious duel. The victorious party would take control of the stronghold and continue its duty of guarding the northern lands. Upon hearing this suggestion, the commander of the northern fortress promptly convened the prominent generals to deliberate on the matter. They harbored concerns that engaging in battle with Frostwolf Ridge would weaken both sides, thereby providing an opportunity for the Crystal Song Kingdom. The Duke of Frostwolf alluded to this in his correspondence. Consequently, he proposed a fair duel of honor, asserting that he would face them alone, without deploying the formidable sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf. This indeed presented a viable solution for the northern fortress. The sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf that had appeared the previous night was likely a tactic employed by the Duke of Frostwolf to intimidate them into agreeing to the honorable duel. Should the Frostwolf Coalition truly unleash the sixth-tier Frost Giant Wolf, coupled with the Duke and numerous knights, the northern fortress, even with its protective barrier, would sustain catastrophic losses, jeopardizing its capacity to defend the north. I concur with the notion of this honorable duel. I second that, came the agreement from several generals, most of whom had fought alongside the old Duke of Frostwolf and bore no aversion to reinstating the Frostwolf family's control over the northern fortress. I oppose this proposal. One general interjected, "Let us not forget that the Duke's actions are a provocation to His Majesty. If he were loyal to the Silver Moon Kingdom, he ought to rally his forces to assist in the campaign against the southern territories, rather than seeking to seize the northern fortress." Naturally, there were many generals aligned with the royal interests, predominantly those recently dispatched to the northern fortress. The duty of the Northern Fortress is to safeguard the borders of the Silver Moon Kingdom, protecting its citizens from the ravages of the far north. Is it truly worth the immense price to prevent the Frostwolf Coalition? Ultimately, it is the common folk who will suffer. A heated debate ensued between the factions. In the end, all eyes turned to the silent fortress commander, awaiting his verdict. "I agree to the honorable duel," the fortress commander declared, his voice steady under the scrutiny of all present. Although the Duke of Frostwolf was rumored to be a sixth-tier knight, his age suggested that, regardless of his talents, he might barely have attained such prowess. In this scenario, although the commander himself was a peak fifth-tier knight, bolstered by the barrier's power, he could contend with a sixth-tier opponent and not be deemed weak. Should the honorable duel take place, facing the Duke alone, he stood a considerable chance of victory, perhaps even repelling the Frostwolf Coalition. And if he were to be defeated, what of it? The Northern Fortress would return to the stronger Duke of Frostwolf, who he believed would ensure that the Crystal Song Kingdom could never encroach upon the Silver Moon Kingdom again. He found this prospect acceptable as well. As anticipated by David and Reyna, the performance of the fortress commander resembled that of a competent leader, adept at discerning when to stand firm and when to yield. The opposing side was reluctant to engage in the Silver Moon Civil War, preferring instead to safeguard the Northern Fortress. In this scenario, David merely needed to propose a peaceful resolution to the dispute, instilling a sense of confidence in the likelihood of success, which would compel the other party to acquiesce. Those generals who supported the honorable duel breathed a sigh of relief, while those aligned with the second prince wore expressions of subtle discontent. After the death of the old duke, the Frostwolf family had hastily abandoned all and retreated from the Northern Fortress, seemingly of their own accord. Yet it was evident that they had been subjected to covert coercion. Following their departure, a significant portion of wealth had fallen into the hands of their adversaries, who naturally preferred the Frostwolf family not to return to the Northern Fortress. However, with the command of the fortress and the barrier's power now in the hands of the fortress commander, the opposing factions found themselves unable to refuse his decisions. Meanwhile, the Frostwolf Coalition was still enraptured by the appearance of the sixth-tier frost giant wolf, yet they were puzzled by its sudden departure. It was only when the news of the honorable duel reached them that the nobles began to comprehend the true intentions of the Duke of Frostwolf. Their excitement reignited. They realized that if the ownership of the Northern Fortress could be determined through an honorable duel, they would be spared the horrors of battle. This was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome for them. Still, an undercurrent of anxiety persisted. Could the Duke of Frostwolf truly secure victory? Within the camp, David exhaled with relief upon receiving the news. He had just received reports from various messengers, indicating that the conflict in the southern territories raged on, giving him insight into the strength of the fortress barrier. If he truly possessed two six-tier combatants, the situation might be more manageable. Yet, only he knew that the sixth-tier frost giant wolf was a manifestation of his own abilities, relying solely on his own strength. He harbored doubts about overcoming the fortress's protective barrier with just the might of knights. While invoking the power of a sorcerer could guarantee success, it would invariably leave traces that could attract the church's attention, complicating matters significantly. The honorable duel was the optimal solution that he and Reyna had devised. It appeared their judgment was sound. This fortress commander was indeed a figure worthy of respect. Ultimately, it was the fortress commander who stood to lose the most. Shortly thereafter, the arrangements for the honorable duel were finalized. On the morning of the following day, both David and the fortress commander appeared on the battlefield. Subsequently, each party advanced independently towards the central duel arena, a location sufficiently distant from their respective armies to ensure that external influences would not interfere with the fairness of the confrontation. To my astonishment, the once small creature has grown at an astonishing pace. The fortress commander hails from the esteemed Magoo family, bearing the lineage of the ice snow tortoise. This bloodline, to a certain extent, dictates the temperament of its bearer. The fortress commander embodies a demeanor that is both tranquil and composed. Upon their initial encounter, no hostility was exhibited. Instead, a light-hearted conversation ensued, bringing a smile to David's face. "I am profoundly grateful for the precautions my father left behind. Now, as a sixth-tier knight, I believe I am poised to reclaim the Northern Fortress and resume the Frostwolf family's duty of safeguarding the Northern realms. David mused with a slight smile, designating this endeavor as a reclamation rather than an invasion. The fortress commander nodded gently. Then let us begin. With that, his gaze sharpened, infused with a fierce intensity. A powerful aura surged forth from him, coalescing into a defensive barrier akin to a tortoise's shell. David gripped his sword with one hand, recognizing that if his opponent was to defend, he would take the offensive. Be cautious, he warned, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Propelled by extraordinary speed, a capability befitting a 7th-tier warrior. Though merely an ability conferred by his bloodline, his velocity reached astonishing heights, allowing him to appear before the fortress commander in the blink of an eye. How swift! The fortress commander gasped, swiftly fortifying his defenses. With a resounding boom, David unleashed a punch, the air crackling with an explosive sound. His fist collided with the barrier of aura, unleashing the terrifying strength imbued within his 6th-tier physique, creating a shockwave that reverberated around them. The fortress commander felt a weight pressing down upon him, as if his feet were burdened by immense force. Sinking into the earth beneath, a cacophony of cracking noises erupted as his defensive barrier began to splinter under David's assault. This is indeed the power of a 6th-tier warrior, he realized, astonished that the Duke of Frostwolf had not yet drawn upon his aura, relying solely on his physical prowess to shatter his defenses. The fortress commander braced himself against the onslaught, watching in dread as his protective shell fractured, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had initially hoped to test the limits of his seemingly invulnerable defense, only to discover that David's strikes were far harder than he had anticipated. David, unyielding, launched a relentless barrage of punches, striking out more than 10 times in an instant, his speed ensuring that the force of each blow was formidable, even without the use of aura. Realizing that he would soon be overwhelmed by David's unyielding assault, the commander retrieved a blue crystal orb to establish communication with the barrier. This orb served as the key to the Northern Fortress's protective enchantments, allowing him to summon the elemental ice forces dwelling beneath, a symbol of the fortress commander's authority. Section 105. With a resounding crack, an immense gathering of ice elements coalesced into a terrifying frost. David faced this formidable, icy force head-on. Although he was a frost wizard, he chose to retreat momentarily, waiting for the icy tempest to dissipate. The fortress commander, enveloped in the frigid storm, felt his aura steadily amplify under the fortification of the barrier. It was not until he transcended the pinnacle of the 5th tier that the acceleration of his power's enhancement began to wane, allowing him to fully ascend into the 6th tier. Once the icy tempest subsided, a multitude of ice crystals adorned the commander, and an additional layer of frosty armor emerged over his battle aura, effectively maximizing his defense. David contemplatively surged forward once more. His relentless fist struck against the frost armor, shattering it with each blow. However, the armor, bolstered by an immense reservoir of ice elemental energy, swiftly regenerated even after being broken, rendering it incredibly difficult for him to breach the defenses. At this moment, both sides on the battlefield were riveted by this momentous duel. The Frost-Wolf Alliance, witnessing the sudden explosive speed and shell-shattering power of Duke Frostwolf, felt a collective certainty in their hearts. Meanwhile, the Northern Fortress, upon confirming that Duke Frostwolf indeed possessed 6th-tier strength, trembled with disbelief. Initially, they had merely speculated, convincing themselves that the Duke was not as formidable as he appeared. Yet, witnessing his true prowess left them utterly astounded, grappling with the incredibility of a 20-year-old 6th-tier knight in the annals of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Only Duke Frostwolf had achieved such a feat in contrast. The Silver Moon Star Prince paled in comparison. This realization ignited a wave of concern among them. Would their commander truly falter? Fortunately, the fortress commander drew upon the power of the fortification-S barrier to stabilize the situation, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. The battle had only just begun. Ice Battle Aura. David began to harness his aura as well. The Heart of Ice, bestowed upon him by his extraordinary affinity for ice elements, surged within him, causing the frost's power to flow through his veins like blood. Ultimately, this icy energy melded with the essence contained within the bloodline of the frost giant wolf, coalescing into a formidable ice battle aura. With a flourish, David raised his hand high, gathering the ice battle aura. A chilling gust emanated from his palm, and as the aura coalesced, it transformed into a magnificent sword of ice. Holding the ice sword aloft, enveloped in an aura of frost, he resembled the Frost King wielding the sword of icy judgment, his formidable presence sweeping across the battlefield. The materialization of battle aura? Witnessing the spectacle, all present were taken aback. For these ordinary knights, discerning the distinction between ice battle aura and solidified battle aura proved utterly perplexing. However, in terms of potency, they appeared nearly indistinguishable. Even with the formidable heritage of the Seventh Order Frostwolf bloodline and the extraordinary affinity for ice elements, the strength of the icy battle aura surpassed that of ordinary corporeal energies. It was Sixth Order battle aura. The Fortress Commander's senses heightened perceptibly. Faced with the impending strike, he dared not underestimate it and summoned the full might of his protective barrier. In an instant, the power of the ice barrier surged forth, gathering a substantial amount of ice elemental energy, rushing towards David in an attempt to ensnare him in frost. However, he was utterly oblivious to the fact that David was a Fifth Order Frost Mage, thanks to his extraordinary affinity for ice elements. His mastery over the icy forces exceeded that of a Sixth Order Ice Knight, rendering the icy barrier inferior to him. With a deft command of ice, David began to harness the ice elements. These gifts were not conventional spells, especially when augmented by the power of the Frostwolf bloodline. Even the church would struggle to recognize his identity as a mage. Crack, crack. The icy shackles that enveloped him shattered instantaneously. Following this, a sudden pull emanated from the ice sword in his hand, continuously absorbing the ice elemental powers, thereby amplifying its own might. How is this possible? Why are you able to draw upon the strength of the ice barrier? The Fortress Commander's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed David relentlessly siphoning the ice elemental energy contained within the barrier, his expression one of utter incredulity. The ice barrier rightfully belonged to our Frostwolf clan. David did not respond directly, a hint of mockery dancing across his features. The next moment, he raised the ice sword, now stretching several dozen meters long, and brought it down upon the commander, clad in an icy armor and a battle aura shell. Boom! The icy sword struck against the shield. After a brief stalemate, the sword slowly pressed down. The icy armor immediately emitted a resonant hum, overwhelmed by the pressure. Initially, the power of the icy sword was sufficient to breach the icy armor. Now, with the absorbed strength of the barrier, it was as if it could rend the very fabric of reality. The icy armor shattered, and the battle aura shell proved no match for its might. Ultimately, the icy sword collided with the protective shield emanating from the key of the ice barrier, causing a violent tremor upon impact. I shall see how long the barrier can withstand this assault. David lifted his sword once more and struck down heavily, causing fissures to appear in the shield. By the time he raised his sword again to deliver another blow, the fortress commander wore an expression of utter resignation. The power of the ice barrier had proven ineffective against his adversary, and as a Fifth Order Peak Knight, he found himself devoid of any means to counterattack. Even if the barrier's shield could endure further strikes, it would merely prolong the inevitable, wasting the precious ice energy contained within. Though reluctant, he made the wisest choice: surrender. This battle was lost. Upon hearing his words, David paused the icy sword in midair. Hand over the key to the ice barrier, David spoke solemnly. To master the ice barrier is to gain control over the northern fortress. At that moment, the commanders of the northern fortress began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A portion of them bore complex expressions. They had anticipated the defeat of their commander, yet they were unprepared for such a thorough rout. The disparity in strength between the two sides was indeed vast. Another group of commanders was visibly shaken, unable to accept this outcome. We must mobilize our troops immediately. We cannot allow the key to the ice barrier to fall into the hands of Duke Frostwolf. Their faces contorted in distress. Mobilize? The Frostwolf family's 6th-tier frost giant wolf has yet to make its move, one commander scoffed. Moreover, this is an honorable duel. Indeed, this was the most sacred honorable duel between knights. Although the chaotic state of the kingdom had led many knights to abandon their code, numerous remained steadfast in their adherence to it, for it was their creed. On the other side, the nobles of the Frostwolf coalition were filled with exhilaration. Once Duke Frostwolf secured the key to the ice barrier, all would be concluded. This is what you deserve, sighed the fortress commander, withdrawing the barrier shield. Now, with the ice sword suspended in the sky, it could swiftly conclude the life of this 5th-tier peak Earth Knight. David nodded, using the ice sword to lift the ice gem, bringing it closer and grasping it firmly. He harbored no intention of taking the commander's life. Despite his defeat, the commander had preserved the strength of the northern fortress and Frostwolf Ridge, allowing it to continue safeguarding the north, earning admiration. If the commander wished to protect the northern fortress, entrusting it to him would not be objectionable. Of course, he would keep the key to the barrier firmly in his possession. Holding the key would grant him dominion over the fortress. His gaze fell upon the key to the fortress barrier, and he suddenly felt a warm familiarity. As his mental energy penetrated it, he was instantly embraced. Was this the spiritual imprint of the ancestors of the Frostwolf family? David's heart stirred. The Frostwolf family had guarded the northern fortress for generations. The key bore the mark that belonged to the Frostwolf lineage. Observing this scene, the fortress commander sighed once more. It seemed that the northern fortress inherently belonged to the Frostwolf family. He was merely returning it to its rightful owners. I hope you will honor your promise to safeguard the northern fortress. His tone lightened unexpectedly. If one were to disregard familial and royal ties, entrusting the northern fortress to the Frostwolf family would indeed be the optimal outcome. With the 6th-tier knight, Duke Frostwolf, wielding the fortress barrier, coupled with a 6th-tier frost giant wolf, even the entirety of the Crystal Song Kingdom would find it challenging to breach the northern fortress. Especially considering how remarkably young Duke Frostwolf truly was. Thus, within a century, the northern territories of the Silver Moon Kingdom found themselves secure. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly safeguard the northern fortress. A confident smile graced David's face. His intentions extended beyond mere protection. He aspired to utilize the northern fortress as a launching point to aid Lena in reclaiming the Crystal Song Kingdom. Moreover, regarding the commanders of the northern fortress, one hesitated. David replied calmly, I shall seek vengeance for grievances, but I will not take an unnecessary life. The commander opened his mouth, well aware of the circumstances surrounding past events. The Frostwolf family had hastily fled the northern fortress, taking nothing but a few knightly attendants, a situation manipulated by certain forces. Now, with the Duke of Frostwolf returning to the northern fortress, he wished to minimize the casualties among the fortress's commanders, yet recognized the inevitability of the Duke's thirst for revenge. He could only hope that the Duke would exercise restraint, sparing unnecessary bloodshed. David narrowed his eyes, choosing silence thereafter, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the northern fortress as the icy orb in his hand activated, causing the barrier to dissolve gradually. Upon the city walls, certain commanders, witnessing the Duke of Frostwolf assume command, exchanged glances and sighed in resignation, accepting the unfolding reality. Some commanders, already aligned with the Frostwolf family, began to open the city gates, preparing to welcome the new master of the northern fortress. Meanwhile, those who had secretly participated in the division of the Frostwolf family's power started to retreat, seeking an opportunity to escape the northern fortress. Within the fortress, commanders, driven by their differing allegiances, commenced their actions. Simultaneously, the Frostwolf coalition stirred into motion. With the assistance of several commanders from the northern fortress, David and the Frostwolf coalition entered directly. They swiftly took control of some defenses, realizing that vigilance remained paramount. Presenting my respects, my Lord Duke. Soon, the nobles of the city were gathered. The majority expressed their fealty, their families and powers tied to the northern fortress, leaving them no choice but to pledge allegiance. David accepted the loyalty of some nobles, yet he remained resolute in rejecting those already marked by the Grey Wolf Knights. It was time for retribution, to repay grievances in kind. He immediately announced a list of noble names, subsequently ordering the wolf cavalry to apprehend these nobles. Those who dared to resist found no mercy. He swiftly pronounced the death sentence upon them. Duke of Frostwolf, how I loathe you! I should have slain you outright, erasing the Frostwolf family from this world entirely. As they faced their impending doom, the nobles cursed, unable to comprehend how the once ineffectual heir of the Frostwolf lineage had come to wield such power. How was it possible to elevate one's strength to that of a 6th-tier Earth Knight and become a top-tier powerhouse in such a brief span? The other nobles, now fully aware, cast wary glances at Duke Frostwolf, a chill creeping into their hearts. The Duke's restraint was truly formidable. In retrospect, it was evident that Duke Frostwolf had been concealing his true capabilities. A descendant of the Frostwolf family, lacking any activated bloodline, posed no threat whatsoever. In due course, he would simply fade into obscurity. At such times, no one would contemplate taking action against the seemingly inconsequential Frostwolf family, as the potential gains were minimal, and the risk of incurring unwarranted infamy was high. Had these factions known that Duke Frostwolf had already activated his bloodline power, and that his potential far surpassed that of the former Duke, they would likely have acted at once. However, it was too late to voice such thoughts. In the game of power, victors and vanquished must accept the consequences of their outcomes. David had evidently learned from his own experiences, showing no mercy to these nobles and opting for a decisive eradication. Over several days, the northern fortress ran red with blood. Fortunately, David exhibited a measure of restraint, sparing the lives of all the nobles. For those who had not targeted the Frostwolf family, but merely occupied their enterprises, he imposed a penalty substantial enough to be crippling. Once he had dealt with the hostile factions within the northern fortress, peace finally returned to the stronghold. The next step was to organize the northern fortress. David did not intend to disturb the original defenders of the fortress excessively. Apart from allowing a few nobles loyal to the Frostwolf family to fill the ranks of those who had been removed, he even planned to retain the fortress commander in his position. "My lord, do you not intend to garrison the northern fortress?" Marquis Kearney inquired, puzzled. David nodded in response. Frostwolf Ridge still housed his wife and the witches. Moreover, compared to the northern fortress, Frostwolf Ridge was evidently more obscure, providing an ideal sanctuary for the witches. Additionally, the complexities of the factions within the northern fortress were overwhelming. He preferred not to expend his energy navigating the intricacies of dealing with these nobles. Now that he had eliminated the antagonistic forces against the Frostwolf family within the northern fortress and held the key to its barrier, no one could stir up any turmoil there. Furthermore, Frostwolf Ridge was not far from the northern fortress, and with his swift steed, the Phantom Wolf, he could reach the stronghold in half a day's ride. With him as the nominal commander of the northern fortress, its strength was significantly enhanced compared to before. Upon hearing Duke Frostwolf's resolute stance, Kearney realized that further persuasion would be futile. Moreover, both the other nobles of the northern fortress and his own family hoped that he would continue to serve as the fortress commander. "I shall continue to safeguard the northern fortress for his grace," the Duke, Marquis Kearney solemnly declared. David nodded in agreement, intending to leave a portion of his officials to assist Kearney in managing the northern stronghold, which also served the purpose of surveillance. Moreover, with Annie deploying covert agents within the fortress, he would have a messenger at his disposal, enabling him to stay informed of any occurrences within the northern bastion. Having arranged these myriad details, David exhaled in relief. The northern fortress now constituted a part of his domain, yielding substantial annual tax revenues and profits. With such vast resources at his disposal, his forthcoming endeavors in sorcery would proceed with greater ease. Having meticulously sorted through his affairs, David finally found the opportunity to examine the ice crystal orb capable of controlling the ice barrier. This orb, inherently an ice element weapon, could directly enhance the potency of an ice sorcerer's spells. However, its paramount function was to govern the ice barrier itself. David was currently residing in the former estate of the Frostwolf family, which also served as the residence of the fortress commander. During this period, the ice and snow tortoise family had begun their relocation, and it was only natural for David to reclaim the Frostwolf estate. His figure swiftly traversed to the study within the castle. The furnishings in the study appeared largely unchanged since his departure, a fact that pleased him regarding the ice and snow toward his family's management. This satisfaction was a primary reason for his decision to allow them to continue overseeing the northern fortress. However, David's purpose in visiting was not one of nostalgia. Within this study lay the hidden entrance to the ice barrier. Skillfully, he opened the secret passage and descended the staircase, arriving before a formidable iron door. He then retrieved an ancestral golden key of the Frostwolf family from his pocket and unlocked the heavy iron door. The door was impressively sturdy, adorned with runes capable of shielding energy, effectively isolating the energies within the barrier. As a long-sealed iron door creaked open, a chilling gust surged forth. The dense essence of ice seemingly intent on encasing the entire chamber in frost. Seizing the moment, David swiftly commanded the cold air, imprisoning it within the confines of the door. He then stepped into the barrier, finding himself in an ice-capped cavern. The surrounding space was enveloped in ice as hard as steel, while at the cavern's center lay a complex and grand magical array, the very source of the barrier's power. This array continuously condensed ice elemental energy, transforming it into the strength of the barrier. The ice crystal orb in David's possession was the key to controlling this magical formation. The richness of the ice elemental energy was palpable. David closed his eyes to savor the sensation, pleasantly surprised. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position and commenced the frost and snow crystal meditation technique. As his extraordinary ice element talent was activated, a substantial amount of ice elemental energy was continuously absorbed by him. Although he had anticipated this, he was still somewhat astonished to witness his fifth-tier mental power visibly strengthened. This place was undoubtedly a paradise for ice sorcerers, capable of amplifying meditation effects by several multiples. The results of just a single session of cultivation were already comparable to those of several days prior. He felt that if he were to cultivate here for a day, the effects would surely rival those of absorbing a piece of ice crystal. For him, the current ice barrier also served as a crucial trump card, enhancing his strength. By invoking the ice barrier to bolster himself, he was confident he could contend with multiple six-tier knights simultaneously. A thought crossed David's mind. It would indeed be beneficial to bring Amy here. Currently, she was merely a fourth-tier ice sorcerer, and the cultivation effects would undoubtedly be far more pronounced for her. Now that his ice element talent had reached an extraordinary level, advancing further would require 1 million experience points, and Amy's strength was somewhat lacking. David concluded his meditation and rose, making his way toward a corner of the ice cavern. Through the frost, he discerned several wooden boxes within. These were the treasures hastily left behind by the Frostwolf family during their abrupt departure. However, after so much time had passed, these boxes had also been encased in ice. Additionally, there were other valuables left by various heads of the Frostwolf family. In the past, David had been unable to extract these items. Yet, as an ice sorcerer now, retrieving them was no longer a challenge. He refrained from disturbing the chest he had placed here, as it contained only mundane items. The truly valuable treasures were those left by his ancestors. Cautiously, he approached the ice-encased wooden boxes. Utilizing his ice elemental talent, he effortlessly manipulated the surrounding ice elements. He began to envelop the boxes with pure ice elemental energy, gently melting the ice layers to avoid damaging the contents within. As the icy shell gradually peeled away, the true nature of the boxes was revealed, with their ancient wood and exquisite carvings exuding a sense of antiquity. Chapter 119. The Sorcerer's Treasure Boxes Within the Ice. 3 boxes were sealed in total. Upon extracting them, David discovered that they bore seals. This was evidently the reason these boxes had remained unopened for so long. As long as the seals existed, they could not be opened without being broken. These might be treasures left by sorcerers. A spark of inspiration ignited in David's mind as he suddenly activated the ice element heart within his mental realm. In the next moment, magical power imbued with ice elements gathered continuously, enveloping one of the treasure boxes. As the magical energy surged, it gradually merged into the runes inscribed upon the box. Suddenly, The runes illuminated, and as the magical energy surged forth, the seal truly opened. It was a remarkable success. Evidently, this chest was indeed left behind by a wizard. David's face radiated with astonishment as he proceeded to open the chest before him. Inside lay a multitude of tattered parchment tomes. He picked one up and, upon flipping it open, discovered that the text was written in the common tongue of the continent. Sighing in relief, he began to examine it with great diligence. To his amazement, the parchment tome was densely filled with various foundational spells and theoretical knowledge, encompassing the elemental legacies of wind, water, earth, fire, and ice. Was this the wisdom of the wizarding organization? As David perused several volumes, his eyes widened with astonishment. In truth, there had long been a rumor among the northern wizards. Ages ago, the northern fortress was once the stronghold of a wizarding organization. The icy barrier was a protective enchantment left by this organization to guard their base. However, for reasons unknown, the wizards had departed. Subsequently, the Silver Moon Kingdom discovered this wizardly legacy and erected the northern fortress upon it. Now, the foundational wizardly knowledge sealed within the icy wooden chests lent credence to the rumors circulating among the wizards. Wind, water, earth, and fire. These four were the most common wizardly talents. Possessing even one of these attributes presented the opportunity to become a wizard. David's gaze fell upon the foundational tomes dedicated to these elemental legacies. This organization appeared to be a lineage of ice element wizards, as evidenced by the scarce advanced teachings pertaining to ice magic. Nevertheless, ice was not a commonly encountered elemental talent. Even in ancient times, those endowed with the gift of ice magic were surely few in number. Thus, for a conventional wizarding organization to flourish, it must assimilate wizards from other factions and construct a comprehensive framework. Although Hill and Amy already possess corresponding elemental legacies, these foundational teachings were evidently more suited to ordinary wizards. A thought crossed David's mind. With these foundational teachings, they might successfully cultivate a cohort of wizards. Just like Fire Dance and Water Lotus, two ordinary individuals truly gifted with wizardly potential now had the opportunity to become wizards and, in turn, wield extraordinary power. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for him. David perceived that the value of these foundational legacies equated to that of an entire northern fortress. He then turned his gaze towards the other two wooden chests. The discoveries from the first chest had far exceeded his expectations. He was curious about the contents of the remaining ones. He proceeded to open the second chest in the same manner, only to find it filled to the brim with more tattered parchment tomes. Upon a cursory glance, he discovered that these manuscripts contained the teachings of the spell formation wizards. The array wizard and the potion wizard are both branches within the esteemed profession of wizardry. However, the array wizard is considerably rarer than his potion counterpart. To his astonishment, he discovered that a legacy of the array wizard had been preserved in this place. David examined the tome with great seriousness, his face revealing his surprise. Within its pages, he found methods for arranging an ice barrier. Clearly, this was the inheritance left by the wizard who initially established the ice barrier. In addition to the ice barrier, this parchment book contained various techniques for erecting other barriers, encompassing everything from basic to advanced arrays. Among these, he encountered the most fundamental of elemental arrays, a four-element array that does not require alchemical components, only the harnessing of the powers of earth, wind, fire, and water. This would enable four-element wizards to learn and perform the array. David thought of Hill and Raina, who wielded the powers of earth and wind respectively, while Fire Dance and Water Lotus possessed the elemental affinities of water and fire. Although their talents were not particularly strong, they had yet to master their respective elemental powers. If the two maids could harness the powers of water and fire, alongside Hill and Raina, they could attempt to establish this four-element array. The array itself could enable the weak to triumph over the strong. He wondered just how formidable the power of the four elemental witches would be when they executed the four-element array. Moreover, the parchment book contained several other basic arrays, including one specifically designed for summoning rain, though its conditions for arrangement were exceedingly stringent. David solemnly tucked away the parchment book. The knowledge of wizards is truly invaluable. Each tome is a treasure of immense worth. Finally, his gaze fell upon the third wooden chest. Upon opening it, he indeed found yet another parchment book. This time, the contents pertained to the legacy of the potion wizard, documenting a plethora of potion recipes. The foundational legacy of wizards, the array wizard's legacy, and the potion wizard's legacy. These three chests contain the most crucial knowledge of a wizarding organization. With these three legacies, even if the wizarding organization were to perish, it could be reborn in the future. The Ice Wizard Organization, your legacy, shall be entrusted to me. One day, the teachings of wizards will once again be disseminated throughout this world. David's expression turned grave. Upon his return, he would endeavor to seek out apprentices with wizardly potential and cultivate more wizards. Additionally, he had gained control over the Ice Pearl and the Ice Barrier. The spoils of occupying the northern fortress were indeed significant, and the wizarding legacy was an unexpected delight. He carefully closed all the chests. Once he returned, he would make arrangements to transcribe these ancient parchments multiple times. For now, he needed to ensure the safe transport of these chests back to Frostwolf Ridge. After sealing the box once more and encasing it in ice with the power of frost, David retrieved the Frost Pearl. As he harnessed the energy of the Frost Pearl, the surrounding icy forces were continuously absorbed into the gem, storing their essence within. Subsequently, all he needed to do was present this Frost Pearl to Amy, who would be able to directly absorb the elemental energy contained within for her cultivation. However, the concentration of ice element energy in this place was incredibly dense. The Frost Pearl could only absorb a minuscule fraction of it. Once the energy within the Frost Pearl was fully consumed, he would have to return to the icy barrier to recharge it once more. He imagined the little witch would be exceedingly thrilled, providing him an opportunity to make some excessive demands. Then, he unearthed the treasures of the Frost Wolf clan, intending to take them back to Frostwolf Ridge along with the spoils he had gathered. While David reveled in his victorious spoils, the entire North and even the Silver Moon Kingdom were already in turmoil. The northern nobles could all sense the shift. The heavens had changed for the North, and the Frostwolf clan was poised to reclaim their throne. In the capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom, Blanco furiously swept the documents from his desk to the floor. Damn it. Why they not fight? Why betray me? Traitors, all of them. They have betrayed Silver Moon. Blanco roared in a fit of rage within the palace. Recently, news had arrived of the Frostwolf clan attacking North Ice City, a revelation that astonished the entire capital. What did Duke Frostwolf intend to achieve? Did he plan to seize the north while the kingdom's army was engaged in the southern front? Blanco, the newly crowned king, was consumed by fury, convinced that the Frostwolf clan was courting their own demise. Without hesitation, he ordered the northern fortress to mobilize troops, determined to annihilate the Frostwolf clan in the north. However, news soon followed that Duke Frostwolf had successfully captured North Ice City, almost instantly vanquishing its lord. As he read the reports suggesting that Duke Frostwolf was a 6th-tier knight, Blanco gradually regained his composure, though his expression darkened further. A 6th tier? Duke Frostwolf is a 6th tier? How could that be? A 20-year-old 6th-tier knight seemed to him the most ludicrous tale he had ever heard. Yet, there lingered an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Of course, it was merely a vague intuition. No matter how formidable Duke Frostwolf might be, it was utterly impossible for him to conquer the northern fortress in such a short time. As long as the northern fortress could hold out for a while, the kingdom's army could divert forces from the southern front to provide support. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the northern fortress and Frostwolf Ridge had not engaged in battle at all, but had resorted to a ridiculous duel of honor. Moreover, the fortress commander, despite the enhancement of the icy barrier, had still been defeated. To Blanco, this was no different from outright betrayal. If the generals at the northern fortress were to fight to the bitter end, even a victory at Frostwolf Ridge would be a Pyrrhic one. At that point, his kingdom's army could easily march north and obliterate Frostwolf Ridge. Yet, these traitors at the northern fortress allowed Duke Frostwolf to effortlessly take control of it. With the knights of the Frostwolf family already at his disposal, how could the kingdom's army, suffering considerable losses in the southern territories, possibly launch an assault on the north? He was overwhelmed by a sense of losing control over the situation. A sixth-tier knight, Duke Frostwolf indeed possessed formidable strength. He sat despondently in his chair, feeling a profound sense of pressure emanating from the existence of Duke Frostwolf. This sensation was something he had never experienced, even during his quest for the throne. Yet now, it was palpable in the presence of Duke Frostwolf. Furthermore, the restraint exhibited by the Duke instilled a sense of trepidation within him. From initial forbearance to gradually revealing his strength, seizing the opportunity to attack the southern territories, and now capturing the northern fortress, he loathed this feeling, yet felt utterly powerless against it. I must stabilize the southern territories swiftly and regroup my forces. After venting his frustrations, Bronco gradually calmed down, his mind racing with strategies. Power! I must quickly harness the might of the Silver Dragon. In the Crystal Song Kingdom, Duke Icecrown sat alone upon his elevated ice throne. His gaze drifted outward, directed towards the Silver Moon Kingdom. Just moments ago, he had received news of the change in ownership of the northern fortress. The new master of this stronghold was none other than Duke Frostwolf, a formidable opponent with talents rivaling those of an apostle of the divine, who also understood the art of patience. It was no wonder that Princess Crystal Song chose to remain by the Duke's side. Indeed, he represented a significant challenge and could very well be the greatest obstacle to his ascension to the throne. However, the true winter has yet to arrive. At Frostwolf Ridge, the witches had received updates from the front lines. Upon learning that the Duke had taken control of the northern fortress, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, David returned to Frostwolf Ridge with the Frostwolf Knights, bringing with him a plethora of treasures and resources. "Welcome back, my lord," greeted Reyna as she approached. David, smiling, caressed Reyna's cheek, and their eyes met with warmth. They had once devised battle strategies together, and now, witnessing their plans come to fruition, they felt a deeper connection. "You'll have to work hard again," David remarked with a grin. In addition to the wealth he had brought back, he also returned with many craftsmen, serfs, and livestock, all of which needed proper settlement. As for Nis, who bore the bloodline of the Aurora Fox and had been brought back to the territory, she had already been arranged to reside at the estate, perfectly accompanying Yuna. Rena shook her head, indicating that she was not weary, and promptly began to immerse herself in her tasks. This time, only Rena and the officials of the territory came to greet him. David took the opportunity to encourage these officials to cooperate with Rena in her endeavors. He then returned to Frostwolf Castle, laden with treasures. At the castle entrance, the informed ladies, Leah, Amy, Cynthia, and Shire, were already awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing their lord return, they quickly gathered around him. "I'm back," David reassured the ladies one by one. Subsequently, he entrusted these treasures to Leah, who resembled the castle's steward, instructing her to organize them with the maids and secure them in the treasury. Alongside the treasures, there were also books that he had scavenged from the Northern Ice Lord's estate and various nobles from the Northern Fortress, perfectly augmenting the castle's library. Amy and Shire promptly took charge of organizing the books, while Cynthia went to inspect the extraordinary livestock that David had brought back, which he had collected on the side. Consuming the meat of these extraordinary beasts could significantly aid knights in their training, a resource that many prominent noble families possessed. Although Frostwolf Ridge's finances had previously been commendable, they had not reached a level where they could sustain extraordinary creatures as a source of meat. Now that the Frostwolf family had taken control of the northern fortress, their strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, allowing them to possess resources typically reserved for the most powerful families. Additionally, he had recently brought back some snow wolves and gray wolves for breeding, and during this time, Cynthia had been diligently caring for the newly born pups. Annie remained at the witch's castle, making this period one of the most desolate for Frostwolf Ridge. Fortunately, no incidents had occurred, and the witches were relieved. "I'm back." David smiled at the two young maids. "Welcome back, my lord." Fire Dance and Water Lily curtsied together, lifting their skirts. David smiled faintly, patting their heads. "My lord, the hot water is ready," Fire Dance said, lowering her gaze. David nodded, instructing Fire Dance to assist him with his ablutions, while Water Lily went to the kitchen to check on the dinner preparations. That night, David dined with the ladies. After such a long separation, this night was destined to be exceptionally prolonged. In the attic on the 3rd floor, shadows flickered, intertwining with one another. The following day, David arrived at the wizard's castle with 3 treasure chests. Upon seeing the contents of the chests, wizardly inheritances, the witches present were left astounded. The basic wizard inheritance, the array wizard inheritance, and the potion wizard inheritance. Each of these inheritances was of immense significance to these witches, who derived their powers from awakened wizardly bloodlines. Particularly, the potion wizard inheritance held great value. The ability to concoct potions that assisted in training would notably enhance the witch's cultivation speed. "Your Grace," they exclaimed. At this moment, Annie was overwhelmed with excitement and embraced David in front of everyone. The other witches, including Yezi, Raina, and Sophia, were also somewhat out of control. If David were to make an excessive request at that moment, these exhilarated young witches might very well acquiesce. "Now, each of you should transcribe this knowledge of sorcery," David instructed, harboring no ulterior motives regarding the mystical knowledge. He earnestly wished for each witch to become proficient in both ritual magic and potion crafting. Yezi, being an apothecary, was the first to receive one of the large chests from him. "Thank you, Your Grace," Yezi said, lifting the hem of her green dress and bowing gracefully. "Do your best. The future of the wizarding castle lies in your hands," David remarked with a smile, devoid of any jest. The auxiliary effects of potions were indeed vital for a wizard's cultivation, particularly in this era of waning magic. With the diminishing elements and magical energies in the world, relying solely on meditation to enhance one's mental faculties yielded poor results. Even as a 5th-tier wizard, he still required potions to aid in the elevation of his mental prowess. "I will not betray your Grace's trust," Yezi replied earnestly, deeply moved by his faith in her and resolved to become a potion master. "There is no need for excessive pressure. I will assist you in researching potion formulas moving forward," David reassured her with a warm smile. This presented an excellent opportunity for him to be alone with Yezi, which he intended to seize. Over time, he sensed that Yezi had become less resistant towards him. Encouraged, he felt confident in his chances of winning her affections. Subsequently, David entrusted the compiled legacy of the Wind Sorcerers to Raina. Although she was a 3rd-tier witch, she had yet to receive any wizarding heritage. "Thank you, Your Grace," Raina's melodious voice chimed. Her personality was as gentle as the wind, though there was an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. David had not yet engaged deeply with this wind witch, but he felt no immediate urgency to master the power of the wind. He could take his time to cultivate their relationship. "Is there any sorceress knowledge I can learn?" Sophia inquired. She seemed somewhat at a loss, as her attributes and abilities appeared unrelated to the legacies at hand. "You might consider exploring the knowledge of ritual sorcery," David suggested, recalling the rudimentary insights he had gleaned from the ritual sorcerer legacy. The rituals encompassed a wealth of alchemical knowledge, given that Sophia's ability was manifestation. Understanding the principles of magical artifacts might enable her to bring them into reality. Upon hearing his words, Sophia nodded with delight and approached the chest that contained the legacy of the array sorcerers. Melissa, displaying a more modest ambition, expressed her desire to also learn about the arrays while assisting in transcribing relevant tomes. The Earth Witch, Hill, naturally opted to pursue the Earth-based legacy for her studies. Leah, Amy, and Raina took on the most extensive transcription tasks, focusing on the crucial Ice Faction legacy of the Ice Sorcerers organization. David allocated the transcription duties accordingly, ultimately assigning the legacies of the Fire and Water factions to the 2 young maids who were serving nearby. "Master, can we too?" Fire Dance exclaimed in astonishment. Although they had been studying sorcery, their innate talent was indeed lacking. They were on the verge of giving up their aspirations of becoming sorceresses, so it was unexpected for the master to entrust such a task to them and their sister. Water Lily felt a surge of anxiety at this moment. Despite having spent some time learning from Lady Amy, she had only managed to grasp the basics of reading and she truly felt uncertain about completing such a formidable task. "Fear not, we shall assist you," David reassured them. "Moreover, these are fundamental sorceress legacies. You may just find this opportunity allows you to become sorceresses yourselves." Amy nodded in agreement, promising her support. The two young maids exchanged glances and nodded in acceptance. Although they were aware of their average sorceress aptitude, they genuinely wished to become witches. Once the transcription tasks for the sorceress legacies were assigned, the witches eagerly began to transcribe. For a sorceress, the allure of knowledge was irresistible. For them, knowledge equated to power. In Frostwolf Ridge, within the town hall, David and Reyna continued to manage the affairs of their territory. With their successful takeover of the northern fortress and the expulsion of the Loyalists from North Ice City, they were in a position to seize the entirety of the northern lands. Henceforth, Frostwolf Ridge could significantly accelerate its development. As it stood, Frostwolf Ridge could no longer support its growth on its own. It was imperative to formally establish Frostwolf City and incorporate more territories under the dominion of the Frostwolf family. In addition, they needed to deliberate on how to handle their relationship with the royal family. At present, Frostwolf Ridge was far from a position of relaxation. Engaging in direct conflict with the royal family still posed a considerable risk. Nonetheless, through strategic distraction, Frostwolf Ridge had gradually strengthened. From relying solely on the intimidation of the frost giants to now possessing true six-tier power, it would not be an easy feat for the capital to swallow Frostwolf Ridge. Ultimately, it all came down to having sufficient strength. If he could continue to enhance his power, reaching the pinnacle of the sixth tier, or even breaking into the seventh tier, he would have little to fear across the entire Silver Moon Kingdom, able to sweep through it with ease. "Rena, why not take a moment to rest?" David suggested to Rena, who was still engrossed in reviewing documents from various regions. Rena cast him a fleeting glance before resuming her task. "Are you not weary of those soul energies?" he inquired with a smile. With a sigh of resignation, Rena stood up, pressing one hand on the desk while the other sifted through the papers before her, meticulously examining each line. David had already positioned himself behind her, joining her in the task of grading assignments. After a while of scrutinizing the documents, Rena could no longer resist the urge to bite her pen, leaning her hands on the desk in fatigue. Later that evening, David and Rena returned to Frostwolf Castle, after which David made his way to Rena's chamber. Having arranged with Leah to assist Rena in her ascension to the fourth tier, he had instructed her and the others to retire early for the night. Tonight, Rena would be fighting her battles alone. "I shall take a bath first," Rena announced, feeling uncomfortable in her sticky attire. "Very well. Do remember to don that ensemble," David replied, seated comfortably as he admired the princess's exquisite form. "Understood," Rena responded, her cheeks flushed. However, this was a promise she had made before the Duke's departure. When Rena emerged from her bath, she was adorned in a splendid princess gown, complete with a crown that epitomized the grace of Princess Jinga, captivating David's attention instantly. This was the true Princess Jinga, and she now belonged to him. A surge of excitement coursed through David, eliciting a swift reaction from his body. He rose, striding towards the princess and enveloping her in his embrace, taking the time to appreciate her beauty. "Your Grace," Rena's gaze faltered, her neck tinged with crimson. "I am here, Your Highness." "Come, my knight," David declared, lifting the princess effortlessly and making his way to the master bedroom. Rena nestled her head against his chest, her arms wrapped around him, her flowing gown trailing behind her like a celestial being poised to descend into the mortal realm. David lowered his head to kiss her gently. Streams of mental energy surged into Rena's consciousness, intertwining the essence of the snow demon. He channeled vast quantities of his mental power into Rena's snow demon soul, a collection amassed from the battlefield, including the essence of the fifth-tier knight of the Northern Ice City and all the fallen soldiers, along with the noble families eliminated at the Northern Fortress, all contributing to his formidable reservoir of soul energy. Though Rena was prepared, she was still taken aback by the overwhelming sensations emanating from the snow demon's soul and quickly focused her efforts on refining it. David gently set Rena down, opting not to disturb her as she absorbed the soul power within the snow demon essence, silently guarding her side. Thus time passed slowly. The soul power within the snow demon soul was incessantly absorbed, with all the necromantic energy contained therein being embraced by the snow demon soul. The resulting pure mental energy seamlessly integrated into Reyna's own mental prowess. At that moment, Reyna's mental strength had already ascended to the pinnacle of the third tier. Upon absorbing this surge of mental energy, it surged dramatically, shattering the barriers of the third tier and propelling her into the realm of the fourth tier. With the fourth tier snow demon soul and fourth tier mental strength, Reyna had now truly become a fourth tier snow sorceress, wielding the powers of ice and death. Reyna opened her eyes, her face alight with astonishment. Just a year prior, she had been a wandering princess, filled with uncertainty and helplessness as she arrived in the northern lands of the Silver Moon Kingdom. She had hidden cautiously alongside the refugees from the pursuers of the Crystal Song Kingdom. Ultimately, she found herself in Frostwolf Ridge, where she was compelled to become the woman of the Duke of Frostwolf. Initially, she believed her life would be confined to this fate, to bear a child with the bloodline of Crystal Song, clinging to a flicker of hope. At first, it was merely a glimmer of hope. Even if she bore a child with the blood of Crystal Song for the Duke, she merely aimed to preserve a spark for the royal family, never truly expecting to reclaim the Crystal Song Kingdom. Despite the Duke of Frostwolf's remarkable talent, they were faced with the formidable Duke of Icecrown. Merely surviving was a substantial challenge. However, what transpired next was entirely beyond her expectations. First came the Duke's fearless guardianship, followed by his unwavering trust in her. He entrusted the finances of Frostwolf Ridge to her, completely winning her heart and prompting her to embrace everything, striving for a brighter future. Subsequently, the Duke's strength grew ever more formidable, eventually breaking through to become a sixth-tier knight at the pinnacle of his class, seizing the northern fortress and revealing to her the hope of reclaiming the Crystal Song Kingdom. Now, even she had successfully broken through to the fourth tier. All that once seemed impossible had manifested into reality. With this in mind, she looked joyfully towards the Duke, approaching him with determination. "Help me reclaim the Crystal Song Kingdom," Reyna declared, her voice resolute. Her gestures were grand, as if to convey her unwavering resolve. "Once I ascend the throne of the Crystal Song Kingdom, you may do as you wish. Do as I wish. What if it involves claiming you while seated upon the throne? That is acceptable." A sudden surge of fire ignited within David. "You have completed a training session. Snow Demon Soul 1125. The experience points provided after Reyna's successful ascension to the fourth tier nearly doubled. The following day, when Huowu came to tidy up, she was taken aback. Torn fabric strips lay scattered across both the bed and the floor, a testament to the ferocity of the previous night's battle. Immediately, the countenance of Huowu became flushed and her body grew warm. Although she had listened countless times outside and had entered to tidy up on numerous occasions, this time, she was perplexed by the rapid beating of her heart. "Sister, do you have feelings for the Lord?" Shui Lian approached, curiosity evident on her face, which also bore a hint of crimson. Upon hearing this, Huowu was momentarily taken aback, for she had never contemplated this question before. Memories of her arrival at the Frostwolf Castle surfaced in her mind, when both she and her sister had lacked deep emotions. It was the Lord's unwavering encouragement in their daily lives that gradually helped them discover their humanity. Thus, did she harbor affection for the Lord? Huowu pondered earnestly, feeling certain that she did. Yet almost instantaneously, her expression dimmed. The Lord's wives were formidable knights or powerful sorceresses, while she was merely a humble maid, vastly inferior in comparison. "Sister, I too have feelings for the Lord. Therefore, I aspire to master magic and become a sorceress," Shui Lian declared with determination in her eyes. She sensed that the Lord had a profound fondness for sorceresses, and thus, she yearned to become one to earn his affection. Huowu was taken aback, recalling the Lord's trust. He wished for them to become sorceresses, and they must indeed strive to fulfill that aspiration. In the sorcerer's castle, David had commissioned Hill to construct an underground training chamber. At that moment, within this subterranean sanctuary, the ice orb continuously emitted frigid energy, cloaking the walls in a layer of ice. This underground chamber was meticulously designed to mimic the ice barrier from the frost giant wolves within the Frostwolf family's tomb. It could be deduced that Frostwolf Ridge was also a place capable of channeling icy energy. Regrettably, they had yet to learn the method of arranging the ice barrier. Otherwise, they could replicate the icy defenses of a northern fortress to safeguard the sorcerer's castle. Presently, David, Laia, Amy, and Reyna sat in a meditative state around the ice orb, diligently absorbing the energy it contained. All four possessed bloodlines and talents related to ice, enabling them to cultivate through the ice orb. Naturally, the most notable effects were experienced by David and Amy, the two ice sorcerers, who tirelessly honed their mental fortitude with the icy energy. Although Laia and Reyna were not ice sorcerers, they still reaped considerable benefits, further strengthening their frost giant wolf bloodline and snow spirit essence. Additionally, the ice elemental sorceress inheritance they had acquired allowed Laia and Reyna to further their studies. As David concluded a round of cultivation, he and Amy simultaneously opened their eyes, and he could not help but smile, saying, "Ladies, please continue to assist me in my training." Chapter 120, 7th Tier Soul, Unity of Spirit and Flesh. In the ensuing time, David engaged in cultivation while simultaneously attending to the affairs of his territory. News from various corners of the Silver Moon Kingdom continuously reaches Frostwolf Ridge through the diligent messengers. After nearly a month of relentless conflict, the Duke of the West and the Royal Army have yet to breach the southern stronghold. David, however, is not surprised. He has witnessed the formidable power of the stronghold's barrier with his own eyes. Moreover, the southern stronghold is personally overseen by the Duke of the South, rendering it incomparable to its northern counterparts. The Flame family has governed the southern stronghold for over a century, likely possessing knowledge of its secrets and the ability to fully harness the power of the fire barrier. Nonetheless, with the foundation of the Silver Moon royal family, coupled with the presence of two 6th-tier powerhouses, it should still be possible to conquer the southern stronghold. Even if the new king emerges victorious, the cost will undoubtedly be significant. Reyna speaks as both contemplate whether the new king will direct his focus towards Frostwolf Ridge. Clearly, he will not strike in the immediate future. The season of harvest has arrived, soon to be followed by the harsh winter. The new king, Bronco, is likely to take this time to reorganize his forces and will only turn his attention to Frostwolf Ridge after the spring planting. David thus concludes that, regardless of the circumstances, Frostwolf Ridge must endeavor to strengthen itself before any action is taken from the capital. At the Wizard's castle, the witches are deeply engrossed in the study of arcane heritage. Apart from training with Reyna, David has also immersed himself in the learning of sorcerer's traditions. Additionally, he has begun to consciously seek out the materials necessary for potion crafting in the northern territories. Perhaps due to the fact that the Ice Sorcerers Organization is itself rooted in the north, he finds that the required ingredients can indeed be sourced from this region. After a period of diligent collection, he successfully assembles all the necessary components for crafting a basic magical potion. In the potion chamber, where David and Leah had crafted the Frostwolf elixir, David is now attempting to concoct the basic magical potion alongside Yezi. Yezi possesses remarkable talent as an apothecary, particularly in her ability to control various magical plants. David, endowed with the power of the Eye of Magic, can sense the subtle shifts in magical energy during the potion-making process. At this moment, Yezi is delicately handling the magical plants, effortlessly employing her powers to manipulate them. David observes quietly from the side, captivated by her presence. Yezi's beauty lies not only in her appearance, but also in the focused demeanor she exhibits while at work, coupled with her innate tranquility. Her long hair cascades gently over her shoulders, swaying softly with her slightest movements, reminiscent of a sprite in an enchanted forest. Wisdom glimmers in her eyes, and every stir of the potion is imbued with a rhythmic grace as she immerses herself entirely in the task at hand. David's gaze lingers upon her, and he feels an overwhelming sense of peace wash over him. Her existence seems capable of soothing the tumult of his emotions, rendering his heart as tranquil as still water. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden halo in the corner of the apothecary. David smiled softly, feeling profoundly captivated by the serene beauty surrounding them, as if time had momentarily paused. Their synergy was becoming increasingly harmonious, and the magic flowed effortlessly between them. Guided by the leaves, David's magical eye became more adept at capturing every subtle shift within the potion. Meanwhile, Leaf's botanical talent rendered the amalgamation of the potion flawless. As the magical essence within the potion began to coalesce, Leaf exhaled in relief. Under their collaborative efforts, the potion gradually stabilized, its hue shifting from deep purple to a gentle blue-green, the fluctuations of magic becoming calm yet potent. They exchanged smiles, clearly pleased with their successful experiment. David remarked, "This potion is as beautiful as you." Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Leaf's cheeks as she turned her head away in flustered surprise. Over time, their collaboration had deepened, and their feelings seemed to be undergoing subtle transformations as well. David could sense the girl's shyness and chose not to delve further. Instead, he focused on the bottle of primary magical potion, whose magical resonance was sufficient to aid novice wizards in their training. When Leaf noticed his gaze on the potion, she nodded in agreement. They proceeded to test the primary magical potion, allowing Leaf to consume it and enter a meditative state. The effects of the potion aligned perfectly with their expectations, proving remarkably effective for novice wizards and entirely suitable for distribution among the witches. "Thank you, Your Grace," Leaf said, a soft smile gracing her lips. She looked at David and gently replied, "I appreciate your magical eye." David smiled faintly, ruffling Leaf's delicate green hair. "I should be the one thanking you. The apothecary's future relies on your talents." Leaf instinctively shrank her neck, yet did not shy away, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. David refrained from teasing the bashful Leaf any further, and they resumed the preparation of the primary magical potion. With their prior experience, the process became significantly easier, to the point where they no longer required the assistance of the magical eye. Leaf was able to prepare it independently. Within the wizard's castle, the witches gazed at the potion, their faces alight with astonishment. "Leaf, thank you," Cynthia exclaimed, joyfully embracing Leaf. She was the witch who struggled the most to remain focused during her training, and the availability of a magical potion was a tremendous boon. With the bloodline potion combined with the magical potion, she envisioned herself breaking through to the rank of intermediate witch. "It is all thanks to Your Grace," Leaf replied, her face slightly flushed. Cynthia narrowed her eyes knowingly, recognizing that Leaf and the Lord had been spending considerable time together. Her uncanny intuition immediately deduced that something significant had transpired between them. It seemed she would soon gain another close sister. At this moment, David approached, casting a resigned glance at Cynthia. Currently, Leah, Amy, and Raina had all ascended to the 4th tier, while Hill and Annie had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, on the verge of a breakthrough, merely awaiting the right opportunity. In contrast, Cynthia's progress and strength had been considerably slower, lingering shortly after her recent advancement to the 3rd tier. David felt compelled to devote time to rigorously train Cynthia, aiming to expedite her progression to the 4th tier. Whether through her nine-tailed fox lineage or her beast transformation talent, both significantly contributed to his own enhancement in power. Particularly, her beast transformation ability might prove to be the key to mastering the 7th tier of strength. Unbeknownst to Cynthia, a shadowy claw had stealthily reached for her, as she delightedly examined the magical potion. Subsequently, she eagerly attempted to test the potion's effects, discovering that it indeed bolstered her mental fortitude considerably. With excitement, she exclaimed her joy and resolved to undertake a task involving magical plants, hoping to persuade Yezi to assist her in concocting more potions. David distributed the basic magical potions evenly among the witches, ensuring that Huowu and Shui Lian also received their share, with the hope that they would soon emerge as witches themselves. Thereafter, the witches joyously departed to commence their training. At that moment, Leah, Raina, and Annie approached. David wore a puzzled expression, wondering if the three sought to schedule an appointment with him for the evening. "Young master, we three have had a brief discussion and feel that we need to establish certain regulations for the witch castle," Leah began. "Regulations?" David was taken aback. quickly realizing the essence of their intent. Leon nodded, addressing the issue of potion consumption. Although Frostwolf Ridge's finances were currently robust and the materials for magical potions were readily available, allowing for ample potion provision to the witches, they would inevitably concoct an increasing number of potions in the future. If some of these were particularly rare, equitable distribution would be unfeasible. Furthermore, with the anticipated rise in the number of witches, equal distribution would become an even more daunting task. To ensure the witch castle's prosperous development, it was imperative to devise a reasonable allocation system to facilitate the effective operation of the witch organization. David nodded in acknowledgement, as he had contemplated this issue prior. However, since all resources had initially been acquired by him, he had freely chosen their distribution, and the other witches had no objections. Yet, establishing a witch organization necessitated a different approach. We envision creating a point system, where each witch earns a certain number of points daily. Those contributing to the witch castle can earn additional points, which can later be exchanged for corresponding resources. Annie smiled, stating, "We each need to strive for the future of the witch castle and cannot solely rely on the Duke's strength." David, upon hearing the news, nodded with a smile and entrusted the task to Leah, Rena, and Annie, instructing them to formulate a system. This indeed could better motivate the witches, enabling them to enhance their abilities, and with improvement, they could also earn points as rewards. Thus, time gradually passed. During this period, Yezi diligently concocted potions while Leah, Rena, and Annie completed the establishment of a straightforward distribution system. Essentially, each witch would receive a bottle of magical potion daily. To acquire additional potions, they needed to contribute to the wizard's castle. Contributions could include Cynthia's foraging for more magical flora in the wild, Hill's assistance in mining and constructing the castle, and Yezi's potion making, all meriting corresponding points. Even Huowu and Shui Lian could earn points by tidying the castle. These points could then be exchanged for the potions. Furthermore, there were various other services available for purchase with points, such as consulting David on certain aspects of wizardry. Subsequently, Annie took over the management task and began distributing the point cards. David chose not to engage in the witch's activities. He only needed to ensure the fairness of the distribution system, which seemed to delight the witches. He then commenced gathering materials for intermediate magical potions. Only intermediate potions could assist him in mental cultivation, as the effects of beginner potions were inadequate. However, the materials required for intermediate potions were significantly rarer than those for beginner potions. Thus far, he still needed one crucial ingredient, the magical herb. In the potion room, David continued to assist Yezi in potion making. This time, they were attempting to create an intermediate restorative potion. Though it was an intermediate potion, the materials were not particularly rare. However, only a mid-tier alchemist could concoct such potions, and Yezi, at present, clearly had not yet reached that level. After yet another failure, Yezi sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. "You were so close to success. You are already quite remarkable," David reassured her with a smile, acknowledging Yezi's evident talent in potion making. "Thank you, Your Grace," Yezi replied, taking a deep breath as she prepared to try again. David used his magical eye to assist her. Yet it remained challenging for Yezi to fully grasp the balance of magical energy, as the fluctuations in intermediate potions were quite intense. Observing this, he squinted and said in a low voice, "Yezi, let go of your mental realm. I can share my perspective with you." Yezi hesitated, her gaze wavering. However, realizing she was on the cusp of successfully concocting the intermediate healing potion, she steeled herself and nodded, "All right," seeing that Yezi did not refuse. A glimmer of silver flashed in David's eyes as his mental energy surged, flowing into Yezi's mental realm. Soon, he sensed her mental energy enveloped in a verdant glow. At this moment, Yezi sensed his mental energy and gradually released the green light. Seizing the opportunity, David's mental force entered the verdant glow, and as their energies intertwined, Yezi, despite her preparations, felt an extraordinary sensation, as if their souls had begun to merge. "It has begun," David declared. He then summoned the Eye of Magic. Yezi quickly adjusted herself, her gaze fixed on the potion before her, embarking on the process of concoction. With the assistance of the Eye of Magic, her perception of magical energy became remarkably clearer and more acute. Guided by Yezi, the Eye of Magic adeptly detected every subtle change within the potion. Her innate talent for botany ensured the flawless amalgamation of ingredients, and the magical essence within the potion gradually stabilized. "I did it," Yezi exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. However, when she turned around, she unexpectedly found herself in an embrace. A sudden wave of realization struck her. She had forgotten that the Duke was just behind her, and in her turn, she had unwittingly thrown herself into his arms. Instinctively, David wrapped his arms around her and, after a moment's pause, did not let go, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "Your Grace," Yezi stammered, still somewhat dazed but offering no resistance. Her silence was tantamount to consent, and David seized the moment to kiss her. Yezi's eyes widened in surprise as she felt her lips parted. Overwhelmed, she could only passively yield to the Duke's advances. David offered her no opportunity to contemplate, enveloping her in a prolonged kiss that nearly left her breathless, her mind a blank canvas. It was only when he finally released her that she gasped for air. Retreating to the wall, her cheeks flushed. "Yezi," David called softly. "Why, yes," Yezi stammered in response, her thoughts still muddled. Although she had prepared herself, such moments invariably left her flustered. She looked up to meet the Duke's concerned gaze, took a deep breath, and reassured him, "I'm fine. Our potion was a success." "Indeed, you succeeded," David replied, relieved to see that she was not upset. He approached her and took her hand, leading her to the experiment table. Though slightly awkward, Yezi did not pull away from his grasp. Upon reaching the table, her attention was swiftly drawn to the dark green, mid-level healing potion before her. She could sense the life, energy it contained. "Let us step outside to test its effects," David suggested. Yezi nodded in agreement. After leaving the potion room, they stepped into the open air. David called for the shadow wolf and mounted it, then extended his hand toward Yezi, inviting her to join him. With flushed cheeks, Yezi extended her hand, allowing the Duke to pull her up into his embrace. Once settled, David spoke. Subsequently, the two rode swiftly through the forest on the ethereal wolf beast. Initially, David intended to traverse the woods in search of a beast imbued with extraordinary bloodlines, intending to incapacitate it before testing the efficacy of his healing potion. However, amidst the trees, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a severely injured wood-type green snake, its body nearly severed and gasping for life. "Oh!" Yezi exclaimed, rushing to the side of the small green serpent. Without hesitation, she administered a mid-tier healing potion to the creature. As the potion was ingested, a faint green glow enveloped the snake, and its injuries visibly began to mend. Though it could not fully restore itself to a pristine state in an instant, it was well on its way to recovery, able to open its eyes at last. What remarkable healing effects! David's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such potent restorative properties would be beneficial even for him. In the heat of battle, a single vial of mid-tier healing potion could undoubtedly save a life, allowing for fearless engagement in combat. Seeing the green snake's recovery brought a sigh of relief to Yezi, who gently placed it on the ground. The snake, possessing a semblance of sentience, nuzzled its head against Yezi's palm, expressing gratitude in its own way. This little green snake is quite impressive, David thought. During the forthcoming potion-making process, it would certainly require test subjects, and this wood-type snake seemed perfectly suited, especially given its connection with Yezi. Contemplating this, he inquired if Yezi would like to form a pact with the snake as her magical companion, offering to assist with a spiritual contract. Without a moment's hesitation, Yezi agreed. Seeing her enthusiasm, David activated his spiritual contract ability. The snake's strength was akin to that of a knight squire, and thus, it posed little challenge for him. Without regard for the snake's consent, he subdued it with his mental prowess, subsequently facilitating the contract with Yezi, binding it as her magical pet under the most stringent master-servant agreement. Henceforth, the snake would be unable to contravene any of Yezi's commands or offer any resistance. Feeling the connection forged between herself and the green snake, Yezi joyfully cradled it in her hands. Small enough to fit in her palm, it appeared rather adorable. making for an intriguing pet. After completing the necessary adjustments to the healing potion, David and Yezi returned to the wizard's castle. Eagerly, Yezi rushed back to the potion room, while David chose not to follow, feeling an uncomfortable heat coursing through him. Contemplating his situation, he sought out Melissa. "Still haven't won over Yezi?" Melissa teased. She could discern that the Duke had recently been pursuing Yezi. Yet, he had yet to succeed. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to seek her out in such a frenzy. "How dare he mock me? Just wait and see how I shall punish you." David scoffed coldly. Upon hearing this, Melissa laughed even more unabashedly. "Come on, master." Observing her, David conjured ice to ensnare Melissa's hands within frigid shackles, then tore them apart, revealing a shattered beauty. Immediately, Melissa feigned a pitiful demeanor, pleading for mercy, crying out for help, and embodying a bashful reluctance. "Master." Pink energy coalesced in Melissa's eyes, activating her enchanting talent and stirring David's emotions. David could no longer contain himself, raising his long limbs. "You have completed a training session. Enchantment Talent 107, Enchantment Talent. Intermediate 8632100000. In the afternoon, David finally emerged, leaning against the wall. He appeared weary, yet his spirit was vibrant, revealing a sense of fulfillment in his eyes. Upon returning to the sorcerer's castle, he found the witches engrossed in their studies of arcane knowledge. So he chose not to disturb them. He retreated to his study to meditate, utilizing the time granted by the sages. Thus time passed gradually. David continued to labor diligently alongside Lena in their training. Through his recent efforts, the experience bar for the Snow Demon Soul had risen to 400,000, leaving just 100,000 more to achieve a breakthrough. Half a month passed. The New King's coalition ultimately breached the southern fortress. However, this time, they failed to eliminate the Duke of the South, allowing him to escape with the third prince to a neighboring country. Subsequently, the Silver Moon Kingdom seized control of the southern fortress. Thus, the new king had already secured the eastern, southern, and western regions. To date, the struggle for the throne of the Silver Moon Kingdom had reached its conclusion. Although the Frost Wolf Duke occupied the northern lands, he posed no threat to the new king's reign. Nonetheless, the north had indeed fallen into the hands of the Frost Wolf Duke, drawing everyone's attention to the northern region. What puzzled them was that the Frost Wolf Duke had not taken residence in the northern fortress, but had returned to Frost Wolf Ridge, seemingly unwilling to assume control of the northern fortress. Yet, it was well known that the Frost Wolf Duke held the key to unlock the barrier of the northern fortress, effectively granting him dominion over it. It remained uncertain how the new king would respond. The new king, Blanco, though he occupied the southern region, now bore the responsibility of defending against the assault from the Flame Kingdom. This indicated a strategic miscalculation on his part. Although he was aware that the southern fortress was protected by a fire barrier, its strength exceeded his expectations, resulting in substantial losses. Moreover, the escape of the Duke of the South and the third Prince of Silver Moon was also an unforeseen development for the new King Blanco, intensifying his apprehension. The southern fortress has indeed fallen, David sighed. No matter how potent the fortress's barrier may be, it ultimately failed to uphold its protection for an extended period. Once the energy of the fortress barrier is depleted, it crumbles without further assault. Of course, depleting the fortress's energy would require a significant expenditure from a new coalition of kings. It is said that 1/5 of their knights remained on the battlefield. As David and Reyna had surmised, the new king currently lacks the capacity to deploy forces. At this juncture, the strategy devised by David and Reyna to weaken the second prince's strength through the civil discord in the Silver Moon capital has proven successful. From a point where they could only rely on the frost giants for intimidation, they have now mastered the 6th tier of power. With the enhancement of the ice barrier, Frostwolf Ridge is now qualified to confront the new king's coalition, instilling a sense of trepidation in him. "I wonder who has obtained the barrier key," Reyna lamented. The southern fortress may also serve as a stronghold for a certain wizarding organization, possibly harboring some form of wizardly legacy. "If given a chance, we must venture to the south," David concurred. "However, it is certainly not feasible in the short term. Perhaps he must first conquer the Silver Moon Kingdom before he has the opportunity to explore the possible ruins in the south. Indeed, we still have time, Reyna nodded, her expression slightly easing. According to their estimations, they still have ample time, at least half a year. Yet, this is merely an estimation. No one can ascertain the future. No, time is still of the essence. We must engage in our training with utmost urgency, David asserted, his expression turning serious as he spoke these earnest words. Though his hands acted quite contrary, gently unbuttoning Reyna's blouse. Today, Reyna wore a uniform skirt paired with knee-high white stockings, an ensemble that David greatly admired, igniting a fervent desire within him. In the Frostwolf Forest, David embarked once more on a breakthrough of his bloodline. This time, the soul of the snow spirit he sought to transcend was rather unique, although it is a form of bloodline power. The snow spirit is a necromantic bloodline that commands the forces of ice and snow, allowing it to simultaneously fortify both the body and the soul. Such bloodline power is exceedingly rare among all bloodline families, akin to the elemental creature bloodlines possessed solely by other kingdoms. David pondered what extraordinary powers the seventh-tier snow spirit's soul might bestow. With a bloodline reaching the seventh tier and his innate talent attaining an extraordinary level, he would enter a new realm and give rise to an extraordinary attribute power. The extraordinary power accompanying the seventh-tier frost giant bloodline is remarkable speed, coupled with the effects of ice element body refinement, enhancing his physical attributes. He wondered what extraordinary powers and transformations the seventh-tier snow spirit soul would bring. Once he completed his adjustments, he sat cross-legged and activated the system panel. With a focused thought, the breakthrough commenced in earnest. In the realm of the spirit world, the soul of the frost wolf let out a thunderous roar, its form instantly becoming more solid, emanating a power reminiscent of primordial forces. As the frost wolf's soul roared, David felt a profound surge of soul energy reverberating within him. This power did not merely enhance his physical form. It penetrated deeply into the very essence of his soul, beginning to intertwine with his life energy. During the fusion of life energy and soul energy, David experienced an unprecedented harmony. His vitality surged, while his soul underwent a sublime transformation, rendering him as if he wielded the powers of both life and death. He sensed his affinity for the ice and snow elements rapidly escalating, as though he had become one with the very essence of frost. Gradually, David's soul began to exhibit extraordinary qualities. He felt his perception transcending that of ordinary mortals, enabling him to discern distant movements and even foresee impending dangers. His thoughts became sharp, as clear as the ice and snow. Any intricate problem before him appeared simple and transparent, embodying a form of extraordinary wisdom. Moreover, his soul could directly influence his body, rendering his movements more fluid and the application of his strength remarkably precise. With each breath, the flow of soul energy accompanied him. Unconsciously, his fighting spirit surged within, continuously fortifying every inch of his corporeal form. When all of this reached its zenith, the power of David's soul fully awakened. His eyes shone with an ice-blue brilliance. The surrounding space seemed to be affected by his soul energy, manifesting fleeting crystalline illusions. Soul of the Snow Demon, Level 7, 325, 1000000. Acquired racial talent. Extraordinary soul. Indeed, with the breakthrough of the Snow Demon's soul, David attained yet another extraordinary power. The extraordinary soul, intertwined with his spirit, strengthened his essence. Simultaneously, all aspects related to his soul, including perception and energy control, experienced significant enhancement, with the most notable improvement being his mental prowess. This signified a considerable augmentation of his wizardly abilities. However, what resonated most deeply within him was the profound connection between his soul and body, as if he had entered a state of spiritual and physical unity. The melding of soul and flesh allowed each of his strikes to seemingly embody the strength of his soul, enabling him to directly manipulate the elemental forces around his fists. The power of level 7 signified elemental body refinement. He sensed that this state might greatly benefit his breakthrough to level 7, perhaps even hastening his elemental body refinement. This was the sublimation of fighting spirit. Suddenly, a spark ignited within David, causing his fighting spirit to surge dramatically. Without any hindrance, his fighting spirit broke through to level 6, transforming from gaseous to solid state. Furthermore, his fighting spirit was not merely ordinary. It was imbued with the chilling energy of ice, becoming ice fighting spirit. This transformation has rendered his solidified fighting spirit into a crystalline form of icy energy, with a density surpassing that of an ordinary 6th-tier knight. David, feeling the surge of energy within him, displayed a radiant expression of joy. With this breakthrough, he has firmly entered the ranks of the 6th tier. Subsequently, he harnessed the power of his extraordinary soul, experiencing a sudden enhancement in his mental prowess, which in turn has strengthened his control over his fighting spirit. Coupled with his 6th-tier physical attributes and extraordinary speed, as well as the heart of ice elements, his knightly prowess has far exceeded that of a typical 6th-tier knight. Although he remains uncertain about the strength of the Duke of the West and the commander of the kingdom's army, he harbors the confidence to subdue either of them. He may even rival the Duke of the South, who wields the barrier of the South Fortress. Nevertheless, the fact that even the Duke of the South, empowered by the fortress's barrier, was defeated indicates that the Silvermoon royal family must possess considerable reserves. Thus, caution is warranted. Yet, this is still far from my limit. I have numerous bloodlines and talents yet to be enhanced. Once I acquire more extraordinary powers, I could effortlessly vanquish a 6th-tier Earth Knight with nothing but my fists. David brimmed with confidence, knowing that he still held many trump cards. With the existence of a golden finger, hard work and dedication would suffice. In the back garden of the wizard's castle, David was engaged in his knightly training. However, he had already completely transcended the 6th-tier knight realm. With his physical attributes also elevated to the 6th tier, his knightly strength had reached a plateau. It seemed that his knightly power could not be further enhanced. David furrowed his brow. He had indeed been exploring the path to the 7th tier, yet the transition from the 6th to the 7th tier posed a significant barrier, one he found exceedingly difficult to surmount. Across the entirety of the Silvermoon Kingdom, and indeed the continent, since the end of the Age of Magic, it has become increasingly rare to witness the emergence of beings beyond the 6th tier. While he suspected that the Church and those formidable empires might possess a means to achieve this, it would undoubtedly be unattainable under normal circumstances. Thus, his current strength could be considered the pinnacle achievable under ordinary conditions, making further enhancement exceedingly challenging. Although the Frostwolf breathing technique indeed possesses a 6th layer, and there exists a method for concocting 6th-tier Frostwolf elixirs, the mere requirement of the blood of a frost giant wolf has nearly obstructed any further advancement of the Frostwolf breathing technique. Furthermore, with his physical attributes having already ascended to the 6th tier, the potency of the 5th-tier Crimson Elixir has significantly diminished. To concoct a 6th-tier Crimson Elixir, the blood of a 6th-tier extraordinary beast is required, which is equally difficult to obtain. He had heard whispers of a 6th-tier silver dragon guarding the Silvermoon Kingdom, yet its veracity remains uncertain. It appears that to continue breaking through beyond the 6th tier, external forces must be leveraged. David contemplated the prospect of elemental body refining. The power beyond the 6th tier inevitably requires the harnessing of natural forces for cultivation. Presently, the natural energies of the world have grown scarce, necessitating the discovery of alternative powers to facilitate a breakthrough. For instance, the holy light of the Church possesses the capacity to elevate even ordinary individuals devoid of bloodline strength to the status of knights. Thus, with sufficient holy light, it may indeed assist the Earth Knights in achieving the exalted realm of Sky Knights. The power of sorcery also presents a viable path. For example, having recently acquired an extraordinary soul, one could attain a state akin to the unity of spirit and flesh, potentially enabling a breakthrough through sheer magical energy. Furthermore, he might leverage the transformative effects of gathering and amplifying bloodline strength to forcibly enhance his knightly prowess and physical constitution. Should he possess several 7th-tier bloodlines, or even an 8th-tier bloodline, there would be hope to elevate his knightly strength to the 7th tier. Additionally, certain innate talents of wizards can prove beneficial for a knight's training. For instance, the beast transformation talent enhances the perception of bloodline power, while the plant control talent of leaves aids in the manipulation of life energy. Chapter 121, Strategy for Life Energy. Perhaps it is time to secure the leaves, David contemplated, sensing that he might harness life energy to further propel his knightly strength. During this period, his relationship with the leaves had progressed significantly. The thought of their ethereal beauty ignited a fervor within him. Moreover, there remains considerable room for improvement in his sorcerer's capabilities. Currently, his mental power still rests at the early 5th tier. He has only mastered the ice and earth elemental branches of sorcery. With a sudden thought, he summoned the system panel. He observed several talents perched on the brink of breakthrough, which could be prioritized for future cultivation. That night, David continued his training with the ladies. As his strength fully transitioned into the 6th tier, his stamina surged once more. Although Rena had successfully ascended to the 4th tier, her primary breakthrough lay within her mental prowess. Consequently, even in a group of 6, they still could not match his strength, barely meeting the standard. Cynthia, you must strive harder, David chuckled. Among his 6 wives, Cynthia exhibited the greatest potential. Though she had recently elevated her bloodline to the 4th tier, there was still room for advancement. If she could reach the 5th tier, her strength would see a tremendous boost post-beast transformation, with full beast transformation potentially achieving the 5th tier. All right, I will, Cynthia nodded earnestly. Seeing this, David extended his hand to support her. Once he and Cynthia completed their training, his gaze fell upon Annie, who was peeking out from beneath the blankets. He swiftly tossed aside the covers. Not long ago, Annie had successfully activated the bloodline of the Arctic giant bear. This revelation astonished Annie for quite some time. She never anticipated that she would activate her bloodline. However, even with the activation of her lineage, her sensitive constitution remained unaltered, and the enhancement of her physical capabilities seemed to prolong the duration of her trials. Shall we attempt something new? David expressed his eagerness. The two of them had only engaged in 2 poses thus far, and with Annie now having awakened the knight's bloodline, he sensed an opportunity. This was already the 3rd attempt. Annie quickly interjected, "Once more, I am certain you can do it." David encouraged her while prompting Annie to bend down. A look of helplessness crossed Annie's face as she gazed down at the ground. At last, a warm sensation enveloped her. She exhaled in relief, focusing her attention on this flow of warmth, diverting her thoughts from distractions. Soon, she felt this warmth merging into the vicinity of her heart, the very location of her Arctic bear bloodline. This realization dawned upon her. The Duke possessed a unique ability to activate one's bloodline and even enhance it during their exchanges. Previously, she had perceived the Duke's entreaty, "My lady, please assist me in my cultivation," as mere flirtation without giving it much thought. Now, it became evident that the Duke indeed possessed a similar innate talent, enabling him to grow stronger in such a manner, while also facilitating her own empowerment. This insight inspired her to cooperate more fully with the Duke, hoping to assist him in his cultivation endeavors to the best of her abilities. In the early morning, Yezi opened her eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. Vivid green vines entwined around the wooden beams, while the gray bricks were adorned with lush moss and ferns. A distinctive circular chandelier hung from the center. Although unlit, the surrounding moss and small potted plants seemed to serve as its natural candlelight. As her thoughts gradually cleared, Yezi realized she was now in a wizard's castle, and this room had become her sanctuary. She inhaled deeply, the vibrant air enveloping her with a sense of tranquility. The warmth felt as if it were embracing her, providing an unprecedented comfort. Yezi turned her gaze toward the window, where the outside world lay shrouded beneath a pale sky, almost blinding in its brightness. In the days gone by, she had wandered aimlessly. Nights were always fleeting and restless, where even the slightest sound could rouse her from slumber. ever vigilant against the church's pursuit. As Yezi sat up, her fingers gently traced the patterns on the sheets, bestowing upon her a peculiar sense of serenity. She understood that this was the safety and belonging she had long sought. The sky outside began to blush with a delicate blue, heralding the dawn of a new day. Yezi rose and approached the window, watching the distant mountains awaken in the morning light, inhaling the fresh air. Another new day had begun. She resolutely vowed to devote herself to the care of the magical plants within the herb garden. In addition, she aspired to concoct an array of potions for the Duke and her companions, thereby enhancing their prowess. The mere thought of the Duke sent a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Ever since their last intimate encounter, the nature of her relationship with the Duke had taken on an intriguing complexity, holding hands, embracing, and kissing, actions typically reserved for lovers, yet they had indulged in them all. Did this mean she and the Duke were now considered lovers? Furthermore, the demeanor of the ladies towards her resembled that of sisters. Her mind was a whirl of thoughts as she donned a simple light green dress, adorning her verdant hair with a leaf-shaped hairpin. After a meticulous inspection of her appearance, she finally opened the door and stepped outside. In the dining hall, it appeared that the Duke had already finished his meal and departed. 6 ladies and witches were engaged in breakfast, while Huo Wu and Xue Lian were tidying up. "I apologize for my tardiness," Yi said sheepishly as she noticed Xue Lian approaching with a plate. Among the witches, Huo Wu and Xue Lian were regarded as peers rather than mere servants. Even though their roles were akin to that of maids, they were the Duke's exclusive attendants. "It's quite all right," Xue Lian replied with a gentle smile, placing milk and sandwiches on the table. Assisting with household chores was something they could manage, and they genuinely wished to contribute to their companions. "Yi, would you care to join me?" Cynthia cheerfully invited. Lately, she had frequently accompanied Yi in the search for various magical plants, and their bond had strengthened. She sensed a kinship with Yi akin to her own past, prompting her to extend an early invitation. "No, thank you," Yi quickly declined, though Cynthia's kindness offered her a sense of relief. However, the thought of possibly becoming part of their circle made her blush, and she instinctively searched for the Duke's presence. "Where's the Duke?" Yi inquired, glancing at Annie, who was lost in contemplation over a recent message. It seemed that a formidable magical beast had re-emerged in the Black Forest, but with the Duke's presence, it would likely be resolved swiftly. At that moment, on the border of the Frostwolf Forest's mist, David rode his shadow wolf with a grave expression, gazing intently ahead. The boundary mist of the Frostwolf Forest had receded significantly, revealing a new expanse of woodland. Within this forest, a dozen shadow wolves lurked in the shadows, facing David from a distance. "Is this the Black Forest beyond the mist?" David wondered, his gaze fixated on the deeper fog, an unusual glint illuminating his eyes. He could sense that the forest before him, shrouded in an aura of potent magical energy, felt as if it were enveloped in an impenetrable barrier. The very air was imbued with a palpable magical essence, rendering it starkly incongruous with the current world, which had fallen into a state of desolation. This dissonance emanated a distinct sense of peril, evident from the multitude of spectral wolves lurking nearby. Such a thriving population of extraordinary magical beasts could only exist in a place rich with arcane power. Moreover, he perceived that the flora within this region was similarly infused with magic, revealing an entire array of enchanted plants, all seemingly tainted by mystical energies. These magical plants, rare in the Frostwolf Forest, were commonplace in the Black Forest. It was clear that the mist-laden Black Forest might still retain the essence of the world as it once was, a realm spoken of in legends as the prison of demons and devils. David suddenly felt that the doctrines preached by the church might not be entirely fallacious. Many of them could indeed be rooted in truths of the past. Of course, danger often heralds opportunity. He sensed that a hidden trove of treasures lay concealed within this corner of the Black Forest. However, he refrained from immediately entering the area, instead sending in a few gray wolves to probe for potential threats. The gray wolves, sensing the presence of the spectral wolves, trembled with trepidation. Yet under David's command, they cautiously ventured into the Black Forest. The spectral wolves, upon noticing this, immediately issued warning growls but dared not advance, their gaze fixed on David, who exuded the aura of a seventh-tier Frostwolf bloodline. This formidable presence was enough to instill a profound fear in the fourth-tier spectral wolves, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. With a wave of his hand, David urged the gray wolves to proceed while he remained vigilant, prepared to confront any imminent danger. The black forest, shrouded in mist, radiated powerful magical fluctuations and enchanted flora, clearly suggesting its complexity. The gray wolves seemed to recognize this, cautiously stepping deeper into the forest, their movements meticulous and deliberate. Before long, one intrepid gray wolf detected an intriguing scent. It paused before a plant emanating a soft blue glow, unmistakably a rare magical flora. David took note of this plant, and its information surfaced in his mind from the legacy of potion-making wizards, revealing it to be blue flame grass. This herb was reputed not only for its use in high-grade flame potions, but also for its ability to dispel lower-tier curses and dark forces, marking it as a precious magical plant. Overcome with joy, he instructed the gray wolf to return. Yet, at that moment, one of the spectral wolves suddenly lunged forth. As the shadow of the spectral wolf was about to make contact with the gray wolf, David unleashed a fierce blast of icy energy. This icy force, akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly and precisely struck the advancing spectral wolf. The creature was knocked back by the overwhelming power of the energy, rolling several times on the ground, its abdomen now drenched in blood. A few gray wolves howled in response, finally managing to escape the clutches of the dark forest. Having confirmed that this area bore no unusual threats, David mounted the spectral wolf and ventured forth into the dark forest. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an astonishing surge of elemental and magical energy permeating the air. Taking a deep breath, he felt his mental energy surge within him. In an instant, a substantial amount of magical power converged into his hand, transforming into an icicle. Despite using only a minimal amount of mental energy, the icicle's power surpassed his usual capabilities, revealing the remarkable density of magic in this realm. The richness of magical energy here rivaled that of the elemental-rich regions near the northern fortress. If one were to meditate in this place, their cultivation speed could potentially increase several-fold. After briefly attuning to the magical density, David's gaze fell upon the distant spectral wolves. The next moment, he charged towards them, unleashing the full force of a sixth-tier knight. With a single punch, he sent one spectral wolf flying. The remaining dozen or so spectral wolves, realizing the threat, did not retreat, but instead lunged at David. However, his speed was astonishingly swift. He evaded all their attacks with remarkable agility and countered with rapid strikes. In no time, leveraging his sixth-tier strength and physical prowess, David defeated 13 spectral wolves, compelling them to submit through sheer force. Subsequently, David communicated with these spectral wolves using their beast language. Unlike the ones that had been inexplicably transported to the Frostwolf forest, these spectral wolves were native to this area. According to their accounts, a powerful black-scaled dragon resided within this territory, reigning as the king of the entire forest. A sixth-tier black-scaled dragon? David's expression grew serious. He had initially contemplated the silver dragon of the Silver Moon royal family, but to his surprise, he had stumbled upon information about a sixth-tier extraordinary beast here. However, if this were indeed a sixth-tier dragon, he might not stand a chance against it. Continuing deeper into the forest with the spectral wolves, David soon reached the edge of the mist. The area where the fog dissipated was merely a small fraction of the outer forest where the spectral wolves dwelled, leaving much concealed. The sixth-tier black-scaled dragon did not appear in this vicinity, which alleviated David's concerns, granting him the time to further enhance his abilities. When the time came to confront the black-scaled dragon, he would be better prepared to face the challenge. After David explored the area, he withdrew and returned to Frostwolf Forest, where the abundant magical energy dissipated almost instantly. Glancing back at the misty forest, he led the ethereal wolf beast back to the wizard's castle. At that moment, the witches were waiting at the entrance, having just received news from Annie about the extraordinary magical beasts that had invaded Frostwolf Forest. They were increasingly concerned. as the Duke had yet to return after such a long time. The Duke had become the cornerstone for all the witches. They could hardly fathom the consequences of losing him. Rest assured, the Duke will return shortly, Leia reassured them. They had endured many waits before and held unwavering confidence in the Duke. Nothing could impede his progress. Yez nodded, subconsciously empathizing with the ladies, reminiscent of a woman yearning for her husband's return. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, rushing toward them. She quickly recognized it as the Duke and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Wonderful, the Duke is indeed safe. Her body relaxed, though her heart raced. The other witches also breathed a sigh of relief, but they were startled to see the ethereal wolf beasts following David. Had it not been for the Duke, the mere presence of these beasts could have leveled the wizard's castle. Fortunately, under the Duke's control, the witches felt a wave of relief while simultaneously clenching their fists. They realized that they had become overly reliant on the Duke, which stirred a sense of shame within them. This ignited a silent determination among the witches to strive harder and grow stronger, aspiring to stand alongside the Duke one day. "Do not worry, everything is well," David said with a reassuring smile. He then recounted the situation in the Black Forest. He had been drawn there by the call of the ethereal wolf beasts. Thankfully, thanks to their sensitivity, chaos was averted when they surged into Frostwolf Forest. The mist in the Black Forest has dissipated. The witches recognized the seriousness of the situation. Fortunately, only part of the mist had cleared. If the entire sealing barrier of the Black Forest were to be unraveled, a dreadful magical tide could emerge, and even the Duke might struggle to protect them. Yes, but danger often accompanies opportunity. David shared his discovery of a significant number of magical plants, suggesting they might be harnessed to their advantage. Magical plants. "Duke, allow me to accompany you," Yez eagerly volunteered, for she possessed the innate ability to control plants. Under her guidance, venturing into the dark forest would be significantly safer. After all, within the depths of the forest lurked not only magical beasts but also a plethora of toxic magical plants, whose threat was hardly inferior to that of the extraordinary magical creatures. David nodded in agreement. Besides enhancing their exploration of the forest, Leaf's abilities also allowed her to harness her botanical control talent to extract the latent energy contained within these magical plants. At present, Leaf had reached the pinnacle of the third tier, and particularly during the potion-making process, she had experienced considerable growth, standing just a step away from the fourth tier. The vast array of magical plants in the dark forest held great promise as a potential catalyst for her to successfully ascend to the fourth tier, thereby becoming a mid-tier sorceress. Once again, David mounted the shadow wolf beast and pulled Leaf up beside him, wrapping his arms around her. Together, they rode back to the shadow wolf forest, a name he had bestowed upon this area. The abundance of magical plants was truly astonishing. Leaf stood before the shadow wolf forest, her face alight with wonder, as she beheld those magical plants that were rarely seen in the Frostwolf Forest. Now plentiful before her eyes, she could sense the incredible magical energy pulsating within them. "Be cautious," David advised as they entered the forest. The shadow wolves followed closely, serving as their guardians. David had already explored the periphery of this forest and the pathway leading to the mist border. They swiftly arrived before a blue flame grass. Leaf carefully activated her botanical control ability, gingerly uprooting the blue flame grass and transferring it into a pre-prepared wooden box, with her magical energy infusing it. The blue flame grass would thrive even outside its original environment, making it entirely suitable for transplanting into the herb garden. After securing the box, Leaf let out a sigh of relief. Continuing their search through the woods, they soon discovered even more precious magical plants. Uncertain if the mist would reappear to shroud the area once more, she resolved to relocate all the magical plants back to the herb field. David assisted Leaf in her endeavors, occasionally capturing some extraordinary magical creatures that resided in the forest, remarkable messengers of magic. Eventually, they came upon a marshland. Beside the mire, David spotted an enormous footprint embedded in the ground, unmistakably belonging to a six-tier dragon beast. "What a colossal footprint!" Leaf exclaimed. Fortunately, this extraordinary magical beast has yet to make an appearance. She patted her chest, visibly relieved. Even if it does show up, it's fine. For you, I would fight this beast to the bitter end. David met Lief gage earnestly. Indeed, I believe in you, Lief replied, shyly averting her eyes. Noticing her bashfulness, David felt a stirring in his throat and stepped closer, enveloping Lief in his embrace before leaning down to kiss her. After a considerable time, the two finally parted ways. David's expression remained earnest as he reassured, "Trust me, I will always protect you." Yezi nodded earnestly this time, nestled within the embrace of the Duke. They rested together for a while, before continuing their exploration of the forest. By now, they had nearly gathered all the precious magical plants within the woods. At this moment, a substantial collection of these magical plants lay at the border. "Next, we shall focus on these magical plants," David stated. "These plants are not the kind used for potions. Rather, they have grown in an environment rich in magical energy for an extended period, absorbing vast amounts of magic. This has caused them to undergo mutations, accumulating immense magical power akin to magical crystals." Now, Yezi's task was to harness her plant-controlling talent to absorb the magic contained within these plants, aiding her in breaking through the bottleneck of her third-tier mental strength and elevating it to the fourth tier. "I shall begin," she announced. "Very well. I will stand guard by your side," David replied. With a sweet smile, Yezi settled cross-legged on the forest floor. She then activated her botanical gift, green light emanating from her body, enveloping the magical plant before her. As her abilities engaged, the magic within the plant flowed into the green light, making it increasingly radiant. The green light continued to emit, absorbing more magic and expanding to encompass 2 additional magical plants, drawing energy from them. With David activating his magical eye, he observed the green light spreading throughout the forest, enveloping each magical plant in turn. The magic within the plants was continuously extracted and absorbed by Yezi, transforming into a source of magic within her mental realm. As time passed, Yezi became entirely engulfed in the green light. David witnessed numerous tendrils of magic sprouting from within her, bursting through her green dress. Eventually, the green light abruptly cocooned Yezi, forming a massive chrysalis as she embarked on her breakthrough. Before long, half a day had slipped by. The night sky gradually descended, and Yezi remained within the energy cocoon. Working through her advancement, David sat cross-legged, suddenly opening his eyes. At that moment, a fissure appeared on the cocoon, gradually widening to reveal Yezi's immaculate form, untouched by any impurity. David was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a pure process for Yezi's breakthrough, and his gaze involuntarily lingered on her bare figure. At that instant, Yezi completed her final breakthrough. The formidable power drawn from the magical plants forcefully shattered her barriers, propelling her mental strength into the fourth tier. Yezi opened her eyes, her expression radiant with astonishment. Years have elapsed since her ascension to the third tier of power, and she had resigned herself to the belief that she would remain there indefinitely. Never did she anticipate a breakthrough would come with such ease, nor did she foresee encountering the man who would irrevocably alter the course of her life. "Congratulations, Yezi," David said, stepping forward to envelop her in his embrace. "Thank you," she replied with a sweet smile. Yet, as she instinctively assessed her situation, a sudden shock coursed through her. "Where are my clothes?" she exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. "This is not my doing," she added. David offered a subtle smile, his intentions stirring. Yezi's body trembled, and she quickly pressed her hand against his. "Yezi, is it all right?" David asked earnestly. She raised her gaze, locking eyes with the Duke, feeling the unabashed fervor reflected in his gaze, causing her entire being to flush with warmth. An unfamiliar sensation surging within her. "Let us return," she shyly suggested. Had it not been for David's extraordinary hearing, her words might have gone unnoticed. His heart soared at her response, though he tempered his excitement as he lifted her into his arms. He swiftly employed earth manipulation to return to the castle, eager to not waste a moment. Utilizing the powers of earth, he silently arrived at the castle, setting Yezi upon the bed, his gaze fixed on her. Still in a daze, Yezi had not envisioned returning to the castle in such a manner. She had merely intended to buy herself some time for introspection. Now, She found herself in a bewildering mix of emotions. Nevertheless, the palpable eagerness and impatience emanating from the Duke eased her heart, bringing her a sense of joy that he cherished her so deeply. "Is it all right?" he earnestly confirmed once more. Yezi nodded. Seeing her acquiescence, David softened his demeanor. He beheld her flawless form, reminiscent of a nature spirit, leaning down to kiss her gently. Yezi felt her cheeks flush crimson, her body instinctively twisting in reaction. David smiled slightly, not wishing to keep the little sprite waiting. In an instant, she experienced a sensation akin to tearing, involuntarily gasping. Yet, she refrained from utilizing her natural energy to mend the moment, choosing instead to fully embrace the profound significance it held for her. "Are you all right?" David inquired softly. Yezi took a moment to collect herself before nodding. "I'm fine, Your Grace." Only then did David commence his actions, closing his eyes to savor the utterly unique experience. "You have completed a cultivation session and acquired the plant control talent. Plant control talent. Low level, 11,000. After completing a session, David noticed Yezi merely breathing heavily and asked, "Yezi, are you still all right?" Her cheeks flushed. She nodded in affirmation. The sensation that leaves evoke in people is akin to the warmth of nature, fostering a sense of intimacy that renders them gentle and unassuming. During their second encounter, David exhibited an even greater patience. Though the experience was rather mundane, he found himself deeply content, deriving a fulfillment that was profoundly spiritual. "You have completed a cultivation session. Plant control talent 1000. Plant control talent. Low level 10011000. David felt that the formidable leaf, having surpassed the fourth tier, would grant him substantial experience points. Yet, upon witnessing the entirety of 1000 experience, he was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting a look of astonishment. His gaze softened considerably. The time spent with Leaf had not been extensive, yet he had not anticipated such a fondness from her, which brought him immense joy. "Leaf, thank you for your affection," David said, planting a tender kiss. "My Lord Duke, I am delighted to have had the fortune of meeting you." As their eyes met, a shared warmth enveloped them. In the early morning, Leaf opened her eyes, her gaze settling upon the familiar ceiling. It was yet another typical awakening, but this time, there was an additional presence beside her. Turning to admire the Duke's profile, she listened to his steady breaths, which brought a serene calm to her heart, eliciting a gentle smile. At that moment, David also awoke, greeting her with a smile. "Good morning." "Good morning," Leaf replied. This time, she felt an entirely different sensation. David wrapped his arms around her, and they lingered in each other's warmth for a while before rising. Upon opening the door, they found Fire Dance waiting outside with blankets in hand. Her lack of surprise at seeing Leaf indicated that everyone was aware of their situation. "Master, madam." Fire Dance greeted with a bow. Leaf, still adjusting to this new dynamic, returned the greeting. After they descended the stairs, Fire Dance paused briefly at the entrance before entering the house to tidy up the disarray. She first approached the bedside, carefully collecting the bloodstained sheets and placing them in a box before commencing the cleaning with diligence. "Sister Leaf, come here." Upon seeing Leaf, Cynthia promptly called out. Leah also approached with a smile, saying, "Come sit with us." This time, Leaf did not decline and took a seat next to Hill. Amy and Lena greeted her with cheerful smiles. Hill and Annie were equally pleased, being among the first witches to arrive at the castle, now transformed into the Duke's beloved women. On the opposite side of the dining table, Melissa maintained a placid demeanor, seemingly detached from the unfolding events, as she savored the strawberry cake before her with an expression of pure delight. A hint of envy flickered in Lena's eyes, for the tranquility she once knew had dissipated, stirring ripples within her heart. Sophia felt a tinge of confusion, pondering why Sister Yezi had ventured to the other side, stirring within her a desire to join her. Thankfully, before she acted, she recalled Cynthia's words, reminding her that she could only remain here, as that side was reserved for adults. Yet, she was indeed an adult. David sat contentedly in the principal's seat, relishing the sight of the ladies below. This was the fruit of his diligent efforts over the past year, and he felt a swell of accomplishment. After assessing the bloodlines and talents, his smile broadened further. At the front of the wolf spirit forest, David returned early in the morning to inspect the area. The previous day, he had left behind those magical plants. Fortunately, the wolf spirits were diligently guarding these magical flora. He immediately commended the wolf spirits and then turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest, activating his magical eye. As these magical plants were siphoned by Yezi, they had transformed into rather ordinary vegetation. Furthermore, the magical energy within the wolf spirit forest had diminished significantly, and it would not be long before it returned to the normal standards of the world. What a pity, David lamented. If only the wolf spirit forest could retain its magical essence. He would have considered constructing another castle there to enhance the witch's cultivation speed. Alas, since the wolf spirit forest had detached from the black forest, it began to undergo assimilation into the world, halting further cultivation. However, the mere fact that the wolf spirit forest had facilitated Yezi's successful breakthrough to the 4th tier of sorcery had already demonstrated its immense value. He found himself eager for more regions of the black forest to detach, continuing to provide potent magical energy. As he pondered this, a thought sparked in his mind, and he activated his plant control ability, allowing his mental energy to extend outward, swiftly establishing a connection with the plants. Simultaneously, he could sense the vibrant life energy coursing through these plants, as if each one harbored the essence of a knight's life force. Chapter 122, Pioneering a New Path. Life Energy. David closed his eyes, intently absorbing this sensation. It was his first time experiencing this energy so vividly. He quietly attuned to the life energy embedded within the plants and then reached out his hand. Under his command, the life energy within these plants was continuously stimulated, prompting them to grow further. David manipulated the life energy, guiding the tendrils to extend as if controlling his own limbs. He assessed his rudimentary plant control talent, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. As he withdrew his power, the life energy from the plants was swiftly extracted, merging into his own being. Although this life energy was exceedingly faint and insignificant to him, it nonetheless represented a means of absorbing vitality. Just like Yezi, he too could utilize this ability to enhance his strength. If he could absorb the entirety of the black forest or the life energy from certain extraordinary plant-based magical creatures, there would indeed be potential for further enhancement. This still pertains to the control of low-level plants. A spark of inspiration ignited within David as he summoned the system panel. Each session of cultivating leaves provided nearly 1,000 experience points, allowing him to elevate his plant control talent to a medium level in just 2 attempts. As he began to break through, a surge of life energy suddenly emerged, continuously integrating into his being, fortifying his plant control talent. When his plant control talent successfully transcended its previous limits, an exceptionally pure life energy manifested. David felt this life energy coursing through him and instinctively communicated with his life seed. Within this life seed, the bloodline of the frost giant wolf flowed, vividly manifesting its form as if it were alive. As the life energy, born from the breakthrough of his plant control talent, flowed into his life seed, it infused it with newfound vitality. At that moment, his life seed contained life energy of the 6th tier. This marked the first time he had so distinctly sensed the existence of life energy. Through the continuous honing of bloodlines and fighting spirit, the life energy within the life seed had long reached saturation. Now, with the infusion of additional life energy, he could perceive the strength of the life energy within the seed growing even more potent. Indeed, his talent for leaves allowed him to better sense and cultivate life energy. David's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he could only cultivate life energy through fighting spirit. Now, he could directly hone the life energy itself. By sensing this energy, he could also discern the bloodline powers located around his heart. The life seed was, in essence, a crystallization of the absorbed bloodline powers and his internal life energy. He wondered if the energies of his other bloodlines could also merge into the life seed. Currently, his life seed harbored only the bloodline power of the frost giant wolf, which, while formidable, did not represent his full potential. Should he manage to integrate the energies of all his bloodlines into the life seed, it would undoubtedly become even stronger. However, individuals in this world possessing such a multitude of bloodlines as he did were, if not entirely unique, extremely rare. This was a path untraveled by other knights. Nevertheless, the ability to sense and control these life and bloodline energies might allow him to experiment. His gaze fell upon the bloodline of the prairie mountain wolf, which he gradually infused into the life seed. Success! A wave of joy surged through David. With the integration of the prairie mountain wolf's bloodline, the life seed evidently strengthened. And this was merely the second-tier bloodline of the prairie mountain wolf. Moreover, he could feel both bloodlines coexisting within the life seed. He could activate the bloodline of the frost giant wolf and the prairie mountain wolf, and even simultaneous activation of both bloodline energies was within his grasp. The seed of life, indeed, possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the essence of bloodlines, thereby augmenting its strength. In light of this, David contemplated the prospect of gathering additional bloodline essence to further fortify the seed of life. With palpable excitement, he proceeded to seamlessly integrate the bloodline of the Aurora fox into the seed, resulting in a noticeable enhancement. Next, he aimed to incorporate the third-tier Arctic ice bear bloodline and the sixth-tier nine-tailed fox bloodline. After merging with these potent bloodlines, the seed of life exhibited a significant increase in strength, with life energy continuously coalescing. As David opened his eyes, a spark of exhilaration radiated from within him. He rose to his feet and summoned the power of the seed of life. Although he had already ascended to the rank of a sixth-tier knight, he could still sense a surge of bloodline energy coursing through him, beginning to strengthen his body, even without relying solely on his physical prowess or combat energy. He felt capable of channeling the life and bloodline energies contained within the seed to enhance himself. Yet, what thrilled him most was not merely the efficacy of the seed, but the tantalizing possibility that the path he envisioned might indeed be attainable. The seed of life could indeed be further strengthened. If he could directly harness the unique power of life energy to continue enhancing the seed, it might even facilitate his breakthrough to the realm of the seventh-tier knight. Additionally, he sensed that something was gestating within the seed of life. He had an intuitive feeling that once his seed completed its metamorphosis, it would coincide with his own ascension to the seventh tier. The power of the seventh tier was what David fervently sought. Now, he glimpsed a flicker of hope within the seed of life. Even if it were but a thread of possibility, he would not let it slip away. Thus, he resolved to further cultivate his life-related talents, gathering more life energy to strengthen the seed and endeavor to elevate its tier. It seemed imperative to continue training with Yezi. Reflecting on the joy he had shared with her the previous day stirred something within him. He cast a glance at the now serene ghost wolf forest and instructed the ghost wolves to remain vigilant. Thanks to the existence of their mental bond, he would be swiftly informed of any anomalies they detected. Moreover, his messenger magical pets were dispersed throughout Frostwolf Forest. Not even a bird flying through the trees could escape his notice. Having arranged everything, he mounted the ghost wolf, now elevated to the rank of leader, and returned to the wizard's castle. In the castle's herb garden, Yezi was diligently tending to the freshly transplanted magical plants. With her plant control abilities, the task posed no difficulty for her. David approached the garden and observed Yezi, clad in her gardener's attire, as a sense of tranquility gradually enveloped his heart. "Ah, your grace," Yezi exclaimed, her eyes widening as she recognized him. Despite having experienced the world to some extent, the sight of him still made her cheeks flush with warmth. "You must be tired. Let's take a moment to rest," David suggested, taking her hand as they walked toward the castle. Yeah, in a daze. Could hardly recall how she had returned. All she knew was that upon entering her room, she quickly found herself unclad, and then was gently cradled onto a rocking chair. Surrounded by greenery, the rocking chair, and the presence of a little sprite, Ye shyly tucked her head between her knees. David swallowed hard, resting Ye's feet on the rocking chair's arm, allowing himself a clearer view of her. "Yeah, I shall commence," he declared. Ye shyly responded, her voice ringing clear like the enchanting song of sprites in the woods. Ye's room, adorned with verdant plants, indeed evoked the sensation of being deep within a forest. David transformed into a diligent gardener amidst this woodland. Subsequently, a surge of life energy infused Yes's heart, coalescing into a seed of life. This seed, entirely composed of life energy, bore no trace of bloodline power. David had previously observed a sphere of holy light at the position of Hillman's heart when he vanquished him. Now, after merging with this life energy, Ye had astonishingly produced a seed entirely composed of this essence. "My lord," Ye exclaimed, noticing the peculiarity, her astonishment evident. "You have successfully condensed a seed of life?" David was equally taken aback. Could this be the system's feedback to Ye? This was reminiscent of how Leah and Annie activated their bloodline powers. With the successful condensation of her life seed, Ye should, like the holy knights, be elevated to knighthood. Upon hearing her lord's steady voice, Ye gradually regained her composure. However, wasn't the condensation of a life seed reserved for formal knights? Why had she been able to achieve this so effortlessly? She then attuned herself, discovering that the life energy within the seed was continuously enhancing her body. This sensation was reminiscent of when she had empowered those plants. In that moment, she felt as though she had transformed into a magical plant, receiving an incessant fortification of life energy. Was this seed different from ordinary life seeds? After a careful attunement, David remarked that Ye's life seed resembled that of a plant's. This, combined with Ye's mastery over plant control, rendered her akin to a genuine tree spirit. "Let's try again," he suggested. Hearing this, Ye's cheeks flushed once more, yet she nodded in agreement. After another round of cultivation, the life energy within David surged once again into Ye. This energy re-entered the life seed she had condensed, further enhancing its potency. By the time they exited the room, it was already afternoon. Ye, still quite bashful, headed directly to the potion chamber, while David continued on to the Frostwolf Forest for further cultivation. After half a day of practice, his plant control talent had reached a breakthrough standard. In merely 2 short days, he successfully transcended his innate abilities to a higher standard, an achievement that was previously deemed impossible. Of course, the past and present are incomparable. The experience points provided between intermediate and low-level wizards are entirely dissimilar. Each training session now yields a remarkable 1,000 experience points, a notion that was once inconceivable. David found himself in a forest, having broken through his plant control talent, a setting that evidently magnifies his advantages. When necessary, he could harness the life energy of the flora within this dense woodland to facilitate his breakthroughs. Once prepared, he activated the system panel to initiate his advancement. Plant control talent, advanced 124100000, acquired talent ability, source of life. With the talent breakthrough, a notification echoed in David's ears. Alongside his advancement in plant control, he unexpectedly attained a new talent ability. The effect of source of life allows the possessor to continuously condense life energy, thereby restoring stamina. Remarkably, this manifests as a passive recovery effect. After genuinely experiencing this newfound ability, David's eyes gleamed with excitement. Though he possessed the strength of a 6th-tier knight, his recovery had always been lacking. With the acquisition of the source of life ability, he finally obtained a form of restoration, and a passive one at that. Standing upon the earth, he could distinctly sense a stream of life energy flowing into his being. This sensation was akin to transforming into a grand tree, incessantly absorbing the nutrients embedded within the soil. Previously, his training alongside the leaves had resulted in significant stamina depletion. However, with the restorative effects of source of life, his vitality was steadily replenishing. This realization illuminated his eyes once more. The recovery effect seemed applicable during regular training sessions. Given ample time, he could drastically shorten his recovery period, thus affording him more time for cultivation. Typically, his training schedule consisted of 3 segments: morning, noon, and evening, with occasional overnight sessions, meticulously filled to the brim. If the source of life ability proved sufficiently potent, he might even gain an additional early training slot. With this thought in mind, he began to familiarize himself with the source of life ability, aiming to develop it swiftly into his enduring tool of sustenance. As time passed, the harvest moon drew ever closer. With the assistance of organic fertilizer and the witch leaf, Frostwolf Ridge was undoubtedly poised for another bountiful yield. Particularly, Leaf's capacity to hasten plant maturation would greatly enhance the crops. When these harvests reached maturity, Leaf would further utilize her powers to augment their yield, ensuring that each crop would surpass the usual output by a considerable margin. Under the blazing sun, the Gray Wolf Knight rode upon the Gray Wolf King along the riverbank, inspecting the growth of the wheat. After half a year of cultivation, what was once barren land had indeed transformed into fertile fields. The flourishing wheat indicated that the yield from these previously desolate areas would undoubtedly surpass that of the past. Furthermore, the already fertile farmlands yielded astonishing results. Each stalk of wheat bore heavy heads, bending under their own weight. As far as the eye could see, the fields of wheat resembled a golden sea, with each ear robust and plump. Such a sight was unprecedented in his experience, leaving him to ponder whether the witches within the castle had conjured some enchantment to induce such a remarkable transformation. Apart from the witches, he could conceive of no other explanation. Similar phenomena had occurred frequently, such as the quarry producing an abundance of neatly cut stones. In a brief span, Frostwolf Ridge had undergone profound changes. However, witnessing young Master David's rapid ascension to the 6th tier with the witch's assistance dulled his sense of astonishment. In the fields, numerous serfs toiled diligently. With hard work, there lay the prospect of becoming free citizens, a promise made by the Lord. Once they attained freedom, they could reside in the town's central district, own their own brick houses, and gain access to basic education. The Gray Wolf Knight was uncertain of the Lord's intentions. But after the implementation of these policies, the atmosphere in Frostwolf Ridge seemed to have shifted dramatically. The previously despondent serfs now wore smiles, evidently buoyed by a newfound hope for their lives. Inside the town hall, David and Reyna were attending to administrative matters. As the harvest season approached, David was compelled to dedicate some time to the affairs of his territory. However, with the abilities granted by Leaf, this year was undoubtedly destined for abundance. How is the progress on the educational initiative? David inquired. Reyna looked up at his question and replied, "The school has been established, and I have already selected literate teachers." "Well done," David affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. Having been a teacher in his previous life, he felt a deep connection to schools and educators. Consequently, he devoted time to drafting regulations for the school and developing the necessary materials for literacy instruction. "My lord, do you truly intend for all commoners to become literate?" Reyna asked, puzzled. The notion of elevating the serfs to free citizens perplexed her. She had calculated that under the current system of Frostwolf Ridge, 3/4 of the serfs would attain freedom. Yet, Reyna found it challenging to discern the advantages of such a course of action, as serfs were undoubtedly easier to control than free citizens, providing a greater sense of security in governance. In addition, it is imperative to educate these free citizens, a task that has eluded kingdoms throughout the ages. For an educated populace is far more challenging to control. Why not? Education can enlighten the minds of the people, serving as the most effective remedy against ignorance. My ultimate adversary is not the Silver Moon Kingdom, but the Church. Furthermore, if we are to establish a kingdom for wizards, it is essential to cultivate a greater number of wizards. We can begin with the fundamentals, and I shall devise a method to gradually guide these common folk towards the pursuit of science and truth. A slight smile played upon David's lips. Science and wizardry, to some extent, both embody the quest for truth. He sensed that introducing the most basic scientific knowledge could entice these citizens onto the path of wizardry, thereby nurturing more wizards. Although the dissemination of basic education may increase fiscal expenditures, it is undoubtedly a venture that will yield countless benefits in the long run. Upon hearing this, Lena's gaze flickered with understanding. She immediately grasped the Duke's intentions and the advantages of such an approach, her expression reflecting astonishment. However, when she considered the church, her countenance grew solemn, for unless the holy light church were to fall, Frostwolf Ridge could never truly be safe. As for those artisans, let them also serve as teachers within the schools. David continued to instruct Lena. His ability to propose these ideas stemmed from the insights of his past life. Yet the true governance of affairs was far better suited to Princess Crystal Song, Lena. She assented to all his suggestions, pondering how to implement these policies effectively. For it was not a matter to be resolved with mere words. Lena, it is time for cultivation, David remarked, assessing the time. Work is work, and cultivation is cultivation. He had always drawn a clear distinction between the two. Regardless of how busy he became, he could never neglect his training, for it pertained to his strength. Understood, Lena replied with a smile, placing her hands upon the desk. The first batch of wheat sown in Frostwolf Ridge had finally reached its harvest day. To commemorate this moment, David took Leaf's hand and observed the serfs reaping the wheat. Under the blazing sun, the serfs wielded their sickles to cut the stalks, bundling them together, followed by a series of processes to yield the grains. As the plump grains were evenly spread across the threshing floor, it seemed as though the entire earth was cloaked in a golden hue. Gazing upon these resplendent fruits, David's heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. With this wheat, Frostwolf Ridge could easily sustain all its inhabitants, and even with the harsh winter's return and a surge of refugees, they would be able to provide ample sustenance to ensure many lives were saved. Leaf, this is all you're doing, David remarked. Indeed, Leaf responded, nodding with joy, nestling into the Duke's embrace. Their relationship had flourished remarkably during this time, and their cultivation efficiency had steadily increased, now reaching an impressive rate of 1001. Furthermore, the vitality of a life seed within Yezi has been steadily flourishing under his diligent cultivation, now having reached the esteemed rank of a formal knight. Observing the fields of wheat before him and the encroaching dusk, David felt a stirring in his heart. He took Yezi's hand and headed towards the unharvested wheat fields. My lord, Yezi seemed to sense something, her cheeks flushing crimson. She abruptly halted her steps, blushing as she said, My lord, I feel somewhat apprehensive. Perhaps we should return to the castle. Upon hearing this, David felt a twinge of regret. He had almost succeeded. However, since Yezi had already extended the invitation, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms and, exhibiting his extraordinary speed, made his way towards Frostwolf Castle. Let's return home, he smiled. This was Yezi's first departure from Frostwolf Forest, and it was just right to bring her back to Frostwolf Castle, allowing the guards and maidens to meet the new mistress of the castle. Welcome home, little sister, Leah greeted them warmly. Thank you, Sister Leah, Yezi said hurriedly amidst the welcoming voices of the maids as she stepped into Frostwolf Castle for the first time. From now on, this shall be my home as well. Taking a deep breath, Yezi resolved to embrace her new identity, having become the Lord's beloved. I apologize, your room has yet to be organized, Leah said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone, though her eyes sparkled with delight. So, will you be sleeping in the master's room tonight, or shall we share a bed? Yezi was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, I will sleep with Sister Leah. Although everyone was aware of her connection to the Lord, she felt too bashful to articulate her desire to share a bed with him. After speaking, she shyly glanced at the Lord. They indeed had plans to spend the night together, yet she felt a twinge of shyness. However, Yezi was oblivious to the fact that the Lord never spent a night alone. By agreeing, she had implicitly accepted the notion of sharing the night among three, which left her momentarily stunned when she saw the Lord enter the room. My lord, she stammered. What's the matter? Are you having second thoughts? David asked, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the flustered little elf before him. This little sprite bore a resemblance to the initially obstinate Reyna. In contrast, both Hill and Annie adapted swiftly. The former submitted to him unconditionally, while the latter sought assistance due to her lack of strength. And no, Yezi instinctively shook her head. Yet she soon realized what was about to transpire, her face flushing with heat. At this moment, Leah approached, kneeling down to prepare for their training. Yezi stood still, uncertain of what to do next, until David enveloped her in his embrace, leaving her with no choice but to comply. After releasing Yezi, David began his training session with Leah. You have completed a cultivation session, Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline 1256. Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline, 7th rank, 12534110000000. Although the advancement of the Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline requires 1 million experience points, Laya's strength surged after breaking through to the 4th rank, enabling her to progress rapidly. In just a few months, she could elevate the Frost Giant Wolf Bloodline to the 8th rank. In contrast, Cynthia, Hill, and Annie, who have yet to reach the 4th rank, are experiencing a slower cultivation pace. During this period, he has been contemplating ways to facilitate their breakthroughs. David completed a round of cultivation with Laya and extended an invitation to Yezi. Yezi, it is your turn. All right. Yezi did not decline and bravely approached the bedside, though her hands nervously fidgeted with her green dress. David swiftly pulled her down, positioning her to lie alongside Laya. Laya softly reassured her and assisted in removing Yezi's garments. Though merely assuming the simplest of postures, David was nonetheless captivated by the sight of Laya and Yezi lying side by side. This marked Yezi's first experience in shared cultivation. With a first time, subsequent sessions would be considerably easier. You have completed a cultivation session, Plant Control Talent 1123. Plant Control Talent, Advanced 6854-110-0000. Observing the system panel's notification, David couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly Yezi's 4th rank prowess enhanced her cultivation efficiency. Her progress had already eclipsed that of Hill and Annie, who had been cultivating for a considerable duration. Upon seeing David emerge, Laya approached him and commenced her own cultivation. Yezi, feeling somewhat dazed, had nearly forgotten how many times she had cultivated with the Duke. All she recalled was that she had only concluded when utterly exhausted. Yet Laya, the 4th rank knight, was still capable of enduring much longer. It was amidst Laya's gentle calls that she drifted into a deep slumber, awakening the next day. Awake? Laya smiled softly. Good morning, Laya. Yezi tightened the thin blanket draped over her, feeling a touch bashful. Come, rise now. The Duke will soon head to the town hall. Hearing this, Yezi hurriedly got up. Laya assisted her in dressing and tidying her hair. When she descended the stairs, David was already having breakfast. Yezi greeted him and Shui Lian before joining them for the morning meal. At the town hall, Reina had not returned to the castle the previous night, opting to sleep there instead. During this time, or rather, since the Duke's occupation of the northern lands, the affairs of Frostwolf Ridge had become increasingly hectic, requiring her to handle numerous documents daily. Particularly during this harvest month, coupled with the collection of taxes and the promotion of serfs to freemen, her workload had intensified significantly. Fortunately, the town hall's officials had been fully appointed, and with their collective efforts, she managed to maintain order amidst the chaos. Dear esteemed one, this truly marks an abundant harvest. The Minister of Agriculture, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed into the office. According to preliminary statistics from the City Hall, the yield per acre from each plot of farmland had exceeded tenfold compared to previous years. With the inclusion of barren lands, the granaries were on the brink of overflowing. Is that so? Reina couldn't help but chuckle. It seems the new building will soon be put to use. During this period, with the capabilities of Hill facilitating the swift acquisition of stones, parts of the Frostwolf Ridge's walls had been constructed. She instructed the stonemasons to commence the extensive building of stone houses within the city using these materials. Now, the core area of Frostwolf Ridge had transformed into a cluster of stone homes, complemented by public restrooms and markets, among other essential facilities. Initially, when the Duke outlined the plans, she paid little heed, but upon witnessing the completion of the Duke's envisioned community, she found herself captivated by the orderly rows of stone houses. She intended to construct even more stone residences and subsequently sell the rights to these homes, thus initiating the real estate economy the Duke had alluded to. Though David seldom involved himself in territorial development, every suggestion he made yielded unexpected rewards. Observing the emergence of terraced stone houses, public toilets, markets, and schools within the territory, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment, as if he were changing the world. Dear Duke, do you grasp the significance of this? Reina's face radiated excitement as she spoke of the grain yield. Our current food supply can adequately sustain over 100,000 people, This is simply astonishing. If we expand the arable land, the grain production of Frostwolf Ridge could entirely fulfill the food demands of the Northern Territories, allowing us to further enlarge Frostwolf Ridge and transform it into the most magnificent city on the continent. In assessing the strength of kingdoms and territories on this continent, the most crucial factors are undoubtedly the power and number of the formidable, with population serving as another vital reference point. Thus, having food translates to having a populace. In this era, the stagnation of urban population growth largely stems from inadequate agricultural productivity. Each city relies on dozens of surrounding villages for sustenance. Each village typically hosts 1,000 to 2,000 inhabitants, predominantly agrarian, resulting in a scant number of commoners who can ascend to knighthood or military service. This illustrates the invisible constraints on productivity. Resolving these issues could liberate a significant population. Of course, the current enhancement of Frostwolf Ridge's productivity hinges on the leaves. To maintain and expand this productivity, it is imperative to continue cultivating superior wheat varieties or to nurture sorcerers of the botanical faction. With an abundance of food, the dissemination of foundational education would no longer pose challenge. Reyna continued, the difficulties of establishing foundational education extend beyond mere finances. The willingness and enthusiasm of the commoners to learn are equally paramount. If one's sustenance is uncertain, the pursuit of knowledge becomes a distant thought. However, should hunger cease to be a concern, individuals will be inclined to contemplate other matters. This task shall be entrusted to you, and I shall fully cooperate, David remarked, recognizing that this was a pivotal moment for Frostwolf Ridge's development. Indeed, there are certain matters at hand. I have just received word that the lords of several territories are engaging with the royal family of the Silver Moon Kingdom, and Anne's messenger familiar has intercepted some correspondence. This is a crucial moment for taxation. Typically, one cannot ascertain the loyalty of these lords, but during such times, the tax payments they render serve as a testament to their fealty. Observing this, David inclined his head slightly, instructing Uncle Olai to take the spectral wolves and wolf cavalry. Demonstrating strength at times is of utmost importance. Lena nodded in agreement. A 5th-tier spectral wolf, accompanied by 3 4th-tier spectral wolves and 10 3rd-tier spectral wolves, possesses a formidable might capable of dominating the entirety of the North. Even the likes of Northfield City, guarded by the 4th-tier Earth Knight, Count of the Wild Wolves, would find it challenging to withstand his spectral beasts. In the afternoon, David visited the nightly encampment. Upon seeing the arrival of the Duke, the Grey Wolf Knights approached. Due to the ongoing taxation across the territories, the Frostwolf Knights have been deployed several times, primarily for intimidation, without engaging in combat. Beside the Grey Wolf Knight stood another 2nd-tier knight from the Grey Wolf family. Regrettably, Lena's escort knight, having confirmed that she no longer required protection, had returned alone to the kingdom of Crystal Song, leaving uncertainty about his current status. Aside from the imminent threats posed by the Silver Moon Kingdom and the ultimate Church of the Holy Light, the Ice-Crowned Duke of the Kingdom of Crystal Song also loomed large as a significant danger. At this moment, Yuna followed closely behind the Grey Wolf Knight. Having joined the Frostwolf Knights and easily tamed a Grey Wolf, thanks to her bloodline of the Wild Mountain Wolf, she had become a member of the Wolf Cavalry. The Grey Wolf Knights treated the young lady of the Wild Mountain Wolf family with considerable care, especially given her ambiguous relationship with the Duke. Although the Lord had taken 6 wives, and seemingly added another recently, thus totaling 7, none had yet borne him an heir. This piqued the interest of the Grey Wolf Knights in Yuna, for even though the Lord's affections were sparse, one could never tell when fortune might strike. Upon seeing the Duke, Yuna hurriedly approached and performed a knightly salute. She felt immense gratitude towards the Duke for allowing her to join the Frostwolf Knights without prejudice against her gender. "Rise," David commanded. He then proceeded to inspect the nightly encampment as usual, discussing the matters concerning the territories with the Grey Wolf Knights. It was evident that the Silver Moon Kingdom had begun to take action in the north. All those territories had sworn allegiance to him, and in this context, should they turn to the Silver Moon Kingdom, even if swayed, David would not let it go unpunished. This would mark the inaugural clash between Frostwolf Ridge and the Silver Moon Kingdom. and David was determined to ensure the safety of the Frostwolf Knights and maintain the initiative on the battlefield. After attending to various matters, he finally returned to the manor with Yuna. He intended to push the boundaries of the bloodline of the wild mountain wolf, thereby further enhancing the power of the life seed. Yuna had long since accustomed herself to serving the Duke, even after joining the Frostwolf Knights. She resumed her duties as before. "Duke, I shall take a bath first," Yuna announced. "Hee, I must say, this leather armor suits you quite well," David remarked, eyeing Yuna clad in the armor. For the sake of combat convenience, Yuna's attire was quite simple, and coupled with her recently cropped hair, she exuded a strikingly heroic demeanor that piqued his interest. Without hesitation, David approached and lifted Yuna, inhaling her scent as he carried her towards the room, tossing her onto the bed and leaning over her. Soon, they engaged in several rounds of cultivation. "You have completed a round of cultivation. Bloodline of the Wild Mountain Wolf, 85. Bloodline of the Wild Mountain Wolf. Second stage, 1005 to 1000. Yuna's attitude towards him seemed to have improved, and the efficacy of their cultivation increased, allowing his bloodline of the Wild Mountain Wolf to reach the threshold for a third-stage breakthrough. Without further ado, David embraced Yuna and initiated the breakthrough, elevating the bloodline of the Wild Mountain Wolf to the third stage. Instantly, a surge of life energy from the bloodline enhancement flowed within him, subsequently merging with the life seed, fortifying it further. Whether through the integration of the new bloodline or its enhancement, the life seed continued to strengthen. David mused that once the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox reached the seventh stage, the enhancement of the life seed would be even more significant. After reviewing the progress of the nine-tailed fox bloodline and the beast transformation talent, he felt compelled to hasten his breakthrough. In the ensuing time, David continued his cultivation. He had discovered a method to grow stronger, and his path was gradually becoming clearer. As he persistently cultivated the power of the bloodline, the life energy contained within the life seed steadily intensified. This allowed David's strength to finally surpass the initial stage of a 6th-tier knight, achieving the mid-6th tier and taking a solid step towards the 7th tier. That night, within Frostwolf Castle, Yezi began to acclimate to her new life. During the day, she would concoct potions in the apothecary, and in the evenings, she would spend time with her sisters. Initially, she found it quite difficult to adjust, but gradually, she became accustomed to it. The Duke was indeed too formidable. She could hardly satisfy him alone. Even when the 7 of them combined their efforts, it proved challenging to meet his needs. Especially recently, she had distinctly sensed that the Duke had grown even stronger, making it impossible for them to fulfill his desires together. "Duke, perhaps you should consider taking Fire Dance and Water Lotus as well," Leah suggested softly, wiping the corner of her mouth. David pondered for a moment, shaking his head. Huo Wu and Xue Lian had successfully harnessed their mental powers and were currently engaged in the construction of spell sigils. He sensed that the bond between the two sisters and himself had deepened significantly. Once Huo Wu and Xue Lian ascended to the ranks of witches, he would welcome them into his fold. For now, he wished to refrain from interrupting their studies, fearing he might be tempted to engage them in training daily. "And what of Ling Nai and Sophia?" Leah inquired. "Although Sophia appears somewhat youthful, she is indeed of age. Let us discuss this later," David replied, having not yet cultivated a profound connection with the two witches. In comparison, he urged, "You all must also strive to enhance your abilities." A gentle smile graced his lips as his gaze fell upon Cynthia and Annie. Both possessed innate bloodline powers. By enhancing their physical prowess, they could sustain their efforts for a longer duration. "By the way, have there been any updates regarding other witches?" David asked. Annie shook her head in response. "The situation in the Silver Moon Kingdom has become too chaotic of late. The witches have likely gone into hiding. We must dispatch more individuals to search," he continued. "To establish a kingdom of witches, our current numbers are insufficient. Presently, the quantity of witches and the extent of their powers remained limited, offering little aid to his cultivation. What he truly desired was to find witches who possessed the gift of life." David then inquired about the status of the learning of witchcraft legacies, as well as any information regarding 6th-tier extraordinary magical beasts. His physical condition had reached the 6th tier, and only the blood-red elixirs refined from 6th tier extraordinary magical beast blood would be beneficial to his training. Harvest Moon. The Frostwolf Ridge was enveloped in the joy of abundance. However, movements from the far north cast a shadow of tension over the northern territories. This year was undoubtedly tumultuous for the Silver Moon Kingdom. Although Prince Blanco had successfully ascended to the throne as the new king, the kingdom's strength remained in a weakened state. Coupled with the tensions between the northern lands and the Silver Moon royal family, the tribe from the far north perceived this as an opportunity to invade the Silver Moon Kingdom. Their aim was clear: to seize enough provisions from the kingdom to survive the winter, which they would deem a victory. The northern fortress, upon detecting movements from the far north, promptly sought aid from Frostwolf Ridge. In the past, they had only contended with refugees. Now, the entire tribes of the far north were invading, and they could not allow these outsiders to set foot in the northern lands any further. Moreover, what they feared most was the potential invasion from the Crystal Song Kingdom. Fortunately, the Frostwolf family had resumed its guardianship of the northern territories, providing an additional layer of security. In the town hall, David was casting a summoning spell to call back his messenger familiar. Particularly, he was eager to receive news from the Crystal Song Kingdom. Upon summoning a snow hare, he began to examine the information it carried. Instantly, his gaze sharpened. The turmoil within the Crystal Song Kingdom had virtually declared its conclusion. The factions loyal to the Crystal Song royal family had been eradicated by Duke Icecrown. The entire kingdom now lay under the Duke's dominion, merely a step away from his ascension to the throne. Since she first encountered the news, Lena had been biting her lip in distress. David sighed softly, stepping forward to envelop Lena in his embrace, offering gentle solace. He yearned to mobilize forces immediately to assist Lena in reclaiming the Crystal Song Kingdom. Yet, the Duke's own prowess had already reached the 6th tier, augmented by the royal family's heritage, making him a formidable adversary. Lena was acutely aware that the royal treasury housed a legendary suit of armor capable of empowering a 6th tier knight to near 7th tier combat strength. Even with all his might, David might not stand a chance against this Duke Icecrown. Fortunately, many of the Crystal Song family's assets required the soul of the Snow Demon to activate. However, this could also serve as the impetus for Duke Icecrown to act against Lena, leading to an inevitable confrontation between him and the Frostwolf Ridge. My Lord Duke, Sir Roman, and those families. Lena lifted her head. David understood her unspoken thoughts and nodded. I will dispatch the Frostwolf Knights to the borders to escort them. Although the Duke had nearly obliterated all factions supporting the royal family, many had still managed to escape. Sir Roman was currently in the Crystal Song Kingdom, liaising with these factions, intending to bring them back to Frostwolf Ridge. This undoubtedly presented an opportunity for Frostwolf Ridge to enhance its strength, as many among them were of noble blood and held official positions. Thank you, my Lord Duke. Lena expressed her gratitude. David shook his head. I have vowed to help you reclaim the Crystal Song Kingdom. The two shared a brief embrace before returning to their respective duties. With autumn swiftly drawing to a close and winter poised to return, the plight of the refugees was bound to resurface. However, compared to the previous year, the population and income under his jurisdiction in Frostwolf Ridge had seen significant growth, with infrastructure gradually improving and the number of knights having multiplied tenfold. Based on last year's experience in managing the refugees with sufficient provisions, absorbing them would be a relatively straightforward task. The previous crisis had now turned into an opportunity for Frostwolf Ridge to rapidly replenish its populace. Yet, this time his territory was larger. In addition to addressing the influx of refugees, he had to guard against the barbaric incursions from the far north and the Crystal Song Kingdom, while remaining vigilant towards the Silver Moon Kingdom and the Church. The challenges facing Frostwolf Ridge from the far north, the Crystal Song Kingdom, the Silver Moon Kingdom, and the Church were numerous. Observing Lena's troubled demeanor, David glanced at the documents before him and sighed as he departed from the town hall. He felt his own strength was insufficient. He had initially believed that achieving the 6th tier would resolve most of his problems. However, the reality made him realize that reaching the 6th tier merely granted him a glimpse into the upper echelons of this world, merely qualifying him to partake in this grand game. It was imperative that he continued to enhance his strength. Should he elevate his prowess to the 7th tier, he would be capable of resolving the vast majority of challenges. Upon returning to Frostwolf Castle, David resolved to resume his daily training. "My lord," Cynthia exclaimed joyfully upon his arrival. During this period, David had enlisted Cynthia's assistance in cultivating her 9-tailed fox bloodline and beast transformation talent, and she had surprisingly refrained from wandering off. David, in a tender display of affection, ruffled Cynthia's hair and took her hand as they strolled toward the garden. Their contrasting heights of 1.80 meters and 1.50 meters creating a striking visual disparity. In the garden, David commenced his guidance, encouraging Cynthia to continually hone her beast transformation ability and her mastery over the 9-tailed fox bloodline. At present, Cynthia's 9-tailed fox bloodline strength was at the 4th tier, yet her beast transformation talent was merely average, preventing her from fully harnessing the power of her 4th tier bloodline. Nevertheless, her advancement could be deemed straightforward. By elevating her beast transformation talent to a higher grade, she would directly acquire the strength of the 4th tier. In the training ground, Cynthia had completely transformed into her half-beast 9-tailed fox form. She was tirelessly utilizing her beast transformation talent to grasp the power inherent within the 9-tailed fox bloodline, constantly drawing upon it to enhance her physical capabilities. Based on David's experience, to fully master the power of a bloodline, both mental fortitude and physical prowess were indispensable. Otherwise, one could never truly harness the latent strength within a bloodline. Just as he himself could not fully command the bloodline of the 7th tier Frost Giant Wolf, due to his mental and physical limitations. After training for a while, Cynthia lost her patience. Had it not been for David's watchful gaze, she would have longed to escape. Calming herself to train was genuinely arduous for her, and she felt that the effects of potions were far more beneficial. "My lord," Cynthia called out, attempting to charm him after completing a session. Seeing this, David wore a resigned expression and said, "All right, I shall assist you in your training." Yet, confronted with Cynthia's childlike demeanor, what could he possibly say? He could only indulge her. Upon hearing this, Cynthia nodded eagerly and leaped into his embrace. David promptly steadied her, carrying her toward a nearby thicket. "Remember, if I've agreed to help you train, you must endure," David remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Okay, Cynthia hesitated, feeling an underlying sense of apprehension toward her lord's demeanor. Observing her agreement, David took a deep breath and suddenly activated his beast transformation talent. Instantly, fox ears sprouted from his head, and 3 fox tails emerged behind him, transforming him into the same half-beast form as Cynthia. "My lord!" Cynthia's eyes widened in astonishment. Clearly, she was taken aback by the revelation that the lord possessed the same beastly transformation ability as her own, even evoking a sensation of her bloodline being suppressed. Wasn't the lord supposed to be of the Frost Giant Wolf lineage? How could he also harbor the power of the 9-tailed fox within him? This was the first time David transformed into his half-beast form during his training. Although it appeared that only his ears and tail had changed, he could not shake off the feeling that he had grown stronger, instinctively adapting to his new physique. "My lord, how is it that you too can be astified?" Cynthia, regaining her composure, reached out to touch the tail behind David. In response, David's tail moved, wrapping around Cynthia's outstretched hand as he chuckled. "This is the power of the sorcerer I have activated. Through training, I can acquire the bloodlines and talents that reside within you, and also help enhance them." He did not shy away from revealing this, for while his abilities seemed extraordinary, the power of a sorcerer inherently dealt with the forces of rules. Moreover, Laia and the others were surely already aware of his capabilities, particularly Reyna, the proud little princess who often sought training sessions with him. "Is it akin to the powers of a succubus?" Cynthia queried in wonder. During this period, she had perused numerous travelogues related to sorcery, which mentioned such creatures, drawing a striking resemblance to the lord's abilities. Upon hearing Cynthia's description, David's expression darkened as he slapped his palm down heavily, causing Cynthia to gasp in surprise. Without hesitation, he grasped one of Cynthia's tails, while his 3 tails entwined around her, binding her in place. "Cynthia, shall we partake in a bit of role-playing?" he said with a mischievous grin, prompting Cynthia to lean against a large tree before them. "My lord," Cynthia exclaimed, her face as red as an apple. David laughed heartily, reassuring her before commencing his training. "Slow down," Cynthia softly implored, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. "You have completed a session of training. Beast Transformation Talent, 689. Nine-tailed Fox Bloodline, 789. David exhaled deeply, concluding his first training session in a half-beast state as the system's notification chimed. At that moment, Cynthia curled up in his embrace, resembling an injured kitten seeking solace. "You've worked hard," he said, gently stroking her tail. Suddenly, Cynthia lifted her head, a glimmer of delight shining in her eyes. She glanced at David, unable to resist, leaping forward to give him a quick kiss before exclaiming, "It seems my beast transformation talent has surpassed its limits." "Congratulations," David replied with a smile, having recognized the improvement when he saw the system notification. Both the beast transformation talent and the nine-tailed fox talent had experienced a significant enhancement in their effectiveness. At this moment, Cynthia had been gently set down. Initially, she wished to boast a little, but upon recalling the Lord's remarkable abilities, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Subsequently, she closed her eyes, beginning to attune herself to her elevated beast transformation talent. In the next instant, she activated her newly acquired full-state beast transformation, and her body began to undergo a metamorphosis enveloped in magical energy. Before long, a diminutive nine-tailed fox manifested in the arena. David had already distanced himself significantly to give Cynthia space, yet upon witnessing the small two-tailed fox, which was no larger than an ordinary fox, he was momentarily taken aback. Although undeniably adorable, its appearance was entirely dissimilar to his own form as a nine-tailed fox. They were worlds apart. It was evident that while Cynthia had grasped the full-state transformation, she had yet to master it proficiently, let alone fully harness the power of the fourth-tier nine-tailed fox bloodline to transform into a fourth-tier nine-tailed fox. Cynthia lifted her head, a hint of awkwardness on her face. Clearly, she still had much to learn and refine in her training. David approached, cradling the small fox that Cynthia had transformed into in his arms, running his fingers through her fur vigorously, which instantly filled him with a sense of refreshing exhilaration. In the ensuing days, David focused his primary energy on enhancing the beast transformation talent. Although Cynthia had not yet reached the fourth tier, her experience gain of 600 to 700 was still commendable. In fact, due to her formidable physical constitution, the experience she acquired daily surpassed that of Amy. After a fortnight, David, accompanied by Leah, Amy, Raina, and Cynthia, journeyed towards the northern fortress. With winter approaching, traces of refugees had begun to emerge in the far north. Furthermore, a barbarian tribe from the extreme north had attempted to circumvent the northern fortress to enter the northern lands. Fortunately, David had dispatched a unit of wolf cavalry to patrol the borders, thanks to the powerful sense of smell of the gray wolves. Infiltrating the northern lands unnoticed was no simple feat, however. It was clear that this was merely a probing attempt by the northern barbarians, and more would surely follow in their wake, seeking entry into the northern territories. Under such circumstances, David deemed it necessary to establish a presence at the northern fortress. This time, Leah, Amy, and Raina accompanied him, primarily due to their own fourth-tier strength, which was sufficient for self-defense. Moreover, upon reaching the northern fortress, Amy would be able to enter the frost barrier for training and assist in its management. As for Cynthia, David had initially hesitated to bring her along. Much like the Witch's Hill, Annie, and Yezi, who remained at the wizard's castle to continue their training, he considered leaving her behind. Yet, given that her beast transformation talent was on the verge of breaking through to the extraordinary realm, he ultimately decided to take her with him. At this moment, upon a vast plain, David held Cynthia as they rode atop the leader of the Shadow Wolves. Leah, Amy, and Raina each rode their own Shadow Wolves, with another Shadow Wolf trailing behind them. The four spectral wolf beasts have been bound to a spiritual contract by David, who has facilitated the pact for Leah, Amy, Raina, and Cynthia, transforming them into the magical companions of the four. With the protection of a fourth-tier spectral wolf beast, the safety of the quartet is significantly enhanced. Within just half a day, David led the Frostwolf Knights to the northern fortress. The fortress commander, Marquis Twilight Turtle, emerged with the local nobility to extend a warm welcome. Upon seeing Duke Frostwolf, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. As long as Duke Frostwolf was present, the northern fortress could withstand any potential assault from the Crystal Song Kingdom. Upon entering the fortress, David was promptly briefed by the commander and the nobles regarding the situation at the northern outpost. In the council chamber, David took his seat at the head of the table, with Rena positioned beside him, as was customary. As everyone filed in, their eyes instinctively darted towards Rena. They had already heard whispers of a female administrator assisting Duke Frostwolf in managing his territory, yet they were surprised to see her accompanying him to the northern fortress. It seemed evident that she was not merely an aide, but also a romantic interest of the Duke, lending credence to the rumors surrounding his affections. However, the Duke's discerning taste meant that only the daughters of prominent noble families had any hope of gaining his favor, making it exceedingly difficult for lesser nobility to present candidates. As the nobles indulged in their speculations, the meeting commenced. The primary concern at hand was the significant threat posed by the tribes from the far north, as well as the influx of refugees gathering in the area. David proposed relocating these refugees to Ice Bear City, designating a specific region for their settlement. He employed a method similar to his previous arrangements, albeit with the designated area slightly expanded. Thus, even if some of the northern tribes infiltrated among the refugees, the threat to Frostwolf Ridge would remain minimal. Once matters at the northern fortress were settled, David returned to the Frostwolf family's residence with Leah, Amy, Rena, and Cynthia. The former Twilight Turtle family had completely vacated the premises, yet they had left behind a few servants to assist in managing the estate, allowing for an immediate move-in. "I shall take you to the icebound barrier," David announced as he led the ladies to his study, where he unveiled a secret passage to the icebound barrier. Upon arriving at the grand door, he produced an ancestral golden key to unlock it, unleashing a rush of frigid air. "Goodness, it's so cold," Cynthia exclaimed, feeling the chill as she approached. Leah, Amy, and Rena, possessing the power of ice, remained unaffected. David swiftly enveloped Cynthia in his embrace, controlling the icy atmosphere around them, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, feeling still a bit cold, Cynthia transformed into a small nine-tailed fox, with a thick coat of fur providing warmth. She immediately felt her body enveloped in a comforting heat. During this period, she had been diligently honing her beast transformation abilities, and today was a rare occasion without training. David cradled the small nine-tailed fox that Cynthia had transformed into. As the four of them entered the icy barrier, they were instantly struck by the potent chill contained within. Particularly for Amy, the ice sorceress endowed with a superior affinity for ice elements, the sensation was even more pronounced. "You may cultivate here," David announced. "The icy energy in this place is far more concentrated than that within the ice jewel, significantly enhancing the speed of ice power cultivation." "All right," Amy replied with delight, unaware that Lord David's magical hand was stealthily approaching. "Come, let me assist you in your training." David chuckled mischievously, assuring her that the training results would be equally potent here. Amy, caught off guard, was swiftly seized by David, the little rabbit falling directly into the clutches of the big bad wolf. The chill permeated the ice chamber. As Amy leaned against the icy surface, she could see her own reflection within it. Watching Lord David's hand glide over her body, she felt a warmth enveloping her entire being. "No, don't look," Amy shyly protested. Seeing this, David encouraged her to stand even straighter, allowing her a clearer view. A shiver ran through Amy's body. David leaned back, firmly establishing his stance. From this angle, the process was even more visible, revealing every detail. Meanwhile, Leah, Rena, and Cynthia watched from the side. The thought of experiencing this moment themselves caused them to turn away, unable to bear the sight. By this time, Amy was utterly weakened, allowing Lord David to lift her effortlessly. "Lord, is it not done yet?" Amy bit her finger in anticipation. David repeatedly lifted and lowered her, finally exhaling in satisfaction before setting her down. He then turned to Leah. Though equally bashful, Leah gently crouched down before rising to brace herself against the ice wall. Blushing furiously at her reflection in the icy surface, she did her utmost to comply. David, pleased, leaned closer to Leah's ear and whispered, "I shall begin now." Leah nodded, her gaze focused on the ice wall, where she could clearly see the unfolding process of cultivation. As one foot was raised, her view became even clearer. Leah widened her eyes slightly, feeling her body grow soft. Yet she gritted her teeth, determined to complete her training. Next was Rena. David took her hand and led her to the ice wall. Suddenly, he conjured an ice crown from the chill surrounding them and placed it atop Princess Crystal's head. Beholding Rena, resembling an ice queen, David couldn't help but tear his gaze away. In the frigid expanse of snow, the fallen queen appears, her bashful demeanor exuding a distinctive beauty. David conjures an ice chair, leaning upon it as he sits. Rena approaches the icy seat and gracefully takes her place. The scene of the Ice Queen descending into the mortal realm is exquisitely enchanting. David gazes silently, his breath quickening involuntarily. Rena, too, observes this moment, her reflection in the ice wall momentarily captivating her. She had never anticipated revealing such an expression. "What troubles you?" David inquires softly. Rena shakes her head, gradually relaxing her body. Since he is the one she has chosen, there is no reason for hesitation. The silhouettes of the two are mirrored on the ice wall until she finally softens, exhaling heavily. At last, David's gaze shifts to Cynthia, who huddles in the corner. "Cold." Cynthia murmurs pitifully as she notices the Lord's attention. David does not press her, instead turning his focus to Amy. "Amy, is it all right?" "Yes, it is," Amy replies, her cheeks flushed as she nods. However, this time, she faces away from the ice wall. David embraces Amy, guiding her back against the icy surface, a chill swirling around them. With his extraordinary affinity for ice elements, David can assist Amy in harnessing the power of frost during her training. In the morning, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Leah, David and Rena make their way to the town hall. He has just received news of a gathering of the barbarian tribes from the far north. Barbarians with wild bloodlines? David squints. The barbarians possess unique bloodlines that grant them formidable combat prowess. They follow a path of pure physical enhancement, capable of rivaling Earth Knights even without the cultivation of fighting spirit, relying solely on their vital energy for strength. David finds this ability of the barbarians particularly intriguing. Vital energy, in a certain sense, is life force, and the barbarian's mastery of this power represents a path of self-enhancement through the utilization of life energy. David has gradually begun to explore a way to amplify himself using the seeds of life. If he can harness the abilities of the barbarians, it may significantly aid his further exploration of life energy. He wonders if he could win over these tribes. David is not inherently averse to other races. If he could unite these barbarians, it would bolster his strength considerably. Currently, Frostwolf Ridge faces threats from both the Silvermoon Kingdom and the Crystal Song Kingdom, necessitating a substantial number of soldiers. Furthermore, the barbarians worship the Lord of the Wilderness, a deity rumored to possess extraordinary physical attributes. The high priest of the barbarians wields powers akin to divine arts. Especially the blood patterns seem to draw upon the vitality of the beasts to enhance their own strength. Moreover, the barbarian tribes excel in various sacrificial rituals. The current high priest of the barbarians, according to the information he has acquired, is indeed a female priestess. If that is the case, once he subdues the barbarians, he could devise methods to extract the barbarian bloodline and other extraordinary powers from this priestess. That night, in the dimly lit chamber, a tranquil silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by the rhythmic sounds of heartbeat and breath reverberating in the space. David sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes gently closed, acutely aware that this breakthrough was of paramount importance, as it would determine whether he could ascend to a new realm of the extraordinary. He took a deep breath, calming his mind completely, and began to initiate the breakthrough of his beast transformation talent. As torrents of energy surged into his body, he felt every cell undergoing transformation, every muscle becoming more taut and robust. This sensation was both agonizing and exhilarating, for each pang of pain heralded the promise of burgeoning strength. At the moment of completion, David suddenly felt a violent throbbing in the area of his heart, akin to the birth of a new star within him. The force seemed to radiate from the depths of his heart, sweeping throughout his entire being like a relentless river, infusing boundless power into his limbs and bones. He realized he was awakening a new extraordinary power, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced before. With his eyes closed, he focused all his attention on the surging energy, a look of wonder crossing his face. Beast transformation talent. Extraordinary, 121 million. Acquired talent ability. Heart of the Beast. The name Heart of the Beast resonated with both wildness and mystery. This power not only further fortified his bloodline, but also endowed him with the ability to dominate creatures of the same lineage. This signified that any being, be it human or animal, sharing the same bloodline would irresistibly yield to his will and his presence. Thus, this was the true might of the Beast transformation talent at the extraordinary level. David murmured to himself, his initial surprise gradually giving way to exhilaration. Not only does it augment my physical body, but it also grants me dominion over beings of the same bloodline. This is undeniably an immensely powerful ability. This newly acquired capability significantly enhanced both his combat prowess and intimidation factor, providing substantial support for future battles and conquests. Moreover, the bodily feedback from the breakthrough of his beast transformation talent to the extraordinary level rapidly elevated his physical attributes from the early stage of the 6th rank to the mid-stage. He concentrated his thoughts and activated the beast transformation talent in an instant, initially intending to directly harness the bloodline of the 7th rank frost giant wolf. He encountered failure once more. Subsequently, he redirected a portion of that power, transforming his form into a 6th rank frost giant wolf. This time, he felt a remarkable enhancement in his physique, speed, reflexes, and various qualities, fully mastering this transformation without any constraints of mental energy or physical attributes. As he awakened the heart of the beast, an intense wave of mental and physical exhaustion surged within him. Yet simultaneously, he felt the latent potential within the bloodline of the 6th order frost giant wolf being ignited. The frigid, ruthless, and unstoppable aura of frost swiftly enveloped the surroundings, causing the icy energy within his veins to multiply at an astonishing rate. This, however, was not the full extent of the heart of the beast's potential. David sensed all of this and could not help but feel a fervent anticipation. If he could further enhance his mastery over this ability, it might lead him to unlock an even more formidable frost giant wolf bloodline, perhaps even allowing him to prematurely awaken the 7th order. In just 3 days, the barbarian tribes of the far north had gathered outside the fortress. Within the main tent of the encampment, Sula, adorned in a crimson priestly robe and clutching a necklace of blood fangs, sat with her eyes closed in deep meditation. She was the high priestess of the barbarian tribes in the far north, and also regarded as a devilish believer in the eyes of the church, a minion of demons. Yet, she paid little mind to such labels. Whether demon or devil, her sole desire was to lead her tribe away from the desolate expanse of the far north. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the tent. A barbarian warrior entered, speaking in a low voice. "High priestess, all the tribes have assembled." Sula opened her eyes, which gradually deepened in intensity as if she could see through all things. Rising to her feet, she commanded, "Prepare everyone for the assault." The warriors hastily obeyed, while Sula returned to her altar, closing her eyes once more to continue reciting incantations. From her throat emerged a deep, resonant chant, each word imbued with ancient and mysterious power. The blood-fong necklace in her grasp emitted a faint red glow, seemingly responding to her summons, as if the very air around her was distorted by the sanguine light. She intended to wield her mastery of sorcery to alter the fate of the barbarians. Outside, the barbarian warriors swiftly mobilized, donning their gear with resolute expressions filled with the spirit of battle. For them, this was not merely a war. It was a duel for survival and a better future. They understood that failure to breach the fortress would condemn them to eternal entrapment in that frigid, barren land. Devoid of hope, arranged in disciplined ranks, the barbarian warriors began their advance towards the fortress at the command of High Priestess Sula. At the northern fortress, David stood atop the ramparts, activating the Eye of Magic. At that moment, he sensed waves of blood energy continuously permeating the atmosphere. His expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, the High Priestess of the far north wielded sorcerous power, seemingly intertwined with the force of blood energy. The barbarians, possessing the lineage of savagery, inherently held the ability to amplify their strength through their vital essence. Now, with the addition of this sorceress harnessing blood energy, there would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Section 122. However, the audacious display of a wizard's power directly upon the battlefield is a privilege reserved solely for these barbaric tribes. Though the extreme northern lands are fraught with harsh conditions, they remain a domain where even the church hesitates to tread. David mused silently, recognizing the reason behind the annual pilgrimage of numerous witches to these desolate territories. If these sorcerers were merely clinging to life in the far north, the church would likely refrain from risking its presence there. Yet, should these wizards dare to venture into the mainland, the church would undoubtedly not allow their existence to persist. It appears that this tribal high priest intends to sacrifice himself to aid his kin in successfully seizing the Silver Moon Kingdom. At that moment, the call of the barbarian tribe's horn reverberated through the air. An immense throng of barbarians commenced their assault on the northern stronghold, surging forth like a relentless tide. The barbarian warriors surged towards the fortress walls, wielding their heavy weaponry and rudimentary shields, each strike imbued with destructive force. Their eyes blazed with fervent conviction, ignited by the primal urge for survival and the glimmering hope for a brighter future. Under the powerful spiritual guidance of High Priest Sula, each warrior seemed to transform into an unyielding champion of the battlefield, their focus solely on the formidable stronghold. Above, a multitude of birds spread their wings, blood eagles controlled by Sula. They circled ominously, occasionally diving down to unleash a tempest of attacks on the defenders, striving to sow chaos within the fortress. Simultaneously, the northern stronghold's horns sounded in response, as a legion of soldiers readied their bows, relentlessly repelling the advancing barbarians below. Seasoned veterans swiftly organized defensive formations, employing spears and arrows against the soaring blood eagles while hurling boulders to counter the encroaching enemy forces. Though the number of barbarians was overwhelming, breaching the northern stronghold remained an almost insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, waves of barbarians continued to surge forth, akin to moths drawn to a flame, undeterred by the prospect of death. Indeed, these warriors were infused with a palpable energy of bloodlust. This sanguine energy manifested as bizarre runes upon their bodies, greatly enhancing their physical attributes. Even when pierced by arrows, these barbarians displayed an uncanny resilience, continuing their relentless assault as though impervious to pain. This bolstered their strength significantly. Even the ordinary soldier possessed the might of a squire. Among the stronger barbarians, their power reached even greater heights as they ascended the walls, inflicting considerable casualties upon the defenders. Such is the nature of war. Despite the protection afforded by the northern stronghold, casualties were an inevitable consequence. As the toll of battle mounted, David suddenly perceived a surge of blood energy coalescing within the battlefield. David, utilizing the Eye of Magic, observed the scene before him, his gaze narrowing slightly. He discerned that the sanguine energy had coalesced, drawn by a force towards the distant encampment. Through the lens of his Eye of Magic, he could perceive that the encampment emanated a formidable magical resonance, subtly resembling an altar. An altar. Astonishingly, the barbarian tribe possessed a power akin to the ice barrier. Moreover, this force evidently suited warfare, incessantly augmenting the strength of these barbarian soldiers. Not only did it empower the soldiers, but the blood eagles soaring in the sky were similarly invigorated. The crimson runes adorning their bodies served as conduits, perpetually supplying them with sanguine energy. Suddenly, A barbarian in the fray let out a thunderous roar. His body was riddled with arrows, yet he remained unyielding. As he roared, the crimson runes pulsated with vigor. In the next moment, a dense sanguine glow enveloped him, his power surging dramatically, propelling him from a third-tier knight to a fourth tier. He leapt forth, scaling the city walls, braving a hail of arrows, and forcefully ascended the battlements. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Upon reaching the walls, the barbarian unleashed a frenzy of slaughter. Blood swiftly pooled on the battlements, which he absorbed into his crimson runes, enhancing his aura exponentially. A semblance of frenzied power? David's eyes narrowed. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized that the barbarian had succumbed to madness. His physique could hardly withstand such overwhelming force. This method of forcibly acquiring strength evidently bore severe repercussions. Once this frenzied state dissipated, the barbarian would likely be rendered a shell of his former self, if not face death itself. As numerous barbarians unleashed their frenzied abilities, David could already envision the cataclysmic power they would unleash. At that moment, a third-tier knight commander advanced to confront the barbarian. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and this was merely the beginning. Several third-tier barbarians, empowered by their crimson runes, had astonishingly ascended to fourth tier. Witnessing this, David took action. With a single hand, he summoned a sword of ice. In the next instant, he concentrated his icy energy beneath him, transforming it into floating ice, propelling himself swiftly toward the barbarian. With a fierce swing, he unleashed a blade of ice-blue light that cleaved through the sanguine energy surrounding the barbarian's form. The blade struck with the swiftness of lightning, inflicting a grievous wound upon the formidable figure. David did not relent. He continued to wield the sword of ice, each strike claiming the life of a barbarian warrior. A multitude of barbarians crumbled under his relentless assault, their bodies collapsing amidst anguished roars. David discerned that the fourth-tier barbarian before him still clung to life. Yet, his own physique was severely depleted, his skin aged and resembling that of a dying elder. A mere third-tier barbarian could forcibly wield fourth-tier power, a testament to the pinnacle of life's transcendence. After vanquishing this barbarian, he surveyed his surroundings. As the barbarians unleashed their death-defying frenzy, they ripped open a breach with their very lives. Sula stood upon the altar, her expression a complex tapestry as she gazed at the distant battlefield. She sensed the incessant activation of blood-red runes, indicating that the lives of these tribesmen were nearing their conclusion. Ultimately, however, the blood of all barbarians would converge upon the altar, propelling the entire clan forward. David remained rooted in place, his countenance grave. He observed that the blood energy within these barbarian soldiers had been wholly unleashed. With each barbarian he felled, a substantial amount of blood energy surged towards the altar at an accelerated pace. It was difficult to fathom the terrifying strength one could attain by absorbing such potent blood energy. Even a common fifth-tier knight, should they absorb it, could unleash the might of a sixth-tier knight. If several such sixth-tier knights emerged, even he, a genuine sixth-tier knight, would face considerable challenges. In this precarious situation, he resolved to demolish the altar forthwith. Who could predict what kind of monstrosity might arise from the absorption of such vast quantities of blood energy? With this thought, he charged into the fray, brandishing his sword of ice. Each strike encased everything in its vicinity in frost. One by one, the barbarian soldiers were entombed in ice, forming a glacial pathway leading to the altar. A howl echoed as the specter of the Shadow Wolf leapt down from the city walls. David mounted the Shadow Wolf, a trio of man, sword, and beast launching an assault on the barbarian formation. At that moment, the gates of the northern fortress swung open, and a throng of knights surged forth, following the lead of the Duke of Frostwolf. The ice barrier, a crystalline orb of ice, materialized in David's grasp. As he invoked the orb's power, the barrier manifested. A wave of icy energy enveloped the knights, cloaking them in glistening ice armor. Boom! In an instant of collision, a breach was torn in the barbarian formation. The fifth-tier Shadow Wolf, combined with David's 6th tier knightly prowess, rendered them unstoppable for even a fleeting moment. Even 5th tier titans among the barbarians had no choice but to be swiftly shredded by this overwhelming force. So powerful. From his vantage on the northern fortress, Marquis Magoo looked upon this scene with awe. This was an achievement he himself would find arduous, even with the aid of the ice barrier granting him 6th tier knightly strength. Kill him. The barbarian warriors roared in a savage cacophony. David, undaunted, charged into the ranks of the barbarians alongside the spectral wolf beast. With each swing of his ice blade, the surrounding barbaric soldiers were encased in ice, transforming into frozen statues that obstructed their comrades. Their synergy was flawless. Each strike was executed with precision and ferocity, akin to an unstoppable whirlwind of frost. David wielded the ice blade with deftness, freezing more foes into statues, while the spectral wolf deftly maneuvered among them, tearing through their ranks with its razor-sharp claws and teeth. "Advance, do not falter," David bellowed, as they needed to breach the barbarian formation swiftly to reach the altar. At that moment, a formidable barbarian, clad in heavy armor and wielding a colossal axe, emerged before David, exuding an aura of bloodlust. This warrior had succumbed entirely to primal instincts. With instinctual ferocity, he raised his massive axe, a whirlwind of violent energy accompanying his descent toward David. David declared, stepping forward without flinching. He gripped the ice blade with one hand and met the oncoming assault. The collision of their powers ignited a flurry of sparks, sending shockwaves through the air. Despite the brute strength of his opponent, David's 6th tier physique utterly subdued him. In an instant, a thick layer of frost formed at the point of impact, encasing the axe and the 5th tier barbarian, along with the ground beneath them. Without hesitation, the spectral wolf lunged, sinking its teeth into the foe's throat, a crimson spray erupting forth. The 5th tier warrior could not even utter a cry before succumbing to death. Kill! 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 At the sight of this spectacle, the knights who had charged alongside erupted in fervent shouts. The barbarian ranks were thoroughly torn asunder. Yet, as they approached the central area of the altar, a denser and more ferocious resistance emerged. The barbarian tribes had dispatched additional elite forces to this region, intent on stalling the advance of the Frostwolf Duke. Nevertheless, even this could not impede the overwhelming might and momentum unleashed by the Frostwolf Duke himself. Sula stood atop the altar, gazing down at the approaching Frostwolf Duke, her expression grave. She understood that only by vanquishing the Duke could they hope to breach the northern fortress. This was their final opportunity. "High Priestess, allow me." A robust barbarian warrior stepped forward, determination etched on his face. Sula looked at the warrior with a complex expression, nodding slightly. She recognized the necessity of sacrifice. For the sake of the barbarian tribe, she was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice herself. Positioned at the center of the altar, Sula summoned the latent sorceress powers within her, channeling them through the altar. She intoned an ancient and arcane incantation, and dark crimson light began to emanate around the altar. This was an age-old ritual passed down through the barbarian lineage. She prayed to the Lord of the Wilderness, continually infusing the blood essence into the barbarian warrior standing before her. This is the wizardly talent she possesses, harnessing the power of sacrifice to attain strength far beyond her own. Blood-red runes began to manifest upon the body of the barbarian warrior, enveloping every inch of his skin in an instant. In the next moment, he summoned the power within himself. Originally at the 4th tier, his strength surged to the 5th tier upon activating the crimson runes. With the added potency of the altar's power, his might escalated further, culminating in a remarkable transformation that propelled him to the 6th tier. This transformation endowed a 4th tier barbarian with the prowess of a 6th tier warrior. Even if this state could only be maintained for a fleeting moment, it represented an extraordinary force. Upon reaching the 6th tier, the warrior's skin turned a deep crimson, and his eyes glowed with a blood-red light. He had sacrificed everything, his life, soul, will, emotions, and all that he could command, infused with the blood of countless barbarians. His life underwent a profound elevation, poised to burst forth in a dazzling display akin to fireworks. Instinctively, his gaze turned towards the approaching enemy, and he charged forward. David, witnessing this once fourth-tier adversary rushing at him, was taken aback. Moreover, on the altar, a second barbarian warrior had begun the ritual, cloaked in a glow of blood. David realized he could no longer afford to wait. He leapt from the form of the spectral wolf and surged ahead. Simultaneously, his sixth-tier physical prowess, sixth-tier fighting spirit, and icy power erupted forth. Channeling all his strength into his fist, he met the barbarian warrior's punch head-on. Boom! The collision of fists unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. Sweeping through the air, the surrounding barbarian soldiers were unable to approach, sent flying by the residual shockwave. They had withstood it. The priests at the altar sighed in relief. Yet, as this thought crossed their minds, the barbarian warrior trembled. In an astonishing turn of events, he was sent flying by the second punch of Duke Frostwolf, leaving everyone in disbelief. Fortunately, at that moment, the second barbarian warrior had charged forward. However, Duke Frostwolf had already conjured an ice sword, cutting through the air to freeze everything in its path. The barbarian warrior had yet to reach Duke Frostwolf when he was already ensnared by the icy power, frost beginning to envelop him. Meanwhile, Duke Frostwolf had ascended to the altar. Several barbarian leaders, positioned beside the high priest, sprang into action, launching their fists simultaneously. Boom! 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 David responded directly with his fists, unleashing 5 consecutive punches that sent all 5 adversaries hurtling away. Just then, the 2 barbarian warriors charged once more, but they were met with a shield forged from icy fighting spirit. David's icy sword sliced through the air with a sudden ferocity, unleashing the full might of the 7th-tier Frostwolf bloodline. With a single stroke, he sent one of the barbarian warriors soaring. The impact resounded as this warrior, already grievously wounded, struggled to rise, but ultimately succumbed, collapsing slowly to the ground. His life force, utterly depleted, dissipated into a pool of blood. Atop the altar, David delivered another powerful punch, forcing back another barbarian warrior. Witnessing this, Sula and the barbarian chieftains were enveloped in despair. The strength of the Frostwolf Duke far exceeded their expectations. Even 2 warriors, who had transcended their limits, proved no match for him. It was a monumental challenge just to impede the Duke's advance. Desperation set in as the 5 chieftains exchanged glances. They activated their berserk powers, crimson runes glowing upon their forms, striving for their utmost enhancement. Yet, David offered them no respite. His icy sword danced, executing the Frostwolf sword technique. With his extraordinary speed, he swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a torrent of icy energy. The 5 chieftains were hurled through the air. Sula watched this unfold, her expression one of utter hopelessness. In such circumstances, continuing the battle seemed utterly futile. If all the chieftains fell here, even if the Frostwolf Duke were slain, the barbarian forces would be unable to advance. At this juncture, their expedition could only be deemed a failure. Finally, she seemed to make a resolute decision, channeling her blood sacrifice talent. The sanguine glow surrounding the barbarians began to fade, their strength waning as they withdrew from their berserk state. The 5 chieftains gasped for breath, feeling an overwhelming weakness wash over them, though they had only just activated their berserk powers. Meanwhile, the barbarian warrior charged once more at David, only to be struck down again. This time he did not rise. As his life essence faded, he too transformed into a pool of blood. High Priest. After exiting their berserk state, the 5 chieftains gathered around the high priest, their faces grim. They had not anticipated that even in their combined berserk state, they could not defeat the Frostwolf Duke. Now, they found themselves utterly powerless against him. Sula stepped forward, positioning herself in front of her companions. An aura of blood energy swirled around her, rendering her akin to a blood queen. As it stood, Sula's sorceress powers had already ascended to the 4th tier. Empowered by the altar's might, she now possesses the ability to unleash the formidable strength of the 6th tier, regardless of the consequences. Should a sacrifice be necessary, she wishes to offer her own life to propel her kin forward. David observed this scene with a grave expression. His gaze then traversed the assembly of tribal leaders and warriors, ultimately resting upon Sula. Truth be told, he was somewhat taken aback by the selflessness displayed by these tribespeople. This was a genuine spirit of sacrifice for the sake of their kin, emblematic of their resolve to escape the desolate expanse of the far north. Perhaps a discussion is in order, David suddenly remarked. Sula's face registered surprise as she clutched the blood-tooth necklace in anticipation of the Duke of Frostwolf's next words. You merely seek a land where your tribe can thrive, do you not? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Sula's eyes flickered before she nodded and replied solemnly, then, Does your grace intend to provide refuge for my people? David surveyed the surroundings. The sheer number of tribespeople was overwhelming, likely necessitating a portion of the Silver Moon Kingdom's territory to accommodate them. Naturally, relinquishing vast tracts of land in the north to these tribes was out of the question. Very well, David unexpectedly assented, a smile gracing his features. I can allocate a portion of the eastern lands of the Silver Moon Kingdom to you. The eastern lands? You wish for us to assault the east? Sula's expression sharpened as she contemplated the current state of the Silver Moon Kingdom. In a sense, the Duke of Frostwolf and the kingdom were indeed adversaries. Under such circumstances, a conflict between them was inevitable. The tribes could indeed assist in the assault on the eastern territories, thereby securing a portion of that land, provided the Duke emerged victorious, an entirely feasible prospect. Yet, her visage reflected hesitation. Historically, regardless of the internal strife within the Silver Moon Kingdom, no foreign entity was ever permitted to step foot within its borders. Would the Duke truly cede parts of the eastern lands? David discerned Sula's uncertainty and, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, Soon, there shall be no Silver Moon Kingdom, and consequently, no eastern lands belonging to it. Sula nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, even the Silver Moon Kingdom no longer belonged to the Silver Moon royal family. Under such circumstances, it was only logical that the eastern lands could belong to the tribes. As this thought crossed her mind, Sula turned her gaze towards the tribal leaders. They had already faced defeat and possessed no alternative. Reaching a mutual understanding, the high priest led the tribal leaders in kneeling, pledging their fealty to the Duke of Frostwolf. As long as it ensured a safe haven for the tribes on this continent, what did it matter if they pledged allegiance to the Duke? Yet mere allegiance would not suffice. I require the unions of your tribes. David's gaze fell upon the high priestess the barbarian high priestess stood before the altar, exuding an ineffable aura. Her figure was tall and resilient, her skin a rich bronze hue, and her long, raven hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Adorned with various feathers and small trinkets crafted from beast bones, these ornaments glimmered in the sunlight, evoking a sense of primal mystery. The high priestess's facial features were sharply defined, weathered yet still strikingly beautiful. Her prominent nose and tightly pursed lips betrayed the exotic lineage of her heritage. She was cloaked in a grand robe woven from animal hides and grass leaves, embellished with an array of gemstones, shells, and metal pieces that jingled softly, adding an air of sanctity. Her gaze swept across the assembly without reservation as she uttered words that ignited fury among the barbarians. I need you for a union. Me? The high priestess's eyes widened in shock. She could scarcely fathom that the Frostwolf Duke would make such a proposal. Yet, silence enveloped her as she contemplated the practicality of the union, a means for two powers to swiftly accept one another. However, the Duke's desire was for her, the high priestess of the barbarians, who held a significant place in their culture. If a union is what you seek, I can stand in for the high priestess. A female priestess stepped forward, prompting others to follow suit. Yet, David's interest lay solely with the high priestess, fixating on the one willing to sacrifice for her people. As David had surmised, these barbarian leaders and the high priestess were prepared to make sacrifices for their tribe, with the high priestess's consent to become his woman. The future of the barbarians could be secured. She had no reason to refuse. Very well, the high priestess replied in a hoarse voice, realizing that a union with the Frostwolf Duke could strengthen the bond between their tribes. If she bore offspring of barbarian lineage for the Frostwolf family, the future of her people would be more assured. Although the barbarian leaders recognized this as the best course of action, they could not suppress their dismay. Sound the horn. Summon everyone back, the high priestess commanded with an undeniable authority. Shortly thereafter, the retreat horn echoed. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the events, the barbarian soldiers chose to withdraw. Meanwhile, on David's side, the knights finally reached the forefront. Their attention turned to the Duke and the High Priestess, having witnessed a portion of the skirmish. They could surmise that an agreement had been reached between the Duke and the barbarians. However, what transpired next exceeded the knights' expectations. The Duke took the High Priestess's hand and approached the Shadow Wolf, lifting her onto the beast. What was happening? The Duke was actually taking the barbarian High Priestess away. Though the barbarian chieftains appeared incensed, none dared to intervene. Indeed, devoid of the High Priest's power, these chieftains lacked the strength to obstruct him. The conflict concluded in the barbarians' defeat, following the failed assault by 6 of their number against David. The High Priest, cradled in the arms of the Frostwolf Duke, bore a countenance rife with complex emotions. Should the Duke truly provide the barbarians with a viable refuge, their objectives would be fulfilled, rendering her sacrifice meaningful. From a moment she risked revealing her identity as a sorceress, she had no illusions of returning alive to the far north. Now, though she had become a pawn in a political union, it seemed less dire than facing the pyre at the hands of the church. At the northern fortress, many commanders looked on anxiously as the Frostwolf Duke led the knights into a full charge. Although the Duke was a 6th-tier knight, being ensnared within enemy ranks remained perilous, particularly when confronting the enigmatic barbarian High Priestess. It was not until the retreat horn of the barbarians echoed that they finally exhaled in relief. This indicated the Duke's victory. Otherwise, they would have faced a fiercer onslaught from the barbarians. However, uncertainty lingered. Could the Duke vanquish both the High Priestess and the chieftains single-handedly, thus eradicating future threats? Before long, David returned with the knights, and the expression of bewilderment on the faces of the commanders was palpable as they beheld the Duke embracing the barbarian High Priestess. What transpired on the front lines? Even the typically composed Marquis of Twilight struggled to conceal his astonishment, his features contorting in disbelief. Shortly thereafter, David delivered the High Priestess to the fortress. As he set her down, the commanders quickly encircled him, their faces a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The barbarians had surrendered. "I shall incorporate these barbarians into my ranks," David declared, refraining from mentioning their assistance in conquering the eastern territories. His immediate intention was to ensure their survival. When the Silvermoon Kingdom launched an offensive against the Frostwolf clan, these barbarians would serve as a dagger thrust into the eastern front, aiding him in restraining the enemy. As for the High Priestess, he offered no explanation, yet it was evident to all that her control was a crucial condition for securing the barbarians' allegiance. Possessing the High Priestess equated to commanding the barbarian tribes. At the Frostwolf estate, in a remarkably brief span, Leah had organized the residents with meticulous care. Upon seeing David's return, she breathed a sigh of relief and approached him, her gaze soon falling upon the High Priestess. David recounted the news from the front lines, revealing the High Priestess's identity as a witch and her impending role as his consort. "Welcome home, Sister Sula," greeted Leah with warmth. Cynthia, surveying the exotic beauty before her, smiled and introduced herself. "I am Cynthia, the 4th wife of His Grace." Rena maintained a neutral expression, merely nodding to Sula. With David's return, the servants busied themselves, and after dinner, he escorted Sula back to his chamber. Sula had mentally prepared herself for this moment. She feared not even death, so what was this? If not a mere political marriage? After taking a bath, she entered the room barefoot. David's gaze fell upon the striking figure of the High Priestess. Surprised by her calm demeanor, "Now I shall fulfill my promise. I hope His Grace will also honor His word and provide refuge for my people," Sula stated matter-of-factly. "Very well," David replied, as Sula released her bath towel. He watched as it slipped away, cascading down her form. No longer hesitating, he stepped forward and lifted the High Priestess, carrying her into the room. Sula lay quietly, and as David leaned over her, she inhaled deeply and closed her eyes, only to be met with a wave of sharp pain. Her brow furrowed, yet she remained silent, instinctively responding to David's touch. No longer hesitating, he reciprocated with fervor, In a brief moment, David discerned that the high priestess must have been instructed in such matters. Otherwise, her proficiency would not be so apparent on their first encounter. This was likely linked to the low status of women within her tribe. Had Sula not awakened her witch powers, regarded by her people as a goddess, she would never have ascended to the position of high priestess. She would likely still be serving at home. These thoughts flickered through David's mind as he adjusted his position. Noting Sula's remarkable flexibility, evident in her perfectly executed bridge pose. In many respects, the tribe possessed unique advantages. Their women excelled in dance and archery, skills that were truly commendable. David then experimented with various yoga poses, ultimately releasing a satisfied breath as he concluded his first session of practice with the high priestess. You have completed a session of practice, gaining the sacrifice talent. Sacrifice talent. Low level 11,000. David reviewed the system's enhancement, surprised to discover that Sula possessed the sacrifice talent. The blood ritual was merely a manifestation of her combined tribal worship and the enhancement of sacrificial energy. He pondered what other uses this talent might hold. Intrigued, David resolved to practice once more, aware that Sula, as a fourth-tier sorceress, likely possessed considerable experience. You have completed a cultivation session, sacrificing a talent of 325. This marked the second time he had engaged in cultivation with the high priest. Although the high priest was also a fourth-tier wizard, the experience points he provided were utterly incomparable to those of Amy. Clearly, in terms of emotional investment, while Sula participated willingly, she did not immerse herself with much sentiment, significantly diminishing the efficacy of the cultivation. David exhaled softly, aware of Sula's primary concerns. It seemed imperative to carefully arrange matters concerning the barbarians to deepen his bond with her. Furthermore, diligence could compensate for lack of talent. Achieving 300 to 400 in each cultivation session was, after all, commendable. David resolved to remount and reclaim the momentum he had just lost. You have completed a cultivation session, gaining the barbarian bloodline. Suddenly, another notification chimed in. In addition to the sacrifice talent, he unexpectedly acquired a new bloodline power. It is often said that barbarians belong to a different lineage, separate from humanity, and the barbarian bloodline serves as the finest testament to this, being the very source of their power. David pondered how these barbarians, relying on their vital force, could continuously enhance their physical attributes, even reaching the 6th tier. His heart ignited at the thought. This could elevate his own 6th tier physical prowess. Double the surprise equated to double the joy, and David once again engaged Sula in cultivation. Sula's spirit remained commendable after 3 sessions. Indeed, barbarian women possessed remarkable capabilities in this regard, explaining why many noble lords held such an affinity for them. The following day, David rose with renewed vigor. When he took Sula to dine, he found Leah, Reyna, and Cynthia already present. Sula had exhibited remarkable prowess the previous night and could take the initiative, yet upon encountering the Duchesses of Frostwolf, her expression became slightly uneasy. Nevertheless, the Duke of Frostwolf soon initiated a discussion with Reyna regarding the resettlement of the barbarians. As she could no longer contain her enthusiasm, it became evident that this was her purpose for being there. Rest assured, I will ensure the barbarians are well arranged. David smiled gently, feeling unconcerned. Although the number of barbarians was considerable, the food supplies of Frostwolf Ridge remained sufficient. Moreover, the arrival of the barbarians would further bolster the military strength of the Northern Territories, allowing for a more formidable response to the threats posed by the Silvermoon Kingdom and the Crystal Song Kingdom.